Old man, are you messing with me by driving me down the mountain now? If you had the guts, you wouldn't have picked me up over 20 years ago. In Peach Blossom Village, Otto said angrily to the white-bearded Franklin in front of him. Did you pick me up just so this immoral creature could harass the little girls in the village every day and climb the wall at night to watch young widows take baths? But I don't care. You picked me up. You should raise me and take care of me until my last day. Otto acted as if he was the biggest boss after heaven and earth. What? The Franklin's eyebrows twitched immediately, waving his hand, and Otto flew into the air. Without panic, Otto somersaulted a few times in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Old man, are you trying to monopolize the young widows of Peach Blossom Village? Get lost. If you don't, I will kill myself. Just joking. Can't you take a joke? Don't you see that I can't bear to leave you? He had been following the Franklin since he could remember. The Franklin told him that he picked him up from Jiangzhou over 20 years ago. He was still in swaddling clothes, covered in blood, with only a dragon-shaped jade pendant on him, so he named him Otto. Over the past 20 years, through harsh winter and scorching summer, he trained tirelessly. The Franklin's incredible skills were completely learned by Otto, from medicine to geomancy, fortune-telling, and physiognomy, all of which he mastered impeccably. Now, Otto surpassed his master even more. The Franklin knew long ago. For the past 2 years he couldn't defeat this boy anymore. Jethro, from today onwards, you go down the mountain. Your medical skills need experience. I have found you a job at the Jiangzhou hospital. Also, be careful because of your special constitution. Otherwise, you will die an awful death. Lastly, remember to complete the Xintian map. Completing it will greatly benefit you, and it concerns your origin. Understand? I understand. You've said it 800 times. Kalence, I can remember. I have heard it enough that my ears are calloused. Otto said with disdain. Whether or not indulgence is mentioned, did you arrange any marriage pact for me? I don't ask for much. A CEO would do, or a family's young miss, or even being a son-in-law would also be fine. The Franklin laughed and scolded. Stinking kid, there is no marriage pact, but I have arranged a blind date for you. It's on November 11th, at some corner cafe in Jiangzhou. Hold a copy of Good Prescription for Women. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your ability. Watching Otto's departing figure, the Franklin's face showed melancholy. Otto was destined for solitude, marked by Pujun's characteristics. For these 20 years, he had meticulously cultivated Otto. Whether he could change his fate depended on his own luck. Be it dragon or worm, one must try. Is a gold scale a pond fish, meeting the storm and clouds turning into a dragon. Having delayed for 20 years, it's time for me to go too. Once I leave, if I cannot return, then never return. On the high-speed train bound for Jiangzhou, Otto closed his eyes to rest, seeming like he was sleeping. Actually, he was practicing the Xintian map record personally taught by the Franklin, allegedly inherited from the ancient mystic sect. This book contained everything about mountains, medicine, stars, and divination. And the cultivation method of the Xintian map record, the Xintian decree, was the foundation of it all. While practicing, Otto paused, feeling a bit sentimental. Outside of Peach Blossom Village, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was far too thin. When would he finally achieve greatness? Attention passengers, a passenger in carriage number 7 has suddenly fallen ill. Medical personnel on board, please contact the carriage attendant. The announcement repeated 3 times. Otto opened his eyes, curious, and even more eager. In Peach Blossom Village, besides examining breasts, palpating stomachs for minor illnesses, or exchanging tips on how to scrub one's back clean, occasionally, he would be warmly invited by the village widows to their homes to discuss the origin of life. Although every time, the old man would rudely disrupt them. But Otto knew well that the old man was honing his willpower and training his mindset. Hardly raising such a handsome child, they couldn't be lured by the glamorous women outside. Hearing the announcement, Otto felt his heart itching. Carriage number 7, right behind him, standing up and turning around, he indeed saw many people standing up, gathering in the corridor. Make way, the doctor is here. People parted, and Otto followed the crowd inside. Beside him, a doctor around 50 years old, dressed in a suit and tie, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looked extraordinary. A Janet in her 20s lay unconscious in the corridor, dressed in an extremely sexy manner. She wore a black low-cut blazer with a bustier underneath, creating an unfathomable cleavage even while lying down. Beneath her tight-fitting skirt, she had on black stockings, and her legs were curled up towards Otto's side, making the men around her stare intently at the tantalizing sight. The girl's face was deathly pale, her jaw tightly clenched as if she were already dead. Otto's gaze immediately fixed on the woman's chest and abdomen. No movement. His expression hardened as he focused on her nostrils, which also showed no sign of breathing. Was this cardiac arrest leading to pseudo-death? Just as Otto made his diagnosis, the doctor who had rushed over examined her and announced his conclusion. Acute myocardial infarction. Everyone, please step aside. Clear enough space to keep the air circulating. Is there anyone trained in medicine? Come help and prepare for CPR. At this point, the man turned to the train conductor. Conductor, there are no medications on board. We can do little here. How far is it to Jiangzhou? The conductor raised his wrist and said seriously, 30 minutes. Too late. The doctor shook his head immediately. This is sudden cardiac arrest leading to shock. She has no heartbeat or breathing now. The golden rescue time is only 3 minutes. It's too late. Hearing the doctor's words, Otto couldn't help but laugh. Was this the level of medical skill? If that's the case, he didn't seem to need to go to Jiangzhou Hospital as an intern. What are you laughing at? My master knows what he's talking about, a young man immediately interjected. My master is Director Cavan of the Emergency Department at Jiangzhou Hospital. Are you saying you know better? I'm laughing because your master isn't exactly on top of things. He correctly identified it as heart disease, but not myocardial infarction. If you follow his CPR plan now, you'll be wasting a life. Philippe, hurry over. Prepare for artificial respiration and CPR. Cavan ignored Otto and shouted at the young man beside him. Right then, a voice from behind the crowd said, Xiao Zhou, hold on. Let me take a look. Chapter 2. This isn't the right way to save someone. The sudden voice immediately made Cavan's expression turn serious, and his brows furrowed. Who was this person that dared to call him Xiao Zhou so presumptuously? As the crowd parted, when Cavan saw the newcomer, his face changed instantly, replaced with respect and reverence. Old Clarence. A few passengers on the bus who understood what was happening were startled upon seeing this white-haired old man. Damn, it's Jiangzhou's miracle worker Daon. I finally get to see a living legend. Is he the one everyone in Jiangzhou talks about, whose appointment you need to queue for a year? That's right, he's the one. I've read introductions about him online. This girl must have a destiny to live. Not only is the head of the emergency department from Jiangzhou Hospital here, but also the great Dr. Clarence. I went to visit a few old friends, and unexpectedly got to return on the same bus as Crane. Dayon replied. Then he walked next to the girl, squatted down, and gently pressed her pulse at Kunku. After a short while, Dayon spoke up. Xiao Zhou, this young man is correct. It is indeed heart disease, but certainly not a large-scale myocardial infarction. Using CPR could cause more harm under strong pressure. Damn, this youngster is something else. This lad really knows his stuff, even better than the director of Jiangzhou Hospital. No way, Crane is well known. How can a greenhorn be better? Didn't you hear old Clarence? He's an authority. If he says Crane misdiagnosed, it must be true. The discussions around caused Kevin's face to redden with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. As the head of the emergency department at Jiangzhou Hospital, he had been outshone by a mere youth. Dayon said, Xiao Zhou, don't take it personally, the girl's condition is extremely rare. It's normal you didn't know. Dayon then reached out directly, bring me the acupuncture kit. A few accompanying staff immediately produced a leather acupuncture kit. Dayon took the kit, drew a silver needle, and without hesitation inserted it into the top of the girl's Baihui point. This action left everyone watching with their hearts pounding. How could they not fear puncturing the brain with such a long needle? Immediately after the insertion, the previously unresponsive girl trembled, her lips parted slightly, emitting a faint cry. Not surprising that great Dr. Clarence is amazing, much better than Crane. Just one needle, truly incredible. It's no wonder. Dayon hails from Jizhou, a descendant of Clarence Shizhen, the medical sage of the Ming dynasty. Do you know why he's named Jingjin? Why? Because he swore to surpass the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing and his ancestor Clarence Shizhen, hence his name. Otto frowned. The elder has some skill, yet not much. While Baihui point can help with shock, the issue isn't due to this. This approach would backfire. Xiao Zhou, she has a congenital heart condition. She likely went into shock due to extreme agitation earlier. Using CPR would exacerbate her condition. Now I will use acupuncture to promote blood circulation and hope to buy us 30 minutes. Old man, didn't expect you to have some skills, but if you proceed like this, she'll die. Otto couldn't help but speak up. Though he didn't know this person, he felt compelled to say something. His master always said saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Once he encountered this, he couldn't just stand by. If they followed the old man's method, she would surely perish. Haha, truly amusing. Are you younger than me? May I ask which prestigious medical school you graduated from? Medical school? Never attended. Learned a few tricks from my Asher in the countryside. Your Asher is famous? At least in our village. Interesting. So your Asher is from a village. And may I ask his name? Otto said seriously, Olaf. Haha. The young man laughed out loud. Olaf, I thought you were some legendary physician from ancient times. Turns out you're just a country quack. You're talking nonsense. Do you even understand medicine? I think you're just trying to make a scene. When Crane was helping, you did the same. Old Clarence is the renowned great doctor of Jiangzhou, yet you criticized him too. You're here to cause trouble, Philippe immediately retorted. His words resonated with many bystanders, mainly because Otto looked too young and dressed quite rural, making people look down on him. The train conductor also frowned and said, Kaler, please do not interfere with the professional's emergency treatment. Everyone, please don't gather around. Return to your seats. At this moment, Dayon also spoke up somewhat discontentedly. Basil, you seem to have some skills to recognize this isn't a myocardial infarction. It appears you have objections to my treatment? Why don't you share your thoughts? Otto stepped forward. Dr. Clarence, you indeed show some magnanimity, unlike that person beside you who has no real skill but acts high and mighty. As he spoke, Otto also moved to the girl's side, extending his hand to grasp her wrist. At this moment, her pulse was barely detectable, but as Otto's hand made contact, a thread of true energy flowed from his hand into her body. You got one point right. She has had heart disease since childhood, but it wasn't triggered by agitation. She has always harbored suppressed emotions, causing internal stasis of blood in her heart over time. Now, this stasis is blocking her heart meridian, leading to this state of apparent death. You intend to use the fire-burning mountain acupuncture technique to promote circulation, which will not work. The stasis obstruction would only increase her physical burden. I guarantee that if you continue with your needles, she will surely die. Indeed, you managed to see through that I plan to use the fire-burning mountain technique? Old Clarence's face showed appreciation. Such a young doctor with such profound medical skills naturally aroused his admiration for talent. But at this moment, Otto suddenly moved. With one motion, the girl, who was lying on the floor, was completely turned over, then placed face down. Otto's fingers pressed down on her coccyx, then the lumbar spine, back, and finally the cervical spine. Each press produced a crisp cracking sound from her body. Immediately afterward, Otto turned his fingers into palms and started slapping from the lower end of the girl's spine. Bang, bang, bang. 5 consecutive slaps followed. Beside him, Philippe immediately frowned and sneered. I wondered what was going on. You talk about not doing CPR, yet you start beating her yourself? Shut up. Kevin sternly reprimanded. Dayon's face also showed astonishment, murmuring, 9 heart-chasing sounds. This is actually the lost 9 heart-chasing sounds. Chapter 3, Hospital Reporting. Kevin stood beside Dayon, listening intently. He was equally shocked by the stunned look on Dayon's face. Who exactly was this young man that even old Clarence could be so amazed? Old Clarence, what is this 9 heartbeats? Dayon looked somewhat dazed. I only heard about it from my master. Back during the Andrew March, he was a military doctor. At one point, some leaders had prepared for their own funerals, but a soldier stood up and said they weren't dead. The soldier used this very technique called 9 heartbeats. Just as he was speaking, there came a cry. The pale woman who had seemed lifeless now showed signs of response. Otto knelt on one knee, with the girl sprawled over his leg. With a gurgle, she spat out a clump of black blood the size of a ping-pong ball. As she expelled the black blood, the unconscious girl opened her eyes, feeling a sensation in her chest and screamed instantly. Miss, don't scream. You suddenly fell just now, and almost didn't make it. If it weren't for this young man, you would have met death. This is Jiangzhou's miracle doctor, old Dayon, the train conductor introduced. Otto helped the girl to sit up. Miss, suffering from a congenital heart condition, yet you dare to wander around like this. Are you not afraid of dying? Dayon also added, young lady, your luck is great indeed. If it weren't for this young man's extraordinary medical skills, you wouldn't have made it today. Alithia's face was still flushed red, involuntarily recalling the feeling of lying across this handsome young man's body. But hearing everyone talk, she understood what had happened and immediately replied, thank you. My name is Alithia. May I know how to address you? Dayon smiled. How shall we address our young friend? My name is Otto. At this, Otto turned to Alithia. Miss Clarence, you should rest first. Your condition is still dangerous. Even though you've recovered, there's always the risk of a relapse. It's best if you lie down until we reach the station. Then you should go to the hospital for treatment. But how can I find you later? Find me? No need. Really. It's nothing much. You'd better focus on recuperating. The train conductor chimed in. Indeed, Miss Clarence. We have a private luxury berth on this train. Go and rest. But Alithia looked at Otto firmly. Mr. Andrew, please leave me your contact information. Dayon also added, Xiao Andrew, why don't you give Miss Clarence your phone number? I think she won't leave unless you do. Leaving his number, Otto was about to return to his compartment. Then Dayon stopped him. Xiao Andrew, pardon me for asking, but could we exchange contact information? Next to him, little Zhang's face lit up with envy, and many onlookers felt envious too. The miracle doctor of Jiangzhou, Dayon, actually initiated exchanging contacts. This young man is set for a bright future with old Clarence's patronage. Don't misunderstand, Xiao Andrew. I just feel that your medical skills are extraordinary. When you're free, we could exchange knowledge. Thinking about it, Otto realized he had come down the mountain to intern anyway. Sharing medical knowledge is learning. So, he exchanged contact details with Dayon. Old Clarence, I'll be reporting to Jiangzhou Hospital in a few days. What? You're also joining Jiangzhou Hospital? Clarence Settle Zhang exclaimed. Kevin was even more astonished. Giannis Andrew, you're here to report to Jiangzhou Hospital? Dayon laughed heartily. Good, good. Isn't this perfect? Let me accompany you to register. Upon learning that Otto was heading to Jiangzhou Hospital too, Dayon and Kevin became even more enthusiastic. Arranged by the train conductor, their seats were temporarily adjusted closer together, with only 20 minutes left before arrival. Everyone else willingly provided convenience. Xiao Andrew, where did you learn this 9 heartbeats? My master taught me. You mean the one you mentioned earlier, Olaf? Alexis. How strange. I don't recall any famous doctor named Olaf. Before they knew it, the train had stopped at Jiangzhou railway station. After getting off, Kevin and Dayon both had private cars waiting, taking them directly to Jiangzhou Hospital. Meanwhile, a black Mercedes-Benz van had already parked outside Jiangzhou railway station. As Alithia descended, several bodyguards approached her. A baron who looked like a butler carefully helped Alithia into the car. Miss, you really gave me a fright. Kaler has already said that you should be hospitalized immediately for examination and rest. Damien Fu, you go and find out about a person named Otto. He should be reporting to Jiangzhou Hospital today. Miss, did this guy offend you? Do you want? Damien Fu, what nonsense are you talking? If it weren't for him, I would probably be dead. This person is extraordinary. Even Dayon couldn't cure my illness, but he did. I want him to take a look at Grandpa. At the Jiangzhou Hospital Personnel Office. As Dayon arrived, Director Calvin of the Personnel Office welcomed him personally. Dayon smiled. Clarence Settlefiki, I'm bringing talent to our hospital. Xiao Andrew is here to report to our hospital, so please take care of him. Calvin immediately smiled. Old Mr. Clarence, absolutely no problem. Calence, you've spoken. I will certainly handle it properly. Dayon turned and said, Xiao Andrew, I apologize. I have some matters to attend to and can't accompany you. Once you're settled, we'll meet up again. Otto also smiled. Old Mr. Clarence, there's no need to trouble you. Please attend to your business. At Dayon's level, he was usually extremely busy and soon left. Otto, under the curious gazes of everyone, took out his reporting form from his canvas backpack. Very quickly, the personnel department processed Otto's onboarding procedures. Xiao Andrew, you've set a new precedent for our Jiangzhou hospital. Director Fiki beamed. An intern would never have their onboarding handled by the personnel department. Interns generally had no salary and didn't occupy official positions, managed by either the medical or nursing departments. But this young man was different. Despite being just an intern with no formal credentials, he had a reporting form signed by the dean himself, enjoying the benefits of a full-time employee, and was personally escorted by old Mr. Dayon. Clearly, his background was extraordinary. If you have any issues in the future, come straight to me. If I can help, I definitely will. Director Fiki affectionately patted Otto on the shoulder. Director Fiki. Otto spoke. Director Fiki immediately put on a stern face. Why call me Director Fiki? Call me Calvin, or Giannis 1. Giannis 1, can I leave now? Otto was a bit anxious because today was November 11th, and he didn't want to miss his blind date. Chapter 4. Sabotaged blind date. Stepping out of the door, Otto rushed to the roadside and flagged down a motorbike taxi, Giannis, to the corner cafe. The wind was so strong that it turned his cool hairstyle into a slick back. 20 yuan. Don't cheat me. I know this area well. When we came here just now, you could have turned left but you went straight for 3 more blocks, then turned left again, added 2 more blocks, and finally made a right turn. It shouldn't cost more than 10 yuan. Take it or leave it. The motorbike driver was taken aback, forcing a smile. Giannis, you're a local? Not at all. Otto remained calm, pointing at his head. But you can't fool me. Entering the corner cafe, Otto pulled out a copy of Good Prescriptions for Women from his backpack and began scanning the room with his eyes. After a moment, Otto smiled, stood up straight, and gave his hair a quick pat before adjusting his clothes and walked over. Hello, I'm here for the blind date. Facing him was a woman in her early 20s, dressed in simple casual wear with a purple mid-length down jacket placed beside her. On the table were several medical books, with Good Prescriptions for Women on top. She had long hair cascading over her shoulders and looked quite attractive. Otto felt that she was almost good enough for him. However, this girl emitted a cold attitude. Does this girl not want to go on a blind date? Does she look down on me? With these thoughts, Otto walked up directly and sat down. Let's just get this over with. You first or me? He had a bad feeling that the girl would say something unpleasant next, so Otto decided to be preemptive. Otto spoke immediately. I'm Otto. I'm 22 years old, currently an official employee of Jiangzhou Hospital, and I'm being groomed as key reserve staff. Director Fiki personally welcomed me today, and Dayon even saw me through registration. Surely my future will be bright. My requirements are simple. You need to provide the house and add my name to the deed. As for the car, it doesn't need to be too fancy. BMW, Benz, or Audi, BBA, is fine. That's enough for commuting. All the family finances must be managed by me. Ideally, we shouldn't live with our parents, as father-in-law relationships can be tricky. We can visit once a week. Regarding dowry, 600,000 yuan should suffice. That's standard in Jiangzhou. Saying this, Otto leaned back into the sofa with confidence, giving himself a perfect score for this performance. This girl was cold and proud, typical hard-to-deal-with type. Based on his extensive reading experience, he knew he had to assert dominance. Otherwise, he'd embarrass himself. Seeing the surprised looks from people nearby, Otto smirked, sure that his judgment was correct. Just then, the cafe doors opened, and a young man carrying a bouquet of blue roses walked in. Jerry Yankian. The man holding the roses approached, speaking gently and with a pleading tone. Esau, I told you, I have a boyfriend. This is my boyfriend, Otto. We are already talking about marriage. Leave me alone. Her voice was icy but had a natural allure. No way. We barely know each other. 10 minutes ago, we didn't even meet. Even now, we don't really know each other. I only learned her name just now. Otto immediately shrugged off the girl's hand, firmly denying any connection. Wanted me as a shield? To make others hate me and force me to deal with this small fry? Out of the question. When she hugged his arm, it felt unnatural and stiff, clearly out of nerves. Where was that earlier cold demeanor? Now she's clinging to me. I'm not some saintly protagonist or a pushover. Just because of a bit of beauty, you think you can lure me? Impossible. Haha, Jerry Yankian. You can do better than this guy? Esau laughed contemptuously. At that moment, the girl named Jerry Yankian suddenly turned to look at Otto. You wanted a house? I have a 3-bedroom flat in Xingling community near Jiangzhou Hospital, around 190 square meters. Your name can be added right away. As for cars, if BBA means BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, I don't have those. But I own a Porsche 718. Does that count as BBA? After we get married, we'll live on our own. My parents and family members don't live here. They have their place to stay. We can visit them weekly or not. As for the 600,000 yuan dowry? As she spoke, Amina took out a wallet from her backpack, grabbed a Xia Bank card, and slapped it on the table. This is my accumulated lucky money over the years. I haven't calculated the exact amount, but it's definitely more than 600,000 yuan. My name is Amina. The author of this book, Good Prescriptions for Women, Adam Zimming, is my ancestor. I'm 21 years old, studying traditional Chinese medicine at Jiangzhou University of Chinese Medicine. I'm currently an intern at Jiangzhou Hospital. If there are no issues, we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now for registration. Amina looked at Otto with fury and defiance in her eyes. All the conditions you mentioned, I've fulfilled. Are you backing out as a man? This stunned Otto and Esau. It also left all the guests in the corner cafe speechless. People working late hours on laptops nearby opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They almost wanted to beat their chests in frustration. Pinch me. Tell me this isn't real. Ouch, you really pinched. I can't believe it either. A bit too hard. Is this how blind dates work these days? How much dowry would be enough for me? Forget it. Everything is possible in dreams. Jerry Yankian, don't joke around. Esau showed an unfriendly look, his eyes completely ignoring Otto. He felt humiliated. The goddess he pursued never even glanced at him, yet was willing to marry this country bumpkin in front of everyone? Otto, get lost if you know what's good for you. But Esau didn't expect Otto to ignore him and turned to Amina, asking, do you mean it? Alexis, I do. Then let's go. First to the housing authority to add your name, then straight to the registry office. Otto sneered, slipping the bank card into his pocket and casually asked, honey, what's the pin for the bank card? You want to play? I'll play along. As Otto and Amina left, the door of the corner cafe opened again. A woman wearing a well-fitted suit walked in confidently. Seeing Esau holding flowers, she paused, then said, waiter, has table 2 been cleared? Clean it up, I'll sit there. Collating down, watching Esau leave angrily, she pulled out a book from her handbag, titled Good Prescriptions for Women. Her phone rang, and she immediately answered, Aleka, hold the client for me for 10 minutes. If the blind date doesn't show up within 10 minutes, I'll come right away. Meanwhile, Otto didn't know that the person he should have met wasn't Amina. In the Jiangzhou service hall, he held the co-ownership certificate in his right hand and the marriage certificate in his left, feeling utterly bewildered. Looking at Amina beside him, Otto said, we're married? Should we head to the bridal chamber next? Isn't this too fast? I can't accept it. Chapter 5 showing a Clarence settle skill. Apartment 2601, Building 3, Apricot Grove Community. The snow-white light inside the room reflected on the ground like a mirror. At 190 square meters for 3 bedrooms, it was quite luxurious. The living room and dining area were spacious. The kitchen spanned at least 20 square meters, with an extra-large balcony outside. There was also a private terrace garden. The decoration was minimalistic, which suited Amina's demeanor perfectly. At this moment, Amina took out a document and tossed it onto the table. Otto sneered instantly. Pretend to be married, right? Sleep in separate rooms? Then get divorced after 1 year? I knew it. You have ulterior motives, but I just won't sign it. You. Amina's expression changed. Suit yourself? Then, Amina turned around and went straight back to her room. Find your own room to sleep in? Of the 3 bedrooms, one had already been renovated into a study. Naturally, Otto had no choice. As for sleeping separately, he didn't care at all. How could such a good thing happen? Getting married right after meeting. Now, reflecting on it, he realized he had been too careless. He had been cornered by this woman's words. Otherwise, he would never fall for such a trick, as it concerned a man's dignity. Even if it meant rushing through trials of knives, Otto would charge ahead. Just a bit disadvantageous, this way. Doesn't this make him seem like he's remarried? A night of cultivation. Otto was somewhat depressed. There was too little spiritual energy in the city. It was far from enough to support his cultivation. He needed to find some medicinal herbs to aid his practice. No matter when, cultivation must not be interrupted. Early in the morning, Otto got up. Amina's door was tightly closed. Otto scoffed, wait until tomorrow, I'll lock my door too. After washing up, he went downstairs to buy breakfast, 2 baozi, 2 youtiao, and a cup of soy milk. Thinking about it, Otto added another baozi, a cup of soy milk, and a xiaomai. Walking home with the bag, Amina had already risen. Looking at Otto, she clearly froze, then seemed to remember something. Good morning. Otto greeted with a smile. But Amina walked into the bathroom without looking back, and soon came the sounds of her washing up. Admittedly, Amina's beauty was undeniable. Even just woken up, even in plain face, she looked amazing. Otto shook his head. So impolite. Not even a greeting. When Amina came out, Otto was already eating his breakfast. After some thought, he decided not to be stingy. After all, he was the man. I brought breakfast for you. Want to eat together? Otto kindly asked. At that, Amina frowned and said, outside food isn't hygienic. For instance, these meat buns, how can you ensure the meat used is fresh pork? According to news reports, unscrupulous vendors use leftover scraps, plus additives to create meat fillings that taste like fresh pork. And this soy milk might be made from moldy soybeans, while youtiao are unhealthy fried food, possibly even fried in gutter oil. If you want it, eat it. Otto replied unhappily. Trying to do a good deed only resulted in getting scorned. Otto slowly said, you'd better stop breathing. The PM 2.5 level is high. You. Amina paused, irritated, unreasonable. After breakfast, Otto left unhurriedly. In terms of distance, this marriage was worth it. Not only did it solve the accommodation problem, but it also saved him a lot of money. Most importantly, it was nearby. Apricot Grove Community was next to Jiangzhou Hospital, just a 5-minute walk away. Entering the traditional Chinese medicine department, Otto greeted department head Ilium. After completing the registration yesterday, Director Fiki introduced him. Clarence Settle Andrew. Just follow me, and later we'll go to the outpatient clinic. Ilium considered and arranged. Over the morning, Otto followed Ilium treating patients. Undeniably, Ilium being the department head had some real skills. In one morning, more than 20 patients were seen with very accurate diagnoses and precise syndrome differentiation. There were minor flaws in prescribing medicine, but nothing major. After all, not everyone could match his medical skills. Even the renowned Jiangzhou Han Daeon couldn't compare, let alone Ilium. By noon, as Ilium was taking off his white coat, he said, Clarence Settle Andrew, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. Being your first day, it's good to familiarize you. On the way, Ilium occasionally introduced Jiangzhou Hospital to Otto. Fiki Wank had specially called and briefed him. Without any degree, Otto was accepted as a full-time employee of Jiangzhou Hospital. Ilium wasn't foolish. Such a person with unknown background should not be offended. Clarence Settle Andrew, how do you feel after half a day? Otto responded, Director, it's pretty good. Your medical skills are impressive. Ilium laughed heartily. This young man was quite eloquent, and despite his significant background, he also had high emotional intelligence, which was rare. It seemed like he came from a family with a rich tradition. Not at all, not at all. I'm just self-taught and can't compare to you who have true mentors. Clarence Seek, our hospital's national treasure, the great Daeon. Now that's real skill. Director, for today's stroke patient, you prescribed Tiama gouting decoction. However, I don't think the patient's hyperactivity of liver yang is particularly obvious. Using leeches might be even better. Ilium was stunned, thinking it was going to be praise, but instead, it pointed out his shortcomings. As the department head, and considering Otto's deep background, Ilium did not get angry. Instead, he seriously thought about it, his eyes growing brighter. Suddenly, Ilium slapped the desk and said, Clarence Settle Andrew, your medical skills are impressive. You notice such details. It looks like you're capable enough to practice independently. Not yet. You just started, so we can't remove your intern status immediately. In a few months, I'll apply to the administration. In my opinion, your level is better than some of our associate chief physicians. After having lunch together, Ilium took Otto to the inpatient area of the traditional Chinese medicine department, introducing him to the colleagues there. Taking advantage of a break, Otto called the old man. The phone rang. The first time, no one answered. The second time, just before it would hang up, it was answered. Otto immediately said, Old man, I've been through the blind date. I even got married yesterday. But who exactly did you introduce me to? She's so cold. Clarence Seek, she has some grudge or something. That's strange. Olaf frowned instantly. Alex, sisterday. My old friend called me and said his granddaughter went on a blind date, but you didn't show up. What? Otto suddenly raised his voice, almost audible to everyone in the ward. Turning around, he walked to the stairwell and urgently said, Old man, don't mess with me. Is this true? I went, right? Didn't you introduce someone named Amina? From a traditional Chinese medicine family, with an ancestor who wrote good formulas for women. A moment of silence, then Olaf's voice came through. What nonsense. The family I introduced you to is surnamed Jaren. What Adam Zimming? How can it compare to the Jaren family? They are descendants of Jaren Yuaren. It's just that their medical lineage has long been lost. That girl's name is Vicky. Damn. Otto's face turned pale. Hell, no matter how many times he planned, he ended up tricking himself. Chapter 6. The rival appears. What are you doing? That's my pillow. Inside the apartment in Xinglin community. The moment Amina walked in, she saw Otto sitting on the sofa with her large cushion in his arms. Otto glanced at Amina and said seriously, Amina, aren't you the one who was supposed to be on a blind date with me? Kalence, when did I say that? Otto was momentarily speechless. She made a good point. So why did you agree to my unreasonable request? Is there something wrong with your brain? A sudden wave of anger surged within Amina. Otto really deserved a beating. What did he mean by her having something wrong with her brain? Sure, she was a Janet. Although, he was also very handsome. But she had suffered a significant loss. Not only did her name appear on the property deed, but he even took away her bank card, which held her savings accumulated over 20 years. Mind your own business. Bang. The door slammed shut with a loud noise as it collided with the frame, followed by the sound of the lock turning. Otto stood up abruptly and pointed at the door, saying, What kind of attitude is this? If you weren't a woman, I would have slapped you already. One mistake could ruin everything for a lifetime. Had the match arranged by the old man slipped through his fingers just like this? Considering the old man's judgment, Otto thought about the aunties from Peach Blossom Village who were close to the old man over the years. Aunt Sylvie, Aunt Carly, and Aunt Fakito. TSK. All these women were wonderful, gentle, virtuous, well-educated, and more importantly, they all got along harmoniously. Not like the one inside this room who wore an expression as if everyone else should stay away, day after day. Who was she trying to intimidate? Taking out his phone, Otto dialed the number Vicky had sent him from the old man. Dial tone rang twice before being hung up by the other end. He dialed again. This time, it rang a few more times before being disconnected once more. But when Otto tried dialing again, the call didn't go through. Ah, looks like I've broken little Yuching's heart. Otto sighed and then returned to his room, locking the door from inside. Workdays were monotonous, yet Otto had no shortage of gains. His clinical experience was rapidly increasing. Knowledge remained just knowledge. Only after genuinely engaging with patients did Otto truly understand the old man's intentions. For any illness, textbook knowledge was only on paper. When facing real patients, Otto found the situations drastically different. The same disease could present differently depending on the individual, varying not only in symptoms but also in severity based on physical condition, age, and lifestyle habits. Naturally, the approach to treatment would differ accordingly. Applying theory to practice, this was the essence of an internship. By the end of the week, no one in the entire traditional Chinese medicine department treated Otto as a regular intern anymore. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the daily early meeting began. At this moment, Ilium walked in and said, "Everyone, please stop for a moment. Let me introduce you all to the interns who will be rotating into our department this year. Please give them a warm welcome." Otto looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 young people standing behind Ilium, a boy and 2 girls, all dressed in white coats with blue hospital ID cards pinned to their chests. As soon as Otto saw them, he immediately noticed the 2 girls, disregarding the boy entirely. One of them, about 1.62 meters tall, had short hair, big eyes, and 2 adorable dimples, making her look very sweet. However, seeing the other girl, Otto frowned immediately. Wasn't this Amina? "Hello, teachers, I am Sherry, a student from Jiangzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine." The boy quickly introduced himself. The short-haired, cute girl spoke up next. "Hello, teachers, I'm Burke Ying, also from Jiangzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Please take care of me. My name is spelled with the Ying of crystal clarity, not the Ying of Zerfu Yingkui, not self-supporting. And no, I'm not the holy maiden from Heavenly Eagle Sect or Zhang Wuji's mother. It's just that my father is a fanatical wuxia enthusiast, and I can't help it." Haha. Many people in the department laughed, feeling a liking towards Burke Ying. This girl was not only cute, but also had a charming personality, making her genuinely likable. Finally, it was Amina's turn, and she simply stated, "Amina?" Just that? Nothing else? Otto felt embarrassed. Her emotional intelligence was indeed pitiful. How could 2 people living under the same roof be so different? Just as he was pondering this, footsteps came from outside, and a young doctor walked in. With his arrival, many doctors in the department stood up and greeted warmly. "Dr. Wu is here. Dr. Wu, what a rare visitor you are. As a shining star in neurosurgery, how come you've come to inspect our TCM department?" Otto glanced up, and his face immediately darkened. This was outrageous. Wasn't this like putting a green hat on him? Esau also saw Otto, and his expression turned sour as well. He cast a glance at Otto's ID badge and then burst into laughter. "Otto, what an awful name. Didn't your mother think about it when she gave birth to you? I thought you were someone special, but you're just an intern." As he spoke, Esau looked at Amina. "Jerry Yankian, you turned me down for such a person? What does he have that's good? In terms of ability, I'm the rising star in neurosurgery at our Jiangzhou hospital. In terms of family background, both our families are old acquaintances, true medical dynasties. And in terms of appearance..." Esau paused for a moment, gritting his teeth. "I'm not bad either." At that moment, Burke Ying couldn't help but laugh. Esau immediately frowned and glared. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Burke Ying was startled and waved her hands hastily. "Teacher Wu, no, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at a funny dog in a short video on my phone." Otto frowned. Esau had gone too far. What was wrong with making the little girl laugh? Was she to be blamed for it? But before Otto could step in, Amina had already stepped forward. She glared at Esau. "Get lost." Fine, fine. You'll regret this. Remember today's humiliation, Amina. I, Esau, will never forget this." At noon, Otto stood up and leisurely walked out of the department. He didn't call Amina because he didn't want to risk getting scolded. What if the food in the hospital cafeteria wasn't hygienic? Most importantly, he needed to take care of himself. As they say, iron is made strong by fire, and man needs food as much as iron needs forging. There was nothing urgent, so he needed to eat on time. He was different from interns like Amina. His abilities had been recognized, and no one treated him like an intern anymore. He came and went freely, without any supervision. Just as he stepped out of the old internal medicine building, Otto was surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Esau approached, looking at Otto. "Otto, I've been waiting for you all morning. Finally, you're out. So, you're not playing turtle anymore? Let's go. We need to have a proper talk." Chapter 7. Yanislail, I support you. Yanislail, I was actually going to look for you even if you hadn't found me first. Before Esau could react, Otto had already put his arm around him. One hand on Esau made him panic a little. The guy's hand looped around from the back of his neck and didn't just rest on his shoulder, but encircled half of his neck. The few people nearby were also stunned. What was going on? One person looked at a young lad beside him in confusion, who, after thinking for a moment, gave him a subtle glance. The 4 men followed the 2 quietly towards the back of the old internal medicine building without saying a word. Behind the old internal medicine building was a narrow alley with stairs leading down. It used to be the old morgue of Jiangzhou Hospital, now turned into a boiler room. Normally, no one came here. "What do you want, Otto?" Esau's body tensed up. He struggled a bit, but found it futile. This skinny-looking guy had a surprisingly strong grip. "Yanislail, don't be nervous." Otto loosened his hold as they reached this spot. Now Esau was leaning against the wall, looking cautious, while Otto stood in front of him with a somewhat domineering stance. Behind him were his 4 followers. The situation felt indescribable. "Got any cigarettes?" Otto asked. Esau subtly signaled someone. The young man instantly pulled out a pack of Huazi, expensive cigarette brand, took one out, and even lit it for Otto considerately. "These are Huazi indeed. They're really good. No coughing," Otto remarked, then blew out a smoke ring. "Yanislail, when I look at you, I feel very comfortable. Let me tell you, Amina and I did get a marriage certificate, but she tricked me. You don't know. It was supposed to be a blind date, but she wasn't who I was supposed to meet. And she didn't mention that. Even my outrageous conditions she agreed to all. It annoyed me a lot. I support you. Go after her. Win her over. Whenever you're ready, I can cooperate with the divorce." Everyone, including Esau, thought Otto might have lost his mind. This sounded so unreal. The young man couldn't help but ask, "Giannis, what conditions did you set? Did you require sex?" Otto rolled his eyes at him. "Shallow. You guys just don't respect yourselves enough. As a man, one must respect and love himself. Don't let a woman conquer you. Once you fall for them, you're not valuable anymore. Just like in Fikawa village, the old man wasn't valued. Occasionally he'd be chased away by Himena or run several kilometers away by Pat's old yellow dog. But I'm different. Because I respect and love myself, the village sisters and aunts all admire me, coveting me. Otto continued, my conditions were simple. She must have a house and a car, add my name to the property deed, and give 60,000 yuan as a dowry. Really? She agreed to that? How desperate must she be? Shut up. Esau snapped angrily. His heart ached. He knew this fact. Initially, he thought it was just Amina's excuse, never imagining it to be true. He felt despondent. Is it true that things become more tantalizing when unattainable? But here he was, offering himself. Why wouldn't she be tempted? Otto, what do you mean? Are you playing with me? Boasting in front of me? The woman I pursued desperately is willing to throw herself at you? Otto flicked his cigarette, sending the butt flying in an arc several meters away. Giannis Lyle, you've misunderstood. I'm also a victim. You don't know how terrible Amina can be. When I kindly bought breakfast for her, she complained about hygiene issues, said it contained gutter oil. Plus, she has OCD, no romance at all. Now every day she locks herself in the room as soon as she gets home, making me seem like I care too much. In short, I truly don't like her. I still prefer my actual blind date match. A big company CEO, rich, powerful, beautiful, and most importantly, gentle and kind-tempered. In fact, Otto unknowingly made these judgments based on the old man's behavior. All these perfect imaginations applied to this unseen blind date. The few people behind him couldn't contain themselves anymore. They felt uncomfortable. Were there really such perfect women in this world? Without discussing it further, there was now a vivid example right before their eyes. They couldn't even find a woman to talk to without money coming into the picture. Eating out, hanging out at bars, shopping. All these require money. Even renting a room or buying a small umbrella costs 35 yuan per box. Where's the logic in this? Not to mention talking about marriage. Given the current market situation in Jiangzhou, an apartment, a car, and a 500,000 yuan dowry are the bare minimum requirements. And the man has to pay. Lyle, are you going to hit him or not? What's this act for? If I were to say, just beat this guy up and make him divorce that Amina immediately. I've seen many people like him. He's just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Alexia Lyle, with your background and your father being the deputy director, what's there to fear? Hit him first, then have your father fire this guy. Isn't Amina supposed to be a virtuous woman? When we lure her out, we'll help you cover it up, use some tactics, and she'll be yours soon enough. You want to hit me? Otto's face darkened instantly as he cast a hostile look toward Esau. Seeing Otto's gaze, Esau trembled all over. He felt like he was facing a ferocious tiger. I didn't. Yanisi, I think your proposal is great. Slap. A slap flew straight past, stunning Esau as he covered his cheek with a pained expression, his eyes filled with helplessness. He felt deeply wronged inside. This wasn't how things were supposed to happen. Wasn't it supposed to be that you wouldn't agree to leave Amina, then I'd teach you a lesson? How did it turn around? F***CK. Several young men behind Otto let out angry shouts. Feeling the wind from behind, Otto didn't need to turn around. He ducked down effortlessly, letting the fist fly over his head and landing solidly on Esau's eye socket, causing a scream of agony. Otto kicked out and one of the youths went flying. These people were inexperienced amateurs, not trained fighters. Not even the old Huang from the village could handle them. Within minutes, the four hooligans lay on the ground, clutching either their stomachs or legs. Not that they couldn't get up, but they were too afraid to stand. At this moment, Esau's eyes were bruised, both cheeks swollen, and his clothes bore fresh footprints. He leaned against the wall, crouching on the ground. Lyle Giannis. As Otto spoke, Esau shivered. Giannis Andrew. It wasn't me who hit you. They did it all themselves. Did you remember what I told you? What thing? Otto felt speechless and a bit impatient. Chasing after Amina? How could Esau be so dense? If he didn't chase after Amina, how would Otto propose the divorce? Only if Amina makes a mistake can Otto reasonably divorce her and find his true match. Tony's judgment must be correct. As Otto left, Esau stood up and saw the few others rising as well. Instantly, he rushed forward. Chapter 8 Dissociative Disorder. Giannis Fiki, if there's anything like this in the future, still come to us. I'm not bragging. On the entire Jiangzhou territory, aside from Giannis Dini of Heavenly Alliance, it's me, Kailwa. Kailwa had a fresh cigarette dangling from his mouth as his fingers nimbly counted the red 100 yuan bills in his hand. 48, 49, 50. Right, 5,000 yuan. This job was quite comfortable. There wasn't much risk involved, and most importantly, the pay rate was high. Clarence Eve in the underworld was tough. Normally, one would just get 100 yuan for a job, with standing and shouting at 200 yuan per head. If it came down to physical contact, limited to shoving, it would be 200 as well, but if the boss was courteous, one might even get a pack of Union Sol cigarettes. Even for injuring someone, it was only 300 yuan. The boss would cover medical expenses. Nothing was as good as now, less than half an hour, and the minimum fee was already 1,000, while he himself got 2,000. Alright, get lost. Esau felt somewhat exhausted. Kailwa smiled without retorting, respecting the benefactor. Then he turned serious and said, Giannis Fiki, I feel like you've been tricked by that kid. He did it on purpose. Get out. Esau roared furiously. Watching Kailwa and his group leave, Esau's expression turned dark. His clenched fists represented his anger. He could tell that Otto, that beast, had acted deliberately. How could something so beneficial exist where his wife provided the car, house, dowry, and yet pushed her away? Did he think Esau was a fool? Otto, I won't let you off. Achoo. On his way to the cafeteria, Otto sneezed suddenly. He stopped immediately, realizing Esau must still be cursing him. As a cultivator, he wouldn't sneeze for no reason. Clearly, Esau was planning something underhanded. Lost in thought, Otto entered the new internal medicine inpatient building. Jiangzhou Hospital covered a large area, with the core structures being the internal and external medicine inpatient buildings. The two towers stood side by side, identical in height and design, resembling twin skyscrapers. Their foundations were connected, with 3 underground floors, the lower 2 serving as parking lots, and the uppermost one housing the hospital canteen. Just as Otto walked into the lobby of the internal medicine building, a sudden cry echoed. A girl, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a patient gown, collapsed abruptly, lips tightly shut, teeth clenched, body stiff as if dead. Beside her, a woman around 50 immediately held the girl, shouting, "Someone! Doctor! Doctor!" It was lunchtime, and many patients or attendants carrying meals waited for the elevator. Each time the elevator door opened, many people emerged. Alexit no one approached, forming a vacuum zone around the girl. Otto quickly went over. Ma'am, don't panic. Lay the child flat. Let me take a look. Seeing a doctor arrive, the lady calmed down slightly, pulling out her phone to call someone. Yuheim, where are you? Hurry over. Khaleesi is having another episode. Otto released the wrist of the girl named Khaleesi, lifting her upper eyelid. It was very rigid, with significant resistance. He then tried to open her jaw, but she bit down tightly, resisting even Otto's strength without causing her harm. Her pulse was steady and forceful, and her complexion slightly pale. Although he couldn't see her tongue condition, Otto had made a basic diagnosis. Ma'am, do you reside in neurology? Doctor, are you also from neurology? Why haven't I seen you before? Smiling, Otto replied, no, I'm from traditional Chinese medicine. What's the situation? We need a stretcher right away. Several doctors and nurses rushed over, and the sound of the wheeled stretcher filled the hall. With the arrival of the stretcher, the girl was lifted onto it, and they rushed towards the emergency center. Waiting for the elevator would be slower than going directly to the emergency room. Upon reaching the emergency department, Otto instructed, hook up the heart monitor and prepare for oxygen supply. Western medicine indeed had its advantages. Heart monitoring and oxygen supply were unmatched by traditional Chinese medicine, allowing real-time tracking of vital signs, which would require constant pulse-checking shifts in TCM. Seeing Khaleesi receive oxygen, with heart rate, respiration, pulse, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation all stable, the accompanying aunt sighed in relief. At this moment, Otto spoke up, Auntie, how long has Kale been admitted? Did she often have such episodes before? The aunt immediately nodded upon hearing this. That's right. She has been here for over half a month. A month ago, her mother took her to Snowland. She got sick when they came back. After checking for half a month, no problems were found. When she isn't having an episode, she is fine. But when the episode happens, it's like this. Hypoxia from high altitude caused brain damage. My poor Kale, she's only 7 years old. What can we do about this? As soon as the topic was brought up, the elderly lady couldn't help but chatter on, and every word was filled with complaints about Kale's mother. Otto understood somewhat and said, Auntie, generally during an episode she loses consciousness, initially waking up after a few minutes. Now it seems to last more than half an hour. Doctor, you are absolutely correct. That's exactly what happens. Kalence, please, save this child. She's so pitiful. Without a father since young. If she gets this strange illness, my daughter will be devastated if she lost her. I can give it a try. Otto felt some sympathy too. This had surpassed the realm of medical issues. It wasn't a disease. According to the medical records in the Shintian catalog, this was loss of soul. It seemed Kale encountered a Garuda in Snowland. Alright, then I leave it to you. Hearing the family member's earnest and sincere plea, Otto didn't think much and took out a pack of silver needles he carried with him, heading straight towards the bed. To treat this kind of ailment, the soul-stabilizing needle technique from the Shintian catalog must be used. Without any hesitation, drawing out the silver needle, Otto's demeanor changed abruptly. His eyes and heart had no distractions. One needle went directly into the top of her head at the Baihui point. The Baihui point, where all the body's meridians converge, has a calming effect on the soul. This needle aimed to stabilize the girl's soul to prevent any harm. But as Otto inserted this needle, the cardiac monitor beside them began to beep continuously. All the medical staff nearby turned their attention towards Otto. Before others could react, Otto held a short needle in each hand, inserting them into both temples. In that instant, the heart rate line on the cardiac monitor became a flat straight line. What are you doing? Stop. A roar erupted behind Otto, and a doctor rushed forward. Chapter 9. Violation of regulations. What are you doing? The doctor, who appeared to be in his 40s, was currently frowning and glaring fiercely. Which department are you from? Otto raised his hand, and with a wave, sent this man reeling back several meters. Get lost. This was not the time to stop and argue with someone. Once he started using the needles, he could not afford to pause until the entire procedure was complete. Otherwise, this young girl would become completely mindless. Without any further ado, Otto focused intently, rapidly inserting silver needles, all concentrated on her head. Soon, Kale's face, forehead, scalp, and even behind her ears were filled with inserted needles. As the last needle went in, all the needles began to vibrate intensely, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Witnessing this, even the other doctors dared not move. Each knew that if this young man had taken action, they mustn't interrupt him now. Any mistake at this point could lead to unpredictable consequences. They could only wait until his treatment concluded before assessing the appropriateness and correctness of his actions. How daring. Truly audacious. Where did he come from? Which department is he from? Not sure. I've never seen him in the emergency room. He's not from our department either. I saw his badge. It says Traditional Chinese Medicine, TCM, Department, and his name is Otto. However, it's odd. His badge indicates he's a permanent staff member, yet it lists his position as an intern. The middle-aged doctor who tried to stop Otto flared up immediately upon hearing this, but suppressed his anger considering the patient's family members nearby. He muttered lowly, "What nonsense! An intern from TCM is too reckless." Meanwhile, Otto let out a sigh of relief. A case of soul separation, not just a common one in traditional Chinese medicine. To put it mystically, this occurred after encountering Garuda in the snowy regions. Legend has it that Garuda is an immortal bird in those snow-covered lands. Each time it dies, it ascends Mount Vajra and is reborn in flames. When encountered by humans, it can cause significant effects, a clash between divinity and humanity. If left untreated, this little girl would gradually slip into deeper unconsciousness each day until she wouldn't wake up again. The vibration of the needles just now suppressed the divine influence. As time passed, Otto continuously adjusted the needles, occasionally channeling true chi and power. Unconsciously, sweat began to bead on his forehead. After 10 minutes, Otto finally started removing the needles, starting from behind the ears, moving to the temples, and finally extracting the main needle from the crown of her head. Remarkably, the moment Otto removed the final needle from Kale's Baihui point, the heart monitor activated immediately, and her heartbeat returned to normal within seconds. On the bed, Kale, who had been unconscious, opened her eyes, looking around bewildered, and finally fixing her gaze on the elderly woman beside her. Grandma? Grandma's here, my dear. You're finally awake. You really scared Grandma just now. The old woman spoke emotionally. Otto said, Auntie, Kale's condition is complex. This is only the beginning. For a full recovery, she will need acupuncture treatments for about half a month. Alright. What's your surname, doctor? How do we find you? Perhaps we should transfer to your department. My name is Otto, from the TCM department. Transfer over? Otto thought for a moment, and then replied, sure. A nurse from the emergency department came forward to help remove the heart monitor and oxygen mask from the little girl. Clearly, they had met this girl several times during her recurring episodes. Kale, quickly thank this uncle. He treated you just now, the elderly woman instructed. Alati, very obedient and understanding, walked up and bowed deeply at 90 degrees, then smiled shyly, saying, thank you, Damien. When you were treating me, I heard a bird calling. Otto, understanding fully, chuckled gently. No problem, it was just a naughty bird. Damien chased it away for you, so Kale won't be sick anymore. Okay, thanks Damien. As Kale left with the elderly woman, the middle-aged doctor, along with several others, approached Otto, eyeing him sternly. You, come with me. They entered the nearby doctor's office. Bang! With a dull thud, the middle-aged doctor slapped his hand on the table and roared, what a nerve you have! As an intern, what qualification do you have to treat patients? You're in big trouble. This is a violation of regulations, and it carries legal responsibility. This matter must be reported to the medical affairs department, and your school's teachers should come and take you back. How daring! An intern dares to do hands-on treatment? Students studying traditional Chinese medicine are really amazing. It's normal. People studying traditional Chinese medicine only do things like gua sha, massage, prescribe herbal medicine, or perform acupuncture at most, and the most dangerous thing is bone setting. Look at these skills. None of them can kill a person. Isn't it normal to be a little bold? Several young doctors started discussing behind the middle-aged doctor without any reservation. Otto also looked at the doctor in front of him. Clarence Diego, deputy director of the emergency department and tiger physician. In his 40s and already a tiger physician? This Clarence Diego is quite capable. Otto was thinking this and preparing to speak when a voice came from behind him. What's going on? Clarence Diego, seeing the newcomer, immediately frowned and said, Crane, you came just in time. This intern is utterly lawless. Just now in our emergency department, he almost caused a huge mistake. He treated that girl from the neurology department who suddenly fell into a coma with no identifiable cause without getting approval from a senior doctor. At that time, the girl's heart stopped beating. I suggest we immediately notify his school and send him back. Keeping him in Jiangzhou hospital will sooner or later be a ticking bomb. Nonsense. Crane immediately rebuked. He walked over, and as soon as he saw Otto, Kevin's face lit up with a smile. Clarence settled Giannis Andrew. Didn't expect to see you again. Otto also smiled. Crane, what a coincidence. The person before him was none other than Kevin, whom he had met while taking the high-speed train. Kevin, with a friendly demeanor, turned to Clarence and Diego and said, Old Clarence, what are you doing? Don't you know that Clarence settled Giannis Andrew is someone even old Clarence admires? Clarence and Diego frowned. Crane, did you mistake someone? This guy's surname is Andrew, named Otto, and he's an intern in the TCM department. Kevin glanced at Clarence and Diego. Director Clarence, do you think I don't recognize people? He then smiled and continued, Clarence settled Giannis. Old Clarence has mentioned you several times. What a coincidence today. Shall I give old Clarence a call? Chapter 10, Attending the Banquet. In the doctor's office, a group of young doctors were all bewildered. How could this happen? Where am I? Do we all live in the same hospital? 3 consecutive questions cut straight to the heart. Each person's expression turned grim. Interns treating patients. It was against hospital regulations, wasn't it? They should be reprimanded harshly, and leaders from the medical affairs department should promptly arrive on the scene. Strip this young man of his white coat, collect his identification, and wait for the school to come and take him away. Why does this feel so familiar? What kind of background does this kid have? Could he be Kevin's illegitimate child? No way. If he were Kevin's illegitimate child, they definitely wouldn't be so polite. Could he be the dean's illegitimate child? Clarence Dagong was also confused, but professional ethics didn't allow him to turn a blind eye. This was a matter of principle. A mere intern dared to conduct medical treatments without guidance from a senior physician. It was a severe violation, absolutely not allowed. Director, how do you think Otto should be handled? Should we notify the medical affairs department, or just let Ilium take him away? What are you talking about taking him away? Ilium's voice rang out from outside the door as he pushed open the door to the office. Who else could it be but Ilium? Seeing Otto, Ilium smiled and said, Xiaolong, you haven't had lunch yet, right? I've brought it for you. With that, Ilium placed the bag on the table and opened it. Inside were several dishes: stir-fried pork with chili, braised pork ribs, spare rib and kelp soup, and a serving of chopped pepper and white radish. Man is iron, rice is steel. Skipping a meal would make anyone hungry. Xiaolong, you've never experienced hardship. You don't know what it's like to be hungry. Back when we were young, we rushed straight to the cafeteria upon hearing the lunch bell. Come over, eat first. Ilium paid no attention to these emergency room people. The traditional Chinese medicine department held a peculiar position in any hospital, one that made it seem indispensable yet dispensable. This had cultivated Ilium's aloof personality. Nothing to gain, nothing to lose. After all, he was already at the top here. Look at the hospital leadership. They all came from prestigious departments like neurosurgery or cardiac surgery, at the very least orthopedics. There has never been a case of a traditional Chinese medicine department head becoming part of the leadership. So why should I care what others think? Not to be rude, old Lawrence, what's going on? Kevin was puzzled. Ilium became serious. What's going on? Can't you see? I'm showing concern for our young staff. Xiaolong is our GM in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Don't look at him being an intern now. I've already planned to submit an application next month to promote him as the attending physician based on his skills. What's happening here? Ilium deliberately acted surprised, looking at Kevin with an unfriendly expression. Kevin, you're not trying to snatch my people, are you? You're in the emergency room. Why would you want someone from the traditional Chinese medicine department? Otto lifted his head and smiled awkwardly. Director, actually, traditional Chinese medicine can also provide emergency care. Shut up. Am I, the chief of the traditional Chinese medicine department, ignorant of that fact? Do I need you to show off here? While eating earlier, he heard that a young doctor in the emergency room was using acupuncture to treat patients. Ilium guessed it must be Otto, and indeed, he caught up just in time. Clarence and Dagong remained silent. Not only did Kevin protect him, but Ilium was also involved. It seemed Dr. Andrew really did possess excellent medical skills. However, even if his skills were good, rules still needed to be followed. But seeing Ilium's attitude, Clarence and Dagong decided it was better to pretend he didn't know. Because, at that moment, Ilium was already sitting beside Otto. Xiaolong, try this stir-fried pork with chili, it's quite delicious. The pork is definitely from free-range pigs. Xiaolong, eat more vegetables, you need a balanced diet. F***CK. Clarence and Dagong cursed inwardly, turning to leave the office. Sycophant. Clarence and Dagong, refused to keep company with such people. Kevin watched the scene unfold and spoke up, young Giannis Andrew, don't forget what happened today. Meet me by the elevator in parking lot A after work. Saying that, Kevin also left. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ilium was intentionally making things unpleasant for him, and everyone knew he was just protecting his own. After finishing lunch, Otto burped contentedly, cleaned up the table, and then said rather embarrassedly, Director, shall we go back now? Sure, let's go back now, Ilium replied with a smile. Walking out of the emergency building, Ilium's face darkened. Xiaolong, you sure had guts there. Do you realize how risky it was to act rashly? I know, but I was confident, and there was no risk. If I hadn't acted, that girl wouldn't have survived, Otto replied seriously. Ilium's expression immediately stiffened, and he became even more urgent. It seemed that waiting until next month was too long. Tomorrow he would go to the hospital leadership to resolve Dr. Andrew's medical practice issue. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he could end up in prison. Xiaolong, what did Kevin invite you for? And he called you young Giannis? Ilium was a bit curious. Otto smiled. Director, it's nothing much. When I came to Jiangzhou, I encountered an acute patient on the high-speed train. As he spoke, Otto briefly recounted what had happened on the high-speed train. At this moment, Ilium was completely stunned, looking at Otto and saying, you mean Dayon couldn't solve the problem, but you did? Alexis, did you agree with Kevin today to have dinner at old Clarence's house? Then I'll go too. Ilium was very determined. After some thought, he added, Kevin is eyeing the deputy director's position like a hawk. He's just a politician. I'm afraid he'll trick you. With your lack of experience, I need to be there to watch over you a bit. Giannis Andrew, did you really get married to the goddess? As soon as work started in the afternoon, Sherry came over, asking curiously. Otto sighed and nodded. Alexia, one misstep leads to eternal regret. How was I supposed to know she wasn't my blind date match? No way to guard against it. I fell into the trap without realizing it. Giannis Andrew, can we not act so cocky? Sherry rolled her eyes and whispered. Can you help me look at this medical record? How do I write the differential diagnosis and treatment? Traditional Chinese medicine also requires writing medical records. Different from Western medicine records, TCM records need to include differential diagnosis and treatment, which is quite troublesome. Otto thought for a moment and said, look at the white tongue coating. Both wind cold and wind heat can cause it, but the redness and swelling in the throat is a sign of wind heat. With a few brief hints, Otto dismissed Sherry. Modern TCM is quite different from the past. It has borrowed and adopted many diagnostic methods from Western medicine. Otto's diagnosis wasn't so complicated. He belonged to the ancient style of TCM, relying entirely on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation for diagnosis. Yin-yang, exterior-interior, deficiency excess, cold heat. All were judged by hand, eye, mouth, and nose. A pulse reading made everything clear at once. Unconsciously, it was time to leave work. When Otto stepped out of his office, he saw Ilium also coming out of the director's office. The two walked down together to the parking lot. Kevin glanced at Ilium without surprise. He had anticipated this. If he hadn't acted deliberately at lunchtime, how would Ilium have known? Soon, the car drove into the Jiangzhou Garden neighborhood. Stopping in front of a standalone villa, Ilium's expression instantly became serious and solemn. Xiaolong, make sure to show respect. Old Clarence is our pride in Abdulzhou, and a saintly doctor in Jiangzhou, understand? Just as he was speaking, the villa door opened, and Dayon came out. Chapter 11. Ilium's dismissal. Lao Clarence has arrived. Xiaolong, hurry up and greet him to make a good impression, Ilium whispered. Although Dayon was old, he was in good health and walked down the stairs with quick, steady steps, a smile on his face. Young friend Andrew, I finally managed to invite you here. Otto had already moved forward to welcome him. Lao Clarence, sorry to bother you. Respect begets respect. Given Dayon's advanced age, it was only fitting to show him due respect. Watching Dayon and Otto warmly conversing, Ilium muttered under his breath, Old Joe, does Xiaolong know them? Even Lao Clarence praises Giannis Andrew's medical skills. They are close despite their age difference. When Giannis Andrew reported for duty, Lao Clarence personally escorted him. You see? At the entrance of Xinglin residential area, Otto got out of the taxi, and his originally ruddy complexion turned pale almost instantly. As he opened the door upstairs, the room that had been lit moments ago suddenly went dark. Otto could still hear sounds coming from inside. Acting all high and mighty now. I'm the victim, alright? Otto grumbled. Once my brother Lyle launches his attack, I can finally go meet my real match. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Otto naturally woke up. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, an aroma wafted through the air. A few delicate dishes, some sugar center fried eggs, and a slice of cheese bread were already set on the table. 2 glasses of milk were ready in the glass cups. At this moment, Amina, wearing a pink apron over her pajamas, emerged from the kitchen. Wanna have breakfast together? What are you up to? Otto eyed Amina warily. Don't think you can soften me with these tricks. Let me tell you, it won't work. We should get divorced. I need to pursue my own happiness. You're a liar. Are you ever going to stop? Amina snapped, anger surging within her. What did she mean by not being fooled by her? Had she deceived him into becoming an owner of $1 million apartment? Or tricked him into giving away her savings? Eat if you want to. But Otto plopped down at the dining table, and immediately picked up a piece of bread. It tastes sour. Not as good as fried dough sticks. Hey, don't pull it over there. I haven't finished yet. After an unpleasant breakfast, Otto left home. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Ilium was waiting for him. After sizing up Otto, Ilium nodded approvingly. Not bad, you look energetic. Youth is indeed an advantage. Despite drinking so much last night, you're fine today. Come, let's go to the medical affairs department to apply for your prescribing authority. In no time, they reached the administrative building. Upon entering the office of the medical affairs department, they saw everyone looking at them with complex expressions. Director Lawrence, we were just about to call you. The office just called us. Our director has already gone there. The office instructed us to ask you and Dr. Andrew to visit Vice President Wu's office. The office of the administration department was on the 7th floor of the administrative building, where the leaders' offices were located. Vice President Wu's office was also on this floor. The Chinese people often believe in metaphysics. 7 up, 8 down. Leaders inevitably seek auspicious symbols. Upon entering the office, before Ilium could speak, Vice President Wu burst out, "You are Otto? How dare you?" Vice President Wu slapped his hand on the desk angrily and bellowed, "As an intern, what qualifications do you have to treat patients? Don't you know that doing so violates hospital regulations? And you two, one is the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department, and the other is the director of the emergency department. How could you choose to cover this up? Do you really think it can be kept hidden?" At this point, Otto noticed that Cavan was also sitting in the office. Cavan stood up abruptly, but before he could speak, Ilium placed his hand on Cavan's shoulder and forced him back into his seat. "Deputy Director Wu." Ilium deliberately paused, and anyone could hear the contempt in his tone. Then his expression changed, and he said, "Just right. I came here today to solve this problem. Old Feng is here too. I believe that given Xiaolong's medical skills, he is fully capable of practicing independently. I formally apply to the Medical Affairs Department for Xiaolong's prescribing authority." "Ilium, have you lost your mind or gotten senile? And prescribing authority? I see you've been a department director for too long, forgetting who you are. If you can handle it, do it. If not, step down and let someone else take over." Vice President Wu immediately started to curse angrily, pointing at Otto and saying, "You, pack up your things and get out right now. You're fired." "Me? Fired?" Otto was taken aback, pointing at his nose. "Are you Vice President Wu, Esau's father?" Otto seemed to have realized something. At this moment, the vice president's expression changed, and he said gravely, "Alexis, I am Forrester, and Esau is indeed my son. So what? What do you want to say?" Director Feng from the Medical Affairs Department also spoke slowly. "Lau Lawrence, calm down. Vice President Wu's decision has been discussed by the hospital committee. Dr. Otto's actions were significant. He treated patients without proper qualifications. Do you know how serious the consequences would be if something went wrong? Do you know the impact it would have on the hospital?" "I don't know. All I know is that nothing went wrong. This proves that Xiaolong's medical skills can stand the test. To be honest, even my level might not match Tenlialong's. Alex yesterday, Lao Zhou and I went to Lao Clarence's house for dinner. Lao Clarence also praised Xiaolong highly. Isn't that enough?" Cavan also nodded. "That's right. We were invited by Lao Clarence for dinner last night. Lao Clarence spoke very highly of Tenlialong." However, Forrester sneered coldly and waved his hand. "Don't drag Lao Clarence into this. The hospital is a hospital. Rules are rules. No matter what, he is still an intern. Interns do not have the qualification to practice independently. This is written in the regulations. His medical skills may be good, but you can apply for prescribing authority. That doesn't mean he can break the rules. As the vice president in charge of business, this is within my power. Kalence, he violated the rules. He must go. I say this. No one can save him today, not even the Son of Heaven." Ilium immediately stepped forward. "Forrester, normally I don't bother with you. So you think you're something special? If that's the case, then fire me too." Forrester also snapped, "Fire you? Then so be it. Ilium, I officially notify you as the executive vice president. Your position as director of the traditional Chinese medicine department is revoked. If you really don't want to do this job, write your resignation letter, and I'll grant it. Chapter 12. You're not qualified to be my son-in-law." "Lau Lawrence, calm down." Cavan stood up and held Ilium. He whispered, "We have no case here. We wouldn't have a case anywhere. Andrew Shao is indeed just an intern according to his position. By the rules, this is considered a violation on his part. If you insist now, it will only escalate the situation. Let's find a way together later." With Cavan's consolation, Ilium gradually calmed down. He snorted coldly and said, "Forrester, don't take it personally. Just fire me directly if you have the guts. Why do I need to write a resignation report?" As they left the administration building, Fiki Wantai, director of the Medical Affairs Department, sighed and patted Ilium's shoulder. "Lau Lawrence, since Dr. Andrew is so capable, why didn't you apply for prescription authority for him earlier? Wouldn't that have avoided all this trouble?" Fiki Wantai left, leaving Ilium with an ashen face. He said gravely, "Andrew Shao, don't worry. Kalence, you were personally approved by the old dean. I will go see him right now. There's nothing much to firing. We can always go through the rehiring process again." Cavan added slowly, "Andrew Shao, don't worry. I will call Lao Clarence. With his status and influence, the hospital has to give him some respect. This is just a formality. What's strange is why Forrester is being so domineering today when he's usually reasonable. It's okay, Director Lawrence Crane." "Thank you both," Otto said with a smile. Watching these two leave hurriedly, Otto's expression turned gloomy, and he clenched his fists. Esau isn't quite decent. At noon, Esau emerged from the surgical ward building, walking proudly in a dark green surgical gown underneath a white coat. His steps were forceful, though his black eye circles somewhat marred his overall appearance. "Lao brother," Otto called out immediately. Esau's face changed, and he turned to walk back into the building. But before he could go far, Otto grabbed him by the collar and then put an arm around his shoulders. "Why are you running? I have nothing to talk about with you. Let go of me," Esau shouted angrily. Back beside the boiler room next to the traditional Chinese medicine building, Otto looked at Esau, whose cheeks were swollen and flushed, and felt a twisted satisfaction. "Lao brother, can't handle it? I told you to pursue Amina actively, but instead, you framed me and had your dad fire me? We need to settle this. Otto, you might as well kill me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Actively pursuing Amina, trying to humiliate me? Forget it. Besides, I've already called the police. You assaulted someone intentionally. Prepare to go to jail." Just then, footsteps approached, and several men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses surrounded them. Seeing the newcomers, Esau got excited instantly. "Damien Adam, save me! Save me!" The newcomer was about 45 years old, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, well-fitted suit, white shirt, vest, and shiny leather shoes that reflected like mirrors. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a stern and somber look. Ignoring Esau's plea for help, the man focused his gaze on Otto. "You are Otto? A wild boy. How dare you target my daughter? Are you challenging my family's dignity?" Realizing something, Otto asked, "Are you Amina's father?" The man frowned, apparently displeased by Otto's crude speech, and replied sternly, "I am Edwin. Amina is my daughter." "Boy, you dared to deceive Jerry Yankian. Have you had enough life?" Edwin raised 3 fingers and said, "Here are your choices. First, remove your name from the property deed and return her bank card. Second, get a quick divorce and leave Jiangzhou. Third, as compensation for defrauding her, since you likely have no money, make it 10,000 as damages for making my daughter lose her virginity. Fulfill these 3 requirements, and this matter will be settled." Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Truly ridiculous. Otto also got angry. Indeed, they had malicious intentions. The first condition wasn't a problem, and neither was half of the second one. Otto actually wished to divorce immediately, as there were other prospects arranged by the elderly matchmaker waiting for him. But rolling out of Jiangzhou and paying compensation were unacceptable. Sure enough, the Adam family had ulterior motives. Lusting after his good looks didn't work. Now they were showing their true colors by asking for money. As the saying goes, greed is the root of all evil. You want someone else's interest, but what they covet is your principal. Thinking of this, Otto also sneered, then I'll give you an option too. Immediate divorce. Amina must leave Jiangzhou Hospital and compensate me with 500,000 yuan. After all, I've gone from a single young man to a divorced one, and my reputation has been ruined. Fulfill these 3 conditions, and we can consider this matter closed. Otherwise, don't leave here. You insolent brat. Edwin's face darkened immediately. Waving his hand, he said, a reckless thing like you, attack. Give him a lesson. Make him understand the rules. Seeing his subordinates eager to act, Edwin thought for a moment and added, don't go too far, just teach him a lesson. Alexi's boss. The bodyguards around responded in unison. A dozen bodyguards surrounded Otto menacingly. The head bodyguard lifted his hand lightly and raised 2 fingers. Quentin, you go first. Remember what the boss said? A bodyguard stepped forward, taking off his suit jacket. Underneath was a white t-shirt that fit snugly against his muscular body, his arms thicker than some people's thighs. His chest muscles were impressively prominent. He cracked his knuckles, making a crisp sound, then twisted his neck, eliciting a series of clicks. Stephen, rest assured, absolutely no trouble for the boss. Otto watched as his initially serious and stern expression relaxed. Edwin still had some limits. Unbeknownst to him, these words not only saved Otto but also saved himself. This friend, there seems to be something wrong with your neck. When exercising, be gentle. Joint cracking isn't a good sign. Do you think it's the roar of a tiger or leopard? Think again. Based on my years of medical experience, such symptoms could be dislocated small joints, osteophyte formation, or even brain damage from falls. You're asking for it. Hearing Otto's words, Quentin's face darkened instantly, and he charged over, swinging his fist. Chapter 13. Heart-piercing evil. Isidro employed the common military hand-to-hand combat techniques, but in Otto's eyes, it was as simple as child's play. In just one round, Isidro was already on the ground. Oscar's face darkened, and he glanced at Edwin beside him, saying in a deep voice, Isidro, stop playing around. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? But Isidro on the ground had a look of fear, saying, Oscar, I'm not playing. I really can't get up. My limbs are numb. As Isidro was helped up and started to move his body, shock and fear filled his face. Strange. Why am I not numb anymore all of a sudden? Jeffrey followed closely behind Edwin's steps, whispering, Trina, that guy might be a bit peculiar, but I'm not afraid of him. Just as Jeffrey was about to make a move, Edwin suddenly stopped him. Trina. Edwin looked at Otto with gravity. Boy, you have some skills, but it's not enough. Shallow isn't someone you should covet. Give it up. Listen to my advice. Get divorced from Shallow quickly. You can't afford to offend Shallow's fiancé. Neither can our Adam family. Don't create trouble for yourself. Who is looking for trouble? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Dallas. Otto was immediately surprised. Alithia? At that moment, Dallas's expression also turned ugly. Beside him, Jeffrey whispered, Trina, it's Alithia of the Clarence family. They are the top clan in Jiangzhou. Without responding, Dallas's face remained uncertain as he said with a smile, Niece KC. Mr. Adam, I can't accept such an address. My Clarence family is involved in heavy industries, real estate, and finance, while your Adam family does her business. We aren't familiar with each other. Dallas did not expect Alithia to be so disrespectful. For a moment, his face turned pale. He wanted to retort, but he didn't dare. The security guards behind Alithia were staring like tigers, obviously not easy to deal with. Compared to the Clarence family, the Adam family, they're just a merchant doing her business. Mr. Andrew, I finally found you. Alithia turned to greet Otto. Otto also smiled. Miss Clarence, you look quite well. Alithia smiled, thanks to Mr. Andrew's rescue. Mr. Andrew, I heard you're getting a divorce. I wonder if I have the qualification to be with you? This? Otto was quite moved but hesitated when he thought of the Vicky introduced by the old man. Alithia said seriously, Mr. Andrew, I came mainly to ask for your help to save my Asher. If Mr. Andrew agrees, I, Alithia, will marry you. Moreover, I heard you were dismissed from Jiangzhou Hospital. Rongsheng Hospital is willing to invite you to work, any position you choose. Miss Clarence, be careful not to be deceived. Dallas immediately spoke unhappily. His face felt burning, seeing someone he despised being respected by someone he couldn't offend. Isn't this a slap in the face? Recalling what he said earlier, about who couldn't be offended, now it seemed that it was Otto. Mr. Adam, do you mean I don't know good from bad? Alithia's blunt reply made Dallas embarrassed, forcing a laugh. Miss Clarence, let's not say it like that. But, Mr. Adam, it seems the one who doesn't know good from bad is you. A few days ago on the train to Jiangzhou, I fell ill, and even Elder Dayon was helpless. The emergency director of Jiangzhou Hospital, Kevin, could only watch. It was Mr. Andrew who saved my life. Without Mr. Andrew, I wouldn't be standing here. Do you think I would be unclear about this? Otto could see that Alithia was intentionally saying this to fight for him. Her goal was to show these people who looked down on him. These narrow-minded people, you can't tell the wise from the foolish. Miss Clarence. As Otto spoke, Alithia laughed. Mr. Andrew, call me KC. Otto nodded. KC, let's go. Let's check on your Asher first. Watching Otto get into Alithia's car and seeing the luxurious convoy quickly drive away from Jiangzhou Hospital, Dallas revealed a hint of regret. Trina, should we still ask Miss to come back home? Dallas thought for a moment and sighed. Forget it, let's go back first. Jiangzhou Tan Garden. This is the most prestigious villa complex in Jiangzhou, no exceptions. Modeled after the design and layout of Modo Tan Garden. The entire complex is nestled among mountains and water bodies, covering 3,000 acres with only 500 villas. Half of Huixiao Mountain belongs exclusively to Tan Garden's private area. Following the roads within the complex, the car drove straight up Huixiao Mountain. Mr. Andrew, we're here. Otto got out of the car, feeling somewhat astonished. No wonder it was the best residential area and no wonder it belonged to the Clarence family. The best villa in Tan Garden was the Clarence family's. Following the mountain road upward, the entire mountaintop was occupied by the Clarence family's villa, which was grand enough that it couldn't even be called a villa anymore. A flat area was left beside the road, marked with a helicopter landing spot. Opposite them stood a Chinese quadrangle courtyard covering an entire 100 acres, presenting itself right before Otto's eyes. At the entrance stood a screen wall with a marble relief sculpture made of white jade depicting 9 dragons playing with a pearl, lifelike and vivid. On both sides of the front yard were side rooms, and covered walkways distributed gracefully. Beyond the second gate was the inner court, and right at its center was a 2-story building resembling a palace. This was the main building of the Clarence family. As soon as he stepped inside, the true chi within Otto's body began to surge. The profound heaven diagram started running actively through his meridians. The essence chi between heaven and earth rushed over. So rich in essence chi. Otto marveled silently. What a wonderful place. KC, your home must have been designed by a master of geomancy. Located on Huaishao Mountain's peak, facing south with the mountain peak as its backrest. On the left side, below the mountain, a stream flows around. To the right, 3 distant peaks form a pinholder shape. This is indeed a Cultivation feng shui layout. Alethea's face showed surprise, full of shock. Nodding her head, she said, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Andrew. You actually understand feng shui?" Otto smiled and said, "Look, I already call you KC, so you don't need to call me Mr. Andrew anymore. Call me Giannis E." Alethea immediately showed delight and called out, "Giannis E." Huh. Otto laughed and said, "I have some knowledge about it. But, as the saying goes, success and failure are determined by Xiao He. The Cultivation feng shui layout is indeed good. But if my guess is correct, this Huaishao Mountain should be your family's ancestral land. This current courtyard has probably been renovated recently. Giannis E, you're wrong there. Our original home wasn't here. It's always been in the city outskirts. Impossible. Your family definitely originated from here. Unfortunately, after 200 years, the once great Cultivation feng shui has changed due to the vicissitudes of time. It has now become the 1,000-arrow-piercing heart feng shui sha. No wonder congenital heart disease runs in your family." Chapter 14. Breaking the stalemate. Otto's words were utterly baffling to Alethea, an amateur in feng shui. Jade belt encirclement and 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. What did they mean? Although she didn't understand, Alethea was visibly astonished. She felt this was profound and incomprehensible. Indeed, Giannis E is knowledgeable even in feng shui. Alethea anxiously asked, "Giannis E, how serious is this 10,000 arrows piercing the heart feng shui hazard you mentioned? What impact does it have? Can it be solved?" Alethea was somewhat worried. Even though she didn't know much about feng shui, it sounded terrifying. Just thinking of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart made her shudder. Otto nodded with a light smile and said, "Serious. Extremely serious, even devious and poisonous one could say. The purpose of setting up such a feng shui pattern is to harm your Clarence family. Under this feng shui influence, people in your family will unknowingly develop illnesses, especially heart diseases. For example, like you and your Asher. Are the people who live here not feeling well?" Alethea's eyes gleamed as she nodded. "Giannis E, you are truly incredible. That's exactly the case." After speaking, Alethea became serious inside. Such audacity. How dare someone target the Clarence family secretly? I mustn't find out. If I do, I won't let you off easily. Looking at Otto, Alethea's feelings grew more complicated. What a good person, handsome, skilled, and my savior. Yet he's married. As she thought, Alethea came back to her senses and looked at Otto, pleading, "Giannis E, please help my Asher." Otto nodded and replied, "Cully girl, now that I'm here, I wouldn't just sit idly by. Don't worry. Let's go see your Asher first." Although Otto had pre-estimated the severity of the elder Mr. Clarence's condition based on Alethea's descriptions, he still sighed when he saw him in person. The elderly man, already in his 70s, lay on a high-end nursing bed like a dying tree. Beside the bed, numerous advanced medical devices, including heart rate monitors and ventilators, operated continuously. A private doctor also stayed around the clock, constantly monitoring the old man's condition to respond to any emergencies. Despite all this, several unread documents remained at his bedside, highlighting the importance of the elder Mr. Clarence to the Clarence family. If he passed away, the Clarence family's power would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At this moment, many members of the Clarence family were waiting here. The elder Mr. Clarence was the pillar holding the Clarence family together, who couldn't afford to fall. Beep, beep. With the rhythmic sounds of medical equipment, Otto walked to the bedside and placed 2 fingers on the elder Mr. Clarence's wrist. In traditional Chinese medicine, diagnosing through observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse taking is crucial. Once he felt the pulse, Otto frowned. The pulse was chaotic and superficial, a condition only he could perceive. For ordinary people, it might be impossible to sense any pulse. Without the heart monitor showing heartbeat, breathing, and blood pressure, one might mistake him for deceased. He had almost 1 foot in the underworld. Healing the elder Mr. Clarence in this state was akin to snatching him back from the king of hell. However, there was some good news. His condition was mainly due to feng shui issues rather than being critically ill beyond repair. This meant that resolving the feng shui problem would greatly alleviate his situation. As for the root cause, which has affected him for so long, it would require gradual recuperation and conditioning. Just then, the private doctor responsible for the elder Mr. Clarence's medical care sneered. He had initially expected someone remarkable, but found just a young man who seemed to practice traditional Chinese medicine. Thinking this, he quietly approached Alethea and whispered, "Miss Clarence, the elder Mr. Clarence's heart disease is in its late stages. I don't know where you found this master, but he looks like a fraud." Before he finished, Alethea shot him a stern glance and coldly responded, "Eric, what do you mean by that? Is my Asher's illness only treatable by you?" Dr. Zhang had long been disdained by Alethea. As a Harvard medical school expert, he was paid millions annually by the Clarence family. Alexit, over 3 years, the elder Mr. Clarence's condition deteriorated instead of improving. Seeing Alethea unusually agitated, Dr. Zhang quickly explained, "I'm concerned Miss Clarence might fall victim to a cunning charlatan. Losing money is trivial, but if his condition worsens because of false hope, even the best medical skills won't help." Dr. Zhang's words were both a threat and an evasion of responsibility. Internally, he was also anxious. But Otto's arrival gave him an opportunity to extricate himself from the responsibility. At that moment, Otto had already straightened his body and coldly said, "What a great excuse for being incompetent. With the elder Mr. Clarence's condition, I haven't even started to work on it yet. Do you have the ability to solve it?" Otto's words made everyone look at Eric, while Alethea sternly added, "Eric, Giannis E is asking you a question." I. Eric hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "Heart transplant. The current magnetic levitation heart technology is very mature. To save the elder Mr. Clarence, the only way is a heart transplant. Nonsense, Otto bluntly retorted. Are you an idiot? The elder Mr. Clarence's bodily functions are still good. His heart function isn't bad either. Why would you need a heart transplant? Let me tell you this. If it weren't for his good physical condition, he wouldn't have held on this long. You have the nerve to suggest a heart transplant. This? Eric was instantly at a loss for words. Seeing this scene, Alithia immediately ordered, bring this person out. Announce publicly that the Clarence family will never cooperate with Eric again. Inform our partners about the situation. Eric's face turned pale as he knelt down, pleading, Miss Clarence, Miss KC, spare my life. Unfortunately, he was immediately taken away by the Clarence family's security. He was finished, at least in Jiangzhou, where no one would dare hire such a quack. With the troublesome Eric gone, Alithia hurriedly asked, Giannis E., is there a way to treat my Asher's illness? Of course, but not through medicine. It's the feng shui pattern I mentioned earlier. Now the most important thing is to break the deadlock. Alithia immediately responded, Giannis E., what do we need to break the deadlock? How can we do it? Just say whatever you need. As long as it can be done, the Clarence family will not hesitate. A baron also spoke up, Barker, what KC says is right. Please let us know your needs. Alithia then introduced Otto. Giannis E., let me introduce you. This is my father, Pete. Otto nodded slightly. Mr. Clarence, hello? Actually, it's quite simple. All we need is a Luban ruler. Pete had expected Otto to demand rare treasures or substantial compensation. He was prepared to pay a high price. However, he didn't expect Otto's request to be so simple. Alithia was also surprised. Giannis E., it's really that simple? Otto nodded. When you know how, it's easy. When you don't, it's hard. It seems simple, but it works because I understand it. Stop wasting time. Prepare the items quickly. Chapter 15. Hayes' thoughts. With the Clarence family's influence and capabilities, it didn't take long to prepare a Luban ruler. When Otto took it over, he was rather amazed. It was entirely black with exquisite patterns and superb carvings. The material used was top quality Yinshanmu, which refers to ancient wood buried in riverbeds for centuries. This greatly satisfied Otto, as this would increase his confidence in resolving the feng shui issue. Without any hesitation, Otto first sealed Hayes' heart surrounding acupoints such as Buzu at Hammond Clarence and Guamanentai, using silver needles he carried with him. This was to ensure that after disconnecting from the ventilator and other equipment, Hayes would remain unharmed. He then instructed Alithia to have him transferred to a pre-prepared empty room. Hayes' room was at the core of the negative feng shui area. If not moved out, once the feng shui is broken, the clashing negative qi would cost Hayes his life. Afterward, Otto walked out of the house holding the Luban ruler. Otto circulated the Shintian Tulu energy throughout his body and stepped in Yubu, standing on the Jirian position. Alithia, who was beside him, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Giannis E., what are you doing? Otto chuckled lightly and said, as an ancient saying goes, water, wood, metal, and earth 4 stars bring prosperity when chosen for residence. Only Mars brings much misfortune and can only be trimmed into land. The master who examined the feng shui for your family did consider many aspects, but failed to foresee the shifting of celestial and terrestrial forces. Alithia felt Otto's words were profound beyond her comprehension. So Otto led her to a high building within the Clarence compound and pointed to the distance, saying, look, to the south of the Clarence family there is a jungle, to the north a stream, to the west a hillside, and to the east an iron monument, all representing great auspices in gold, wood, water, and earth. Only to the southwest, the tortoise snake-shaped rock represents fire. The feng shui master must have considered this, hence the house was placed slightly more to the east. As I've speculated, an early earthquake in Jiangzhou caused the tortoise snake rock to shift, damaging the Clarence family's feng shui. Fire represents heart, intestines, and tongue to humans, thus explaining the genetic heart disease found in your family. What Otto said far exceeded Alithia's understanding, yet she recalled something. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Giannis E., I remember now. Drake once told me about an earthquake in Jiangzhou during his youth. So it was this earthquake that changed our family's feng shui. Otto smiled, but grew increasingly wary in his heart. Whoever designed this was a true expert. What seemed like an accidental disaster wasn't viewed as such by Otto. It might have been someone deliberately setting it up. This person was formidable enough to even predict an earthquake, an ability at least matching a Dashi-level master. KC, step back a bit, let me handle it. Otto held the Luban ruler and instructed Alithia. Once the layout is disrupted, the adverse chi will rush back, something Alithia definitely couldn't withstand. As Alithia moved away, Otto put away the Luban ruler, pondered for a moment, and then approached the turtle snake-shaped boulder in the southwest corner of the courtyard. After decades of exposure, moss had grown all over this boulder. Peeling off the moss revealed deep engravings. Upon closer inspection, it was actually ancient script, a command for the god of fire virtue to descend here with divine flames. Otto was amazed. The person who planted this 10,000 arrows piercing heart curse on the Clarence family was indeed extraordinary. More importantly, this dragon snake boulder wasn't a standalone structure. It was part of the mountain behind it, connected underground to the Clarence family's spiritual vein. A rise together and fall together arrangement that couldn't be easily disturbed. Thinking about it, Otto once again took out the Luban ruler, raised his thumb as if sighting a target, holding the ruler in his left hand while measuring in the air. Adachi was a grandmaster of feng shui, locating dragon veins and pinpointing spots without physically measuring with a tape. After some calculations, Otto had a general idea and threw the Luban ruler. This move stunned the Clarence family members watching from afar. Now, the Luban ruler hovered in midair, as if supported by something invisible. Not only did it hover, but it began rotating vertically. Suddenly, fierce winds started blowing across the mountain. Pete frowned. What's happening? This old home has never experienced such strong winds for decades. Alithia was also awestruck, whispering, Colin, it must be Giannis's action. At that moment, Otto walked next to the dragon snake boulder, bit his finger to draw blood, and wrote an incantation similar to those carved on the boulder, placing it over the carving. Although the two talismans looked similar, they differed at the base. Otto summoned the water virtue Star Lord, whose water could temporarily suppress the fire-induced malevolent aura from the dragon snake boulder. As Otto made his move, everyone heard a wild beast-like roar. The entire mountain villa trembled. From the direction facing the villa, a jet of black chi rushed over. Otto walked to the side of the Luban ruler and held it in his hand while simultaneously employing the technique from the Shintian Tulu. He managed to control the black chi, which was completely absorbed into his body. Instantly, Otto's face turned pale, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had been careless. Otto had misjudged the power of this evil chi. Fortunately, he was just disrupting the layout, not completely breaking the malevolence, or else he would have been killed outright. He needed to be more cautious in the future. However, Otto did gain much. With this surge of evil chi, the cultivation of the Shintian Tulu could accelerate greatly. Advancing further might even be possible. At that moment, tranquility descended upon the Clarence family estate. The air became fresh as if refreshed by gentle breezes and warm sunshine. Alethea also felt her breathing become smoother, the usual fatigue and chest tightness completely gone. Without hesitation, she ran over and supported Otto, asking anxiously, "Elder Yanissi, are you alright?" Feeling Alethea's unconstrained assistance, Otto distinctly sensed the soft yet firm touch, causing his heart to slightly flutter. He smiled and said, "I'm fine, just a bit careless. After all, this is the accumulation of decades. The intensity of this evil chi surpassed my expectations. I've only cracked open one point. It's like a tumor, and now I've just punctured a hole. To truly resolve it, we need to find another way." Just then, the nanny who had been attending to Elroy came out with a delighted expression, shouting, "Mr. Clarence, miss, Elroy has woken up." The group quickly returned to the room. At this moment, Elroy was already awake, looking much better. As Otto removed the silver needles from him, Elroy laughed and looked around, then said to Alethea, "KC, why are you crying?" Alethea, now tear-streaked, tightly held Elroy's hand, saying, "Drake, I'm not crying. You must have seen wrong. KC, your Asher thought he wouldn't see you again." No, Drake, our Clarence family will be alright." With Alethea's support, Elroy slowly sat up on the nursing bed. After some conversation, when he heard about the 10,000 arrows piercing heart, he said to Alethea, "KC, help me stand up." Standing up, Elroy walked to Otto and deeply bowed, respectfully saying, "Barker, thank you for your help this time." Otto immediately helped Elroy up. He always responded to respect with greater respect. If someone disrespected him, he would be even harsher. "Elroy, don't be too formal. KC and I are friends after all. Resolving this problem is what I should do." Hearing Otto's words, Elroy looked at Alethea and had some thoughts. It seemed that his granddaughter was smitten. Moreover, Otto possessed extraordinary skills. Such a person was worth befriending. Then he smiled and said, "Barker." Otto immediately replied, "Elroy, please don't call me master. KC and I are friends. You can just call me Otto." Alethea also teased, "Drake, calling him master sounds so distant. I just call him Elder Yanis. Laughing heartily, Elroy seemed to tire himself out slightly, scaring Alethea, who hurried to pat his back and scolded, "Drake, why are you so agitated? You just got a little better." Elroy smiled and said, "If my granddaughter has found her ideal match, I'll call you Clarence Settle E. Clarence Settle E, you and KC are of similar age and seem to get along well. How about marrying KC? Don't worry, the Clarence family won't ask for any dowry, and there will be an accompanying dowry of 500 million. Chapter 16. Saving Kale Kale. At these words, Alethea was instantly stunned, her pretty face turning red as she immediately said, "Oh, what are you talking about, Grandpa? Elon, Yanis E is already married." Ah. Old Mr. Clarence was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Otto with an awkward smile and said, "Barker, I'm truly embarrassed. My apologies for being presumptuous. If Otto were to marry Alethea, calling him Jethro would be perfectly fine as they'd be family. But now that he's married, it wouldn't be appropriate to call him so casually." While others could maintain propriety, the old man couldn't help but revert to formalities. Looking at Alethea beside him, old Mr. Clarence sighed in his heart, knowing his granddaughter's character all too well. No man had ever met her standards from childhood, not even the eldest son of Huzhou's top noble family when he expressed his affection towards her. Her reaction now proved that she indeed had feelings for Otto. Otto remained calm and smiled. "It's just a misunderstanding. Ironically, my family introduced me to someone for a blind date. Unbeknownst to us, I approached the wrong person and even got married on paper. Things have been delayed since then. So, there's still a chance for my KC?" Old Mr. Clarence quickly followed up with a chuckle. "Kalence, this is the case. It can be easily resolved. Let's settle this. Whatever the outcome, I respect it. Experience comes with age." With this suggestion, Otto felt cornered. Seeing Alethea's hopeful expression made him somewhat hesitant. Rejecting it might mean losing a friend. Old Mr. Clarence continued, "Actually, being married isn't a big deal. Given our family's status, supporting KC won't be an issue. These days, many people keep mistresses. Of course, if it comes to that, it would be hard on little KC." At this moment, Otto felt his heart racing. He hadn't expected the old man to go to such lengths to retain him. Even mentioning the mistress idea, it almost seemed like he was looking forward to it. As for the Vicky introduced by the old man, Otto simply dismissed her. Fate hadn't brought them together yet. After all, why did she hang up on him? More importantly, missing a blind date showed she wasn't really interested. He laughed and said, "Kaler, how could I say that? Kalister KC is so beautiful and kind. How could it happen?" Alethea laughed back. "Yanissi, what are you saying?" Praising her made Alethea feel somewhat shy. Old Mr. Clarence laughed heartily. "Haha, young people should solve their own problems. However, Barker, no matter if you end up with KC or not, you will always be my family's savior and honored guest." Then, he instructed Pete beside him, "Adhamji, make arrangements immediately to transfer 10 million to Barker as a token of gratitude." Pete also stood up, addressing Otto. "Barker, please take good care of my daughter KC in the future. Sometimes, she can be quite stubborn. Don't mind her." Hearing this, Alethea interjected immediately, "Hey, Grandpa, Colin, what are you doing?" At this moment, Otto's phone rang. Checking the caller, he told Alethea, "Eliam, I wonder if it's about the hospital firing me." Then, Otto answered the call. "Hello, Director Lawrence." Before Otto could speak more, Eliam blurted out, "Xiao Andrew, where are you? Something big has happened. You need to get back to Jiangzhou Hospital immediately." Startled, Otto asked, "Director Lawrence, what happened?" Eliam spoke solemnly. "Do you remember the little girl named Jane whom you treated at the hospital? She's gotten sick again. Her condition is getting weaker. She's being prepared for emergency surgery right now." Hearing this, Otto frowned. This shouldn't happen. He had just performed acupuncture on Khaleesi yesterday, which should last at least 3 to 5 days. There was no reason for her to fall ill so soon. But Eliam continued, "You should come back as soon as possible. I see some people don't have good intentions. If something goes wrong, they'll likely push the blame onto you. Immediately, Alithia stood up. Giannis E. Let me drive you there. Old Mr. Clarence pondered for a moment. Driving will take too long. Use the helicopter instead. I remember the hospital has a helicopter pad. That way, it'll be faster. Alright, thank you, Kaler Clarence. KC, thank you. After thinking for a moment, Otto agreed. This was indeed the best option. The speed of the helicopter was much faster than a car by at least half an hour. In less than 10 minutes, it had already landed on the helipad of Jiangzhou Hospital. Patients and doctors who were around all watched this scene with interest. At the emergency department of Jiangzhou Hospital, even a stretcher was prepared in advance. Once Otto was spotted, everything came to a halt. Otto jumped off the helicopter and rushed straight to the operating room. At the entrance of the operating room, Khaleesi's grandmother stood anxiously in the corridor, her face etched with worry that filled every wrinkle. Upon seeing Otto, she grabbed him as if he were a lifeline, pleading, Tenleo Andrew, please save Khaleesi, I beg you. Otto patted her shoulder to assure her not to worry, then hurried into the operating room. At that moment, a group of doctors had already finished their preoperative preparations. Under the operating light, little Khaleesi lay on the surgical table, her small face pale white. Hey, this is the operating room. You can't come in. A sudden commotion broke out, causing all the doctors to stop what they were doing. All those responsible for the surgery were seasoned hands at Jiangzhou Hospital, with the lead surgeon being the director of the neurology department, a prominent figure in the local medical field. Having been in the medical profession for many years, they had never seen anyone actually storm into an operating room before, especially an intern from within the hospital. Stop, everyone stop. Otto shouted as he stormed into the operating room, quickly rushing to the surgical table and blocking the doctors. Otto, what are you up to now? Deputy Director of Emergency Clarence Dagon yelled angrily. Otto sneered and directly pulled off the sterile sheet covering Khaleesi, releasing the head fixation device. He said gravely, what am I doing? Let me ask you what you plan to do. Are you sure about performing a craniotomy? Do you know where the lesion is? What will you do after opening her skull? Cut out a chunk and be done with it. His words undoubtedly slapped all the doctors present in the face. Being told they were incompetent right there in the operating room, no one could swallow their anger, sparking a wave of discussion. Clarence Dagon, who had long harbored resentment towards Otto, was enraged and grabbed Otto, shouting, who do you think you are? Just an intern. You fool around usually, but this is the operating room, a place for the best of the best. Before Clarence Dagon could finish his sentence, Otto struck back with a slap that echoed through the room. Clarence Dagon flew backward from the impact. Otto surveyed the room, looking at the others and said, now, all of you get out. If anyone dares to mention surgery, show me proof. Tell me and the family exactly what's wrong inside this little girl's brain that requires surgery. I need to treat her immediately. Jane's condition could not be delayed any further. If her spirit wasn't stabilized soon, she would risk falling into brain death. Khaleesi's wandering soul syndrome was linked to the sacred bird Garuda of the Snowy Plateau, thus connected to the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Otto used silver needles to seal Khaleesi's Xuanli, Tubin, Shuaigu, Tianchong, Fubai, Tukiaoyan, Wangru, and Binshan acupoints successively. Then, he activated the mystical heaven diagram, channeling a stream of pure yang energy into Khaleesi's body. Chapter 17. Saving Clarence Eves and facing dismissal. The entire sequence of actions took only a few dozen seconds, but Otto was drenched in sweat as if he had just taken a sauna, his face pale as paper. At this moment, he felt somewhat relieved that he had absorbed some of the negative energy at the Clarence family residence, allowing the Shintian Tulu, to automatically refine it into true chi. Without this, he might not have been able to endure. Taking a deep breath, Otto transformed his hand into a palm strike, delivering a slap to Jane's chest. Instantly, her body jolted up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but then she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Otto, the young girl immediately beamed sweetly. Big brother, did you save me again? Otto smiled. Khaleesi, rest well first. Big brother will visit you in the ward later. With that, Otto gently carried Jane off the operating table and placed her on a stretcher, then proceeded to open the operating room door. At the entrance, Jane's grandmother rushed over anxiously. After giving some instructions, Otto couldn't help but add worriedly, Grandma, Khaleesi's condition is very complex. Don't let anyone else handle her case. Wait for me to come. Alexis, yes. Grandma, agreed repeatedly. Jane's situation was peculiar. Given that he had treated her before, it shouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. There must have been an issue behind her sudden coma. As the patient left, Otto also returned to the operating room. By this time, Clarence Dagong had recovered significantly. Though there were 5 bright red fingerprints on his face, he looked incredibly arrogant. Seeing Otto, Clarence Dagong immediately said, Otto, you have some guts to barge into the operating room unlicensed and practice medicine illegally. Call the police right away. Arrest him. The commotion in the operating room soon stirred up the entire Jiangzhou hospital. Deputy Director Forrester personally led the hospital management and several security guards who stormed in aggressively, with Esau closely following. Upon seeing Forrester, Clarence Dagong immediately approached him in a pitiful manner. Director, please give me justice. Forrester was quite pleased with Clarence Dagong's performance. The title, Director, sounded comforting. He asked, what exactly happened? Clarence Dagong pointed at Otto. Director, this guy barged into the operating room, disrupted medical procedures, and even assaulted someone. It's outrageous. Truly outrageous. Esau immediately chimed in. Otto, you're really pushing your luck. How dare you assault someone? Arrest him immediately and send him to the police station. Besides Esau, interns Eliam, Kavin, and Amina also arrived upon hearing the news. Especially Amina, whose face was filled with concern. Though they were only a fake couple by name, after a few days together, she found that Otto wasn't bad aside from being somewhat talkative. In fact, he could be considered a big-hearted person, offering free consultations multiple times to economically disadvantaged patients during the internship, treating them effectively regardless of the severity of their conditions. Unknowingly, Amina had developed some fondness for this man who had suddenly entered her life. At this moment, what should have been a quiet operating room turned into a bustling marketplace. Forrester appeared serious, but was inwardly delighted. Let the chaos escalate. The bigger the mess, the better. Soon, it wouldn't just be a dismissal. He would go straight to prison. Facing the security guards coming to arrest him, Otto didn't hold back and easily subdued them. Seeing this, Forrester promptly intervened, angrily shouting, outrageous. Otto, do you still have any respect for discipline? Any sense of right and wrong? You barged into the operating room, disrupted medical procedures, treated patients recklessly, and now you think you have a valid reason after breaking the law? Otto chuckled lightly. Deputy Director Wu, are you blind? Can you show me Jane's medical records? I'd like to ask, Clarence and Dagong, what gave you the right to perform a craniotomy on Jane? What evidence do you base this decision on? Did she meet the surgical criteria? Ilium interjected. Deputy Director Wu, I have Jane's medical records here. I remember Dr. Andrew performed acupuncture on her earlier. This morning, Clarence and Dagong administered a new treatment, and then she fell into a coma. Let me ask, CT scans and MRIs show no brain lesions. On what basis did Clarence and Dagong decide to perform a craniotomy? Unless his brain is waterlogged, in which case, he should open his own head. Serious now, Ilium added. I believe Otto was protecting the hospital from a major medical mishap. Such a person should be rewarded, not punished. Esau sneered sarcastically. Dr. Lawrence, you're still covering for him at this point? Just because you say the records are fine doesn't make it true. At this moment, Amina suddenly stepped forward and said in a serious tone, Leaders, I just took photos of all the medical records with my phone. The documents also have signatures from the attending physicians. I even recorded what happened just now. I think this should be enough to prove there was no problem, right? Otto was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Amina to stand up for him. This move left Otto somewhat embarrassed. She was such a nice girl, and it felt bad to propose divorce so directly. He then chuckled and said, Giannis Winfiki, look at what you did. I told you to pursue Jerry Yankian. What's going on? Turning to Amina, Otto continued, Honey, you're being so kind to me. It's making me feel awkward about proposing a divorce. Blow. Amina was a bit angry. Otto was so annoying. Not only did he ask Esau to chase her, but could this guy be the pervert friends talked about during chats in the university dorms? And he enjoyed wearing the green hat? Thinking of this, Amina felt extremely uncomfortable. She regretted helping him. Damn Otto, if I knew you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have stood up for you. Esau's face looked grim, feeling utterly humiliated. Asking him to chase Amina? Wasn't that like saying he wasn't even fit to be a dog following around? As he was thinking, Forrester sternly commanded, Shut up, Ilium, don't presume you can judge right and wrong. I suggest we immediately hold an expanded meeting of the hospital committee to discuss this. Otto's handling of the situation was inappropriate and must be seriously dealt with. No one is allowed to spread this information outside. Anyone who does will be dismissed. Although Forrester wanted to dismiss Otto, he hesitated due to Ilium and Amina. If the news got out, it would damage Jiangzhou Hospital's reputation. Unfortunately, he couldn't send Otto to jail, but dismissal was still feasible. As Forrester left, Esau deliberately stayed behind and said to Amina, Jerry Yankian, did you see that? Otto is a pervert, a despicable person. Before Esau could finish, Amina suddenly slapped him across the face, saying coldly, It's none of your business. This is between Otto and me. You have no right to butt in. Otto patted Esau on the shoulder. Giannis Winfiki, why do you keep doing this? Calais. Watching Otto and Amina walk away, Esau's face flushed red and white with humiliation. He burst into tears. It was too damned humiliating. That pair of dogs, they shouldn't treat people like this. I won't let this go. Inside the meeting room at Jiangzhou Hospital, all the leaders of Jiangzhou Hospital had gathered. Emergency Department Director Kevin surveyed the room and said, Leaders, I've organized a team to re-examine Jane's condition and reviewed the medical records. Indeed, Clarence and Dagong's decision was rash. I suggest we revoke Clarence and Dagong's position as Deputy Director of the Emergency Department. Kevin felt no pressure. Clarence and Dagong was Forrester's man. Once Forrester took power, Clarence and Dagong would try to seize his position. Besides, he knew Otto's skills. Even Dayon admired them. So this was also a chance to suppress Clarence and Dagong. Ilium echoed, I agree. Forrester interjected sternly. Leaders, are we getting off track? We should focus on Otto's issues. I suggest dismissing him immediately. Chapter 18 Giannis, I'll stand up for you. Kevin thought for a moment and said, President, I have seen Dr. Otto's medical skills. Even old Clarence admires him immensely. He even told me that he would like to be his disciple if there's a chance. I think the hospital should consider it. Which old Clarence? Ilium interjected, Of course, it's Saint Hand of Jiangzhou, old Dayon. Forrester replied calmly, No matter how brilliant his skills are, mistakes are still mistakes. Leo was never his patient in the first place. How can others maintain their dignity after he interfered? Will this lead to similar behavior in the future? I suggest dismissing him. At that moment, Ilium turned to Otto beside him. Clarence settle Andrew. Why did you act so rashly? Forrester is always petty. You hurt his son. You probably won't be able to stay at Jiangzhou Hospital anymore. Otto shrugged and chuckled lightly. Director Lawrence, no worries. Being dismissed, I'm not afraid. Hours passed during the discussion. Directors from all departments across the hospital voiced their opinions. Despite some support for Otto, Forrester's arguments clearly resonated with everyone. Otto had indeed overstepped the boundary. Everyone had patients of their own. Why did he need to meddle? This raised concerns about work ethics. Ultimately, Clarence and Dagong lost his position as Deputy Director of the Emergency Department. Kevin's objective was achieved, and the verdict on Otto's punishment was also out. Dismissal. At the entrance, Alithia watched Otto walk out and immediately rushed up. Elder Giannis E. Otto laughed and spread his arms wide. I've been fired. Amina had actually followed out behind them. Seeing the scene unfold, she coldly retorted, Kalance, you want a divorce? Let's go to the Civil Affairs office tomorrow and settle the paperwork. After saying this, Amina left arrogantly. Otto said to the slightly embarrassed Alithia, KC, why do I feel like you're jealous? Alithia also smiled. She felt a strong sense of crisis but nodded, Giannis E. I think Jerry Yankian might really be in love with you. Otto was stunned for a moment and immediately responded, that can't be. It's an illusion. We lived together for several days, doors locked every night like we were defending against thieves. If she really loves me, shouldn't she take the initiative? Why hasn't she? Alithia widened her eyes, her face blushing red, and whispered, Giannis E. What are you talking about? She, a maiden, couldn't quite handle such audacious words. Then she softly added, Giannis E., if you want, I could. Realizing Otto had already walked a few meters away, she hurriedly followed him. Otto muttered under his breath, not proper at all. Kalance, you love me. Why hesitate? Wanting love without giving anything back, isn't that just being indecent? Where will you stay tonight, Giannis E.? Alithia asked anxiously. Otto thought for a moment, still at Xinglin compound. We're not divorced yet. It's not good for us to be too close. This remark left Alithia speechless again. Everything about Giannis Otto was great except that he wasn't very proper. Changing the subject, she said, okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Back at Xinglin compound, the living room was dark, and Amina's door was tightly shut. Otto thought for a moment, then approached and knocked on the door. Immediately, Amina's voice came from inside. What is it? Leaning against the doorframe, Otto said, so, what are you thinking? If you love me, say it directly. I'm not petty. I'll leave the door open for you tonight. You want to be spouses but refuse spousal duties? Isn't that just deceitful? Get lost. Amina shouted angrily from inside. You pervert. Otto snorted contemptuously, pretending to be decent. Just as he sat down, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Opening the door, a group of burly men in black stood outside. Otto frowned instantly. Did my brother Lyle send these thugs for revenge? Just as he was about to react, a voice came from behind the bodyguards. Move aside. I told you to behave, understand? Then a man in shorts and flip-flops, looking rather laid back, walked up to Otto. Upon seeing Otto, he smiled and said, Dr. Andrew, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Otto extended his hand, and the man shook it vigorously with both hands. Unfazed, Otto remained unmoved, puzzled. Wait, what's your deal? The man laughed heartily. Dr. Andrew, miracle healer. Let me introduce myself. I'm Waylon, Leah's father. Otto was taken aback. Waylon? The father of that adorable little girl Leah? Before him stood this disheveled, unpolished man? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Hello. At that moment, Waylon waved to the back, saying, hurry up. As he spoke, Waylon's bodyguard immediately kicked over a black bag. Waylon opened it and directly took out a stack of red $100 bills, still wrapped in plastic packaging, clearly just taken from the bank. This stack was worth 100,000 yuan. Dr. Andrew, this is a token of my appreciation. I heard what happened today. If it weren't for you, my daughter would be gone. How could I explain that to her mother? She would definitely kill me. Otto was somewhat dazed. 100,000 yuan? Not much. He had just received 10 million yuan as medical fees from the Clarence family. But cash was still quite shocking. As he was thinking, Waylon paused, then took out another stack, holding one in each hand. It looked like he was carrying 2 pork shoulders. Waylon smiled and said, Dr. Andrew, this is just a little bit of my heart. Don't think it's too little. Seeing Waylon about to take more, Otto immediately stopped him. Stop, Mr. Yu. This is too much. Take it back. Waylon turned serious. Dr. Andrew, do you look down on me? Not at all. Otto waved his hands. Mr. Yu, treating Leah is a doctor's duty. I will not accept any money. Giannis, you must take it. Waylon insisted firmly, looking at Otto with a grin. Giannis, don't get me wrong. I'm not from Jiangzhou. I'm from the capital. We've been traveling to hospitals both domestically and internationally because of my daughter's illness. We heard that Saint Handaeon in Jiangzhou is very skilled, so we came here. But even he couldn't help. You are the first person who can cure Leah. You must take this money. I have one more request. Please take charge of Leah's follow-up treatment. This, I really can't. Before Otto finished, Waylon cut in. Giannis, are you looking down on me? Seeing Waylon so earnest, Otto could only nod. Mr. Yu. Waylon corrected him. Call me Giannis Yu. Giannis Yu. I will accept the money. But if Leah needs further treatment, she has to be discharged first. I was just fired? Otto explained with a smile. What? Waylon instantly got angry and cursed. What the hell? Who dares to fire you? Giannis, rest assured. I'll handle this immediately. They cannot just dismiss someone who saved my daughter's life. I'll stand up for you. Chapter 19. Chaos in Jiangzhou. Giannis Yu. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Otto smiled and extended his invitation. He didn't care about getting even at all. He just figured Clinton was boasting. Clinton waved his hand. No, thank you. I won't sit. It's more important to take care of your matters, my young brother. I'll settle it for you tonight. As he spoke, Clinton said to his bodyguards, get going. What are you standing around for? Watching Clinton leave, Otto returned to the room with a chuckle. Closing the door, he had just placed 2 stacks of $100 bills on the coffee table when Amina's door opened. Where did this money come from? Amina had heard the commotion outside the door. She originally wanted to come out, but upon hearing it was gratitude being expressed to Otto, she stayed back. Once the visitors left, her curiosity got the better of her and she came out. Otto chuckled. Jerry Yankian, have you finally come around? Come here. As he spoke, Otto already opened his arms wide, ready for a hug. Who, in your dreams? Pervert. Amina stomped her foot and hurled the teddy bear in her hands straight at Otto. Otto caught it effortlessly and sniffed it while holding it to his chest, looking intoxicated. It smells so good. Amina blushed furiously and shot Otto a furious glare. You stinky pervert. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get divorced. Divorce me immediately. At the entrance of Xinglin community, several black Mercedes S-Class cars were parked beside a Mercedes Maybach that stood in the middle. Clinton was already on the phone. Hey, Alaric, it's me, Clinton. Aren't you working in healthcare? Call your old man quickly. Did you know that Giannis Yu and little niece Kale Kale were mistreated by people named Forrester, Esau, and Clarence and Dagon at the Jiangzhou hospital? Your little niece doesn't even have a brain tumor. Yet these quacks took advantage of my absence to incite my mother into giving her surgery. Third Giannis, you mean that Dr. Otto saved Kale Kale but ended up being fired by those people? Exactly. Hurry up. After hanging up, Clinton turned and said, Dabiao, arrange this immediately. Notify all major domestic media outlets and reveal the misdiagnosis at Jiangzhou Hospital. Focus especially on this Forrester and his son, as well as Clarence and Dagon. Also, reach out to self-media. Ensure we have solid evidence. Understood, Trina. Rest assured. Inside the super large flat of Xinglin community, Forrester and his son sat together. Esau covered his face, furious. Colin, how dare that bitch Amina hit me? I will make her lose everything. Forrester looked at Esau irritably. Good for nothing. You can't even woo a woman. The Adam family has been rooted in the pharmaceutical industry in Jiangzhou for years. Although they may not be top-ranking nobility, if we could marry into the Adam family, my position as the hospital director would be secure. Your career path would also be smooth sailing then. As he spoke, Forrester's phone suddenly rang. Recognizing the number, he straightened up immediately and told Esau, shut up. It's a big leader from the city calling. With that, Forrester put on a fawning smile. Leader. On the other end of the line came an enraged voice. Forrester, are you trying to drag me into your mess? Leader, what do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you know you've stirred up a big trouble? Tell me, isn't there a patient called Jane in your hospital, an 8 or 9-year-old girl? Upon hearing this, Forrester nodded hastily. Leader, truly ashamed. Didn't expect you already knew. Alexis, there is such a young girl. The cause of her illness is unknown. Her symptoms include mysterious episodes of fainting with varying durations. Today, we were preparing for exploratory surgery. Unbelievably, an intern intervened. This was my oversight. Please rest assured, the intern has been fired. We will handle any negative publicity quickly and avoid troubling you. Do you have dog brains? The leader roared again. Look at public opinion now. The doctors at Jiangzhou Hospital harmed people. An 8-year-old girl, mentally sound, tricked into having her skull opened. Forrester, let me tell you. Just now, a bigwig from the provincial health department called me. The matter has been reported by the little girl's father to higher-ups. They have given their instructions. The father specifically named Dr. Otto to be in charge of his daughter's treatment. This Otto is from your hospital, right? If this doctor wasn't still around, you would have been dismissed long ago. Now, you need to pass. It's all over. Colin, what should we do? We've lost all face now. Smack. A loud slap echoed, and Esau immediately cupped his cheek, complaining, Colin, why did you hit me? Forrester roared angrily, hit you? Look what you've done. You're such a waste. Resign immediately. Save me first. After some time, I will bring you back. Saying this, Forrester stood up abruptly. He said to Esau, do you know where that little bastard Otto lives? Esau hesitated and replied, seems like he lives with Amina. Forrester said sternly, hurry up, lead the way to Amina's place. Chapter 20 Maxim surrenders. Otto sat in the living room, gazing at the 20,000 cash. Plus, there was a full 10 million in his bank account. Otto instantly grinned from ear to ear. This divine doctor truly is extraordinary. Now that he had money, he needed to buy a house and then contact that girl Vicky. At that time, Bliss, while lost in thought, Otto couldn't help but laugh out loud. The doorbell rang outside, and with one night of constant visitors, Otto immediately impetuously called out, who is it? Opening the door, Otto directly demanded, damn it, what do you want? Standing at the door were Maxim and his son. Maxim even smiled as he said, Clarence settle Andrew. Otto's face darkened immediately, yet inside, he was incredibly shocked. Clinton's abilities are indeed formidable. In just over an hour, he actually made the Wu family come personally. Seeing their cautious mannerisms, they must have been thoroughly scolded. Oh, isn't this Vice President Wu? Maxim laughed awkwardly. No, Clarence settle Andrew, you're too polite. Calling me Vice President is too formal. Ever since you entered the hospital, I felt you were no ordinary person. Please don't be estranged from me. Call me Damien Wu. Otto's expression turned grim as he said, Maxim, are you brain dead or waterlogged? Seeing me as no ordinary person? More like seeing me as a nuisance. Talking about estrangement? Asking me to call you uncle? Do you deserve it? Right, my apologies. Clarence settle Andrew, today's events, we know we were wrong. Here I am, representing Jiangzhou Hospital, bringing a small gift to show our sincerity. Maxim placed several large and small packages before Otto, high-grade gifts like birds' nests and ginseng. By the looks of the dusty packaging, they were likely old gifts collecting dust at home. Now handed over to him. Otto calmly said, stop right there. What kind of status do you hold? You calling me Clarence settle Andrew? We aren't familiar, please call me Otto, or Dr. Andrew. Maxim forced a smile, saying, Dr. Andrew is correct, well criticized. Dr. Andrew, actually it was my impulsiveness back then. Miss Kale's condition under your miraculous hands improved greatly. Without proper investigation, I was also misled by Clarence and Dajiang. This visit is specifically for apology, sincerely hoping you would return to work at Jiangzhou Hospital. No. As Otto spoke, he tried closing the door. However, at this moment, Maxim stepped forward, blocking the entrance, and knelt down with a thud, pleading, Dr. Andrew, Giannis Andrew, Lord Andrew, I beg you, come back. I was wrong. Treat me as fart, let it out, alright? My disobedient son, I've brought him here. Today, hit or curse him as you will. Anything you ask, as long as you return to work. Then eat shit. Maxim was stunned, his mouth wide open. Looking at Otto, he awkwardly chuckled, Dr. Andrew, Giannis Andrew. Otto calmly asked, not willing anymore? Didn't you say, as long as I return to work, you do anything? Just an excuse? No sincerity at all? Seeing Otto's mocking demeanor, Maxim weighed the situation. Clearly, Otto was intentionally making things difficult. It seemed he probably knew already. Perhaps this was Otto's scheme through that young lady's father, Jane, aiming to vent frustration. Realizing this, despite his reluctance, Maxim clenched his teeth and said, Giannis Andrew, how could that be? Our visit is genuine. If you say do something, it'll be done. Saying this, Maxim kicked Esau beside him. Anger flaring, he roared, quickly, find some outside the public restroom, then bring it here. Eat it in front of Giannis Andrew. What? Esau froze, angrily protesting, why should I? Giannis Andrew wants you to eat it, not me. Enraged by Esau's reaction, Maxim stood up and kicked Esau, scoundrel, I'm your father. Unmoved, Esau pushed back, retorting, so what if you're my dad? Giannis Andrew said you should eat it. Do you need me to get a pile for you? Whack. Maxim slapped Esau loudly, roaring angrily, foolish child, for you, I have worked tirelessly, smoothed countless problems. Never expected you'd turn out like this ingrate. If I knew this, I should have smashed you into the wall back then. Esau snorted coldly, don't pretend here. When problems arise, didn't you sell me out too? Why should I eat shit? Moreover, those disgusting deeds you did at the hospital, think I don't know? As he spoke, Esau kicked Maxim's stomach, sending him stumbling backward and crashing into the wall. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Maxim roared as he lunged at Esau. The two grew increasingly furious with each word. They rolled up their sleeves and started fighting right there at the door, slaps and punches flying. Maxim's eyes were soon swollen like panda eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Otto had already closed the door and sat down on the living room sofa. The commotion outside drew Amina out once more. Clarence listening to the noise, she pointed toward the door. Who's out there? Otto smiled and said, don't you want to open the door and see? Deputy Director Wu and his son are debating who should eat shit. Neither could persuade the other, so they ended up fighting. Amina was stunned and looked at Otto. Is it Alithia helping you again? Otto laughed heartily and teasingly replied, why does it sound like there's a hint of jealousy in your words? Although Alithia's family is powerful, they don't belong to this system and can't control the hospital. It's Kale's father. Amina acted coy and raised her head. Why are you telling me these things? I don't care about those matters. Outside, the two finally stopped fighting. Looking around, they saw the door tightly shut. Maxim whispered under his breath, "You little scumbag, you can't even act." Esau was puzzled and awkwardly muttered, "Acting? For real?" Just then, Maxim knocked on the door again. Amina opened it, and Maxim put on an embarrassed smile. "Jerry Yankian, it's Damien Wu." At that moment, Otto stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Maxim, had enough yet?" Maxim smiled and said, "Giannis Andrew, are you satisfied? Please agree to come back to work at the hospital. I promise, within a year, I'll promote you to department head. No, if you agree to return, you will be immediately introduced as a special talent to take over the Chinese medicine department." "Return? You're dreaming. When did I say I'd go back?" Otto chuckled lightly. Maxim's face darkened as he angrily shouted, "Are you playing with me? Playing with you? Do you deserve it? And even if I am, what can you do?" Chapter 21. The Wu family Miles and son are trapped. Good, very good. I never thought that I would be pecked by the goose after aiming at it all day. I will remember what happened today. Forrester coldly snorted and turned to press the elevator button. Downstairs, Esau said sternly, "Colin, should I call someone?" "You? Call someone?" Forrester scoffed. "Those people of yours? Don't make a fool of yourself. Now, run as fast as you can. Go back home, get your passport, pack some things, and take the earliest flight out tomorrow morning. Leave the country quickly." Esau hesitated. "Colin, is it really necessary? Do as I say. No nonsense." "What about you?" Grinding his teeth, Forrester responded gravely, "I will talk to the leadership." Clearly, Forrester did not want to give up. As the deputy director of Jiangzhou Hospital with a high possibility of becoming the director, he didn't want to flee and risk losing everything he had worked for. However, neither of them realized that their conversation in the building's lobby was overheard by a baron sitting nearby scrolling through his phone. Following the father and son home, the man immediately dialed Stuart's number. "Trina, the Wu family father and son are planning to escape." Stuart, who was at a nightclub, listened to the report from his subordinate and laughed. "Escape? They won't get far offending me, Stuart." At the Wu residence, once Forrester and his son arrived home, Forrester instructed his wife, "Honey, pack some clothes quickly. Take all the cards and foreign currency. Lyle, book flights. Tomorrow, you and Mom will leave together." "What happened?" "Don't ask. It's something major. You two should leave and lay low. If there's nothing, I'll call you back. If anything happens, I'll meet you immediately. Honey, pack quickly. Nothing has been moved yet, right?" Forrester's wife showed hesitation but nodded. "Nothing has been moved." With that, Forrester walked into his bedroom. At the head of the bed on the wall, he opened the closet door and fiddled with something on the side, pushing open a hidden door. Stepping inside, he entered the neighboring house. If not for Forrester himself taking action, no one would know that the next door property also belonged to him. The decoration here was simple, but all windows were equipped with privacy glass. The floor was simply laid with wooden flooring. There were no other decorations. The entire house was filled with cabinets. One cabinet was entirely stacked with Maodai bottles, hundreds of them, alongside various foreign wines, jewelry, and gold bars. The entrance was secured with a reinforced security door, which led to a living room where walls were lined with more cabinets, stuffed full of red bills amounting to tens of millions. Thinking for a moment, Forrester took a suitcase and packed it with cash before returning to the bedroom. Not long after, he dragged the suitcase down to the underground parking lot. At this time, Otto received a call from Stuart. Seeing the number, Otto answered and laughed. "Giannis, you, quite a move. In just over an hour, you've made the Wu family come crawling. Impressive. Giannis, don't flatter me. This is nothing. You saved my daughter, and old you naturally has to show some effort. If I didn't, how could I face you?" Otto chuckled lightly. "Giannis, you isn't just calling to report good news. Looks like you've caught something significant." "Haha, Giannis Andrew, you're always right. Not only do you have amazing medical skills, but your tactics are top-notch. Calence, you're saying this. I won't hide anything." After they left your place, the Wu family father and son were preparing to escape. Forrester packed a suitcase full of cash and went looking for ways out. Otto pondered internally. The meaning behind Stuart's words was clear, and judging by his calm demeanor, he seemed confident. Thinking of this, Otto laughed. "Thanks, Giannis, you. I owe you one. But I think these kinds of people need to be thoroughly dealt with." "Ha ha ha," Stuart laughed heartily. "Talking to you is always refreshing. Forget about owing favors. You saved my daughter's life. A debt no favor can repay. Rest assured, they won't get away. By the way, Giannis, you." Otto suddenly added. Stuart immediately replied, "Giannis Andrew, what else needs my help? Though I'm from out of town, I still have connections here. In Jiangzhou, I won't start trouble, but if someone wants to mess with me, they'd better think twice." Otto chuckled. "Even bullying you? Just look at what happened to the Wu family father and son. Who can bully you?" Thinking about it, Otto said seriously, "Giannis, you, I've thought about it, and I don't plan on returning to Jiangzhou Hospital. Kale's condition has nothing to do with staying in the hospital. This isn't even an illness. So, I want to talk to you about this. You can have Kale discharged tomorrow. Then, I'll go to your place tomorrow to treat her. Her situation isn't as simple as this." This decision was made after Otto had given it much thought. Tony had suggested he intern at the hospital with good intentions. However, over this period, Otto found it somewhat superfluous. Cultivating with a profound heaven map might be difficult for others, but it was easy for Otto. After this period, Otto felt he could no longer learn much from clinical practice. He didn't want to waste time at the hospital. He wanted to uncover the mystery of his origin. His primary purpose for coming down the mountain this time was to find out about his background. Once this was resolved, Otto planned to open a clinic, find a wife, and live a simple life. Stuart pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I'll send someone over to pick you up tomorrow." After hanging up, Stuart dialed another number and said into the phone, "We can wrap it up now." Following Stuart's call, Forrester had just arrived at the entrance of the leadership compound in Jiangzhou City when his car was stopped by several men in police uniforms. They opened the trunk, unzipped the suitcase, and pointed to the box full of cash. The police officer said sternly, "Vice Dean Wu, don't you want to explain yourself?" At the same time, official personnel also visited the Wu residence. Forrester and his family of 3 were all taken away by the police. Meanwhile, the hidden door in the bedroom was discovered. Tens of millions in cash, gold and jewelry worth over 10 million yuan, along with various famous cigarettes and liquor, were all confiscated. Collating inside the police van, watching the flashing lights of the police car, seeing the people moving in and out of his home, and seeing boxes of cash being carried out, Forrester's heart sank into despair. He regretted opposing Otto, but it was too late for regrets. The next morning, Otto woke up, and Amina had already prepared breakfast, fried dough sticks and soy milk. Otto smiled. It's rare. Not thinking it's unhygienic anymore? Amina rolled her eyes. Can't eating shut your mouth? Remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today. As she spoke, Amina looked at Otto. The Wu father and son have been caught. It's all over the news. They found over 53 million in cash from their home, along with jewelry and cigarettes and liquor worth 20 million. Is that so? Serves them right. Justice has been served. You didn't arrange this? Just as Otto was about to answer, his phone rang. He laughed. How could I? Let me take this call first. Chapter 22, Bar. Amina didn't say any more, but the way she looked at Otto had changed. She couldn't quite figure him out anymore. What kind of person was Otto? If he was to be taken seriously, then his demands for a car, house, and savings would suggest otherwise. It seemed as though he believed he was doing her a favor. Alexit, despite all those promises, not once had he touched her money. Her bank card was linked to her phone, so she would have received notifications for any expense. But there were none, indicating that Otto never used her money. Besides, he always talked big, saying things about being husband and wife without fulfilling the duties. Wasn't that like a scam? Alexit, living under the same roof, if Otto wanted to, wouldn't he find opportunities? Furthermore, she realized that Otto also locked his own door from the inside. Thinking of this, Amina felt angry. What's up with him? Defending against me as if I were a thief? Is it because I'm not attractive enough, or not curvy enough? Really? Giannis, so early? Otto answered the call. Clinton laughed and said, Clarence settle brother. Hope I'm not disturbing your rest. I've already set off, and we'll be at your door in 15 minutes. Otto understood Clinton's intentions and immediately replied, all right, I'll grab some breakfast first. See you later. After breakfast, Amina went to work. With the upheaval at Jiangzhou Hospital, there would certainly be plenty going on. Otto leisurely finished his breakfast and saw Clinton downstairs. Clarence settle brother, over here. Getting into the car, the convoy headed straight for the Jiangzhou Sheraton Hotel. Otto asked in surprise, Giannis, staying at a hotel? Clinton smiled. Isn't this convenient? I'll stay here. As they arrived, the doorman welcomed them. Inside the lobby, a dedicated service manager and butler escorted them to the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. This floor, spanning 1,200 square meters, belonged to the presidential suite, featuring 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. Just as Otto entered, Jane ran over with a sweet smile. Hello, Giannis Andrew. Clinton frowned but smiled. Daughter, you should call him Damien. Jane immediately corrected herself. Hello, Damien Andrew. Clinton paused suddenly, looking at Otto. Giannis, I just realized something. Although our surnames are different, it's coincidental. My surname is Yu, yours is Andrew, and our characters differ by just a stroke. Otto opened his mouth in disbelief. You really are talented, Clinton. He smiled. Giannis, you're amazing. Khaleesi, come here. Let Damien check your pulse. Otto spoke. When it came to medical treatment, Clinton didn't meddle anymore. He stood quietly beside Otto, looking tense. Meanwhile, at the traditional Chinese medicine department of Jiangzhou Hospital, Ilium was excitedly pounding on the desk. Damn, what goes around comes around. Forrester will probably die in prison this time. Anyway, I need to give Clarence settle Andrew a call. He can return to work right away. Amina interjected. Director, I think it's better not to call. Otto probably won't come back to work. Ilium sighed regretfully. What a pity. Such a good doctor. The Jiangzhou hospital seems too shallow now. On the emergency side, Kevin couldn't help but laugh heartily. With Forrester in trouble, his chances of becoming deputy director had increased significantly. Truly, while some were happy, others were anxious. Those who usually conspired with the Wu family were now thoroughly deflated. But they were glad they weren't taken away like Clarence and Dagong. Back at the Sheraton Hotel, after diagnosing Jane, Otto told her, Khaleesi, go play. As Jane left, Clinton turned serious. Clarence settle brother, tell me the truth. What's the situation? Otto looked at Clinton. Giannis, be honest with me. Did you or someone in your family take Khaleesi to the Tibetan plateau? Clinton was surprised. Does that matter? Otto nodded. It does. Have you heard of Garuda in the Tibetan region? You mean rebirth through fire? Clinton's expression changed instantly. Otto nodded. Looks like you know something about it. According to legend, when Garuda is about to be reborn through fire, the first person it sees will have its soul absorbed. Khaleesi's condition is similar. It may sound mystical, but in traditional Chinese medicine, there has always been talk of lost soul syndrome. Khaleesi is a typical case of this. With a sudden slap, Clinton hit himself hard, feeling remorseful. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't taken Khaleesi there. Otto comforted him. Giannis, what's done is done. No use regretting it now. Rest assured, while it's difficult, it's not impossible. I promise Khaleesi will recover. Clinton stood up and said, thank you, little brother. Without staying for long, Otto came out. Clinton saw him off at the door and handed him a key. Young brother, here's a car for you to use. Giannis. Before Otto could refuse, Clinton said seriously, I won't ask about the treatment fee. Take the car first. This much face you should give your brother. Everything is set up under your name. Insurance is all paid. Otto was surprised. Giannis, how did you? Clinton laughed heartily. Just an ID card. It's not difficult. Besides, it's giving money, not taking. That's even less important, right? Forget the car. Have you seen the news? Some guy suddenly got married and gained a wife and a house. Preliminary logic. Don't refuse. If you consider me a brother, don't be so formal. Kalins had come to this. Otto stopped refusing and nodded, saying, thanks. Following Clinton, Otto found the car, a brand new BMW X7 with the highest configuration. The car itself cost over 2 million yuan. With its imposing body and luxurious features, Otto was very satisfied. He didn't like the G-Class because it wasn't comfortable to sit in and wasn't a strong off-road. The license plate number was impressive too, Abdul A9999. While it couldn't match the most prestigious numbers, it was still a coveted one that could fetch 800,000 yuan just for the plate in Jiangzhou. He drove back to the Apricot Grove residential area. Otto pondered over the Clarence family's issues and Khaleesi's illness, both of which needed immediate solutions. To resolve these, he needed to enhance his strength. Immediately, Otto started cultivating, the profound heaven diagram circulating within his body. Unconsciously, it was evening. Amina didn't return today, probably working the night shift. Being a doctor, midnight shifts were inevitable. At 10 o'clock at night, Clinton called again. Clarence settle brother, where are you? Come out for a drink with your brother. Otto could tell Clinton's mood wasn't good. He agreed immediately, understanding Clinton's guilt after realizing his daughter's illness was related to him. Sure, I'll go, Otto replied. He drove to the bar. A valet boy greeted him right away. After parking, someone asked, Kaylor, do you have a reservation? Otto nodded. Find Clinton. It's Mr. Yu's friend. Please follow me. As soon as he walked into the bar, he heard the DJ announce loudly, Mr. Yu has opened 10 rounds of drinks for everyone in the house. Everyone cheered. Under dim lighting, dazzling neon lights, pulsating music, sexy dancers, and flirtatious strangers, the air exuded an atmosphere of desire. This was Otto's first time in such a place. A woman wearing ultra-short pants that almost revealed half her buttocks walked by, winking at him. Otto muttered, Mommy, my goodness, is this heaven? In the top-notch private room, the moment Otto entered, Clinton excitedly raised his hand. Clarence settle brother, hurry up, let me introduce a pair of sisters to you. Chapter 23 The Twin Calisters Request. As Stuart's words subsided, Otto's gaze also landed on the two women beside him. They were actually twins, identical twins at that. Their figures, heights, and facial features were practically indistinguishable. Even when dressed identically, it was a challenge for Otto to tell who was the elder sister and who was the younger. Both of them were dressed provocatively today, one in a purple lace cutout dress, the other in a black one. At first glance, they seemed similar to girls from nightclubs. However, Otto knew otherwise. These twin sisters had a different demeanor and aura compared to nightclub girls. Stuart stood up. Clarence settle Giannis. Let me introduce you to the two remarkable women from the Jiangzhou family. This one in black is the elder sister, Tisha, and this one in purple is the younger sister, Noemi. Turning to the Adelia, Stuart said, Younger sisters, this is Otto, my little brother. This was the first time the sisters met Otto, so they were quite curious about his identity. What kind of person could be so close with Stuart from the Imperial Yu family? Nevertheless, they both smiled warmly and stood up together. Hello, Giannis Andrew. These two were no ordinary people. Despite being women, they handled social interactions gracefully and left a warm impression on everyone. Tisha laughed and said, Giannis Andrew, whenever you come to the bar, do let me know. I'll waive your fees. Surprised, Otto glanced at Stuart, who chuckled nearby. Clarence settle Giannis. These two are the owners here. Don't be too polite with them. Don't underestimate this place. Just the investment alone was 200 million. It's the largest bar in Jiangzhou, and nightly sales easily hit several million. Otto marveled inwardly. One should never judge a book by its cover. He hadn't expected the twin sisters to be so impressive. At that moment, Noemi lifted her wine glass and said with a smile, Giannis Andrew, allow me to offer you a toast. May I ask where you work? Otto smiled faintly, replying, I'm not in any prestigious position. I'm just a doctor. Doctor. Tisha's eyes lit up instantly. She was no fool. Anyone treated with such respect by Stuart couldn't possibly be just an ordinary doctor. Then she smiled and said, Giannis, you, are you going to introduce us more? Stuart chuckled lightly. My brother here is a miracle doctor. Upon hearing this, Tisha and Noemi exchanged glances. Noemi stood up and took out a card, a completely black one with a golden one character embossed on it. She respectfully handed it over, saying, Giannis Andrew, this is our One Entertainment membership card. With this card, you will receive a 30% discount at all our bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. Tisha also stood up. Giannis Andrew, don't refuse right away. Actually, we have a favor to ask. Otto looked at Stuart, understanding their meaning. Clearly, the Wan family had someone sick. He then replied, Callister Swan, no need for formalities. Is there something specific? An elderly relative ill? Tisha nodded. Your perception is sharp, Giannis Andrew. Our Asher has suddenly fallen ill. We've been to various hospitals, but they can't find the cause. He's in great pain every day. It's truly agonizing. Please, Giannis Andrew, help our family. Noemi also pleaded, Giannis Andrew, please. Otto paused thoughtfully before responding, Ladies, it's difficult for me to comment without seeing the patient. Let me visit tomorrow and see how it goes. I cannot guarantee results without examining him. In medicine, one must always leave room for uncertainties. Doctors should never make absolute promises. Those who claim to cure all diseases or heal immediately are quacks who use harsh methods and move from place to place, making themselves hard to trace. Moreover, such people wouldn't dare offend influential families. They only deceive ordinary people. Tisha nodded. Fine. We'll come to pick you up tomorrow, Mr. Andrew. After finalizing the arrangements, they exchanged contact information, and the Adelia left contentedly. Otto smiled and said, Giannis, you really know how to give me business. Stuart chuckled. Of course, my brother's medical skills deserve patients like these. Ordinary people don't qualify. They continued drinking. Otto raised his glass. Giannis, some things are meant to be. Don't worry about Callister Kale's situation. Even if you didn't go to the Tibetan plateau, there might have been other issues. It's not your fault. Everything happens as it should. Stuart felt much better. Nodding, he said, I understand. I appreciate your concern, Clarence settle Giannis. Stuart, don't believe in fate. No one can take my daughter from me, even the king of hell himself. It wasn't until late at night that the two finally parted ways. When Otto returned home, Amina still hadn't come back, possibly avoiding him or just working a night shift. Otto sat cross-legged with his palms facing upward. The profound sky scripture began to circulate. The ominous energy absorbed earlier from the Clarence family started to be refined into true chi. After a night of cultivation, he opened his eyes and smiled. His true chi had significantly increased within his body. It wouldn't be long before he entered the profound realm. The increase in true chi also made his medical skills more profound. This was the power of the profound sky scripture. Stepping out of the room, Amina was eating breakfast by the door, with fried dough sticks and soy milk on the table. Otto chuckled. I thought you were hiding from me. Turns out you were on night duty. Amina rolled her eyes at Otto. Who's hiding from whom? Otto shook his head. Every day eating fried dough sticks. I'm starting to miss rice noodles. Amina paused, then said irritably, Eat if you want to eat. After breakfast, Otto's phone rang. It was Tisha calling. He answered the call, and hearing the woman's voice through the phone, Amina's expression changed. She stood up and walked back into the room. Otto chuckled. This girl was getting jealous. Downstairs, the Adelia were waiting at the door in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The twin beauties turned quite a few heads. Giannis Andrew. Noemi immediately greeted him warmly, directly taking hold of Otto's arm. Good heavens, Otto thought, startled by how firm yet pleasant it felt. The car quickly drove into the BUN residential area. Noemi introduced, Giannis Andrew were here. As soon as they entered, Otto heard the elderly man moaning in pain. Please, let me die. I can't take it anymore. Then came the sound of smashing, as the caregivers scattered, running out of the room covering their heads. Entering the room where the old man lay, Otto saw a frail, elderly man on the bed, clutching his thinning hair in agony, crying out incessantly. Seeing this, Otto frowned slightly, realizing this was far more than a simple headache. He quickly stepped forward and pressed 2 acupoints, shunting and shangxing, to temporarily calm the elderly man. With his other hand, he took the man's wrist to feel his pulse. As the saying goes, experts know whether someone has skills with one move. Upon seeing the elderly man stop his cries of agony, the 2 women were immensely relieved, glad they found the right person. Just as Otto prepared to channel some true chi into the elderly man, a harsh voice suddenly shouted, "Stop! Who allowed you to touch my father?" Chapter 24 Re-encountering Daeon. Otto turned his head and saw a man in a suit with a grim expression walking in. When Tisha and Noemi saw him, their faces immediately fell. Tisha said coldly, "Damien, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean? I should be the one asking you too where you found this quack to treat Grandpa?" The man in the suit said, standing guard in front of the elderly man with an alert look on his face. Otto did not insist. He let go and stepped back a few steps. As soon as the control over the Shanting and Shangxing acupoints was lost, the elderly man started moaning again. Noemi's face darkened too as she said in a low voice, "Arelzi, don't go too far. If it weren't for you being my uncle, I would have—" "Noemi," Tisha shouted, then turned to Arelzi, "Damien, this is Mr. Andrew, a renowned doctor recommended by Clinton. Even if you don't believe us, surely you wouldn't doubt Clinton. Besides, this is our Asher. Do you think we would harm him?" Arelzi snorted and replied sarcastically, "What Mr. Andrew? Never heard of him. I've only heard that you two are so filial, but when your grandpa falls ill, instead of seeking a famous doctor, you bring in an unknown young man? Who knows what might happen?" Noemi couldn't help but retort, "Oh, so you have invited a famous doctor?" Upon hearing this, Arelzi revealed a hint of satisfaction, saying calmly, "Of course. Your aunt will bring someone to treat your grandpa shortly. No need for you two to worry about it." At that moment, a cacophony came from outside, followed by a group of people rushing into the room, led by a heavily made-up woman who still looked somewhat attractive at first glance. Seeing Tisha and Noemi, the woman did not show any warmth either, clearly indicating she was the aunt of the 2 girls. Behind her were other relatives such as cousins, crowding Otto and the Adelia into an inconspicuous corner. The famous doctor arrived, and Arelzi greeted him with a smile, saying respectfully, "Great Dr. Clarence has come. My father's strange illness can finally be cured." Daeon nodded and said calmly, "Can I see the old man first?" This time, no one stopped him. Arelzi even smiled and said, "Great Dr. Clarence, please. We entrust you with my father's illness." At this moment, the elderly man was writhing on the bed in agony. After a while, he stopped briefly due to exhaustion, yet continued to moan incessantly. Seizing this opportunity, Daeon began to examine the elderly man. Seeing this, Tisha and Noemi disdainfully pursed their lips. What great doctor! Compared to Giannis Andrew, this one was far inferior. With Giannis Andrew here, their Asher's pain ceased. Clearly, something great Dr. Clarence couldn't achieve. After a brief moment, Daeon finished the examination and sighed, "Spencer, there's something peculiar about your father's condition. His pulse is fine, yet he suffers continuous headaches. It's truly puzzling. Unfortunately, if my good friend were here, they might know what's wrong." Arelzi immediately asked, "Your esteemed friend must be skilled. Where does this person reside?" Daeon pondered and replied, "I heard they were at Jiangzhou Hospital before but quit yesterday. What a pity. My friend possesses extraordinary medical skills." Saying friend, I'd even want to become their disciple. Just then, Otto chuckled, "Hayes." Hearing this, Arelzi immediately sneered, Well, never thought you knew Hayes. Trying to deceive people using Hayes' reputation?" At this moment, Daeon suddenly became angry. "Spencer, that's too presumptuous." Arelzi froze and said, "Hayes this?" Daeon's face darkened as he said sternly, "I was referring to this Mr. Andrew just now. Mr. Andrew's skills surpass mine by 100-fold. He's proficient in chasing Heart 9 sounds and reviving Elliot 7 needles. Insulting Mr. Andrew is insulting me." With this, Daeon bowed to Otto. "Barker, how do you diagnose this case?" Tisha and Noemi also looked apologetically and pleadingly at Otto. Knowing their intentions, fearful that he wouldn't treat their Asher, he smiled and approached, using the same method, instantly relieving the elderly man's suffering and quieting him down. Just one move left Daeon feeling inadequate. As true energy flowed through the elderly man's body, Otto quickly identified the cause of the headache. The elderly man's Du meridian was damaged, particularly the Baihui and Fengfu acupoints. At noon when the yang energy is at its peak, the congestion of blood in the Fengfu and Baihui acupoints exerts pressure on the Ho Deni acupoint, causing continuous headaches. This condition does not present clear symptoms, making it difficult to determine the root cause using conventional methods. After identifying the reason, Otto released the elderly man's wrist and slowly opened his eyes. Daeon immediately stepped forward and asked, "Barker, what exactly is this condition? The pulse is normal, yet it's so strange." Otto smiled and said, "Old Mr. Clarence, this isn't an illness, it's meridian damage. In layman's terms, it's like a tendon being connected wrongly." The Saul family was stunned. This unknown young man had come to a conclusion so quickly. Even Daeon had said he needed to return to the medical hall to determine the diagnosis. Could he just be bluffing? However, Daeon seemed enlightened as he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How did I not think of that? Noon headaches, such a peculiar timing. It must be related to celestial yang energy. The symptoms of damaged Fengfu and Baihui acupoints are unbearable headaches accompanied by delirium, which perfectly matches Spencer's condition." Otto disclosed the nature of the ailment to guide Daeon. After several interactions, he found this old man quite decent. Being from the same medical field, Otto wasn't petty. Offering guidance when possible was a good thing. Otto nodded approvingly, then took out a roll of silver needles from his waist and began to administer acupuncture to the patient. To ensure Daeon could observe closely, he deliberately slowed down his movements. Watching him pinch the end of a silver needle between 2 fingers, he inserted them one by one starting from the Baihui acupoint down to the Ming Min, covering 17 Du meridian acupoints. Once the needles were set, Otto circulated true energy through his body to begin repairing the damaged meridians of the elderly man. Instantly, the elderly man's body resembled being in a steam bath, with white mist rising from his skin. The 17 silver needles vibrated slightly, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Daeon was nearly driven mad. Anyone else might not recognize this technique, but he certainly did. This couldn't be the long-lost Xintian Jiru dragon needling technique of China. Daeon stammered, seemingly shocked by something monumental. Seeing Clarence's state, Tisha couldn't help but ask, "Old Mr. Clarence, is there something special about this needling technique?" Dayon instantly looked proud and declared, "Special? It's incredibly special. The Shantian Jiru Dragon needling technique requires stringent conditions for practice. Not only deep knowledge of the human anatomy and 8 extraordinary meridians, but also immense concentration. There can be no slightest deviation in the needling. An extremely gifted person may master it in 40 years, but even I have only scratched the surface. Alexit, Barker has clearly reached a level of perfection. Impressive, truly impressive." Chapter 25 Astonishing Everybody. These words fell like waves crashing against the shore, shocking everyone present, including Orelzi. Here was a young man barely in his 20s, yet he earned endless praises from Dayon, an eminent medical authority renowned for his illustrious reputation, which only showed how skilled and capable Otto was. "At this moment," Dayon said seriously, "everyone be quiet. If we disturb Barker, don't blame us if your elderly patriarch remains paralyzed." Half an hour passed as swiftly as a white horse running past a crevice, with everyone captivated by Otto's superb medical skills. Upon completing the acupuncture, Otto put away the silver needles and said, "The elderly has no serious issues now, but still requires careful recuperation. Everyone can use 6 grams each of green tangerine peel, costus root, red peony root, and lignum sumu, decocted in wine with the tail of Angelica sinensis as a guide. Take 1 dose per day, divided into 2 servings, morning and night. After 12 doses, full recovery can be achieved." At this point, without needing to be asked, Dayon had already prepared the prescription and handed it over to Orelzi. "Spencer, this is Barker's prescription. Go get the medicine immediately." At this time, Spencer on the hospital bed gradually woke up. Tisha, Noemi, and other family members hurriedly gathered around. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" Spencer touched his forehead and said in surprise, "No pain, really no pain." He then said to the sisters Tisha and Noemi, "Xiaoshuang, Xiaoshua, help me up so I can thank Barker." Otto waved his hand and said directly, "Noemi, there's no need. Saving lives is a doctor's duty. There's no need for more formalities. Besides, you have already paid me for the consultation." Orelzi, who previously disdained Otto, now came forward fawningly and respectfully said, "Barker truly has remarkable skills. It was short-sighted of me just now. Please forgive my rudeness." As he spoke, Orelzi also signaled his wife, who immediately opened her Louis Vuitton handbag, took out a stack of $100 bills, and passed them over. Orelzi smiled and said, "A small token of our gratitude, not enough to express our thanks. In the future, should my family encounter illness, we will rely greatly on Dr. Andrew's excellent medical skills." Otto calmly replied, "There's no need. Before I came, Tisha and Noemi had already given me the consultation fee." Noemi laughed coldly and said, "Damien, you don't need to take it out." She then took out a check and presented it respectfully. "Mr. Andrew, what I gave yesterday was only a deposit. Please accept this million as well." Orelzi didn't expect that Tisha would be so generous, instantly becoming embarrassed and put away the few $1,000s in his hand. Otto was also surprised by Tisha's gesture. Last night's gold card had already been quite generous. To say something frank, if Otto were to take that card and sell its credit at half price every night, he could make quite a profit. Of course, he wouldn't do such a thing. But even this million was no small sum. Seeing Otto hesitating to accept, Tisha stood up and said, "Mr. Andrew, please accept it. If you don't, do you think it's too little?" With things said to this extent, Otto couldn't refuse anymore and nodded. "All right, I'll accept it." After everything was settled, Otto left with Dayon. Dayon took the initiative to ask, "Barker, would you like to come over to my place for a while?" Otto thought for a moment and nodded, "Sure." The Adelia naturally accompanied him, as they were the ones who brought him here. It was only right and proper to see him off. Even if Otto went with someone else, they would still follow. This was a matter of courtesy. When they arrived at Hayes's place, unexpectedly, there was a muffled thud, and Dayon was already kneeling before Otto. Regardless of the gazes of others, he sincerely said, "Barker, I have a humble request." This action startled Otto. After all, Dayon was the famous Jiangzhou Saint Hand, revered in Jiangzhou, and suddenly kneeling before him. A mere youth. What was going on? "Hayes, please stand up. We can talk properly. What are you doing?" As Otto spoke, he moved to help him up, but Dayon stubbornly remained kneeling. "I have practiced medicine for decades, claiming to understand a part of medical philosophy, thus daring to call myself the Jiangzhou Saint Hand. But after meeting young friend Andrew, I finally understand the saying there's always a higher mountain beyond the one you climb. So, I want to become your disciple." Dayon's words stunned the Adelia. This was the Jiangzhou Saint Hand, a famous physician whom even high officials desperately tried to flatter, now kneeling to a young man to become his disciple. Who would believe such a thing? Otto was also somewhat awkward. After all, he was barely in his 20s, while Dayon was nearly 70. Having Dayon as a disciple would hardly be appropriate. After some thought, Otto shook his head. "Hayes, you are highly respected, while I am just a young person who should be learning from you. How could I possibly take you as a disciple? We all learn in different sequences and specialize in different fields. Even the sage Confucius could accept a 7-year-old, Xiang Tua, as his teacher, so why can't I, Dayon, take Andrew Xiaoyu as my teacher? Could it be that you think I am too old to become your disciple?" Seeing that Dayon was determined, Otto couldn't refuse, so he postponed the decision by saying, "Hayes, according to the teachings of our school, I have no say in this matter. Please get up and allow me some time to consider." With these words, Otto discreetly used strength to lift Dayon to his feet. Dayon, noticing Otto's attitude, could only nod and reply, "All right, but I will not give up. Master, just wait and see." Well then, is Dayon really shameless? He even called him master already. Otto smiled awkwardly and said, "Hayes, I'll take my leave now." The Adelia drove them, with Noemi particularly shocked as she commented, "Mr. Andrew, I never thought Hayes would want to be your disciple. If we told others about this, they probably wouldn't believe us." Tisha reprimanded, "Xiao Shui, stop talking nonsense. Show more respect to Mr. Andrew." While they were talking, the car arrived at the Xinglin residential area. After bidding farewell to the Adelia, Otto unhurriedly walked to the nearby bank to cash the check and deposited the money into his card before heading home. However, just as he got off the elevator, Otto's expression changed. Standing outside his door were a few young men who looked like assistants, and inside there was arguing. As soon as he stepped in, Otto saw Baron earnestly persuading Amina, "Jerry Yankian, the family has already arranged your marriage. Don't be stubborn." "Colin, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm already married? I know you did that just to placate Esau. Now that he's in prison, there's no need to keep up the act. I guarantee this new match will be 100 times better than Esau." "How did you know I was acting?" If you weren't acting, then you actually fell for that inexperienced boy? What good does he have? Talentless and penniless, he barely qualifies as a human being. But someone like him doesn't deserve our Adam family. I absolutely won't agree to this. Otto couldn't hold back anymore and interjected directly, are you two having a good argument? Amina turned bright red upon seeing Otto, wondering if she had been overheard. Meanwhile, Dallas immediately frowned when he saw Otto and sternly said, so you're Otto? Otto chuckled and nodded, sharp eyes. Clearly, you recognize me. I guess my appearance makes me easy to spot. Humph. Dallas sneered and said in a stern tone, smooth talker. So you're Otto. I warn you, divorce Jerry Yankian right now, or get out. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Chapter 26, A Contender of Beauties. As Dallas finished speaking, Otto had yet to open his mouth when Amina suddenly stood up, exuding a protective aura that blocked Otto in front of her. She angrily shouted, Colin, what are you going to do? Do what? Dallas scoffed with disdain on his face and spoke sternly. What do you think I'm going to do? This is the person you meticulously chose? Just an intern who got fired. Moreover, an orphan without parents. A good for nothing. Now, divorce this waste immediately. Otherwise, I will not recognize you as my daughter. Amina roared, no way. Otto watched the scene before him, feeling somewhat moved but also troubled. Seeing Amina's stance, he felt rather embarrassed. Such wholehearted defense for him was making him uncomfortable. He couldn't even bring himself to mention divorce now. Just then, a young man by Dallas's side whispered, Trina, this approach won't work. Though Jerry Yankian looks delicate, she's extremely stubborn. She is someone who responds well to softness but not harshness. By doing this, you'll only drive her away. Dallas's eyes lit up, showing a thoughtful expression. Indeed, Amina glared at Dallas, suddenly reaching out to hold Otto's hand firmly, saying resolutely, then consider me no longer your daughter. Colin, take care of yourself from now on. At this moment, Otto stepped forward, sneering, Damien Adam, right? Whether to divorce or not, this decision doesn't rest with you. It's my call. As long as Jerry Yankian doesn't agree, not even the heavens can force it. Initially, Otto hadn't intended to speak up. Beside him, Amina looked astonished. Why did this rascal suddenly change his tune? Didn't he always want a divorce? But this rascal did look handsome when serious. Right then, a voice came from the doorway. Mr. Adam, are you here again to force Giannissi to divorce? Alithia walked in, wearing a black tight skirt, stepping gracefully in elegant heels. The two bodyguards at the door were held back by more guards accompanying Alithia. It's you again. Niece Casey really seems to have a deep connection with Otto. Dallas's expression was quite unpleasant. Mr. Adam, drop the niece title. We aren't exactly close, so just call me Miss Clarence. Alithia, bearing the future of the Clarence family, already exuded a powerful presence. Anger made her even more cold and fierce, to the point where even Dallas dared not say another word. After all, the Adam family paled in comparison to the Clarence family. How did you come here? Seeing Alithia, Otto asked in surprise. Instantly, her expression thawed like melting snow, revealing a radiant smile. Drake has been recovering well these days. He misses Giannissi and wants to invite you for dinner, so he sent me over. Beside them, Amina, upon seeing such beauty acquainted with Otto and calling him Giannissi, couldn't help but feel jealous, asking sourly, who is she? A patient. Otto whispered. Before Amina could question, there were more sounds of footsteps outside. This is the place. This is Xiao Andrew's home. Ilium and Kevin from Jiangzhou Hospital approached with gifts in hand. Stepping off the elevator, they were taken aback by the standoff. Several bodyguards were holding their positions outside, and inside, the atmosphere was tense with shattered glass scattered on the ground, telling the story of a family drama unfolding. Old Lawrence, maybe we should have thought twice before coming. Kevin muttered beside Ilium. Ilium sensibly backed out. Just as he stepped out, someone called him, Yunkue, what are you doing here? It was Dayon accompanied by two striking beauties almost identical in appearance, appearing at Otto's doorstep. Director Clarence, we're here to invite Xiao Andrew back to Jiangzhou Hospital. Ilium pointed at the gift Kevin carried. Dayon didn't ask further. He had more important things on his mind. How to make Otto accept him as a disciple. Meanwhile, Tisha called out directly, Giannis Andrew. Noemi sweetly chimed in, Giannis Andrew. Suddenly, Otto sensed two sharp gazes. Alithia said to Tisha and Noemi, so it's you two? How about this? Not running your nightclub properly, why come here? Tisha laughed gently, oh, KC. Nightclubs operate at night, don't they? Nothing to do during the day. Giannis Andrew is our sister's benefactor, so naturally, we came to thank him. When it came to worldly wisdom, Alithia, the young lady of the Clarence family, truly couldn't compare with the Adelia. Who were these two? They were people who had been rolling in high society and the limelight. Though the Wan family was quite powerful, operating nightclubs and mixing in the entertainment industry meant they had to interact with all sorts of people. The level at which they operated was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This confrontation immediately revealed who was more skilled. Alithia felt a bit discomfited by this and could only give a cold snort. At that moment, Dallas's expression also turned sour as he remembered his earlier words. He then feigned a pitiful look and said to Amina, Jerry Yankian, forget it. Kalance, that's how it is. I'll leave. Look at what kind of person you chose. Entangled with so many people. In the future, just pretend I'm not your father. Amina suddenly felt uneasy inside. Her expression became complicated, her gaze sweeping over Alithia and the Adelia. Just as she was about to speak, another voice sounded from outside. Excuse me, is Otto here? The voice was slightly hoarse yet exuded a seductive and charming allure. A woman dressed in a neat business suit and short skirt stood at the door, her breathtaking beauty outshining all the other women present. Otto paused for a moment, then stepped forward. I am Otto. Who are you? The woman smiled, instantly exuding an alluring charm, and took out a book from her exquisite handbag. The title Good Prescriptions for Women caught everyone's attention. Otto was startled and asked, are you the person I set up a blind date with? The woman nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Vicky. Vicky glanced around and gave a faint smile indicating, it seems like today might not be a convenient time for you. At this moment, Amina's face turned somewhat pale. It seemed he wasn't lying after all. He really did have a blind date, and he even had good prescriptions for women. It turned out it was all a misunderstanding. But why did she feel uncomfortable? Thinking this, Amina stepped forward. Colin, let's go home. Dallas was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Okay, alright, let's go home. Finally, you've come to your senses. I told you not to keep such a scumbag. Amina sternly said, Colin, Dallas quickly replied, all right, Colin won't say anything more. At this point, Amina turned around and looked at Otto. Otto, let's finalize the divorce papers tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the Civil Affairs office. Chapter 27 Divorce. Looking at Amina, Otto suddenly felt a bit disinterested. Although the old man's judgment was as accurate as ever, Vicky's figure and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch. More importantly, Otto could sense the unique aura that Vicky emitted. This woman was definitely of the profound constitution. Such a constitution would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his cultivation of the mystical heaven codex. In other words, Vicky was not just a wife the old man had found for him, but also a cauldron. Though she seemed a bit older, that wasn't important. Older was better. Older women would care more. Vicky was a little confused at this point. Looking at Otto, Civil Affairs Bureau, you're married? As she said this, Vicky's expression darkened. What was going on? Married and still trying to set up a blind date with her? Did he take her for a mistress? Otto smiled awkwardly and said, this situation is a bit complicated, but the main reason is still because of you. Because of me? Are you joking? I don't even know you. If it weren't for my family urging me, I wouldn't have come to meet you at all. How can you blame me for this problem? Alithia sneered from the side. Miss Jaren, Yanisi really isn't wrong about this. It's truly your fault. If you hadn't been late during that previous blind date, Yanisi wouldn't have mistaken her for Amina. As a result, he ended up marrying her. If it weren't for you, how could this situation have arisen? Your tardiness led to Yanisi and Amina both being remarried now. Just then, Amina urged again. Colin, are we leaving or not? Dallas actually didn't want to leave. This young man seemed far from simple. If he were just a poor kid, how could Alithia and the Adelia be interested in him? The Clarence and Juan families were prestigious clans in Jiangzhou. The Adam family was merely a minor medical lineage, now fallen, at best middle upper class. And this Vicky, Dallas suddenly recalled who this woman was. She was the CEO of a new company in Jiangzhou that had recently emerged. Very influential among women, specializing in cosmetics, with a strong momentum. Did he really make a mistake? Was Otto truly a golden son-in-law? Before he could continue thinking and weighing his options, Amina walked out directly, saying in a deep voice, Colin, are you coming or not? Dallas immediately replied, Alexis, yes, I'm coming. Amina stood at the elevator entrance, looking very resolute. Otto, remember, tomorrow at the Civil Affairs Bureau in trance. Without waiting for Otto to respond, Amina entered the elevator, not even giving Otto time to speak. As Amina's family left, Ilium smiled awkwardly. Shao Andrew. Shut up. This time, Alithia and others spoke in unison. Kevin laughed. Old Lawrence, let's go back first. Dayon looked at Otto. He wanted to say something but thought about becoming a disciple soon. Knowing the saying a son should not speak ill of his father's faults, he turned and followed Ilium out. One could be a little messy in private life. After all, they were young, and everyone has their crazy moments. Soon, only Alithia, the Adelia, and Vicky were left in the room. Otto frowned. He still hadn't learned the old man's skills well enough. How could the old man play around so much yet remain untouchable? Look at himself. What a mess. KC, you go home first. I'll call you later. Alithia nodded obediently. All right, Giannis E. Don't be sad. This isn't your fault or Jerry Yankian's. It was all a misunderstanding. Giannis E. Actually, I can be your girlfriend too. As Alithia left, Tisha smiled. Giannis Andrew, we'll go too. Actually, I can do it too. Noemi beside her quipped. Giannis Andrew, I can too, you know? Seeing Tisha and Noemi with their identical mischievous expressions, Otto felt a sudden heat. Indeed, the side effects of cultivating the mystical heaven codex were terrible. He started having distracting thoughts and fantasies. These two devils, identical devils at that. Otto felt somewhat irritated inside, but at least it became quieter. Looking at Vicky standing by the door, Otto smiled awkwardly and gestured. Why don't you sit down first? Vicky glanced around the room, then swayed into it, instantly filling the air with a sweet fragrance. She smoothed her clothes along her slender curves and sat gracefully on the sofa. Otto, I didn't expect you to be so charming, Vicky said with an ambiguous smile. Otto shamelessly nodded. He casually poured a cup of water for Vicky and sat down. Who says not? This damn charm is really causing me trouble. You. Vicky was speechless. She had seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless. Looking around, Vicky put on a serious expression. I don't have much time to talk with you. Let's get straight to the point. Do you have a job? No, I was just fired, Otto responded frankly, then looked at Vicky and said, aren't you supposed to support me? That's what my old man told me. Also, don't take what happened earlier seriously. Men always have their hobbies. But it wasn't something I initiated. My charm is just too great. Once they see me, they can't resist. But you should rest assured. These people are all scoundrels. Vicky's eyes widened in confusion. Scoundrels? Otto nodded. Alexis, even though I'm married, I've kept my body pure. Amina gave me no chance at all. Married me without letting me sleep with her. Isn't that being a scoundrel? And Alithia and the Adelia, don't be fooled by their obedient appearances. They're all just after me. It's not true love. What shamelessness. Vicky couldn't help laughing out loud. She had never met such an unashamed and despicable rogue like Otto. Desiring him indeed. Why didn't he check himself in a mirror first? What does keeping your body pure mean? You probably didn't get the chance. Alright, let's postpone the marriage for now. Given your situation, it's hard for me to accept right away. To justify things to my family, you can start as my assistant at my company. The monthly salary will be 30,000 yuan. We'll see about other arrangements later. Vicky made the decision assertively without bothering to ask if Otto agreed. Her presence as a domineering female CEO was instantly revealed. Aye, that's settled. Here's my phone number. Save it. Report to the company tomorrow morning. I have some matters to attend to. I'm leaving. Vicky cut off Otto before he could finish speaking and left after making her arrangements. Otto was a bit stunned. What the hell was going on? Just moments ago, there were 5 women fighting over him, but in the end, he ended up alone. Was he now being kept? Nothing much happened overnight. After a night of cultivation, Otto looked radiant. With the practice of the mystical heaven codex, especially after the negative energy from the Clarence family entered his body, his strength had increased, but so had the risks. He couldn't continue cultivating until he resolved the issues with his body, or else serious problems would arise. As he was truly about to divorce, Otto felt hesitant. Reflecting on the misunderstanding between him and Amina, he realized that although they had developed some feelings during this short period, their relationship might have become a good marriage eventually if no one else had intervened. However, since the Adam family disagreed, and with his involvement with others, the divorce seemed natural. Should I go or not? Chapter 28. Youth doesn't know the goodness of an elder Kalister. Soon, the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at Otto, Amina's face showed a trace of a smile. Otto, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If only back then. Otto immediately waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault. Jeryankian, I wish you happiness. As he spoke, Otto took out everything originally belonging to Amina. Here's the house key, the bank card, and the car key. Also, here's something for me. The authorization letter is already signed by me. You can go to the government service center to change the property deed. Amina didn't put on a false front of politeness and accepted the documents Otto handed over. After checking them, she suddenly frowned. Where did you get 1 million? Otto smiled and said, treating patients gave me that much. At this remark, Amina rolled her eyes but felt quite disappointed inwardly. Whatever, since he didn't want to talk about it, let it be. She returned the check to Otto and forced a smile. Well, goodbye then. Watching Amina walk away, Otto felt an odd discomfort in his heart. He turned and headed towards his BMW X7. As he drove, habit made him head toward Apricot Grove community, but he abruptly slammed on the brakes. It seemed he no longer lived there. He needed to find somewhere to stay. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Checking the number, it was unfamiliar, so Otto pressed the reject button on the steering wheel directly. But the call came back after just a few seconds. He answered the call and asked directly, who's this? Is this Mr. Otto? I am secretary to President Jaren. What secretary? Don't know you. From the other end of the line, another voice came through, let me speak to him. Then, Vicky's voice came, Otto, are you not awake yet? Or has the divorce made you an idiot? Get over to the company right now, to complete the report in and entry procedures. Otto suddenly realized what he should have done. Embarrassed, he replied, Yuching, you see, I forgot with all the morning rush. I'll come over now. Rushing to Vicky's company located in the best office building in Jiangzhou, which spanned 3 whole floors, belonged to Vicky. UNG Technology, these characters were very eye-catching. After completing the entry procedures, Vicky said to Otto, just sit over here to work. Your job will be my assistant, responsible for driving and shuttling me. Otto paused for a moment. Isn't that more like a driver? Vicky firmly stated, assistant, that's exactly what an assistant does, got it? For the entire afternoon, Otto was virtually idle. In the evening, Vicky entertained clients at Jiangzhou Hotel. Otto didn't follow her upstairs. It was around 9 o'clock at night. Otto was lying in the car looking at his phone when the car door opened and Vicky stumbled in, shutting the door right away and said to Otto, drive. Back to Ronting Mansion. Ronting Mansion could also be considered one of the more luxurious residential complexes in Jiangzhou. Although it couldn't compare to BUN, it still had villas and mansions. Vicky was impressive indeed. Despite seeming half-conscious when she got into the car, she somehow kept giving directions and insisted until they arrived home. Feeling safe at home might have relaxed her somewhat. Otto carried Vicky princess style into the courtyard and used her finger to unlock the fingerprint lock. The door opened, and at this moment, Vicky started to murmur and moan softly, writhing slightly. Looking at Vicky, Otto furrowed his brows. This woman had been drugged? As he thought, Vicky suddenly wrapped her arms around Otto's neck and kissed him actively. Moments later, both of them were already completely exposed. With the alcohol's effect, a passionate encounter began in the quiet luxury residence. The next day, close to noon, Vicky slowly woke up in a large bed. Everything around was in disarray. The bedding was on the floor, and even the lamp had been knocked over, clearly showing how intense their night had been. Although Vicky was 27 or 28, it was her first time experiencing intimacy. The lingering pain from certain areas made her think of last night's madness, causing her to blush deeply and feel ashamed. She glanced at Otto, who was still bare beside her, and only then did she realize she herself wasn't wearing anything. So, she hurriedly got up, put on a bathrobe, and turned around only to find Otto had woken up at some point, smiling at her. Feeling even more embarrassed, Vicky grabbed another robe and threw it at him, scolding, put it on quickly. Otto looked teasing, intentionally swaying in front of her, scaring her into covering her face with both hands before putting on the robe contentedly. After a tiring night, both felt physically exhausted and hungry. After tidying up the messy room, Vicky prepared some simple fast food to fill their stomachs. Watching Vicky busy in the kitchen in her pajamas, Otto felt deeply content at this moment, with his true chi surging powerfully within his body. The previously obstructed meridians were now completely unblocked. Even a large part of the sha chi that had entered his body earlier had been converted into his own profound true chi. Otto was somewhat nostalgic. Indeed, the blending of yin and yang was what nature and humanity endorsed. Just as the saying goes, yin alone does not give birth, Elliot alone does not grow. Reflecting on yesterday's scenes, Otto sighed. No wonder netizens always say that youth doesn't know the goodness of an elder sister, mistaking young girls for treasures. The taste of an elder sister indeed was, quite nice. What are you thinking about? Vicky asked as she served Otto a bowl of spaghetti. Otto picked up the plate and immediately dug in, replying, nothing much. Vicky then sat down, looking at him calmly and said, what happened last night was an accident. What do you mean by that? Otto suddenly slammed his hand on the table, staring at Vicky. You, Vicky, after having your fun, you want to be irresponsible? You call this starting chaos and abandoning afterward. Vicky was momentarily speechless. This rascal, he was too shameless. Biting her teeth, she retorted. What are you talking about? I was the one who got hurt. Otto leaned back in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head. Who says so? It was my first time too. Kalins were both doing something for the first time. Why should I be the only one who suffers? Vicky was speechless again. Looking at Otto's lazy and shameless posture, her gaze fell on his bare chest. This stinky hooligan, baring his upper body so shamelessly. But in the next moment, Vicky froze. Seeing the dragon pendant Otto wore, her expression changed abruptly. Otto, can I take a look at that pendant you're wearing? What pendant? Vicky frowned and said sternly, are you playing dumb? Do you think I won't report you for rape if I call the police now? Otto sneered, I don't believe it. You were clearly drugged yesterday. I can explain clearly. At this point, Otto spoke solemnly. Who did you entertain last night? In the future, you should directly refuse to cooperate with such people. Vicky shook her head and said, don't change the subject. The jade pendant around your neck, let me see it quickly. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Chapter 29 Antique Market. Have you seen it before? Otto stood up abruptly, immediately taking off the jade pendant and handing it to Vicky. He said in a deep voice, take a close look. Have you really seen it before? Vicky glanced at Otto, then nodded and said, I remember. If I'm not mistaken, This should be the symbol of the Rupert June Andrew family. Rupert June Andrew family? Vicky nodded and said, Alexis, the Rupert June Andrew family. 20 years ago, at the height of their power, the entire family was wiped out overnight. It was said that no one survived. Not even the master's heir, a son who was just 2 years old, and his newborn sister. No one knows how it happened. Adateng's expression turned solemn. How do you know about this? Who are you? As he spoke, Adateng's demeanor became dark and stern. Vicky was only 27 years old, just 5 years older than himself. How could she know so much? 20 years ago, she must have been a little kid, maybe 7 or 8 years old, still playing with mud and make-believe. Adateng had also investigated his own background, but found nothing substantial. He never imagined Vicky would know. Vicky seemed to understand something and smiled. Relax, I'm not your enemy. I know this because I met the younger sister of the matriarch of the Rupert June Andrew family. Of course, if you are indeed the heir of the Andrew family, then the person I know might be your aunt. At this, Vicky seemed to think of something, her face turning beet red. Adateng asked curiously, what's wrong? Why are you blushing like that? Vicky rolled her eyes at Adateng, stammering, if you're really the heir of the Andrew family, then you'd be Isabel's nephew. Adateng suddenly understood. He laughed heartily. So you're my aunt's best friend, and I, hooked up with my aunt's best friend? Vicky interrupted urgently. Shut up, don't say it. Adateng grinned. It's fine, honey. We're both from the martial arts world. In the worst case, I'll call her Isabel, and you can still call her Kalisterlon. You're not my aunt. What are you worried about? Do you know why the Andrew family was destroyed? Vicky shook her head. I don't know. Your aunt didn't tell me. Actually, I saw a picture of the jade pendant by chance and pressed for details. Isabel is very secretive about this matter. She's very cautious. The enemies of the Andrew family are still around, and if any problems arise, she could be in danger. She's also been trying to find your whereabouts. I heard her mention it on a phone call once. She noted that no bodies were found, leading her to believe you might still be alive. With this, Vicky stood up, hugged Adateng and whispered, Adateng, don't worry. Kalance, you've come back. We need to be patient. We must secretly investigate before making any moves. Adateng nodded. Yuqing, you're right. Arrange a meeting with Isabel for me. I want to meet her. Vicky frowned. Not now. Isabel isn't in the country. Let's wait until she returns. I have to go to work now. Just do as you please. After Vicky left for work, Adateng thought for a moment and called Alithia. With his origins beginning to unravel, Adateng estimated it wouldn't be long before he would visit Rupert June. While he still had time, he needed to help the Clarence family resolve their feng shui issues. KC, do you have time to visit the antique market with me? He wanted to go to the antique market not to find antiques, but feng shui talismans. Just as Adateng parked outside the antique market entrance, Alithia approached and affectionately linked arms with him, eyeing him carefully. Elder Giannis E. I feel like there's something different about you. Adateng felt slightly guilty and replied, is that so? Maybe it's because I got enough rest yesterday. Walking into the antique market, Adateng lost interest quickly. This place was full of mixed quality items and mostly charlatans. After half a day of wandering, he didn't find anything truly useful. Then, an inconspicuous small stall caught his attention. Compared to other stalls, this one displayed only a dozen items, all rather shabby. Among them, a particularly unremarkable stone drew Adateng's attention, and he moved closer. From this stone, Adateng sensed the presence of a feng shui talisman. With this item, setting up an array at the Clarence residence to eliminate the 1,000 arrows piercing the heart curse would be easy. The vendor noticed the young Adateng examining the jade and couldn't help but smile subtly with satisfaction. Basil, you sure have a good eye. This piece of jade is an extremely rare blue water emerald raw stone. Whether you give it to friends or parents, it's very prestigious. Today you're my first customer, so I'll give you a personal favor price, okay? Otto asked, feigning ignorance. Giannis, how much does this thing cost? The stall owner immediately held up one finger and said, 10,000 yuan. But since you seem to have a good eye, I'll give you a discount at 9,900. What do you think? Otto thought to himself, oh boy, that's quite a bluff. Selling Xiaoyu as emerald. Although it was a palm-sized Tianqing ice jade, its value was far less than emerald, hardly worth 5 figures. This old fellow really had guts. Can we bargain? Trina, what kind of talk is that? Before the vendor could finish, Otto raised one finger. 10,000. Will you sell? A hint of greed flashed in the vendor's eyes as he shook his head. Minimum, 90,000. Otto smiled lightly and stood up. 9,000. Beside him, Alithia frowned and said, Elder Giannis E. This rotten stone costs 9,000? I bet it's not even worth 1,000. Minimum 60,000. Otto countered again. Calix 1,000. Will you sell? The vendor gritted his teeth. 10,000. That's my final offer. Otto paid via QR code and took the jade. Alithia curiously asked, Elder Giannis E. Is this worth the price? Otto wasn't worried. The transaction was complete and the item belonged to him according to antique market rules. Besides, the vendor's gleeful face annoyed him. He then pinched the stone, running true chi through it, and the outer layer fell off like an eggshell. A round bead appeared before Lithia's eyes. Otto laughed lightly. KC, this is a night pearl. And more importantly, it's a top-notch feng shui talisman. With this, your family's feng shui issues can be completely resolved. Just then, the vendor grabbed Otto's hand and said in a deep voice, Friend, you've picked the wrong one. You bought the stone next to it. This night pearl isn't for sale. Alithia immediately got angry. Are you crazy? Do you think we're easy to bully? The vendor grinned shamelessly. Miss, words should be chosen carefully. Otto shook off the vendor's hand. KC, let's go. Before they could leave, the vendor shouted, Help! Someone is causing trouble and trying to steal. Soon, a group of burly men came over, all from market management. They gathered around when they saw the commotion. You punk, you're dead meat for causing trouble here. Who gave you permission to touch things here? The leader, flexing his cracking fists, walked forward. He clearly wasn't a nice guy. The vendor urgently begged, Giannis Saul, this kid tried to force a purchase. Teach him a lesson. Otto slapped the vendor across the face without hesitation. Hey, you punk are pretty cocky. The leader rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch. Otto easily dodged by slightly swaying, then tapped the Higu point on the leader's arm. Instantly, the leader felt his whole arm dislocated, excruciating pain making him roll on the ground in agony. Dare to touch Giannis Saul, brothers? Get him! Seeing their comrade hurt, the other burly men surged forward. At that moment, a powerful voice called out from the crowd. Who dares to cause trouble in Giannis Wynn's territory? Chapter 30 The Reclusive Big Shot. Several burly men stopped what they were doing immediately upon hearing the voice. The vendor, holding his sore and burning face, pointed at Otto and said, Giannis Hua is here. You're done for. Then, a slender man dressed in a suit with wire-rimmed glasses emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of refinement. His cold eyes betrayed a ruthless demeanor despite his frail appearance. The burly men greeted him respectfully. Looking down at his groaning underling on the ground, Giannis Hua asked coldly, Who did this? The vendor immediately pointed at Otto and shouted, Him. It was him. Following the direction of the vendor's finger, the coldness and ruthlessness vanished from Giannis Hua's face all at once. He then jogged up to Otto with a smile. Giannis Andrew, why are you here? Giannis, Andrew? Upon hearing this address, everyone around was stunned. This Giannis Hua named Hua Jiryong had once been a feared figure in Jiangzhou's South 3rd Road, wielding nothing but 2 watermelon knives. Who exactly was this young man? Alethea whispered, Giannis, I'll call home and immediately mobilize our people. Alethea was quite annoyed. Wasn't this tantamount to not taking the Clarence family seriously? How could this be? For the esteemed Clarence family to be extorted like this, trouble was brewing in Jiangzhou. In truth, Otto was also confused, as he didn't recall having any significant memory of this Giannis Hua. After a moment, he laughed and asked, You are? Though Giannis Hua came from the streets, he was quick-witted. Seeing this, he hurried over and said with a laugh, Oh, Giannis Andrew, don't you remember? In the bar when you were with Giannis, I met you there. Oh. Otto instantly understood. No wonder there was no clear impression. It turned out he had only seen him before. With a smile, he said, Giannis, you're one of Giannis' men? Giannis Hua quickly demurred. How could I be, Giannis Andrew? Someone like Giannis, how can I be his subordinate? My boss just has some connections with Giannis. Their conversation rang like thunder in the minds of those around them. At that moment, vendor Old Saul was utterly terrified. He'd certainly kicked an iron plate this time. As if changing gears, Giannis Hua said, Giannis Andrew, what's going on here? Otto chuckled and pulled out the night pearl from his hand. It's not much of an issue. Just bought a stone here for 10,000 yuan, and it turned out to have a night pearl inside. But this boss refuses to acknowledge it, insisting I bought a different stone. So, we got into an argument. Alethea said solemnly, the antique market in Jiangzhou is really getting out of hand. I need to discuss this with my father. Giannis Hua smiled and asked, Miss, may I ask your father's name? Alethea calmly replied, Pete. Giannis Hua gasped, looking at Otto with renewed respect. This was a big shot, able to chat casually with Giannis and accompanied by the daughter of the Clarence family of Jiangzhou. What a foolish move by Old Saul. Thinking this, Giannis Hua turned around and kicked Old Saul, who fell flat on the ground. But Old Saul didn't dare to react, crawling toward Otto, crying out, Giannis Hua, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Just a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Giannis Andrew. Slap. Giannis Hua slapped him again and glared. Do you think you're qualified to joke with Giannis Andrew? Do you think I don't know how you operate, Old Saul? Did you really think you could run wild in this antique street? Though Otto wasn't a bad person, neither was he a good one. Seeing Old Saul nearly losing his wits, he felt pity. But this was because Old Saul was facing him. If it had been someone powerless, Old Saul would likely have been even more brutal. Seeing Otto remain silent, Giannis Hua gritted his teeth and ordered, beat him up, throw him out of the antique market, break a leg, and ban him from doing business hereafter. After Giannis Hua finished dealing with the situation, Otto smiled. Alright Giannis, since everything is settled, I'll leave. Giannis Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, this gentleman was satisfied. He grinned, Giannis Andrew, it should be. Let me see you out. At the entrance of the antique market, Alethea laughed. Giannis I thought you might be too soft-hearted? Otto chuckled lightly. A man like him? Not worth it. As they say, those who are pitiful must have their hateful side. In the antique trade, he must accept the rules of buying with caution and selling at risk. From the look of his unscrupulous ways, he probably hasn't hesitated to do similar things before. Karma catches up eventually. If he had encountered ordinary people today, others would have suffered instead. Alethea immediately smiled and nodded, saying, Exactly. I especially hate those saintly sluts. They say it's not a big deal, no need to fuss. Of course, they wouldn't care when it doesn't happen to them. Otto laughed, haha, didn't expect you to be so principled, KC. Alethea pouted, oh Elon, don't laugh at me. As she was speaking, Otto's phone rang. Seeing the number, he smiled and said, Look, someone is already reporting to Giannis. The moment he answered the call, Waylon's voice came through, Clarence settle brother, I heard you were bullied? Do you want me to come over? Giannis, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Waylon chuckled, I'm singing. Otto instantly lost for words. He hadn't heard of anyone going to KTV in broad daylight. Before Otto could respond, Waylon continued, Clarence settle brother, wait for me at the antique market. I'll be right there. Within 10 minutes, Waylon's car arrived, a blue Lamborghini Aventador, very imposing. However, Otto wasn't a fan of it. These types of cars made him uncomfortable. For comfort, business cars were better, followed by SUVs and sedans. Sports cars were more like race cars. Young brother, you sure have a good mood today. Strolling around the antique market with your sister-in-law, Waylon's voice reached them even before he arrived. Alethea was momentarily stunned, then beamed happily. Otto furrowed his brows but laughed. Nowhere near as impressive as Giannis, who can sing during the day. How's Kale doing? Waylon replied with a smile. She's doing well. Kalence, you helped her. She hasn't had any attacks. It looks great. Speaking of which, Otto asked, Giannis, do you know anywhere with spiritual herbs or feng shui talismans? Spiritual herbs? Feng shui talismans? Otto explained. Spiritual herbs are generally wild herbs that have grown for many years under harsh conditions. Not all wild herbs are spiritual herbs. As for feng shui talismans, they are special items. Waylon frowned, then said, there might be a place worth checking out. Otto wanted these things on a whim. Spiritual herbs and feng shui talismans were rare, and having some would make things much easier now and in the future. Clarence Kale's illness, like the Clarence family's feng shui. More importantly, if he had spiritual herbs to assist in his cultivation, his speed would greatly increase. With some clues about his background now, and knowing that his opponents were formidable, Otto felt an urgent need to boost his own strength. In this world, everything could be fake, except for one's own power. Waylon pondered for a moment, then said, Indeed, there is such a person. Follow me, little brother. Alethea asked curiously, Giannis, who is it? Waylon smiled, right, Kale's in-law should stay here. This big shot doesn't like crowds. Let's just say his name is Franz. Alithia's face changed abruptly, shock evident. It's him? Chapter 31 Breaking the Shah. Giannis, let me tell you this. Lord Aston's real name is Austin. He was once a bigwig in Hangzhou, and it's rumored he lived in the Ruperjun area as well. His greatest passion in life is collecting rare herbs and antiques. If you're looking for these two items, I reckon he's the only one in Jiangzhou who might have them. In the car, Waylon patiently explained to Otto. Following Waylon's directions, the car quickly left the downtown area of Jiangzhou and stopped in front of an estate near Fengyang Mountain. The moment they stepped out, Otto was taken aback. Indeed befitting a powerful figure, just this mansion alone commands respect among its peers. It boasts four-quadrant feng shui with radiance stretching for miles, Chinese-style layout, a sprawling courtyard that spans forward and backward, plus annexes on both sides. The courtyard alone covers roughly 20 acres. First comes the inverted seat house, then the pendant flower gate. This is where the separation between front and back takes place. Ordinary guests would be received in the first flower hall. The second gate represents the saying from ancient times about noble ladies staying behind closed doors, referring specifically to the pendant flower gate. Upon entering, Waylon shouted loudly, Lord Aston, Lord Aston. This was not due to impoliteness but custom. In ancient times, visitors would raise their voices upon entering someone's home so women could excuse themselves. Though this practice is no longer necessary, the tradition remains. In the vast central courtyard, which covers several hundred square meters, an elderly man was gracefully practicing Tai Chi. Waylon immediately greeted him with laughter. Lord Aston, your vigor has never waned. Lord Aston glanced at Waylon and said, Why aren't you in the capital? How did you end up in Jiangzhou? I can't even avoid you. Waylon laughed. Look, we're becoming distant, aren't we? This time I've brought a brother to meet you. This gentleman beside me is Otto, my good younger brother. Otto also greeted politely, Lord Aston. Austin paused his practice, sizing him up. Surprised by what he saw, Waylon, a known libertine from the capital with a discerning eye, had such a remarkable companion. He then smiled. Mr. Andrew, you are too kind. Waylon interrupted. No need for formalities, Lord Aston. Why Mr. Andrew when you haven't called me Mr. You? Just call him Xiaolong. Haha, you rogue. Xiaolong, please come this way. Under Lord Aston's guidance, Otto followed through the main hall, passing under the corridor, arriving at the third entrance hall. At this point, Otto frowned. Lord Aston, may I ask if your residence has been examined by a feng shui master? Austin immediately took on a proud expression, nodding. Alexis, indeed. I didn't expect Xiaolong to know about these things. Can you identify what feng shui features I have here? Otto smiled. Your residence has the azure dragon on the left with flowing water, the white tiger on the right with a long path, the vermilion bird at the front with a pond, and the black tortoise at the back with hills. It's truly a treasure land. Alexis, strangely enough, there's a malevolent energy lingering over such auspicious ground, and more bizarrely, this malevolent energy seems to originate from Lord Aston himself. Pausing, Otto looked directly at Austin. Lord Aston, does anyone else besides you suffer from frequent nightmares while living here? Austin abruptly stood up, staring darkly at Otto. Basil, are you here to cause trouble? Otto chuckled lightly. Lord Aston, don't test me. Clearly, you already knew this, otherwise, why would you live here alone? But I think this method of protecting your family and yourself, though effective, isn't the best solution. At this moment, Lord Aston suddenly became agitated. Do you have a solution? Otto replied with a smile. Let's give it a try. Saying that, Otto walked around the entire residence, confirming there were no issues within the courtyard. Then he looked at Lord Aston. It seems Lord Aston has high-ranking assistants, knowing about your malevolent energy and suppressing it with feng shui. Without this setup, Lord Aston probably wouldn't be alive now. Austin sighed deeply, nodding. Indeed, I didn't expect Barker. So young yet understanding so clearly. Suddenly, Otto formed seals with his fingers, and mystical true chi surged towards Lord Aston. Suddenly, Lord Aston's jade pendant floated up, the string tightened and snapped with a snap. Thick black smoke emerged from the jade pendant, emitting eerie cries and mournful sounds like a parade of ghosts, chilling the air and causing cold winds to stir, making everyone present shudder. Next, this black smoke formed into a ghost-like shadow, rushing straight toward Otto. In that instant, Otto's dragon pendant emitted a dragon's roar, and the black smoke was absorbed into Otto's body. This bizarre situation lasted for several dozen seconds before it dissipated like smoke. By this time, Lord Aston and Waylon were both dumbfounded by the commotion. Clarence settle Giannis, are you okay? Waylon asked anxiously right away. Though Waylon was somewhat worried that if anything happened to Otto, he wouldn't be able to treat Khaleesi, his concern touched Otto. Waving his hand, Otto replied, I'm fine. Don't worry. Continuing, Otto looked at Austin and said, Lord Aston, this jade pendant of yours should be a funeral object. It's an item intended for burial. Over the years, it has gradually become a type of feng shui instrument. And after many years of nurturing it with your own vital essence, initially it brought you significant benefits. However, everything is a double-edged sword. The deeper the connection became, the more intertwined it grew with you, making it impossible to remove. Austin nodded and said, that's correct. Barker, what about that dragon's roar just now? Otto suddenly took out his dragon pendant and smiled lightly. That sound came from this. Upon seeing the dragon pendant, Austin's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed instantly, the dragon pendant. The dragon family's dragon pendant. Originally looking relaxed, Otto's expression changed immediately as he stepped forward. Lord Aston, do you know the dragon family? Austin shook his head and gazed at Otto, suddenly saying, it's very similar, truly very similar. Continuing, Austin walked into the living room, poured tea for Otto and Waylon, and slowly said, Barker, you bear a 9/10 resemblance to the patriarch of the Ruperjun Andrew family, Andrew Jean. I didn't expect there were surviving descendants of the Andrew family. Lord Aston, then do you know about the Andrew family? Lord Aston shook his head. I don't know much. At that time, I wasn't in Ruperjun. I only started working there later. But I heard that the Andrew pendant hides an immense secret. It's said that when complete, not only does it bring inexhaustible wealth, but it also wields immense power. Moreover, a fully formed Andrew pendant contains the secret to immortality. Saying this, Lord Aston sighed. Unfortunately, the Andrew pendant has never been truly complete. This legend of immortality cost the Andrew family their lives. That's enough, brother. What's one small district like Ruperjun? You will always have my support. Waylon spoke boldly. Lord Austin laughed and said, Alexis, I admire one side for this. Your mindset and magnanimity are truly commendable. Barker, those matters can't be rushed. Now, you should focus on expanding your network and making more friends. Only then can you stand against your opponents. So, in a few days, I'll host a banquet and officially introduce you to the major families of Jiangzhou. After setting the date, Otto and Waylon bid farewell and left. In the car, Waylon said seriously, Giannis, Lord Aston makes a good point. You're hidden, while they're exposed. Don't be overly concerned about short-term gains or losses. Understand? The most important thing for you now is to expand your network and make friends widely. Waylon paused and continued, as a great man once said, make many friends and few enemies. With the news spreading from Lord Aston, the entire Jiangzhou's major families were shaken. Lord Aston hosting a banquet for a mysterious person. This made all the families in Jiangzhou extremely curious. Chapter 32 Conflict. September 19th. The Jiangzhou Grand Hotel was bustling with guests, all arriving in luxury cars. Today was the day when Lord 9 hosted a grand banquet, and for all the prominent families in Jiangzhou, this was undoubtedly an opportunity to deepen their relationship with Lord 9. Lord 9, Austin, had once been a big shot in Ruperjun, and now he had retired to Jiangzhou. It was as if a Buddha had descended. Unfortunately, Lord 9 seldom appeared in public, making him almost impossible to find. At the hotel entrance, a young man approached Dallas courteously, saying, Damien Adam. Dallas laughed heartily and said, good, very good. Juanji, your Clarenson family received Lord 9's invitation this time. Will you take us inside? Sean chuckled lightly, no problem. With what status Lord 9 holds, he won't care about these details. Beside me is Jerry Yankian. Dallas collected himself and nodded. Jerry Yankian, this is Sean. Dallas had learned from past experiences. Kalen's his daughter was forced into divorce. He noticed Amina had become somewhat depressed. Moreover, that Otto was quite mysterious, leaving Dallas unsure if his actions were right or wrong. This time, he didn't directly introduce Otto as Amina's fiancé, instead opting for a simple introduction. Sean's gaze fell on Amina's expression, his eyes revealing unhidden desires as he smiled. Jerry Yankian, nice to meet you. Amina merely nodded expressionlessly, her cold response instantly irking Sean. Given the power of the Clarenson family, the Adam family would be climbing up by allying with them. Alexit, Amina dared to look displeased in front of him. Sean's surface-level politeness was impeccable, showing no signs of irritation despite his inner frustration. As Sean led them inside, the banquet hall was already filled with people. The format of Lord 9's banquet was a Western-style buffet and cocktail party. Sean said calmly, Jerry Yankian, Damien, over there are Pete, general manager of the Clarence family, and Miss Alithia, and those are the Adelia from Wan Entertainment. In fact, my father once considered an alliance with the Wan family. However, their profession made me uncomfortable, so we abandoned it. Turning to Amina, Sean continued, I still prefer someone like you. Working as a doctor, saving lives, it's a noble cause. Amina was speechless, and even Dallas felt awkward. These people revered Otto as Giannis E or Giannis Andrew, showing great respect. How did they suddenly become unreachable figures in front of the Clarenson family's young master? Damien, I heard that Jerry Yankian was once tricked into marriage? Sean abruptly changed the subject. Dallas immediately replied, Juanji, indeed, it happened. But rest assured, they never actually interacted. Just then, Amina interjected. Do you think there's a problem, Desi Clarenson? If I've been married before, then I'm definitely not suitable for you. I don't think it's necessary for us to continue this conversation. At that moment, Otto walked in from outside. His eyes scanned the room, spotting Old Wenlei chatting enthusiastically with a few others, while Alithia followed beside Pete, engaging in conversations. The Adelia, as expected, mingled smoothly among the crowd. Suddenly, Otto spotted Amina and approached her, saying, Jerry Yankian, you're here too. Who are you? Before Amina could respond, Sean cut in preemptively. Amina then spoke, my ex-husband. Sean's expression turned serious and stern as he coldly eyed Otto. You're Otto? How did you get into such an occasion? Otto paused, puzzled. Do we know each other? Sean's face darkened, and he suddenly reached out to put his arm around Amina's shoulder. But before he could do so, she moved aside, positioning Dallas between them, thus standing next to Otto. Sean seethed inwardly, saying gravely, let me introduce myself. Sean of the Jiangzhou Clarenson group, Jerry Yankian's fiancé. Did you sneak in, still harboring feelings for her? Clarence Seston, forget it. Jerry Yankian isn't someone like you, a poor boy, can dream about. You don't belong here. Leave now. Upon hearing this, Otto became intrigued, sensing a familiar scenario. Wasn't this what often happened in novels? He responded calmly, and you are? I am not. Before Sean could finish, he stopped abruptly, his face turning grim. Are you playing games with me? What did I do to you? Are you crazy, or what? Look at your pale complexion and high-pitched voice. According to traditional Chinese medicine, this indicates a lack of yang energy, probably kidney deficiency. You must feel inadequate in certain areas, right? Calling yourself a man, you're just one procedure away from being a eunuch. But really, it wouldn't make much difference whether you cut it or not. How could Sean tolerate such insults? If Otto were from a prestigious family, Sean might have let it slide. But he was convinced that Otto had sneaked in, so he immediately barked, get someone. At Sean's shout, the banquet hall instantly became quiet as everyone turned to look. Alithia, the Adelia, and Wenlei all looked over. Seeing this, Wenlei smiled and said, nothing serious. Continue chatting. The Adelia and Alithia remained still, but the hotel service manager and security guards rushed over. One guard politely asked, Desi Clarenson, what's going on? Sean smirked and said, Manager Zhang, I suspect this person snuck in. Look at him wearing casual clothes. Does he even qualify for Nine Lord's banquet? Mentioning Nine Lord, the manager couldn't afford to be careless and immediately said to Otto, Mr. Andrew, please show your invitation. Otto paused, then calmly replied, didn't I already hand in my invitation? Sean suddenly added, Manager Zhang, please check if there's anyone named Otto on the list. Manager Zhang hesitated, but Sean repeated, Manager Zhang, this is Nine Lord's banquet. You can't be too careful. If anything goes wrong, your hotel won't bear the consequences. Go, check all the invitations, and see if there's anyone named Otto, Manager Zhang instructed. Moments later, several guards jogged back and whispered, Manager, we checked. There's no one named Otto. Huh. Sean laughed loudly and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, friends from various influential families of Jiangzhou, let me introduce you to this person next to me, Otto, who sneaked in without an invitation. I suggest we eject him immediately. Just then, Alithia interjected sternly, Sean, who do you think you are? Who said Otto sneaked in? He came with me, isn't that enough? Tisha also chimed in, Sean, who are you to talk? My brother Andrew came with me. Tisha, what's your problem? As she spoke, Otto chuckled lightly and asked, Desi Clarenson, on what grounds are you trying to expel me? Sean replied coldly, in the name of Nine Lord. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice cut through the crowd. Which young friend is using my name? As Nine Lord appeared, the entire banquet hall fell silent, and people automatically cleared a path for him to address the commotion. Wearing a neatly tailored Sun Yat-sen suit, Nine Lord's face shone with happiness due to recent good events. Sean arrogantly stated, Nine Lord, Manager Zhang checked, and this guy didn't have an invitation. He intentionally caused trouble at your banquet. I took the initiative to have him expelled. Is that so? Nine Lord frowned, then asked Manager Zhang, Manager Zhang, did Mr. Andrew indeed not have an invitation? Manager Zhang was uneasy and glanced at the guards beside him. A guard quickly responded, Nine Lord, indeed there wasn't anyone named Otto. However, there was a gentleman surnamed Andrew whose name was written as Andrew Waida. Huh. Suddenly, laughter echoed throughout the hall. Nine Lord added sternly, Sean, it's often said that the Clarenson family Sean is ignorant and uneducated. Now I understand. It's called Andrew Wei, not just Otto. Perhaps you should go back to school and read a few more years. Finishing his words, Nine Lord announced, Dear friends and old acquaintances of Jiangzhou, esteemed guests, today at this banquet, I'd like to introduce a distinguished young talent and a master of Kalinology to you all. Who is this person? This young man by my side, Otto. Barker. Chapter 33, Return to the Clarence family. Franz's words immediately stunned all the guests. This young man was indeed formidable, earning even Franz's respect as a master. At that moment, Franz continued, For many years, I have been troubled by a problem that Barker easily solved just a few days ago. I hereby declare that Barker will be my esteemed guest from now on. Whoever disrespects Barker will be disregarding my authority. Alithia then added, What Franz said is also what I wanted to express. Barker is a person of great wisdom and talent. As you all know, I have had heart problems since childhood, and my Asher almost passed away. If not for Barker's skillful treatment, I would likely no longer be here. Barker is also our esteemed guest at the Clarence family. The Wan family sisters also stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, our Asher was cured by Barker. What Barker says represents us too. As one by one stood up, all the influential families in Jiangzhou looked at Otto with peculiar eyes. At this point, Dallas's face turned awkwardly embarrassed. Amina gazed at Otto with admiration, but felt complicated. It was regrettable that their marriage lasted less than half a month. She thought if she had been less reserved back then. Sean's expression was grim as he shouted angrily, You're all crazy. He's nothing but a fraud. Pete sternly retorted, Sean, who are you calling crazy? Franz more sternly ordered, From the Clarenson family, huh? Get out now, or else don't blame me for being rude. Sean panicked. He came to make friends, not enemies. Having offended Franz, he gritted his teeth and told Dallas next to him, Let's go. Tomorrow, you let this slut marry into our family. Otto stopped Amina, having heard everything. He wouldn't allow her to get married under any circumstances. It was obvious that the boy wanted to take it out on her. Looking at Sean, Otto said seriously, You can leave, but Jeryankian won't go with you. Also, the arranged marriage between your two families is off. Without my consent, you won't marry her. What do you think you are? Sean roared angrily. Dunk stepped forward. And who do you think you are? My brother's words represent mine too. If you're not satisfied, we can settle this. Austin waved his hand, and immediately 4 or 5 bodyguards rushed forward to drag Sean away. Austin firmly stated, Barker's word is my word. Trina Adam, you have no objections, right? Dallas was utterly intimidated. He deeply regretted driving away such an excellent match for his daughter. Did he really misjudge so badly? He wished he could slap himself, but he still managed to say with a forced smile, Franz, I have no objection. Actually, our family never interferes with marriage choices. They are always Jeryankian's decisions. As Sean left, the party continued. Outside the hotel, after getting into the car, Sean threw his phone violently, smashing it. He roared furiously, Find out who Otto is using every resource you have. Thinking for a moment, Sean instructed his bodyguard, Aching, come over here. Take a few people to stay here. Wait until the banquet ends, then give that guy a lesson to teach him a bit of respect. Understand? With a cruel smile, Sean clenched his teeth. I want one of his legs. Aching, a triangular-eyed man, showed viciousness in his eyes and nodded. Young master, rest assured. Even if we miss him today, there will be other chances. I'll definitely chop off his leg for you. This comforted Sean somewhat. He said sternly, Those damn families and that old fart Austin think my Clarenson family is useless? Just wait and see what we can do. After the banquet ended, with Franz's warm invitation, Otto stayed overnight in the presidential suite of Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. He felt refreshed after a night's cultivation. After yin-yang fusion, the true energy in his body flowed more smoothly, meridians unblocked, and strength increased rapidly. It seemed he should look for some spirit medicines to assist in his cultivation. Dayon would be a good assistant. Maybe he should agree to help find medicinal materials. Just as he was thinking, Otto took out his phone and dialed Alithia's number. Soon, Alithia's voice came through, Giannis E. I thought you forgot about me. Haha, how could I? I have the feng shui instrument ready and am planning to visit soon. Are you at home? Otto replied smilingly. After setting the time, Otto quickly drove away, with a car following from a distance, watching as Otto entered Bun. Aching was somewhat irritated. Was this guy not going to move around recklessly at all? At the entrance of the Clarence family's estate, Alithia stood gracefully in a light yellow dress. Seeing Otto's car approaching, her face immediately lit up with an unrestrained smile, and she hurried forward. Giannissi, you've finally come. Today's Alithia was different from usual. Her delicate face was slightly adorned with makeup, making her already otherworldly demeanor even more refined. Even Otto couldn't help but stare a bit entranced. KC, you look truly beautiful today, Otto said with a teasing smile. Alithia replied playfully, so, Giannissi means I'm not usually beautiful? Otto chuckled, you're beautiful all the time. But now it's like looking at something that can't be touched. I usually don't pay much attention. Expecting Alithia to retreat, he didn't expect her to immediately hold onto his hand and laugh. Who said so? Aren't you brave enough? While joking, they had already walked into the villa, where Grandpa Clarence came out to greet them warmly, saying, Barker, everything is entrusted to you. Everyone knew Otto was there to resolve the geomantic evil force, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Otto did not delay, stepping in a peculiar gait while channeling the mystic True Jerry throughout his body, carefully sensing the energy points of the feng shui layout. Soon, Otto stood on one of these energy points and took out the night pearl he carried. Everyone, step back. With this shout, all the Clarence family members and servants moved several meters back. Otto held the night pearl over the energy point. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed him backward several meters, leaving the night pearl suspended in the air. Otto roared angrily and struck out with one palm. Everyone heard a loud crack. Moments later, a faint blue light shot into the sky. Even the blazing sun could not overshadow its brilliance. At the same time, across from the Clarence family's estate, on Turtlesnake Mountain, a rock shattered, and a black aura rose into the air, forming a black turtlesnake figure, rushing towards Otto. Otto thought, this evil aura is indeed formidable. He channeled Mystic True Jerry with both hands. Meanwhile, the jade pendant emitted another dragon's roar, transforming the black evil aura into a thread-like form. Otto opened his mouth, inhaling the entire aura like swallowing clouds and mist. Such a massive amount of evil chi entering his body made Otto feel a heavy pressure in his mind, causing him to faint instantly. Chapter 34. The Clarence family's gratitude. Yanissi. As Otto collapsed, Alithia immediately shouted and rushed over to him. Beside her, Elroy's face was grim. He said in a solemn tone, quickly, help Barker to the living room. No, take him to the best guest room for rest. As the members of the Clarence family hastily helped Otto into the room and laid him down, Alithia turned around and said, Grandpa, give the order. No one must disclose Yanissi's condition. I'll stay here and watch over him. Subconsciously, Otto could clearly sense what was happening around him. He had underestimated the situation. He hadn't expected this Sa Chi to be so strong. Now it seemed he had been too negligent. This was the old residence of the Clarence family, where centuries of Sa Chi had accumulated. Perhaps the terrain changes had begun to accumulate Sa Chi even before this. He thought there wouldn't be any problem but ended up harming himself. Fortunately, though unconscious, his consciousness was clear. This state was different from being unconscious. In fact, the Sa Chi had sealed off his 5 senses and perception. He circulated the mysterious heaven scroll, forming a complete cycle of true chi within his body. He could feel that Alithia outside was very worried. Soon, a sweet fragrance came, and Alithia's tender hands placed a hot towel on his forehead. This single gesture instantly stirred Otto's emotions. In an instant, he lost control over the Sa Chi inside his body, letting some of it escape. Suddenly, Otto felt his mind filled with desires. The turtle snake formation. Snakes were never good creatures. At this moment, Otto suddenly opened his eyes and saw Alithia before him. Before she could react, Otto pounced and pinned her down. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of fabric tearing. After an hour, the Sa Chi inside his body was finally controlled, mainly thanks to Alithia's essence. Otherwise, Otto would need at least 3 days to recover. Looking at Alithia beside him, who was crying like a pear blossom after rain, Otto felt somewhat embarrassed. No wonder the old man said he was fated for endless calamities due to his entanglements. Wasn't this exactly it? He had just been with Vicky, and now another relationship emerged. Just as he was about to speak, Alithia said, Yanis. Elroy laughed heartily and said, good, very good. Xiaolong, this is a token of appreciation from our Clarence family. On the table lay a check for 10 million yuan and the deed to a detached villa in Jiangzhou Huafu. Although Huafu might not compare to Buyuan, it was located in the city center, which was far better for young people than Buyuan. Otto smiled and said, Grandpa, this isn't necessary. Before he finished, Alithia picked up the items and said with a smile, thank you, Grandpa. Then, turning to Otto, she said, Yanis, you're being silly. You have nowhere to go. Take these. Otherwise, how will you support me in the future? After staying at the Clarence family for 2 days, all the procedures for transferring ownership of the villa were completed. Only then did Otto move in. The French-style detached villa had a built-up area of 800 square meters with a layout of 6 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The garden was large, spanning an area of 800 square meters. There was even a swimming pool, and Otto instantly took a liking to the place. Thus, he settled down there. Just as he lay back on an outdoor lounge chair, his phone rang. Recognizing the number, Otto smiled and answered, Yuching wife, what's up? Missing me already? Alexis, I do miss you. Want to see you. How about playing some golf? Otto immediately perked up. Now you've got my interest. Is it the type Amaya plays? Can you handle it? Vicky paused, taken aback. What are you talking about? What Amaya golf? Otto chuckled. All right, as a doctor myself, if anything goes wrong, I can take care of it. This remark made Vicky think of a news item she had seen before, and she instantly became angry. Otto, you bastard, you scoundrel. Otto laughed. Seems like you know a thing or two too. In the end, they didn't get to play golf, but in the evening, the two of them did meet up for dinner. Vicky chose a rather famous Western restaurant in Jiangzhou City. The Red House restaurant, rumored to be comparable to the famous Red House in Shanghai, was merely boasting. It was actually a knockoff restaurant, but its ambience was well executed, giving a genuine Western dining experience. Not very tasty, such small portions. I prefer hot pot. Grilling would be good too, Otto joked. Vicky shot him a flirtatious glare and said seriously, stop being sarcastic. Why do I feel like you've changed? Changed? Me? Otto's heart raced. Could women's intuition really be this sharp? He then replied, maybe I just miss you. You're this career woman who doesn't take responsibility after a meal. I have to deal with it on my own. Tisk. Vicky spat, then said seriously, I don't think you're up to much. Tomorrow, come with me to negotiate an acquisition. Me? Vicky explained, this time, we want to buy a whitening and beauty formula from the Song family, also a traditional Chinese medicine family. They're tough to deal with. Kalins, you have medical knowledge. I thought you could help me evaluate. I'm worried they might pull something shady. Seeing Otto's surprise, Vicky added, they wouldn't sell before, but now they're suddenly open to it. I fear there's a catch. Otto pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, but since I'm making such sacrifices, shouldn't you reward me? For instance, tonight? Chapter 35, a priceless formula. 3 days later, as the Song family's flight arrived at Jiangzhou Airport, Otto and Vicky were waiting at the airport. Soon after, 3 men dressed in tang suits, 1 elderly man and 2 middle-aged men, walked out of the airport together. Vicky immediately went forward to greet them with a smile. Welcome to Jiangzhou, Elder Song, Mr. Song and Mr. Song. Despite Vicky's obviously ingratiating demeanor, the 3 men remained arrogantly aloof, carrying an air of supreme confidence. One of them said bluntly, let's go to the hotel. Otto instantly frowned. These 3 didn't seem like they were here to negotiate business, but rather to cause trouble. When did people from traditional Chinese medicine families become so arrogant? Even Daeon wasn't this overbearing. Arriving at the conference room in the hotel, the spacious meeting hall was already set up. The three members of the Song family sat on one side, with nameplates before them labeled Barton, Wiley, and Tomas. Vicky sat opposite them with the UNG technology staff. After everyone settled down, Vicky paused for a moment before addressing Barton, who was seated at the head, Elder Song. On behalf of UNG Technology, I welcome all three of you to Jiangzhou. We are very sincere about our intentions. We hope to purchase the exclusive whitening and beauty secret formula from the Song family. As Vicky finished speaking, Barton remained impassive, while Tomas beside him chuckled lightly. President Jaren, we didn't come to Jiangzhou to sell any formula. We were invited here to treat someone. But considering your sincerity, we agreed to meet you. However, I'm afraid you might not be able to afford the price of this formula. Whether we can afford it or not, there must be a price, right? How would you know if we can't afford it without naming a price? Vicky responded with a smile, yet her tone was resolute. Otto approved of her response. Indeed, these old fellows, acting as if they ruled the world, weren't worth much. At this point, Tomas looked at Barton and then laughed. Haha, truly, heroes emerge young. President Jaren, a woman, has such courage. Kalance, you asked, let me tell you, the Song family's price for this formula is 30 billion yuan, cash payment only. And once the product hits the market, we want 10% of the annual profits. Otto couldn't hold back any longer. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood up. 30 billion? Are you crazy? Or just plain broke? What kind of rotten formula could be worth 30 billion? Barton frowned and turned to Vicky. President Jaren, who is this? Is this how you treat guests? Vicky immediately replied, Otto. Otto shot back at Vicky. Yuching, don't fall for these old fools' tricks. You want formulas? I'll give you several that are better than theirs. Haha. Ha ha ha. The three Song family members burst into laughter immediately. Wiley said to Barton, Damien, since things are like this, we shouldn't waste more time. Let's leave now. Standing up, Vicky said, Mr. Song, please calm down. Kalance, you're here. Why don't we talk first? 30 billion for a cosmetic formula? I've never heard of it. I'm willing to pay up to 5 billion. If you're willing, let's have an open discussion. Otherwise, consider what I said null. 5 billion isn't a small amount. While the cosmetics industry is profitable, competition is fierce, with most of the market dominated by international brands. Advanced technology and refinement far surpass what a small company like UNG Technology can offer. Offering 5 billion demonstrated Vicky's determination. The three exchanged glances. Then Tomas continued, at least 8 billion. Our formula is expensive for a reason, accumulated over thousands of years within the Song family. He opened an elegant briefcase, took out a formula sheet, and placed it on the table, saying proudly, this is our formula. Of course, specific dosages and ingredients aren't listed, but you can get a general sense of its value. Show it to that young man who claims to have multiple formulas as well. Barton then pulled out a palm-sized bottle from his pocket and opened it, releasing a rich medicinal aroma throughout the room. He approached a sickly-looking plant, dripping some of the liquid onto its roots. The plant quickly revived, radiating vibrant green. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Although Vicky had learned about the wonders of the Song family's beauty formula through documents, witnessing its effects firsthand still left her stunned. Seeing the atmosphere had reached its peak, Barton finally got to the point, smiling lightly and saying, everyone, this is the derivative product of our formula. I believe this capability can be called magical. President Jaren, do you still think 8 billion is too expensive? These three old fellows are really asking for an exorbitant price. Mr. Song, 8 billion is still too high a price. Too high. Upon hearing this, Tomas's tone rose a few notes. With disdain and mockery on his face, he chuckled and said, President Jaren, you have seen the effectiveness of our family's formula with your own eyes. The price remains the same. Kalance, you've said that, then let's forget it. I won't say anything more. It seems there will be no chance for cooperation between us. Wiley also sneered, I thought with the financial strength of UNG Technology, this small amount would be nothing. From the looks of it, you can't even afford such a price. Your so-called sincerity is just superficial, and what you call a big name is just empty fame. The two brothers continued to belittle UNG Technology, not giving Vicky any chance to speak. After they finished, Vicky smiled and said, Gentlemen, a good formula is one thing, but mass production is another. This is no small matter. The investment cost is enormous. Frankly speaking, at 8 billion yuan and 10% profit, I don't see any prospects. If the three of you insist, I'm afraid this matter will have to be dropped. A price could be negotiated, but Vicky wasn't foolish. A formula didn't equate to a product. She needed to mass produce it after acquiring it. No matter how impressive the Song family's demonstration was, it was all individual crafting. Making 1 or 2 bottles was easy, but mass production was a different story. There were significant risks involved. Beside her, Otto couldn't stand it any longer. Standing up, he looked at the three men from the Song family and said in a deep voice, what you showed just now, this should be the Hui Abdul Ibrahim Dan, elixir of eternal youth, right? I wondered why it seemed different from the so-called formula. Indeed, the Hui Abdul Ibrahim Dan can be used externally as a skin whitening and beauty product. But you old fellows, presenting a defective product to my wife is quite excessive, isn't it? Defective product? Vicky was instantly alarmed and looked at Otto. Honey, how do you know it's a defective product? The three Song family members' expressions changed immediately. Among them, Tomas was enraged and yelled, what do you mean? When has the product of the Song family ever been a defective product? If you don't explain clearly, the Song family will make you pay the price. Chapter 36. The determination of appearance in the dog palace. Otto sneered. He had been annoyed with these old men for a long time. They were using a broken version of the youth-preserving pill, and only its external application part to make money. Were they taking everyone as fools? I have my reasons. With the youth-preserving pill, isn't a sovereign drug missing along with an adjuvant? In traditional Chinese medicine, the drugs are divided into sovereign, minister, assistant, and adjuvant, none of which can be absent. A sovereign drug plays a key role like a stabilizing force. For instance, this youth-preserving pill uses Polygonum multiflorum over a century old as the sovereign. To be honest, Polygonum multiflorum is originally anti-aging. Centennial Polygonum multiflorum doesn't even need special prescription. Eating it raw can turn gray hair black and keep one youthful. These words immediately changed Barton and his companions' expressions as they all stood up. Barton was shocked. How did he know that? The formula of Song family's youth-preserving pill was the best-kept secret. However, nobody outside knew it was actually defective. Just as Otto pointed out, a sovereign drug and a drug guide were indeed missing. The youth-preserving pill has 2 sovereign drugs. Kaler, could you please explain what's missing in the pill? If you can tell me, I can give the whitening and beauty-nourishing formula to CEO Jaren free of charge and ask for no commission, Barton proposed. Vicky was stunned. Is this really happening? Who is this husband and his nephew-in-law of my BFF? Wasn't he an orphan? How did he learn all these skills? Most importantly, not only did his words not anger the other party, but also got rid of 800 million debts for her. Otto smiled gently. I naturally know, but why should I tell you? You treat such a poor formula as treasure. Not bragging if I want to. I can write 10 more within minutes. Haha, who cannot brag, Kaler? As he spoke, Otto's phone rang. Who gazes at the moon? How many dreams fly freely? Seeing the number, it turned out to be Dayon calling. He gestured to Vicky before answering and stepping out. Hello, old Clarence. What's the matter? Then, Otto took a piece of paper from the table, wrote a formula on it, and said to Vicky, I'll take the call outside. This Jiangzhou enterprise is too impolite. The veins on Barton's forehead popped up. The culprit didn't even apologize, simply standing up to take the call. It clearly showed he didn't care about the Song family. Barton smiled. CEO Jaren. Who was that gentleman? Vicky proudly answered. My husband. Haha, didn't expect CEO Jaren's husband to be a medical expert, Barton flattered. Meanwhile, Dayon's voice came through Otto's phone. Master, where are you now? Otto felt speechless and laughed. Ah, old Clarence. When did I become your master? I'm busy right now, no time to drink with you. Dayon quickly replied, Master, there is a patient here I can't quite grasp. Would you mind coming over after I send you the address? This was the first time Otto saw Dayon so urgent. As a famous doctor in Jiangzhou, difficult cases were rare, and those that made him seek help by phone must be extremely unusual and couldn't be delayed. Thinking this, Otto returned to the meeting room and said to Vicky, Yuqing, Dayon needs help, I'll go over first. We don't need to buy that formula anymore, just use the one I wrote. With Otto leaving, the three Song family members stood up. Vicky smiled, Elder Song, since then, I guess we can't cooperate. Barton smiled back, CEO Jaren please. May I take a look at this formula? Vicky saw the formula lacked specific dosage. There was nothing wrong with showing it to them. Others dared to show it, and she hiding it would appear petty. Moreover, Vicky trusted Otto. If he dared to write it down, there was nothing to worry about others seeing it. She nodded. Of course. Please take a look. Seeing Otto's handwriting akin to a calligrapher's, the three Song family members admired it greatly. Doctors who could write well were common, but not many could reach Otto's level. At this moment, Barton suddenly gasped, his face showing an incredibly shocked expression as he murmured, the Dog Palace facial fixation formula. How can this be? Wasn't it lost for 300 years? Tomas had already lost his previous arrogance, and with urgency, said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. According to legends, the formula was buried with the Empress of the Ming dynasty. How could it reappear now? Vicky felt somewhat astonished but smiled gently. Mr. Song, the history you know does not represent everything. Just because you saw it buried, doesn't mean others didn't know about it. Wiley marveled at that moment, saying, This prescription is incredible. I wish I had thought of it. These ingredients used together can completely neutralize the toxicity of Aconitum carmiculi. It's a genius idea. Seeing these three people begin to study the compatibility and techniques of the formula, Vicky frowned and directly went up, taking back the formula from the three men of the Song family. Take your time, let me take another look, Tomas spoke. Suddenly stopping, he looked at Vicky with some embarrassment and said with a smile, President Jaren, may I have one more look? Vicky replied coolly, President Song, I'm afraid that's not possible. You've already seen the formula. Kalence, you also know it's the formula for the Dog Palace facial fixation. There's no need for further explanation. Saying this, Vicky turned to Barton, asking, Elder Song, do you think this formula is better or worse than your family's? Barton seemed embarrassed but understood that this was Vicky's way of getting back at them. Who could blame them for overstepping earlier? With a tight grip, Barton looked at Vicky and said, President Jaren, we were wrong just now. On behalf of the Song family, I apologize to all present. Our formula, the Song family will offer it to President Jaren free of charge. We only have one request. We want to meet the gentleman who provided this formula and hope that he can provide us with appropriate explanations. No need for explanations. If he can help us complete the youth-preserving pill, the Song family is willing to offer another 10 billion in reward. Before Vicky could respond, Tomas added, President Jaren, you know that my brother Song Jia is currently in the capital, in charge of cosmetic approvals. If you can help facilitate introductions, I assure you the Song family will spare no effort to assist President Jaren. Wiley also chimed in, President Jaren, this isn't a threat. If you are unwilling, we won't retaliate. We only have one request, to meet Mr. Andrew. Vicky thought for a moment and then said, regarding matters concerning my husband, I cannot make decisions myself. Let me call him. If he agrees, I'll take you to see him. Chapter 37, A Vegetative State. At this point, the Song family had completely lost their arrogance. Barton's face was full of flattery, saying with a hint of obsequiousness, Of course, it should be like that. Mrs. Andrew truly has great luck to marry such a heroic figure as Mr. Andrew. From my perspective, Mr. Andrew must not be ordinary. Vicky was taken aback for a moment, somewhat puzzled but still smiled and said, Thank you for your praise. He is just an ordinary doctor. This remark left the three members of the Song family speechless. If Otto were considered an ordinary doctor, what would they be? They had seen people act pretentiously, but never to this extent. Besides, with such an exquisite legendary formula at his disposal, why would he humbly seek help from the Song family? Was this all a joke? Next, both parties signed the cooperation agreement without any hindrance. This time, the Song family did not retain a trace of arrogance. They agreed to provide their formula free of charge to Vicky's UNG technology for use. More importantly, the Song family was willing to supply raw materials to UNG technology. Hope we cooperate well. Old Master Song. Barton stood up and smiled. President Jaren, hope we cooperate well. Do you think? Words weren't needed. Vicky smiled and said, Oh, look at me. Please wait a moment. I'll make a call. As Vicky and others went out, Wiley frowned immediately. Damien, do you think Vicky might be playing tricks on us? Could he be setting a trap? Tomas heard this and immediately shook his head. Impossible. Setting traps is the doing of the Jariman con artists, using deceit. The formula for Denny Yin cannot be faked. I believe Vicky probably doesn't realize how remarkable this gentleman really is. Damien, if we could consult him and complete the formula for our Song family's Huichun Ibrahim pill, the Song family might truly rise rapidly. With the completed Huichun Ibrahim pill, it wouldn't be difficult for us to become one of the cultivation families. Thinking of this, Barton's face turned grave as he sighed. Cultivation families. It's easier said than done. The Southern Lai clan, who are known as dragon hunters, and the Northern Abdulfa lineage, all possess mysterious methods and cultivation techniques. Medical families have been in decline since ancient times. For thousands of years, medical practitioners have served the elite. Becoming a cultivation family is tough. Shaking his head, Barton continued, I have no other aspirations. Completing the formula will be enough. That level of existence is not something a family like ours can reach. Just then, Vicky returned from outside and smiled. Please follow me. On the other side, Otto had just hung up the phone from Vicky when the car arrived at Jiangzhou Rongxing Yufu's entrance. Rongxing Yufu in Jiangzhou was also a prestigious and renowned villa complex. As Otto got out of the car, several bodyguard-like individuals came forward by the gates of the villa. Eyeing Otto, one of them bluntly remarked, Kaler, you cannot park here. Please move your vehicle immediately. Otto was momentarily stunned. The roads inside the community were wide, with 2 lanes and numerous parking spaces lined up along the roadside. His car was neatly parked in one of these designated spots. Isn't this a parking spot? I'm not blocking anyone. Why can't I park here? Otto frowned, patiently asking, You? I've already said no parking, so it's not allowed. The guard became slightly impatient. Just as he was speaking, the villa gate opened, and Dayon walked out. Seeing Otto and instantly brightened, Master, you've finally arrived. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression changed instantly, politely saying, Kaler, I'm sorry. Otto followed Dayon into the courtyard and asked, Elroy, what's going on? Is the patient very complicated? Dayon frowned. It's quite strange. The patient isn't old, only 70, but the condition is unusual. The pulse is normal, yet the patient remains unconscious, like a person in a vegetative state. Now, he relies on intravenous nutrition to sustain life. To me, it looks like hysteria. Without hesitation, Otto shook his head. It's definitely not hysteria. Hysteria has many symptoms, fainting, paralysis, muttering, but it wouldn't persist non-stop. Dayon also lamented. Who would say otherwise? I considered it too, but now the problem isn't treatment. It's that we can't identify the cause. As they spoke, Otto and Dayon entered the house. The 10-meter-high living room resembled a castle. At this moment, the entire villa gathered many people, all seemingly relatives of the patient. At this moment, however, few were grieving. Many people were conversing with each other, occasionally flashing smiles. Under Dayon's guidance, Otto walked into a room on the first floor. The room no longer looked like a typical living space, but resembled a hospital ward. The walls were equipped with suction and oxygen supply devices, and 2 medical oxygen tanks were placed in the corner of the room. At this moment, an emaciated, elderly man lay on the bed as if he were dead, with a nasogastric tube inserted through his nose. Otto extended his hand and placed it on the wrist area, Cun, Guan, Qi, of the old man. He immediately froze. There was no pulse. He looked up at the cardiac monitor beside him. The blood oxygen level, blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing were all normal. This person was clearly alive. Why would there be no pulse? Dayon was about to speak when he saw Otto flip the old man's hand over and place his 3 fingers on the back of the old man's hand. Mr. Clarence, given how severe my Asher's condition is, you suddenly call a disciple over and even let the disciple examine him. Isn't this excessive? My Asher isn't a subject for practice. Look, feeling the pulse on the back of the hand. I've never heard of such a thing. Dayon smiled and said, Desi Clarenson, you misunderstood. This person isn't my disciple. Quite the contrary, I am willing to be his disciple. Moreover, your Asher has a rare reverse pulse. In normal people, the pulse appears at the Cun, Guan, Qi points. However, your Asher's pulse manifests on the back of his hand. This is not a mistake. Otto released his hand, stood up, and turned around, instantly freezing. It's you? Before Otto could speak, Sean had already shouted. Otto now sneered coldly. I wondered who it was. It's Desi Clarenson. How coincidental, isn't it? Enemies always meet on narrow roads. Sean's face immediately darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice as he glared at Otto and sneered. What are you doing here? Get lost. Weren't you so arrogant back then with old Nine? Now you're thinking of ingratiating yourself with me through Mr. Clarence's connections? Let me tell you, it's too late. Otto felt speechless and shook his head. You've got it wrong. I was invited by Mr. Clarence. Besides, ingratiate myself with you? Are you worthy of that? With this, Otto turned to Dayon and said, Mr. Clarence, this person has a grudge against me. I won't treat this patient. Ha ha ha. Sean suddenly burst out laughing. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Does my Asher need your help? With Mr. Clarence Saint hand around, why would I need you? At this moment, Dayon stepped forward, his expression serious as he glared coldly at Sean and said, Desi Clarenson, allow me to introduce him to you. The one you consider insignificant is precisely my teacher. Calence my teacher won't treat him. I have no power either. You'd better seek another expert. Chapter 38. Preparations for Aftermath. As Dayon finished speaking, Sean's expression changed instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, fine. I, Sean, will remember you all. Sean turned to his men and ordered, quickly, call Master Zion, the miraculous physician from Jerry Huang, and Master Ibrahim, the medicine king of Jiangzhou. With a proud look on his face, Sean looked at Dayon and said, There are thousands of doctors in this world. Even you, Dayon, only have a little fame here in Jiangzhou. There are many better doctors whom I can call. Kaler Clarenson, Master Sure is out of town. What about Master Bu? Master Bu isn't in Jiangzhou either. Otto chuckled and said to Dayon, Old Clarence, let's go. Before this, Otto used to address Dayon as Senior Clarence out of politeness, which also indicated that he had no intention of taking Dayon as a disciple. But now calling him Old Clarence clearly conveyed a different attitude. Dayon immediately showed excitement and nodded. All right, Master, let's go. Being a famous doctor, Dayon naturally wouldn't prevent others from saving lives. However, asking him to save someone who was an enemy of his master was unrealistic. If there were such saints, one should tell Otto. They could enjoy hospitality at their place tomorrow. It's often said in the martial world that one mustn't offend monks, fikiists, elders, or children. One mustn't offend doctors either. Put simply, the former are inevitably skilled wanderers whose depths are unknown, and offending them could lead to trouble. As for the latter, who knows when one might need a doctor? Sean smiled and said, Do you think I can do nothing without them? Let me tell you, the Pill King of Song family, Mr. Barton, has already arrived in Jiangzhou. I want to see if you, Dayon, are stronger than Elder Song. As he spoke, the sound of an engine revved outside the door again. Soon, someone entered and reported to Sean, Fourth Desi, President Vicky of UNG Technology and Elder Barton, the Pill King, have come to visit. Ha ha ha. Sean laughed proudly. Good, very good. Quickly invite them in. Dayon, and you, this waste of space, did you see that? Without even making the call, Elder Song came to us. This is the power of the Clarenson family. Do you really think you're so great just because you're doctors? Dayon didn't answer, but frowned and said, Master, Elder Barton is not an ordinary figure. What should we do? Otto calmly replied, Old Clarence, you're mistaken. Though we medical practitioners consider each other kin, we've had our differences with Sean. It makes sense for me not to intervene, and it's understandable for you, as my disciple, not to act. But preventing others from helping breaks the rules. Continuing, Otto added, think about it. If word gets out that offending you, Dayon, means the medical community refuses treatment to anyone, how would people perceive you? Would they still seek your help? The medical field holds a revered status precisely because we save lives. Your actions would turn everyone against us. Dayon was taken aback, nodding immediately. Master is right. I've overthought this. As they were discussing, Vicky and 3 members of the Song family were ushered in. Upon seeing Vicky, Sean's face lit up with desire. He warmly extended his hand towards Barton, saying, Elder Song, I didn't expect you to arrive first. On behalf of the Clarenson family, I am extremely grateful. You are? Barton hesitated. Sean quickly responded, Elder Song, I'm Sean of the Clarenson family. This time, my Asher's illness depends on you. You should know, this Dayon has no medical ethics, along with Otto who shamelessly claimed he wouldn't treat my Asher. People like them are a disgrace to the medical community. Ah, it's young Master Clarenson. Is someone in your family ill? Barton asked with a smile. Sean immediately adopted a sad expression and nodded. Alexis, my Asher fell seriously ill 2 weeks ago and lost consciousness. He's now in a vegetative state. I was just about to call you when the 3 of you arrived unexpectedly. The Clarenson family will never forget your kindness. Regarding consultation fees, we won't be ambiguous. As long as you can save my Asher, I'm willing to pay 10 million yuan for treatment. Barton frowned and sternly said, whoever is responsible, remember to call Song Jun later and avoid associating with unprincipled people. Tomas immediately nodded. Sure, Damien. Suddenly, Wiley interjected, Desi Clarenson, I believe you misunderstood. We aren't here to treat anyone. Then why did you come? Sean was suddenly puzzled. Barton stepped forward, walking to the front of Otto, and bowed respectfully, saying, Barker, I am the old man Barton. I failed to recognize your greatness just now. Please do not blame me. This time we asked President Jaren to bring us here because we actually have a favor to ask of Barker. Otto calmly said, the Huichun Buladen? Barton immediately showed joy on his face and nodded. Indeed, Master's insight is truly remarkable. It's for this very matter. Otto smiled and said, the formula is a simple thing, but this isn't the right occasion. Barton immediately responded, you're right. My excitement got the better of me. Barker, how about we find a quiet place to discuss it in detail now? Beside him, Sean, no matter how foolish, understood the situation. His face instantly turned pale, and he angrily shouted, you're not here to treat my Asher? Barton lifted his head and looked at the furious Sean, saying, when did I say I was here to treat anyone? Moreover, you brat, are your eyes blind? Or is there something wrong with your brain? The great physician Master Otto stands before you, and you show no respect whatsoever. Instead, you mock him endlessly. Do you think people in the medical field can be bullied so easily? Wiley also chuckled lightly. Damien, some people being blind is perfectly normal. Tomas, out of kindness, looked at Sean and said, to put it bluntly, if Barker refuses to treat, then none of you can help. We apologize. Sean roared angrily, you're too ruthless. Someone. As he spoke, an elderly servant suddenly blocked Sean's path and whispered, Desi, don't act rashly. The Song family and Dayon have significant connections and influence. Don't offend them. Remember, you still have several other young masters ahead of you. Sean's fury subsided instantly. His face turned red with frustration, and he felt immense regret. If only I had known Otto was so formidable, why would I have offended him? And that Adam family, claiming this kid was just an ordinary intern? What a grudge this stirs. At this moment, Barton made a respectful gesture, inviting Otto, Barker please, let's find a place to talk in detail now. Otto pondered for a moment and said, previously, your Song family acted arrogantly, and frankly, I wasn't inclined to talk with you. However, since you've brought Yuching along, it seems you've calmed her down. Considering your sincerity, let's talk. Stopping at the door, Otto paused and turned around, saying, Desi Clarenson, start preparing for the aftermath. Chapter 39 Guidance for the Song family. Leaving the Clarenson family residence, Dayon couldn't help but ask, Master, I wonder what exactly is Mr. Sean's illness? Could you explain it a bit? Barton suddenly paused when he heard this, looking at Dayon and then said, Old Clarence, you are indeed fortunate to be able to study under Barker. Beside them, Vicky was completely baffled. This was her blind date partner? This was her best friend's nephew? This was the young master of the Andrew family who had gone missing? What had he learned in these 20 years? At this moment, Vicky felt somewhat puzzled. After all, Dayon was the renowned holy hand of Jiangzhou. As for the Song family, they didn't need to be mentioned. Each generation's most outstanding offspring automatically became the current alchemy king of the Song family. A man in his 60s bowing to a man in his 20s as a master, not only wasn't laughed at, but he even looked envious. Right at that moment, cries sounded from inside the villa. Faint words like, Grandpa, why did you die? Or Damien, wake up could be heard. Barton's expression changed again, and he raised his thumb, saying, Barker, I admire your skills. Tomas added with a smile. They say Yama makes one die by the 3rd watch. Who would dare to let someone live until the 5th? Barker is even more formidable. If Barker says he should die, then he must die. Praise aside, the few people, including Dayon, were actually quite shocked. Humans are very peculiar beings. Clarence can be incredibly resilient yet also very fragile. Unexpected events, car accidents, or an accidental stab could mean the end. On the other hand, when it comes to fragility, life can also be remarkably strong. As medical practitioners, estimating a person's lifespan was within their capacity. But Otto could directly declare life or death. Initially, they thought Otto was speaking generally about no hope and preparing for the aftermath. However, hearing the cries from inside the villa, they realized they had underestimated him. Vicky smiled and said, Everyone, why don't we find a place to discuss further? The group quickly left Rongxing Yufu and found a high-class, quiet, and comfortable tea house within the city. The Song family, flush with wealth, immediately booked the entire place. In the private room, as the waiter served tea, the 3 members of the Song family suddenly knelt before Otto on one knee. Barton said sincerely, Barker, I apologize for offending you earlier. Please forgive us. We plead for your mercy regarding the elixir formula. Their attitude was clear. Even Otto felt slightly embarrassed. He was such a person. He didn't know how to react when treated with respect. But if they treated him disrespectfully, then too bad. He would show them what strength meant. At this moment, Barton said, initially, we three had doubts when General Manager Jaren mentioned that the Shugong Dinian formula originated from you. But today, after meeting you, my brothers and I are thoroughly convinced. Master, our Song family has strived all our lives to complete the Huichun Buladen formula. Now that we've finally seen hope, please instruct us, Wiley said reverently. Huichun Buladen? Otto felt speechless internally. Such a lousy elixir formula. In the Xintian records, it was just an ordinary thing. Alexit, the Song family valued it so much. Seeing the earnest looks on the faces of the three before him, Otto glanced at Vicky. Yuching, did these old fellows ask for too much just now? Before Vicky could respond, the three Song men looked pleadingly at her. At this moment, Vicky felt immensely comfortable, as if she had eaten ice watermelon on a scorching summer day. Kalance establishing UNG technology, she had lacked core technology and had suffered a lot because of the formulas. She never expected that her blind date partner, this young husband, would turn out to be so capable. Then, Vicky smiled. Barker, no, there wasn't any exorbitant request. I have already reached a cooperation agreement with the Song family. They will provide me with the skincare formula free of charge and supply herbs for UNG technology. However, if you feel it's inappropriate, I can cancel the cooperation with the Song family immediately and return the formula. After speaking, Vicky turned to Barton. Mr. Song, rest assured, the formula is still in my password-protected box. I can assure you, no one at UNG Technology has seen it. Barton immediately replied, Mrs. Andrew, you're joking. Once a contract is signed, there's no backing out. Regardless of whether Barker agrees, the formula belongs to you, Mrs. Andrew, and the Song family will unconditionally provide raw materials to UNG Technology. Otto was quite satisfied with the situation. Though he was a bit older, it came with its advantages. Most importantly, she understood his needs and was considerate. Just now, if Vicky had only said that the contract was signed, he wouldn't have said anything. But Vicky directly stated her stance. If you're unwilling, I can halt cooperation. Look at this. This is what being understanding means. Moreover, Otto was also pleased with the three from the Song family. Although they sought something from him, not everyone had their level of resolve. After pondering for a moment, Otto nodded and said, all right, old Clarence, go out for a bit. I need to chat with them. Kalance, it was the Song family's secret formula. Daeon immediately left the room. Otto then turned to Barton and said, actually, you've already completed the Huichun Buladen formula. You just made a mistake with the ingredients. The most important part is the pearl. It must be Ruperju, Eastern Pearl. Moreover, the dosage should not exceed 5G. Remember, excess can be as harmful as deficiency. Sometimes it's like this. When you know how, it's not difficult. When you don't, it's very hard. Without a breakthrough, everything seems extremely challenging. Alexit, sometimes, it's just a tiny difference that can lead to a huge disparity. Barton suddenly slammed the table, standing up excitedly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How could I have missed it? At this point, Barton knelt down again. Barker, words can't express my gratitude. From now on, you are the Song family's greatest benefactor. Otto smiled and said, please bring old Clarence back in. As Daeon re-entered, Barton and the other two relaxed visibly. Tomas curiously asked, Barker, old Clarence asked earlier, what exactly was the condition of that person? I took a look but couldn't figure it out. Daeon also became curious. Alexi's master, what happened? Otto laughed heartily and was about to speak when suddenly the door was kicked open from the outside. Sean, leading a group of thugs, stood menacingly at the doorway. Sean's face was exceptionally dark. He walked into the room and said, Old Song, Ms. Jaren, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Daeon immediately frowned and said sternly, Sean, what are you planning to do? Sean sneered, what am I planning to do? I want you all to bury my Asher. Pointing at Otto, Sean continued, you bastard dog, you did this on purpose. You used your medical skills to pretend to treat while letting him die. Kalance, my Asher is dead. You will join him in death. Chapter 40. Sean's backer. Sean, you dare. At this moment, Barton stepped forward. With a look of anger on his face and standing proud, he had an air of authority about him as he looked at Sean and said in a deep voice, the Clarenson family truly acts lawlessly. I wonder if you, Sean, can speak for the Clarenson family? Tomas sneered coldly. What a grand display of power. I must spread the word among my peers today and let everyone see the true colors of the Clarenson family. Wiley also chimed in. I've really seen it all now. Is this how the Clarenson family behaves? Anyone who doesn't know might think you, Sean, are the head of the Clarenson family. How ridiculous to vent your anger on doctors. This is the first time I've heard such nonsense. The three men from the Song family were genuinely indignant. On one hand, as peers, Sean's actions undoubtedly angered everyone. No one had seen anyone behave like this before. Death was common to any doctor. Without seeing death, one wouldn't even have the nerve to call themselves a doctor. If one blamed the doctors for every death, who would dare practice medicine? On the other hand, the three wanted to show their sincerity in front of Otto. Sean's expression was rather grim as he said in a low voice, Old Master Song, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm only after this kid. Ridiculous. Daeon said angrily, I need to ask the Lord of Jiangzhou when doctors became punching bags. Vicky also said coldly, Desi Clarenson, you dare lay a hand on my husband? I, Vicky, am not someone to be trifled with either. But Otto laughed heartily. Thank you, old Clarence, old Master Song. As he spoke, Otto walked over to Vicky and put his arm around her shoulder. The intimate gesture made Sean incredibly angry and jealous. What did this damn guy have that attracted so many women? Sean, don't get me wrong, aren't you just looking for a fight? Come on then. Vicky anxiously exclaimed, Otto. Don't worry, these trash won't be a problem, Otto reassured her, whispering in her ear, Yuching anti-wife. Those words made Vicky's face flush red. He's so bad. What did he say? Why, Yuching anti-wife? Am I old? Besides, what's an anti-wife? I'm not your aunt, just your cousin's close friend. While they were talking, there was another screeching of car brakes at the entrance. Glancing over, many cars drove up to the door. All black Range Rovers, about a dozen or so in total. Sean laughed lightly. Otto, I know you're skilled, but can you take on one man? Can you take on 10? I have more than 100 people here. Today, just spit from each person could drown you. Vicky suddenly grabbed Otto's hand tightly, feeling nervous. Otto frowned and glanced at Sean with an unfriendly look. If things couldn't be settled peacefully today, he would grab Sean first. Catching the leader first always worked. That way, Sean would surely cherish his life. But the next moment, Otto's frown eased when he saw a familiar figure, Waylon. Sure enough, Waylon strolled in lazily wearing slippers, followed by dozens of well-dressed bodyguards who looked highly trained. I hear some blind fools want to touch my brother? Is that right? Even before he arrived, Waylon's voice echoed through. Vicky's expression changed as she whispered, husband, it's Waylon. This person isn't easy to deal with, reportedly from a powerful family in the capital city. Just as Vicky was surprised, Waylon walked up to Otto. Giannis, you're being unfair. You didn't tell your Giannis you when trouble came. Luckily, I got the news and rushed over. Waylon, what are you doing? Don't push your luck. I respect you as a member of the Yu family, but don't forget, this is Jiangzhou. Remember, no matter how strong a dragon is, it cannot dominate its local snakes, Sean said sternly. Waylon chuckled. A dragon can't dominate its local snakes. Good saying, but let me tell you, that only applies if the dragon isn't strong enough. Since I'm here, why don't you show me how formidable you are? Moreover, local snake? If Drake Clarence and Zhenshang said this to me, it might sound believable. But you? Do you qualify? Just as he was speaking, the entrance was completely blocked by cars. A Rolls-Royce Phantom had driven up. Without any pomp, a single car stopped, and Austin stepped out. Upon entering, Austin smiled. Barker, you're here? Otto also smiled. Ninth Damien, thank you for coming. Austin laughed heartily and turned to look at Sean. Juanji, I heard you're the local snake? Sean felt embarrassed and forced a laugh. Ninth? Austin said solemnly, don't try to cozy up. You aren't qualified. Now kneel down and apologize to Barker. This matter can be considered settled. Otherwise, I'll break your dog leg and then go find Clarence and Zhenshang. I'll ask him what the fourth young master of the Clarence family is. How dare he take action against a doctor in Jiangzhou? Does your Clarence family want to become public enemies? He. Sean's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth. Ninth Grandpa Waylon, are you two really going to make a move? So what if we do? Fine. This is all you people forcing me, Sean roared angrily, suddenly took out his phone, dialed a number, whispered a few sentences and hesitated, struggling with himself before biting his teeth and saying, Alexis, I'm willing to use this favor. After speaking, Sean said in a deep voice, Kalence they have come, then none of us will leave. This is all forced by you people. Haha, you say not to leave? Who do you think you are? Waylon laughed. At this moment, however, Ninth Grandpa calmly said, Wensai, no rush. I'd like to see where the confidence of the Clarence family's fourth young master comes from. As time ticked by, it gradually got darker. After about 15 minutes, there came a faint put sound from the sky which grew louder over time. The lawn outside the Zhang family villa started being swept by strong winds. Subsequently, a Bell Company luxury helicopter slowly landed on the lawn outside the Zhang family villa. A vivid golden dragon was printed on its black body, clearly custom-made. Seeing this grand entrance, Austin's pupil shrank, and Waylon asked in surprise, Ninth Grandpa, is this person very powerful? Austin said, I didn't expect that a junior member of the Clarence family would be connected with Frank. Outside the window, the helicopter had already stabilized, and Sean quickly went forward to welcome it. As the cabin door opened, a man and a woman dressed in snug clothing leaped down from the helicopter and quickly arranged the ladder. Then, a man in a black coat with a pompadour, around 40 to 50 years old, slowly descended from the helicopter. Hearing the name Frank, Waylon thought for a moment and then said, the underground emperor of Rupertjun? Old Second Bien? Austin nodded and said, that's him. He has controlled Rupertjun's underworld for over a decade and rarely shows himself. I didn't expect him to be related to the Clarence family. Finishing, Austin looked at Otto and said, Barker, don't worry. Although Frank has great power, don't mind this. Just this person. I believe he wouldn't dare do anything to us. Chapter 41, Cutting Off One Hand. At this moment, pride and excitement showed on Sean's face. By a stroke of luck, he had made Frank owe him a favor. He initially thought only one of Frank's subordinates would come. To his surprise, Frank himself actually arrived. As Frank approached, Sean immediately greeted respectfully. Mr. Denny, thank you for your trouble. Frank gave Sean a casual glance and said, no need to be polite. I merely owe you a favor. Once this is done, I won't owe you anything. Sean quickly responded, Alexis, yes, I will follow your instructions, Mr. Denny. At this point, Frank had already entered the tea house, scanning the room before smiling as he noticed someone and said, oh, it turns out Ninth Kaler is here too. Mr. Eric and Master Clarence Shang, nice to meet you, Frank said with an amiable expression, appearing like a businessman. Who would have thought that this baron, standing at only 1.65 meters tall and wearing cloth shoes, was the underground emperor of Rupertjun, the notorious Mr. Denny in the underworld? Anyone who saw him would think he was just an ordinary, perhaps even a petty, merchant. Frank's gaze landed on Stuarty, saying with a smile, Prince Wensei of the Yu family from Beijing. It's a pleasure meeting you. Austin raised his hand in greeting and then said, Mr. Denny has come personally. Looks like you're closely connected with the Clarence family. Upon hearing this, Frank instantly smiled and replied, there's no need for probing, Ninth Kaler. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to mobilize your connections to pressure or even destroy the Clarence family. I wouldn't say a word. I only owe Sean one favor. In the underworld, we value loyalty and righteousness. Debts must be repaid. Kalence he asked for my help, I can't refuse. After speaking, Frank surveyed the room and asked, what's going on? Sean promptly stood up and explained, Mr. Denny, this kid refused to treat my Asher using his medical skills. Not only did he refuse to treat him, but he also stopped Dayon, Eric, and others from treating my Asher, leading to his death. Please do justice today. Today, I don't involve anyone else. I just want this boy's life. Inverting black and white. Nonsense. Dayon and Barton reprimanded simultaneously. Dayon sternly said, this illness was mysterious, and I couldn't do anything about it. You have grievances with my master. What's wrong with us not treating your Asher? Barton added, Mr. Denny, I've practiced medicine for 40 years and never lied. The Song family cannot cure this illness. Frank pondered for a moment, then said, I understand. Your Asher was ill, and Master Clarence couldn't help. When this Andrew Mister came, it turned out he had a conflict with you and refused to act. Then when Elder Song and others arrived, they also didn't help. So, you blame it on this young man. Now that someone is supporting this young man, you've called me over. Sean nodded and said, you are insightful, Mr. Denny. That's exactly what happened. Frank waved his hand and looked at Otto, saying, Clarence, settle Giannis. Since things are clear, I don't see much of an issue here. Clarence or death aside. How about this? You leave one arm behind as an apology to the Clarence family. After today, everything is settled. How does that sound? Frank, Austin shouted angrily, saying sternly, are you really going to do this? Frank showed no reaction to Austin's anger. His face remained unchanged. With a mocking smile, he said, why such a temper? Ninth Kaler, you're the white, I'm the black. Our paths don't cross. There's no reason for this. Then, Frank's expression suddenly changed, emitting a powerful aura. He calmly said, Ninth Kaler, I've given you face, so who will give me face? You have ties with this young Otto, but I also owe favors to others. What should we do? Where should I put my face? Do I still need to stand in Rupert June? As Frank finished speaking, the sound of several Toyota Coaster minibuses was heard outside. Cars stopped, and numerous men dressed in black t-shirts, holding weapons, stormed off the vehicles. They surrounded not only the entire tea house but were already rushing inside. Just as they were talking, a person tried to enter but was blocked by the thugs. A voice cried out, let me in. While Otto was stunned, Amina had already walked in. Seeing Amina, Sean instantly smiled. Jerry Yankian? However, what Sean didn't expect was for Amina to rush forward and slap him across the face. The sound was sharp and loud, stunning Sean. Jerry Yankian? Amina said in a deep voice, Sean, I never thought you would be so shameless. Don't call me Jerry Yankian. We are not that close. Vicky suddenly whispered to Otto, honey, this is the Jerry Yankian, who was mistakenly recognized as a relative, your ex-wife? Otto nodded. Alexia? Otto also didn't expect Amina to be so bold and fierce. These were all big shots from Jiangzhou and Rupert June. Your Adam family is just a tiny presence. Normally, Amina is gentle and charming, yet she's acting so tough now. Isn't she afraid of getting her family into trouble? Vicky suddenly giggled. I actually kind of like this Peggy. You could keep her. I don't mind. Otto gave Vicky a sideways glance. Aren't you afraid? They want to cut off my hand. Vicky smiled. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Besides, if you really lose a hand today, so be it. Vicky, will do everything possible to grow strong and take down these people eventually. Before Otto could respond further, Amina walked up to Frank and said gravely, Mr. Denny, I am Otto's ex-wife, and Sean is my current fiancé. All this happened because of me. If you want Otto's hand, then today, I will replace him and give you this hand. With that, Amina suddenly grabbed a machete from one of the thugs nearby. Otto inwardly cursed. This idiot, watching the show like a fool? She even snatched the machete from an unstable thug. Without any hesitation, Amina swung the knife towards her own arm. At that moment, Otto flashed forward, grabbing Amina's hand just as she was about to chop. He gently pried the knife out of her grasp, smiling and saying, ladies shouldn't play with knives. Haven't I spoken yet? Why are you in such a hurry? As he spoke, Otto flicked his wrist in a graceful motion with the knife, then calmly looked at Frank. Bien Lauer. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. You talk about cutting off my hand so casually. But what if I refuse? Frank was taken aback for a moment, then grinned awkwardly. No, you will consent? Otto laughed loudly, saying solemnly, want my hand? What a joke. If you want it, then let's see if you have the ability. Chapter 42. Someone you can't afford to offend. As Otto spoke, the atmosphere turned stiff. Sean was thoroughly enraged. He never expected that not only did Amina refuse to help him, but she dared to hit him for Otto's sake. What was the Adam family? Just a minor aristocratic family who hadn't been prominent for more than 3 generations. If it weren't for the connection with the medical industry network of his family in Jiangzhou, how could he, as a young master of the Clarence family, consider marrying into such a family? Moreover, this was not even a marriage alliance. It was merely him keeping Amina as a mistress outside. You filthy bitch, you dare to hit me. Sean's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he grabbed Amina by the neck and spat out fiercely. In what way am I worse than Otto? Do you really think you're so precious? Look at yourself, you're just a used woman. Do you think you deserve my status as a Clarence family young master? Sean had almost gone mad. He couldn't understand why so many people would help Otto, even making Amina openly defy him. All of you must die. All of you have to die for me. Sean raged, tightening his grip on Amina's neck. Seeing this, Otto immediately rushed forward, grabbing his arms and twisting them forcefully. With a series of crackling sounds, Sean's arms loosened and hung limply by his sides, seemingly dislocated. Otto then struck a chop at Sean's neck, which wouldn't kill him but would likely leave him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a hand blocked Otto's strike. Behind him, the sound of breaking wind signaled an incoming kick, and Otto ducked just in time to avoid the fierce kick. Turning around, he saw the 2 bodyguards eyeing him menacingly. Good grief, these 2 aren't ordinary fighters. Otto thought to himself, sensing that they might also be cultivators like him. Their attacks were incredibly swift and sharp. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might already be unconscious now. Realizing their first attack failed, the 2 bodyguards attacked again, but Otto calmly held Amina and moved away, increasing the distance between them. Feeling Otto's chest close to her, Amina felt as if she were floating on clouds. Although they had known each other for a long time, they always kept their distance intentionally. This was the closest she had ever been to him. A feeling of warmth and security she couldn't resist made Amina involuntarily hold onto Otto tightly. Sean, already losing his mind, shouted to Frank's bodyguards upon seeing Amina and Otto together. Kill him, you guys. Get rid of him. Frank's previously angry expression darkened further. For a mere Otto to make demands was one thing, but who was Sean to order his people around? The 2 bodyguards immediately stopped at Frank's displeased look, knowing their boss well. But Sean continued to yell, come on, you bastards, why aren't you attacking? As Sean spoke, Frank took a step forward. Thinking Frank was about to attack, Sean laughed. Trina bien, go. I want them dead. Once they're dead, we can call it even. However, Frank walked up to him and slapped Sean several times, saying coldly, Sean, what are you? My people? You dare to shout orders at me. Who do you think you are? Sean was dazed for a moment, then murmured apologetically, Trina bien. I'm sorry. Frank said sternly, bring Sean out. Sean's face changed. Trina bien, how? Frank replied calmly, favors are meant to be returned, not exploited like this. Today, Ninth Master is here, along with Giannis Whalen from the capital and Eric. Let everyone bear witness. This favor has been repaid. Spitting on the ground, Frank added, what kind of person are you? Alexis, I owed you a favor, but shouting orders at me like that. Do you think I'm your servant? Get lost. Escort him out. Alexis, Trina bien. Sean was dragged away. Witnessing this, Ninth Master and others were stunned. But Ninth Master remarked, Trina bien is right. Owing someone doesn't make you their subordinate. This young man from the Clarenson family doesn't know the rules. With Sean gone, Frank approached Otto and asked, Clarence settle brother, could we talk privately? Ninth Master immediately said, Barker. Otto smiled. This suited his intention perfectly. With so many people around, Amina, Vicky, and elder figures like Dayon, he couldn't act as freely as he wanted. If it was just him, Otto wouldn't be concerned about these things. He immediately said, Ninth Master, Yanasu, please step out for a moment. Turning to Vicky, Otto added, Yuching, take Jeryankian and Hayes out first. Lord Eric, thank you for your help today. Barton's face lit up with joy. Wasn't this what he had been waiting to hear? He laughed and said, Barker, you're too kind. Your visit is always welcome at the Song family. Soon, everyone left. Frank then waved his hand, saying, all of you, get out. Kaler Denny, get out. Following Frank's words, only he and Otto remained in the tea house. Otto chuckled, Kaler Denny, now it's just the two of us. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Kaler Denny smiled and looked at Otto. Giannis Andrew, can you show me the jade pendant around your neck? Otto was taken aback, but didn't refuse. He took out the jade pendants. But as soon as Kaler Denny saw them, particularly the coiled dragon design on one of them, he immediately knelt on one knee and looked up at Otto. Desi. This old servant bien heir pays respects to Desi. Otto was startled and asked, the Andrew family? Do you know about the Andrew family? What exactly happened 20 years ago that led to its downfall? Bien heir immediately responded, Desi, it seems you already know something. Did Vicky tell you? Indeed, he has a close relationship with your aunt. Pausing, Frank continued solemnly, Desi 20 years ago. My lord saved me but didn't let me join the Andrew family. Because of that, I managed to survive. Over the years, I've become the underground emperor of Rupert Prefecture. I've been investigating matters related to the Andrew family's demise, which is undoubtedly connected to the aristocratic families of Rupert Prefecture. However, the details remain unclear. Desi, you must understand, over these years, I've been looking for you and Miss Andrew. It was like trying to find a needle in the ocean, with little hope. I never thought I'd finally find you. Seeing Frank's tearful excitement, Otto felt a pang of emotion. By all accounts, Frank was just an unimportant person, yet he had remained loyal to the Andrew family. His unwavering dedication was truly admirable and deeply moved Otto. Otto walked over and helped Frank up. Kaler Denny. Frank, upon hearing this, immediately knelt again. Desi, you shouldn't call me that. Call me Xiaobian. Or Old Denny if you prefer. Otto smiled. Damien Denny. No need for formalities. Looking at you, it seems you have a hidden injury. Is your chi unsettled, lacking vigor? Frank was momentarily stunned, nodding. Desi's insight is sharp. I pushed myself too hard when I was younger. Injuries were inevitable. As they spoke, Otto extended his hand and began channeling true essence energy, striking Frank repeatedly. Not resisting, Frank rotated along with each strike from Otto. Soon, Otto placed a palm on Frank's back. Immediately, Frank coughed up a mouthful of black, congealed blood. His eyes lit up. Desi, you're amazing. I feel refreshed, almost reborn. My strength feels enhanced. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Kaler Denny, Sean's uncle has arrived with men. Chapter 43, Unfilial Son. At this moment, Frank had already come out with Otto. It was visible that this area had been locked down. There were still people on duty outside the road intersections. This was obviously the work of Lord Aston. Only he possessed such ability. At this very moment, Sean looked like a kindergarten child who had been hit and was telling something to a man in front of him. As Frank came out, the man greeted with a smile. Lord Denny, Clarence and Quan was utterly astonished. This was a well-known bigwig in Rupert County. How did this kid Sean have any connection with Lord Denny? This didn't seem good, especially not for his son. Frank calmly said, Clarence and Quan, are you here to stand up for your nephew? Clarence and Quan chuckled and replied, where would I dare to with Lord Denny here? Thanks to Lord Denny's regard. Frank calmly answered, me? Haven't I already said that I've repaid my favor? And there are witnesses like Lord Aston. At this moment, Sean immediately protested, Lord Denny, that's not right. What I meant was taking this guy's life. You didn't do it. Upon hearing these words, Frank showed no sign of anger and laughed, saying, Clarence and Quan, Mr. Clarenson, look at what your family members can do, so powerful and arrogant. A favor turns me, Frank, into a servant of your Clarenson family. Tell me, how should I deal with it? Lord Aston immediately chimed in from the side with an ambiguous tone. Haha, really well educated the Clarenson family is. Anyone who doesn't know might think Lord Denny is a house slave of the Clarenson family. Fortunately, I Austin don't owe such a favor. With one echoing the other, Clarence and Quan's face turned increasingly worse, yet deep inside he felt happier and happier. Relying on Frank, this boy had been overly domineering at home. Finally, this favor had run its course. Not only did it exhaust, but it seemed to offend both Lord Denny and Lord Aston. Haha, what goes around comes around. Without hesitation, Clarence and Quan rushed directly in front of Sean. Still full of hatred, Sean said, second Damien, smack. A loud slap landed on Sean's face. Before Sean could say another word, Clarence and Quan again swung his palm, hitting several more slaps in quick succession. Sean's cheek swelled up immediately, and a thread of blood froth dribbled out of his mouth. He had lost count of how many times he had been slapped today. With a bewildered and wrong look, Sean looked at Clarence and Quan, holding his face and asked, second Damien, why are you hitting me? Clarence and Quan had controlled the underground forces of the Clarenson family for years, and naturally, he was quite astute. Seeing Lord Denny's attitude, he realized he wouldn't be stepping into a pitfall today. To prevent Lord Denny's anger from burning down to the Clarenson family, his nephew had to suffer some pain. More importantly, this boy would have no hope in the third generation. So he grabbed Sean angrily and said, you waste, blind fool. You dragged Lord Denny into a little matter. Today, I will teach you a lesson in place of my elder brother. And Clarence and Quan smacked again firmly. After just a few rounds, Sean's whole face became swollen like a pig's head. After beating, Clarence and Quan immediately changed his expression and said to Lord Denny, this brat does things without any propriety. Please be magnanimous and do not take it to heart. On Lord Denny's face, there was still not much of a pleasant expression. He said indifferently, Lord Clarenson II, what you said has nothing to do with me. It's a private matter of the Clarenson family. But Otto then opened his mouth and said, Lord Clarence II, I heard that Desi Clarence IV has engaged with the Adam family. Do you know about this matter? Speaking of this, Otto held Amina's hand, which was cold but delicate and soft. Amina struggled a bit, but was powerfully restrained by Otto. She huffed softly. Otto felt somewhat sentimental. Previously, during their wedding, they hadn't even touched hands, let alone stood within 1 meter of each other. Now, divorced, they ended up holding hands. Pulling Amina out, Otto said, Lord Clarence II, as you see, this is Desi Clarence IV's engagement partner. Unfortunately, Jeryankian is my ex-wife. Clarence and Kwan was stunned. Then he said, Mr. Andrew, is this a misunderstanding? I didn't know about this. Besides, our Clarence family is strict on upbringing. Here, Clarence and Kwan paused, and with a wry laugh continued, Mrs. Andrew is of incomparable beauty. How could our Clarence family match up? The words were gentle but clear. The Clarence family was, after all, a prominent clan. How could they marry a divorcee? But Clarence and Kwan, seeing Otto's outstanding demeanor and status, dared not say it outright. Otto said to Amina, see? I told you your father must have gone crazy. What kind of family is the Clarence family, that they would marry you? You'd better just stay as my wife. Amina blushed with embarrassment and retorted, we are already divorced. Divorce? What does that matter? We've been through so much together. Do we really care about that piece of paper? Or rather, the certificate? Isn't it easy to get another one? It only costs 9.9 yuan. Clarence and Kwan whispered, Sean, what exactly happened? Sean forced a smile. Second Damien this? I just thought it would be fun, you know? Frank sneered, well done. The Clarence family is indeed impressive. Barker is my benefactor, and therefore, Mrs. Andrew is also my benefactor. You dare to treat my benefactor as a toy. Lord Aston also snorted coldly, Clarence and Kwan, you have to give me an answer for this. Barker is my benefactor. Barton and Dayon said at the same time, Mr. Clarenson, Barker has remarkable medical skills. If you don't give us an answer about his wife being insulted, I assure you, no doctor in the world will cooperate with your Clarenson family for treatment. Hearing this, Clarence and Kwan immediately felt afraid. One thing wasn't serious, but with all these people pressuring him together, the Clarenson family couldn't bear it. He then kicked Sean, forcing him to kneel down. Clarence and Kwan said gravely, damn brat, you always mess things up instead of making them better. Apologize to Mr. Andrew and Mrs. Andrew right now. Unfilial son. Are you trying to drag our Clarenson family into ruin? Second Damien. Clarence and Kwan interrupted Sean before he could finish. If you don't apologize, I'll immediately expel you from the Clarenson family. At this moment, Vicky also stepped forward and said, Otto, since it's like this, let's go. We've caused quite a commotion today. How about we treat everyone to a light meal and invite Lord Aston, Lord Denny, my brother, and Eric, among others. Otto was deeply touched. This was truly a virtuous wife who not only saved face for him, but also considered everything thoroughly. Amina was great too. He liked her stubborn refusal to admit defeat. Otto nodded and said, everyone, please do me this small favor. That night, at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Otto hosted a dinner for everyone. Both hosts and guests were very pleased. Lord Aston and Enrico were both very happy. Clearly, although they didn't know what Otto and Frank had discussed, it must have been significant. As for Barton and the others, they were even happier. Having this connection was very beneficial for the Song family. Meanwhile, Frank said to Otto, Desi, please wait a moment. Chapter 44 New Clues. Seeing Barker's words, Ninth Kaler immediately said, Barker, then this old man will take my leave first. When you have free time, you can come to my place for some tea. Barker smiled and replied, of course. Barton and the two others also smiled and said, Barker, when you have free time, please do come visit our Song family. Thank you, Lord Song Dansall. I certainly will. Enrico stepped forward even before he could speak. Barker took the initiative to say, Giannis, don't worry, let's go to your place today first. I will treat Kale Kale. After that, Kale Kale should be fine. Enrico was stunned and instantly exclaimed excitedly, Giannis, thank you very much, don't rush. Otto laughed gently, it's okay, it needs to be treated anyway. Then, Otto said to Frank, Damien Denny, shall we wait a bit? Frank immediately responded, everything depends on young master's instructions. At this moment, Vicky said with a smile, I won't follow along. I will leave together with Jeryankian's sister. After this meal, Amina had already become close friends with Vicky, turning into best friends. This made Otto marvel inwardly. No wonder this guy could become best friends with Annie Xiao. It seemed like there was no woman she couldn't handle. Upon arriving at Enrico's house, as soon as they entered, Jane's eyes lit up immediately and ran over directly, completely ignoring Enrico. She opened her arms towards Otto, Giannis Otto. Enrico immediately said, Khaleesi, you should call him uncle. Nah, I like it this way. Barker said smilingly, Giannis you, just let Khaleesi be. Entering the room, Otto pressed on Kale Kale's sleep acupoint. Immediately Kale Kale fell asleep. Then Otto took out his silver needles and performed acupuncture on the Yuan Po, Shin Soul points, etc. Under the control of Xianjin True Qi, Kale Kale's astral travel disorder stabilized. Although the Garuda was magical, its power was limited at this moment. Barker fixed Kale Kale's soul using acupuncture techniques for stabilizing souls. After this, Kale Kale wouldn't faint randomly. Moreover, she would gain many benefits, including better health, more energy, and higher intelligence in the future. Giannis you, that's it. You can take Kale Kale back to the capital city, Otto spoke. Enrico was also a bit moved, grabbing Otto's hand and repeatedly saying, Giannis, thank you. Really, no more words, from now on, we are one family. Otto replied smilingly, Giannis you, you're being too polite. I still have things to do, so I will leave first. If it were in the past, Otto might have chatted longer, but now, Otto was eager to know about the Andrew family affairs and couldn't wait anymore. 3 hours later, Otto followed them to a deep mountain between Rupertjun and Jiangzhou. As the helicopter slowly descended, a vast mansion in the deep mountains revealed itself. Although this mansion was huge, due to the surrounding deep mountains, it was inconspicuous. Surrounded by green mountains, the aura of nature here was intense, making it an ideal place for seclusion. Otto couldn't help but sigh, what a feng shui treasure land. Hearing this, Damien Denny asked with a smile, young master is amazing, understanding even feng shui? Learned for a few years, slightly no. Otto modestly answered. Walking out of the helipad, under the lead of Damien Denny, Otto came to a secret chamber inside the mansion. In the secret chamber, names, portraits, and local powers were densely posted all around. Kaladin on the sofa, Damien Denny pointed at the walls around and said, "These are the results of my investigations into the Andrew family matters over these years." Otto was shocked. He didn't expect that Damien Denny cared so much about this matter. Frank felt somewhat embarrassed. "Young master, the waters surrounding the event back then were too deep. Every time we grabbed a clue, it felt like someone behind was messing things up, and the investigation would soon be interrupted. Thus, progress has been slow. We only knew that the incident was intertwined with the three big families of Rupert June and a millennium-old family in the capital, but the opponent's power was so vast that for 20 years, I couldn't find solid evidence." Then, Damien Denny took out a stack of documents from a drawer nearby. Not long ago, a new clue surfaced. Upon hearing this, Otto immediately leaned over. Damien Denny handed the file to Otto, which was full of photos of jade pendants. Judging by the patterns and texture, they seemed to share the same origin as Otto's inherited jade pendant. "Is this?" Otto asked excitedly. Damien Denny nodded. "This is a part of your dragon pendant. Over the years of investigation, I found that the incident back then seems closely related to this dragon pendant. If we can gather all parts of the dragon pendant, we might get some clues, which is why I recognized your identity the moment I saw your jade pendant. Now where is this item?" Otto asked. Damien Denny stood up and pointed to a family on the wall. "The you Rupert Shao family?" Otto immediately nodded and said, "All right, I will prepare right away and head to the Shao family." Frank thought for a moment and then said, "Although the Shao family has shifted to business nowadays, their influence remains significant. Should I accompany you, young master?" Otto waved his hand. "No need, Damien Denny. You should still continue to stay undercover here and not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. You are my hidden line and trump card. It's fine for me to be exposed. You cannot be exposed." Upon hearing this, Frank did not say any more. He then placed a wooden token in front of Otto and said, "Young master, this token can command all the forces under my control. I have arranged for Gene Yu twins to follow you secretly. If you need any help, just show them this token, and they will act accordingly." The next day, Otto returned to Jiangzhou from there. He immediately bought an airplane ticket to prepare for his trip to Rupert. Inside Xinglin residential area, in Amina's house, the aroma of food wafted into the nostrils. Amina's voice came from the kitchen, "Just take a seat. I'll finish up soon." Otto felt a bit sentimental. Since yesterday, their relationship had become somewhat delicate. He didn't know what Vicky had told Amina, but as soon as he returned to Jiangzhou, he received a call from Amina, setting up dinner here for the evening. "Jerry Yankian, we've lived together for so long, and I never knew you could cook. It seems I don't know you well enough," Otto remarked as he looked at the lavish dishes on the table, unable to resist pinching a piece to taste. "Look how eager you are." Just as Amina emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of soup, she caught Otto stealing a bite. She teased him, "Humph, there's a lot you don't know about me. Did you make all these dishes by yourself?" Otto chewed the delicious morsel in his mouth and asked. Amina rolled her eyes and set the freshly cooked soup on the table, saying proudly, "If I didn't make them, who else would have? I was wondering if it's possible that you only made 1 or 2 dishes, and the rest were ordered from delivery?" Otto's words infuriated Amina, who grabbed the ladle and threatened to hit him, saying angrily, "You, Otto, I went out of my way to prepare all this food for you, and you mock me." Chapter 45 Warm Jade and Soft Fragrance. Otto chuckled. "I just didn't expect you would cook for me. If you had been so nice to me earlier, who knows? You never knew how to cherish." At first, Amina was listening attentively, but as she heard more, she didn't want to listen anymore. This person was just too annoying. He was actually boasting about himself outright. While eating, Otto asked, "Did you call me over today for something?" Amina's eyes turned slightly red. "I'm leaving Jiangzhou?" "What?" Otto was surprised. "Why? Weren't you doing well at the Jiangzhou hospital?" Amina shook her head. "I don't want to work there anymore. I plan to go to the capital to continue my studies." "Is someone at the Jiangzhou hospital bullying you?" Otto said angrily. "That bunch of brats have gone too far. Tell me who it is, and I'll beat him up." His angry expression brought a slight smile to Amina's face. She said to Otto, "Alexis, someone bullied me. Can you help me beat him up?" "I'll beat him to death. Tell me who it is." Otto put one foot on the chair, showing off his biceps madly. Smiling through her tears, Amina said, "His name is Otto. He's a super big bastard. He suddenly entered my life, and then left abruptly. He made me think of him when I was working, and think of him after work. I couldn't help but want to leave this city. Tell me, should this kind of bastard be beaten?" "This?" Looking at Amina with her tear-streaked face, Otto was stunned. He laughed awkwardly. "Well, I think we should discuss this carefully. I actually don't think it's entirely Otto's fault." "You?" Amina was speechless. "I've never met anyone as shameless as you. You made me cry and then laugh." Wiping away her tears, she smiled and said, "Today, I invited you here specially for dinner. If we don't eat now, the food will get cold." As she spoke, she took out 2 bottles of white wine and slammed them on the table, as if determined to drink until they were both drunk. Embarrassed, Otto eagerly grabbed a bottle and gulped down a large mouthful. The two of them drank in the familiar room until nightfall. In the past, they had been like oil and water under the same roof, but now their eyes were filled with reluctance. The alcohol had already clouded their thoughts. Otto lay slumped on the sofa, mumbling nonsense. "Can you not go to the capital?" Amina, holding a glass of wine, fell onto him and mumbled, "If you marry me, I won't go." "That's impossible. We're already divorced, and our Batzer, Chinese zodiac signs, are incompatible," Otto said drunkenly. Hearing this, Amina pinched Otto's chin angrily. "What do you mean by incompatible? You clearly think Callister Yuling is better than me, prettier than me, and older than me. But I, Amina, am not bad either. I'm only 22, just 1 year older than you, obviously more suitable for you." The drunk Amina grew angrier as she spoke and bit down hard on Otto's arm. Startled by the pain, Otto quickly said, "It's different. I've already been intimate with Jaren Yuling, and I can't marry anyone else in this life. If you're willing, actually, you big bad man, you even have such thoughts. I won't forgive you." Emboldened by alcohol, Amina leaned on Otto, kissing him everywhere. The intoxicating fragrance of her body filled Otto's nostrils, making his already confused consciousness even more chaotic. He could only rely on instinct. The next morning, glaring sunlight through the floor-to-ceiling windows dispelled the last traces of his drunkenness. Otto shook his still dazed head, remembering the craziness of the night before. The messy room and the spot on the sheet proved that everything was real. He had spent the whole night with Amina. Damn. Otto slapped his forehead and hurriedly got dressed, wanting to explain to Amina. But stepping out of the room, the living room was empty. No sign of anyone. On the dining table, a cup of soy milk and some fried dough sticks sat quietly. She remembered this was Otto's favorite breakfast. Next to the cup was a note that read, "Going to study?" Otto smiled, looking out at the sunrise outside the window. The girl's figure seemed to be reflected in the glass again. "Amina, I will never forget you. And this seems just like something Jaren Yuling would teach." Folding the note neatly, Otto put it in his pocket, tidied up the room, and left the apartment full of memories. At this moment, he realized that his cultivation bottleneck had mysteriously broken. He probably wouldn't need much longer to reach the profound realm. Wow, is this what Master meant by Elliot Union? Otto exclaimed in surprise. If rolling around in bed could improve one's cultivation, then with Vicky's daily indulgence, wouldn't she have flown off long ago? Instantly, Otto couldn't help but start thinking about those naughty things. Yedong was far from Jiangzhou, spanning 2 provinces. Even by plane it took 4 hours. Upon arriving in Yedong, the scorching heat made Otto groan in discomfort. He hurriedly hailed a taxi and told the driver his destination. But the driver shook his head as soon as he heard, "Giannis, you can't go to that place these days." Otto asked curiously, "Why not?" The taxi driver explained, "That place you want to go is the private territory of the Xiao family. Recently, their patriarch passed away, and they're busy arranging the funeral. All the important figures in Yedong are there, blocking the entrance. It would be such a waste for me to make this trip only to get stuck behind a bunch of luxury cars." The Aiden died? Otto thought to himself, damn, this couldn't have come at a worse time. He immediately pulled out several $100 bills and handed them to the driver, saying, "How about this? Take me close by, okay? Deal. Hop in." Money talks, and the driver eagerly sped off, dropping Otto off at the spot. Indeed, just as the driver had said, the area around the Xiao residence was packed with various luxury vehicles, each adorned with black funeral flowers. Otto straightened his clothes and strode into the Xiao family mansion. A servant at the gate spotted Otto and immediately approached him. "Kaler, may I ask what brings you here?" Everyone who came today was formally dressed, but this man was casually dressed, which made the servant hesitant to let him through. Faced with the question, Otto wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He replied calmly, "I'm here to see the patriarch of the Xiao family." Although puzzled, the servant didn't dare neglect him any further and promptly replied, "Please follow me." Guided by the servant, Otto arrived at the Aiden's Memorial Hall. At the entrance, wreaths sent by various people were piled up like a small mountain. Inside the vast room hung a large black and white portrait, and a transparent cold coffin lay horizontally in front. The Xiao family members knelt on either side, weeping while acknowledging the condolences of the visitors. Chapter 46. You Clarence if I don't let you die. Otto walked into the shrine. His casual attire was so out of place, especially with not a trace of sorrow on his face, but rather an elusive smile. Combined with his unfamiliar appearance, this behavior immediately made everyone in the Xiao family show signs of anger. If it weren't for proper upbringing, they might have started fighting long ago. Rhett, the newly appointed head of the Xiao family, stepped forward and asked Otto, "Excuse me, who is this young brother? What brings you to our Xiao family?" "We are currently holding a funeral." One of the servants quickly explained, "Trina, he's here to mourn the old master." But Otto remained unperturbed, looking at the people of the Xiao family and said, "You're wrong. I don't have time to mourn Elder Xiao. I'm here to collect a debt from him." "Collect a debt?" Rhett was surprised, his eyebrows knitting together as he said sternly, "Young brother, my father never mentioned any debt before his passing. What kind of debt are you talking about? Are you suggesting that the Xiao family is easy to bully?" Otto's eyes turned cold, and he loudly declared, "I'm here to collect a 20-year-old debt from the Rupert Commandery Andrew family." "What?" First shocked, Rhett then showed disdain and said, "When has the Xiao family ever owed your Andrew family anything? You're just coming to provoke trouble, aren't you? If you say so, then so be it. But I must take this." As he spoke, Otto took out a picture of the jade pendant and handed it to Rhett. Rhett glanced at it, brushed it aside onto the ground, and angrily said, "Boy, you're too arrogant. The Xiao family never had anything you speak of, even if there was something. It's not something you can just take. Get him thrown out." Instantly, several henchmen surrounded Otto. The people who came to mourn saw this and hastily moved away. Reporters outside rushed to take pictures, afraid of missing this explosive news. The Xiao family was a superclan in Yedong. A commotion at Ichabod's memorial service would definitely make the front page. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Wanli, do not be impolite." A woman in black mourning attire slowly approached Otto with the help of her attendants. "Mom, why are you stopping me?" Rhett was puzzled. The woman politely bowed to Otto and asked, "You said you're here to collect a debt for the Andrew family, so who are you?" Otto remained silent and only pulled out the dragon pendant from his chest. The woman's expression turned complicated as soon as she saw it. Otto thought to himself that the Xiao family was indeed related to what happened back then. So he asked, "Kalen's Madam Xiao already knows my identity. Why don't you tell the truth?" However, Xiao lady hesitated and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Young brother, the matter concerning the Andrew family all those years ago was always kept secret by our late master. Except for him, we also didn't know much about it." Otto remained calm, then glanced at the coffin and chuckled. "It's fine. I didn't come to look for you. I'm just here to see him." Lexi's expression darkened slightly as she said sternly, "Young brother, are you joking with this old woman? My husband has passed away. How could you find him?" Otto laughed lightly. "Dead? He's not dead yet, is he? Kalen's I've come. He won't die until your family repays the debt." He quickly moved forward and placed 2 fingers on Ichabod's neck. Seeing Otto messing around with the deceased, the people who came to mourn began whispering. Rhett, already barely controlling his anger, became furious when he saw this. He rushed over and grabbed Otto's shoulder, trying to restrain him from behind. But Otto simply twisted his body and easily broke free, sending a strange force through his shoulder that threw Rhett to the ground. Seeing this, the Xiao family security guards immediately surrounded Otto. Otto glared and coldly said, "Let's see who dares move." He then lifted the corpse of Ichabod from the cold coffin, making him sit upright inside. The Xiao family feared that Otto might use their master's body as a shield and dared not act recklessly. "Giannis, since my lord has passed, please be lenient and don't cause any more trouble," Xiao lady pleaded. Otto sneered, looking at Ichabod. "Without my permission, you dare to die? If you die, who will I ask for the debt of the Andrew family?" With that, Otto pulled out a bundle of acupuncture needles from his pocket, selected a few silver needles, and swiftly inserted them into 4 acupoints, Tianqi, Tianyu, Tianji, and Tianting. Then he bent Ichabod's arms behind his back, leaned his body forward, used his fingers to measure the position of his heart, and placed his palm over it. Streams of spiritual energy seeped through his palm into Ichabod's body, rapidly repairing the meridians. People watched as a rosy glow appeared between Otto's palms, unaware of what it signified. Rhett climbed up from the ground and lunged at Otto again. At this moment, Otto was focusing all his energy on reconstructing the meridians of heart, leaving no room to attend to other matters. He angrily warned, "If you want your father to live, it's best not to move me." Hearing this, although Rhett couldn't tell if it was true, he didn't dare approach Otto any further. However, he still shouted, "You're talking bullshit. If you could really bring a dead man back to life, wouldn't that make you a god? Your father is poisoned and in a state of false death. He's barely hanging on with one breath remaining. With all my strength, there's still a glimmer of hope for him. If you don't believe me, try stopping me. I'll hold you accountable for the Andrew family's debt." Otto's words exuded an indomitable aura of dominance, which intimidated everyone in the Shao family, making them hesitate to act rashly. After an unknown duration of stalemate, Hart suddenly let out a series of intense coughs. All present felt a chill run down their spines, believing they had seen something truly bizarre. Seeing this, Mabel hastily arranged for people to deal with the journalists and mourners who had come to pay respects. She also had curtains drawn around the ice coffin to prevent disturbances to Otto. As the spiritual energy in his body became increasingly scarce, beads of sweat appeared on Otto's forehead. Damn it, if it weren't for my fortunate breakthrough to the Xian realm, this soul-reviving acupuncture might not have held today. Otto thought as the secret techniques of the Black Heaven Diagram manual rapidly circulated, pushing the final burst of spiritual energy into Hart's body. When the silver needles were removed from the acupoints, Hart started to inhale sharply, writhing violently inside the cold coffin as if possessed. This eerie scene made everyone in the Shao family behind the curtain involuntarily want to keep their distance. Soon after, Hart suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and lay motionless on the cold coffin. Miles. Rhett summoned the courage to call out twice, and then Hart suddenly raised his head, his eyes gradually clearing. He weakly asked, "Son, what happened to me?" "Miles, old man." Tears streamed down the faces of Mabel and her children as they rushed over. Even through the curtains, the commotion was clearly heard by those outside, causing them to exclaim in shock. Has Hart really come back to life? It can't be. How can someone actually revive a dead person? Didn't you hear that Hart wasn't dead but was poisoned? Holy crap, this young man is extraordinary. As people continued to discuss, admiration shone in their eyes. Chapter 47. I can let you Clarence Eve or die. None of those present were fools. Seeing Otto revive Hart so quickly, many people approached, wishing to befriend him. However, Otto remained unmoved by their flattery. He stood quietly in the hall, waiting for the Shao family members to come out. Soon, Hart emerged, supported by Red and others. At this moment, he had already taken off his previous funeral attire and changed into a purple-red Tang-style outfit, looking radiant. Seeing Otto, Hart smiled and clasped his hands together as he said, "Thank you for saving my life, young brother. The Shao family will certainly reward you generously." "No need for thanks." Otto waved to stop him, his face icy cold. "I didn't save you for your gratitude, but to collect a debt. An old debt from 20 years ago." "Collect a debt?" Hart was stunned, turning to look at Rhett. He had just woken up and wasn't aware of what was happening. Rhett hurriedly whispered in the elderly man's ear, "Miles, he claims to be from the Andrew family of Rupert Prefecture from 20 years ago." Hart's face showed surprise. Then he regarded Otto with complicated expressions. After a brief silence, Hart dismissed the guests with a gesture from Rhett, and then said to Otto, "Follow me." Otto wasn't afraid of any trickery and followed him to a side parlor. "Please take a seat." Hart pointed to a guest chair, waving his hand. "There's no need to sit. Let's get straight to business." Otto only wanted to know the truth as soon as possible, and didn't want to waste time. Hart nodded slightly and asked Otto, "Are you really a descendant of the Andrew family from Rupert Prefecture? Would you recognize this?" Otto took out the dragon pendant. Looking at the dragon pendant in Otto's hand, Hart became agitated but quickly calmed down, sighing softly. "It seems you are indeed a member of the Andrew family." "Calence, you admit it. I won't beat around the bush," Otto sneered coldly. "Hand over the dragon pendant in your possession and tell me what happened 20 years ago, as well as what role the Shao family played in it. Otherwise what?" Facing the threat, Hart wasn't angry but smiled. "I can let you live, or I can let you die," Otto said gravely. "Himph, quite a big talk." At that moment, a sneer came from outside the side parlor. Rhett brought in 4 burly men in black clothes, glaring menacingly at Otto. "If you touch my father, I guarantee you won't leave the Shao estate alive." The 4 towering figures behind him were the Shao family's bodyguards, all sharp-eyed. "Just them?" Otto glanced at the few men behind Rhett, not even pausing on them. These people might look imposing, but while they could intimidate ordinary people, in a real fight, they weren't enough. "He's underestimating you. Should we show him some color?" Rhett waved his hand, and the 4 bodyguards moved forward. "Boy, hope you can still act tough when you're lying on the ground." Enraged by Otto's disregard and provoked by Rhett's words, the 4 bodyguards charged at Otto simultaneously, intent on teaching him a lesson. Wasting time. Otto stood rooted to the spot, immovable. Is this boy scared stiff? Seeing this, Rhett and the bodyguards looked disdainfully. However, the moment the 4 got within 1 meter of Otto, he struck like lightning. For black shadows flew backward, landing heavily in front of Rhett, groaning in pain. Rhett felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't seen clearly how Otto had moved. If not for the 4 bodyguards lying at his feet, he would have doubted if Otto had even made a move. After all, from start to finish, he only saw Otto's body sway slightly, and the 4 bodyguards flying back as if they had done it themselves. "Now, can we talk?" Otto didn't spare a glance at the 4 bodyguards and Rhett, merely looking at Hart indifferently. "You do have some skills. No wonder you dare to create trouble in the Shao family." Before Hart could respond, a loud laugh sounded from outside. The laughter hadn't faded when a shadow flashed, and an elderly Fikiist with gray hair and wearing a black robe appeared in the room. "Second Damien, you're finally back." Seeing the black-robed Fikiist, Rhett was delighted. The Fikiist glanced at Hart, turned to Rhett, and laughed. "You little rascal, if I hadn't seen the shrine outside, I would have thought you fabricated your father's death to trick me into coming down from Luafu Mountain." "Second Damien, listen to me. It happened like this." Rhett hurried to explain but was interrupted by the Fikiist. "No need to explain. I know what happened." As he spoke, the Fikiist looked at Otto and snorted. "Boy, don't think that because you've learned some skills, you can run wild in my Shao family. Considering you saved my elder brother, If you apologize sincerely, I might let you off this time. Should I thank you for your magnanimity? Otto sneered. He immediately saw that the Franklin was no ordinary person, but an expert who had cultivated true chi. Compared to those bodyguards, he was naturally much stronger. But in front of him, he was nothing special. Kalance, that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Hearing Otto's mockery, the Franklin's face darkened as he became truly angry. Enough talk. Bring out all your skills. Otto remained unmoved, his tone indifferent. Courting death. The Franklin coldly snorted. His feckiest robe swelled up without wind, like a bizarre balloon, rushing towards Otto. In the blink of an eye, the Franklin had reached Otto. Dragon seizing hand. With a loud shout, a right palm suddenly shot out from the middle of the balloon, its momentum like a rainbow, grabbing at Otto's left wrist. Otto sneered and did not dodge, allowing it to grab his wrist. The Franklin rejoiced, about to exert force, when suddenly he felt an elastic force from Otto's wrist, instantly pushing his hand away, making his fingers numb. This is dragon seizing hand. Otto sneered again, flipping his left hand over, fingers curled into claws, seizing the Franklin's wrist tightly. Back. Otto shouted coldly, his right index finger flashing out, striking directly at the Franklin's chest center. Humph. The Franklin let out a muffled groan, retreating 3 steps before stabilizing. Each step deflated the swollen robe on his body a bit more. After 3 steps, he returned to normal. Standing there, the Franklin was drenched in sweat, looking shaken. It took him quite a while to regain his composure, then he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for holding back. In one move, he had been powerless to resist. The gap in strength between the two was significant. Had Otto not held back just now, he would have died the moment his chest center was struck. Not bad, someone from the Andrew family indeed. Seeing the Franklin defeated in one move, Hart seemed to recall something, constantly laughing bitterly and shaking his head. What now? Can you speak? Otto remained unperturbed. Forget it. Speaking or not speaking leads to the same end. Whether I stretch or retract my head, it's all the same slash. If I missed 20 years ago, then if I miss after another 20 years, it will be death. I cannot miss again. Hart looked at Otto, his expression continuously changing. You all go out first. Finally, Hart waved off Rhett and the others, leaving only Otto inside. Chapter 48, Dragon Token Fusion. As the guests in the hall were dismissed, Elder Shao slowly rose to his feet, his posture bent. He looked at Otto with a complex expression and said, Mr. Andrew, please follow me. Elder Shao, with his unsteady gait, led Otto towards a side hall, sighing deeply as he walked. With the strength of the Eastern Commandery Andrew family, if not for the invasion of the Eastern border armies, even the combined power of all the aristocratic families in the nation might not have shaken it an inch. Unfortunately, the battle at the Eastern border left the Andrew family greatly weakened, giving other major families the opportunity to strike while we were down. The world knows that your Eastern Commandery Andrew family held unparalleled power and glory. Alexit, who knew that 9 out of 10 Andrew households had no surviving male members, all sacrificed for the country. Hearing this, Otto's sharp face was filled with anger, barely suppressing his rage as he asked through gritted teeth. The Andrew family fought tooth and nail for the country, yet you traitors took advantage of the situation to massacre the entire Andrew clan? Faced with Otto's accusations, Elder Shao seemed burdened by an immense weight on his bent back, his face showing shame. Alexis, those 3,000 warriors who attacked the Eastern Commandery that night were all experts above the mystic realm. By dawn, not a single member of the Andrew family survived. Otto clenched his fists, chi surged within him. Energy spilled out from his body, and the pressure of a mystic realm expert was instantly released. Kneel. Under the overwhelming pressure of Otto, Elder Shao fell to his knees. Otto grabbed Elder Zhao's collar and asked through clenched teeth, You monsters crave power and influence. Why did you wipe out my entire Andrew family? Even women and children were not spared. Elder Shao shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Every member of the Andrew family was fiercely loyal. After the death of the patriarch in battle, they followed suit one after another, choosing suicide over dishonor. By dawn, the entire Andrew family had died in battle. Slap. Upon hearing this, Otto channeled his true chi, delivering a resounding slap across Elder Zhao's face. Our family of heroes died at the hands of scoundrels like you. Who was behind this plot? Struggling up from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, Elder Shao looked miserable. Well, I am already a dying man. There's no harm in telling you now. The leader at the time was the Lawrence family of the imperial capital, colluding with the 3 major families of the Eastern Commandery. As a guest of the Lawrence family back then, I also participated. I only ask you not to blame the Shao family. The younger generations are innocent. After saying this, Elder Shao retrieved a sandalwood box from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf and handed it to Otto. This contains the dragon token you seek. The other tokens should be scattered among the other family heads involved. Otto stared coldly at Elder Shao. Don't think that handing over the dragon token will absolve you of your crimes from 20 years ago. Elder Zhao's face turned grim, as if he had anticipated this ending. Blood debt must be repaid in blood. How could an old man like me not understand? These years, I have lived in remorse. Now, committing suicide is at least a way to pay respects to the fallen heroes of the Andrew family. Having spoken, Elder Shao drew the sword hanging on the bookshelf and committed seppuku. Shao Clarency, a traitor to the nation, apologizes to the martyred heroes of the Andrew family. Otto watched indifferently as Elder Shao lay in a pool of blood. If Shao Clarency hadn't taken his own life, Otto wouldn't mind making the Shao family pay an even higher price. Opening the sandalwood box, a gentle warmth and fragrance wafted out. Inside lay a small, delicate dragon token, smooth and warm to the touch. He placed the token he carried beside it, and the 2 tokens immediately merged seamlessly, indistinguishable as separate pieces. Perfectly integrated. A powerful force erupted from the fused token, and faint dragon roars could be heard in the room. The 2 jade tokens united, awakening the hidden dragon. Now that he understood the reason for the Andrew family's massacre 20 years ago, it was time to return to the Eastern Commandery to visit the old estate and deal with the 3 major families involved in the slaughter. In the western regions, on Vajra Island, Lord, the dragon scales on the altar remain illuminated. The elderly man known as Lord had bright eyes, bowing deeply toward the east. It seems our master has fused the 2nd dragon token. Heaven has eyes. Master, after 20 years, you have not forsaken your servant. This old man's twilight years will burn brightly for you. At the headquarters of a top western conglomerate, In the president's office, a beautiful young woman with Asian features looked joyfully at the glowing dragon scale on the table. Master, we've waited 20 years for this moment. Meanwhile, various hidden forces around the world, acting as if receiving instructions, prepared to emerge, ready to go through fire and water for our master. The next morning, Otto arrived at the site of the old Andrew family estate in the Eastern Commandery, filled with emotion. The once prosperous Andrew family estate, bustling 20 years ago, had now turned into a desolate graveyard. Through the fence, one could see graves overgrown with weeds due to lack of care. Ancestors, it's your descendant Otto who has been unfilial. Otto walked to the entrance of the cemetery and found that the rusted iron gate had already been locked, sealed with a sign that read, Tomb of the traitorous Andrew family. Who was framing the Andrew family? Even the dead were not spared. Otto clenched his fists tightly, tearing off the absurd seal with a single hand. The Andrew family, which guarded the eastern border for the nation 20 years ago until their household fell apart and lost their lives, was actually still being defamed even after death. His knuckles cracked as he unleashed a powerful punch. The locked iron gate shattered instantly. In the distance, two pickup trucks roared towards Otto. A man in the passenger seat shouted, "The hell? Which gutsy bastard dared tear off our Wu family seal? I'll make sure you don't leave here alive." After the pickup trucks stopped, the dust settled, and a group of people marched straight towards Otto. "My brother was talking to you, deaf, or what?" Otto stared coldly at them. "So these seals were put up by you?" The leader of the opposing group seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, his face full of muscles twitching uncontrollably. "This is damn Wu family land. Not only can we put up seals, but we can piss on these graves without anyone daring to say no." Hearing the other party's outrageous words, Otto laughed bitterly out of anger. "Good, very good. Hope you still have the condition to piss this lifetime." Without waiting for the obese man to react, Otto's right hand flicked, and a silver needle shot out, straight for the man's nether regions. In an instant, the fat man's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as his body curled up like a shrimp. "Yaniswu, are you okay?" The surrounding minions looked confused at the man writhing on the ground in pain. With their level of perception, they didn't even notice Otto's move. Otto gazed expressionlessly at the struggling man on the ground. "You're from the Wu family of Eastern Commandery? I was planning to find you, but you came to me instead." Chapter 49. The Price. The obese man, his face pale and a dark red patch spreading on his pants due to the excruciating pain emanating from his lower body, was almost fainting, drenched in cold sweat. "What are you idiots standing there for? Take care of this trash for me." Upon hearing their boss's command, the four henchmen retrieved long knives from the back of the pickup truck, their eyes glinting with malice as they slowly closed in on Otto. The long knives were stained with dried blood from years past, indicating that these scoundrels had no shortage of experience with such lethal activities. The four men surrounded Otto tightly, their knives pointing straight at his face. They gradually tightened the circle around him. "Boy, blame yourself for being blind. You messed with a collateral descendant of the Wu family in Rupertune, and soon you will wish you were dead," snarled the obese man while crouching on the ground. As he spoke, the four knife-wielding minions suddenly attacked. The four knives came slashing at Otto with piercing whistles. However, Otto's expression turned playful. "A cultivator? Looks like the Wu family of Rupertune has some substance after all." To Otto, what seemed like an unstoppable attack moved as slow as a motion picture. Otto slightly shifted his body, causing the first two knives to slash at empty air. With swift movements, his figure blurred. Then, he struck out with two seemingly effortless palm strikes, hitting the wrists of the other two knife-wielding men. Both men winced in pain, their knives flying away. Without missing a beat, the knives stabbed into the feet of the other two minions. The fight ended within an instant. The four men lost their combat ability and fell to the ground in agony. Turning around with a mocking look, Otto gazed at the obese man. "Which of the Wu family's young masters said he would make me wish I was dead just now?" The obese man looked incredulous. Those four underlings who could usually bully others in Rupertune were not even a match for this man. "No, this can't be possible. I'm Bryce, a collateral descendant of the Wu family in Rupertune. You don't dare do anything to me." Saying this, he endured the intense pain from his groin, wriggling like a worm towards the pickup truck. Otto walked to Bryce's side, his expression icy cold. He stamped down on the man's head, immobilizing Bryce. "Remember, even if you were the patriarch of the Wu family, you'd still end up in the netherworld. Thinking of pissing on my Andrew family's grave? Sorry, but it seems you won't have that privilege later. Don't forget to get a urinary catheter when you go to the hospital." Bryce's plump face contorted severely under Otto's weight, the bones in his nose threatening to break. Otto released the pressure from his foot, speaking calmly. "I originally came here to pay respects to my ancestors today, but your presence disrupted my plans. Now, I'm in a terrible mood. You and your four useless underlings will each kowtow 1,000 times to the Andrew family cemetery. Then, tell the Wu family that the people of the Andrew family in Rupertune have returned after 20 years. Let them prepare coffins." After speaking, Otto gathered his true chi with 2 fingers and pressed 2 acupoints, Clarence Sengtai and Yayangwen, at the waist and back of the 5 men. Immediately, unbearable pain began radiating from their spines, making the 5 men's faces twist in agony. There's only one way to stop the pain. Start kowtowing towards the cemetery. Otto left without another word, confident that these weaklings would not withstand the excruciating pain and would comply. Sure enough, soon after Otto left, the 5 men, unable to bear the intense pain, started kowtowing uncontrollably, each impact heavy and forceful, leaving bloody marks on their foreheads. An uninformed passerby might have mistaken this scene for a genuine act of reverence by descendants paying respects, which could stir deep emotions. "Wu Ji, are we just going to let that beast off?" Bryce gritted his teeth while kowtowing. "Humph. All of you useless idiots couldn't take him on with 4 against 1. Forget it. It looks like he's also a cultivator, and his family must be full of experts. Once I get home, I'll tell Asher. Tomorrow, this trash will be lying dead on the street. Hee, Wu Ji is right. We should chop off his balls and feed them to dogs. Make him kneel beneath us and sing conquer." Hearing the word balls, Bryce thought of the blissful life he might lose forever. His eyes turning more ruthless, his expression darker, as if making a decision. The setting sun was like blood. Walking alone on the road, Otto felt a myriad of emotions. 20 years ago, this area, within 100 miles, was all Dragon Manor territory, adorned with magnificent buildings. Now, the place was overgrown with weeds, desolate, and thorns covered the ground, obscuring the path ahead. Someone ahead? Otto pondered. He sensed an extremely faint presence several meters ahead. Either the person was an adept at concealing their aura, or they were nearly on the verge of death. Either way, in this remote and desolate place, it felt somewhat eerie. Otto held his breath and focused, with the Shintian Codex circulating within him. He was ready to defend against any sudden attack, then silently moved forward. When Otto was only 3 meters away from the source of the aura, he saw a Baron covered in blood, barely clinging to life. The Baron seemed to hear someone approaching, and his pale lips quivered as he whispered faintly for help. Save me, save me. Otto cautiously approached the man, still prepared for any sudden moves. Broken ribs in the chest cavity, bruising on the head and face, weak vital signs. After a moment's thought, Otto decided to help the man. With his medical skills, such injuries were not serious. Besides, he might gain some information about the situation in Ruperjune from the man. He activated the Shintian diagram heart method, and threads of true chi flowed from Otto's palms into the man's body. In no time, the Baron's pallid complexion slightly improved, and his hazy consciousness gradually cleared. Cough, cough. Thank you for saving my life, sir. My name is Adam Andrew, and I am a collateral descendant of the Adam family in Ruperjune. Please take me to the nearby hospital. Otto's expression turned cold upon hearing the Baron's words. The man was from a noble family? You're from one of the 3 major families in Ruperjune? Adam Andrew shook his head and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Which scion of the 3 major families would be beaten almost to death and left here? The Adam family is just a small, insignificant clan in Ruperjune, subservient to others. So which are the 3 major families in Ruperjune? Otto's tone softened slightly. The most powerful is the Clarence family of Ruperjune, followed by the Wu family and the Sun family. I was betrayed by the eldest miss of the Clarence family today, and it's also my fault for overstepping my limits without strength. An ant like me, easily manipulated by others, dared to dream of saving someone else? Chapter 50, Saving Aaliyah. Adam Andrew continued with a regretful expression. The Ruperjune Andrew family, which was once destroyed, had shown kindness to the Adam family. Half a month ago, I unexpectedly met Miss Aaliyah of the Andrew family. Otto was immensely surprised upon hearing Adam Andrew's words. What? You know the whereabouts of the girl who survived after the Andrew family was wiped out? Seeing Otto's delighted face, Adam Andrew looked puzzled and asked hesitantly, what is your relationship with the Andrew family? My name is Otto, the 16th generation eldest son of the Andrew family. Tell me quickly, where is Aaliyah now? Adam Andrew weakly got up, his face filled with guilt. After some hesitation, he spoke. Miss Andrew has been living under an assumed name in recent years, but due to her exceptional beauty, the head daughter of the Clarence family of Ruperjune envied her. Alex's sister Day, she had her captured and tortured day and night. She is likely in grave danger now. I tried my best to protect Miss Andrew but ended up severely beaten, landing me in this condition. Adam Andrew sighed heavily, his face full of regret. Adversity only befalls those who suffer enough. Kaler, you've shown me kindness, so I advise you not to risk your life. The Clarence family of Ruperjune is too powerful for you to confront alone. After hearing about his sister's situation, Otto couldn't stop trembling. His fists clenched tightly, shaking. You don't need to worry about me. The Clarence family of Ruperjune, huh? If anything happens to Yu Yin, forget about their head daughter. I will wipe out the entire Clarence family. Seeing Otto's resolute attitude, Adam Andrew did not attempt to persuade him further, looking at him solemnly. The Andrew family truly has no cowards among its ranks. My life was saved by your kindness. I'm at your command. The Clarence family of Ruperjune is in Han City. Take care of yourself. After bidding farewell to Adam Andrew, Otto hurriedly headed towards the Clarence family compound in Ruperjune according to the address provided by Adam Andrew. Inside the Clarence family villa compound in Ruperjune, Han City, the luxurious villas stood side by side, beautifully decorated. Expensive cars were parked in the private garages, all reflecting the Clarence family's extraordinary status and power in Ruperjune. Inside one of the villas, Catherine, the head daughter of the Clarence family, sat arrogantly on the sofa. Her heavily made-up face couldn't hide the large, ugly birthmark on her left cheek, resembling a fly's droppings on a pancake. Her plump body lay like a lump of soft fat on the couch. Catherine beckoned one of her subordinates with her chubby finger. How is that damn bitch now? The subordinate looked at her flatteringly and replied respectfully, Madam, that wretch has been beaten all over except for her face. She's soaking in the water prison with several dead dogs. The plastic surgeon can perform the facial transplant surgery this afternoon. Satisfied with the answer, Catherine laughed more crazily. Humph, how dare a remnant of the Andrew family possess such a beautiful face? Such stunning beauty should belong to me. After the facial transplant surgery today, arrange for some homeless people and AIDS patients to teach that wretch what it means to wish she were dead. Madam is truly brilliant. I'll take care of it right away. The subordinate said before leaving quietly. Alone in the spacious villa, Catherine's chubby face flushed red as if she had cultivated some sinister skill. Once I have the stunning beauty of the Andrew family remnant, the Clarence family heir will surely fall in love with me. When the Clarence family and Lawrence family unite through marriage, no noble family in the country will dare oppose us. In less than half an hour, Otto arrived outside the Clarence family villa compound at top speed. He walked straight toward the gate. Who are you? This is private property of the Clarence family. Calic security guards blocked Otto. Otto looked at the guards coldly and said calmly, Otto, the Desi of the Andrew family. Any of you willing to risk your lives, feel free to stop me. The guards first looked puzzled, then burst into mocking laughter as if they had heard a great joke. The Andrew family? The weeds on the grave of the Andrew family patriarch must be taller than I am. Who still uses the Andrew family to boast these days? Ha ha ha, if you're the Andrew family's young master, then I'm the Andrew family patriarch's father. Get lost. Don't disgrace yourself in front of our Clarence family. Clearly, the security guards didn't take Otto seriously, considering him just a reckless kid. Worried about his sister's safety, Otto didn't bother wasting time on these lackeys and acted immediately. The profound heaven codex inside his body surged wildly, and each strike was lethal. Within moments, the guards who had been boasting loudly fell to the ground, blood pooling around them. It was unclear whether they were dead or alive. Only one guard in the booth was left staring dumbfounded at the scene. Otto strode toward the booth, dragging the man out fiercely. Your boss seized a girl this morning. If you want to live, lead the way. The security guard, having just witnessed Otto's skills, was so frightened that his legs turned weak. He trembled and pointed towards the direction of the Clarence family water prison. Lead the way. Otto exerted force with his right hand, picking up the guard as if he were a chick, and strode swiftly. At the Clarence family water prison, After easily disposing of the 4 guards watching over the water prison, Otto anxiously searched for Aaliyah. Since he had never seen Aaliyah before, Otto could only search for the figure of a girl around his age. Soon, Otto's gaze locked onto a severely injured young girl. Yu-Yin, is that you? Otto asked with concern. Hearing someone call her name, the girl struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Her beautiful face showed a pale weakness as she mumbled, "You are?" Tears welled up in Otto's eyes instantly, and he said through sobs, "Yu-Yin, it's me, Otto. Giannis is sorry for not protecting you well." Large teardrops rolled down his cheeks as Otto opened the water prison door. There lay Aaliyah, leaning weakly against a wooden post inside the water prison. Her thin legs were covered in injuries from whipping, and dried blood on her chest revealed the cruel punishment she endured. With trembling hands, Otto carried Aaliyah out of the water prison, gently tying up her scattered hair. "Yu-Yin, I'm sorry I came too late." Aaliyah had already fainted due to extreme weakness and did not hear Otto's words. Otto urgently activated the profound heaven codex, channeling true chi into Aaliyah as if it were endless, while simultaneously pulling out the silver needles he carried. At the Chai's acupoint, he inserted the needle at an angle, 0.8 cun deep. At the Clarenceek acupoint, he inserted the needle straight, 0.5 cun deep. At the Baihui, Guanyuan and Shunting acupoints, in no time, Aaliyah's body was covered with densely packed silver needles. As Otto continued to convey true chi, Aaliyah gradually opened her eyes. "Yu-Yin, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Otto asked with concern. "I'm fine, thank you. But you should run quickly, or you'll be implicated because of me." Aaliyah's almond eyes were filled with regret, reflecting years of hardship, which Otto seemed to fully understand. "Cultivation girl, what are you talking about implicating your own brother?" Chapter 51 First Meeting of Giannis and Kalister. Giannis? Clarence and Yu-Yin's beautiful eyes moved, suspicion in her heart as she looked at Otto with her charming gaze. Otto took off the jade pendant from his chest and pressed it into Aaliyah's palm, his eyes filled with indulgence. "Cultivation girl, how could brother lie to you? You should recognize this dragon pendant. It's the ancestral heirloom of the Andrew family." Feeling the delicate and warm jade in her palm, Aaliyah's almond-shaped eyes turned slightly red. Memories of her tragic past came flooding back, and a crystalline tear slid down her cheek. "I don't know what this jade pendant represents, but..." Aaliyah's eyelashes trembled gently as if trying hard to recall something. "I vaguely remember that when I was young, a woman secretly told me I have an older brother who is 2 years older than me and has been missing since then. He is the eldest son of the 16th generation of the Andrew family. Only we 2 siblings survived the massacre 20 years ago. I really can't recall anything else. It seems like many memories are missing from my mind." Seeing his sister struggling to recall painful memories, Otto felt as if his heart had been violently twisted. For the first time, he truly felt the unbreakable bond of blood ties, the kinship thicker than water. Yu-Yin was the last gift and responsibility left by the Andrew family to him, their eldest son. Otto would protect her at all costs. Otto lifted his sister's wrist to take her pulse. Her breathing was chaotic, her chi and blood imbalanced, and there was stagnation in her skull. The complicated condition made Otto frown deeply. This was not just organ damage leading to dissociative amnesia. Yu-Yin must have been forced to ingest some evil substance, allowing alien dark forces to rampage within her body. Otto carefully infused a stream of true chi into his sister's body, careful not to disrupt the fragile balance within her. Is this meow witchcraft? Otto was startled. He sensed many insect-like creatures in his sister's stomach. Although they were still in their juvenile stages and their energy was weak, they continued to gnaw on Yu-Yin's essence and blood. If he had come a few days later, his sister would have suffered internal damage caused by these pests, eventually leading to their invasion of her entire body before bursting out. Even the Franklin master from the mountain would be helpless at that point. Without hesitation, Otto swiftly pulled out silver needles and sealed his sister's stomach shoe point and fan points. After sealing the 2 main points controlling her gastrointestinal system, the blood flow to her stomach and intestines greatly decreased, slowing the growth of the parasites. Aaliyah's face was deathly pale, her originally stunning features now resembling a withered yellow leaf. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Seeing his sister in such pain, Otto felt as if knives were twisting in his heart, wishing he could tear Clarence family's young miss limb from limb right now. "The young miss of the Clarence family? I will let you know the consequences of tormenting Yu-Yin." After speaking, Otto gently picked up his sister and slowly walked out of the water dungeon, kicking the guard on the ground who lay there like a dead dog. "Which villa does the young miss of the Clarence family live in?" Seeing no response from the guard, Otto increased the force of his kick. "Ah, the young miss is in the villa opposite the Wudong tree." The guard quickly pointed to a luxurious standalone villa about 500 meters away. As Otto carried his sister toward the villa, the edge of his robe was tugged lightly by Yu-Yin. "If you really are my brother, can we please not provoke the Clarence family? With brother here, Yu-Yin doesn't feel any pain anymore. Let's not seek revenge. Yu-Yin doesn't want to be a burden to brother. Yu-Yin doesn't want brother to put himself in danger. Let's just try our best to survive, to live." Otto stopped walking. Hearing his sister say such heart-wrenching words, he felt overwhelming guilt and self-reproach. He said softly, "Yu-Yin is not a burden. You're the closest person to brother in this world, a bond thicker than water. As your brother, I must stand up for you. If I acted like a coward, wouldn't Miles rise from his grave and give me a beating?" Otto said, his eyes glistening with tears. Hearing Otto's light-hearted words, Aaliyah smiled faintly, her pale lips forming a beautiful curve. Her understanding demeanor tugged at one's heartstrings. Inside Catherine's villa. "Miss, it's this subordinate's incompetence that allowed the man claiming to be the Desi of the Andrew family to break into the Clarence residence and kidnap Aaliyah." Several subordinates knelt on the ground trembling, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads. They had seen Miss Clarence's cruelty firsthand. Once a servant who offended her was forcibly fed to the parasitic worms and reduced to a pool of blood after half a month. Catherine flew into a rage, her plump face shaking violently with anger. "You useless fools. That bitch has already escaped from the Clarence residence?" "Miss, they didn't escape. According to the surveillance, that man is heading towards your villa while carrying Aaliyah." Upon hearing her subordinate's words, Catherine's anger turned into joy. "What? These fools are coming to me instead? How interesting. So I have to thank the Desi of the Andrew family for saving me the trouble of fetching that bitch from the water dungeon and delivering himself into my hands. You all can get up now, go open the gate, and properly welcome today's distinguished guests at our residence." The subordinates ran to open the gate as if granted amnesty. Afterward, Otto arrived at the villa without any hindrance while carrying Aaliyah. TSK. So you're the Desi of the Andrew family? You look quite presentable, but clearly not very bright. Haha, actually bringing your own sister right to my door. After this little show of brotherly love, both of you Andrew family remnants will be devoured by my worms until not even a speck remains. When that happens, the Andrew family will truly end with you. Catherine stroked the worm in her palm and laughed maniacally, as if already seeing the Andrew siblings' tragic deaths. Otto looked at her and finally understood why this woman was so envious of his sister's beauty. Because Catherine was simply too ugly, uglier than anything. Miss Clarence, why don't you use your face instead of your bottom? Otto pretended to be surprised, but in reality, he was mocking Catherine's hideous features. You. Very well. Though Catherine knew she was exceptionally ugly, no one had ever mocked her appearance because of her status as the young mistress of the Clarence family. Even those who secretly criticized her had long been reduced to pools of blood. Seeing Catherine's enraged state, Otto continued to taunt her more intensely. Miss Clarence, have you ever had a suitor in your life? After all, who would date someone who doesn't look human but rather like a hairless two-legged creature? You're so ugly it's as if the creator cut corners during your creation, leaving me heartbroken. Chapter 52. Breaking through to the profound rank. Upon hearing Otto's successive and stinging mockery, Catherine's already ugly features contorted into a more grotesque expression. Her pig-like face turned purplish red as she roared in fury. Enough. The scum of the Andrew family is truly spineless, only daring to be quick with words. What are you standing there for? Grab this piece of trash for me. I want the scorpion to pierce through his tongue. Catherine snapped at her subordinates. Her sparse hair stood on end due to anger, making her look like a warthog. Has Miss Clarence lost her composure already? Otto watched the ridiculous Catherine mockingly, completely unbothered by the several bodyguards closing in around him. The Ripley leading them glared at Otto, ready to strike at any moment. The leftovers of the Andrew family, still talking tough at death's door. Do you think your mouth will still be so sharp when you're nothing but a puddle of blood after being devoured by Miss Clarence's insects? In an instant, two bursts of sound broke out behind Otto, high-speed saber movements cutting through the air. Two axe shadows also flashed before him. Amidst the clash of weapons, the Andrew siblings should have been turned into minced meat but had vanished without a trace. Huh? Giannis, where did they go? The younger brother looked puzzled, his blade having swung through empty air. The scar-faced brother frowned. You ask me? Who do I ask? Don't tell me he can fly. Find him. Are you looking for me? Otto dangled from a hanging lantern 6 meters above the ground, holding his sister, teasing the bewildered bodyguards below. As the burly men lifted their heads, Otto flicked his right wrist, sending 6 silver needles flying straight toward their faces. Calyx battle-hardened thugs fell one after another. Each needle pierced their intang point precisely, leaving just a barely noticeable pinprick, truly taking lives without a trace. After dealing with the 6 bodyguards, Otto gently landed with Aaliyah cradled in his arms. Catherine hadn't seen how Otto made his move yet. All her subordinates were down and out of action, filling her corpulent face with terror. Are you a cultivator? No, that can't be possible. How could the remnants of the Andrew family be cultivators? Otto gave no reply to Catherine, his sneer causing her to feel as if she had fallen into an ice pit, her bones chilling. Miss Clarence, I suggest you understand who holds the knife and who is the fish. Loose lips can get tongues cut off. Then Otto added, forget it. I'll give you a chance to talk since you won't be able to hold back your tongue later anyway. Seeing Otto step closer, Catherine slid off the couch in fright, her massive body hitting the floor with a dull thud. Otto approached Catherine step by step, his eyes as cold as ice. Rest assured, I won't kill you easily. What you did to my sister will be returned tenfold. Suddenly, a hint of malice flashed in Catherine's previously terrified eyes. The opening of a wooden box hidden in her sleeve sprung open, releasing 2 blood-red streaks toward Otto, too fast to see clearly. Fool, did you really think I'm an incompetent Miss Clarence of the Clarence family? Otto inwardly cursed, his inner energy surging as he retreated to the left rear while protecting Aaliyah in his arms, narrowly avoiding the attack. To his surprise, the 2 streaks turned direction. Realizing there was no escape, Otto took the blow with his flesh and bone, understanding instantly that these were not weapons but insects. With the impact, Otto spat out a mouthful of blood, his heavenly mystery scroll furiously circulating, redirecting his chi to combat the insects. Seeing her scheme succeed, Catherine's previous cowardly demeanor vanished, replaced by smug arrogance. Her narrow eyes squinted even more, radiating sheer satisfaction. I thought the young master of the Andrew family had unmatched abilities. To be taken down so easily, no wonder your family met its end. A weak leader leads to a weak pack. I advise you to stop struggling. My 2 ancient poison scorpions aren't ordinary insects. They've fed on my blood since birth. Even a profound rank practitioner would fall to them. Catherine grew more confident as she continued. I wonder what it feels like to watch your beloved sister's beautiful face being sliced off and transplanted onto mine. Shouldn't you call me sister then? Oh right, as a thank you to your sister. I invited a few homeless men with diseases to spend some intimate time with her. Before the insects inside her body break free, I'll make sure she enjoys every night thoroughly. Although Otto was seated cross-legged, focusing on countering the venomous scorpions within his body, every word of Catherine's malicious speech found its way into his ears, affecting his state of mind and causing his thoughts to grow increasingly chaotic. Aaliyah, who had just stirred from her semi-conscious state, opened her eyes to see Otto's pained expression. Deep worry filled her heart, and tears streamed down her face. It's all my fault. I've dragged you into this, brother. Please don't let her words affect you. This time, let me protect you, Aaliyah said, struggling to rise from Otto's embrace. Large teardrops slid onto Otto's palm. With a determined gaze, she stared at Catherine, ready to face death. Feeling the warmth of her tears on his palm, Otto took a deep breath, trying to steady his disrupted state. His consciousness grew hazy, as if he were seeing the old man with the white beard in Peach Blossom Village, preparing medicinal baths for his childhood self while muttering strange words. Nameless is the beginning of heaven. Named is the mother of all things. Hence, always be without desire to observe its subtleties. With desire, to observe its boundaries. Breathing between Lu and Dantian, the clear water of Jade Pool irrigates the spiritual root. Examine well and cultivate to achieve longevity. The person in the Alexillo court wears red clothes. In that moment, the previously obscure scriptures and techniques became much clearer to Otto. Vast amounts of true chi surged through his limbs and bones, finally converging in his dantian. Most importantly, the two venomous scorpions inside his body, which had been wreaking havoc, now seemed to sense an impending threat and lay dormant near the wounds, ready to flee. As the true chi accumulated more and more in his dantian, Otto felt an intense pressure building up, like breaking through a barrier. Finally, the invisible barrier in his dantian was shattered, and the vast true chi rushed out like a breaching dam, flowing through Otto's extraordinary meridians and internal organs. His pale skin, originally wan due to pain, gradually turned rosy and briefly gleamed with a dark golden hue. He had broken through. Otto successfully advanced from the Alexillo stage to the profound rank. Chapter 53 Reversal of Cultivation. The two venomous scorpions that had lain dormant in Otto's wound seemed to possess a certain intelligence, and upon realizing the impending danger, they swiftly fled from the wound. Otto shifted his mind. Want to escape? Too late. He quickly activated the mystical heaven diagram within him. After breaking through to the profound rank with the mountain scroll of the mystical heaven diagram, its power surged significantly, a feeling of intense exhilaration that Otto had never experienced before. The mountain scroll of the mystical heaven diagram could absorb the purest and cleanest spiritual energy from the heavens and earth for its own use, as well as draw in all the poisons and evil entities from the world. Therefore, these two 10,000 ancient poison scorpions, radiating with sinister aura, were nothing but the finest supplements for Otto. He naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to stabilize his realm. Otto grabbed backward in the air, catching those two yet-to-land 10,000 ancient poison scorpions in his hand, which struggled incessantly and made buzzing noises. As the mystical heaven diagram absorbed the toxins, the dense evil chi inside the two 10,000 ancient poison scorpions transformed into pure true chi within Otto's body, gradually losing vitality and dying in his hands. The mountain scroll of the mystical heaven diagram was divided into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and Alexillo. After absorbing the evil chi from the two 10,000 ancient poison scorpions, what was once an unstable realm solidified at the profound rank, showing signs of even greater breakthrough. As Otto gradually came back to consciousness from the profound experience of the breakthrough, he suddenly opened his eyes to find a sharp whip lashing toward him. Giannis, be careful. Aaliyah cried out in alarm, shielding Otto despite the risk. A crimson blood trace immediately appeared on her fair neck. Catherine struck again forcefully with the whip. Truly brotherly love. You dirty bitch, let's see how long you can protect him. Aaliyah kept her eyes closed, unmoving, but resolutely shielded Otto. She silently awaited the strike of the whip, but when the whip descended, Otto instantly rose and caught it, flicking his wrist. The whip cut a deep trace across Catherine's palm and ended up in Otto's hands. With her eyes closed, Aaliyah felt the whip didn't fall as expected. Opening her eyes, she found Otto now stood in front of her, saying in surprise, Giannis, you're awake. Yuyen knew you would make it. Her beautiful eyes shone with admiration like a little girl looking up to her elder brother. Otto looked at the glaring red mark on her fair neck, full of pity. Yuyen, does it hurt? I'm not in pain. I promise to protect my brother. Aaliyah pouted adorably, hiding all her pain and grievances deep inside. After all these years of hardships, this suffering was nothing much. Although Aaliyah suffered from dissociative amnesia due to brain trauma, it didn't stop her from seeing how many times this man had risked his life to protect her. This unbreakable bond of brotherly love couldn't be feigned. She firmly believed in her heart that Otto was her brother. Good girl, sit down and rest for a while. This time, let me protect you. He gently supported Aaliyah to sit on the ground, his movements extremely tender. Otto then glared sharply at Catherine, flames of anger burning in his eyes. Twirling the whip around, he struck fiercely, sending the whip whistling through the air, carrying waves of wrath as it brutally lashed Catherine's face. Catherine stumbled under the whip, spinning several rounds mid-air to offset the force, covering the bloody marks on her face in disbelief as she stared at Otto. You, how could you possibly resist the invasion of the 10,000 ancient poison scorpions? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Otto ignored her, continuing to lash out, each strike fiercer than the last, leaving over 10 harsh stripes on Catherine's body. Just then, a voice filled with righteous anger rang out from the entrance of the villa. Boy, stop. This is still the Clarence Manor. You cannot act recklessly here. Do you really think our East District Clarence family has no one? Their voices reached the villa almost simultaneously, before the men themselves appeared. Pretending not to hear, Otto responded. What? Strike harder? As he spoke, he increased the force even more, leaving Catherine's face covered in blood, a horrific sight. The leading baron entered the villa, furious upon seeing Otto disregarding the warnings. He thundered at Otto. So you are the remnant of the Andrew family? You will pay for your actions today. The man who followed stepped in, looking down at the injured Catherine with distress. Jeringbing, Miles arrived too late. Opening her swollen eyes, Catherine snarled, Miles, Damien, you must make these remnants of the Andrew family suffer beyond their worst nightmares. Seeing their beloved Miss Clarence humiliated like this, the two middle-aged men were beside themselves with rage, staring viciously at Otto. Without another word, they attacked Otto, fists and feet wrapped in piercing gales. 2 Alexillo rank? Interesting. Otto looked at the two attackers with an amused expression. If this were before, when they were all Alexillo rank, he might have had to avoid their sharp edge, but after breaking through to the mystical rank, he could completely overwhelm them just by comparing brute strength. Seeing that Otto did not dodge or evade, the two sneered with contempt. They were known for their prowess in hand-to-hand combat in Rupert June County, and no one had ever dared to face both of their attacks head-on. However, when their fists and feet made contact with Otto's body, it turned out much differently from what they had anticipated. Instead, their bodies flew away like kites cut off from their strings, crashing heavily into the wall, recoiling from the force they had unleashed, hitting a rock with an egg. The two looked at Otto in shock, as if seeing a monster, muttering in disbelief. Mystical? Mystical rank? How is this possible? Otto glanced coldly at them and said mockingly, Nothing is impossible. By the way, I have a gift for your young miss. He had long noticed 5 or 6 people hiding in a side hall. With one kick, Otto broke open the door and roared, Come out! A woman dressed strangely, resembling a witch, and 5 ragged, filthy beggars walked out of the room. Recalling what Catherine had said earlier, Otto's eyes flashed with a keen light, and he barked, Were you brought here by Catherine? Seeing Otto's intimidating aura and the Clarence family members lying on the ground, gasping for breath, they assessed the situation and answered truthfully, I am Amias from Yao territory. The young miss of the Clarence family approached me asking for a face swap with a girl. But this face swapping technique is extremely sinister. Although I was unwilling, I was forced to comply. We are street beggars. This noon, we were caught and brought here by people from the Clarence residence. They said they would reward us with a prostitute, the beggar replied bravely. Otto's eyes revealed killing intent. He intended to pay her back in her own coin. All the malicious plans Catherine had for his younger sister, Otto would return to her with even greater intensity. Chapter 54, A Hundredfold Revenge. Catherine, looking at Otto's icy gaze, was filled with terror. You, what are you going to do? I am the betrothed of the Lawrence family from the capital city. If you harm me, you and your sister will die without a place for your bodies. Really? The Lawrence family would actually choose to marry a warthog? I'm sure the young master of the Lawrence family must be some monster with sharp teeth and fangs. Otto hated it most when someone threatened him. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now, but the tricks you planned for my sister, I'll return in full. Seeing her threats had no effect on Otto, Catherine's face turned ashen, her bloated ugly face filled with fear. No, this is all a misunderstanding. I can apologize to your sister. Saying this, she knelt clumsily before Aaliyah, tears streaming down her face, large teardrops ruining her makeup, making her look even uglier. Miss Andrew, it was wrong of me. My narrow-mindedness shouldn't have made me jealous of your beauty, and I shouldn't have imprisoned you in the water dungeon. But apart from that, I haven't hurt you in any other way. Then she also knelt before Otto. Young Barker, please forgive me this time. I promise never to cross you again. And, before Catherine finished, Otto interrupted her. Miss Warthog, you wouldn't think I would let you go, right? If I were 2 days late, my sister's face would have been exchanged for your pig face, and her body would have been violated by these beggars. From the moment you decided to harm my sister, you should have thought about what would happen to you. Otto then walked straight to the Amias Catherine had found and said firmly, go fetch a dead pig from the water dungeon and give this beautiful warthog a makeover to turn her into a true warthog. The Amias knelt in terror, his lined face showing sheer dread. Young Barker, spare my life. If I do this, I doubt the Clarence family will let me see tomorrow's sun. Otto's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If you don't do it, you won't leave the Clarence residence today. With that, he used silver needles to seal the Amias' uppermost acupuncture point. Trying to escape means death. Follow my instructions, and after the deed is done, I'll release you. Having no choice, the Amias could only comply with Otto's demands to change Catherine's face into a pig's to save his own life. Seeing his daughter about to have a pig face grafted on, Mr. Clarence struggled to his feet and blustered. How dare you? If you really dare to do something so horrifying to Jaringbing, the Clarence family will bankrupt itself to ally with the other 2 major families in East Commandery to ensure your entire clan dies without burial. Otto sneered, not even giving Mr. Clarence a proper glance. You old fool, threatening me just gives me more motivation. You're already on your last legs but still talk tough. Wanting to kill me? Mr. Clarence, seeing that Otto wasn't swayed, showed a flash of resolve, and suddenly lunged at Otto's back with a fierce chop aimed at Otto's neck. Riotous Clarence set palm. Seeing Otto not dodging and intending to take the blow head-on, Mr. Clarence was elated and increased the force, his famous technique able to sever steel when fully exerted. A crack. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, but it wasn't Otto who suffered. Instead, it was Mr. Clarence who held his broken hand in agony, kneeling on the ground, gasping. Otto watched the kneeling Mr. Clarence with amusement. This riotous Clarence set palm name sounds impressive, but its power is nothing to write home about, not even as loud as a fart. After mocking him thoroughly, Otto kicked Mr. Clarence hard, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the corner of the wall, several ribs cracking, blood trickling from his mouth. Old fool, don't rush to die. Open your eyes and watch your daughter's face swap show. As Otto spoke, the Amias returned from the water dungeon with a pig face. Young Barker, I've brought back the pig face. Please let me live after the transformation. I promise to keep my word, Otto replied reassuringly. After receiving Otto's assurance, the Amias started preparing the equipment for the face swap. East Commandery was located on the border of Hanzhou province, surrounded by vast mountain ranges harboring many mysterious tribes skilled in various dark arts. Face swapping was one of the most bizarre sorcery among them. Even modern top-notch medical technology couldn't perform full face transplants due to immune rejection issues, while this ancient sorcery could bypass rejection and permanently graft a new skin, albeit through extremely cruel means, unacceptable in civilized society. The Amias immersed the pig face in a special solution for nearly 10 minutes, then reported respectfully to Otto, Young Barker, preparations are complete. We can start the procedure. Otto sat leisurely on the sofa, then proceed. No anesthesia needed. I believe Miss Warthog is tough enough. No, I beg you. I'm willing to be a servant for the Andrew family. Catherine looked at the approaching Amias in desperation, begging for mercy. Now is it useful to plead? If I hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have been the one whose face was cut open. The Amias' sharp bone knife sliced through Catherine's chin and gradually moved up towards her ears and hairline. No. Catherine's piercing and prolonged scream echoed throughout the large villa, like the mournful howl of an ape in the mountains, utterly terrifying. Mr. Clarence, powerless, lay huddled against the wall corner, unable to bear watching his daughter's plight, glaring fiercely at Otto and shouting angrily, my family will make your life unbearable. Otto cast a mocking glance at Mr. Clarence. I look forward to it. He had never been a cruel and heartless person. In his childhood at Peach Blossom Village, his master taught him that a healer should love all under heaven, but this did not mean he would remain indifferent when someone harmed those closest to him. A dragon has its soft underbelly, and whoever touches it will surely die. Aaliyah was Otto's greatest soft underbelly. As long as he lived, he would never allow anyone to harm her. As the entire face skin was cut off from Catherine, the Amias dripped a sticky secretion from a worm onto the bloody flesh, then lifted out the pig face soaked in medicine and placed it on Catherine's face. The whole pig face fitted perfectly with Catherine, without any sense of dissonance. Miss Clarence indeed looks more beautiful after this makeover. The young master of the Lawrence family from the capital city would surely be overjoyed to see his betrothed so beautiful. By the way, I remember Miss Clarence wanted these beggars to get intimate with my sister, but perhaps Miss Clarence can enjoy this chance herself? After speaking, Otto walked straight towards the few beggars arranged by Catherine, using silver needles charged with true energy to pierce their Guanyuan acupoints. Chapter 55, Bloodletter. Several beggars' faces gradually turned bright red, their expressions frenzied, and their fiery eyes filled with lust. Yanis, Don't you feel an extreme urge to release yourselves right now? This exceptionally beautiful Miss Clarence can be enjoyed by you all, Otto said, pointing at Catherine who was already lying limp on the ground. Hearing Otto's words, the beggar's eyes sparkled, casting greedy glances at Catherine, intensely wanting to vent the raging desires within them. Although Catherine's figure was bloated and her originally ugly face had been changed into a pig's face by the wizard, it did not deter the beggar's libidinous hearts. After Otto stimulated their guanyuan points using unique techniques, they desperately wanted to let out their urges. At this moment, their hearts were already filled with desire. How could they care about her appearance? Instantly, Catherine was left completely exposed as they tore her clothes roughly, and the spacious hall began to echo with their carnal pleasures. Clarence's father watched his daughter being repeatedly defiled by the beggars. Feeling darkness cloud his vision, he coughed up a clot of blood mixed with flesh fragments, and his already weak body collapsed in a faint. Otto watched everything coldly. This is what you asked for. This time is just the punishment for your daughter, tormenting my sister. The reckoning for what happened 20 years ago will come when the three great families of Rupertune gather, so I don't have to hunt you down one by one. Said that, Otto started writing a blood letter on the white wall. Only, the blood used for the letter wasn't his own but Clarence's father's. This was called turning waste into something useful. Only a fool would waste their own blood. Clarence young, studying classics and history, grown up with power and strategy. Clarence seek a fierce tiger lurking in the desolate hills, hiding its claws and fangs in wait. One day if I can get my revenge, blood will dye the mouth of the river in Rupertune. Otto wrote the blood letter boldly on the wall. In simple terms, it meant, the three major families of Rupertune. Your old men should prepare to meet me with your heads 3 days later at the Andrew family cemetery. After finishing, he picked up the weakened Aaliyah and softly said, I've returned to that Miss Clarence all the tricks she intended for you, called treating you as you treat others. Let's go, Yu-Yin. Don't let this sordid scene soil your eyes. Aaliyah lay docilely in Otto's arms, slowly opening her eyes. Big brother is truly amazing, but I'm worried that they might retaliate together. Foolish girl, Big brother is Superman. Those insignificant bugs can't harm me at all. Alexia, Yu-Yin believes Giannis is the strongest. Aaliyah said loyally, her voice full of trust in Otto. Otto carried his sister out of the Clarence residence and dialed the phone number Adam Andrew from the Adam family had given him earlier. His current priority was finding a comfortable place to heal Aaliyah's injuries and quickly resolve the problem with the parasites dormant in her stomach before things got worse. Hello, Adam Andrew, this is Otto. Find me a place to stay in Rupertune. If young Barker doesn't mind, why not stay at the Adam residence? If you're agreeable, I'll send someone to pick you up now. Unfortunately, I'm still recuperating in the hospital and can't greet you in person, Adam Andrew said respectfully on the other end. No bother, focus on getting well. Within 10 minutes, a sedan pulled up in front of Otto. He carried Aaliyah into the car and headed to the Adam residence to take refuge temporarily. As news of Otto's blood letter spread across the various great families of Rupertune, there was turmoil among the major forces, even causing ripples in Beijing's powers. Beijing Lawrence family. Inside an extravagantly luxurious villa, Becker, the eldest son of the Lawrence family, looked at the picture of the blood letter on his phone, his expression grim. So this remnant of the Andrew family, Otto, is somewhat interesting. Kaylor Lawrence, according to intelligence, Otto acts extremely brutally and arrogantly. He first transformed Miss Clarence's face into a pig's face and had beggars defile her, then severely injured 2 core members of the Clarence family. The 3 noble families of Rupertune can handle it. Ultimately, he's just an inconsequential thing that lacks the ability to match up against us. In Rupertune, Clarence family meeting room. The heads of the 3 noble families of Rupertune and the pillars of their respective families sat solemnly around the conference table, the atmosphere heavy to the extreme. Clarence's father, with a worried expression, lamented to the patriarch of the Clarence family, Miles, you must make Otto pay for what he did. You don't know how terribly our granddaughter was mistreated by him. You still have the nerve to say that. 2 men nearly 50 years old couldn't even handle a mere youngling. You've disgraced the entire Clarence family. The people from the Wu family and the Sun family sitting around the conference table wore undisguised ridicule on their faces, clearly deriding the Clarence family for being bested by a mere upstart like Otto. Head of the Clarence family, if your Clarence family can't even deal with one survivor from the Andrew family, do you need help from us 2 families? The patriarch of the Wu family challenged first. The patriarch of the Sun family chimed in, I think so too. The power rankings of Rupertune should be reshuffled. Given the declining trend of your Clarence family, it might not hold onto its top position any longer. Faced with the doubts from the other 2 families, the patriarch of the Clarence family coldly snorted. The strength of my Clarence family isn't something for either of you to evaluate. In 3 days, we'll make this arrogant boy pay, and only then will the Andrew family truly be wiped out. Thus, the 3 patriarchs reached an agreement. They would act against Otto at the Andrew family cemetery in 3 days. Rupertune Adam family. Otto carefully removed Aaliyah's shoes and socks and laid her down on the bed. He looked at the cold sweat beading on her forehead, feeling unbearably heartbroken. Yu-Yin, just endure a little longer. Giannis will soon find a way to get rid of these parasites. Otto gently touched his sister's burning forehead. It seemed the parasites inside her were secreting some kind of liquid, making her immune system mistake it for a virus, resulting in a persistent fever since leaving the Clarence residence. Aaliyah nodded understandingly, her obedient demeanor breaking one's heart. It's fine, brother. Yu-Yin doesn't feel bad, just a bit weak. Take your time finding the solution. No need to rush to cough. She started coughing violently before she could finish her sentence. Foolish girl. Giannis is not ignorant of medical knowledge. How could I not know about the excruciating pain you are enduring now? Just then, a phone rang. Chapter 56, An Encounter at the Insect Grass Market. Hey, you brat, the poem you wrote on the wall of the Clarence family was quite good, very much like the style of this old man when he was young, said Olaf on the other end of the phone, leisurely. You old coot, not engaging in discussions about human anatomy with Widow Saul at the village entrance in Peach Blossom Village, and bored enough to call me up just to praise my literary talent? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Otto didn't find it strange at all that the old man knew what was happening on his side. After all, given Olaf's divination skills and intelligence network, it was too easy to know these things. Hanging up so hastily because you want to cure your sister's injury? She's indeed a pitiful girl, alas. Olaf sighed. Otto was delighted upon hearing this. Kalence the old man could predict his sister's condition. He naturally would also know how to save her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him out of boredom. Old man, if you know the cure, spit it out already. Don't keep me in suspense. Hee hee, trying to directly kill the parasitic worms inside your sister with medication is naturally difficult, as everything is interconnected. Why not change tactics and fight poison with poison? That venomous parasite originally came from the Eastern Commandery's Meow territory, so it must be dealt with using Meow territory's parasites. The Moonlight parasite counteracts the venomous parasite, but the Moonlight parasite is the treasured possession of the Moonlight clan, extremely precious. Whether or not you can find one depends on your fate. Meow territory? Moonlight parasite? After hanging up the phone, Otto pondered for a moment, then prepared to head immediately to the nearby insect grass trading market to try his luck. Yugon, wait for your brother to come and save you. Otto looked resolutely at Andrew Yugon. Okay, Yugon will wait patiently for brother to return, muttered Andrew Yugon, whose fever refused to break. In East Commandery, the insect grass trading market. Selling herbs. Freshly picked spirit immortal grass, cardamom flower, sedum, divine melody grass, all from deep within the Meow territory. Guaranteed to cure any illness. Basil, what do you need? Do you have the Moonlight parasite? Moonlight parasite? Never heard of it. Otto shook his head and walked away. This was the countless number of herb shops he had visited, selling only ordinary herbs and not even slightly valuable ones. Maybe he came to the wrong place? Otto was almost at the end of the market, and without any news of the Moonlight parasite, he would have no choice but to look elsewhere. Put down my herbs. How can you take them without paying? These are herbs I've worked hard to collect to trade for medicine. At the end of the market, an unremarkable small stall caught Otto's attention. Two burly men were tussling with a frail-looking girl over a sack filled with herbs. Heske, ask any vendor here who doesn't pay protection fees to us. Taking a few of your herbs is actually doing you a favor. The man then rudely pushed the girl to the ground and swaggered off. Otto took a deep breath. Such underhanded deeds existed everywhere, and he wasn't a living Buddha. He couldn't intervene in every situation. But this girl was around the same age as his sister, and he felt compassion. He strode forward toward the two thugs. Before he even made a move, they collapsed limply on the ground. Was it due to poisoning? Was it the work of that frail girl? Recalling the scene, Otto remembered that as the girl fell, she had an upward arm motion, releasing the poison at that exact moment. He nearly missed seeing it. The girl ran over to the two fallen men, picked up her herbs, dusted off the floating dirt, and then looked up at Otto. They'll wake up soon. You wanted to help me, right? Thank you, you're a good person. Caught off guard by this sudden compliment, Otto felt somewhat stunned. The girl spoke in a charming and fragile voice, but it seemed like she had only learned to speak recently, and not in her native language. Her face hidden behind a veil, wearing loose white fabric, she revealed her perfect figure through the fabric, creating an extreme kind of hazy beauty. Oh right, my name is Mia. In our language, it means moon and flower. Nice to meet you. Upon hearing the girl's name, Otto confirmed his previous suspicion. She must come from a minority tribe. Hello, my name is Otto. Did you come to the insect grass market to buy herbs? If I happen to have some, I can give them to you. Mia's tone was lively, her words filled with youthful vivacity. Not buying herbs, but buying a parasite, replied Otto coldly. His mind was heavy, thinking about his sick sister, leaving little room for chatting with a stranger. Mia froze at Otto's reply, cautiously asking, buying a parasite? Are you going to use it to harm someone? The continuous questioning irked Otto, not to harm, but to save my sister's life. With that, Otto turned to leave. Wait, maybe. If you're planning to use a parasite to save someone, I might be able to help, Mia said, stretching out her pale hand from beneath her wide sleeves and gently tugging at Otto's sleeve. Do you mean you can use parasites to save people? Do you have the Moonlight parasite? Otto's face lit up when he heard the girl's response. Mia hesitated for a moment after hearing the words, Moonlight parasite, and then replied cautiously, sorry, the Moonlight parasite is the sacred possession of the Moonlight clan. It cannot be lent out without the Great Tiger's permission. Besides, Miles has been in a coma, and the insect grass on the mountain hasn't helped with his illness. Alex sisterday, I picked fresh herbs to sell and find a doctor. Mentioning the Great Tiger's condition, Mia's expression under the white veil grew even more dim. Seeing the girl's low spirits, Otto couldn't help but ask, is the Great Tiger your father? Perhaps we can make a deal. What kind of deal? I will cure your father, and you lend me the Moonlight parasite to save my sister. Mia's eyes widened in excitement. You mean you know medicine? Then she asked suspiciously, but why don't you just use your own medical skills to save people? Why do you need the Moonlight parasite? How could that work? My sister is infected by a parasite. No matter how skilled the healer, it won't work. Otto was almost speechless with the girl who seemed so curious about everything. As if one person could ask so many questions. Alright then, deal. Let me pack up. Mia jogged back to her stall and clumsily folded up her mat, looking endearingly awkward in her loose clothing. Before they left, she even remembered to antidote the two big men. Okay, Otto, we can go now. Otto looked at the direction Mia was heading and reminded her, aren't we taking a taxi? The market exit is in the opposite direction. We are, but not a regular taxi, you'll see. Mia teased and continued walking ahead. Otto followed her for a good 10 minutes. We're heading straight into the mountains. Don't worry. The girl whistled loudly. Suddenly, leaves rustled in the deep forest, birds took flight, and fish scattered. It seemed like a huge beast was rapidly approaching. Chapter 57. The Gu Clan Tribe. Suddenly, a massive wolf darted out from the dense jungle right in front of Otto, its back muscles bulging like those carved from granite, hind legs slightly bent forward, front legs extended, assuming a menacing posture as if preparing to pounce. Its eyes emitted a faintly ferocious glow. The profound heaven scripture within Otto's body surged with power, ready to strike preemptively and unleash a fatal blow before the giant wolf could move. Crescent, this is my friend. You must not misbehave. Mia walked over to the side of the giant wolf and gently stroked its head with her right hand. The giant wolf submissively lowered its head toward Mia, as though it understood her command, then shifted its body and let out a low howl. Crescent is apologizing to you, Mia explained to Otto with a radiant smile under her veil. Even after seeing plenty of beasts at Peach Blossom Village, Otto was still taken aback by the sheer size of this giant wolf. Goodness, its development is just too impressive. Many would believe it to be a lion with a different skin. It's called Crescent? There's quite a contrast. Alexia, it's our ride. Come on up. Mia nimbly mounted the wolf's back, patting the space behind her for Otto to get on as well. Otto easily jumped onto the broad back of the wolf, where two people sat without feeling cramped at all. Crescent home? Mia tapped the wolf's head lightly, and the giant wolf sped through the dense forest. Oh, by the way, once we return to the tribe, you have to hide first. The Moonlight Goo clan doesn't allow outsiders inside, but Miles's condition is dire now, so we can't worry about that anymore. Alright, I understand. The giant wolf continued galloping through the dense forest, and Otto found it difficult to maintain his balance on its jostling back, occasionally leaning forward and inevitably touching Mia. Otto felt the softness emanating from her frame, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of any distracting thoughts. Mia's beautiful face under her veil flushed red. After nearly an hour of sprinting, the giant wolf finally reached the outskirts of the tribe just before sunset, gradually slowing down. Crescent, stop at a place far enough away from the tribe. The giant wolf seemed to understand, softly walking to a hidden spot under a large tree, crouching down and waiting for the two to dismount. Otto, wait here while I check the area via a small path and come back for you when it's clear. Sure, I'll wait here. After Mia left, Otto peeked through the gaps in the trees to observe the tribe. All the houses in the tribe were constructed using mortise and tenon joints, with no less than 100 structures blending perfectly into the natural surroundings. The layout used geographical features as its foundation and streams as its veins, water flowing alongside mountains and stopping where they end, ensuring the retention of wind and energy, making the best use of water. Even with Otto's expertise in feng shui, he couldn't find any faults with the design, indicating that whoever planned the village's location was indeed a master of feng shui. After Mia entered the tribe, an unwelcome visitor emerged from one of the houses. Ai, where have you been? It's dangerous outside. Why did you only just return? Do you know how worried I was? A young man anxiously ran to Mia's side, reaching out to pull her. Mia's eyes turned icy cold under her veil, her face expressionless as she stepped back to maintain distance from the man. Perry, I've told you countless times to call me by my full name. Besides, what does it have to do with you where I go? Ai, among all the adult males in the tribe, only I am suitable for you. Why do you always treat me so coldly? And now that the old patriarch is in critical condition, given my abilities and contributions, becoming the next chieftain is everyone's wish. Who else could possibly match you? Perry angrily questioned. Mia clenched her fists tightly upon hearing Perry's words and squeezed out a few angry words. It's your father who is in critical condition. I'll say this one last time, leave. Seeing Mia's firm stance, Perry turned around and angrily left, seething inwardly, you'll regret this. Once I become the new chieftain, you'll be at my mercy. Seeing Perry walk away, Mia quickly returned to Otto. Otto, it's safe now, follow me. Subsequently, the two stealthily followed the narrow path into the tribe, while Perry, still harboring resentment, looked back at Mia from a distance. On the dim path, two figures could be vaguely seen, one clearly being a foreign male following Mia. Humph, slut. Now I see why you've been ignoring me. You've been cavorting with a foreigner. If you're not kind, don't blame me for not being righteous either. I'll expose you in front of the whole clan. Perry rushed off in a hurry. Mia led the way ahead. Otto, watch the steps. Sorry, since the tribe suffered a disaster 20 years ago, we've remained isolated without electricity or any modern lighting facilities. Isolated? Alexit, you secretly went out today. The girl beneath the veil playfully stuck out her pink tongue and stuttered. I went out to find a doctor for Colin. That doesn't count as sneaking out. You seem pretty skilled at it. Doesn't look like it's your first time. Hee hee, when I was little, I loved running to the market to buy candy. Don't tell anyone else, okay? After Mia led Otto into the room and lit the oil lamp, the dim room instantly brightened up. On the wall hung a huge male eagle specimen, and soft brown bear fur covered the wooden table and chairs. Otto, follow me. Colin is in this room. Otto followed Mia to the tribal chief's sickbed. The man lying on the bed, around 50 years old, had a pale face and lay unconscious with a furrowed brow. Colin, he has brought a doctor to see you. Can you hear me? Mia gently patted the man's shoulder, but he remained motionless. Otto placed his hand on the tribal chief's pulse points and began to diagnose him. As fine as silk, almost imperceptible, it felt like a faint pulse, indicating extreme fatigue and deficiency. Various symptoms of overwork and chronic illness. Sudden illness may have a chance of survival but can be hard to treat in the long run. Following the subtle changes in the chief's pulse strength, depth, stringiness, and smoothness, Otto gradually deduced the nature of his illness. Was your father initially suffering from high fever and convulsions a few days ago before falling into a coma, with purplish skin discoloration? Hearing Otto's diagnosis, Mia nodded vigorously. Alexis, I didn't expect you to be so skilled that you could deduce my father's condition just by feeling his pulse. Even the doctors in our tribe who boasted of their expertise couldn't figure out the cause, let alone treat it. Otto's expression remained calm. Your father has been poisoned by toxic bacillary dysentery, which has a very high mortality rate. In the past few days of his coma, multiple systems and organs, including the central nervous system, respiratory system, and circulatory system, have shown signs of mild failure. If it had been delayed by another 2 days, there would have been no hope. As he spoke, outside the house, a crowd of hundreds of clansmen, holding torches, surrounded the wooden hut with menacing intent. Chapter 58: The Return of the Moonlight Goo Clan. Mia, as the chieftain's daughter, you betrayed our clan by colluding with outsiders and exposed our tribe. Do you know this could bring about our entire clan's annihilation? Outside the wooden house, Perry stood proudly, his face filled with righteous indignation. Alexis, Mia, how is your behavior any different from betraying the clan? If that outsider spreads the location of our village, the bloody disaster of 20 years ago may return. An outsider will always have ulterior motives. I suggest we kill that outsider to prevent future troubles, then strip Mia of her status as the chieftain's daughter, imprisoning her in the goo dungeon to live with insects day and night. Outside the wooden house, hundreds of clan members were indignant, gathering densely and loudly condemning Mia. Under her pure white veil, Mia looked anxious. This is bad. It must be Perry who discovered I brought you into the clan and alerted everyone. That petty man. Otto, I'm sorry for involving you. I'll go out first to distract them, then Yuya will come to rescue you. Don't worry about me. I came here to treat your father, not to collude with you. Besides, if I leave now, your father's condition will deteriorate rapidly after tonight. Otto analyzed calmly after observing the situation. But, they will kill you. Haha, kill me? Let's see if they can really do it. Otto strode towards the door confidently. Perry glared at Otto, furious that this man had taken his eye. You've got some guts. I thought you would ride away on Ai's Culver Moonthorn. Perry sneered disdainfully at Otto. Otto responded calmly. Run? I treated the sick openly and there's no need for me to run. An elder stepped forward from the crowd, sizing up Otto before scoffing lightly. Young boy, what medical skills do you understand? Even I am baffled by the chieftain's illness. Just because you studied for a couple of years, you call yourself a doctor? Beside him, Perry chimed in, Great Guardian. I think this kid claims to treat the chieftain falsely but indulges in debauchery with IE. I saw IE being intimate with this outsider. The crowd erupted in shock. IE, while the great Tiger Tane lies ill, how could you do such things? Shameful. This adultery has disgraced the Moonlight Gu clan. Execute. Execute. Anger flared among the crowd. Mia watched the once close clanspeople who now wanted to execute her without reason. Under her white veil, her beautiful face was filled with sorrow, tears silently flowing down her cheeks. Seeing the ugly triumph on Perry's face, Otto felt an intense anger rise within him. Damn it, all I did was save the chieftain and ask the Moonlight Gu clan to treat my sister. Who invited this bastard to interfere? Slap. A loud slap echoed as Otto struck Perry so hard it knocked out 2 of his molars. Bleeding from his mouth, Perry prided himself as the strongest warrior of the younger generation, but he couldn't even see Otto's attack. Realizing he was outmatched, he turned to the Great Guardian for help. Great Guardian, this adulterer attacked me unawares. Please restrain and execute him. Calolence. The Great Guardian interrupted Perry sharply, shocked as he noticed the dragon pendant falling from Otto's chest. This dragon pendant, where did you get it? He moved closer, fixated on the pendant with awe. This dragon pendant is a family heirloom. I've had it since infancy. What, do you want to kill me for it, Giannis Guardian? Otto sneered. After hearing Otto, the Great Guardian mumbled something, then burst into tears, kneeling down. Master, please forgive this old servant. For defying the master just now, punish me as you wish. Chaz, the 15th generation guardian of the Moonlight Gu clan, pays homage to the master. The Moonlight Gu clan returns to its rightful master. We live to serve, die to protect. Mia beside Otto also knelt, clutching her fist over her heart. Greetings, master. Should you command, I'll face any danger. Taken aback by the sudden change, Otto was bewildered. I was just about to take care of everyone, and now they're calling me master? Seeing the elder's sincere gesture didn't seem fake, Otto couldn't press further. Perry watched the unexpected turn, frowning. Great Guardian. How can this adulterer be the master? He is clearly. Slap. Before Perry finished, the Great Guardian slapped him again. Shut up. You're truly arrogant and lawless. Hurry and kneel to the young master. After saying this, Chaz forcibly pressed Perry's head down, causing the latter to fiercely kneel toward Otto. Seeing Otto's puzzled expression, Chaz explained, 20 years ago, the Moonlight Gu clan was a subordinate tribe under the Andrew family. But after the clan was wiped out, all the forces fell apart. However, over these years, we have never given up on the thought of finding the young master. After speaking, Chaz lifted his shirt, revealing a scarred back with 2 lines of small characters tattooed. To repay your gold platforms, Will, I carry the J-Dragon for you until death. At this point, Otto dispelled part of his inner doubts and said seriously, loyalty is commendable. We'll discuss matters concerning the Andrew family later. First, let's treat the chieftain's injuries. Afterwards, lend me the Yueguan Gu. Follow whatever decision the young master makes. Subsequently, Otto walked into the house, waved his right hand, and several silver needles appeared between his fingers. The mystical heaven scroll inside him went wild, driving his true energy out of his body into the silver needles, which were then inserted into the chieftain's middle fu acupoint and stomach ear acupoint. Note, what you share is stomach point. Within a few minutes, the grand chieftain slowly opened his eyes, somewhat confused. Acupuncture has only eliminated the dysentery lurking in your father's body, but the organs that declined during his unconsciousness need to be nurtured with these herbs to fully recover. Otto tore off a sheet and wrote down the prescription. Alexis, young master, I'll send someone to get the ingredients on the prescription list. The Moonlight Gu has already been sent for you. The Moonlight Gu symbolizes purity. Gently pressing its abdomen will secrete moon spider silk, capable of neutralizing all poisons. Mia handed Otto a sandalwood box. Good. Time was running short. Otto needed to return within the optimal treatment period for Aaliyah. Mia whistled loudly before the tribe, summoning the Kelelver Moon Thorn. Yueya, take the young master back to East Commandery. Before leaving, Mia mustered her courage and looked up at Otto. Young master, don't you want to see what Phyllis looks like under the veil? Next time, I'm in a hurry. With that, Otto patted the wolf's head and dashed into the jungle. Mia watched Otto's gradually disappearing silhouette, her expression complicated. Otto didn't understand the customs about headscarves among the tribal women, and naturally didn't comprehend the deep emotions in those words. Send off the young master. The entire Kelelver Moon Gu clan knelt in the direction Otto disappeared. Chapter 59, Calm Before the Storm. The Adam family of Eastern Prefecture. Otto looked at Aaliyah, who was unconscious in bed, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yuyin, your brother is back. You'll get better soon. After saying this, he gently lifted Aaliyah's waist and rested her against his shoulder, opening a sandalwood box. Inside the box, the Moonlight Gu lay still with its wings folded, resting quietly at the bottom. This Moonlight Gu was indeed miraculous, its body completely transparent, even revealing its internal organs, and the pure white moon spider silk flowing within. Otto carefully picked up the Moonlight Gu and squeezed out a strand of moon spider silk towards Aaliyah's mouth. The pure white silk smoothly slid down her throat into her abdomen. The poison goo that had been dormant inside her instantly became agitated, as if encountering a natural enemy. However, the moon spider silk chased after it relentlessly. With no place to hide within the narrow space of her abdomen, the poison goo struggled desperately before gradually losing vitality. Otto inserted a silver needle, imbued with true chi, into Aaliyah's guanyuan acupoint. The moment he detected the poison goo, he turned her body downward, starting from the tail end of the spine, delivering 9 precise palm strikes. 9 heart-striking blows. Phew. Aaliyah felt a surge in her stomach, spitting out a black blood clot containing the corpses of 2 poison gus. Immediately, she felt her breathing become smoother as the foreign objects in her abdomen disappeared without a trace. Giannis, I feel much better now, Aaliyah said, her beautiful eyes shimmering, a hint of color returning to her pale face. Yuyin, the 2 poison gus in your body are now dealt with. However, your body is still somewhat weak. Rest well these few days. Once the hematoma in your skull dissipates, your lost memories will return. Otto lightly scratched her delicate nose, his face full of affection. The 3 major families of Eastern Prefecture gathered together, secretly plotting the matters concerning the Andrew family ruins the next morning. The head of the Wu family broke the silence first. Head of Clarence family, you're really going backwards. Just because of the remnants of the Andrew family, your Clarence family is so cautious. The head of the Sun family chimed in, 20 years ago, our three families wiped out the entire Andrew family. Do you think one young brat can turn the tables 20 years later? This time, my Wu family has mobilized hundreds of elite warriors trained through countless battles. Tomorrow, we will surely turn this trash into a sieve. The Wu family sure puts on a grand show, but my Sun family isn't falling behind either. All our cultivators worth mentioning have already been summoned to the estate. Even if this trash grows wings, he won't escape death tomorrow. Clarence family's patriarch glanced at the Baron beside him, whose face showed determination and exuded killing intent. He then stood up to introduce him to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this person beside me is sent by the capital city's Lawrence family to assist us in killing Otto. He is the Green Dragon Guardian Lawrence Makong, one of the 4 great guardians of the Lawrence family. Everyone gasped in surprise. So this is the Green Dragon Guardian of the Lawrence family. 3 years ago, he defeated 3 Xian realm experts single-handedly. I am Wu Astinyan, the head of the Wu family. It's an honor to meet Heisu. I am Sun Kale Hai, the head of the Sun family. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Heisu. All present showed immense respect and admiration for Lawrence Makong. Lawrence Makong proudly crossed his arms, looking down on everyone present, and spoke in a powerful voice. Killing a chicken doesn't require a butcher's knife. 20 years ago, even the head of the Andrew family couldn't resist the attack of our 4 great guardians. Why should I personally deal with a young punk now? If young Aiden didn't fear you messing things up, I wouldn't need to come at all. Alexis, yes. Otto's father only knew how to beg for mercy under Heisu. Not to mention this insignificant piece of trash. Tomorrow, we won't need to trouble Heisu. We've set up a net that even immortals cannot escape from. That boy will be trapped with nowhere to go. Gradually, the heads of the 3 families relaxed, starting to toast and discuss the allocation of the Andrew family ruins development rights. Outside the borders of Eastern Prefecture, a group of people dressed in black robes, moving with ghost-like agility, were rushing towards Eastern Prefecture. The leading elder, wind-dusted and weary, said, Master, your servant has been rushing for nearly 7 days. The direction indicated by the dragon scale is getting closer. Soon, master and servant will meet again. Please don't fail to recognize me when the time comes. It wasn't that Fanteon sect, once ranked first on the assassin list, chose not to fly for style. After hiding on an island for 20 years, they had neither money nor legitimate identities, so they had no choice but to travel in the most primitive way. Armed cross-country treks and armed swimming. Amidst blue skies and white clouds, a Boeing 747-8 VIP private jet cut through the sky, flying swiftly towards Eastern Prefecture. Inside the cabin, a cute girl with 2 ponytails rested her chin on her palm and thought deeply. Should I give His Majesty this $600 million private jet for our first meeting, or the White Pearl private yacht that I just customized? Or maybe I should give both to His Majesty. The young girl's face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing beautiful dimples and 2 sharp canine teeth. I'm asking you a question. Why isn't anyone answering? Inside the cabin, over 100 soldiers dressed in camouflage and holding firearms were so frightened they didn't dare breathe loudly. The reason was simple. This seemingly harmless and even adorable girl in front of them was the princess of one of the top 3 financial tycoons in the western regions. She appeared gentle only when talking about His Majesty. The soldier put down the rocket launcher from his chest and steeled himself to reply, whatever Trina gives, His Majesty would likely enjoy it. Ridiculous. How dare you call His Majesty by that name? Moreover, who do you think you are to guess His Majesty's thoughts? Your duty upon returning home is to protect His Majesty at all times. Over 100 soldiers nodded in unison. Alexis, Trina. The next morning, a drizzle fell from the sky, and dense clouds covered 10,000 miles without a single ray of sunshine. Otto walked into Aaliyah's room and said softly, Yu Yin, are you feeling better? Alexis, much better. Aaliyah nodded obediently, her pretty face regaining its color. Stay in the room today, Yu Yin. Giannis has something to attend to outside, and we'll be back soon to accompany you. Aaliyah, as if guessing something, asked with concern, Giannis, are you going to confront the 3 major families of Eastern Prefecture? Foolish girl, the 3 families have a blood feud with us siblings that can never be reconciled. Giannis doesn't want your hands stained with blood, so let me handle these matters. Don't worry, a group of clowns, brother will deal with them quickly and come back to accompany you. Hum. Aaliyah nodded firmly, watching through the window as Otto's figure gradually disappeared into the rain. Chapter 60. I can't believe you're not afraid of bullets. Under the curtain of rain, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 major families stood with umbrellas in front of the ruins of the Andrew family, an ominous and deadly atmosphere filling the air. The head of the Sun family looked into the distance where Otto's figure still hadn't appeared, his expression disdainful. It looks like Otto heard the wind and hid early. Now there's no sign of him. Indeed, just a scoundrel who only knows how to boast. Made me wait here for half an hour for nothing. The head of the Wu family spat a thick wad of phlegm toward the entrance of the Andrew family tomb. I don't think it's necessary to wait any longer. Let's dig up this Andrew family tomb completely. Finished speaking, the head of the Clarence family waved his hand, signaling dozens of excavators behind him to move forward. Heh, those old things from the Andrew family have been underground for so long. They should come up for some fresh air. Lawrence Imokong, the blue dragon protector of the Lawrence family, sneered. Before his words faded, a silver needle shot toward Lawrence Imokong's face. Staring at the swift and formidable silver needle that arrived instantly before him, Lawrence Imokong's pupils dilated as his inner energy rapidly circulated in a frantic attempt to dodge. After evading the fatal blow to his face, the silver needle, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, penetrated his right ear, blood spurting out. He stumbled and fell into the mud due to the excruciating pain. That formidable needle was naturally the work of Otto, initially intending to kill this insolent old man with one strike. Unexpectedly, his agility allowed him to escape with just an injured ear. No matter, Otto would deal with him again soon. After all, whether sooner or later, today Otto was going to put him in a coffin. Hands in pockets, Otto approached slowly from the end of the road, a pure black umbrella separating him from the pouring rain. Well, who might this be? Your face seems unfamiliar. Giving such a grand welcome upon our first meeting? Youngster can offer nothing but repay senior by giving you a free ear piercing. Otto watched Lawrence Imokong, whose face was pressed against the earth, with sarcastic contempt. His chilling words cut deeper than any blade. Supporting himself on both hands to rise, Lawrence Imokong wiped the mud off his face with his sleeve. his face ashen, rage rising within him. Humph, Clarence Settle rat, dare sneak attack me when I'm unprepared. No one intervenes today. Grandpa will send you to hell to meet your father. Seeing Lawrence and Mokong take stance, the heads of other families immediately stepped back. That Otto is really courting death. Protector Lawrence is an expert of the mystic realm. A single strike from him could obliterate anything down to ashes. Protector Lawrence, please leave this boy intact. Otherwise, I won't have anywhere to unload these bullets. Lawrence and Mokong furiously mobilized his inner energy, assuming the Lawrence family's ultimate technique, the 7-injury fist. This fist was the passed-down martial art of the Kongtong sect. As descendants of the Kongtong sect, the Lawrence family had also mastered this style. The 7-injury fist was fearsome. One punch contained 7 different forces, ranging from fierce to gentle, and sometimes a blend of both. Seeing Lawrence and Mokong seriously start gathering his breath, Otto couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. What rubbish is this fist of yours? So much preparation just to hit someone? We wouldn't even give it to Braden back home. Oh, and Braden is just a watchdog. The young punk only knows how to talk tough. One strike of my 7-injury fist will make you struggle to resist. As soon as he spoke, Lawrence and Mokong's footsteps flickered ghost-like to Otto's front, delivering a powerful cannon-like punch enveloped with concentrated true chi. But Otto neither dodged nor flinched. His left hand turned into a palm, while his right became an eagle claw. Seeing Otto wanting to take this punch head-on, Lawrence and Mokong's face lit up. Could a mere 20-something boy dare to stand against the full force of a mystic realm expert? Alexit as their strikes clashed, Lawrence and Mokong's eyes widened in horror. A crushing impact came from Otto's left palm, its strength like moving mountains and lifting tripods, shattering Lawrence and Mokong's right arm. Lawrence and Mokong broke out in cold sweat immediately, his face pale as if drained of vitality. With his left hand gripping Lawrence and Mokong's arm, rendering him immobile, Otto's right hand transformed into a raptor's talon, looking at Lawrence and Mokong mockingly. So this is what the blue dragon protector of the Lawrence family has? If I didn't know better, I'd call you Worm Protector, utterly incompetent. Kalence, I've experienced Worm Protector's worthless 7-injury fist. Let Senior Lawrence try my ultimate move, the castration hand. Suddenly, Otto's eagle-clawed right hand lunged downward toward Lawrence and Mokong's groin, delivering a devastating blow that completely tore away everything below his waist. Blood spurted everywhere. Aha! Lawrence and Mokong screamed inhumanly, the cool breeze blowing through his torn trousers adding to his excruciating pain. With Otto releasing his right hand, Lawrence and Mokong's body crumpled, the mystic realm expert fainting on the ground. Speaking of which, this old man's castration hand technique turned out to be quite practical. It wasn't in vain that he had been hammering on stones under waterfalls with his hands since he was 10. A year later, Otto could chisel a deep pit into a stone with just one castration hand strike, let alone a mere penis. The 3 family patriarchs all felt a chill between their legs at the sight of Otto's powerful move, involuntarily tightening their crotches. Clarence Settle Brad of the Andrew family, you're so despicable as to use such a low and despicable move. The head of the Clarence family rebuked sternly. What? You, Patriarch Clarence, are also eager to try out my famous technique? Otto cast an unfriendly glance at the crotch of the Clarence family patriarch, making the latter feel a chill down below. Clarence family's eldest son glared at Otto coldly. Miles, open fire. No matter how strong he is, can he survive bullets? Saying this, he pulled out a desert eagle from his coat, aiming precisely at Otto. Otto laughed upon seeing Clarence family's eldest son pull out the gun. Damn it, what a naive fool. True, even the greatest kung fu master fears a kitchen knife, but Andrew Ge's skills were far beyond ordinary. When Otto was little, he was soaked night after night in unknown colorful medicinal water by the old man, laying a solid foundation for his golden bell cover, transforming true chi outside his body into an impenetrable shield, hard as iron, resilient as leather. The dark barrel spewed fiery tongues, with Clarence family's eldest son firing 7 shots consecutively, targeting Otto's head and chest, exhausting the entire clip. Alexit Otto remained unscathed, standing where he was, while 7 men from Clarence family dropped dead instantly, hit precisely in the head by their own bullets. Clarence family's eldest son gaped in shock. This bastard actually doesn't fear bullets. What kind of evil skill is he practicing? Otto was immediately displeased when Clarence family's eldest son accused him of practicing dark arts. Blind dog. I practiced the golden bell cover, a legitimate martial art. Beside him, the head of the Sun family couldn't believe what was happening, signaling to the ambush point. The 100 or so mercenaries hiding there got the hint. Chapter 61. Battleground of Brinleys. Hundreds of dark muzzles concealed in the shadows instantly locked onto Otto, awaiting the patriarch of the Sun family's command to unleash a torrent of bullets. Otto's mind raced as he sensed the surrounding ambushes. M16s, AK-47s. He could tolerate those, but Barrett M82, Gatling guns, and anti-tank cannons were way overboard. Even if a Tiger tank showed up today, it wouldn't last. It would turn into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. Besides, should his true Jerry-infused golden bell shield be taken for granted? Damn it, the old man of the Sun family has too dirty a heart. If I don't chop off your balls later, it'll be because you're already small enough. Shan Realm True Jerry was not enough to sustain Otto's defense against such dense and fierce firepower. Even if he wanted to rush in and take hostages among the 3 patriarchs, the current distance made it impossible to outpace the bullets. He had no choice but to use a troublesome method. Activate the golden bell shield to hold off for some time, while taking out the 3 patriarchs, then deal with these mercenaries one by one, picking them off gradually. What are you waiting for? Whoever kills Otto gets a reward of 300 million. Heavy rewards attract brave men. As soon as the Henley issued the bounty, countless bullets rained down through the rainstorm toward Otto. While using True Jerry to deflect the dense gunfire, Otto rushed towards the high-ranking officials of the 3 families of Rupertune City. However, just when he was 100 meters away from the 3 families' top brass, hundreds of Wu family experts emerged from behind, protecting their leaders. Though they were all low-ranking Alexillo tier cultivators, they still slowed down Otto's advance. Rushing into the crowd, Otto seized a long sword, wielding it like a flying phoenix. With the frantic activation of his Shintian scroll, everywhere he went was filled with sword shadows, transforming him into a merciless killing machine. Under the heavy rain, a thick scent of blood filled the ruins of the Andrew family estate. Otto wielded his sword single-handedly, advancing relentlessly with each strike fatal. Within 10 meters around Otto, blood flowed like rivers, and bodies lay scattered. The nearly 100 cultivators surrounding him hesitated to advance further. Seeing the situation turning against them, the Clarence family patriarch bluffed. Whoever kills the remnants of the Andrew family will receive a reward of 300 million and be honored as a general of our Clarence family. With the reward tripling, every cultivator present turned greedy, their minds clouded by desire. Otto stood calmly, his chiseled face streaked with rainwater mixed with blood, appearing like a god of death emerging from shackles. A cold aura erupted from his eyes, which suddenly turned dangerous. The lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, murderous intent. A bloody aura straight out of a battlefield of Brinleys. Otto pointed his sword at the sky, looking down at the crowd surrounding him with disdain. Gentlemen, want my head for the bounty? Consider if you'll have the chance to spend it first. Even Yama would tremble if he came here today. At Otto's words, the hundreds of cultivators felt as if a chill from hell was sweeping through them, causing many to shiver uncontrollably. The Andrew family remnant is already on their last legs. Our Clarence family reinforcements have arrived. I can't believe nearly 500 cultivators can't grind him down, the Clarence family patriarch urged, trying to boost morale. Alexia, even 2 fists can't match 4 hands. With that bounty, I'll be drunk in a beauty's arms every day, living carefree for the rest of my life. In an instant, the cultivators began stirring again. Just as the 3 families were about to swarm forward, distant wolf howls echoed, and the earth began to tremble. Hundreds of feet away, nearly 100 large silver moon wolves sped toward the scene, each carrying a formidable moonlight insect tribe warrior on its back. Lord, the moonlight insect tribe arrives late. Please punish us, young lord. The elderly leader, the hunter, swung his black iron warhammer as he charged into the fray among the 3 families' people. Panic spread across the Clarence family patriarch's face as he murmured in disbelief. What? The moonlight insect tribe is still alive after 20 years? Impossible. This child must be exterminated today or will surely become a disaster. We cannot let him grow. The Henley took out his phone. Young Aiden, the Andrew family remnant has found the moonlight insect tribe from back then. The situation here is dire. We need your support in Rupert June City. Becker's face darkened. This boy exceeds my expectations. But it's better this way. Today we will annihilate the Andrew family remnant and the remaining forces, ensuring they can never rise again. Hold on a little longer. I will dispatch the White Tiger Guardian, Scarlet Bird Guardian, and 100 cultivators to the Andrew family ruins immediately to eliminate any lingering threats. The situation on the battlefield quickly turned one-sided, with more and more cultivators from the 3 families falling into pools of blood, causing panic to spread. Anyone still standing who takes a step back will be killed without mercy. The Lawrence family's 2 great protectors and cultivators are about to provide support. After this is done, all brothers will be promoted and enjoy glory and wealth. Hearing the words of the Clarence family patriarch, the cultivators on the scene suppressed their retreat, a look of determination flashing across their faces. Now there was no place to hide. They could only fight to the death. Young lord, please be extra cautious. On the silver moon wolf's back, Mia's white veil covered her worried face, blaming herself for arriving too late, leaving Otto in danger alone. AY, I'm fine. Protect yourself. Just as Otto finished speaking, he sensed a hint of danger. Ai, watch out. He jumped onto the wolf's back, shielding Mia with his body. From the upper tower, a dark heavy sniper rifle aimed and fired, sending out a deadly bullet, at a distance of less than 1 kilometer. If hit by a top-tier heavy sniper bullet to the chest, even a tough cultivator with steel-like flesh would find it hard to survive. Otto frantically activated the Shintian scroll, squeezing out every last bit of true Jerry within him, summoning the Golden Bell Shield. Boom. The lethal bullet struck the Golden Bell Shield, producing a deafening explosion. Otto and Mia almost fell off the wolf's back, but barely managed to stabilize themselves. Under the immense impact, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of Otto's mouth. He was injured. This was the first time he had been wounded in this bloody battle. Seeing the blood at the corner of Otto's mouth, Mia's beautiful face under the white veil glistened with tears of self-blame. Young lord, why did you save Ai? Your life is worth 10,000 times more than Ai's. It's all because of Ai. Otto gently moved Mia out of his embrace and said helplessly, Ai, your master just overexerted his true Jerry and got slightly injured, not dead. Why such a gloomy face? Mia burst into laughter through her tears, her smile blooming beneath the white veil like a flower. Chapter 62. The encirclement of the 3 major families. But these despicable fellows dared to harm Desi. Ailey will make them pay a much heavier price. Under her veil, Starla's willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted, her usual smile replaced with an icy cold expression. Having said that, she sped through the crowd on the Culver Moon Thorn, its ferocious nature fully exposed as it tore at the Clarence family cultivators with its gaping maw. Wherever the Culver Moon Thorn passed, Clarence family cultivators instantly lost their fighting ability, turning into dismembered limbs. Patriarch Clarence, this wild wolf's attack is too strong. We can't hold it off. A Alexillo rank cultivator clutched his bleeding stump, his face contorted in agony. Humph. We only need to endure for a moment longer, and the Lawrence family reinforcements will arrive. By then, Otto and the Moonlight Poison clan will have nowhere left to run. With the prospect of support from the Lawrence family, Patriarch Clarence's eyes were now filled with composure. All traces of earlier panic vanished, replaced by an air of confidence. The woman wearing the veil has an extraordinary relationship with the remnants of the Andrew family. Concentrate our firepower and kill that wolf and the woman on its back first. The Yates commanded his cultivators, intending to destroy Otto's morale by eliminating the woman he had just shielded. A reward of 100 million for the head of the veiled woman, the Wu Patriarch added, announcing the bounty. Upon hearing their patriarch's words, Wu family cultivators surrounded Starla in an unbreakable circle, burning with rage and greed. The Culver Moon Thorn faced off against dozens of cultivators, its claws at the ready. Yanis, we can't take Otto, but a mere woman should be easy prey. That woman doesn't seem like much of a fighter, but this wolf is troublesome. After we slaughter the wolf, the woman will be at our mercy. I've been seething over Otto. Let me relieve some stress with this woman. Hee, little beauty, I wonder what kind of stunning face you hide under your veil. Aren't you afraid of us reacting if we see it? The lead cultivator stared at Starla, his eyes blazing with fervent greed, leering shamelessly. Starla's face turned grim, clearly further enraged by these ruffians' remarks. Want to see under my veil? Do you even deserve it? She shrieked gracefully, kicking off from the wolf's back and leaping forward. 7 cultivated finger. Landing, Starla turned her fingers into swords, her long fingers flashing past the necks of 3 cultivators before her in an instant, thin rivulets of blood oozing out. The men she slashed covered their wounds, one of them sneering in disdain. I truly overestimated you. Your speed is fast, but you're just here to scratch my itch. Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly turned ashen, a trickle of black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He then fell backward, dead. The other 2 injured cultivators also died at the same moment. Otto, watching from afar, secretly marveled. He had been preparing to save Starla if the situation turned unfavorable, not expecting her combat prowess to be so formidable. He had heard about the 7 cultivated finger from the old man. It was cultivated by using the venomous bite of a rare 7 cultivated snake from Yao territory. Practitioners must first ingest the snake's bile and a special antidote to suppress the snake's poison. Once accomplished, those poison would die immediately, and the practitioner's finger strikes would carry lethal toxins. After dispatching the 3 opponents before her, Starla turned deftly, her steps elusive. In the span of a few minutes, the remaining dozen or so Clarence family cultivators lay dead, lifeless on the ground. After quickly dealing with the lesser opponents around him, Otto came beside Starla, praising her. Ailey, I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. Hearing Otto's praise, Starla's beautiful face under the veil flushed scarlet. Her words somewhat stammered. Why your praise, Desi? Flatters Ailey. If I had no abilities, how could I protect you? As they spoke, the great protector of the Moonlight Poison clan had already led the clan members to eliminate the remaining cultivators of the 3 major families and the mercenaries lurking in ambush. Report to Desi, the Moonlight Poison clan has slain all rebels, leaving only a few incapacitated leaders for Desi's punishment. The great protector dismounted from the wolf, kneeling before Otto to report. Otto looked around, seeing the corpses of the 3 families' cultivators strewn everywhere. Sensing with his mind, he realized the danger he felt lurking in the shadows had disappeared. The hidden mercenaries were all wiped out. Very well done. Clean up the battlefield, so these scoundrels don't defile the entrance to our Andrew family estate. Oh yes, tie up the patriarchs and core members of the 3 families and throw them in front of the mausoleum. It's time to settle the blood debt from 20 years ago. As you command. The great protector promptly ordered the clan members to follow Otto's instructions. It seems there are many benefits to reclaiming the scattered forces of the Andrew family. Now I don't have to do these dirty and tiring tasks myself, Otto remarked with a sigh. It is the mission of the Moonlight Poison clan to ease Desi's worries, and it is also Ailey's honor. Starla knelt down on one knee beside Otto, her expression respectful. Taking advantage of the time while the clan members cleaned up the battlefield, Starla finally mustered up the courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, blushing. Do you still remember when Ailey asked if you wanted to see what's under my veil? Alexis, but last time I was in a hurry. Well, do you want to see now? Sure. What if the stunningly beautiful Ailey who always calls me Desi ends up not having to do all this fighting and killing anymore, and just upgrades to be my warm bed servant? Otto teased with a smile, his sword-like eyebrows twinkling with amusement. Hearing Otto's playful tone, Starla's cheeks flushed even more. With Otto's permission, she slowly lifted the pure white veil. Holy cow. Upon seeing Starla's unveiled appearance, Otto couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that he hadn't seen beauty before. In Jiangzhou, he had been surrounded by gorgeous women like the fiery-figured Vicky, the mischievous Amina, and the alluring Adelia. Under the veil, Ailey's flawless skin glowed with a faint pink hue. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her lips were as inviting as roses. In Otto's eyes, not only did Ailey outshine any cookie-cutter female internet celebrities, even the biggest stars in the entertainment industry would pale in comparison. Hearing Otto's exclamation, Starla's already anxious heart skipped faster. Desi, am I not pretty enough? Pretty enough to make your Desi drool in public. Otto chuckled, regaining his composure. Can I be so beautiful that I warm Desi's bed? Otto felt his heart skip a beat at Ailey's enticing words and the seductive gaze from her deep, captivating eyes, inwardly calling her a bewitching demon. Chapter 63 The Price of the 3 Major Families. Otto regretted saying that sentence about making Ai his bedwarming maid. He was now in a bind, and he knew Vicky, that little two-jar, would definitely make a fuss if she found out. Desi, the patriarchs and direct family members of the 3 major families from Rupert County are all tied up in front of the Andrew family mausoleum, awaiting your disposal. The Grand Protector's words timely relieved Otto, who inwardly said, it's better to come just in time than too early, or else he really wouldn't know how to reply to this girl. Good. Today is the day for the 3 major families to pay their blood debts with blood, Otto said in a deep voice, then turned around and walked straight toward the Andrew family mausoleum. Asia looked at Otto's anxious back shadow and couldn't fail to understand what Otto was thinking. Her almond eyes slightly reddened, and her cherry lips pouted unhappily. Desi, does Ai really not meet Desi's eye? Even unwilling to give Ai the identity of a bedwarming maid. But Desi, according to Moonlight Gu clan's customs, the first glance under the veil can only be given to one's sweetheart. This is Ai's first time unveiling before a man other than Miles. No way. Ai must strive for a place as a bedwarming maid by Desi's side. Ai secretly waved her delicate fists, her eyes filled with determination. As Otto approached the 3 patriarchs, his face was grim, and the air of execution made the people from the 3 major families feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, silent and frozen with fear. You old scoundrels, isn't it time to settle the blood debt from 20 years ago today? Otto glared down at the 3 patriarchs bound on the ground, his low and hoarse voice echoing in everyone's ears. The patriarch of the Clarence family was deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably despite being tied up. Seeing how Otto had acted like a killing god among the crowd earlier, he believed that Otto wouldn't hesitate to kill a few more. Mr. Andrew, I believe there might have been some misunderstanding between us. 40 years ago, I, Wu Astinyan, was once a disciple of the Andrew family. It could be said that without the Andrew family's nurturing, there wouldn't be the Wu family of Rupert County today. Wu Astinyan said solemnly to Otto, his innocent face filled with sincerity. Slap, slap. Otto raised his hand with great force, and his broad palm struck Wu Estonian's face like raindrops. In one continuous motion, striking both sides, dozens of times in rapid succession, Wu Astinyan swayed from side to side, his face already swollen with red welts and deep palm marks. Who the hell is your nephew? You old fool aren't worthy. The Andrew family nurtured you, yet you were plotting against us day and night. Who do you think you are to covet the ruins of the Andrew family? Putting seals on the gate of the mausoleum. Get on your knees on the steps of the Andrew family mausoleum. With that, Otto gave son Astonyan a fierce kick to the buttocks, sending him flying forward like a sandbag, hitting his forehead on the marble and splattering blood, landing ass up on the ground, unconscious. After all, how could an ordinary person withstand Otto's anger-infused kick? Just the sound of his skull cracking on impact was enough to chill the bones of the people from the three major families. Seeing Wu Estonian's miserable state, the patriarchs of the Sun and Clarence families felt sorrowful. Once the Wu family was finished, it would naturally be their turn. Mr. Andrew, Sun Kale High, was blinded by greed and had ill intentions. Please spare me. All of Sun family's real estate, businesses, and accounts will belong to you if you let our family live. Sun Kale High felt that kneeling before Otto wasn't sincere enough, so he pressed his head deeply to Otto's shoes, a fawning look on his face. Mr. Andrew, the mud on your shoes has dirted them. Allow me to clean them with my face. No, my tongue. Saying this, Sun Kale High actually stretched out his tongue to lick the mud off Otto's shoes. Get lost. I hate weaklings like you most in my life. How can someone over 50 be so despicable? Otto stomped forcefully on Sun Kale High's mouth and head again, sending a clear message. Under the heavy pressure, Sun Kale High's 2 rows of neatly aligned teeth fell out completely, his mouth gaping in terror as he swallowed them into his stomach. His nasal bones cracked with a crisp sound, and he fainted. Seeing the 2 patriarchs' miserable conditions, the patriarch of the Clarence family felt a chill run down his spine, sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. A foul-smelling yellowish liquid mixed with excrement even trickled down his trouser legs. Damn it, who pissed their pants? Turns out it's you, old bastard. Otto covered his nose, watching the yellow and white fluid flow down the Clarence family patriarch's leg, even losing the desire to kill him himself. You few, grab them by the necks and make them kowtow towards the gate of the Andrew family mausoleum until sunset. The best outcome would be if they kowtow themselves to death. Otto instructed the warriors of the Moonlight Gu clan to punish the remaining people. After all, it was impractical for him to deal with each member of the 3 families personally. Otto walked to the tombstones inside the mausoleum. There, clearly written were, Patriarch of the Andrew family, Andrew Hong, the 15th generation eldest son of the Andrew family, Andrew Yu, the wife of the 15th generation eldest son, Michaela, the 15th generation. Behind these hundreds of pitch-black tombstones lay countless fallen heroes of the Andrew family, who were also Otto's close relatives. What once was a family renowned for wealth and prestige, famous for literature and poetry, had now turned into cold and desolate graves. Otto gently caressed each tombstone. Andrew Hong is my Asher. He must have been a towering figure in his time. Andrew Yu is my father. How mighty he was 20 years ago, and if my mother were still alive, she would surely feel proud seeing me standing on my own. Otto muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with tears. Then, he knelt down heavily before the tombstones. The 16th generation eldest son of the Andrew family, Otto, pays respect to all the fallen heroes of the Andrew family. The Andrew family is not wiped out. I and Yu Yin will carry on the honor and pride of the Andrew family, bringing back its former glory. I will pay for the transgression with pain. I will repay betrayal with blood. The downfall of the 3 families today is just the beginning for Otto. The accounts from the capital city are yet to be settled, and this day's bloodbath has only just begun. The Moonlight Gu clan pays respect to the Andrew family's full house of martyrs. The entire Moonlight Gu clan kneeled heavily outside the mausoleum. They had waited for this moment for 20 years, and finally, this young man named Otto led the whole clan to bring the Andrew family back into the world's eye. Outside the mausoleum, Clarence Gia's patriarch, who had been kowtowing until bleeding nonstop, suddenly let out a long howl. Just moments ago, while bowing, he clearly heard the roar of an engine coming from the distant sky. Andrew family scum. Reinforcements from the Lawrence family have arrived. Soon, I'll see how you can remain arrogant under the feet of young Aiden. Chapter 64. Becker's provocation. After the rain, the sky cleared. In the distance, several small black dots rapidly enlarged. For Bell military helicopters arrogantly circled above the ruins of the Andrew family's residence. Leading them was a camouflage-colored Apache attack helicopter, which insolently extended its black Gatling gun from the cabin, spraying an entire clip of bullets onto the open ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The 3 following Black Hawk transport helicopters were packed with people, not a single seat of the 125-person capacity empty. Otto, young Aiden Chongqing of the Lawrence family, has arrived with his 2 bodyguards. Let's see how long you can still keep jumping around. Today, I, Clarence Fenglin, will return your humiliation twofold. The eldest son of the Clarence family, with blood all over his face, sneered at Otto mockingly. Otto watched the 4 helicopters land on the open ground, his expression filled with amusement, showing no fear at all. I don't need Desi Clarence to worry about how long I can keep jumping around, but I'm afraid you won't live much longer. With that, Otto calmly stomped Clarence Fenglin's head into the ground. Beside him, Maverick, the eldest son of the Sun family, felt a chill run down his spine, silently thanking himself for not mouthing off just now. Clarence Fenglin's entire head was buried in the mud. Even if he didn't die now, he would likely suffocate soon. In the distance, Becker looked cold and resolute, dressed in pure black attire embroidered with golden dragons using gold thread. Otto, what a grand scheme you've hatched. Today, the many years of efforts by the 3 major families of Rupertune are being destroyed by you. You should also know who owns the dog. Although Becker was verbally aggressive, his expression remained calm, showing no sign of agitation. So, has your owner come? Let me beat you while I watch him. Otto stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing completely unbothered and never once giving Becker a proper look. Hearing Otto's words, Becker lost his composure instantly. His father had taught him to remain unperturbed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, but at this moment, he couldn't suppress the burning anger inside him. With a sinister face, he said, "A mere villager dares to mock me. Soon, I'll make you learn how to write your death. Do you really think I'm someone who grew up scared?" Otto mocked Becker, adding, "I suggest you go back to Fakihua village and learn a thing or two from our village widow's curses. They're far more intimidating than your meaningless threats." Becker's face turned as red as a crab from at Hamjiang Lake due to anger. Good, very good. Becker was speechless after these few simple words from Otto. Damn, it was the first time he'd been indirectly insulted by a villager like this. "Master, why waste your breath on this sharp-tongued ruffian? Allow me to break his teeth for you, so he can't bark at you anymore." Speaking was none other than the Juke guardian, Lawrence Ruoru, who despite being middle-aged, still exuded charm, her waist slender and elegant. Her fury made her even more flirtatious, especially as her chest heaved violently with rage. Otto watched her slowly approach and teased, "Zhuke sister, your chest pressure is quite imposing. How do you plan to punish me?" He emphasized the word chest. "Why don't we change the location in time? It will definitely be an unforgettable night." Lawrence Ruru's anger flared upon hearing Otto's teasing. She swiftly charged at him, the temperature around her rising sharply due to the flow of inner energy. Phoenix dance of 9 heavens. A wave of intense heat burst from her palms, striking directly at Otto's face from an extremely tricky angle. "Interesting. So you're actually a Shin stage practitioner, but what a pity, a false phoenix." Otto chuckled as he moved with ghostly speed. Her palm, which seemed unavoidable, failed to even graze him. "Zhuke sister, this Phoenix dance of 9 heavens seems too weak. How about trying my grab and squeeze technique?" With that, Otto launched a sharp strike toward Lawrence Ruru's ample chest, savoring the soft yet firm touch transmitted through his hand. "Zhuke sister indeed has substance, maintained remarkably well. I'll kill you." Lawrence Ruru's eyebrows furrowed angrily. Her aura surged to the mid-Shin stage in a fit of fury. Phoenix rebirth. A faint phoenix cry echoed in the sky. Black Ihua, abnormal fire, erupted from Lawrence Ruru's palms as she unleashed a powerful horizontal slash at Otto. The wind from her palm whistled fiercely. Seizing the right moment, Otto executed a reverse joint lock, sweeping his leg out like a heavy whip, hitting Lawrence Ruru's lower half. Amidst her muffled cry of pain, her palm missed its target, and the force of his leg whipped her to the ground. Instantly, she found herself with one arm twisted behind her back, pinned down by Otto. Ball became pancake. "I'm not used to fighting with such a Janet while both of us are fully clothed." Otto, after saying this, turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Becker. "Aiden, so this is your Lawrence family's UK guardian? Not to mention anything else, her body is indeed quite supple." Becker had never been spoken to in such a disrespectful manner all his life. Anyone who addressed him always showed utmost respect. He was so enraged that his facial features contorted. "Good. Don't blame me for not leaving you a whole corpse. The hundreds of cultivators behind me will teach you the proper use of your mouth. It should be used for kneeling and begging for mercy, not showing off." Given the situation, Becker no longer cared about maintaining his calm and composed image. He waved his hand toward the hundreds of neatly lined up cultivators behind him, surrounding Otto and all the Moonlight Poison clan warriors tightly. "Is Aiden acknowledging that he can't defeat my young master one-on-one? So you're resorting to a sea of people tactic?" Behind them, a sonorous voice rang out. Leading the group was a pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by more than a dozen identical Land Rover Defenders. "Humph, who do we have here? It's just old by number 2. Aren't you supposed to be cowering in Jiangzhou instead of coming here to protect your master in Rupertjune? What a loyal dog." Becker looked at Callahan with disdain. In terms of influence, the Lawrence family from Beijing had nothing to fear from Callahan's heavenly alliance. "What if I add myself?" spoke Austin, known as Ninth Kaler in the White Path. Becker's expression briefly changed but quickly returned to normal. "Otto truly has good skills. You managed to subdue these 2 fine dogs of the Black and White Paths in Rupertjune just a few years ago." Austin and Callahan stood beside Otto, with dozens of their subordinates. "Damien Denny, Ninth Kaler, why are you here? I can handle the defeated dogs of the Lawrence family on my own." "Young master, the entire Hanzhou province knows about the bloodletters you sent to the 3 major families. We couldn't rest easy and came over." Becker sneered. "What genuine affection between master and servant. But it's for the better. Now, I don't have to go looking for the remnants of the Andrew family house by house." "Otto, do you still have any dogs around? If not, I might just start acting." "Aiden, you really speak without courtesy. In your mouth, I've turned into a dog." A deep red American muscle car screeched to a stop behind Becker. Chapter 65. "So, you are Becker?" Enrico slowly got out of the car, his massive muscles pushing up his clothes high, creating an intimidating presence. "Beijing you family? Enrico, you're also one of Otto's dogs." Becker's expression was unpredictable. Although the few people who arrived had strength far inferior to the Lawrence family, each family had been immersed in their own fields for many years. Pulling one hair could move the whole body. Enrico completely ignored Becker's curses, passing by him with a deliberate shoulder bump that sent Becker stumbling like a scrawny dog. "Giannis, without you in Jiangzhou these past days, going to nightclubs alone has become utterly boring. The Wan family sisters ask about you every now and then." Enrico walked up to Otto, putting an arm around his shoulder, showing how familiar they were. Touched by Enrico's willingness to come from Jiangzhou to Rupertjune just for him, even risking offending the Beijing Lawrence family, Otto cherished this brotherhood deeply. It was no longer merely gratitude for helping cure Jane. "You came at just the right time, Giannis. I've already arranged someone curvaceous for you. Don't mind her age. She feels great." Otto pointed to Zhu K guardian Lawrence Ruru lying injured on the ground, vividly mimicking a grasping motion with his hands. The 2 brothers exchanged a meaningful, knowing smile. Lawrence Ruru watched as she was teased like this but couldn't do anything, almost fainting from anger. Watching the 2 men respond to each other, Becker's face turned deathly pale, his hands trembling. He cursed himself for not bringing more of the Lawrence family's forces to crush them. "Enrico, are you really going to stand with Otto? Do you speak for the entire Yu family?" "I don't know if I represent the Yu family or not, but anyone who touches my brother will have to step over me first." Enrico's tone was resolute. Though he frequented nightclubs, women were like clothes to him. Brothers were like limbs. Especially when Otto was his only close friend, who had saved his daughter Jane's life. "Very well. The Beijing Yu family will pay for your rash and ignorant loyalty." Becker looked deranged, dismissing the mere medical branch family Lawrence family, thinking it worth any trouble. Turning to Otto, he said, "Otto, let me be the first to ring your death knell. From what I've investigated, you have a sister in the Adam family in Rupertjune. I'll send her down to keep you company. Oh yes, after you're dead, I'll take good care of those women you messed around with in Jiangzhou." Slap. A sharp slap rang out, sending Becker flying to the ground, the force stripping him of several teeth, deafening him. "Look at you, with your kidney deficiency. You think you can touch my woman? And if you dare touch my sister, I'll make you regret ever being born." Otto choked Becker by the neck, completely different from his earlier playful demeanor. Otto moved so fast that even Baihu Guardian, standing next to Becker, didn't react in time. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. During his fight with Shu Kei, Otto hadn't used true chi. Leaving such a man alive would be a danger to the Lawrence family. Becker was pressed into the ground and in desperation pressed the jade bead on his chest, a life or death jade given to every core member of the Lawrence family. When the jade broke, the closest clan members must rush to its location at all costs. Do you count as EGE's woman? Vicky stepped out of the dark red Ferrari, dressed in a fiery long dress, walking towards Otto with slender, graceful legs encased in black stockings. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the scent of mature beauty around him, Otto felt delighted. Yuching Anti-wife, why did you come? Hearing Otto's endearment, Vicky's cheeks flushed. She pouted. Why can't I come? Are you secretly keeping a concubine behind my back? Heaven forbid, if I ever betray Yuching wife, may heaven strike me. Midway through his oath, Otto glanced nervously at Aeguli, who looked resentfully beautiful. Fortunately, Vicky was understanding enough to stop him with a jade finger to his lips. Alright, I believe you. No more vows next time. Otto felt secretly pleased. His Yuching wife was too sensible and understanding. Having such a wife, what more could he ask for? Far away, Aeguli felt a strange discomfort watching this scene. Though she had no reason to feel jealous, she couldn't help thinking, no wonder young master doesn't want Aeguli as just a bed warmer. Wives are indeed so beautiful. In the distance, Alithia's incredibly sexy figure, with her long legs and a bright yellow miniskirt, showed off her perfect, stunning figure. E.g., you haven't forgotten KC already, have you? Alithia teased with her almond eyes as sharp as autumn water. KC, of course I remember. Otto thought to himself that after spending an entire night in her bedroom the last time, how could he forget? The sisters Tisha and Noemi followed closely behind, dressed provocatively. They smiled at Otto, bending slightly to show off their stunning legs in a way that made one's blood boil. Tisha and Noemi greet E.g. Cough. Haven't seen you all for a long time. Otto felt rather awkward. The intense fighting atmosphere turned almost into a nightclub scene due to the appearance of these beauties. Their striking looks were just too impressive. Becker stumbled to his feet, shaking his dizzy head fiercely and shouting, Otto, it seems your love life is quite flourishing, but unfortunately, you won't live to continue the Andrew family line. At most 2 minutes, my uncle will arrive. His peak Xian realm strength is unparalleled in all of Hangzhou. You can prepare your coffins now. Becker wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining his last bit of dignity. TSK, the eldest son of a cultivation family really exemplifies relying on powerful connections. The big black dog in Peach Blossom Village is dead, so why don't you go to work tomorrow? Otto's eyes sparkled with amusement, completely unfazed by the peak Xian realm cultivator. Honey, the Lawrence family of Beijing is a cultivation family. Becker's uncle, Lawrence Songchuan, ranks in the top 10 among experts in Beijing. Maybe I should use our family's influence now. Perhaps the 8th-ranked expert on the Beijing list, Gong Sunyu, would lend us a hand. Vicky's eyes full of concern for Otto, clearly aware of Lawrence Songchuan's exceptional strength. Yuching wife, think about how to reward me tonight instead. That old man will come and leave, but never return. Otto patted his chest, looking calm. It wasn't that he was overconfident. If things got too tough, he still had the life and death technique taught by the old man. No matter what level the opponent was, even if it was a Daluogen immortal, he would be able to bring them down. He just didn't want to use that last resort move unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 66, Fan Tion Sect. Filth of the Andrew family, what a grand show you put on. In the distance, a lean baron was walking in the air, his sharp eyes like cold stars, and his lean body draped in a black robe that flapped in the wind. He exuded an imposing presence. As Lawrence Songchuan arrived, everyone present felt an intangible pressure. Damien, you finally came. This piece of filth from the Andrew family relies on their numbers to openly humiliate me and even threaten to destroy the Lawrence family and settle blood debts with blood. Becker, dragging his injured body, glared viciously at Otto, with a mocking smirk on his lips. Lawrence Songchuan surveyed the scene and saw that those lying on the ground were all members of the 3 great families of Rupert Commandery and cultivators of the Lawrence family. His eyes turned fierce, and his aura escalated abruptly. Andrew family leftovers, you do have some skills. It seems these 20 years have been fulfilling for you. Lawrence Songchuan said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hehe, not quite fulfilling. Junior spent 20 years herding cattle in Peach Blossom Village before coming down the mountain. That's surely less fulfilling than being pampered by treasures and constantly immersed in cultivation. Otto looked at Lawrence Songchuan mockingly, his calm expression feeling incredibly provocative. After speaking, Otto glanced disdainfully at Becker hiding behind Lawrence Songchuan. Lord Lawrence, if hard work alone could achieve something, what need would there be for talent? I suspect Lord Lawrence will never be able to cultivate true qi. Otto's profound Shintian true Jerry surged within him, bursting out powerfully and striking Becker with a palm from afar, sending him sprawling to the ground with a swollen cheek. To slap his junior right before Lawrence Songchuan's eyes, this was an outright insult to the Lawrence family. The fact that Becker, as the eldest son, had no aptitude for cultivation was known throughout the capital. For the eldest son of a martial family to be unranked was a tremendous disgrace. However, due to the Lawrence family's influence, no one ever mentioned this publicly. You dare, brat? Lawrence Songchuan's eyebrows shot up, his dark blue Dao robe billowing without any wind. Don't rush, Senior Lawrence. Your turn is coming. Otto sneered. Sharp-tongued boy. Today your head will cleanse the shame of my family. Lawrence Songchuan steadied himself, releasing violent true Jerry which burst forth from his sleeves as a long sword, splitting into 7. The 7 marvels heart-lock sword. Lawrence Songchuan roared, the 7 swords hovering in midair, rotating at high speed under his true Jerry control, faster than the eye could follow. Giannis, be careful. This is Lawrence Songchuan's famous skill. How many experts at the same stage have perished to this move? Enrico warned anxiously from behind Otto. Boy, this sword formation is like an odd steel shackle. Even an expert at the peak of the Xian realm would struggle against it, let alone you at the initial stage. The 7 heart-locking swords rushed toward Otto with piercing true Jerry, but just when they were 3 feet away from him, they suddenly fell to the ground with a metallic clink, each sword breaking upon impact. Lawrence Songchuan was shocked, his mind reeling. These 7 swords were made from 10,000-year-old Shintian metal. It would take a powerhouse at the Earth realm or higher to break them. This couldn't be Otto's doing. Whoever helped him secretly was far stronger than himself. Who are you? Show yourself instead of lurking around. Lawrence Songchuan shouted furiously at the empty ruins of the Lawrence family estate. Could there be another old survivor from the Andrew family? Otto was puzzled too. Although he could handle the 7 marvels heart-lock sword, he definitely couldn't make it so effortless. Master, your old servant Frederick arrives late to protect you. Please punish me. A hoarse voice echoed from several miles away as 13 figures in black robes appeared almost instantly, as if teleporting. The leading elder pulled back his hood and knelt before Otto, placing a hand over his chest and bowing his head. The other 12 in black robes followed suit. Master, we've waited 20 years for that dragon scale to appear again. The Fanteon sect sincerely returns to Master. Everyone was stunned. Vicky's eyes widened in shock, her mouth gaping open enough to fit a glutinous rice ball. Was the world's top-ranked assassination sect calling Otto Master? What kind of power did the Andrew family have 20 years ago? Alithia and the Adelia beside her were equally startled, standing there like wooden poles, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even during its peak 20 years ago, the Andrew family couldn't bring the Fanteon sect under control. Lawrence Zhongchuan muttered in terror, his mind churning. Otto was also confused. Even if the Fanteon sect was affiliated with the Andrew family back then, they should call him Desi, not Master. Senior, what did you just call me? Master? Before the elder could answer, Lawrence Zhongchuan suddenly leaped to Otto's back. A poisonous dagger concealed in his sleeve lunged straight at Otto's neck in a swift and deadly motion. The map was exhausted, revealing the dagger. Bang! Before Lawrence Zhongchuan's dagger could reach Otto, Frederick retrieved a cane from within his black robe. Infused with true Jerry, the once dusty cane instantly gleamed with complex and mysterious patterns. Die! Frederick's seemingly feeble strike sent Lawrence Zhongchuan flying over 10 meters away, dead before he even hit the ground. Vile villain, you dare attempt an assassination under my watch? Do you think I don't exist? Frederick shouted angrily. The aura of a grandmaster revealed without doubt. Everyone present gasped. The top 10 ranked martial artist of the capital, Lawrence Zhongchuan, had been killed by a single stroke from the old man in black robes. Master, what shall we do with these remaining rabble? Frederick returned to his respectful demeanor. Otto pondered for a moment and said gravely, all the cultivators of the Lawrence family. Otto made a gesture as if cutting his throat, the meaning clear. As for Becker, the eldest son of the Lawrence family, make him mute, cripple his hands and legs, and leave him in a remote area. If the Lawrence family finds him, he might survive. If not, poor Aiden can only be food for vultures. Otto didn't kill Becker out of misplaced mercy. On the contrary, if the Lawrence family found their incapacitated eldest son, it would create chaos and internal conflict, consuming enormous resources. So gifting them a crippled eldest son was far more devastating than simply killing him. Master's wisdom is unmatched. This old servant will arrange for the Shinteon sect to carry it out immediately. A sharp light flashed in Frederick's previously murky eyes. Otto surprised him too many times. Not only was he young and exceptionally skilled, but he also mastered the art of leadership. True to its reputation as the world's top-ranked assassination organization, despite being only 13 members, the Fanteon sect accomplished Otto's orders in just a few moments. All surviving forces of the three great families of Rupert Commandery and the Lawrence family were wiped out. Becker, the eldest son of the Lawrence family, became mute, his limbs crippled, and was left in a remote area to face his fate. Chapter 67 The Bai family in Bailing Realm. Andrew family mausoleum. Damien Fan, is the Vanteon sect a dispersed force of the Andrew family? Otto asked the black-robed elder slowly. Your Highness, the Vanteon sect is not a dispersed force of the Andrew family, but rather belongs to Stacy's secular world forces. Henry bowed respectfully. Bai family? Otto was a bit puzzled. Whether in Rupert Prefecture or in the capital, he had never heard of the Bai family. Logically speaking, any family that could possess a top-notch force like the Vanteon sect should not be unknown. Otto recalled the inscription on the tombstone, the 15th generation eldest son's wife, Michaela. Could this be his mother's clan? Henry saw through Otto's confusion. Your Highness, the Bai family is Mrs. Family, which means it's your Highness's mother. The dragon pendant on you is one part of the Andrew family heirloom jade pendant, while the newly merged part belongs to Mississippi. After finding Mrs. Jade pendant, the dragon scales by this old servant sensed something and led us to your Highness. So where is the Bai family? In Rupert Prefecture or in the capital? I want to pay a visit. Hope ignited in Otto's heart. This meant that he and his sister were not rootless drifters. His mother's clan still existed. Your Highness, you don't know this, but the Bai family isn't a secular world family. It is a hidden sect in Bailing Realm, where true chi is 100 times denser than in the secular world. A wave of emotion surged within Otto. True chi being 100 times denser, could Bailing Realm be a blessed land like Peach Blossom Village? There was so much about the world he did not understand. Damien Fan, do you know how to get to Bailing Realm? Henry looked ashamed. Your Highness, this old servant has never been to the main family either. I only know that Bailing Realm is teeming with myriad races, vastly different from the secular world, possessing endless abundant spiritual energy. Hence, it attracts powerful cultivators who can even alter landscapes. Your Highness's life has just begun. If your Highness can go to Bailing Realm in the future, I hope your Highness will tell this old servant all about its wonders. A look of yearning appeared on Henry's deeply lined face. But the dragon pendant contains shocking secrets and overwhelming power. This old servant speculates that if all the dragon pendants can be gathered, then going to Bailing Realm would no longer be a mystery. After a long conversation lasting half an hour, Otto finally understood the circumstances surrounding the extermination of the Andrew family and his mother's mysterious background. When his mother, Michaela, was young, she ventured into the secular world for cultivation, unexpectedly met and fell in love with Andrew Yu. Later, despite opposition from the Bai family, she chose to abandon her status as a lady of the Bai family and married into the Andrew family until their tragic end. As Otto digested this massive amount of information, the sky above them echoed with the deafening roar of a low-flying plane. Everyone looked up at the sky, where a silver Boeing 747-8 VIP private jet loomed overhead, blocking out the sun. Due to its massive size and lack of a dedicated runway, hundreds of people parachuted down from the cabin. Except for one woman in a dress, all others were fully armed special forces in camouflage. Otto watched the hundreds of descending parachutes with a cold expression, his eyes flashing. Another group from the Lawrence family? Seems they haven't learned their lesson. Vicky gently tugged at Otto's sleeve. Honey, we just dealt with one wave, why another? As everyone prepared to face the incoming challenge, only Henry gazed up at the sky with narrowed eyes, watching the girl in the dress, his gaze contemplative. This girl is so mischievous, even her entrance is more graceful than an old man like me. Hearing Henry's murmur, Otto asked, do you know them, Damien Fan? You will know soon, your Highness. She is the new head of Tianjij, another projection of the Bai family's power in the secular world. I handle the killings, and she handles the wealth. Just as Henry finished speaking, the girl landed precisely in front of Otto. Her parachute conveniently landed on her head after she touched the ground, and she struggled for a moment before freeing herself, looking amusingly clumsy. Sujirinji greets your highness. Meeting Sujirinji's pair of clear eyes, Otto was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Sujirinji was exceptionally beautiful, around 1.6 meters tall, wearing a white bohemian dress with a pink belt tied around her slender waist in a cute bow. The skirt reached her ankles, wrapping around her long legs. Her snow-white feet wore 8-centimeter strap heels, enhancing her slender figure. A mature body, but a doll-like face? Otto was somewhat surprised by her twin-tailed hairstyle and petite, adorable features. Ahem. Rejecting pedophilic aesthetic starts now. Seeing Otto staring at her, Sujirinji blushed slightly, looking even cuter. Otto realized he had lost his composure and touched the tip of his nose to hide his embarrassment. You are also a part of the Bai family's secular world forces? Sujirinji lacked none of Henry's formalities, naturally holding onto Otto's arm with a pair of sweet dimples lighting up her face like a blooming flower. Alexis, your majesty. Ever since Miss went missing 20 years ago, my mother has been searching for her and passed the family and this dragon scale down to me. A few days ago, after you merged with Mrs. Jade Pendant, I followed the guidance of the dragon scale and found you. Wait, what did you say? My mother didn't die? At this moment, both Otto and Henry felt their hearts skip a beat, standing there dumbfounded. Alexis, we received news from the Bai family that Mrs. Spirit Tablet has not extinguished, but there's still no word about her after 20 years. That's all I know about what happened back then. Sujirinji's tone was clearly much more depressed. Otto took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. So his mother wasn't dead, and that tombstone was just a decoy? He quickly walked to his mother's grave and began probing her tomb with a thread of profound true chi. Mother, forgive E for being disrespectful. It's really out of necessity. Sure enough, the coffin inside the tomb was completely empty. The long-standing shadow in Otto's heart dissipated, making him feel as light as a feather. Sujirinji and Henry exchanged glances, then approached Otto. Your Majesty, we might have to leave. If the Bai family's secular forces get too close to you, it could bring you great trouble, let alone the fact that finding you this time already violated our agreement. Sujirinji's beautiful eyes sparkled. Your Majesty, it's my first time meeting you, so if I give you something too valuable, it may draw criticism from the main family of Bai. Please take this black card, and a private yacht has already been arranged on the inland river in Jiangzhou. Oh yes, these over 100 mercenaries from the Arctic Fox mercenary group are here at your command. Henry looked at the black card Sujirinji handed over and thought of his own empty pockets, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig himself a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with his toes. Chapter 68. Rupert June is now under the Andrew clan. Your Highness, you know my situation. Henry turned his black robe's pockets inside out, finding them emptier than his weathered face. To ease the embarrassment, Henry turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, he seemed to find a treasure and his eyes lit up with excitement. Your Highness, this old servant cannot offer you mountains of gold or silver, but I can send your Highness 13. Otto's expression changed greatly when he heard Henry's seemingly inappropriate words, inwardly sighing. This old man really goes too far. Being penniless doesn't mean he has to give such a gift, and I'm not someone who craves wealth. But why did he have to mention 13? Ahem. If it's truly of high quality, it might not be impossible. After all, it was Damien Fan's heartfelt offering. Otto couldn't refuse easily. Beside him, Sujirinji couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her pretty face flushing red as she scolded, Damien Fan, are you teaching His Highness such filthy things? If Miss finds out, you'll surely lose your position. More importantly, Sujirinji really couldn't understand how Henry could offer His Highness 13, considering the entire Fantiang clan consisted of men. Thinking further, it seemed more plausible for herself to offer. With that thought, her face flushed even redder, extending to her ears and neck. She quickly lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Otto. Their words made Henry feel utterly perplexed. He shouted at a figure in black sweeping the remnants of the Andrew family estate. 13, come here. Otto realized that 13 was a person. He had thought otherwise. Seeing Damien Fan's upright demeanor, he wondered how he could offer those things. Under the black cloak, a tall and slender figure moved nimbly, arriving swiftly before them. 13 greets His Highness, greets clan master. The black-cloaked figure knelt and reported. Their voice neither masculine nor feminine, clear and melodious, giving off an ethereal vibe. Henry looked down at 13, his eyes filled with kindness and appreciation for the younger generation. Fantiang clan originally only had 12 members, but 20 years ago, I decided to pass on my skills and took in an infant found amidst gunfire, naming him Griffin. Shursan grew up learning military combat, firearms, hacking, espionage, cultivation. He's now among the world's top assassins. Having him by your Highness' side could be very beneficial. Otto sized up 13, noticing his neatly cut hair, defined jawline, and healthy wheat-colored skin through the black hood. If Griffin was as capable as Henry described, he could be invaluable to Otto. Many tasks unsuitable for Otto could be handled quietly by Griffin. Observing Otto's pleased expression, Henry felt relieved, glad the gift was well received. Your Highness, it's time for me to take Fantiang clan back to the western regions. As they parted, tears welled up in Henry's eyes, his worries over the past 20 years finally easing. To Henry, Otto surpassed his peers in strength and character, living up to Mrs. Legacy. He was certain Otto would soon stand on the North Spirit Continent stage, establishing his own power. The great rock rises on a gusty day, soaring straight up 9,000 miles. Sujirinji wasn't emotional but smiled warmly at Otto, her eyes twinkling, lips curved. Your Highness, I must leave now too. Tianjai needs me back to handle matters. But I'll miss you. Remember to visit Jirinji once you've grown stronger. Sujirinji smiled sweetly, then left with the other 11 members of Fantiang clan from the Andrew family estate. With the fall of the 3 major families in Rupertune, the intricate web of relationships over nearly 2 decades has surfaced. Otto finally had the chance to replace the entrenched forces hidden beneath Rupertune. The Clarence, Sun, and Wu clans, despite their apparent influence in Rupertune, were merely puppets controlled by the Lawrence family from the capital. Now, with the Lawrence family weakened, Otto needed only to eliminate their remaining influence during this period, replacing it with his own. Otto spoke firmly before the Andrew family mausoleum. Ancestors above, Rupertune has always belonged to the Andrews, and it will continue to do so today. Miles, the clan annihilation revenge remains against the Lawrence family in the capital. After I bring their patriarch's head to offer to you, I will search for mother's whereabouts. Otto spoke firmly with these words, patiently placing 3 incense sticks before each of the hundreds of tombstones. When Otto emerged, the entire Andrew family ruins had already been cleaned up by the 100 Arctic Fox mercenaries and Moonlight Goo clan warriors sent by Sugerengi. Even the traces of battle had been erased. Lord Aston, Damien Denny, over a decade ago, the black and white worlds of this Rupert June were run by those surnamed Tion and Bien. Today, it can be changed back, Otto said calmly. Austin's eyes grew hot at Otto's words. Back then, if not for the exclusion from the 3 major families of Rupert June, who would have willingly abandoned decades of immersion in the Rupert June officialdom to move to an unfamiliar Jiangzhou. Frank had been an affiliate of the Andrew family 20 years ago. Otto believed that he should reciprocate the support and help offered to Austin, which left Austin feeling deeply honored. Jethro, you've reshaped the power structure of Rupert June all by yourself today. What virtue or ability do I have to enjoy the fruits of your labor? I cannot bear such responsibility. Austin said somewhat ashamedly. Those who receive peaches repay with plums. Having floated in the political arena for so many years, Lord Aston naturally understands these principles. Otto looked earnestly at Austin, his body radiating a subtle aura of authority. Austin pondered for a moment, then solemnly said, Jethro, from now on, if you call me Lord Aston again, it will bring disaster upon me. Just call me Damien Aston according to age. Sometimes being too straightforward loses its meaning. Austin's words silently declared his allegiance, willingly becoming Otto's subordinate. With me, Frank, taking over the underworld of Rupert June, Desi will be the king of Rupert June's black world. Originally, Frank was a scattered force of the Andrew family. Returning to Rupert June under Otto's command was a no-brainer. The 3 exchanged glances, everything understood without words. After 20 years, the skies of Rupert June finally changed back. In truth, by planting his own forces in both the legal and illegal circles of Rupert June, Otto aimed to regain what belonged to the Andrew family on one hand, and on the other, to leave his sister here with peace of mind. Chapter 69 Otto's Decision. By the way, the dispatch authority of the Northern Fox mercenary group, left by Tianji Pavilion, is temporarily handed over to you too. Deal with all obstacles decisively without giving the Lawrence family a chance to make a comeback. Otto naturally meant to allow them to use force if necessary, and anyone who obstructed the Andrew family from reclaiming what belonged to them would be eliminated. After receiving Otto's instructions, Frank and Austin swiftly mobilized their forces in Jiangzhou to Rupert Commandery. Giannis, I haven't seen you for more than a week. Even when I went out at night, there was no one to accompany me. Oh right, since you gave Khaleesi acupuncture last time, she hasn't fainted again after returning to the capital. Enrico patted Otto's shoulder affectionately. Big brother will get drunk with you when I go to the capital next time. After chatting a few sentences with Enrico, Otto watched him leave. Letitia and Noemi's sisters also bowed slightly to Otto with radiant smiles. Giannis be sure to contact us when you return to Jiangzhou. Their eyes twinkled invitingly. Otto almost lost himself in this enchanting scene. After all, who could resist a pair of bewitching sisters? He mimicked making a call near his ear, indicating he'd contact them later. Whoa. Feeling the cold sensation around his waist, Otto snapped back to reality. Clarence settle Aunt Yuching. Why are you chilling me with your hand? What do you think? Now it seems that just having me and Jerry Yankian isn't enough for you anymore. Wanting to have the Adelia too? Vicky's eyebrows arched as she scolded coquettishly. Hearing Vicky's words, Otto secretly rejoiced. If wife Yuching says so, does that mean you've accepted Amina? I wonder how her studies in the capital are going. Clarence Settle's sister Jerry Yankian often chats with me on video. Not like you, her ex-husband, who doesn't care about her at all, Vicky retorted in a haughty tone, clearly getting along well with Amina and standing united with her. Wife Yuching is right. Let's go see Jerry Yankian in the capital in a couple of days. But tonight, wife Yuching. Otto rubbed his hands together, inching them toward Vicky's clothes. No funny business. Vicky crossed her arms protectively over her chest, blocking Otto's advances. From afar, Alithia watched through the window of her Maserati, feeling as if her heart had turned into a vinegar vat, her ample bosom rising and falling with fury. Dead Otto, rotten Otto, you don't recognize people once you're up to something, huh? That night, it was you who made the first move. And you told Grandpa you wanted to pursue me, but you haven't contacted me for so long, not even noticing me when I was about to leave. Alithia looked on the verge of tears. Alithia grew increasingly upset and stomped hard on the accelerator, sending the Maserati speeding away like an unbridled wild horse. Achoo. Otto wondered who else was thinking about him. As a cultivator, why would he sneeze randomly? Noticing the dark red Maserati, everything became clear. He chuckled wryly. Looks like I need to balance things better in the future. Wife KC seems mad at me. I'll go to the Clarence family in Jiangzhou to apologize in a couple of days. Otto wasn't someone who acted arrogantly or indifferently and couldn't bear to hurt Alithia's feelings. What? A woman's face was disfigured by the mask made using the formula from the Dog Palace? Impossible. That's a formula written by Otto himself, regarded as a treasure by the Song family, masters of pills. It can't be flawed. Vicky said firmly into the phone. She had just received a call from her secretary saying someone was causing a commotion outside the headquarters of UNG Technology, claiming their face was disfigured by using their mask. Contain the public opinion to prevent greater negative impact. I'm coming back right now. Vicky hung up, looking apologetically at Otto. Honey, I can't tonight. Something came up at work. I'll wait for you in Jiangzhou. Otto also understood roughly what happened. Does wife Yuching need help? I can handle this small matter myself. I'll go ahead. Vicky kissed Otto lightly on the cheek and rushed off. Otto touched the lipstick imprint and the lingering fragrance on his cheek, sighing that happiness passed too quickly, like a tornado. Tonight's plan to cultivate and improve his strength would have to be postponed. It was time to sit in meditation and practice the profound heaven scripture honestly. At the Adam residence in Rupert Commandery, the 3 major families of Rupert Commandery have been destroyed. Seize this opportunity during the reshuffle of power in Rupert Commandery and expand boldly. Both legal and illegal paths will have people helping you. Alexis, yes. Thank you. Desi. The Adam family pledges loyalty and gratitude to the death. The head of the Adam family respectfully addressed Otto. As a former scattered force of the Andrew family, the Adam family was naturally the top choice for Otto to support. After giving instructions to the head of the Adam family, Otto walked into Aaliyah's room. Yu-Yin, are you feeling better? Otto placed his hand on his sister's pulse. The pulse was steady and strong, indicating that she had mostly recovered under the care of the Adam family. Alexei's Giannis. I feel my memory is slowly coming back, and my body feels full of strength. Has Giannis defeated the bad guys? Aaliyah, afraid that Otto might be worried about her, clenched her small fists and punched the ceiling a few times, looking very cute. Otto held his sister's small fist in his hand, his expression turning serious. Giannis has defeated the bad guys, but there's something important I need to talk to you about. Sure, what does Giannis want to tell you, Yin? Originally, Otto wanted to tell Aaliyah that their mother hadn't died but was missing. However, after much consideration, he decided to keep it hidden for now. First, Aaliyah was still young, and telling her would be of no help. Second, if they couldn't find their mother in the end, Otto feared his sister would become deeply saddened by the disappointment. It was better to wait until there were some clues about their mother's whereabouts before telling her. Changing the subject, Otto said, Yin, Giannis will be away for some time. If you have any requests, tell the Adam family, they will fulfill them. When Giannis finishes his business, I'll come back to stay with you, Yin, okay? Aaliyah nodded obediently. Yin will wait for Giannis in Rupert Commandery and won't go anywhere. You're a good girl. Rest well. Otto gently patted Aaliyah's head, and then quietly closed the door. Before leaving, Otto still felt uneasy and specially instructed the head of the Adam family. Adam family head, while I'm away, do everything possible to meet my sister's needs and ensure nothing happens to her. Rest assured, Desi. The Adam family will take good care of Miss Andrew. The moonlight filtered through the car window, softly illuminating Otto. His mind involuntarily recalled the girl wearing a pure white veil. He at least needed to see her before leaving Rupert Commandery. 13. Don't go to Jiangzhou yet. Let's change course to the nearby insect grass trading market. Otto instructed Griffin, who was driving. Chapter 70. Farewell to Ailey. Otto walked into the caterpillar fungus trading market, speeding along the route he remembered from last time toward the Moonlight Goo tribe. Familiar plants came into view, and memories flickered through Otto's mind. The first meeting when the girl innocently offered him the caterpillar fungus, riding Moon Crescent, swiftly through the jungle together, facing accusations from the entire clan together, and at Andrew family's ruins, she entrusted her back to him without hesitation. In just a few short days, too much had happened between Otto and Starlaw. Otto couldn't leave Rupert June without saying goodbye. At the Moonlight Goo tribe, Otto concealed his presence and silently walked to outside of Starlaw's room. Through the window, Otto saw Ailey plucking petals from a lush flower. See Desi, don't see Desi, see Desi, don't see. Otto watched with interest as the unmasked Ailey, like a lotus blooming out of water, appeared strikingly beautiful. As Ailey plucked the last petal, don't see Desi? Starlaw picked up another complete flower despondently and muttered to herself, no, Ailey, you've already plucked over 10 flowers and the result was always don't see Desi. Maybe it's fate. Naive girl, perhaps fate wants me to find you? Otto slowly pushed open the door and smiled at Starlaw. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ailey instantly knelt down. Desi, please forgive Ailey for being presumptuous. Ailey should not have other thoughts about Desi. Otto lifted Starlaw tenderly, his brows slightly furrowed. Ailey, no more kneeling next time. Ailey looked up with tear-filled eyes, her sweet yet tearful voice chiming in. Desi is so kind to Ailey. When Ailey sneaked into school as a child, I read a fairy tale called Cinderella. Ailey feels like Cinderella now. Seeing Ailey's pained expression, Otto couldn't help but feel heartache. He held her face in his hands and wiped away her tears. How can someone as beautiful as you be Cinderella? Desi was the first man to see under Ailey's veil besides Miles. According to Moonlight Goo tribe's customs, that means marriage. But Ailey knows our statuses differ. Ailey only hopes Desi could cherish me just once. Finishing her words, Ailey pressed her lips against Otto, creating an intimate moment. Desi, why does this pulse bottle get stuck on the faucet neither going up nor down? Ailey anxiously asked, her face blushing red like a rose. Cough, maybe the size isn't right. It might work if we try adjusting. The path was not swept for visitors, but today my humble gate opens for you. The next morning, watching Ailey sleep, Otto gave her a gentle kiss and left a note by her pillow before quietly leaving. Ailey opened her eyes slowly after sensing Otto leave, bursting into tears upon seeing the note. How can one achieve a perfect solution, neither disappointing Buddha nor my beloved? But I, Otto, swear with my life that I will never abandon Ailey. While I'm away from Rupert June, please take care of Yuyan for me. She is your Peggy-in-law. Seeing her Peggy-in-law finally brought a smile to Ailey's face. She silently vowed to wait for Otto's return. Jiangxing City. Outside the headquarters of UNG Technology Corporation, hundreds of reporters surrounded the building tightly. Holding cameras and microphones like guns, they were pressing them close to Vicky's face. Miss Jaren, how do you respond to the scandal of facial masks from Shugong leading to disfigurement? Miss Jaren, since last night, UNG Technology's stock value has dropped by 20 billion due to this incident. Do you think UNG Technology can overcome this crisis? Do you still dare to sell such expensive masks, even for 5 or 600 per box? If these disfiguring masks are given to me, I would rather not. Now, recalling all the masks I bought from UNG Technology previously makes me terrified. Vicky looked haggard. No matter how she explained in articles, it didn't help. It seemed there was a powerful force pushing public opinion against her. If this continued, not only would UNG Technology's stock plummet, but it would also face hefty compensation claims to numerous partners. Eventually, UNG Technology might have to declare bankruptcy with no chance of recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Vicky, CEO of UNG Technology. I hereby declare that all skincare products produced by UNG Technology are made using mild, non-irritating herbal ingredients and undergo strict quality control, which would prevent such severe disfigurement incidents. The inspection results of Shugong's facial masks by the relevant departments will be out soon. I will wait patiently with everyone. If the masks truly cause disfigurement, UNG Technology is willing to bear economic compensation and legal sanctions. As Vicky finished her sentence, a woman with her face wrapped in bandages rushed into the camera lens of the reporters, overwhelmed with sorrow. Look at my face. Ever since I used the new facial mask from UNG Technology, my whole face has been decaying and festering. Who knows what harmful ingredients they use? The woman said as she revealed her pitted, pus-filled face, revealing a terrifying sight. The woman's miserable face was broadcast live by the reporters across various video platforms, instantly causing an uproar online against UNG Technology, pushing Vicky to the center of controversy. Oh my god. Who would have thought that a top domestic cosmetic brand like UNG Technology could destroy a young girl's face? I bought their products frequently before. Now I'll complain to the Consumers Association. Who knows when my face will show adverse symptoms? I hope such a shameless company like UNG Technology goes bankrupt sooner rather than later. On the expressway from Rupertune to Jiangzhou, Otto frowned while watching the headlines on various web pages. Almost all were negative news about UNG Technology. The formula for the Shugong skincare pill he provided couldn't possibly have problems, especially given that Otto knew Vicky's character. She would never allow her subordinates to cut corners in manufacturing the masks. Otto fast-forwarded the video to the part where the disfigured woman appeared. After zooming in, Otto sneered. The wound of this self-proclaimed disfigured woman shows obvious signs of facial redness and swelling. The blisters are red and white with blackened scabs. This is clearly a typical burn injury, yet she has the nerve to blame UNG Technology. Sure San, speed up and head to UNG Technology headquarters in Jiangzhou. Before Otto had even finished speaking, Griffin stepped hard on the accelerator, boosting the car to 150 kilometers per hour, with the speed still rising. At the entrance of UNG Technology's headquarters, the crowd denouncing the company grew larger, with many customers holding receipts demanding refunds. Seeing the situation increasingly favorable for her, the disfigured woman let out a barely perceptible smirk. Chapter 71. By Chao Tang and Jingqing. A pure black BMW X7 came to a steady stop in front of UNG Technology. Sure San, wait for me in the car and find out any clues about the woman in the footage, Otto said as he sent a screenshot of the disfigured woman's photo to Griffin before walking straight towards the main gate of UNG Technology. As more onlookers gathered, the disfigured woman planned to lie sprawled at the entrance of UNG Technology's company, putting on an innocent act that masked her ugly nature. I am Aaliyah, only 28 this year. How can I get married after being disfigured? For such petty gains, UNG Technology harms consumers. Indeed, a big shop cheats its customers. Today, you see only me standing up, but countless other consumers have been deceived without recourse. UNG Technology should be severely punished by law. The crowd took advantage of her accusations. Aaliyah's weeping resonated more with the crowd, especially with UNG Technology's regular patrons who were indignant, fearing those cosmetics might cause irreversible hidden damage to their skin. Vicky watched the woman's rude antics and felt momentarily helpless, reaching out to help her up. Kalister, the ground is cold. Let's talk things over once you stand up. Talk? What is there to discuss with heartless businessmen like you? I stand up today for all those countless consumers. Aaliyah became more agitated, waving her arms wildly as she started tearing at Vicky's hair. You corrupt businessman, don't think you can buy my silence. I'll take down UNG Technology with me. Caught in the woman's violent grip, Vicky couldn't break free, tears welling up in her eyes. After years in the business world, she had never encountered such an unruly woman. Whoosh! From outside the crowd, a silver needle shot out, striking Aaliyah's wrist precisely, causing her pain and making her release her hands. Fish dye net break? Do you even deserve it with your low tactics? Otto said coldly, his intimidating presence parting the crowd automatically. Who are you? Why should you interfere in my dispute with UNG Technology? The woman asked angrily. Otto's eyes turned icy as he coldly replied, I am Vicky's man. When you pull my woman's hair, do I not have the right to interfere? At these words, the entire scene was stunned. Vicky had always been known as Jiangzhou's ice beauty. Despite the constant pursuit of noble young men, she always kept them at arm's length, never engaging in any scandals. When did she find a boyfriend? Hearing Otto's unequivocal words, a flush rose to Vicky's cheeks, and her right hand unconsciously grabbed Otto's sleeve. The woman, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to stand despite the intense pain in her wrist, sneering, You vixen, did you find a lover to support your wrongdoing? After hearing the woman's mockery, Otto raised his large palm and slapped her face, saying, Enough noise. What a pair of rogues. The woman murders and steals while the man assaults people in broad daylight. The woman, covering her swollen face, wiped her tears and signaled to her accomplices hidden in the crowd. Instantly, the accomplices began inciting the crowd. UNG Technology not only produces substandard products for profit, but openly assaults consumers. This is intolerable. Before, I thought their products were just bad, but now I realize the management is scum. If it weren't for this scandal, I, Sol Jingza, would jump from the rooftop rather than buy anything from UNG Technology again. Otto's expression darkened. Although he didn't want to explain to these fickle people, he spoke for Yuqing's company. You claim using UNG Technology's Su Gong Ding Yin mask disfigured you, yet your scabs are yellowish white and your blisters red, a typical sign of burns. Did you buy boiling water from UNG Technology and pour it on your face? Otto questioned sternly. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with panic. You're lying. My face clearly became disfigured after using the mask. This lady is right. The Su Gong Dini Yin mask contains two conflicting herbs that may cause incurable erosion on the dermis layer of the face. Two elderly men in white coats pushed through the crowd, their sleeves marked with the silver emblem of Bai Chao Tang, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. When someone in the crowd recognized the emblem, they exclaimed, Bai Chao Tang from Jingqing has come to Jiangzhou? The famous Bai Chao Tang from Jingqing? With their expert's appraisal, the mask's disfiguring effects must be confirmed. Otto laughed inwardly. These two old fellows timed their arrival perfectly, waiting until public opinion leaned heavily against them to deliver the damning verdict and crush UNG Technology. The prescription of Su Gong Dini Yin mask originates from me. I wonder which two herbs conflict according to you two. The elder with a head full of white hair and beard glanced at Otto disdainfully. The conflict between Wu Clarenceng Ji and ginseng is among the 18 counteractions in traditional Chinese medicine, while Abjilin Wu aggravates the toxicity of both. A naive young man like you, how qualified are you to write prescriptions after only a few years of schooling? The colleague standing beside began to speak up. Humph. Gustavo, merchants chase profits without regard for consumer safety. As long as no one dies, it's fine in their eyes. Their coordinated remarks led public opinion to criticize UNG Technology even more harshly, causing even supporters online to doubt, given that the words of the two authoritative figures from Jingqing Bai Chao Tang were indeed very credible. I haven't attended school. I learned all this from an old man in the village. But it seems to me that the two gentlemen in formal attire are just half-baked. The ingredients list includes white clematis, which can counteract toxicity. Moreover, the interaction of these four herbs produces free radicals on the skin, delaying aging and smoothing out wrinkles. Besides, any competent doctor can see that the woman's facial erosion is due to scalding. Are your eyesight poor? Or do you deliberately want to frame my company, UNG Technology? Otto's series of questions left the two elders flustered and speechless, caught between a rock and a hard place. They were indeed hired hands. The woman's facial erosion could deceive the general public who had no medical knowledge, but anyone with a few years of medical training could easily identify it as a typical burn. You're talking nonsense. How dare a mere boy criticize two doctors from Bai Chao Tang? The woman placed her hands on her hips and resumed her usual haggling and obstinacy. How short-sighted you are. My master's medical skills are not for you to judge. Came a rebuke from outside the crowd. Master returned, but didn't inform me so I could come to greet you. Dayon jogged over to Otto from afar, his aged body heaving with exhaustion. Chapter 72. Crisis resolved. Do you really need to make a special trip for such a trivial matter, old Clarence? Otto looked at Dayon's somewhat flattering gaze with exasperation. Although I am your master, you are nearly 60 and renowned as the master of Jiangzhou. There's no need to be so obsequious. My master's affairs are my own affairs. Dayon spoke sincerely. The onlookers gasped when they heard the revered master of Jiangzhou, Dayon, respectfully call Otto master. The renowned Dayon calling a man in his early 20s a master? This was beyond absurd. Dayon turned to Vicky and said, Madam, as soon as I finished surgery this morning and saw the negative news about UNG technology, I rushed over. I didn't expect that master cares for you so much that he came back from Rupertjune so quickly. Vicky blushed and mildly rebuked. Old Clarence, so many people are watching. Though she said this, the thought that Otto had set aside his business in Rupertjune to rush back and help her filled her heart with sweetness. Subsequently, Dayon did not hold back his harsh words against those who were badmouthing UNG technology. Having practiced medicine for many years, he despised unscrupulous doctors most. And clearly, this was an obvious case of entrapment. He knew all too well about the dark secrets of Baichao Hall. Overcharging and refusing treatment, unless paid upfront, were already notorious within the industry. Last year, they even let a patient die because they couldn't gather the medical fees in time. However, Baichao Hall spent a lot of money on public relations every year, leading uninformed civilians to venerate them as the paragons of medical virtue. Why would two physicians from Baichao Hall leave the comforts of Jingxing and come to Jiangzhou? Dayon mocked them. Taken aback by Dayon's forceful interrogation, the two elders were momentarily speechless, especially since Dayon's status in the medical field far exceeded theirs. Seeing their failure, Aaliyah cursed inwardly before lashing out angrily. Blind old fool. My disfigured face is undoubtedly caused by UNG Technology's mask, and yet you call him a master? It's just a colluding merchant doctor trying to deceive and endanger lives. I will always welcome you at Jiangzhou Hospital for diagnosis. If your facial condition is truly due to the medication, I, Dayon, will resign my white coat. If not, please retract those fabricated rumors online and remove the negative impact on UNG Technology. Facing Aaliyah's defiance, Dayon remained composed, embodying the warmth of a true healer. Upon hearing that she needed hospital inspection, Aaliyah's confidence waned, but she tried to maintain composure. What kind of skills do you have to collude with merchants and bully a powerless consumer like me? Inspection results will be decided by you anyway. Otto thought inwardly that this woman was stubborn and was milking her perceived weakness to gain sympathy from the public. Desi, I found the information you asked me to look up. Otto received a message from Griffin. Name, Aaliyah, age, 28. Her past history is unremarkable, but 2 days ago, she received a large foreign transfer amounting to 1 million yuan. Otto understood immediately. The new skincare product from UNG Technology must have affected someone else's interests, hence using such despicable means to suppress UNG Technology. Impressive tactics. Spending 1 million to cause a 20 billion market value loss for a competitor. Chow miss, I think you should see something. Otto raised his phone and showed her a screenshot of the 1 million yuan transfer to Aaliyah's bank account. Aaliyah was visibly shocked upon recognizing the screenshot. Impossible. How could they have tracked down her bank transactions? Chow miss, can you explain how you received this 1 million yuan transfer? Otto looked at her with an intriguing gaze. This is transferred by my husband abroad. Aaliyah insisted. Oh, but according to these records, you are not married. Are you perhaps kept by someone in China while pretending to be married? Alexit, looking at you. It seems hard to believe anyone would spend 1 million on you. Otto taunted. Seeing her lie exposed, Aaliyah lost her resolve. Better to escape now than wait for the police to arrive. The burn mark on her face might be worth the million after all, and if they don't pay the rest afterward, so be it. Clenching her teeth, she pushed through the crowd angrily. What are you staring at? UNG Technology rules Jiangzhou. I'll sue in Jingxing. But under the watchful eyes of bystanders and high-definition cameras, Aaliyah's panicking appearance revealed her hasty retreat after the failed entrapment. Mr. Andrew, Ms. Jaren, we learned of UNG Technology's troubles and hurried to Jiangzhou to offer any assistance we can. In the distance, the three brothers from the Song family, Barton, Tomas, and Wiley, parted the crowd and walked toward Otto. Otto nodded in acknowledgement to the three brothers of the Song family. Friends from the media, on behalf of the Song family, I hereby guarantee the Wugong Denny Yin mask by UNG Technology. This mask contains only harmless traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, and its price fully matches its miraculous effects. The Song family is a perpetual partner of UNG Technology. Any doubts cast upon UNG Technology's products are, in essence, questioning the authority of the Song family in the medical field. Barton took out a pre-prepared mask and a pot of daffodils with yellowing leaves that were about to wither, in front of the onlookers. He squeezed the essence of the Wugong Denny Yin mask into the nutrient solution of the daffodils. Within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the originally wilted yellow leaves of the daffodil regained vitality, turning lush green and fresh. The onlookers were astounded by this magical scene before their eyes. First was the testimony of Dayon, the renowned physician of Jiangzhou, then came Barton's pledge on the honor of the Song family, effectively stopping the rumors in their tracks. With this, the conspiracy theories targeting UNG Technology crumbled on their own, and online public opinion began to shift favorably towards UNG Technology. I admit I spoke too loudly just now, but actually, I have always been a die-hard fan of UNG Technology. I liked your rebellious attitude just now. As I've always said, this mask is truly miraculous. After using it, all the wrinkles on my face disappeared. Sorry, Jerry Yankian, but I really need this mask. The comment section on the internet was ablaze. Seeing the irreversible situation, the two physicians from Baichao Hall knew they had to leave or be drowned by the Tolmok stars from the crowd. Otto gratefully acknowledged the arrival of Dayon and the three Song brothers. Thank you all for your help. Barton laughed aloud. Mr. Andrew, you're being too formal. By completing the Huichun Buladian for the Song family, you bestowed an immeasurable kindness that we can never repay. It's my honor to serve my master. Dayon added beside him. Chapter 73. Alchemical Writs and Talisman Scroll. Inside the UNG Technology building, Otto lay on Vicky's executive chair with his feet propped up on the desk, wearing a blissful expression. Trina, the company's stock market, which plummeted, has rebounded in less than 2 hours, and is about to surpass its previous market value. Trina, the Shugong Dinyan face mask is selling like hotcakes on major e-commerce platforms. Our inventory can't keep up. Trina, all the partners who were going to terminate cooperation have returned. Even several powerful companies from the capital are seeking to establish partnerships with us. Several employees reported the company's current status to Vicky. Vicky's lips curled into a slight smile, her earlier worries now completely gone. After finishing up with her subordinates, she walked toward Otto with affectionate eyes. Today, she was dressed in an OL outfit. The bulge on her chest pushed her white blouse high up, and beneath her black body-hugging skirt were shapely legs encased in black stockings. Her stiletto heels added to her allure. Husband, if you hadn't been here to stabilize the chaos, the company's losses would have been unimaginable. Vicky bent down, her seductive red lips whispering in Otto's ear. Otto felt her breath, fragrant as orchids, by his ear. So, does Jethro's wife have any rewards for me? Let me remind you, there's no surveillance in the CEO's office. Vicky teased, tapping Otto's nose with her slender finger, the air thick with desire. Otto had been busy from morning till afternoon. Huh? My strength has actually improved? Otto moved away the fair arm resting on him and got up from the sofa. But he had been busy with Rupert June matters and his sister's illness recently, leaving little time for cultivation. How could his strength have improved? Turning to look at Vicky sleeping soundly on the sofa, he instantly understood. It was all thanks to this girl. It seemed the old man in Fikawa village had never been wrong in his judgment. She was indeed a supreme partner for dual cultivation. Otto couldn't help but sigh that dual cultivation was truly marvelous. The Shintian scripture within him began to subtly circulate, making the flow of true chi through his body even smoother, almost solidifying. Otto felt the new memories added to his mind. More pages of the Shintian scripture appeared. Alchemical Writs and Talismans chapter. If you know the essence of writing talismans, it will invoke the gods. If you don't, it will only make them laugh. Otto recited the preface of the Alchemical Writs and Talismans chapter. Continuing, he read, Gathering Spirit Talisman, Calming Mind Talisman, Flying Heaven Talisman, Rejuvenating Spring Talisman. The Gathering Spirit Talisman can silently gather the natural chi from a 10-mile radius around it, forming a blessed land. That way, I wouldn't have to worry about my cultivation progress lagging behind in Fikawa village. And the Rejuvenating Spring Talisman is even more astonishing, capable of sustaining a dying person's breath. When death comes calling at midnight, I'll keep you alive until dawn. What a powerful medicinal talisman. Various incredible talisman names and creation techniques overwhelmed Otto. He wished he could try creating some talismans immediately. The Shintian scripture was indeed vast and comprehensive. Having already unlocked the medical section, he now unlocked the talisman section, each chapter being a masterpiece of esoteric knowledge. He wondered what new chapters would unlock as his strength increased. Excitement surged within him. Otto tiptoed over to Vicky, kissed her lightly, left a note, and headed straight for the nearby antique market. Zangbawan Antique Market. Known as Jiangzhou's largest antique and curio trading market, Zangbawan boasted daily visits reaching into the millions, bustling with people. Otto originally intended to buy paper, ink, inkstone, cinnabar, yellow parchment, and other talisman drawing tools outside, but the stall sold mass-produced items incapable of carrying talismanic energy. Though the beginning of the Alchemical Writs and Talismans chapter said, a speck of spiritual light is enough to be a talisman, people waste ink and vermilion unnecessarily. Otto was still in the early stages of creating talismans and couldn't achieve mastery yet. To craft perfect talismans, he needed superior drawing tools. Wandering deeper into the market, he thought of the saying, in times of war, gold reigns. In times of peace, antiques thrive. With Jiangzhou's rapidly growing economy, many came to seek treasures. Clarence settle brother, your gaze is sharp. You must be a connoisseur. Look at this large Yuchin vase hand-painted with blue and white dragon patterns. At the entrance, a stall owner stopped Otto, handing him an oddly shaped porcelain vase, then whispered mysteriously, to tell you the truth, someone offered 200,000 yuan for this vase, but I didn't sell it. Now, due to my daughter's illness, I have no choice but to part with this cherished item. The stall owner sighed regretfully. Otto found the street vendor's performance almost impeccable, tears streaming down from the corner of his eyes effortlessly. Giannis, I didn't sell it for 200,000 yuan to others, but today for my daughter's sake, I'll let it go for 100,000 yuan. He released a strand of mystic true chi to examine this porcelain vase. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy on it, and there was even a faint stench of urine. It was far-fetched to claim it was from 50 years ago. Shopkeeper, life must be tough for you to even sell your Asher's chamber pot? That porcelain jar over there wouldn't happen to be your Asher's spittoon, would it? Otto teased, pointing at the jar. The shopkeeper realized this man wasn't his target customer and didn't press further. He sat back at his stall, waiting for another gullible soul to appear. Otto continued walking leisurely deeper into the market. His method of appraising antiques was incredibly simple. He would release a thread of mystic true chi to investigate any item that caught his eye, judging by the feedback of its spiritual energy. Considering the high concentration of spiritual energy in the world thousands of years ago, genuine rare antiques would carry varying degrees of residual spiritual energy. The more concentrated the remaining spiritual energy, the more precious the item. In the mixed bag of the antique world, so-called experts might be fooled, but Otto's straightforward method of detection was as accurate as carbon-14 dating equipment. Soon, Otto bought suitable materials for making talismans at a stationery and ink shop specializing in antiques. As he was about to leave, he nearly bumped into a man walking hurriedly towards him. Sorry, young man. The man with gold-rimmed glasses apologized, then turned right with a look of anger on his face, entering another antique shop. This man wore half-frame gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly black trench coat. From his appearance, he looked like either an intellectual or a gentleman rogue. Otto guessed by the man's furious expression that he had likely bought a fake from that shop. However, in the antique trade, transactions have always relied on knowledge and discernment. There were no rules for returns, regardless of whether something was genuine or fake, overpriced or undervalued. Profit meant you earned it with your skills. Loss meant your skills needed improvement. Otto didn't plan to get involved, but he sensed intense true chi vibrations under the black cloth the man was holding, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Chapter 74. Successful Bargain Hunt. Giannis Otto, didn't expect to see you browsing the antique market too? Otto turned his gaze following the voice, and saw the Adelia walking towards him. The two sisters were dressed provocatively. Tisha wore a fiery tight-fitting skirt with high heels, while Noemi wore a halter top with high-waisted bell-bottom pants, displaying their nearly perfect body proportions. The appearance of the two sisters in Treasure Garden caused quite a stir, and several nearby men stared openly. My God, look at that woman's legs. They're whiter than my pig that died 3 days ago. Seems like she's pretty close to that young man. Apart from being handsome, he doesn't look particularly wealthy or successful. The few men whispering nearby could barely hold back their frustration. Otto found it amusing hearing the men's remarks. He thought there were countless girls like Tisha and Noemi surrounding him. It was just that these men had never seen anything before. I came to buy something at the antique market and also to watch the fun, Otto said to Tisha and Noemi, waving the materials for making talismans in his hand and pointing towards the shop the gentleman had just entered. The Adelia naturally stood on either side of Otto, looking in the direction he indicated. Inside the shop, after entering angrily, the well-mannered man angrily slapped the black cloth he had tucked under his arm onto the table of the shop owner, yelling furiously, Trina, how can you be so dishonest in business? The painting you gave me is completely different from what I chose in your store. The antique shop owner was a baron in his 50s, with a round face that appeared friendly and approachable, as if embodying the idea of wealth through harmony. Clarence settled brother, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you intentionally trying to tarnish my reputation here? Ask around in this treasure garden. Everyone knows Anselm runs an honest shop. Besides, couldn't you be more careful? This table is made of premium pearwood. If you chip it, can you afford to replace it? Anselm quickly calmed down, adopting the guise of a victim, showing his cunning and experience. Do you want to cheat me? The calligraphy by Anwar I bought from you this morning for 12,000 yuan has now turned into Farron's painting of Mount Yun Terrace, the gentleman replied, visibly furious. Anselm's eyes rolled, coming up with a plan. Clarence settled brother, you can eat whatever you want, but words can't be spoken carelessly. There are plenty of shops in Treasure Garden. How do I know you didn't buy a painting from someone else and then come to extort me? Moreover, the value of painting of Mount Yun Terrace is far more precious than that manuscript by Anwar. You can make a silent fortune from it. You're a scoundrel. And this painting of Mount Yun Terrace is so crude, even the ink blurs. It's not even a passable fake. The well-mannered man felt helpless facing Anselm's slippery answer. Fine, I'll call the Treasure Garden Consumers Association right now to handle this matter. By the time they arrive, you'll have no choice but to admit defeat. He pulled out his phone angrily, ready to dial the official number. Anselm sneered. Clarence settled brother, in the world of antiques, we earn our living based on keen eyesight and knowledge. Even if you called heaven itself, you couldn't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, the well-mannered man deflated like a punctured balloon, lowering his phone gloomily. He knew the unwritten rules of the antique trade too well. If he made a mistake and bought a fake, he would just have bad luck, and there was no reason for a refund. Watching clearly from outside the shop door, Otto saw that the boss first used an authentic Anwar manuscript to deceive the gentleman, switching it for a fake copy of Farron's work when the man paid and packed it up. Seeing that the well-mannered man had conceded, Anselm, noting this through his keen observation, decided to throw him a bone after the slap. Clarence settled brother, here's 1,000 yuan. Let's call it a gesture of friendship between brothers. Anselm counted 100 yuan notes from his wallet and placed them on the table. The well-mannered man's reaction was amusing. Initially reaching out, he quickly withdrew his hand upon seeing the crowd gathering, saying indignantly, as a scholar, how can I compromise my principles for a mere pittance? I will not associate with such deceitful people. He then turned to leave the shop without looking back, putting on an air of righteous indignation. Otto, standing aside, noticed the pain in the well-mannered man's expression, realizing that this gentleman wasn't entirely unyielding inside. He stopped the man who was about to step out of the shop, saying, Kaler, I admire your scholarly integrity. However, I've always been fond of Farron's painting of Mount Yun Terrace. Perhaps you could do me a favor. Whatever price you paid, I'll buy it at the same price. Hearing Otto praise his scholarly integrity, the well-mannered man was visibly flattered, seemingly moved by the compliment. His expression showed he was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Clarence settled brother, I cannot sell it to you just because of your scholarly integrity. Because this painting is nothing but a worthless forgery, probably not even worth 100 yuan. The well-mannered man unrolled the painting to show Otto. Indeed, the paper was coarse, and the ink had obvious smearing marks. Even calling it an amateurish imitation would be an overstatement. However, Otto had clearly felt intense spiritual fluctuations under the black cloth earlier. He released a thread of profound true Jerry, sensing the distribution of spirit energy on the painting carefully. So the source of the spiritual energy is here, Otto realized. No problem, brother. Sell me this painting at your original price. You said it cost 12,000, right? I'll transfer the money to you. Otto took out his phone to prepare for the transaction. Anselm looked at Otto in surprise. Giannis, if you really want Farron's painting, I have one in my store, guaranteed to be reasonably priced and of good quality. No need, boss. I think this one suits my taste perfectly. Otto paid via QR code under the astonished gaze of the well-mannered man, then rolled up the painting and held it in his hand. Clarence settled brother, I warned you repeatedly that this painting isn't even worth 100 yuan. Buying it is a huge loss. Otto remained calm. Then how about you refund me and take the painting back? The well-mannered man's expression flickered, sneering, Giannis, what are you talking about? There's no point in a refund. You're willing to buy it. With that, he hurried away from the antique shop, fearing that Otto might change his mind and call him back. Noemi looked disdainfully at the well-mannered man's retreating back, saying, what a fake scholar. All talk about scholarly integrity. Mention money, and his true colors show. Tisha leaned close to Otto's face, puzzled. Elon, though I don't understand paintings, that one was too fake. Even calling it shoddy would be putting it mildly. For Tisha, 12,000 was pocket change, less than a night's entertainment, but clearly, the fake painting was useless and not worth buying. Otto smiled mysteriously. Let's go shopping elsewhere first, and you two beauties will know soon enough. Chapter 75. A 2 million gamble. Kaler, please wait. Why spend over 10,000 on a forgery? You seem to really like Farron's calligraphy and paintings. I actually have an authentic piece here. Please step into the shop, even if you don't buy it. Just taking a look would be fine. Davin's eyes twinkled, his chubby face showing the usual ingratiating smile. He saw Otto buying a forgery without blinking, with two top-tier beauties by his side. This was definitely someone's young master. How could he let such a big sucker slip away? Otto grew somewhat impatient, and did not want to waste words with him. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Whether it's genuine or not, I buy for my own pleasure. With that, he led the Adelia away. Sir, please wait. I've brought the painting out for you. Davon unfurled an antique scroll before Otto. Otto gave the painting a glance. The paper was exquisitely crafted, faintly emitting an aura. It did appear to be an authentic work of Farron. However, the concentration of aura in it paled in comparison to the one in his hand. It was worlds apart, so much so that it seemed worthless next to it. It seemed that the boss wanted to use the same old trick, luring him to pay with an authentic piece before switching it with a forgery. Otto didn't feel like arguing with this fly-by-night, unscrupulous peddler and continued walking without a word. A flash of viciousness passed through Davin's eyes. Seeing the bird flying away from his mouth, he cursed softly. Damn, what's there to show off with just some dirty money? If I were born into a noble family, I'd make you kneel and lick my shoes. One man having 2 chickens by his side, strutting like there's something special. Who'd want seconds anyway, bah? He spat toward the direction Otto had left. Otto had exceptional spiritual senses. How could he miss the cursing? He tolerated the insults today as he was in a good mood. But the Adelia, despite running a nightclub, were not loose women. As a friend, Otto couldn't stand seeing the Adelia insulted. He turned around, strode over to him, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled, "Dare to repeat what you just said to my face." Davon was terrified. This nearly 200-pound man was effortlessly lifted single-handedly by the young man, who shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is committing violence in Treasure Garden." His shouts indeed caused a commotion among the crowd, gathering towards them instantly. "Young friend, may I ask for your cooperation? Disputes within Treasure Garden should not be settled with force. Let's not break the rules." A path opened up through the previously packed crowd for an elderly gentleman with gray hair. People around bowed respectfully, saying, "Irving, you've arrived." Tisha and Noemi looked delighted and ran to the elder. "Grandpa, this is Otto whom I often mention. His medical skills are superb, and he's very handsome too." Tisha hopped around like a child, introducing Otto enthusiastically. Noemi also added, "That's right, Grandpa. Did you know Grandpa Sue's illness was cured by Otto?" The sisters' faces lit up with pride when talking about Otto. Tony, experienced in human relations all his life, knew well their little secrets. Tony laughed heartily, his beard quivering. "So, Mr. Andrew is truly a hero among the young. However, Treasure Garden is co-founded by me and a few old friends, and the rules cannot be broken." "I understand, Senior. I won't use force here," Otto replied respectfully. Seizing the opportunity during Otto's conversation, Davon gasped for air. With support, Davon regained his confidence, not letting any insult go. "Mr. Andrew is great in everything except for his poor taste in antiques. Even if offered for free, I wouldn't want the painting Mr. Andrew treasures." Otto glanced disdainfully at Davon, forming an idea. Kalins he had to save face for Elder Juan. Making the crooked shopkeeper lose heavily would be better. "Indeed, I lack expertise in antiques, but this painting in my hand is certainly genuine. Perhaps we could." Otto was interrupted by Davon. Why don't we make a bet? Let Mr. Andrew bet however much he deems his confidence worth." Davon interjected provocatively, challenging the spirited young man. Hearing Davon's words, Otto inwardly rejoiced. His prey had taken the bait. "Kalins Trina Adam has challenged me so openly. Why don't we make it a 2 million bet?" Otto stared at Davon, his eyes gleaming like a torch. 2 million? Davon's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this astronomical figure. After over a decade of hard work, he had only saved up 2.2 million. Would this bet be too high? After pondering for a long time, he suddenly became confident. This young man must be trying to scare him off with a huge number. That painting was bought by himself. Could he not tell its authenticity? It was bulk purchased from a junk antique stall, sold by weight. "Fine. Mr. Andrew, you've got guts. I'll go all the way with you. Then let's bet on whether this painting is worth more than 100,000. Otto took out the scroll from the black cloth. "It's a deal. Let Grandpa Juan be our witness." Davon's eyes gleamed craftily. This painting wouldn't even fetch 50,000 in broad daylight. And with Grandpa Juan as a witness, there's no need to worry about him cheating. Grandpa Juan stroked his beard and stepped forward, taking the scroll from Otto's hand, scrutinizing it closely, his brows furrowed without saying a word for a while. "Clarence settle friend Andrew, I advise you to call off the bet. The painting is clearly fake and isn't even worth betting on. Don't act rashly." Davon's face turned pale upon hearing Grandpa Juan's words. It was clear that Grandpa Juan was giving him an out, knowing Otto would lose for sure. But given their status disparity, he didn't dare show his dissatisfaction on his face. Otto was inwardly grateful. "I'll keep your advice in mind, Senior Juan. However, I firmly believe this painting is worth more than 100,000. Just be our fair witness." Grandpa Juan slightly shook his head after hearing Otto's words. He had already foreseen the outcome of the bet and tagged Otto as someone who acted on impulse and obstinately stuck to his ways. He gave Tisha and Noemi a meaningful look, the implication clear, warning them not to get too close to this short-sighted person. "The bet stands. We will wager on whether the painting in Mr. Andrew's hand is worth more than 100,000. The stake is 2 million, and the arbiter is Juan Alexi." Chapter 76 The Authentic Work of Aldo. Mike, seeing the situation turning in his favor, found it too easy that Otto still did not retreat even after being hinted by Irving, thus gaining 2 million easily. "Now, let Trina Adam inspect the painting first," said Balthazar as he handed over the painting to Mike. Mike took the calligraphy and painting from Irving's hands with great pleasure. He pretended to frown and closely examined the painting for a while before turning it around to show the crowd. His aim was to ensure everyone could clearly see it so that Otto wouldn't have any room to deny later. "This painting is obviously fake at first glance, just trash among counterfeits. Who knows where Mr. Andrew got the courage to bet 2 million with Trina Adam using such rubbish? Maybe for some people, 2 million is like spitting water. I wish Trina Adam success in acquiring 2 million. Remember to treat us to dinner when you win money, old Adam." Seeing the crowd's reaction, Mike was overjoyed, achieving the ideal effect perfectly. Putting away the painting, he bowed and said, "Tonight, there will be a grand banquet at Hongxing Building. Everyone here please grace us with your presence." Then he looked at Otto and said insincerely, "If Mr. Andrew has doubts, you can tell everyone the marvels of this painting. But anyway, we amateurs cannot figure it out." Otto took the painting without paying attention to Mike's sarcasm and started to remove the cylindrical wooden axis on top of the painting meticulously. "Mr. Andrew doesn't think there's an inner layer inside this painting, does he? I advise you not to waste your time. If there were one, the painting would not be so thin." Mike stood with his arms crossed, watching Otto mockingly. He had been fooling around with antiques for more than 20 years, and countless antiques had passed through his hands. He didn't believe that a dumb young man, who looked like an antique newbie, could make any waves. Balthazar watched Otto's actions with interest. Maybe Otto wasn't as impulsive as he thought. As Otto removed the wooden axis from the painting, his movements became gentler. Stop struggling anymore, Mr. Andrew. It will end up embarrassing all of us. Let me remind you, this wooden axis is nothing special, just ordinary modern wood painted with ancient lacquer. Mike put his fat face close to Otto and continued talking incessantly. Open, Otto exclaimed in a low voice. The Schwangen inside his body shattered the wooden axis into pieces of sawdust accurately, leaving the contents inside untouched. With the settling of the wood chips, now Otto held an exquisite-looking painting in his hands. A tumultuous wave stirred in Mike's heart. Disbelief was spread across his face. There was another trick. Heaven. After spending over 10 years in this circle, I've seen hidden paintings, but hiding this one inside a scroll axis is my first time witnessing it. Looks like Cord messed up this time. The painting held by that young man doesn't look common just from its appearance. The surrounding crowd whispered in amazement. Mike muttered, "Humph. So what if there's something hidden inside? Who knows whether it's a fake?" Balthazar snorted, quite dissatisfied with Mike's attitude. "Humph. Trina, Adam. I'll inspect the authenticity of the painting myself." Having received Otto's permission, Balthazar carefully unfurled the painting. This was also his first time seeing a painting hidden in an axis. Whoa. All present drew a sharp intake of breath as the painting unfolded. This is the 87 Immortal Scroll by Aldo, the Sage of Painting. The look on Balthazar's face verged on madness, his eyes burning with zeal as he stared at the painting. Honestly speaking, after roaming in the antique world for so many years, he rarely lost composure like this. Otto also gazed at the gradually unfolding scroll. On the dark brown silk, strong yet graceful lines depicted the 87 deities listed in the heavenly ranks, imbued with life and vitality. Today, I get to witness this painting. It means my life has been worthwhile and free of regret. Balthazar couldn't bear to put down the painting, sighing heartfeltly. Mike seemed struck by lightning, standing stock still with no color in his face. The crowd burst into exclamations. Someone gathered their courage to ask Irving, how much is this painting worth? After hearing the question, Balthazar was so angry that his beard shook. It's a national treasure. How dare you insult it with earthly valuation, priceless treasure. The outcome of this gambling match had been decided. Mike wished he could slap himself twice. Such a valuable item had slipped away from his hands, and now he would still have to pay $2 million as the wager. Regret almost made him want to cry. Trina, Adam, this 87 Immortal Scroll must be worth more than 100,000. Who actually won this bet? Otto knowingly asked, looking at Mike teasingly. This? Sweat trickled down Mike's forehead. He could hardly accept that he had just lost $2 million. Balthazar glared at Mike, looking at Trina Adams' face. You wouldn't be thinking of welshing on the bet, would you? Balthazar's words weighed heavily on Mike. He knew if he dared to say no, he wouldn't leave Treasure Garden intact today. Biting his lip, with a heart trembling as if dripping blood, Mike shakily transferred $2 million to Otto. Otto's face lit up when he saw the notification of the $2 million arriving in his account. To earn money is what a sensible person does, especially when it comes from an unsavory source like this, making Otto grin even wider. Balthazar reluctantly returned the painting to Otto, pulling a long face and pleadingly asking, "Young Andrew, I don't ask you to sell me this priceless treasure, but could you spare some time occasionally to let me come by and study it?" Hearing Balthazar's request, Otto inwardly chuckled. This old man was indeed a true antique enthusiast. Not wanting to refuse the elderly man, he immediately agreed. "Balthazar, whenever you want to see it, feel free to contact me." After bidding farewell to Balthazar, Otto placed the 87 Immortal Scroll back into the black cloth and walked out of Treasure Garden. Seeing Otto leave, Tisha and Noemi stuck out their tongues at their Asher. "Grandpa, we'll go with Yannissi for a stroll. We'll come back to find you tonight." Otto had barely taken a few steps when he was sandwiched between Tisha and Noemi. "Why not stay with Grandpa? Why come to me instead?" Noemi looked at Otto with a smile, pouting. "We can always be with Grandpa anytime, but meeting Yannissi is harder than climbing to the heavens. So naturally, my sister and I can't let such a fat sheep, Yannissi slip away." Tisha corrected herself hastily after revealing her true thoughts, her face blushing red. The two sisters then acted like they were competing to get closer to Otto. Feeling the softness coming from both sides of his arms, Otto silently repeated, "Emptiness is form," several times. Chapter 77. The Jonas's Trickery. Cord watched Otto leave with an air of nonchalance. His kind facade fell, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. "Giannis, Adam, are we just going to stand by and watch this kid waltz out?" For towering, burly men with a menacing air approached Cord, led by one with a scarred face. The four of them, under Cord's leadership, usually lorded over the entire Treasure Garden. Had it not been for Balthazar's presence, they wouldn't have let Otto leave so easily after getting his money. Cord sneered. "I've played with hawks all my life. How could I be blinded by a mere sparrow today? That kid took away $2 million, including our capital for the next batch. If I let this slide, Cord will never hold his head up again in the Treasure Garden." Jonas spat a thick gob of phlegm on the ground. "Even stray dogs know better than to cross us, let alone that wet behind the ears brat." He then picked up a Luoyang shovel and a triangular military dagger from behind the door, ready to find Otto with an aggressive stance. Cord furrowed his brows, his fleshy face twitching. "Damn it, how many times have I told you? Times have changed. Use your head, not brute force. And if you spit in my shop again, Gilles will tear you apart." Jonas chuckled awkwardly, wiping the spit with a tissue. "Giannis, Adam, my bad. I acted rashly. We should listen to your plan." The four leaned in closely to Cord, whispering secretly and nodding their heads occasionally in agreement. "In a while, you'll stage an accident with this item." Cord pulled out some shattered pieces of jade from beneath the counter, which, when pieced together, formed a celestial-style jade rui, wish-granting scepter. Cord wrapped the broken jade rui in black cloth. "I bought this from the black market recently, dubious origins. It might have been worth quite a bit intact. Now, using it to get back $2 million isn't too shabby. If we're doing this, why not go big?" A gleam appeared in Cord's eyes. "Kill him and take his treasure. Then we'll lay low outside the city." Jonas smiled viciously. They were seasoned troublemakers. Hitting big once meant a lavish life abroad afterward was within reach. "Trina, after eliminating that kid, we can sell the scroll of 87 immortals overseas. Enough for a comfortable life forever." With that, Jonas and his three underlings set off looking for Otto with the black cloth in hand. Outside the Treasure Garden, Otto was nearly sandwiched into a meat patty by Tisha and Noemi, so their pace was naturally slow. After what felt like forever, they finally made it out of the gate. Tish's right hand, originally resting on Otto's waist, accidentally slid into his coat pocket. Hey, Giannissi, what's this? Under the curious gazes of both girls, she pulled out two elaborately packaged small umbrellas, deep blue packaging with bold advertising, "Dare to love boldly." The atmosphere froze. Otto's embarrassment could carve out an apartment with its intensity. How could he explain it to these two sisters? Claim it was disposable gloves given with his fried chicken at lunch, or tell the truth, that they were leftover morning rain gear with Vicky? He struggled to decide. Noemi broke the silence first, laughing coyly. Who would have thought upright Giannissi carries such things around? Are these for us sisters? Giannissi sure has a big appetite. Tish's cheeks blushed like dawn, hurriedly closing her eyes as she stuffed the two umbrellas back into Otto's pocket, inadvertently pushing them into his trouser pocket. She felt the warmth through her hand, quickly withdrawing as if electrocuted, turning away and avoiding eye contact with Otto, her ears burning red. In the distance, Jonas and his gang caught up quickly. This kid barely walked any distance. With so many people around, we need to ensure everything goes perfectly. I'll trip him from behind. You throw the black cloth down immediately. Jonas gave his underling a look, who understood instantly and sped ahead of Otto. Otto, however, was no fool. He saw through these tricks, inwardly mocking how Cord couldn't accept his loss gracefully. Seeing the moment ripe, Jonas silently closed to within a meter behind Otto. In a single swift motion, he charged forward, ramming into Otto hard enough to push him towards the underling ahead. Regularly training, he had a physique like a bull, capable of deadlifting 200 kilos easily. He was confident that anyone, upon being suddenly hit by him, would involuntarily lurch forward. In what Jonas thought was a foolproof plan, Otto suddenly hugged the two girls beside him and sidestepped to the right, his movements smooth and natural. Naturally, Jonas couldn't stop in such a short distance, uncontrollably colliding with the skinny subordinate ahead of him. The skinny guy saw stars from the unexpected collision, cursing inwardly at how strong this old lady Otto was. The black cloth hit the ground, followed by the crisp sound of shattered jade. The skinny one rolled up and started cursing at those in front of him. Who doesn't have eyes? My expensive jade ruby is smashed by you. This isn't over today. Jonas slapped him awake with a loud slap. Blinded your dog eyes. See who's in front of you? The skinny one held his swollen cheek and noticed that he had just pointed at big Giannis Jonas. What should have been a flawless coordination was ruined when Jonas was about to collide with Otto, only for him to unexpectedly dodge to the right without warning. The Adelia, beautiful eyes flashed with admiration. Otto had somehow anticipated the setup and perfectly defused it. Otto began clapping, mocking, "You guys performed like Academy Award winners. It's truly impressive. Coming here to this small treasure garden for insurance fraud is such a waste. You might as well seek jobs in Hollywood." Hearing Otto's sarcastic words, the faces of Jonas and his gang were unpredictable for a moment, but they couldn't turn back now. If worst came to worst, they would resort to an outright robbery and lie low afterward. Humph, kid. Now outside the treasure garden, there are no more rules and Balthazar isn't protecting you anymore. A blade will soon be on your head. It's better to buy off your troubles. I won't ask much for this Empress Dowager's jade ruby. How about giving me 2 million? Jonas stared at Otto malevolently, waving the triangular military dagger menacingly. Otto found it amusing inside. This was turning from insurance fraud to outright robbery? He released a wisp of profound true Jerry to examine the item under the black cloth, and was inwardly shocked. Chapter 78A Spec contains the universe. As the Ripley put on a fierce and ferocious look, more and more onlookers gathered around, whispering among themselves. Didn't this Ripley just get out of jail a few days ago? How dare he act so arrogantly? Who can say otherwise? The young man didn't even touch him. I saw it clearly. This is outright robbery. The Ripley glared at the crowd with bulging eyes, pointing his dagger where people scattered like fish fleeing from an approaching bird. Anyone who speaks up again, I don't mind letting some blood. Otto incredulously released a strand of profound true Jerry to inspect the jade ruby beneath the black cloth. After repeated confirmation, his expression changed slightly. How much do you expect me to compensate for this jade ruby? The Ripley's heart leapt with joy, assuming Otto was preparing to pay money to avoid trouble. He spun the knife gracefully in his right hand before picking up the black cloth, saying proudly, "This jade ruby was used during the coronation ceremony of the first Jaren Emperor by the ceremonial master. It's worth millions at the very least. If you pay less today, these 2 women will be used to offset your debt." The 4 men stared greedily at the attractive Adelia. Otto sneered coldly, "1 million isn't enough to make you all come here. At least add this, 87 immortal scroll. Duh." His lackey didn't catch the hostility in Otto's words and boasted arrogantly, "You're smart to know what's good for you. Leave the money, women, and painting, and you can scram." With a flying kick, the originally arrogant lackey flew several meters away like a broken kite. Otto shouted angrily, "Even your boss didn't dare to speak up. What makes you think you have a say?" Seeing his lackey kicked such a distance effortlessly by Otto, the Ripley's heart surged with alarm. This guy must be trained. He steadied his nerves and pointed the triangular dagger directly at Otto. Today, he could give up the women, but that painting and the 10 million were worth fighting to the death for, even if it meant spending the rest of his life hiding. The Ripley lunged at Otto with all his might. Before the blade touched Otto's body, he felt an overwhelming force surge from his knees, causing him to kneel involuntarily, unable to move. Desperate, he endured the intense pain in his knees and thrust the dagger again, creating an opportunity for the remaining 2 lackeys. The onlookers watched in shock as the dramatic scene unfolded, their hearts pounding for Otto. However, the outcome was unexpected. The 2 lackeys were thrown several meters away, as if hit by a speeding car before they could get close to Otto. The Ripley fared even worse. His triangular dagger, intended to stab into Otto's waist, instead turned its course and plunged straight into his own shoulder. He let out a pig-like scream instantly. Due to the deep grooves on the dagger, blood gushed out uncontrollably from his shoulder like a special effect actor's blood bag. But while others simulated animal blood, the Ripley was genuinely spouting his own blood. Otto looked at the pale-faced Ripley with mock pity and teased, "TSK, losing so much blood. How many eggs would you need to replenish it? Oh, right. How much did you pay for this jade ruby?" Realizing they had met their match, the Ripley thought Otto was going to make trouble over the incident. Despite the excruciating pain, he respectfully replied, "Mr. Andrew, we underestimated you. Please spare us, and we'll avoid you in the future." Otto impatiently asked, "Enough nonsense. How much did you pay?" 300 yuan. Dubious origins from the black market, the Ripley admitted truthfully. Otto counted 500 yuan notes from his wallet and threw them at the Ripley, I'm taking the Jade Ruby. The extra 200 are for you brothers to see a veterinarian. Saying this, Otto picked up the Jade Ruby from the ground and held it carefully, sensing it with his profound true Jerry. A surging spiritual energy emanated from the Jade Ruby, delighting Otto. A speck contains the universe? Otto had seen the description of a speck contains the universe in the profound heaven diagrams and often heard the old man in Peach Blossom Village mention it. Tony used to say that if he had one, he could store the whole village's widow's undergarments inside without anyone knowing, to be enjoyed quietly in the dead of night. The universe hides within a speck, and a speck contains the universe. He remembered that speck containing the universe was just a general term for spatial magical artifacts, including spatial bags, spatial bracelets, and spatial rings. He wondered what kind of speck containing the universe was hidden inside this Jade Ruby. Otto cautiously controlled a thread of profound true Jerry, transforming it into a blade to carve the Jade Ruby meticulously into the size of a grain of rice. Then, with a gentle exhale, the outer layer of the jade pendant shattered. In the palm of Otto's hand appeared a milky white, rice-sized object. To the onlookers, the scene seemed inexplicable. This young man would give up a fine piece of jade just for the impurities inside it? That tiny speck is nothing but mineral deposits in the jade. I specialize in jade studies, so I know this well. This youngster is simply squandering precious resources. The Ripley also looked at Otto in confusion, not understanding what he was up to. At this moment, Otto held the rice grain-sized, universe-containing speck tightly in his palm, filled with excitement. The quality of universe-containing specks varied. Ordinary spatial bags were easy to lose. Storing rings or bracelets could be inconvenient during fights and easily stolen. However, a rice grain-sized speck like the one Otto had was extremely difficult to make and belonged to the top tier of spatial treasures. After binding it to its owner, it could be swallowed and would naturally sink into the Danteon, merging with the host's body, nurturing each other, complementing each other perfectly. Otto kept the universe-containing speck in his palm quietly, ready to leave with Adelia. Suddenly, a Caden emerged from the crowd. The monk joined his hands together and gave Otto a standard monastic salute, kindly saying, "Kaler, what you have is an item belonging to the Buddhist school. Could you let this old monk take a look?" This Caden was short and wore a tattered patchwork robe. His worn-out cloth shoes were patched many times over, and he carried a string of shiny prayer beads on his weathered hands, looking like an ascetic monk. However, after a careful observation, Otto sensed something amiss. Beneath Kimball's harmless appearance lay a faintly sinister aura. He was clearly not from any reputable sect. The monk also exuded a faint presence of true Jerry, indicating that he had only recently broken through and hadn't yet mastered controlling the abundant true Jerry within him. After confirming that Kimball was no good, Otto naturally didn't believe such nonsense as, "Let me take a look," fearing Kimball might possess some skill to snatch the universe-containing speck and run off. Chapter 79. Bloodshed and the Evil Monk. Abbot, I'm sorry, this is just an ordinary piece of jade with no connection to Buddhism. Otto coldly refused Kimball's request. Seeing Otto about to leave, Kimball stepped forward to block his path. The monk was still covetous, his eyes glowing as he stared at Otto's palm, no longer hiding his enthusiasm. "Friend, to be honest, the item in your hand is a most evil object. Let me take it from you and cleanse it. Only then can you ensure your safety." Otto coldly said, "No need," and tried to leave with Wanja sisters. Seeing deception wouldn't work, Kimball changed his tone again and said, "Young friend, I am willing to pay 50,000 for the item in your hand." The crowd was stunned by the figure of 50,000, especially the so-called expert who had just criticized Otto. To them, the jade was worthless. Yet this old monk was willing to spend 50,000? Zaire and his henchmen were almost crying. Otto seemed clueless about antiques but had found treasures twice in a row. Something bought for 300 could be sold for 50,000? To Otto, what the old man in Fikawa village longed for was priceless. He joked, "If it's an evil object, then if not I, who should go to hell? Rather than causing trouble for the abbot, I'll bear the burden alone." Realizing he was being mocked, Kimball's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Don't be unreasonable, young friend. That item is nothing but waste in your hands. Sell it to me? 1 million. The crowd gasped. Could this young man have turned 300 into a Porsche Cayenne with just a bit of digging? Who says there's no such thing as a windfall? Zaire nearly fainted. He lost not 50,000 but 1 million. He cursed inwardly why Kimball didn't buy it from him first. Faced with the huge sum of 1 million, everyone expected Otto to agree happily, but instead he frowned and scolded, "Didn't you hear me? I won't sell it no matter how much you offer." With that, Otto pushed Kimball aside and left with Tisha and Noemi. The monk still wasn't giving up and shouted after Otto, "Young friend, would you really not sell for 10 million? Use your relics to trade, and I might consider it." The monk silently blended into the crowd, his face dark. "This Brad is stubborn and wants my relics? If not for the crowd, he'd have killed Otto on the spot. I'll find an opportunity. Even if he fuses with the mustard seed of the universe, I'll carve him open to get it." After Kimball left, the crowd buzzed. What kind of ascetic monk, throwing around 10 million? I wouldn't have even a pair of pants left selling everything I own. Why couldn't I have stumbled upon such a lucky find? The luckiest thing I've ever had was finding 5 yuan on a bus. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Zaire and his men regretting bitterly. Zaire angrily slapped his henchman. "Damn it, you let $1 million item slip away." The henchman complained, "But boss, it was your plan." He got another round of slaps. Otto, holding Tisha and Noemi, had already left the bustling treasure garden. Noemi couldn't contain her curiosity, e.g., what's so special about that tiny thing that Kimball coveted it so? Tisha also leaned in, e.g., how do you always find these treasures? The sisters asked non-stop, their breaths warm against Otto's ears. "I'm not sure myself. Let me explore it." Otto used Mystic True Jerry to wrap around the mustard seed of the universe. Suddenly, he felt as if he had entered a mysterious space, a vast void spanning nearly 100 cubic meters. Ordinary spatial artifacts could barely create a cubic meter, even top-tier ones barely reached 10. Otto pondered the vast space, especially considering the mustard seed was ownerless and would grow boundlessly within his Danteon under the nurturing of Mystic True Jerry. Wouldn't he eventually be able to incorporate an entire mountain into his inner world? With that thought, Otto used Mystic True Jerry to guide the mustard seed toward his mouth, intending to fuse it with his Danteon, ensuring no one could take it from him. Noemi looked on in surprise as Otto was about to swallow the grain-sized object, her lips parting slightly, e.g., what kind of miraculous elixir is this grain? Can it actually be ingested? At this moment, Otto's Dantian felt like it was being scorched by intense fire, leaving him no time to reply to Noemi. The mustard seed was desperately trying to embed itself into Otto's Dantian, but his Dantian had been nurtured by Mystic True Jerry since childhood and was as hard as Mystic Iron. A mere magical artifact dares to usurp dominance? Otto used his overwhelmingly powerful Mystic True Jerry to wrap around the restless mustard seed. After a while of struggling, the mustard seed finally calmed down, rotating rhythmically around Otto's Dantian like planets revolving around a star, endlessly spinning. The patterns on Otto's Dantian became more complex, and he sensed an incremental improvement in his strength. Seeing Otto with his eyes tightly closed and looking distressed, Tisha thought it must be a side effect from swallowing the grain. Noemi, quickly put Eddie on my back. We'll take turns carrying him to the hospital. Okay, this place is too remote. We should call a cab while walking. When Otto came out of his profound state, he felt himself being jostled around and smelled a faint fragrance near his nose. Damn, when did I end up on Tisha's back? However, Tisha's body scent was so pleasant that he couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. As Tisha carried Otto and ran, she panted heavily. You absolutely can't be in trouble. After all, I've never been moved by any man until now. Otto held his breath. If he had just wanted to savor the scent earlier, now it was truly difficult to stop. If Tisha knew he had heard her heartfelt confession, she would be furious. After running for a distance, Tisha soon became exhausted. Juan, Noemi, it's your turn to carry EG. Through this dense forest is the main road. Then we can hail a cab to the hospital. All right. Just as Otto was feeling sorry for Tisha and Noemi and was about to pretend to wake up, a piercing voice echoed at the edge of the dense forest. Hee, what a coincidence. We meet again. 3 benefactors. Chapter 80. The Ant Shaking the Tree. The wicked monk who had been coveting the mustard seed of the wish-fulfilling jewel at the entrance of the treasure garden now blocked the path of the 3. He cast a hot and greedy gaze at the Adelia and let out a vicious smile. Where are the 2 ladies in such a hurry to go? Why not travel with this old monk? The wicked monk fixed his gaze on Otto on Noemi's back. It seemed this young man must have directly swallowed the mustard seed of the wish-fulfilling jewel. The spirit within the supreme magical treasure was clashing with Otto's internal true chi. This naive young man could not bear the heavy load and had fainted. What a blessing in disguise. Seeing the wicked monk getting closer with ill intent, Noemi stepped forward to protect Otto behind her. Demon monk, what do you want? Don't you dare hurt Yanisi. Although Noemi was somewhat afraid facing the sinister old monk, she still stood up resolutely to block him. These 2 young ladies are so exquisite. Why don't you come and practice the dual cultivation way with this old monk? I can grant you eternal youth and immortality. Desire flashed across the eyes of the demon monk, who initially only planned to snatch away the mustard seed of the wish-fulfilling jewel. Unexpectedly, he would gain 2 beautiful women as an added bonus. His eyes grew more and more fanatical. Do not even dream about it. If you dare to touch Yanisi today, the Juan family will never let you off. Tisha angrily declared. Why don't the 2 of you just place the boy on the ground? This old monk cherishes beauties and does not wish to cause any harm. The wicked monk brought forth his wrinkled hands from beneath his robe and clasped them together. Evil monk, stop. Before Tisha finished her sentence, Otto secretly tapped her from behind, whispering into her ear, Tisha, let him come. Tisha understood, and a hint of regret appeared on her face. She then said to Kimball, all right, but you have to promise me to take what you want and leave without hurting Yanisi. How can you do this to Yanisi, Tisha? Noemi questioned. In fact, having Moa Chi, tacit understanding, for many years, Noemi knew this was definitely Otto's intention, naturally cooperating to play her role convincingly. Sure enough, Kimball believed her words, and a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. Amitba, a monk should be compassionate. After reclaiming my Buddhist treasure, I shall leave immediately. In truth, he refrained from attacking the defenseless Adelia because he feared they might get injured while resisting, something Kimball was not willing to see happen to such excellent subjects. Slowly approaching Otto, Kimball's eyes turned icy cold, sneering inwardly. If you had given me that mustard seed of the wish-fulfilling jewel earlier, why endure such pain? This is all your own doing. Suddenly, a glint approached. The wicked monk drew a scimitar from his robe, aiming for Otto's Dantian with precise brutality. Just as the blade neared, Otto suddenly opened his eyes, grabbing Kimball's wrist with his right hand shaped like an eagle's claw, twisting the knife. The tip of the blade pierced through Kimball's palm, emerging from the back of his hand. Feeling the searing pain in his palm, Kimball let out a heart-wrenching scream. Otto flipped up like a carp jumping over a dragon gate, delivering a powerful kick to Kimball's head. With a loud thud, Kimball flew backward uncontrollably for several meters before crashing into a tree. Abbot, do you like my surprise? Otto mocked the bloodied monk. You beast, how dare you trick this old monk? The monk endured the intense pain, channeling his true chi to stop the bleeding. Really? Initial stage of the profound realm, interesting. Otto assessed Kimball's strength as he circulated his true chi. However, Kimball's true chi was different from ordinary practitioners. There was a bone-chilling, evil aura emanating from deep within him. Standing beside him, the Adelia felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. A fierce and cruel expression appeared in Kimball's eyes. A string of prayer beads in his hand transformed into a string of skulls, and he recited strange scriptures, followed by a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, 6 skulls enlarged, emitting eerie blue ghost fire from their hollow skulls. To death with you! Roaring, those skulls seemed to gain wisdom, their flames growing more vigorous and sinister, connecting into one line to rush toward Otto together. These 6 skulls were refined by Kimball using the heads of experts at the profound realm, infused with countless drops of his lifeblood, making them his strongest trump card to kill enemies beyond his level. Even if Otto's realm was slightly higher, Kimball was confident Otto couldn't withstand the attack. Once Otto was burned by the ghostly erosive bone fire inside the skulls, he wouldn't survive for more than a cup of tea's time. Otto looked at the successive skulls, his eyes full of disdain. He had just obtained Aldo's scroll of 87 immortals, a painting masterpiece, while the world only knew it as a legendary beauty. According to the Shintian Tulu, this scroll of 87 immortals was imbued with Aldo's lifelong dedication and specifically suppressed all forms of evil spirits. Not to mention that this evil monk was only at the initial stage of the profound realm. Even if it were his ancestor who came today, they would have to bow twice before dying upon seeing Otto. A tiny ant trying to shake a tree, how laughably overconfident. Otto took out the scroll of 87 immortals from under the black cloth and waved it down. As he infused it with Shintian True Chi, the scroll instantly emitted a dazzling holy light. This light caused no substantial harm to ordinary people like Tisha and Noemi, but for the evil monk, it was excruciating pain. Under the holy light, the 6 skulls in front of Otto suddenly stopped in midair, emitting sizzling black smoke, and the netherworld bone fire within their skulls visibly diminished until it extinguished. What? Aldo's scroll of 87 immortals? You? Who are you really? The demon monk was struck with incomparable shock, hurriedly hiding behind a large tree to block the holy light emitted by the scroll of 87 immortals. However, the vitality in his body still irrevocably dissipated. In a moment, the demon monk lost any chance to speak again. Otto put away the scroll, sensing the dense evil chi permeating the forest. If left unchecked, it would certainly affect nearby civilians. He adjusted the Shintian Tulu, absorbing all the evil chi in the forest into his body. Once converted into pure and righteous Shintian True Chi, Otto's strength would increase accordingly. Tisha and Noemi, seeing the danger resolved, ran to Otto's side, touching here and there. Hey, why are you two poking me all over? Otto asked, opening his eyes after absorbing all the evil chi. Wah, what could I possibly want other than checking if Yanisi is hurt? Noemi shyly removed her hand from Otto's abs, secretly admiring how well-built he was. Recalling her embarrassing words earlier, Tisha blushed, lacking confidence as she asked Otto, Yanisi, were you awake all along, or did you wake up only after encountering that evil monk? Chapter 81. Is Amina wronged? Otto couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Tisha's evasive reply, and decided to tease her a little. It was when you were saying, Yanisi, nothing must happen to you, and that you've never been moved by any man before, that I woke up. Hearing Otto's mockery, Tisha bashfully swung her tiny fists, striking his chest neither too hard nor too softly. I did not. I just panicked seeing you about to go. After leaving the dense forest, the trio walked along the main road amidst playful squabbles. Men passing by stared at Otto enviously, wishing they could replace him immediately. After bidding farewell to the two Adelia, Otto prepared to drive away. In the latest BMW X7, with a mere thought, he placed the recently purchased cinnabar, yellow talisman paper, and other items into his storage space. This wondrous mustard seed truly is magical. When I return to Peach Blossom Village, I must show it off to the old man and let him drool over it. With an inexplicable urge, Otto started the car and headed towards Apricot Grove Community near Jiangzhou Hospital. It was the first place he had stayed after arriving in Jiangzhou and held countless memories. Sweet, bitter, happy, and sad. With Amina, this match made in heaven and earth. I wonder how this girl is doing during her studies in the capital. Has anyone bullied her? Calais, there's a world-class divine doctor right here, yet she insists on studying far away. Will she be wronged? Otto steered the wheel nonchalantly, muttering under his breath. Unit 2601, Building 3, Apricot Grove Community. The marble floor inside was spotlessly clean, and the minimalist style of the interior decoration gave off a cozy warmth. The nearly 200 square meter room felt a bit empty, and so did Otto's heart as he stood there. Recalling the days when Amina was around, even though they would often quarrel verbally, the steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast made them feel at home. With a thought, the cinnabar, yellow talisman paper, and other items reappeared on the table from his storage space. Following the instructions in the alchemy chapter of the Profound Heaven scripture, Otto began drawing talismans using cinnabar on the yellow paper. Concentration talisman. It can silently gather the spiritual energy within 10 miles, creating a haven for cultivation. With extremely high comprehension, Otto completed the concentration talisman in less than 10 minutes, feeling delighted as he sensed the mysterious fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. It's done. With this concentration talisman, cultivation will be super efficient. He repeated the process, skillfully drawing several types of talismans like Revitalization, Calm Mind, and Fiery Flame. He drew all the talismans that were unlocked in the Profound Heaven scripture. These talismans have numerous applications, achieving many things that true chi alone cannot do. These are indeed, tools for saving lives, not robbing. Otto packed all the scattered talismans back into his storage space, leaving only one concentration talisman for tonight's cultivation. He infused a bit of Profound Heaven True Jerry into the concentration talisman, and its complex patterns instantly attracted the surrounding spiritual energy. Within moments, the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius flowed steadily toward Otto without a sound. Amazing! The density of this spiritual energy rivals that of Peach Blossom Village. As Otto entered a meditative state, the Profound Heaven scripture went wild inside him, and his cultivation speed soared exponentially. He couldn't help but marvel. This concentration talisman is truly like a cow in Antarctica, superb beyond belief. Meanwhile, cultivators in Jiangzhou who were already rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns suffered. I've been in meditation for half a day, but no spiritual energy has come in, just PM 2.5? Am I cultivating in vain, or is something changing in Jiangzhou? Why can't I sense the spiritual energy in the air anymore? Damn heavens, won't you let us cultivate? Underneath the concentration talisman, Otto was oblivious to their plight, grinning widely. The next morning, a ray of sunlight fell on Otto's side face as he ended his overnight cultivation, feeling refreshed. If I had such conditions when I first arrived in Jiangzhou, I might have advanced to Earth Realm long ago. Otto stretched lazily inside. Just as he planned to enjoy a late breakfast followed by a nap, his phone rang. It was Amina calling. Did they install surveillance cameras at home? She knew I came back while being so far in the capital? Upon answering the call, he immediately heard Amina's voice, tinged with sobs. Otto, do you know what medicine to use for acute pediatric influenza? The attending physician asked me to give a fever-reducing injection, but the child's condition worsened afterward. Otto detected the anxiety in Amina's tone and comforted her. Don't worry, Jeryankian. Tell me the patient's symptoms in detail. Just unconscious, persistent high fever, and some children also vomit. Before Amina finished, her voice was interrupted by a rude male voice on the other end. Amina, the situation is critical now. Director Saul's son is in a coma. Do you still have the heart to make a phone call? If you can handle it, do it. If not, take off that white coat and get out of here. There was a clang on the other end as the phone was slammed down. Crane, I'm really sorry. I was just asking about the patient's condition, Amina said tearfully, apologizing weakly. Asking my ass. With me in charge, you still need to ask someone else? Don't embarrass yourself. The line went dead with beeping sounds, clearly hung up by the man. Otto couldn't help but feel angry as he put away his phone. Damn, my girl doesn't need your instruction? Such an obvious case of food poisoning, and you, as a director, misdiagnosed it as acute pediatric influenza and passed the buck to an intern. Kalen's Amina only told him she would continue her studies in the capital without specifying which hospital. Otto could only send her number to Griffin. Sure San, please check the IP addresses associated with this number for the past period and book me the fastest flight to the capital. Griffin was efficient. Otto looked at the name, by Tsao Hall in the chat window, his face cold. The score from last time outside UNG Tech hasn't been settled yet, and you dare to mess with me again. In the capital, by Tsao Hall. Claimed to be the top private hospital in the capital, by Tsao Hall boasted the best medical equipment and staff standards across the city. However, the exorbitant medical fees deterred many commoners, catering exclusively to the upper echelons of society in the capital. Crane, there are already 5 or 6 children admitted to the emergency room. Even after administering the fever-reducing injections as you instructed, their conditions haven't improved, a nurse at the ER entrance reported anxiously to Dante. Crane, Director Saul's son's condition has worsened with severe vomiting and diarrhea, another intern added. Dante's expression grew more anxious. Damn, today is cursed. So many kids showing the same symptoms. Chapter 82 The Incompetent Doctor at by Chao Tang. Amina, did you give Director Saul's son a sedative shot as I told you to? Dante shouted angrily at Amina. Amina stood rooted to the spot, tears welling up in her eyes, at a loss. I'm sorry, Crane. It doesn't comply with regulations, and I can't do it. Although she was just an intern, she knew that although a sedative could temporarily suppress a child's manic symptoms, it wouldn't help the condition at all and might even leave irreversible aftereffects. Hearing Amina's response, Dante grew red-faced with anger and snatched the syringe from her hand. What good are you? Why does Bai Chao Tang even keep you here? I'll do it myself. The reason he dared to inject the sedative first was that the director had already dispatched top pediatricians to diagnose the condition. What he needed to do now was merely stabilize these kids so as not to let the parents catch on. Dante strode into the emergency room. Seeing the boy lying on the bed, pale-faced, covered in cold sweat, and extremely weak, he hesitated momentarily with the raised syringe. Amina, didn't you hear me? Get over here and give the kid the injection right now. Dante barked. His idea was simple. If Amina gave the sedative and the boy's condition stabilized, he could claim credit. If it worsened, he could pin the blame entirely on Amina, preserving his own position. Clamping down on her resolve, Amina refused to take another step. Don't push your luck, Amina. Enraged, Dante advanced on Amina with a threatening presence. In one swift move, he lunged at Amina and raised his hand to strike. Terror-stricken, Amina squeezed her eyes shut awaiting the blow, but no pain came. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes to find Dante sprawled heavily on the ground in a miserable heap. A familiar and comforting figure loomed behind her. Instinctively turning around, she saw none other than Otto. Otto, how did you get here? Amina, carrying over a month of grievances, flung herself tearfully into Otto's broad chest. You were sobbing so uncontrollably on the phone. How could I not come? Besides, I heard a brute yelling at you on the other end, so naturally, I came to stand up for you, Otto said calmly as he embraced the weeping Amina. Struggling to his feet, Dante pointed at Otto and yelled, Where did you come from, hick? Do you know what happens when you assault a doctor at Bai Chao Tang? Otto looked at him nonchalantly. Not really. Why don't you enlighten me? Seeing Otto's indifferent expression, Dante felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Even the elites in Beijing called him Crane. Yet today, he suffered humiliation at the hands of some young punk. Very, very good. Let's see about this after I handle this matter. Dante, looking more like a street thug than a healer, picked up the fallen syringe without disinfecting it and started injecting it into the boy. Anxiously pulling on Otto's sleeve, Amina pleaded, Otto, the children are innocent. Please save them. He will harm them this way. Otto saw clearly that Dante intended to use a sedative to suppress the children's vomiting and diarrhea. It was too late to stop him now. Sure enough, after Dante injected the sedative, the boy's previously pained expression turned peaceful, as if he were taking an afternoon nap. A baron pushed open the door of the emergency room in a panic, searching anxiously. Director Saul, you're here. Under my treatment, the young master's condition has stabilized. He just needs follow-up care to make a full recovery, Dante greeted ingratiatingly. Relieved by his son's improved appearance, the man took out a card from his pocket and passed it secretly to Dante, praising him. As expected of Dr. Zhou, other hospitals couldn't handle it, but today we owe it all to you. Smiling more brightly upon receiving the card, Dante reassured him, Director Saul, rest assured. I'll do everything I can to ensure his recovery. Just then, the boy's previously calm face suddenly contorted in agony. White foam dribbled from his mouth, and he began to vomit violently. The monitoring equipment beside the bed flashed red warnings incessantly. His heart rate surged wildly, far beyond normal range. Dante's heart leapt into his throat. He had just administered the sedative. Why were the vital signs fluctuating so dramatically? The Baron grabbed Dante by the collar and shouted, What's going on? This is what you mean by his condition stabilizing. Director Saul, don't get agitated. Let me check again. It shouldn't be a big problem. Dante began to examine the boy's condition in a panic, but after checking for a long time, he still had no clue. As if driven by an unseen force, he picked up another syringe of sedative. Although he knew that administering another dose would certainly cause significant side effects for the boy, under the pressure from the director, he had no choice but to proceed. Otto said coldly, If you inject that boy with another sedative, even the best doctor can't save him. Sedative? Hearing Otto's words, the Baron was enraged and slapped Dante hard, shouting, Quack! You dare to give my son a sedative? If my son suffers any long-term effects, I'll send you straight to the crematorium. Otto walked straight to the bed and frowned, saying, Calimpal food poisoning, which could have been treated with just gastric lavage and intravenous fluids, has been worsened into severe myocardial damage by your one dose of sedative. At this point, the boy had already fallen into shock, with acute food poisoning worsening his condition. His vital signs were gradually fading away. The immediate priority was to stabilize the boy's vital signs. Otto took out a rejuvenation charm from his storage space and placed it in the boy's palm. Seeing Otto take out a talisman, Dante sneered, Using a charm to save someone? Should we find a shaman to perform rituals too? He was about to stop Otto when he hesitated, then shouted loudly, You're interfering with my medical procedures with witchcraft. You'll be held responsible for all consequences. Dante knew that the previous injection of sedative had caused the boy's condition to deteriorate, so he tried his best to clear himself of responsibility, wanting to protect his position at Bai Chaotang first. Ignoring Dante's barking, Otto focused entirely on treating the boy. After disinfecting the boy's skin, he immediately performed detoxification acupuncture, inserting silver needles into various acupoints on the boy's body. The needles trembled slightly as, under the influence of Otto's profound true chi, dark blood started oozing out from the needle points. Chapter 83. A quack also dares to take credit? Under the effect of the silver needles, the poisonous blood in the boy's body was gradually expelled, and his originally dangerous heart rate also returned to normal. His bodily functions were slowly recovering, but these changes weren't evident to Dante and the Baron. To them, Otto had simply unplugged the medical device wires from the boy and stuck needles into him haphazardly. Are you also a physician from the 100 Herbs Hall? Why aren't you even wearing a work uniform? The Baron was very dissatisfied with Otto's random acupuncture. Dante pinched his voice to mockingly say beside him, our physicians from the 100 Herbs Hall would never perform acupuncture recklessly in the ER. He is just the illicit lover of an intern in our department. He had just witnessed Amina hugging and cuddling Otto and firmly believed that they had an inappropriate relationship. Upon hearing that Otto wasn't even a doctor, the Baron became furious. You dare to treat my son without a practice qualification. If anything goes wrong? Before he could finish speaking, the boy woke up on the hospital bed. His originally pale complexion visibly improved, and he opened his mouth to speak to the Baron. Colin, I feel better now. I felt nauseous earlier and fell asleep for some time. Oh, Kaler, you are truly a divine doctor. The Baron's hand, which was about to strangle Otto, immediately switched to giving a thumbs up and came forward to shake hands with Otto. Several doctors in the emergency room were dumbfounded. They originally thought Otto was just a bumpkin who even superstitiously put talismans in patients' hands. Only Amina remained calm. She had seen Otto revive numerous patients at Jiangzhou Hospital countless times. It's impossible. This has no precedent in modern medicine. Dante looked incredulous. Although his medical skills were mediocre, he had seen famous doctors treating people in the capital city, none as dramatic as Otto. There is nothing unprecedented. It's your knowledge that is too shallow, Otto replied calmly. Then, he turned the boy over and began tapping moderately from the end of his spine 9 times, all the way up to the neck, in one fluid motion. After Otto performed the 9 strikes pursuing the heart, the boy vomited everything in his stomach onto the ground. Although the Baron couldn't understand Otto's methods, he didn't dare interrupt anymore. After Otto finished, he asked, Kaler, my son was fine until this morning. Why did he suddenly fall ill? It's food poisoning. The symptoms might be unusual due to this virus, so it wasn't detected by the hospital. Actually, gastric lavage at the beginning would have sufficed, but delaying worsened the condition, Otto replied. Seeing his son able to walk already, the Baron was delighted. He handed the card he originally intended for Dante to Otto. Young brother, you saved my son despite my disrespectful words. This is Saul's token of apology. Otto accepted it without refusing. Moreover, he was no longer in the medical system, so he had nothing to be wary of. Clarence settle one, drink more water when you go home. Your metabolic organs will expel any residual toxins. Okay, thank you, divine Dr. Giannis. The little boy nodded obediently at Otto. The Baron pulled the little boy away and said fiercely to Dante before leaving, unscrupulous person. For doctors like you without ethics, I, Director Saul, guarantee you'll be reported to the authorities. No, Director Saul, please listen to me explain. Dante felt extremely nervous because the other party was the director of the Public Security Bureau, making his words carry significant weight. Otto walked straight to Amina's side. Jerry Yankian, even such simple food poisoning they couldn't recognize. This is where you came to study in the capital? I. Amina was speechless for a moment. Her father had used connections to get her here to gain experience, but this hospital wasn't nearly as good as rumored. It appeared grand outside but was rotten inside. It was just a tool for wealth accumulation for a pharmaceutical family, even worse than Jiangzhou Hospital. Dante, now filled with anger and nowhere to vent, retorted upon hearing Otto's criticism of the 100 Herbs Hall. The 100 Herbs Hall isn't for you, a village bumpkin, to criticize. Just because you luckily cured one patient doesn't make you a divine doctor. It must have been my previous medication taking effect, and you got lucky by chance. Otto originally wanted to slap him right there, but held back seeing Amina's troubled expression. Forget it. This girl still needed to continue her studies in the capital. If he slapped him, Amina might face constant discrimination within the department later. Seeing Otto silent, Dante thought he was admitting guilt and became even more arrogant in his tone. As he was muttering to himself condemning Otto, the president of the first hospital of Jingxing, Lawrence Baoyuan, and the head of the medical administration department, Zerd, pushed the door open and entered. Dante immediately changed his expression to one of flattery. Why are the two leaders personally visiting the grassroots today? Zerd said anxiously, does your 100 Herbs Hall have a medical solution for the child with persistent high fever? Other hospitals have also started receiving children with similar special conditions. Dante sighed with relief. His mind became active. The medical administration department was the top boss of grassroots units. Today might be a good opportunity to impress the department head in front of him. After all, he had obtained this attending physician position through flattery. I have identified it. It's a special case of food poisoning that only requires gastric lavage followed by an 4 drip, Dante said confidently, parroting Otto's diagnosis word for word. President Lawrence Baoyuan of the Jingxing Hospital was half convinced, half doubtful. Dr. Zhou, do you have a successful cure case? In his impression, during annual meetings, Dante was always sycophantic, focusing more on social graces than medical skills. Of course I cured it. Dante raised his voice guiltily. Otto, this guy is stealing your thunder, Amina whispered. No worries, it's like watching a clown performance at the circus, Otto replied indifferently. This guy didn't even understand the premise of his diagnosis. Gastric lavage was only effective if done shortly after food poisoning. Now, the toxins had spread throughout the body via the bloodstream, making gastric lavage useless. Only using standard extraordinary acupuncture points, along with Shintian true energy could force out the toxins from the body. Zerd was still skeptical. Several hospitals in Jingxing have been helpless. Are you sure simple gastric lavage and intravenous fluids will work? Caught off guard by this question, Dante was in a bind. Recalling how Otto had treated the patient, he bluffed. It's not as simple as that. It also requires acupuncture to expel the toxins. Hearing this reliable answer, Lawrence Baoyuan was somewhat excited. Dr. Zhou, I didn't expect you to know acupuncture too. I'll transfer patients from other hospitals to your department now. Chapter 84. A catastrophic blunder. After hearing Lawrence Baoyuan's words, Dante was dumbfounded. He had only intended to put on a show for his superiors, never expecting it would backfire so badly. For a moment, his face showed indecision. Zared confirmed again, Dr. Zhou, since you've already cured one case, every child transferred to your department must be cured. The higher-ups are paying close attention to this matter. There can be no mistakes. Dante knew he was in a difficult position now, but could only grit his teeth and agree. Rest assured, Director Sure, this is just what I should do as a doctor. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He calmed himself down. He had watched Otto's treatment process clearly. The acupuncture sequence was Juyin, Ranxie, Shaha, Shaherxie, Higu, Herguxue. Even Otto, who lacked a medical license, could achieve this as a wandering healer. As a top graduate from Beijing's prestigious medical school, he should naturally do even better. One must enter the tiger's den to catch the cub. This was a great opportunity to impress the director of the medical administration department. If he did well, he could buy some media traffic later, and a bright future would await him. He probably wouldn't need to stay at the grassroots level anymore. After receiving Dante's affirmation, Zared made several phone calls to various hospitals. Director Burke, immediately send the sick children to Baicao Tang. Dr. Zhou in the emergency department has already cured one case. Vaughn, quickly transfer your son to Baicao Tang. Dr. Zhou in the emergency department has a definitive cure. Zared made over a dozen calls, transferring all affected children in Beijing to Baicao Tang. Dante nervously swallowed, trying to appear calm while rehearsing Otto's treatment method in his mind. Director Sure, why did dozens of children suddenly exhibit these strange symptoms in Beijing? Lawrence Baoyuan asked. News just came in. These children all come from the same primary school. According to the Regulatory Bureau's investigation, they all ate breakfast from street vendors near the school gate during the morning. Based on the investigation and Dr. Zhou's cured cases, it seems to be a special form of food poisoning, albeit with unusual symptoms, Zared said, giving Dante an approving glance. Dr. Zhou, rest assured, you've done a great service for Beijing. I'll definitely give high praise to the Director General for your work. Hearing Zared's praise, Dante managed a forced smile. Ahem. No problem. It's just what any doctor should do. Excellent. Baicao Tang is fortunate to have such a humble and capable doctor like you. Lawrence Baoyuan praised without reserve. Zared noticed Otto sitting on a chair with a furrowed brow. Is this person from your department? Why isn't he even wearing a uniform? Before Otto could respond, Dante, fearing exposure, cut in, Director Sure, this is Amina's boyfriend who came to see her during lunchtime. He added hastily, oh, right. She's not a full-time doctor, just here for internship. This is sheer nonsense. Emergency rooms deal with life and death situations. Young couples should leave their romances for after work. You young people have no respect for human life. Zared coldly snorted at Otto. Lawrence Baoyuan also walked up to Amina and sternly said, once you put on this white coat, you must remember your duty as a doctor. Besides, not just anyone can walk into Baicao Tang. Dante hurriedly stepped forward. Leaders, your education is correct. I will definitely criticize them strictly later. Then, speaking softly to Otto so only he could hear, you don't want to get caught for assaulting a doctor or practicing medicine without a license, do you? The threat was clear. If Otto didn't expose his lie in front of the two leaders, past events could be forgotten. A cold smile appeared on Otto's lips. Not only did this guy bully Amina, but he dared to threaten him. Did he think he could scare him? Stealing his work wasn't that easy. Otto wasn't one to back down. Ignoring everyone in the emergency room, Otto took Amina by the hand and led her out to sit down somewhere quiet. Pinching her cheeks playfully, he teased. Jeryankian, you must be exhausted from working hard this month. Your face looks pale. Want me to give you a little pampering tonight? Pampering? Amina was momentarily confused. Then memories of their passionate night flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush. She playfully hit Otto's chest, complaining, that night doesn't count because we were both drunk. And stop thinking about that night. Bad Otto? Otto looked bewildered. I meant to use traditional Chinese medicine to adjust your constitution tonight. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Amina naturally knew he was Gu Yi-1, feeling even more embarrassed and angry inside. As they were talking, a group of men in black suits and polished leather shoes came down the elevator. 4 of them carried a medical stretcher on which lay a little boy with a painful expression. Vaughn, I just finished calling you, and you're already here. Zared greeted respectfully at the elevator entrance. How could I not be worried seeing my son like this? Let's skip the pleasantries. Get Dr. Zhou over here to examine him immediately. The Baron looked extremely anxious. Alexis, yes, Crane, please come and treat young Master Zhang immediately. Zared didn't dare to waste any more time on formalities and got straight to the point. The man who arrived was none other than Bridger, the eldest son of the Jiang family, who had immense influence in the business circles of the capital. The Jiang family's enterprises covered real estate, mineral resources, hotels, catering, and even had significant influence in the healthcare sector. Various hospitals relied on Jiang family companies for imported medical devices, meaning that offending Bridger would leave one without refuge in the capital. Such a powerful figure was treated as an esteemed guest by every hospital, with no room for mistakes. Dante walked toward the bed where the boy lay, taking a deep breath. This moment would determine his success or failure. If he succeeded, he could rise rapidly with the Jiang family's support, achieving both fame and fortune. If he failed, Dante shuddered at the thought of the consequences. Crane, if you can cure my son, the Jiang family will owe you a favor, Bridger said with a determined look. After all, he only had this one son, and there could be no mistakes. Vaughn, rest assured. As a doctor, it is my professional duty to give it my all. Dante appeared resolute, causing everyone present to have a higher opinion of him. Move the gastric lavage machine to the bedside and set up the drainage and inlet tubes. Dante directed his subordinate doctors. He then proceeded to perform gastric lavage on the little boy. As the stomach contents were drained, the boy actually showed slight improvement, although he was still far from fully recovered. Crane's skills are indeed remarkable. A condition that left other major hospitals helpless seems so simple under your hands. Lawrence Baoyuan praised. Chapter 85 Exposure. Seeing the boy's symptoms improving, Dante heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that following Otto's method indeed worked. Bridger said, Crane, I entrust my son's safety entirely to you. Hearing that Bridger now addressed him as Crane rather than Dr. Zhou, an internal wave of satisfaction surged within Dante. Fame and fortune were almost within his grasp. The next step is for me to perform acupuncture on Desi Jiang, and he will recover shortly, Dante said confidently. Then, replicating Otto's technique, he retrieved a silver needle and inserted it into the boy's acupoint. At the moment the needle pierced in, The boy's facial features contorted painfully, becoming disoriented and murmuring weakly. Why does my son look so agonized, Dr. Zhou? Bridger frowned, questioning. Not knowing how to answer, Dante bluffed. Don't worry, Vaughn. This is normal. Gradually, Desi will build up a tolerance. The others stopped asking questions at his confident demeanor as Dante carefully administered the second needle. Lower he point. With the needle's penetration, the boy's body started convulsing severely, visibly paling. Seeing this, Dante swiftly stabbed the third needle, hoping the boy's symptoms would ease. Higa point. As soon as the third needle pierced the skin, a shrill alarm from the life monitoring equipment sounded throughout the emergency room, flashing red lights causing everyone's hearts to constrict. Muscle spasms began. Saliva bubbled at the corner of the boy's mouth, and his breathing grew erratic. After flipping open the boy's eyelids, Lawrence Baoyuan sternly asked, Pupils are dilating, Dante. Is this your idea of a complete cure? Bridger became more agitated, grabbing Dante by the collar and yelling, Quack! What happened to my son? If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow morning's sun. Dr. Zhou, do you realize what consequences arise from medical negligence leading to a patient's death? Zared coldly remarked. Dante's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees as if his soul had been ripped away. Cold sweat dripped profusely. The situation was no longer about losing his job. If the Jiang family's young master died under his hands, he might truly never see the next day's sun. No matter how hard he tried, Dante couldn't figure out why his exact replication of Otto's steps and techniques had led to this dire outcome. Coward! Why are you kneeling? Quickly get up and treat my son. Bridger roared. However, Dante's legs refused to obey, utterly terrified. Seeing he had lost all ability to treat, Lawrence Baoyuan could only remove the needles from the boy's body, yet there was no improvement in symptoms. With the boy's condition worsening, Zaire demanded, Explain yourself, Dante. Why did the previous patient succeed while this one doesn't? Dante knelt, stuttering but unable to speak coherently. Other doctors in the emergency room interjected, Director Sure, the previous patient wasn't cured by Crane but by Amina's boyfriend. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Fool. You've let greed cloud your mind and dared to falsify records with human lives at stake. Lawrence Baoyuan couldn't contain himself, furious, and kicked Dante. Realizing the truth, Bridger rushed outside the ward and shouted, Who is Amina? Amina looked up bewildered. That's me. May I help you? Upon seeing Otto beside Amina, Bridger strode over earnestly and pleaded, Kaler, you must be Amina's boyfriend? Was the last patient cured by you? My son is now in critical condition. Please lend a hand. You have my word. Once this is resolved, the Jiang family will compensate you greatly. Moved by the man's sincerity, and unwilling to watch a young life slip away, Otto agreed. Entering the emergency room, Zaire and Lawrence Baoyuan blushed, remembering they had wrongly expelled Otto. Kaler, please accept my apology for my earlier rashness. Please don't hold it against us, Zaire apologized to Otto. Looking at the critically ill boy on the bed, Otto waved Zaire off and said calmly, This isn't the time for apologies. Let's focus on saving the patient. Stepping quickly to the bedside, Otto placed a revival charm in the boy's palm. Instantly, the boy's vital signs stabilized on the monitor, and the red alarms ceased. Holding a silver needle, Otto pierced it into the boy's T on 2 point. Instantly, the boy ceased convulsing. No more white foam bubbled at the corner of his mouth, and his facial features gradually relaxed. You don't have to, Bridger swallowed the words back as he had initially been wary after witnessing Dante's acupuncture. When he saw Otto about to perform acupuncture, he wanted to stop him but unexpectedly, with just one needle from Otto, his son's condition visibly improved. What don't you want me to do? Otto paused and asked. Don't stop. Kaler, you are truly a living Huatu. This is the first time I, Bridger, have seen such miraculous medical skills. Bridger smoothly covered up his hesitation without breaking a sweat. Otto found this amusing internally but continued administering the needles. He used the same orthodox extraordinary acupoint detoxification technique on the boy, and strands of toxic blood seeped out from the puncture sites. Beside him, Lawrence Baoyuan seemed to witness something extraordinary and exclaimed in shock. Orthodox extraordinary acupoint detoxification needle. This is actually the long-lost orthodox extraordinary acupoint detoxification needle. As the dean of the top hospital in Beijing, he had only read about this technique in ancient medical texts and never expected to see it with his own eyes. While everyone was still marveling, Otto had already completed the acupuncture process. He then turned the boy over and delivered 9 successive palm strikes. The boy vomited a mass of contaminants and slowly opened his eyes. The pursuing heart 9 sounds? What ancient medical school does Kaler belong to, using these lost techniques from ancient times? Lawrence Baoyuan was now profoundly stunned. Otto responded calmly, You flatter me. These are just some folk remedies I learned from my master in the village. Nothing close to being lost martial arts. Although Bridger didn't understand terms like pursuing heart 9 sounds, seeing his lively son before him made it obvious even to someone thinking with their toes that Otto's medical skills were profound beyond comprehension. Kaler, you are indeed a divine doctor. My son is the only heir of our generation in the Jiang family. Your actions today are no less than saving the Jiang family lineage. Chapter 86. 1 Day of Marriage, 800 Days of Grace. Bridger grew increasingly agitated as he rummaged through all his pockets, then said with a sheepish expression, Kaler, I left in a hurry today. You saved my son, but I forgot to bring the consultation fee. Here, take my card for now. There's a silver Bentley Continental GT downstairs. You can drive it first. Later, I'll arrange for it to be transferred to your name. Bridger handed the car keys to Otto. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The value of a Bentley Continental GT would easily reach around 3 million. How much could they earn working hard in the hospital for a whole year? In just half an hour, Otto had earned more than what they could save up in 10 years. Of course, Bridger's intention wasn't simply to thank him. As a businessman, he had keen insight and realized that befriending a top-notch physician like Otto could mean an extra lease on life for the Jiang family in the future. Otto calmly accepted the keys. After all, he had received a luxurious villa when he treated Hayes in Jiangzhou, so a $3 million car no longer caused ripples in his heart. But since he had flown to the capital, having another vehicle at hand wasn't bad. Seeing Otto's unruffled demeanor, Bridger became even more convinced of his initial assessment. Before leaving with his son, he left Otto his phone number. Mr. Andrew, the Jiang family owes you a huge favor. Feel free to call if you need anything. After Bridger left, Otto cured all the children who had been transferred to Baichao Garden Hospital. Zaire looked at the empty emergency room. The heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. Fortunately, there hadn't been any major disaster, or he might have lost his position. Resolving this crisis in a subordinate hospital under his jurisdiction meant he had made some contribution. Lawrence Baluan had just recovered from shock. Clarence settled Giannis Andrew, your medical skills are truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if, Dean Lawrence, you don't need to say more. I already have a disciple. From Lawrence Baluan's body language, Otto could tell whether he was going to fart loudly or silently, but he genuinely had no interest in taking on more disciples, especially after accepting Daeon and Jiangzhou. Alright, since Clarence settled Giannis Andrew says so. Although we don't have the bond of master and disciple, could you possibly spare some time to discuss medicine with me? Lawrence Baluan looked regretful. He had dedicated himself to the art of medicine, and it pained him not to be able to become a disciple of such a skilled doctor. At least discussing medicine was something he could hope for. Discussion is fine, Otto replied. Beside him, Zared added, Mr. Andrew, you've really helped me out today. If there's ever anything I can assist you with, don't hesitate to ask. Just as Otto was about to leave the emergency room with Amina, he suddenly noticed Dante slumped on the ground. Director Sure, I actually need your help right now. Mr. Andrew, please speak, said Zared. Dante, looking at Otto's cold gaze, seemed to guess what he was about to say and pleaded pitifully. Director Sure, as the head of the department, forcing subordinates to use sedatives isn't professional behavior, Otto slowly stated. What? Dante, you not only claimed credit under false pretenses almost causing a serious mistake, but you also acted without medical ethics. Zared understood immediately what Otto meant. Kneeling on the ground with a dead white face, Dante begged, Director Sure, Mr. Andrew, please forgive me this once. I'm willing to resign. Otto glanced at him disdainfully and shook his head. That's not enough. His actions have already violated the law. Let's hand him over to the police. Panicking, Dante clumsily knelt before Otto again, sobbing. Mr. Andrew, I was wrong to shout at your girlfriend and force her to inject the patient with sedatives. Please, Giannis Andrew, show mercy this time. Otto felt anger rise at the thought of Dante's despicable actions. Show mercy to you? Then who will show mercy to those children who suffered because of your selfishness? Should innocent lives be mere stepping stones for your career advancement? If I hadn't stopped you today, that boy would have received 2 large doses of sedatives. Do you know how severe the aftereffects would be? Still unwilling to give up, Dante inched closer, trying to grab Otto's legs. Otto kicked him away with disdain. If you want to cry, do it somewhere else. Don't smear your snot and tears on me. A fellow doctor, Lawrence Baluan, chimed in, I agree with Mr. Andrew. It's best to hand such unethical practitioners who harm patients over to the police. I'll gather evidence against him. We mustn't go easy on these parasites. Zared had already dialed the police station, explaining the situation. Dante was now facing legal judgment and imprisonment. Otto held Amina's hand as they walked out of the emergency room, with Lawrence Baluan following behind. Mr. Andrew, with such superb medical skills, I wonder if you would be willing to work at our Capital First Hospital. At least as a chief physician, Lawrence Baluan said. Thank you, President Lawrence, for your recognition. However, I previously worked at Jiangzhou Hospital, and it doesn't quite suit me to fit into the hospital system. So I appreciate your offer but have to decline. Lawrence Baluan felt somewhat disappointed hearing Otto's polite refusal, but then thought that with Otto's exceptional skills, the rigid structure of the hospital might indeed hold him back. After leaving by Chow Garden, Otto pulled Amina into the silver Bentley Continental GT. Coweting in the passenger seat, Amina seemed somewhat uneasy. Otto, thank you for coming to help me today. She had called Otto in the morning only to ask about the patient's condition, but didn't expect him to fly directly to her side to resolve the trouble. If Otto hadn't come, Dante would surely have shifted all the blame onto her. No need to thank me. 1 day of marriage, 100 days of grace. Even a kitchen knife cannot be wielded carelessly. Although you left without telling me, I've already forgiven you. Otto pinched Amina's cheeks playfully. Amina blushed furiously. Don't talk nonsense. Though you helped me today, don't think I won't punish you when needed. She brandished her little fist threateningly, which looked rather cute with her pouting lips. What did I say wrong? Wasn't it you who denied any relation after getting dressed, and left me alone in an empty room the next morning? Otto feigned grievances, using a move designed to leave women speechless. Sure enough, Amina was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. I thought since you were already married to Kalister Yuching, I shouldn't get entangled anymore, so I left. Otto hummed a tune while driving. You hurt me, yet you laughed it off. This enraged Amina in the passenger seat. A month hasn't changed you. You're still such a scoundrel. Chapter 87 The Incident at the Wine House. Otto was driving his Bentley Continental at a low speed on the main road. He turned his head to Amina, who was in the passenger seat, and said, Jerry Yankian, Mingxuange on the left looks quite good. Let's go there for dinner. Mingxuange is the top wine house in the capital. We should just go somewhere else? Thought of Otto's current financial strength, Amina smiled bitterly and swallowed back what she wanted to say. She had learned from Vicky what Otto had done after going to Rupertune. Now the entire Rupertune was practically under Andrew's surname. How could he care about the money for a meal? Instead, since Sean's Asher passed away, the Clarenson family no longer dared to provoke Otto and could only vent their anger on the Adam family. As a second-tier family who had just entered the ranks of Jiangzhou, the Adam family couldn't withstand such attacks. Her father was now almost declaring bankruptcy, being extremely distressed every day. Amina was afraid to trouble Otto with these matters and did not tell him. After parking the car in the parking lot of Mingxuange, Otto led Amina toward the inside of the wine house. The first meal after divorce from my ex-wife. How can we just go anywhere? Just pick the expensive dishes later. I'm determined to be the generous one today. In his heart, he felt more regret and guilt towards Amina. Before, they lived under the same roof, quarreling every day. But now he pitted her even more. A girl came to the capital alone, thousands of miles away from home. She must have endured countless hardships during this time out of his sight. Indeed, Mingxuange was an extravagant wine house listed among the best in the capital. Its decor adopted a luxurious Western style, being grand yet tasteful. Kaler, may I ask if you have a reservation? A service staff from the lobby approached them, slightly bowing. VIP Area 1. Otto showed the confirmation of his reservation on his phone to the waiter. Alright sir, please follow me. Otto took Amina to the VIP Area 1 on the top floor. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of half the city, with Otto and Amina sitting face to face. Kaler, madam, here is our menu. Please look through it and let us know your order. Kalen's guests could place orders via tablet. The server exited to ensure privacy. Coweting somewhat stiffly on the sofa, Amina pushed the menu to Otto. You can choose. Just as Otto was about to pick up the menu, his phone rang. He gave an apologetic look to Amina, Jeryankian. I need to take a call. You can order first. Hello, Mr. Andrew. This is Bridger. Is this a convenient time for us to meet? An adult male voice sounded on the phone. It was indeed Bridger from Baikayatang. Otto, standing in the hallway, said, remember, I'm at Mingxuange. What is it, Vaughn? That's great. Mingxuange is one of the Jiang family's properties. I've been wondering what consulting fee to offer you. Now it seems I found a suitable choice. Bridger said excitedly. Meanwhile, Amina was staring anxiously at the menu. 2,200 renminbi for Clover cod, 4,999 renminbi for charcoal grilled M7 ribeye, and 20,000 renminbi for a bottle of wine. She hesitated and ticked a few relatively affordable dishes on the menu. Though Otto insisted on treating her, Amina didn't want him to spend too much. Isn't this our hardworking intern Dr. Amina from the emergency department? An unpleasantly sharp voice broke the silence. A heavily made-up woman with a pretentious gait, holding a man's arm with challenging eyes, walked towards Amina. The man named Goss was around 30 years old, wearing a well-tailored Armani suit. He deliberately exposed a pure silver Gucci belt, looking like a successful businessman. However, his small stature clashed with the overpowering suit, making him look rather comical upon closer inspection. The woman clinging to his arm, Valerie, was originally also an intern doctor in the emergency department. But compared to medical skills, she was better at sleeping with different men. Now, having hooked up with Goss, she had become a hospital administrator. Standing before Amina, Goss said condescendingly, Amina, are you able to visit such high-end places with your salary? Being a manager at Baikayatang, he knew all about the intern's wages. With Amina's monthly salary, it would barely cover the appetizers here. Actually, when Amina first came to the hospital, Goss had been infatuated with her. No matter how much he flirted, Amina always remained icy cold, rejecting his advances and causing him significant frustration. Amina didn't want to waste her words on such people. She just lifted her head and said indifferently, whether I can afford it or not is none of your business, Mr. Burke. But please move, you're ruining my appetite. Goss looked at Amina, who still maintained the appearance of an ice beauty, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within him. No woman he had set his eyes on had ever resisted him. Amina, what high horse you ride on? His eyes lit up when he saw the number plate on the table and yelled angrily, ruining your appetite? Damn it, you're the one occupying our spot. Open your dog eyes and see who's the VIP for Area 1. Valerie stood by arrogantly, feeling a twisted pleasure watching Goss berate Amina. As a woman, she envied Amina's looks and figure from the bottom of her heart, and Amina's aloof attitude toward her admirers deeply hurt her self-esteem. Goss was about to tear Amina's collar and drag her off the seat. Just as he was about to grab Amina's collar, a large hand caught his wrist, stopping him in his tracks with immense strength. Valerie immediately shrieked at Otto. Which servant are you, daring to challenge Desi Burke? Go away and serve your meal. Otto's lips curled into a cold sneer, saying calmly, I'm Amina's man. If I see you ordering her around again, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Goss's face turned grim upon hearing Otto's words, then he scoffed at Amina. I thought you were too high and mighty? Turns out any servant can get you into bed. Worthless tramp. With that, he looked arrogantly at Otto, spitting on the ground before him. Today, whether you're a servant or not, clean this mess up in front of me and polish my shoes. These shoes are custom-made by Gucci's top-notch tailors. Be careful when polishing. If they're ruined, selling your underwear won't cover the cost. Goss sneered. The mere thought of his previously adored goddess dating this shabby-looking young man drove him mad with jealousy, possibly already having slept with Otto. Chapter 88. This spot was reserved by me. Otto's face was so sullen that it could freeze ice. Get out of here. Don't ruin my appetite. Amina tugged at Otto's sleeve, not wishing to cause trouble for Otto due to her own reasons. Forget it. We can eat somewhere else. There's no need to get angry over such people. The Burke family in the capital was a top player in the healthcare industry and held significant influence throughout the city. Although Goss was only a collateral branch member, she still did not want to cause trouble for Otto. Bitch, is it your place to interject when Desi Burke is speaking? You're pretending to be an aristocrat while dating a waiter, Valerie said sarcastically in a shrill voice. After saying this, she looked at Otto arrogantly. Desi Burke is a VA here. It's an honor for you to polish his shoes as a waiter. Look at your shabby clothes. You can't even afford a uniform? Valerie's flattery greatly pleased Goss. He looked at Otto disdainfully and said, I haven't seen you before when I often came here. Wearing such cheap knockoffs from a street vendor is just embarrassing for Mingxuange. Here's a deal. I'm quite close with Vaughn, the owner of this restaurant. If you serve me well today, it would only take one word from me to have you promoted to a regular staff member. Goss had already prejudged that Amina's indifference towards him earlier was all an act, thinking even a waiter could date her, but he, the young master of the Burke family, would be ignored. I'm in a good mood today, and don't want to quarrel with you. But let me say this one last time. Get lost. Otto exuded a chilly aura. Goss, who was closest to Otto, was startled. Then he yelled with false bravado. Not quarreling with me? A waiter telling me to leave? Goss laughed dramatically, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. You damn waiter can't keep your place? Using your position to snatch our spot and still act righteous. Now, change your tune and bark like a dog on the ground, or I'll make sure you have no place in this city. He then turned to Amina, softening his tone, Jeryankian. Although I don't know why you rejected me before. If you accompany me tonight, you won't need these waiters to access high-class places anymore. In the future, I'll take you around the fancy spots in the city for photos. Standing nearby, Valerie anxiously pulled on Goss's arm, cooing softly, Desi Burke, if you do this to her, what about me? Otto was thoroughly provoked by this brat with a screw loose in his head. Not wanting to argue with him, he still acted up. Digging trenches under his nose right in front of him truly gave him too much leeway. In one swift move, he grabbed Goss by the collar and threw him several meters away. Otto glanced back at Valerie. I don't hit women. Help your man to his feet and get out of my sight within 5 seconds. Valerie stared dumbfounded. A waiter dares to hit Desi Burke? You won't have a place in this city anymore. She ran worriedly to Goss's side and helped him up slowly. Goss felt his whole body as if his bones were going to fall apart after being thrown. He pointed at Otto and cursed. Kid, you dared to lay a hand on me. Do you know the consequences? He was so enraged that blood surged through him. His pride as a man made him want to pummel Otto, but his better judgment told him that with his weakened constitution from drinking and womanizing, he'd only end up getting beaten. After hesitating for a moment, a sinister smile appeared on Goss's lips as he dialed a number. Leroy, this is Goss. I've never been hit by a waiter in any restaurant in this city. Are you planning on keeping this place open? Please wait a moment, Desi Burke. I will check the situation immediately. Leroy rushed upstairs with 6 security guards. He paid close attention to rich kids like Goss because they kept the business running. He couldn't offend anyone, especially his big spenders. Ouch, Desi Burke. Who dared to touch you here? Leroy flattered as he hurried to Goss's side. Seeing the manager come over, Goss became even more arrogant, pointing at Otto and shouting, "This bastard. A waiter, daring to hit a customer. I think your Minkschwange needs a serious reformation." Valerie chimed in beside him. Exactly. Are any riffraff allowed to work in your restaurant? It was a rare chance for her to visit a high-end place like Minkschwange, so naturally, she seized this opportunity to show off. Leroy glanced at Otto in the direction Goss was pointing and then frowned, saying, "Desi Burke, you must have misunderstood. Our waiters are all required to wear uniforms and undergo professional training. He's definitely not one of our restaurant staff." Goss wore a look of disbelief. Impossible. That woman is merely an intern doctor under me, earning $3,000 a month and always choosing the cheapest food in the canteen. How could she possibly afford to dine here at Minkschwange? As for that poor boy, it's even more unlikely. His entire wardrobe can't amount to more than a few hundred. How could he afford such an upscale place? Valerie added with exaggerated expression, "Desi Burke is right. If that boy didn't abuse his position as a waiter, how could this vixen sit in our spot pretending to be a noblewoman? She probably took countless photos to fish for sugar daddies online." After listening to the two, Leroy cast a dark look at Otto. Dining at Minkschwange requires prepayment and reservation. How did you manage to get into the VIP area? Otto furrowed his brows after hearing the manager's words. As a manager, he should not baselessly criticize another guest just on Goss's word, truly demonstrating the extreme favoritism. He coldly replied, "As the manager of Minkschwange, is this how you speak to guests? I reserved my table through legitimate means." "What? Do you have a rule that prohibits casual attire? Can't I eat here just because I'm wearing casual clothes?" Goss snorted. "Poor scum. Minkschwange isn't a place for bums like you. I spend on a single dinner what you earn in a year. Destined to eat cheap street food, but insists on pretending to be a noblewoman here," Valerie said with disdain while looking at Amina. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Leroy knew he had to stop this farce immediately as a manager to avoid affecting other diners' experiences. It would be better to bully this poor kid, rather than offend a rich young master. After all, there wouldn't be any consequences. Leroy looked sternly at Otto. "Kaler, this is your last warning. Please leave the seat that doesn't belong to you, and apologize to Desi Burke." Otto's expression turned cold as he spoke in a grave tone. "I will say this one last time. This seat was reserved by me." Chapter 89. The clown turned out to be myself? Leroy has been working in Minkschwange for more than a decade. Who among those who come here to spend are not elegantly dressed, influential figures with prominent names in the capital city? With his discerning eye for people, the young man in front of him didn't look like someone who could afford to spend at Minkschwange at all, let alone be seated in the VIP Zone 1, where spending starts from tens of thousands. He made up his mind and said, "Kaler, a wise man knows when to yield. I'm giving you one last chance. I hope you don't misbehave or else it will be very embarrassing for you when exposed in public." Otto's face was dark. "Is this how you manage the restaurant? Judging people by their appearances? Unfortunately, you've made a mistake." Goss picked up the menu that Amina had ordered from, mocking, "Jerry Yankian. Do you only order the cheapest dishes because you're with this kind of person? Let me tell you, the sum of these dishes doesn't even meet the minimum consumption requirement." Then he turned to Leroy and said, "There's no need to waste words on this kind of pretentious person. Leroy, if you hesitate like this next time, I won't come to Minkschwange again." Leroy broke into a cold sweat under Goss's pressure. Seeing Otto still unmoved, with disdain even showing on his face, he scolded angrily, "Then don't blame us for being impolite at Minkschwange. Men, grab this incompetent brat and take him to the police station." Calic security guards swiftly walked up to Otto upon receiving orders, rushing forward to lift Otto out. At this moment, a robust voice echoed from the elevator entrance. "You've all lost your minds. Who dares to lay hands on Mr. Andrew?" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, seeing Bridger running over with anger on his face. The moment Leroy saw Bridger, he welcomed him up fawningly with the demeanor of a servant, saying flatteringly, "Trina Jiang, why did you come to Minkschwange today personally?" "Oh, there was a minor dispute just now. This poor boy sneaked into our VIP area, but I'll have the guards throw him out immediately." He looked at Bridger with an eager-to-please gaze, hoping for praise for his diligence. Slap. Unexpectedly, what came was not praise but a slap from Bridger. Bridger was so enraged after listening to Leroy that he shook all over, roaring furiously, "Blind fool, incapable and meddlesome. I'll have the guards take you to the police station first." He couldn't understand why Minkschwange chose such a useless manager in the first place. He wished he could treat Otto as a distinguished guest, trying hard to make friends with him. However, these thoughtless subordinates ruined all his previous efforts. Now he only hoped that Otto wouldn't resent him. Leroy, still clueless about the situation, stood rooted to the spot, touching the burning patch on his face blankly. Bridger walked up to Otto awkwardly, apologizing, "Mr. Andrew, I'm sorry. My subordinate acted rashly, causing you trouble. I'll get to the bottom of this and give you a proper explanation." Otto's expression softened, saying calmly, "It's all right, Vaughn. It's just a minor incident." Bridger went straight to the stunned Leroy and questioned, "What exactly happened? Tell me the whole story clearly." At this point, Leroy felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Who would have thought that despite Otto's unremarkable appearance, Trina Jiang respected him so much? He lowered his head, rolling his eyes around before speaking cautiously. "Trina Jiang, Desi Burke claimed that Mr. Andrew was a waiter who sneaked in, telling me to kick him out. That's how I messed up big time." After hearing this, Otto snickered inwardly, pushing all the blame onto others. As the hotel manager, he conveniently omitted his own actions of judging people by their appearances and bullying the weak with power. "Burke Shao, eldest son of the Burke family, Farrell?" Bridger asked suspiciously. Beside them, Goss hurriedly stepped forward, extending his right hand respectfully. "Vaughn, Farrell is my older brother. I'm Goss. How can I remember having any direct lineage youth named Goss in the Burke family?" Bridger asked coldly. Seeing Bridger's indifferent tone and lack of intention to shake hands, Goss awkwardly withdrew his suspended right hand, explaining timidly, "Vaughn, I am from the collateral line of the Burke family. My usher had dinner with you a few years ago. He often speaks of your business acumen." Before Goss could finish, Bridger waved him off. "Quite the grand show you put on. When did the collateral young members of the Burke family dare to call themselves Desis in the capital?" I. Goss choked, unable to respond. In the capital, he indeed couldn't be called a young master. At best, he was a wealthy young man who liked to show off. Normally, he just flaunted himself in front of ordinary people, using his managerial position in the Baikatang family business to take advantage of young and attractive doctors. If Bridger really wanted to crush him, it would be even easier than crushing an ant. Wine sack and rice bag, look at what you've done. To offend Mr. Andrew for such a spoilt brat. Do you know how many prestigious families in the capital are willing to befriend Mr. Andrew? Trina Jiang, please forgive me this time. Leroy knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Bridger beckoned to the black-clothed man behind him, who immediately stepped forward with a sealed file folder. After receiving the folder, Bridger handed it over to Otto. Mr. Andrew, I have prepared the transfer contract for Mingxuange. From now on, Mingxuange will be removed from the Jiang family's assets. You will be the new owner and sole shareholder of Mingxuange. Then he raised his voice and shouted, the 2,000 employees of Mingxuange, from now on your new boss is Mr. Andrew. Mingxuange no longer belongs to the Jiangs, but to the Andrews. At this statement, everyone present was stunned. Valerie had never imagined that the penniless man she looked down upon would suddenly become the owner of Mingxuange. As Otto's girlfriend, Amina's status also soared accordingly. Considering the Tuntu Tunjin, extremely valuable land, in the capital, just the area occupied by Mingxuange was worth tens of millions. Not to mention the renovation, restaurant facilities, and the accumulated reputation and connections over the years, its value exceeded 1 billion yuan. Goss wore an expression of utter disbelief. Mingxuange was a business that the Jiang family had meticulously operated for many years. How could Otto, having no blood relation to the Jiang family, just get it so easily? However, the fact stood before his eyes. His face burned hotly. Just a few minutes ago, he had mocked Otto as a waiter here, only to find out a few minutes later that the latter became the owner of Mingxuange. It turned out he was the clown himself. Mr. Andrew, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. From the moment I handed over the documents to you, everything at Mingxuange is under your control, Bridger said, firmly gripping Otto's hand. No problem, Vaughn. Go ahead with your business. I'll handle things properly, Otto replied. Chapter 90. Put on the attack speed shoes well. Only after Bridger left did Leroy fully recover from his shock and understand the current situation. The young man in front of him had truly become his boss, able to decide his fate with a single word. Without hesitation, Leroy slapped himself several times, ignoring the burning pain on his face. He crawled to Otto's feet and pleaded. Trina Andrew, I was blind as a bat just now, like floodwaters rushing into the Dragon King's temple. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. Please be merciful. Otto looked down at him disdainfully and said coolly, you don't have to kneel. Don't call me boss either. Mingxian Pavilion can't accommodate someone like you. You'd better find another job. When Leroy heard that Otto wanted to fire him, this nearly 50-year-old man started to sob and beg more earnestly. Trina Andrew, please don't fire me. I've worked diligently in Mingxian Pavilion for over a decade. No one is more suitable for this position than me. Having me here can create more value for you. A man's knees are said to be worth their weight in gold, but he disregarded that at this moment. As long as Otto agreed to keep him, he would even smile while defecating on himself. He had spent over 10 years climbing to his current position in Mingxian Pavilion. If Otto fired him today, he would have to start from scratch tomorrow, perhaps washing dishes in another restaurant. Otto remained unmoved. I remember telling you several times before that I reserved the VIP area number 1, yet you refused to believe it and acted arrogantly. This could have been solved by simply checking the reservation records, but you chose to use force at the security guard's request to impress Goss. I won't tolerate favoritism among the managers towards wealthy guests. Goss sneered coldly, reverting to his earlier arrogant demeanor after Bridger left. Are you really mistaking chicken feathers for arrows? It's clear that area number 1 was reserved by me, yet you're trying to frame Leroy? With that, he pulled out his phone, opened the reservation record, and showed it to Leroy, confidently stating, Leroy, it clearly states area number 1 here. This guy insists it's his dining area. How ridiculous. Get up. There's no need to kneel before someone who twists facts. I'll help you with your job issues. Seeing the red background of area number 1 in Goss's reservation record, Leroy became furious. He grabbed Goss by the neck, roaring, are your eyes blind? Purple is for nobility. The purple background indicates the VIP area. The red background is for ordinary areas. If you can't afford it, stay away from the VIP area and stop causing trouble for me, which cost me my job. Leroy became more agitated, cursing at Goss without regard for his identity as Desi Burke. It wasn't until Goss's face turned blue and his eyes rolled back that Leroy loosened his grip. Trina Andrew, this mistake is all due to this blind fool. Please give me another chance to prove myself. Old Saul begs you. No matter how pitifully he begged, Otto didn't even glance at him. Waving his hand, he said, enough talk. Leave now. Realizing Otto's determination and lack of compromise, Leroy regretted bitterly but reluctantly stood up, giving Goss a venomous look before leaving. Now that he's gone, why don't you VIPs of area number 1 leave as well unless you want me to treat you to dinner? Otto said mockingly, looking at Goss. Goss's expression flickered with uncertainty. Today had truly been humiliating. Even though Otto's mockery was mild, it felt like being slapped repeatedly. Mr. Andrew, we'll see who laughs last. With that, Goss stormed off. Wait for me, Desi Burke. Valerie followed behind, her head bowed in shame. She originally intended to ridicule Amina, but ended up fleeing and disgrace herself. However, because she hurried down the stairs too quickly, the heel of her high-quality imitation Wanwan Tianluan high heels snapped. She limped towards the elevator entrance, hopping on one leg. Seeing Valerie's comical appearance, Otto teased, Miss Luo, put on your attack speed shoes properly. Desi Burke has pent-up anger tonight, and you'll need to help him relieve it. Valerie felt utterly humiliated today. Not only did she feel inferior in appearance compared to Amina, but her boyfriend also suffered a complete defeat in front of Amina's boyfriend. After they left, this farce finally ended. Otto sat back in his comfortable chair and enjoyed his peaceful dinner. After picking up the menu, Otto was somewhat surprised. Jeryankian, why did you choose all the cheapest dishes? The menu had clear signs of revisions, with Amina selecting only the least expensive options among similar dishes. Although Amina's internship salary was not high, as the second-line family in Jiangzhou, she certainly wouldn't live off her monthly wage alone. After all, when she was in Jiangzhou, her ride was a Porsche sports car. Amina was momentarily speechless. She didn't want to tell Otto about the changes in her family. Otto naturally noticed her hesitation and knew that this girl must be hiding something from him. He spoke gently. Jeryankian, I've helped you handle so many troubles already. One more thing won't matter. If you care about me, just tell me the truth. Amina bit her lip, and after a moment seemed to make up her mind. She slowly said, Kalen Sean's Asher passed away. The Clarenson family dares not take revenge on you, and has shifted all their anger to the Adam family. Now in the entire business circle of Jiangzhou, the Adam family is being squeezed out everywhere. All suppliers, under pressure from the Clarenson family, have stopped supplying raw materials to the Adam family. The Adam family is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It seemed she had touched upon a painful topic, and tears began to slide down her cheeks, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Amina in tears, Otto felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. He stood up, sat beside her, and held her in his arms, consoling her. Jeryankian, you shouldn't have shouldered these problems alone. If you had told me earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. The Clarenson family? It seems that the last time wasn't enough for Sean. He will pay for his arrogance. Otto's voice grew colder as he added Sean's name to the list of people who owed him. Amina gradually stopped crying. For some reason, it felt like since meeting Otto, all the troubles around her had been resolved one by one. Otto had become her safe haven. She kissed him passionately. Chapter 91. Unexpected guest downstairs. A ring of the telephone interrupted their tender moment. Otto reluctantly took out his phone from his pocket. Hello, who's speaking? Mr. Andrew, this is Zared from Baikayatang this morning. I have informed the director about what happened to you today. The director wonders if we could join you for dinner later as a token of gratitude, said Zared politely over the phone. Otto recalled in his mind that there was indeed a man named Zared with a slightly balding head standing in the emergency room earlier, who seemed to be the chief of the medical administration department. He had just arrived in Beijing and needed to establish connections with various influential people. Moreover, Zared was the top person in charge of healthcare. Even if not for himself, he needed to pave the way for Amina's future internship career. Thank you, Tiger Sure. Let's meet at Mingxuange. Please come along with the director. Although the position of hall manager was vacant, fortunately, the deputy manager was a brisk young lady with neat short hair and OL-style business attire. Under her command, everything at Mingxuange operated smoothly. Otto admired her decisive style and only needed to further evaluate this girl. If her character was impeccable, she would perfectly fit the role of hall manager. Not long after, Zared brought director Ebert for the dinner. They introduced themselves to each other. Ebert sat casually without any airs of a superior and said kindly, Mr. Andrew, you not only possess excellent medical skills but also an eye for choosing girlfriends. After the atmosphere lightened up, Zared, no longer bound by etiquette, teased, I'm not exaggerating. Miss Adams' beauty is top tier even in the entertainment circle of Beijing. Amina blushed upon hearing the elder's comments. Just as she was about to humbly respond, Otto cut her off. K, my humble wife is far too unworthy of such praise. Otto glanced at Amina with a smile. Hearing Otto's words, Amina wished she could knock some sense into him. What did he mean by my humble wife? Or unworthy? Besides, they were already divorced. Who said they were back together? Embarrassed and annoyed, she pinched Otto hard on his inner thigh with her right hand. Ouch! Otto felt an intense sensation near his most vital area and couldn't help but cry out at the dinner table. Ebert, unaware of what was happening under the tablecloth, looked puzzled at Otto's pained expression. Mr. Andrew, are you feeling unwell? Cough. No, it's just that the dish was so delicious I almost shouted out of joy. My apologies. Otto sat up straight, fearing another slip-up might anger Amina again. Satisfied, Amina nodded and withdrew her cold hand from Otto's thigh, gently stroking the bruise left behind as a form of consolation. Otto chuckled inwardly. This was the lively girl from Jiangzhou he knew before. Before dinner, Amina had been burdened with pressure she shouldn't have had, acting cautiously. The chefs at Mingxuange truly deserved their reputation as top-notch in Beijing, and everyone enjoyed the delicious and exquisite dishes. At that moment, Deputy Manager Weilig hurried over to Otto, looking worried. Trina Andrew, officials from Beijing City are clearing out downstairs. Once they showed official documents, we can't stop them. All the guests in the main hall have been rudely forced outside. Weilig glanced at Ebert nearby, hesitating to say more. Seeing her hesitation, Otto waved his hand. Director Sun is not an outsider. Which department do they belong to specifically? It's the head of the food safety division and a few subordinates. They claim our ingredient inspection results show serious health risks and that we are related to the recent food poisoning cases involving students. They're about to put up seals. Upon hearing the words, food safety division, Ebert's face darkened, inwardly scolding Saul Jia for his mischief. How dare you, as a grassroots division head, create trouble when the health bureau director is dining here? And just moments ago, during a small meeting, it was preliminarily determined that the food poisoning came from unclean food stalls outside the school gate, not connected to Mingxuange in the slightest. Clearly, these subordinates were trying to use this opportunity to extort money from Mingxuange amid public scrutiny. Otto thought more deeply than Ebert. He had embarrassed Goss recently, and now problems arose at Mingxuange soon after. It was very likely that Goss was the one causing trouble. Feeling restless, Ebert took the initiative to speak. Mr. Andrew, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Please rest assured, I'll handle this matter. It's all right, Director Sunday. Let's go downstairs together and check the situation. Otto followed closely behind with Amina. In the elevator, Otto comforted Ebert, Director Sun. Don't think too much about it. Given such a serious food poisoning incident, they might just be conducting a routine inspection. Ebert indignantly replied, as the head of the bureau, would I not know? Saljia seems to be honest and upright on the surface, but I never thought he would. Anyway, I absolutely cannot tolerate such corrupt officials in my department. He spoke with righteous anger, his chest heaving violently due to agitation, clearly worked up. Suddenly, Ebert felt dizzy, as if standing on cotton. He could no longer support himself. Zared quickly supported Ebert upon noticing the situation. Mr. Andrew, you have superb medical skills. Can you please check what's wrong with Director Sun? Otto placed his hand on Ebert's pulse. Director Sun just got overly agitated, causing an excess of liver yang and insufficient heart blood supply, leading to shortness of breath and fainting. He infused a strand of mystic true energy into Ebert's body, smoothing out his disordered breathing and blood flow. Gradually, a hint of color returned to Ebert's face. Director Sun is fine now. Please lay him down on the sofa for a while. I'll go check the specific situation outside. The entire first-floor hall of Mingxuange was empty, but there was a crowd gathered in front of the flower beds by the entrance. Everyone, disperse. This morning, it was detected that Mingxuange's ingredients had significant safety hazards, likely related to this morning's food poisoning cases. Mingxuange faces hefty fines, and the boss will not escape legal punishment. Imprisonment awaits him. Goss held Otto's portrait in his hand, spouting at the onlookers. He wished he could use all the foul words in his belly to describe Otto. His intentions were clear, aiming to ruin Mingxuan's reputation and stop Otto's business. Chapter 92. Who gave you the right? Goss grew more and more animated as he spoke. His fervor was such that one might think he was a general making a pre-battle speech. Fellow citizens, Otto is not only a black-hearted businessman who murders for profit, but also has a very chaotic private life. A few days ago, he even kept an intern named Amina from our hospital. Goss was so engrossed in what he was saying that he didn't notice Otto quietly approaching from behind. Otto originally intended to kick this guy down the steps, but changed his mind mid-thought, pulling back his leg already mid-air. He asked instead, Giannis, is this intern you speak of, Amina, attractive? Caught off guard, Goss naturally slapped his thigh and said, not just attractive, absolutely top-notch. To be honest with you, brother, every time I sneak around, all I can think about is her. He realized something was wrong and hastily shut his mouth, turning around only to find himself face-to-face with Otto's cold eyes. In panic, Goss tripped and tumbled down several small steps, instantly feeling severe pain in his lumbar vertebrae. The onlookers laughed heartily at this comical scene. More people gathered, encircling Mingxuan's front door tightly, talking among themselves. The one who just fell appears to be a minor branch member of the Burke family. How dare he make a scene at the front door of Mingxuan? Isn't he afraid Trina Jiang will have trouble with him? You don't know, Mingxuan doesn't belong to the Jiangs anymore after an hour ago. Word is, Trina Jiang transferred it to a young man. Could it be the young man up on the stairs? He looks quite impressive and powerful, probably no ordinary person. Goss forced himself to get up despite the intense pain in his waist, giving Otto a vicious look as he angrily said, Andrew, hope you can still laugh later, prepare to eat jail food. He limped over to a Baron and whispered a few words into his ear. The Baron stepped forward, addressing the crowd with a robust voice. I am Director Saljia from the Food Safety Division. Today we received a report claiming that the hygiene standards at Mingxuan do not meet regulations. After inspection, we found that the ingredients used here are almost expired and of unknown origin. Considering the adverse social impact, we are now fining Mingxuan 1 million yuan and ordering it to close for rectification. The crowd reacted with whistles, clearly disappointed by Mingxuan. After all, official statements carried weight. After speaking, Saljia took out yellow sealing tape from his briefcase, intending to paste it on the front door of Mingxuan. Assistant Manager Weilig stormed up to block Saljia's path, furious. You can shut down Mingxuan based on a few words? Why didn't you show such strength when Vaughn was in charge? Saljia was taken aback, not expecting this girl's sharp tongue. He retorted coldly, I'm not shutting down Mingxuan. It's because your hygiene standards are subpar. There were many cases of food poisoning this morning. Are you waiting until someone dies before you close for rectification? Don't slander us. Your men rudely drove away all the guests in the first floor hall upon entry and spread rumors everywhere. But did they even check the storage room or kitchen? On what basis? Weilig argued passionately, not yielding in the slightest. Saljia sneered. On what basis? Just because I'm the director of the Food Safety Division. Food safety is paramount. What's wrong with suspecting your hygiene and closing you down for 10 days to half a month? Who dares say no to the Food Safety Division? With that, Saljia arrogantly pushed Weilig aside. Seeing Weilig wanting to block again, Otto said, Manager Song, let it be. Let him put it up if he wants to. Who can stop a division director? But boss. Despite her confusion, Weilig obeyed and stood behind Otto. With his hands in his pockets, Otto leaned against a pillar, watching Saljia busy at work. At this moment, Ebert had regained his composure. He strode toward the door and saw Saljia putting the seal on the entrance of Mingxuan. Not to mention the seal needed approval from the bureau. Such a big move as suspending operations without prior notice made him suspicious. Ebert rushed behind Saljia, shouting sternly, Director Saul, you have some nerve. Who gave you the right to act so arbitrarily? Saljia hummed happily, thinking about where he would go to enjoy the million he got from Goss, failing to recognize the usually authoritative voice. Without lifting his head, he said with disdain, Old man, you're like a grandma getting into bed. Funny as hell. As the director, do I need someone else's permission to do my job? You don't recognize me? Ebert nearly fainted. Saljia replied indifferently, Old man, you stink and are making a big fuss over nothing. Do you think it's strange that I don't recognize you? Speak any more and I'll charge you with obstruction of justice. Ebert was almost enraged to the point of liver explosion. He couldn't fathom how Saljia, who was so submissive in the office, could have two faces. Otto pulled him aside. Director son, try not to get too upset. I'll help you solve this problem. At this moment, Goss felt that he had completely taken control of the situation. With a triumphant smile on his face, he bellowed, Hey Andrew, come out here. Weren't you hopping around like a cricket before? Keep jumping. He had looked up Otto's background after feeling humiliated by him earlier. The information showed that Otto had just come down from a village 2 months ago, truly a country bumpkin. The only reason Bridger gave him the restaurant was because Otto got lucky and saved the Jiang family's young son. Goss was confident that for someone like Otto, without background or connections and relying purely on luck, he could squash him at any moment. Amina stepped forward and said, Goss, you have no evidence. How can you shut down such a large restaurant as Mingxuan without cause? Seeing Amina, the girl he longed for day and night, Goss felt an evil fire rising in his gut. He leered, Jerry Yankian. It's clear that Otto is just a lucky newcomer. I am your best choice. Heh, if you want to understand why, I'll tell you tonight in bed. Goss rubbed his hands together lecherously. Otto walked casually in front of Amina, shielding her behind him. Why don't you tell me how we should resolve this matter today? Goss's demeanor became even more arrogant. I thought you'd be like a cowardly turtle hiding somewhere. Standing before me now shows some courage. How do we resolve this? What kind of end do you think you'll have by offending me? Chapter 93. 3,500,000 from a good Giannis. Otto laughed inwardly at Goss's words. Here was someone in his 20s, still speaking as if he were a kid. Kipe Herdal responded in kind. Previously, I was too rash and disrespectful to Desi Burke. Please be merciful and let me off easy, Otto said, stopping abruptly because if he spoke anymore, he burst out laughing. Very good. A wise man knows when to yield. Given my status, I wouldn't want to make trouble with you. Just transfer the Bentley Continental given by Vaughn into my name. Goss stared greedily at the dazzling Bentley in the parking lot. Then something occurred to him, and he immediately added, I'll fine you 1 million yuan today, but you must also give Saul Kalung and myself each 40% of Mingxuan's shares. This matter will then be considered settled, and we won't harass Mingxuan anymore. Otto sneered inwardly. What audacity this guy had. Desi Burke, your conditions aren't unreasonable, but don't you think some plausible justification is necessary? Goss pondered for a moment, casting an inquiring glance at Sol Jia. Sol Jia waddled over, and sternly said, let's be clear. The 1 million yuan and 80% of the shares are a penalty. The reason? Your hygiene standards didn't meet regulations. Ebert, standing a distance away, had turned ashen-faced from anger. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rolled up his sleeves and strode towards Sol Jia, slapping him hard across the face. Sol Jia, who had been acting all arrogant, was instantly left seeing stars from the sudden blow. He looked up, ready to fight, only to see that it was his immediate superior, Health Bureau Director Ebert. Director son, you're quite authoritative, aren't you? Mentioning a fine of 1 million. Surely during your tenure, you've done plenty of extortion. Director son, when did you arrive? You should have informed me earlier so I could welcome you properly. Sol Jia quickly put on a servile expression, his demeanor completely submissive before Ebert. Ebert coldly replied, I've been here all along, but in your mouth, I became just a doorman. How dare I trouble you, Director Sol, to come greet me with these old bones of mine? Recalling what had just happened, Sol Jia felt weak in the knees, realizing how foolish he had been in front of his boss. He stammered palely, Director son, please listen, it's not what you think. Watching this unfold, Goss was utterly dumbfounded. How did the Health Bureau Director suddenly show up? From his Asher, he knew Ebert was a principled person, impossible to bribe. But he didn't connect Ebert with Otto. After all, Otto was just a newcomer to Beijing. How could he possibly know such an influential figure? Goss prepared to ingratiate himself, hoping Ebert might show leniency due to the Burke family's reputation. Director son, I'm Goss, a junior member of the Burke family. My Asher often speaks highly of you. To think you're so vigorous even now. Goss feigned calmness, though inside he was panicking. If anyone found out he had incited a public official to abuse power and extort money, both crimes would likely mean even the Burke family couldn't protect him. Vigorous? You're saying I look old enough for that? Are all juniors in the Burke family so dim? Ebert snapped angrily. Realizing he had made a grave mistake in flattering Ebert, Goss stood there, at a loss. Ebert turned to Otto and said, Mr. Andrew, deal with the Burke family's little punk. As for Sol Jia, I'll clean house myself. Rest assured, I'll restore justice to Mingxuange. He then sequentially called the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Public Security Bureau, reporting everything truthfully. His actions were ironclad and impartial. Hearing Ebert entrust him to Otto, Goss felt his heart sink. Weak from both fear and a strained back, he collapsed to the ground. Initially, he had thought once Bridger left, he could simply pay off a few people. He imagined this young upstart would surrender the money and shares upon facing the health department's authority. An easy win for everyone. But he never imagined Otto would be acquainted with the Health Bureau Director. In truth, Sujer Ngi of the Tianjai had ensured Otto's background was under extremely high confidentiality. With Goss's resources, he could only dig up the most superficial details. Otto stood before Goss with a mocking smile. Desi Burke, bring back that domineering attitude. Don't bow your head, or the crown will fall, and don't cry, or the villain will laugh. Realizing his situation was hopeless, Goss's face resembled a bitter gourd as he struggled to hold back tears. Giannis Andrew, let me go. With my status in the Burke family, no one would be willing to clean up my mess. TSK, I preferred your defiant attitude just now, Otto said nonchalantly. For someone who had disgusted him twice in such a short period, he didn't mind playing along with Goss for a while. Burke Shao, bribery of public officials, impersonating law enforcement officers, and extortion. How do you think you'll be sentenced? Goss was instantly terrified. If his family found out about this major scandal, they wouldn't protect him at all. After all, he represented the Burke family's reputation. Giannis Andrew, please don't call the police, I beg you. Can we settle this privately? I know I caused you significant economic and reputational damage, but I can compensate. Seeing Goss groveling pathetically, Amina couldn't help but giggle. Otto was truly adept at tormenting others. Goss had gone from being arrogant to kneeling on the ground in abject humility in mere seconds. Otto slowly said, you admit causing me economic and reputational damage. Give me a solution. Goss, seeing there was room for negotiation, became ecstatic and hurriedly said, Giannis Andrew, how about 500,000? 500,000? Are you trying to fob off a beggar, Goss? You just asked for 1 million plus the car and shares. Otto replied with obvious displeasure. Giannis Andrew, please, what about 1 million? Goss asked cautiously. This time, Otto didn't respond. He simply pulled out his phone and entered the dialing interface. Terrified, Goss quickly raised his offer. 3,500,000. Giannis Andrew, don't call the police yet, that's all my savings. Otto paused, noticing the pitiful look on Goss's face. This 3,500,000 was likely his entire fortune. Transfer it, Burke Shao. I didn't expect you to give me such a generous gift on my first day, taking over Mingxuange. Truly, you are a good brother. As Goss completed the transfer with a heart heavy with despair, he murmured to himself, gone. Everything is gone. Chapter 94. Come quickly, more Kalisters. Denny, your Jiangzhou bank card has received a transfer of 3.5 million yuan. Otto's face lit up with delight as he heard the voice notification on his phone. The Mingxuange had transferred 3.5 million yuan into his account on its very first day under his name. Business was unbelievably good these days. Goss heard the sirens of police cars approaching from the street. He jumped up from the ground and gritted his teeth, saying, Otto, you've received the money. Can I leave now? Get lost, but keep your wicked thoughts to yourself. Next time, if you dare to mess with me again, it won't just be 3.5 million yuan, Otto said with a mocking look at Goss. Goss lowered his head, a flash of resentment in his eyes. Without looking back, he left the Mingxuange. After the police arrived, Sol Jia was taken away by law enforcement. With charges like abuse of power and extortion involving such a large sum, he would be spending quite a few years in prison. After the farce ended, Ebert apologized to Otto. Mr. Andrew, this is all due to my poor supervision. This incident has brought significant negative impact and reputation loss to your restaurant. Otto comforted him, Director son, don't take it to heart. Let's find another opportunity to get together next time. After bidding farewell, Otto drove away from the Mingxuange with Amina. Honey, shouldn't we do something special tonight? Otto glanced at Amina's slender legs in the passenger seat, teasingly. Amina frowned, puffing out her cheeks in anger. You dead Otto, we're divorced. Don't call me honey from now on. And who do you think makes millions in one afternoon like you? I rented a studio apartment near the hospital, and there's only one bed. Otto pouted, looking pitiful. Oh well, okay honey. I have no one here in Jingcheng. If you don't let me stay, I'll have to spend the night on the sidewalk. Maybe tomorrow morning you'll see my frozen corpse when you go to work. You hate me so much. Otto sighed deeply, his sorrowful expression worthy of a tragic play. Sure enough, Amina softened, thinking that Otto had come all the way from Jiangzhou for her. Wasn't she being too unreasonable? But there's only one bed, and we have to sleep separately with 2 blankets. Amina pursed her lips, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Otto felt a surge of joy, thinking that once the atmosphere was right, who could guarantee they'd sleep separately? Just as he was about to agree, his phone rang. Dunk's enthusiastic voice came through the line. Giannis, I just heard you're in Jingcheng. Tonight, let me treat you and show you the nightlife here. Guaranteed fun. Especially the 2 new female DJs at Midnight City. They're hot. Cough. Since Giannis you is so kind to invite me, how can I refuse? Otto glanced nervously at Amina, whose face was already frosty. Because Otto was driving, the phone was on speaker, and every word was clear to Amina. She wanted to kill him. Dead Otto. After all the mental preparation to agree to sharing a bed, he changes his mind just because of a phone call? She turned her head toward the window, her pretty face flushed from anger. Cough. Honey, it's not for any nightlife. It's purely for brotherhood. Outside our hotels. You are always home to me. Otto spoke with less confidence. Stinky Otto. Jerk. Having Yuching and me isn't enough? How many more do you want? Amina felt like her heart was overflowing with jealousy. Her eyes reddened. Otto counted silently on his fingers. There were not just her and Yuching wife, but also Alithia, Mia. He parked at the apartment door before he even had a chance to console Amina. She got out of the car with red-rimmed eyes and walked away. Otto shook his head helplessly. Looks like tonight will be a burden party, but he couldn't miss it. He stepped on the gas, and the Bentley sped towards the address provided by Dunk. Inside Midnight City, the lights were bright, and Dunk and Otto lay lazily in massage chairs. 2 attractive young women in their early 20s were giving them oil massages. Dunk, usually a tough guy, couldn't help but groan in pleasure. Giannis, tonight, it's all about spending. Otto enjoyed the massage lazily. He had been running around several provinces for nearly a month, and this was a rare moment to relax. Tonight, Cadillac doesn't pick up customers, only sisters and models. Outside Midnight City, several police cars parked in a secluded alley. On the leading motorcycle sat a young girl with a ponytail, her figure fiery in a tight uniform, with a supermodel-like body ratio that seemed all legs below the neck at first glance. Esther took out the shiny handcuffs from her waist and adjusted the walkie-talkie to the communication channel. She had just taken up her new post and was determined to make a mark. The first blaze she wanted to set was at the dazzling Midnight City Club. Tonight, she would definitely have to achieve something. She would show everyone who still dared to call her a mere ornament in the SWAT team. Attention all departments. The Hunt Fox operation will commence in 10 minutes. All violators are to be brought back to the station for questioning. Esther said sternly into the walkie-talkie. Deputy Tiger, I must remind you, this operation hasn't been approved by higher-ups yet. What if? Fear nothing. We are doing this for the people's benefit, not for any shady business. The plan remains unchanged. Esther said without room for argument. Inside Midnight City, 2 sexy, statuesque women entered Otto's private booth. They wore pure yet tempting lip piercings and small, wild tattoos on their arms, exuding an allure of untamed beauty. Dunk gave Otto a knowing wink. Giannis, that massage has just ended. Get those 2 female DJs over to pump up the atmosphere. I've been feeling like I've been carrying a heavy burden lately. Now I see it's because Giannis you has been ensuring my peaceful days. You sure know how to live and enjoy life. Otto smiled at Dunk. One of the attractive female DJs walked over to Otto and sat down gracefully beside him. Her long nails circled his chest as she whispered seductively. Mr. Andrew, just call me Jerengwen. The Jerengwen from the pleasures of life lie in simplicity. Jerengwen lightly wrote her name on Otto's chest with her nails. Huh? Is Jerengwen a delight of mankind? Otto teased knowingly. Mr. Andrew is being naughty. Jerengwen pouted, clenching her fist and giving Otto a light tap on the chest. Devilishly good. Too devilishly good. Otto inwardly exclaimed. Even though he was a veteran in matters of the heart, he found himself struggling to keep up. Chapter 95. A movie wouldn't dare to play this way. Hands behind your head. Squat down. This is the Jingcheng SWAT team investigating a case. Put your clothes on and come out. More than 10 men dressed in dark police uniforms streamed in one after another. The Midnight City was instantly thrown into chaos. Report to Deputy Battalion Commander. Team 1 has closed in, arresting 6 relevant violators. Report to Deputy Battalion Commander. Team 2 has closed in, capturing 8 relevant violators. After comparing photos, no suspects were found, only some people involved in violations. Esther's face turned grave upon hearing the report from the radio. She had clearly received word that Victor would be seen in Midnight City tonight, but all they caught so far were insignificant small fry. The manager of Midnight City beside Esther wore an ugly look. Deputy Battalion Commander Clarence, the higher-ups have tacitly allowed these activities, yet you still insist on raiding us every now and then. How are we supposed to do business at Midnight City? Those girls are just accompanying guests by singing and drinking. They don't provide any special services. Are you still going to regulate this? Frost covered Esther's beautiful face as she said sternly, dressed barely decently, and you call this simple accompaniment? I'm wearing a uniform here, and I won't allow such things to happen under my watch. Retreat. Just as she was about to lead her men back, she noticed a suspicious-looking man stealthily slipping into a hidden alcove. Her expression immediately changed. Do you have hidden alcoves here? Esther raised her voice and questioned the manager. Oh, these are merely VIP private rooms, the manager replied nervously. Without waiting for him to finish, Esther spoke into her radio. Cultivation has changed. All teams, dispatch manpower to the northwest corner. There are hidden alcoves here, and the suspect might be inside. The SWAT team members received the order and rushed to the northwest corner from all directions, instantly surrounding the area. Are all Midnight City's hidden alcoves here? Do you know the consequences of obstructing public officials while carrying out their duties, especially when the suspect is wanted for multiple murders? Esther put intense pressure on the manager with her voice and tone. She was the negotiation and interrogation expert of the SWAT team, quickly breaking through the manager's psychological defenses. He answered with a trembling voice. There are only 4 hidden alcoves, all top-tier VIP private rooms. Officer, rest assured, we definitely do not shield any suspects. Esther gave hand signals professionally, instructing 12 subordinates to split into 4 teams, 3 per team, opening doors simultaneously. At this moment, Otto was leisurely enjoying the massage service provided by the female DJ, Jering Huan, inside the VIP room. Ah, so comfortable. Jering Huan, rub here, yes, harder please, I need more strength. Otto lounged lazily on the sofa, feeling the massage from Jering Huan's delicate hands on his thighs. The soundproof effect of the VIP room was excellent, so no one realized the chaos outside. Barker, Jering Huan will also massage your shoulders. Jering Huan moved her hands to Otto's shoulders, gradually increasing the force. Otto marveled in his heart how good it felt to be rich. The goddess DJ admired by many on stage turned out to be so caring and private. Just as he enjoyed the massage, the door to the VIP room was forcefully pushed open. A burly man wielding a handgun barged in with panic-stricken eyes, searching wildly before spitting bitterly. Damn it, not even a window here. This man was none other than Victor, a notorious bandit on the streets, who was responsible for several murders and was extremely ruthless. He was the fugitive whom the Jingxing Public Security Bureau had placed a 2 million yuan bounty on. Seeing Victor's gun, the two female DJs paled with fright. Jering Huan even hid in Otto's arms. Waylon was a well-known figure in the underground society of Jingxing and instantly recognized the fierce man who rushed in. He said gravely, Victor, why don't you find a safe place to hide and instead run into my VIP room? Under the dim light of the VIP room, Victor saw that the speaker was Waylon and boldly shouted, Trina you, it's swarming with sweat outside the room. Giannis, I'm just borrowing a way out. If it were during his heyday on the streets, he would not dare to disrespect Waylon. However, with his life on the line now, Victor did not care anymore. Feeling the warmth in his chest, Otto patted Jering Huan's head and said, don't hug me so tight. I can hardly breathe. What's there to be afraid of a desperado? Hearing Otto's reassurance, Jering Huan hugged him even tighter. Clarence Seston up inside. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. We will ensure lenient treatment for you. Upon hearing this, Victor gripped his gun tighter and yelled, lenient treatment? I've got multiple murders on my record. You do well not to shoot me. There are 4 more hostages inside. If you don't fear innocent casualties, come in. Having dealt with the police for so many years, Victor's few words made the originally passive situation start to become deadlocked. He scanned the private room suspiciously before pointing his gun at Otto. Kid, I'm talking about you. You just said there's nothing to be afraid of a desperado, right? Now put your hands where I can see them and slowly walk toward me. Otto found it amusing. When he was in Rupertune, hundreds of guns were pointed at him, firing bullets as if they were free, yet he remained unharmed. How could this old handgun threaten him today? He slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked towards Victor. Victor's nerves tightened instantly. Despite being threatened by a gun, Otto's expression remained calm. The aura around him gave Victor an inexplicable feeling of unfathomability, making him sense that this person had far more blood on his hands than himself. Stop. Take your hands out of your pockets. One more step and I'll blow your head off. Victor chambered around. Otto flashed a harmless smile, big black face. You're still one of Jingxing's notorious bandits. How can you keep face on the streets if you cower like this? Victor felt an irresistible pressure emanating from Otto, causing his body to tremble. Deep down, he even had the urge to prostrate himself and worship Otto. He aligned his sights on Otto. He couldn't delay any longer. This young man instilled a sense of danger even greater than the dozen or so SWAT members outside. He immediately pulled the trigger, sending a bullet whizzing through the air. At the same moment, a tiny silver needle shot out, striking Victor's Tianke acupoint with perfect accuracy. The fierce bullet gradually lost its kinetic energy a meter in front of Otto, stopping and falling uselessly to the ground. Victor's eyes rolled back, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he fell straight backward. The two female DJs watched in disbelief. Bullets couldn't harm Otto in the slightest, yet Victor fell to the ground without apparent cause after firing. A movie wouldn't dare play this way, would it? Chapter 96, Closing the Net. Enrico was unsurprised. Otto could escape unscathed from the encirclement of hundreds of Special Forces soldiers in the Eastern District, so there was no way a cornered criminal could stir up any trouble with his comrades. Otto sneered and cursed, bad luck, then sat back beside Jering Huan, bluntly saying, don't just stand there. Continue the music and the dance. Outside, Esther's heart leaped to her throat at the sound of gunfire. Logically speaking, since they hadn't made any radical moves, there was no reason for the criminal to shoot and injure the hostages. Gaius, don't harm innocent civilians. You can make your demands, and we will try our best to meet them. But if anyone inside is injured or killed, you won't leave this midnight city alive today. Calolence reigned in the VIP room. Even the explosive club music and DJ's beats could be heard, as if it were a mini concert. Esther was completely stunned. After graduating from the Special Police Academy and dealing with countless hardened criminals over the years, this was the first time she had seen someone remain calm enough to enjoy music after being surrounded. It was an outright challenge to the authority of Beijing's Special Police and a test of her patience. Today, she would play along. Esther's impressive chest heaved dramatically as she got angry. She took a deep breath to calm herself and quietly instructed her subordinates. According to Team 2's reconnaissance, there are no windows in this secret compartment, so the criminal can only escape from here. In 3 minutes, if the criminal still hasn't responded, Team 1 will open the door and throw 2 tear gas and flashbang grenades inside. Teams 2 and I will go in to rescue the hostages. She was leading her team alone for the first time without superior approval. If any hostage was harmed, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Otto took the microphone from Jering Huan and started singing passionately, completely disregarding the unconscious criminal lying nearby. I sold my dreams for a couple of taels, exchanged them for 3 meals a day, stewing time in the pot. Enrico clapped wildly beside him. Giannis, great voice, truly talented in both literature and martial arts. The two female DJs knew Otto was teasing but still enthusiastically kept the beat and danced provocatively in the dimly lit VIP room. Outside, Esther turned pale with anger, clenching her fists and swearing under her breath. Grandma's sake. What? Sold my dreams for a couple of taels. The criminal isn't taking me seriously at all. On my count, follow the plan. 3, 2, 1. Team 1 pushed open the door slightly, and the grenade thrower hurled tear gas and flashbangs inside with lightning speed. Team 2 move in. Esther led the charge, followed closely by her team. For people wearing masks rushed into the VIP room. Hands behind your head. Don't move. The bright lights from the police officers' flashlights shone directly on Otto and the others, blinding them further due to the tear gas. Enrico cursed. What the hell? I was just singing, and now guns are pointed at my head. After a quick sweep of the room, several officers reported to Esther, Deputy Captain, Gaius is lying on the ground, barely breathing. What? How is that possible? Check his body. Is it a gunshot wound? Esther asked, surprised. No gunshots found yet, but there's a tiny needle mark on his forehead, and blood is flowing from all 7 orifices. Hearing this report, Esther was even more shocked. In her many years as a police officer, she had never encountered such a strange situation. Team 1, immediately send Gaius to the hospital. We lose the lead if he dies. Esther instructed while maintaining control of the situation. You, slowly get up from the sofa, keep your hands visible, and walk out slowly. Esther sternly told Otto. With Gaius lying inexplicably on the ground and the situation unclear, everyone inside posed a potential threat. She had to be cautious. For Otto, the flashbangs and tear gas were mere stage effects. He used the dim light to observe the woman speaking to him. She had a fiery figure, her curves easily outshone the 2 female DJs earlier. Otto worried her buttons might pop off her uniform. Her proportions were perfect, standing around 170 centimeters tall, and if exaggerated, everything below her neck seemed to be chest and legs. Seeing Otto sitting on the sofa, unmoving, and openly staring at her figure, Esther felt both embarrassed and furious. She angrily shouted, "Letcher! Officer ordered you to put your hands behind your head and walk out." Amused by her irritation, Otto decided not to provoke her further and walked out the door boldly. Esther sealed off the VIP room and then walked beside Otto, asking, "Name, age, occupation?" Otto, 22 years old, unemployed loafer. Upon hearing unemployed loafer, Esther's delicate brows furrowed tightly. This kind of person was a potential threat to society, let alone that Otto had been in the most top-tier VIP room in Midnight City, which cost at least hundreds of thousands for one night. Unemployed loafer? What did you do before? And where did the money for your expenses in this top-tier VIP room come from? After hearing this icy tone, Otto replied impatiently, "Before. I raised cattle in the mountains for a few years. Don't ask where the money came from. My monthly salary is 1,300 yuan, and all expenses are on me. You. Assisting the police investigation is every citizen's duty. I require you to answer seriously." Esther nearly choked on her words. At this moment, medical personnel were about to carry away Gaius on a stretcher. Otto glanced at him and said, "Officer, that man can't be saved. You might as well not waste your people's efforts." Esther's expression changed. "How do you know? Did you do something to him in the VIP room just now?" Otto neither confirmed nor denied, implicitly admitting it. There has been an active underground force in Beijing recently. He was a crucial lead for the police. You killed him? Esther couldn't contain her anger. Originally, she intended to capture a live suspect for interrogation tonight. Now, with Gaius dead, the clue was lost, leaving the police in a difficult position. After listening to Esther, Otto sneered, "Officer, he had a gun pointed at my head. Should I just sit there and wait to die? Or should I hope for your divine intervention to save me?" You. Esther was at a loss for words. His point made sense. Under threat to his life, acting in self-defense wasn't unreasonable. "All right, Mr. Andrew, I was too anxious just now. I apologize to you." She sincerely apologized to Otto. Chapter 97. Oh, how unjust. I'm a 5-star good citizen. Forget it. Ignorance is bliss. Just don't stand on the high moral ground to accuse others next time. Otto glanced at Esther with an air of magnanimity. You're really something. Esther clearly didn't know how to deal with such a shameless person like Otto. She had been a police officer for many years and had never met someone so slick with words, but she couldn't get mad since what he said wasn't wrong. Team, pull back. Leave 2 people to secure the scene and prepare to hand over to the superiors. She spoke into her radio. There were more than 20 violators in total. The 4 police cars were fully loaded, and Otto was walking slowly at the end of the group. "Deputy Captain, the 4 police cars are already fully loaded. There's still 1 person left," the police officer reported through the radio. Esther said, "If it can't be helped, let him wait with the remaining officers until the reinforcements arrive. We'll go back first to file reports." She put on her helmet, looking back uneasily, and this look changed her mind. The person who hadn't gotten in the car was actually that guy who argued with her just now. Under her helmet, Esther's face showed an amused expression. This wasn't personal revenge. She genuinely believed Otto might pose a threat to public order due to his cunning. She dismounted from her motorcycle and walked straight toward Otto. "Mr. Andrew, you'll have to come with me." Even though Esther wore a helmet, Otto could tell by her figure that it was the same woman with big boobs but not much brain. He pointed at the full police cars and shrugged helplessly. "Officer, the cars are full. Police cars can't overload, right? Are you planning to let me sit on the roof?" Esther took off her helmet, revealing an unadorned face that exuded a mature charm, with her slightly upturned fox eyes twinkling slyly. "The police cars are full, but my motorcycle isn't. You can sit behind me." Otto cursed inwardly. He had planned to return home tonight to apologize to Amina and take her out for a romantic candlelit dinner. But now everything was ruined by this woman. He walked to the motorcycle and said irritably, "Officer Clarence, there's only 1 helmet. What if your driving skills aren't great and you crash, killing me?" Without any hesitation, Esther put the helmet on Otto's head and fastened the chin strap for him. After mounting the bike, she turned around and said politely, "Mr. Andrew, I'll give you the helmet. I'll handle my own ticket for riding without one. Are you satisfied now?" Yes, but let me make it clear first. I'm known far and wide in Jiangzhou as a lecherous pervert. If I do something inappropriate to Miss Clarence later..." Esther pondered for a moment, then took a pair of handcuffs from her belt. Kalins were meeting for the first time. "Here's a little gift, a silver bracelet." Click. In a flash, Esther had cuffed Otto's hands. Otto thought this girl spoke rather amusingly. Although he could easily avoid it if he wanted to, he felt it was proper to give the officer some face. After straddling the motorcycle, Esther revved the engine and led the 4 police cars toward the Special Forces headquarters. "Officer Clarence, I didn't expect you to be a Firefly youth rider. Everyone else is driving while you ride a motorcycle specially, huh?" Otto's voice came from under the helmet. Hearing this, Esther wished she could berate the brat on the backseat to death. But as soon as she opened her mouth, wind rushed in. Annoyed, she revved the engine harder, venting her frustration. Seeing that Esther wasn't responding, Otto casually flipped his wrists and freed his hands from the unbreakable handcuffs. He then naturally placed his hands on Esther's slender waist and leaned his head against her back. "Officer Clarence, I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." At this moment, Esther almost lost control of the bike. It took significant effort to steady the motorcycle again. "What? You got the handcuffs off?" She had personally searched Otto and found nothing but a Bentley key and a pack of tissues. How did he manage to open the handcuffs? Feeling both shocked and angry, but needing to focus on driving the high-speed motorcycle, Esther coldly warned, I advise you to put the handcuffs back on. Otherwise, when we get to the Special Forces headquarters, you'll regret making this foolish decision. The only response was Otto's faint breathing. He had actually fallen asleep, leaning against Esther. Beijing, Special Forces headquarters. A few buildings stood grandly, simple yet imposing, with the inscription, Serve the People, carved into the stone sculptures at the entrance. We've arrived. Come back with me to file the report, Esther said sternly, her beautiful face covered in frost. Otto rubbed his sleepy eyes. To be honest, Officer Clarence's back is indeed soft. Just as Esther was about to lose her temper after getting off the motorcycle, she realized that Otto's hand was still on her waist. She regretted letting him ride on her motorcycle. She said angrily, Have you hugged enough? Remove your hands from my waist now. Otto showed a way-cheap expression. Didn't you ask me to put on the handcuffs just now? Esther turned her head and found that Otto had actually handcuffed himself to her waist belt, which made her furious instantly. I asked you to handcuff yourself, not to handcuff me. After speaking, she started to search for keys in her pockets but couldn't find them anywhere. Frustrated, she decided to return to the Special Forces headquarters first and unlock them later with spare keys. The two of them walked into the gate in an extremely ambiguous pose, Otto hugging Esther's waist, looking like a loving couple. This immediately drew the attention of the Special Forces in the hall, who began to gossip. Hey, didn't Lieutenant Clarence go out on a case? How did she bring back a boyfriend? Clarence's face doesn't look good, probably not a boyfriend. Look at the handcuffs linking Clarence's waist and the man. They're probably handcuffed together because of this. Damn, which man dared to offend Lieutenant Clarence? He's going to have a hard time in the interrogation room later. Esther felt even more embarrassed when she heard the comments from her subordinates. She wanted to tear Otto apart right now. Stop staring. Get back to work, everyone will be working overtime until 12 tonight. After Esther's scolding, the entire hall became silent, and the originally lively officers were all terrified. Otto was brought into a small room of about 10 square meters with only one incandescent lamp hanging from the ceiling. Esther handed the key found by her subordinate to Otto, saying angrily, Unlock it. If you dare to take advantage of this opportunity, you're done for. Otto curled his lips without taking the key, and before Esther could react, the handcuffs around his waist were already unlocked. Why didn't you say earlier that you could unlock the handcuffs? Otto smiled brightly. You didn't ask me to unlock them either? I'm a 5-star good citizen. I won't do what the officer didn't instruct me to do. Chapter 98, Turmoil. In the solemn interrogation room, Otto sat casually on the interrogation table, while across from him sat Esther, who was in a state of distress. Deputy Tiger, Guido didn't make it to the hospital. He, in the ambulance. The subordinate stopped as he noticed Esther's furrowed brows. Esther waved her hand. That's enough. I know. You continue investigating other leads. She looked at Otto seriously and said, Mr. Andrew, although killing Guido can be considered self-defense, there are many suspicious points surrounding you. First, why were the bullets fired by Guido intact without hitting any target? Second, your combat skills are too good, as you could accurately shoot a silver needle into the deceased's fatal point with one move. Otto gazed at this Janet before him leisurely and smiled. So, officer, you're thinking of listing me as a suspect and restricting my freedom by detaining me at the police station? A hint of regret appeared on Esther's beautiful face. Mr. Andrew, we hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Due to the uniqueness of this case, it is really unavoidable. Though she had just had some unpleasant encounters with Otto, it was absolutely not due to personal grudges that she detained him. The police had finally gotten a lead on Guido, but then he was very strangely dealt with by Otto, making her suspect that Otto was trying to eliminate witnesses to prevent further investigation by the police. Otto shrugged indifferently. It would be pleasant having such a beautiful officer like Officer Clarence accompany me for tea all night in this small room. Facing Otto's jests, Esther did not refute, but began analyzing the case earnestly on the table. Meanwhile, Enrico in the adjacent interrogation room had already spread the news about himself and Otto being detained. Less than half an hour later, a young officer pushed open the door to the interrogation room, his expression anxious. Deputy Tiger Clarence, someone outside wants to post bail for a man named Otto. Esther looked at Otto intriguingly. Mr. Andrew, I didn't think you had so much influence that someone would come to bail you out so quickly. But today, no one will get you out. If others said this, they would have to weigh their words. But behind Esther was the prestigious Clarence family in Jingxing, one of the top families. As the only daughter of the family, she naturally had the confidence to speak like this. To put it mildly, when the old patriarch of the Clarence family coughed, the political world of Jingxing would tremble. Although he hadn't been on the front lines recently due to physical ailments, it did not affect the Clarence family's paramount position in both the political and business circles of Jingxing. Otto stood up, stretched, and laughed. Officer Clarence, don't be too confident. Esther strode toward the hall. She wanted to see who dared to come bail him out at this sensitive moment. She asked loudly in the hall, who wants to bail Otto out? Zared rubbed his hands together earnestly. Officer Clarence, I came to bail Mr. Andrew out. Here's the bail money. He handed over the envelope of money to Esther, but she made no move to take it. I'm sorry, considering the uniqueness of this case, the suspect is temporarily ineligible for bail, Esther refused professionally. Although he was merely the director of a medical administration department, and not within her system, Zaird's position was roughly equivalent to hers. Zaird felt embarrassed. He had long heard of Esther's impartiality, and it was reasonable that she wouldn't buy into his request as a minor official. Officer Clarence, bailing Mr. Andrew out isn't my idea. It's the Bureau. Before Zaird could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a rude voice. A tall, rugged man in combat uniform ran up to Esther and asked with concern, Ening, I heard that a suspect handcuffed himself to your belt and took advantage of the situation to grope you. I rushed here immediately upon hearing this. Let me check if you're hurt. Saying this, he stepped forward, intending to examine Esther. Esther took a step back silently and said sternly, Officer Adam, I've told you countless times to call me by my full name or Officer Clarence. And I'm fine, thank you for your concern. The large man was Ethan, the captain of the Special Forces unit. Seeing Esther's icy attitude, his face turned ashen. I care about you, and you treat me like this? An underling ran up to Ethan with a fawning expression and whispered, Captain Adam, the person who took advantage of Officer Clarence just now is Otto, the one they want to bail out. Ethan's face instantly turned dark, and he turned to look at Zaird angrily, saying, Is the Special Forces unit your family business? You want to bail him out just like that? At this critical moment, I have reason to suspect you're in league with Otto. Zaird's face turned ashen as he retorted, Captain Adam, I was just following procedure for a bail application. There's no need to get so upset, is there? Bail my ass. Ethan swore, seething with anger at the thought of that guy taking advantage of Esther. Every time she spoke with him, it was strictly about work. Now this fellow had managed to get ahead of him. Esther frowned slightly beside them. Captain Adam, how can you yell at a citizen like that? Let alone someone who is the director of the medical administration department. Seeing his former goddess actually defending the other party, Ethan's anger flared even more, and he shouted, regardless of whether this guy is just a department head today, even if the health bureau director comes to bail him out, I will still refuse. Ha, Captain Adam sure has quite the temper, having such an opinion of me. A resonant voice came from the entrance of the hall. It was Ebert, dressed in an administrative jacket. His years of experience in politics gave him an aura that left everyone present speechless. Ebert walked up to Ethan, exuding authority without anger, and slowly said, I'm here to bail Mr. Andrew out today. Now, Captain Clarence, repeat what you just said. Cold sweat dripped down Ethan's forehead as he found himself cornered. He had only been trying to show off his masculinity in front of Esther, but things had backfired. He awkwardly replied, Director son, by seniority, I should call you elder. I certainly didn't mean any disrespect. It's just that Otto has too many suspicious points and doesn't meet the conditions for bail yet. Ebert sneered, asserting confidently, I swear on my official hat that Mr. Andrew will have nothing to do with the case you're talking about. Well, Director son, please don't put me in a difficult position. We haven't received instructions from above to release him. As they were speaking, a police car and an extended Clarence Lincoln limousine pulled up outside the gates of the Special Forces unit with a roar. Chapter 99. Spring Colors. A well-dressed man stepped out of the extended Clarence Lincoln, none other than Bridger, the chairman of Zhang's group. Right behind him was Saul June, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, who had a look of anger on his face and moved with a stormy pace. Ethan seemed to have seen a savior, and he ran up to Saul June's side, frowning deeply, saying, Tiger Saul, you've finally come. Now, both the section chief and director of the health bureau are asking me for the suspect. This is completely against the rules. Moreover, Otto has many suspicious points. How could I possibly let go of the clues that we have just discovered? Facing his superior, Ethan took all the credit for Esther's work and portrayed himself in a few words as a dedicated special police officer. Saul June's face remained calm as if nothing could ruffle it, and he said indifferently, Then tell me, why did you list Otto as the prime suspect? Ethan felt delighted inside. He had already learned about the incident from his subordinates and began to embellish the account, saying, Tiger Saul, Otto is an unemployed loafer. When the police station checked his file just now, it turned out there wasn't enough access privilege, which means some power has manipulated things here. Furthermore, when I managed to capture the fugitive Rolling Blade, he killed him right in front of me and tried to justify it as self-defense. The more Ethan talked, the more excited he got, recounting Otto's suspicious points. I think Otto is very likely one of the main perpetrators of this case. Otherwise, why would he kill Rolling Blade? More importantly, he even dared to flirt openly with Officer Clarence. What scum? He spat fiercely on the ground after saying this. Saul June's face turned extremely dark, his eyes coldly fixed on Ethan. Seeing the displeased expression on the director's face, Ethan thought his words were starting to take effect and became even more indignant, saying, Tiger Saul, do you think I can easily let such scum off? When the case becomes clear, he must eat a bullet on the execution ground. Enough. Saul June shouted angrily. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly dropped to an icy point, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Saul June took a deep breath. It was Otto who personally saved his son at Baikayatang earlier. He always wanted to find a chance to repay him. Hearing that Otto had been arrested, he rushed to the Special Police Force Brigade to get him released. But it turned out that his subordinate was a hot-headed fool. He should never have promoted someone as short-sighted as Ethan. Saul June said angrily, Mr. Andrew came to Jinqing from Jiangzhou only this morning and saved not only my son but also over a dozen children's lives at Baikayatang. For such a saint in medicine, you claim he is a criminal suspect without any evidence based solely on speculation. You're all useless fools. Esther listened, her face filled with shame. She recalled how she had treated Otto and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She resolved to sincerely apologize later. Ethan shook his head in disbelief and said reluctantly, Director Saul, saving a few kids doesn't mean much. Maybe he poisoned them. Slap. Bridger, who had been silent all along, could no longer hold back and slapped Ethan hard across the face. Bridger raged. The food poisoning case has already been solved. You keep targeting Mr. Andrew. I seriously suspect you're abusing your position for personal revenge. You dare hit me? Do you know what the outcome of assaulting a police officer is? Prepare to eat prison food tomorrow. Ethan, holding his swollen red face, looked even more menacing with his naturally rough features. He instructed his subordinates, You too, cuff him and lock him up for a few days. The two police officers remained unmoved by his order. Ethan was so enraged that he lost his head, but they stayed fully alert. If they dared to arrest Bridger today, the Jiang family would make sure they couldn't find a place to live in Jinqing tomorrow. Ethan, with bloodshot eyes, saw no reaction from his subordinates, so he took the handcuffs from the desk and walked straight toward Bridger, saying coldly, Today, I'll show you who the king is. Insolent. Saul June kicked Ethan to the ground. Is this your professional ethics as a special police officer? Director Saul, he assaulted a police officer. Shouldn't I arrest him? Ethan regained some clarity after being knocked down. Open your eyes. The person in front of you is the chairman of Zhang's group. If I don't stop you, feel free to try. Saul June said with a cold face. Ethan's heart sank into despair. His nearly 6'3" bulky body collapsed like it had lost its soul, muttering, Vaughn, I was wrong just now. I failed to recognize you. Bridger remained cold-faced, squeezing out a few words. We will talk about your issue later. Right now, I only want to get Mr. Andrew released as soon as possible. He slammed a stack of cash on the table. This is Mr. Andrew's bail. If there is evidence later proving he is involved in the case, I, Bridger, will take full responsibility. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Not a sound was heard. Then, Ebert also said solemnly, I believe in Mr. Andrew's character. I, Ebert, am willing to stake my career on his guarantee today. Saul June's expression eased slightly. The reason I came here today is the same as yours. Officer Clarence, you go bring Mr. Andrew out now, and I will apologize personally. Calence, the special police force, was under Saul June's command. There was no need for him to speak like a politician. He only needed to express his stance clearly. Esther's expression froze at Saul June's words. She hesitated somewhat. Just now, she had insisted that nobody could change her decision, so it was embarrassing to ask Otto to come out now. How? Do you have any problems, Officer Clarence? Sol June asked. And no, I'll go get Mr. Andrew right away. She then jogged all the way to the interrogation room door. After gently knocking 3 times, Esther slowly pushed the door open. Cough. Mr. Andrew, I apologize for my attitude earlier. You can leave now. Esther's face turned red as she mustered up all her courage to say this sentence, lowering her head and not daring to look directly at Otto. Otto lounged lazily in the interrogation chair, lightly blowing at the tea leaves floating on the water surface, then spoke slowly. Officer Clarence, you're too kind. This special police station isn't a place where I can just come and go as I please, is it? Esther knew he was mocking her. She regretted her previous attitude towards Otto, but now he wasn't even giving her the time of day. She walked slowly to the interrogation table and bent down, about to offer a more sincere apology when she noticed a change in Otto's expression. Otto looked at the delicate figure close at hand, noticing the glimpse of spring colors peeking from the collar of her blouse, almost spraying the tea in his mouth. Officer Clarence, unsuccessful persuasion changing to the beauty strategy? How did you know this is what I prefer? Chapter 100, Darkness under the Clarence set. Only now did Esther realize she had just exposed herself, and she covered her chest in embarrassment and anger, scolding. Letcher, can you behave yourself? I felt a bit guilty earlier, but now I just want to lock you up for another 10 to 15 days. Despite her words, Esther still unlocked the restraints on the interrogation desk. Mr. Andrew, shall I carry you out in a grand sedan chair? Otto no longer intended to tease Esther. He found that although she appeared to be an unforgiving career woman on the surface, deep down she was a lovable girl who could blush and pout. I got it, man woman. Remember to release my brother Clinton too. We are all good citizens. With that, he walked towards the door without looking back. Esther stomped her feet in frustration at Otto's retreating figure and muttered under her breath, You're the man woman, your whole family is. In the main hall, Tiger Saul of the Public Security Bureau looked apologetically at Otto and said earnestly, Mr. Andrew, you saved my son's life. Yet my subordinates almost detained you due to their inefficiency. After speaking, Sol June gave Ethan on the ground a sharp look. Otto waved his hand and said, It's okay. As a doctor, saving lives is my duty. Director Saul needn't worry about it. Sol June shot a stern glance at Ethan, signaling him to apologize to Otto. Unwillingly, Ethan stood up and whispered, I'm sorry, Mr. Andrew. Although Otto was in the interrogation room, with his acute hearing, he heard everything that happened in the main hall clearly. What? I didn't hear you. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? That wasn't the volume you used when you threatened me in the hall. Ethan's face flickered with conflicting emotions. He knew Otto was mocking him, but he had already been slapped twice today. If he continued to humble himself, he would lose all respect among his subordinates. Summoning some courage from somewhere, Ethan stiffened his neck, looking ready to fight to the death. Mr. Andrew, a person shouldn't push their luck. I've already apologized. What more do you want? Otto sneered. I don't want anything, just a sincere apology for your insolence earlier. Seeing Otto's seemingly gentle tone, Ethan thought he was backing down and suddenly became bolder, shouting angrily. I will never apologize to someone like you. Everyone saw your lewd behavior towards Officer Clarence. Clarence Otto had no criminal suspicion. The only way he could discredit him was by accusing him of misconduct. At this moment, Esther entered the hall with Clinton. Mr. Andrew, your friend has been released according to your request. Excited, Ethan turned to Esther. Officer Clarence, did Otto touch you improperly before? Just tell the truth. He believed Esther would side with him. She was his colleague, while Otto was just a stranger who had groped her. It was obvious whose side she would take. After a brief pause, Esther thought that although Otto often joked around with her, it was never serious harassment, just harmless pranks. She didn't actually dislike them. Captain Adam, Mr. Andrew may have made some inappropriate jokes, but he certainly didn't harass me. Ethan still couldn't give up. How can that be? Clarence Settlejong told me he took the chance to grope you. You're just afraid to speak up because of Director Saul. That's enough. You must sincerely apologize to Mr. Andrew today, or prepare your resignation letter tomorrow, Sol June roared angrily. A fire burned inside Ethan. His usually admired colleague sided with Otto, and even his superior, who usually favored him, was supporting Otto. He threw his uniform onto the floor and yelled, Even if I quit today, I'll teach you how to write your own death sentence. Otto watched the small fry in front of him coldly and said coolly, Captain Adam, save your energy for writing your self-criticism. No need to seek validation from me. Ethan revealed his muscular arms beneath his uniform, his face contorted with rage as he lunged at Otto, shouting, To hell with the criticism. I quit after beating you. A fist the size of a sandbag flew toward Otto's face. Without dodging, Otto merely swept his leg in a small arc. Ethan immediately lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The heavy thud of his nearly 200-pound body hitting the floor echoed through the hall, accompanied by Ethan's muffled groan of pain. Just cry if it hurts. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. A little more won't matter, Otto taunted. Struggling to get up, 2 packages fell out from Ethan's uniform as he rose. A subordinate, being very considerate, picked up the fallen items. Everyone looked closely and found that they were actually 2 packs of Durex condoms. Ethan, looking flustered, snatched the condoms from his subordinate's hand and hastily stuffed them back into his pocket. Sol June's face turned ashen, and he said in a cold voice, Officer Adam, you don't plan on explaining this? I remember you have always been single and were openly pursuing Officer Esther within the police force. Is this your usual conduct? Carrying 2 packs of Durex condoms around? Sol June was furious and kept pressing him, not expecting the captain he had promoted to have a different face. Cold sweat dripped down Ethan's forehead, and he didn't know how to explain it. He stammered, I bought them for Philippe. In a panic, he could only pass the blame to his subordinate, hoping to divert everyone's attention. The officer called Philippe looked embarrassed, feeling indignant but unable to express it. Damn, you enjoy yourself and then shift the blame to me. Is this how a leader behaves? However, Ethan's clumsy excuse wasn't believable at all. Esther glanced at Ethan with disdain, already indifferent to this pretentious captain who took credit for others' work. Now she felt even more disgusted by him. Otto said with an amused expression, Captain Adam, you sure play around a lot. Someone who carries 2 packs of Durex condoms in his pocket has no right to accuse others of harassment. Otto, is it? You wait for it. Ethan said through gritted teeth. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes. With today's mess, he would probably lose his job, but without the uniform, it might be easier to take revenge on Otto. Sol June supported his forehead with one hand. clearly angered. Ethan, pack your things and get out. I must have failed in judging people before, not seeing through your hypocritical mask. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't hold back his anger, shooting a hateful look at Otto before leaving. Otto watched Ethan's departing figure thoughtfully, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind in an instant. He walked up to Esther and whispered imperceptibly, "Darkness under the light." Chapter 101. Aston Joe Medicine Hall. Esther first looked puzzled upon hearing Otto's words, then her whole body shuddered with apprehension. Could it be that Ethan, who had worked alongside her all this time? Recalling the various suspicious points about Ethan from before, she felt a chill down her spine and immediately wanted to chase after him to stop him from leaving. Otto reached out and grabbed Esther's wrist, shaking his head to indicate that they should not alert him prematurely. Saul June noticed their odd behavior and asked, "Mr. Andrew, what's going on?" "It's nothing. Officer Clarence is just reluctant for me to leave and insisted on sending me off." Otto chuckled nervously to smooth over the situation. Saul June wore an enigmatic smile as he said loudly, "We won't meddle in young people's affairs. Officer Clarence, do send Mr. Andrew home." Esther was eager to get clues from Otto and immediately agreed without hesitation. "Director Saul, don't worry, I will definitely see Mr. Andrew home." But with her saying that, everyone present cast strange glances at her. Enrico gave Otto a thumbs up and whispered, "Still got it, brother. Conquering the Special Police Force's top cop on the first meeting. Can't help it. Next time I'll try to tone down my charm," Otto replied with a knowing look. As they spoke, Esther could hardly wait to start her motorcycle and urged, "Otto, get on quickly. I can't wait anymore." "Can't wait anymore?" Her words echoed like thunder in everyone's mind. This sentence carried so much information that it left much room for speculation. Isn't Officer Clarence known as the Frosty Goddess? Why does she seem so impatient after just meeting Otto? Who knows? Maybe Otto hit her sweet spot. This guy is simply incredible. Otto straddled the motorcycle amidst the astonished looks of the crowd and roared toward the single apartment nearby Chaotang. "Earlier, you mentioned hiding under the lamp. Do you suspect Ethan to be a mole planted within the Special Police Force?" "Just a hypothesis. Let's play it safe and reel in the big fish," Otto said as he walked into the residential area. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when Otto called Amina. "Honey, come pick me up downstairs quick. If you don't hurry, your man will freeze to death." Thinking of Otto's thin clothing, Amina rushed downstairs barefoot in slippers without a word. "Idiot, didn't you say you weren't coming back tonight and were heading to the nightclub? Even forgot to wear more clothes." Though complaining, she draped a jacket over Otto very thoughtfully. Wildflowers can never compare to homegrown ones. Besides, how could I let my beautiful ex-wife stay alone? Otto couldn't tell her that he had been detained. It would sound too dramatic. In the bachelor apartment, on a soft king-size bed. "Otto, you're stepping on my hair, and don't you dare take the blanket in the middle away," Amina said sternly. Naturally, Otto didn't comply but instead held her tighter. Amina struggled urgently and accidentally grabbed something cup-shaped. She asked skeptically, "Why did you bring a thermal cup to bed? Careful it doesn't leak later." Cough. "Honey, this isn't a thermal cup, it's Clarence," said Andrew, feeling the warmth in her palm. If the lights were on, Otto would have seen the blush on Amina's face, recalling that wild night before parting in Jiangzhou. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Amina moved closer to Otto in the bed sheets. The room filled with hormones as the night continued. The next morning, Otto groggily answered the phone on the bedside table. "Hello, who is it?" An old voice barked angrily. "Lazy boy, still not up at noon? Without me supervising, you slack off in cultivation, huh? Old geezer, do you know until when I cultivated last night? You even want to control my sleep?" Otto retorted irritably. "Bitter cultivation or double cultivation? I foresee that you will encounter many troubles soon. Focus on improving your skills and follow this prescription for medicinal baths daily," Olaf said seriously. "Got it, old man." After seeing the list of medicinal bath ingredients sent by Olaf, snowfield ginseng, Tibetan Buddha's hand, Chinese cornelian cherry, all required to be of superior vintage, Otto estimated it cost over $1 million. Luckily, he had earned some medical fees previously, or it might have been unaffordable. Leaving soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, he tiptoed out of the room. The simple yet cozy apartment reminded him of Jiangzhou. Otto drove to the largest pharmacy in the entire capital city, Aston Joe Medicine Hall. Aston Joe Medicine Hall enjoyed a reputation in the capital that was on par with Bai Chaotang, boasting that no premium herbs in the world could surpass it, and its name carried an air of grandeur. Above the ancient-looking door, a couplet was intricately carved, "May all people be healthy," on top, and "I alone am poor, so what?" at the bottom. Otto strolled into the pharmacy and glanced at the labels on the medicine cabinets, noting how much more affordable and reasonable the prices were compared to those at Bai Chaotang. An old gentleman who was busy writing looked up and asked slowly, "Kaler, are you here for consultation, or to buy medicine?" "Buy medicine." Otto handed the prescription he had already written to the elderly man. After scrutinizing the prescription, the originally dim eyes of the elder gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young friend, where did you get this prescription? It's extraordinary." He had been dispensing medicines at Aston Joe Medicine Hall for decades, having seen countless prescriptions, but this was the first time he encountered such a marvelously balanced and ingeniously crafted one. Otto replied calmly, "Mr. Elder, just dispense the medicine according to the prescription. Other matters should follow the rules and not be spoken of lightly." Realizing his indiscretion, the old man apologized. "Forgive me, young friend. I got too excited by this amazing prescription and almost broke the rules. Please wait a moment." While waiting for the old man to prepare the medicine, Otto wandered around the entrance aimlessly and accidentally noticed a red notice posted beside Aston Joe Medicine Hall. At the top, it boldly read, "Reward of 1 million. If anyone from the general public can gather this miraculous formula, a reward of 1 million will be given." Posted by Bryce of the Clarence family. This formula was unintentionally obtained from an isolated copy of Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, known as the preeminent Yulu Kalini decoction, which is acclaimed as the king of formulas. Ingredients include 2 ounces of cassia twig, 3 ounces of trillium. The red notice listed 16 ingredients in total. However, following the recipe strictly would result in conflicting medicinal properties, clearly indicating that a few ingredients were missing to balance it out. Seeing the large sum of the reward, Otto was intrigued. The Yulu Kalini decoction was incredibly simple for him, being an introductory formula in the elixir section of the Shintian scroll. By casually jotting down a few words, he could offset the cost of the herbs for his next medicinal bath. Why not do it? Chapter 102. You prescribed the formula incorrectly. Just as Otto was about to reach out and take down the red poster to complete the formula, An old gentleman inside the pharmacy turned pale with shock and hurriedly ran out to stop him with the prepared herbs in hand. Young friend, hold on. Otto looked at the elderly man in confusion and asked, isn't this red poster here for people to lift? By coincidence, I know this formula. The elderly man showed a troubled expression. Young friend, you could have taken it before. However, Master Clarence has just obtained the formula, so it's temporarily not needed. It's fine. How much is the medicine fee? I'll pay by card. Otto readily pulled out his bank card. He wasn't particularly interested in the million on the red poster. Since someone had already completed the formula, he didn't need to bother taking down the poster. Well, isn't this Otto, the new owner of Mingxin Pavilion? A cold voice came from behind, clearly lacking masculinity. Otto turned around, only to see the very person who had just given him 3.5 million yesterday. Logically speaking, he should be part of the management of Baikayatang, which competes with Astonjo Pharmacy. Why would he come here for no reason? Mr. Burke, are you drowning in money? Coming here to give me more? Otto teased. Goss seemed touched on a sore spot, still hurting from losing 3.5 million within minutes yesterday. His heart bled when he got back home. Son of a bitch. I'm here at Astonjo Pharmacy to claim my money. Give me 1 million right now, he snapped at the old pharmacist. Facing their longtime rival, Goss was incredibly arrogant, putting his feet up on the threshold without any courtesy. Tony showed a troubled expression. Master Burke, I haven't received Master Clarence's order to make the payment yet, so I can't transfer the money to you for now. Goss sneered, trying to dodge the bill. If Astonjo Pharmacy can't survive, better get lost from Beijing's market. He stood there, unwilling to let go even when in the right, and then pushed the old man harshly, sending the medicine package flying and stomping on it twice hard. The yellow paper wrapping burst open, scattering the herbs all over the floor, covered in dust and trampled beyond recognition. Otto's face darkened immediately seeing the useless medicine, grabbing Goss's collar and slapped him hard. Slap. Are you a man or what? Attacking an elderly man? And you dirted my medicine too. After shouting, Otto couldn't help but slap him several more times. Goss's cheeks instantly swelled high, stars flashing in his eyes. He wanted to grab Otto and hit back but stumbled instead. He struggled to stand up, shaking off the dizziness. Knowing he was no match for Otto physically, an idea popped into his head. Otto, don't use your hands. Didn't you say you know the Yulu Kale and Itang formula? Let's see whose prescription is correct. The formula he held was derived by Baikayatang's chief TCM physician after 2 months of researching countless ancient books. He didn't believe Otto's impromptu writing could be more precise. After helping the old pharmacist up, Otto said coldly, how do we compete? Goss's lips curled into a cold smile. He had to make a comeback after losing 3.5 million at Mingxian Pavilion yesterday. Master Clarence is on his way. When he arrives, we will each complete our formulas and let him judge which is correct. The stakes are 4 million. Initially, he wanted to propose 5 million, but considering Otto might not be able to come up with so much, he set it at 4 million. By the time he gets another 1 million reward from Astonjo Pharmacy, today will be highly profitable. Otto looked doubtful. 4 million? Not that I look down on you, but after transferring 3.5 million to me yesterday, I bet you're broke. Why should I believe you can come up with 4 million? Biting his teeth, Goss knew the other party was right. He barely had more than 100,000 assets left. No risk, no reward. He steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth and said, Humph. I have 4% shares in Baikayatang Hospital. Worst case, I'll use this as collateral. Baikayatang, a family business of the Burke family in Beijing with a market value exceeding tens of millions, represented all his holdings. Goss's words were exactly what Otto wanted. With this 4% stake, he could further acquire public shares from the market, slowly swallowing up all of Baikayatang. Deal. An elderly man with white hair approached from afar, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, exuding a powerful aura. It was none other than Tianli Clarence, the patriarch of the Clarence family in Beijing. The elderly pharmacist greeted Bryce respectfully as he approached. Patriarch Clarence, these two gentlemen just had an argument at the pharmacy entrance. Bryce waved his hand to interrupt the old man and said solemnly, I've already grasped what happened from a distance. You two are betting on the missing ingredients of my Yulu Kale and Itang formula? Facing the competitor of the Burke family, Goss naturally didn't have a good attitude. Cut the formalities. Quickly see whose prescription is correct, so I can get my money and leave. Bryce frowned at the arrogant Goss, but chose not to argue with the young man after a moment. Turning to Otto, he was surprised by his youthful appearance. Kaler, you also know the missing parts of my Yulu Kale and Itang formula? Otto nodded and calmly replied, I read about it in ancient books before, so I have some knowledge. Seeing Otto's modest attitude, Bryce felt a growing appreciation. This young man's character far surpassed his peers, especially compared to Goss. Kalence, you know it. Why don't you write it down for me to see? Otto wrote the 4 missing ingredients and their proportions on a piece of paper and handed it over to Bryce. Bryce took out the prescription given by Goss earlier and began comparing carefully, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Goss mocked casually, Otto, you really think learning a few tricks from quacks can make you act tough everywhere? The Yulu Kale and Itang is the premier among prescriptions. Your random guesswork only serves to embarrass yourself. Otto stood aside, indifferent, not wanting to waste words on Goss. If a dog bites him, should he bite back? The elderly pharmacist stepped in to ease the tense atmosphere. Gentlemen, calm down. Wait until Patriarch Clarence reaches a conclusion before arguing. Goss coldly snorted, falling silent but still glaring provocatively at Otto. After 10 minutes, Bryce looked apologetically at Otto and gently explained, Mr. Andrew, the 4 herbs you added are incompatible with the original 16, so they may not be the correct solution. Chapter 103, Securing the Shares. Goss burst into laughter, mocking, I told you before that not everyone can complete the J-do-4 reversal decoction. It's laughable. You even claimed you saw it in ancient texts. It wouldn't be some veterinarian's book on postpartum care for sows, would it? He continued to ridicule relentlessly. Goss felt greatly pleased. He intended to reclaim all the lost dignity from yesterday at Mingxian Pavilion today. The 3.5 million yuan I lost should be returned with interest. How dare a country bumpkin relying on luck challenge me? Otto merely frowned in response to the mockery. Could it be that the formula recorded in the profound heaven register is slightly different from the one circulating in the world? Lord Clarence, so this boy lost the bet just now, right? Goss asked arrogantly. Bryce pondered for a moment and then said, I cannot conclusively determine if your formula is correct. Although the 4 herbs you added do not conflict with the previous ingredients, this originally miraculous formula has become mundane. It can only serve to promote blood circulation, resolve stasis, and loosen tendons and bones. He added with a frown. Goss flared up as if his tail had been stepped on, shouting, "You're blind, dog. I see you just don't want to pay the 1 million. This formula is the result of 2 months of my research. As the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department, you couldn't understand it after just 10 minutes. Goss was incredibly arrogant, showing no respect for Bryce's seniority. The Burke and Clarence families have always been at odds, especially as rivals in the medical industry, so he had no need to show any reverence to Bryce. You impudent youth. Is this how the Burke family educates its offspring? I have devoted my entire life to traditional Chinese medicine. Can I not even distinguish simple principles? Faced with Goss's repeated provocations, Bryce could no longer suppress his anger despite his usual calm demeanor. Experience does come with age. Goss was momentarily stunned by Bryce's sudden outburst and dared not say another word. Otto spoke calmly. Lord Clarence, might I take a closer look at the formula? Perhaps there's a discrepancy somewhere. Fine. Bryce handed the formula to Otto. Otto carefully examined the formula, recalling the records in the profound heaven register. After being quiet for only a short while, Goss started taunting again, jeering, "Putting on airs for whom? Acting like you can actually figure it out. Instead of wasting time, why don't you just transfer the 3.5 million you want to me?" Otto ignored Goss's barking and turned to Bryce, saying, "Lord Clarence, it's not me who made a mistake, but you." Bryce showed no displeasure, instead sincerely asking, "Mr. Andrew, please share your insights with me." Lord Clarence, among the 16 ingredients listed earlier, one is called perilla, but it should actually be aster. Only then would this jade dew 4 reversal decoction be correct, Otto explained. Bryce took back the formula half believing and half doubting, pondering over it. As a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine in Beijing, he knew the principles of various herbs well. Soon, a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. The ancient book treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases is old, and the herb recorded as purple was too blurry to identify. He deduced it was perilla after reviewing many books, never expecting it to be the rarer aster. Bryce's white goatee trembled in excitement as he said shakily, "It's clear now. Mr. Andrew, you are truly a sage." Replacing perilla with aster simplified the principles of the jade dew 4 reversal decoction and made it remarkably effective for chronic ailments. Goss's face changed drastically, his formerly arrogant expression replaced by disbelief. Even the director of the TCM department at 100 Herbs Hall couldn't complete this ancient prescription. How could it be solved by Otto, a country bumpkin, in just a few minutes? It's impossible. You old thing, you must be unwilling to pay and colluding with this kid to cheat me, he demanded fiercely, trying to mask his inner panic. Bryce replied coldly, "I guarantee with my standing in the TCM community that it was Mr. Andrew who completed the formula. The few herbs you provided were mere trivialities." After replacing perilla with aster, the flaws in the herbs Goss added became obvious. Who had completed the formula was clear at a glance. Otto watched Goss with amusement and teased, "The bet has been settled. According to our agreement, shouldn't Desi Burke transfer the shares of 100 Herbs Hall to my name?" Goss felt like he was falling into an abyss. These shares meant everything to him. If transferred to Otto, not only would his position in the management of 100 Herbs Hall be jeopardized, but his entire family would severely punish him. Impossible. When did we ever make a bet? You're crazy for money. If you want to kill me, then do it. He stiffened his neck, displaying the demeanor of a scoundrel who would rather die than pay. Otto's expression turned grim as he said coldly, "So Prince Burke intends to welsh on the bet today? So what if I do? I'm the young master of the Burke family in Beijing. Try touching a single hair on my head." Goss blustered. A thought crossed Otto's mind, and an intricately patterned talisman materialized in his hand from the storage space. Fire talisman. This fire talisman was previously refined in Jiangzhou. Otto hadn't tested its power yet, and now there was an excellent specimen right in front of him. Seeing Otto take out a talisman, all of Goss's worries vanished, and he shouted, "Trying to scare someone with a piece of paper? Do you really think you're a priest from Mao? In an instant, Otto pressed the fire talisman onto Goss's body. With a mere thought, the seemingly ordinary talisman began moving without wind. "Ignite!" Otto bellowed. Instantly, purple flames erupted on Goss's body, burning through his tailor-made clothes in seconds, leaving him naked. The eerie flame devoured Goss's skin, filling the air with the foul smell of singed hair. Goss's face twisted in agony as he desperately tried to pat out the flames, even rolling on the ground, but it did nothing to stop the purple flames. Wrong, Giannis Andrew, spare me. I'll have my secretary transfer the shares to you right now." Goss wailed, begging for mercy from Otto. Otto smiled at the satisfactory answer. If only Desi Burke had been this cooperative earlier, you could have avoided all this pain. By this time, Goss had suffered second-degree burns. His skin was charred yellow, and signs of carbonization were visible on his buttocks. With another thought from Otto, the purple flames on Goss gradually extinguished, but those permanent scars would never fade away. Chapter 104, Goss's Despair. Otto watched Goss with a leisurely demeanor, his expression mocking. "Desi Burke, if you don't transfer the shares to my name soon, you'll have another burning bottom. Devil, you are truly a devil." Goss screamed in agony. At this moment, he was stark naked, with only a few sparse strands of hair left after being scorched. The proud young master of the Burke family had lost all dignity in the bustling street. The crowd gathered and whispered among themselves, TSK, that young man was fine just now. How did he suddenly catch fire? It seems to be the doing of that young man nearby. Poor guy. His clothes and hair were all burned off. The more I look, the more familiar he seems. He looks like the young master of the Burke family from the capital city." Goss picked up a yellow paper wrapper from the ground to cover his private parts. Standing up, he loudly scolded the crowd. "Stop taking photos. Delete them immediately, or face the consequences." Otto looked at the clown before him and slowly said, "Desi Burke, once you've finished showing off, please make the call and transfer the contract to me." Goss felt as if his heart was bleeding. He gritted his teeth and dialed his secretary's number, speaking sternly, "Draft a share transfer document quickly and send it to the entrance of Aston Joe Apothecary, and bring me a pair of pants and some clothes." Feeling a cool breeze on his head, he added, "And bring a hat." Bryce stood beside him, dumbfounded by the scene before him. His inner turmoil was immense. The young man not only excelled in medicine, but also wielded talismans with incredible mastery. He had visited countless medical families in the capital, yet none of those who boasted of their medical prowess could complete the jade dew 4 reversal decoction. For Otto to accomplish this at such a young age showed that his teacher must be an extraordinary person. Bryce instantly thought of befriending him. "Young Barker, your skills are truly admirable. May I ask the name of your master?" Otto replied calmly, Chairman Clarence, you're too kind. It's just superficial knowledge. My master's name is Olaf. Oh, I see. Bryce searched his memory for the name Olaf, but found no one among the famous physicians he knew with that name. He could only conclude that this was a recluse expert. He then took out a check from his pocket, filled it with 1 million, and handed it to Otto. Young Barker, this is the reward as promised on the Red Clarencist for the great help you've provided. Otto accepted the check and said, Chairman Clarence, these herbs on the ground were wasted because of me. Please take back this check. Otto, don't be so formal with me. The wastage has clear responsibility, and it was recorded on surveillance. I will deal with the Burke family appropriately. After saying that, Bryce glanced at the half-naked Goss. Desi Burke, do you have any objections? No, Goss replied fearfully, like a startled rabbit. Once bitten, twice shy. He no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance against Otto, who knew when Otto might use another bizarre talisman to torment him. If he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him. Bryce looked at the scattered herbs on the ground and said to the old herbalist, please prepare another batch of herbs exactly as Otto prescribed, using the best aged ones. Consider it an apology for my previous blindness. But, Otto, these herbs would cost over 1 million. The old man hesitated, looking at Bryce for confirmation. Bryce firmly stated, a mere 1 million is nothing compared to the favor you've done me by completing the Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction. Seeing Bryce's sincerity, Otto no longer refused. He thought highly of Bryce's character, sincere and approachable despite his prestigious status in the capital's traditional Chinese medicine circle. The old herbalist quickly packed the herbs and handed them to Otto. In the distance, a woman in an OL uniform ran up to the entrance of Aston Joe Apothecary, looking around but finding no sign of Goss. Didn't Desi Burke tell me to come here? Where is he? From under the tablecloth, a completely naked man emerged, with only a few sparse strands of hair on his head, shouting, what are you standing there for? Bring me my clothes and pants. The secretary couldn't help but laugh at Goss's absurd appearance. How did the well-dressed young master turn into a wild man? After dressing in a corner, Goss came out of the apothecary with visible burn marks on his face. He snapped, hand over the share transfer document and get Mr. Andrew to sign it. The secretary didn't understand the situation before her and asked in surprise, Desi Burke, why are you transferring the shares? What will you do after the transfer? Goss ignored her question and rudely took the share transfer document from her hand, handing it over to Otto. Mr. Andrew, take a look. If there's no problem, please sign it. Otto was somewhat surprised as he took the share transfer document, marveling that this guy must not have any mental issues. Why did his attitude change so quickly? After reviewing the contract and finding no loopholes, he signed it and put it in his pocket. All right, you can leave now. If you bother me again, the price won't be so simple. Mr. Andrew, don't say that. I was ignorant before. Now, I don't even have underwear left. How could I still dare to resist? Goss felt as if he had received a royal pardon, with no thought of revenge remaining. After nodding and bowing obsequiously, he hurried away. Otto also planned to return and prepare the medicinal bath. Chairman Clarence, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. See you another day. Seeing Otto about to leave, Bryce hurriedly said, Clarence settle friend Andrew, hold on. There's one more thing I'd like to ask. Please, Chairman Clarence, speak freely. I'm so eager to complete the Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction because of my elder brother's leg disease. He has been bedridden and unconscious for a week, but ancient books do not record how to use this prescription, Bryce continued. I wonder if Clarence settle friend Andrew knows the exact method of use? Otto frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, Chairman Clarence, relying on this formula to treat paraplegia may not be effective. What? The Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction cannot cure leg diseases? Bryce's face changed dramatically, Clarence settle friend Andrew, but the ancient texts clearly state that this prescription can bring paralyzed people back to life, and they will be fine within 3 months of medication. It might be that everyone has mythologized this prescription. Otto regretfully shook his head. In the Shintian Atlas, it is recorded that the Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction can rejuvenate tendons and meridians damaged by chi deviation. The term, for reversals, refers to restoring disordered meridians. Chapter 105. Arrival at the Clarence mansion. Bryce's heart sank. If his brother's leg ailment was incurable, what could he do? Still not giving up hope, he asked, Young Barker, is your conclusion based on any evidence? Otto nodded and continued. The Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction is intended for cultivators, not ordinary people. It specifically treats meridian disorders caused by energy deviation but may worsen conditions for commoners. However, Otto added, if the patriarch sells it to cultivation families in the capital, they would be eager buyers, and it could bring enormous wealth to the Clarence family. With a mournful expression, Bryce replied, but I don't want this kind of money. I just want my brother to wake up. The position of patriarch was never meant for me. After speaking, the elderly Bryce appeared as if he were about to cry, clearly deeply affected by this news. The position of patriarch was originally supposed to belong to Bryce's brother, but with his deteriorating health over the past couple of years, Bryce had taken over temporarily. Otto felt admiration for Bryce, someone who didn't crave fame or status, but only wanted to cure his brother's illness. Such loyalty was rare. Moved by this, Otto said, Patriarch Clarence, there's no need to be too sad. Perhaps I can treat your brother's condition. Really? Are you sure you can heal my brother's leg ailment? Bryce was overwhelmed with joy. Otto's words reigniting the flame of hope within him. Taking a deep breath, Bryce realized that Otto, who had effortlessly completed the Jade Dew 4 reversal decoction, must have profound medical skills. Otto nodded calmly. I'm confident. How certain are you? Bryce asked eagerly, clutching Otto's hand tightly. 9 out of 10. Not wanting to sound overly boastful, Otto knew that even the elderly patriarch of the Shao family in New Rupert had been saved from death's door by his skills. Healing Bryce's brother's leg ailment should be far easier. Hearing Otto's resolute words, Bryce was overjoyed. He had sought help for his brother's leg ailment for years, yet even the most revered doctors had been helpless. Now someone was promising a 9 out of 10 chance. Wonderful. Heaven has finally shown mercy. My efforts all these years haven't been in vain. Tears fell from Bryce's eyes. Young Barker, please come with me to the Clarence mansion. Whatever conditions you set, I will agree, as long as you can heal my brother's leg. Otto agreed and followed Bryce into a silver Bentley, heading towards the Clarence mansion located in the suburbs. At a traffic light, Bryce couldn't resist asking, Young Barker, though I know some traditional Chinese medicine, can you tell me how you plan to treat my brother's leg ailment? Clearly, he wanted to test Otto's expertise, as mastering either TCM or Western medicine takes decades. Given Otto's apparent youth, he couldn't fully trust him regarding such a serious matter. Otto replied, Acupuncture. Instantly, disappointment clouded Bryce's face. Young Barker, isn't acupuncture just a form of physiotherapy? To be honest, I once invited Sebastian, the foremost acupuncturist in the capital, but even he was powerless against my brother's ailment. He spoke tactfully, not wanting to discourage Otto. Not just physiotherapy. Based on your description, I plan to use the profound heaven dragon acupuncture technique, Otto said casually. What? Did you just say the profound heaven dragon acupuncture technique? Shocked, Bryce almost lost control of the steering wheel, flooring the gas pedal when the light turned green. The Bentley shot forward like an untamed horse, crossing 2 warning lines before he managed to regain control. Patriarch Clarence, be careful while driving, Otto reminded him, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Even Dayon hadn't reacted so dramatically when he performed acupuncture on the high-speed train in Jiangzhou. After all, Bryce was a renowned figure in the TCM community. Breathing heavily, Bryce asked incredulously, young Barker, you truly know the profound heaven dragon acupuncture technique? But wasn't it believed to have been lost for many years? Well, there's no question about it. I used this technique a few months ago to save someone. The profound heaven dragon acupuncture technique was praised as a miraculous needle in the world of TCM, capable of bringing back those who were half dead. Bryce was overjoyed, his mind now at ease. Excellent. With such medical skills, young Barker, I have no worries about my brother's leg ailment. I can only wait for you to show your prowess. The Clarence family in the capital city had held a superlative status in both political and business circles 5 years ago. However, as the former head of the family's leg condition worsened, the family's standing began to decline. Clarence Hamjun, the patriarch of the Clarence family, was once the top official in the capital's political circle, wielding considerable influence. During his tenure, he was dedicated to the people, achieving many significant accomplishments for the residents of the capital. However, due to the accumulation of illnesses from his youth, his leg condition became increasingly uncontrollable with age. For nearly 2 years, he had been bedridden, occasionally lapsing into comas. Though his sons had made some achievements in both politics and business, they still fell short of their father's former glory. The Clarence family's villa was situated in the suburbs, spanning over 100 hectares. Nestled among mountains and water, the villa complex featured typical European-style architecture that was both opulent and tasteful. Along the way, security personnel offered no hindrance, allowing Bryce to drive straight to the largest villa's entrance. Upon entering, a man in his 40s came forward to greet them. Clarence Weekai, Clarence Hamjun's son. Damien, you're back? And this is? Clarence Weekai asked while preparing tea. Bryce introduced him solemnly. Weekai, this is a renowned physician I just met. He has a 90% chance of curing your father's illness. Out of courtesy, Otto extended his hand politely. Mr. Clarence, nice to meet you. My name is Otto. Clarence Weekai was momentarily stunned, even forgetting to shake Otto's hand. He thought privately that his uncle must be desperate, seeking help everywhere. The doctors who had treated his father before were all at least 50 years old and had left without success. This young man, barely in his mid-20s, might know a bit of medicine, but there was no way he could cure his father. Seeing that the other party did not intend to shake hands, Otto said nothing more, merely frowning slightly and lowering his hand. Dissatisfied, Bryce remarked, Weekai, do not be rude. Why did you ignore Mr. Andrews' gesture? Besides, Mr. Andrews' medical expertise far surpasses mine. Chapter 106. Is traditional Chinese medicine ineffective? Clarence Hui led the two people to a luxurious bedroom on the second floor with uncertainty. Inside, various medical instruments and devices were placed everywhere, making it resemble a small private hospital. On the bed lay an old man with deep wrinkles all over his face and white hair. His body was stiff, clearly having been unconscious for quite some time. Seeing his elder brother in such pain, Bryce felt heartache. His voice trembled as he said, Giannis, you've suffered so much these days. I have found you a miraculous doctor who can definitely cure your illness. Clarence Hui anxiously added, Dr. Andrew, please treat my father as soon as possible. If there is any improvement, our family will reward you greatly. Dr. Otto walked to the elderly Mr. Clarence's bedside, but before he could start taking the pulse, a loud voice came from outside the door, Stop! Don't touch my Asher. He lifted his head toward the sound, only to meet eyes with the girl standing at the doorway. Both of them were surprised. It's you? The girl who spoke was none other than Esther, who had apprehended Otto and brought him to the special police detachment 2 days ago. Esther was wearing casual clothes today, and her unadorned beauty was still breathtaking. A loose short-sleeve shirt couldn't hide the fullness of her chest, while tight yoga pants accentuated her perfect leg lines. Otto, what a coincidence that you can also treat illnesses. Esther asked in surprise. She had just received a call from the butler saying that a young man in his early 20s had come to treat her Asher, which scared her into rushing home with the doctor she had hired. To her shock, the young man the butler mentioned turned out to be Otto. Otto gave a formal nod as a greeting. I know a bit about medicine. It was Mr. Clarence who asked me to treat your Asher. Clarence Hui then said, Ening, this Dr. Andrew was invited by your great-uncle, who praised his medical skills far above others. But he is very good at killing people. However, it would be more reliable to invite experts if we want to save Grandpa, Esther said suspiciously. She was still terrified of the scene from the night before when Otto used silver needles to kill someone with one blow. Using silver needles to kill and to heal were completely different matters. As soon as Esther mentioned experts, a well-dressed man around 30 years old walked in through the door, dressed neatly and looking scholarly with golden-rimmed glasses. And this is? Clarence Hui asked. Miles, this is Brett, an upperclassman I met during university. He is now a PhD from a top overseas medical school specializing in orthopedics. There's hope for Grandpa's leg condition, Esther happily introduced. After the introduction, Brett nodded proudly and added, Damien, I am currently a special consultant in orthopedics at the capital's #1 hospital. Because I usually do medical research abroad, I rarely return to China. I only came back especially because I heard that Ening's Asher had severe leg problems. Saying this, he subtly moved closer to Esther. Hearing that the other party was an orthopedic expert educated overseas, Clarence Hui immediately showed respect and greeted him. Sebastian, thank you for your efforts. Please take good care of my father's illness, and the consultation fee will certainly not be lacking. Damien, don't mention it. With my relationship with Ening, what need is there for a consultation fee? Brett looked at Esther with fiery eyes. Esther frowned, knowing that her relationship with Brett could only be described as acquaintances. She didn't understand why Brett was so enthusiastic, but didn't mind it for now due to her Asher's health. Seeing Otto standing next to the bed, Brett's face darkened. He mocked, nowadays, there are still people who check the pulse first before treating? Imagine if the result of the pulse checking shows pregnancy, telling everyone that the sick old man lying on the bed is pregnant. How ridiculous. His words against Otto stemmed partly from disdain towards traditional Chinese medicine and mostly from irritation that this quack knew Esther, which greatly displeased him. Otto's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. You may flaunt yourself in front of others because you like Esther, but the thousands of years old tradition of Chinese medicine cannot be defamed just for showing off. Beside him, Bryce's beard trembled in anger, and he scoffed coldly. Brett gestured to the doorway, and several medical assistants carried complicated testing equipment inside one after another. I am about to diagnose Mr. Clarence. Please ask irrelevant personnel to leave first. Brett glanced at Otto with a look that couldn't be clearer. Clarence, we said to Otto somewhat embarrassedly, Mr. Andrew, why don't you rest somewhere else for a while? I'll ask the staff to prepare tea for you. Although his words were polite, they conveyed the message that Otto should get out of the way and not interfere with Sebastian's professional diagnosis. Esther looked at Otto apologetically. Although they knew each other, she couldn't risk her Asher's life in jest. Otto was unperturbed and said calmly, no need for tea. Kalen, someone is here to treat old Mr. Clarence. I will take my leave. With that, he turned to head for the door but was held back by Bryce. Mr. Andrew, please stay. I have visited countless Western doctors before, but none of them could cure my elder brother's condition. I see Brett is nothing more than a showpiece. We ultimately still need you to step in. Bryce put aside his pride to seek help from the younger Otto for his brother's leg ailment. Otto replied, let's meet another day. In all my years, I have never begged anyone for a chance to treat. Mr. Andrew, if you leave now, it would seem like an admission of weakness to him. When Western medicine fails, we'll still need our traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Bryce earnestly advised. These words resonated with Otto. Currently, TCM departments in major hospitals seem dispensable, and people favored Western medicine over TCM. Besides, Brett had insulted TCM right in front of him. It would be unacceptable to do nothing. Brett wants to pursue Esther, doesn't he? Isn't he a renowned orthopedist educated overseas? Today, I'll see what he's really made of, acting so arrogantly. Otto and Bryce sat aside, watching Brett start treating the old man with cold eyes. The medical assistants efficiently hooked up various instruments to old Mr. Clarence, conducting a comprehensive examination before summarizing all the reports for Brett. As Brett looked at each report, his expression grew increasingly serious. Finally, he sighed deeply. Esther felt an ominous premonition and anxiously asked, Sebastian, what does the diagnosis say about my Asher's condition? Brett shook his head and paused for a moment before saying, old Mr. Clarence's leg disease isn't due to overwork as you thought. It's paralysis caused by spinal vascular malformation. Now the nerve cells have suffered irreversible damage. He's expected to die within half a year from multiple organ failure. He sighed heavily. Chapter 107, Needle to Cure. Death from the failure of various organs? Esther's heart sank to its bottom, and she forced back her sobs as she said, Sebastian, please think of a solution. Clarence's weak eye was also full of sorrow. Alexis, Sebastian, you are an expert-level orthopedic doctor. There must be a way. As long as we can cure my father's illness, we're willing to pay any price. Crosby showed a difficult expression. Don't have too much hope. According to current medical standards, Hayes' disease is incurable. Even if healthy organs could replace his failing ones, given Hayes' condition, it would be hard for him to survive the surgery. Prepare for the funeral. Despair was evident on both Clarence Huaitai's and Esther's faces. The top orthopedist had already pronounced death, indicating there was nothing that could be done. You boast about being one of the world's leading orthopedic doctors, but refuse to even try, directly declaring the patient dead. This is what you call the ethics of Western medicine? Otto scoffed. Just now, Crosby had talked as if his intervention would cure Hayes completely, acting like a miraculous doctor. But he only glanced at a few reports before giving the family a death sentence. What does a village doctor know? Do you really believe doctors can cure all diseases? Enraged, Crosby's lips trembled. He became an internationally renowned orthopedic specialist at the age of 30, and everyone usually treated him with respect. Alexa today, he was questioned by a young upstart. Today I say this openly, Hayes' condition cannot be treated by modern medicine. Not even a celestial immortal could help, he angrily said. Otto put on a serious face. If modern medicine can't save him, ancient medicine will. If not even celestial immortals can save him, I, Otto, will. A derisive smile crept onto Crosby's lips. This was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. You ignorant brat, you think traditional Chinese medicine can cure what Western medicine can't? Hayes originally had 6 months left. With your so-called acupuncture and herbal medicines, he might not make it through the day. He spoke with disdain. Broken silver needles? Rotten herbs? Hearing such contempt for traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for centuries, made Otto's face darken. Kalence, you hold TCM in such low regard. Why don't we make a bet? If I can wake Hayes within half an hour, you should apologize to TCM on the International Medical Forum. Crosby jeered. What a laugh. To wake him up in half an hour, do you think you're the reincarnation of Huatua? Don't waste time with nonsense. Do you dare to take the bet? Otto sneered. Blinded by anger, Crosby, as an orthopedic specialist, found himself mocked by a young man. I'm not afraid to take the bet. What if you lose? Otto took out a check for $1 million he received from Aston Joe Apothecary. If I lose, the million is yours. Greed flashed in Crosby's eyes. $1 million represented a whole year's income for him. Deal. If I lose, not only will I apologize to TCM on the International Medical Forum, I'll give you $1 million as well. He was certain Otto would lose, so he added this to demonstrate his magnanimity. Otto slowly approached the bed, pulling down Hayes' pants. His thigh muscles were weakened due to prolonged paralysis, showing signs of muscle atrophy. Crosby sneered from the side. It's the first time I've seen someone diagnosed without imaging equipment. Your eyes are sharper than MRI machines? Without even glancing at Crosby, Otto continued his diagnosis attentively. Hayes' paralysis is caused by spinal vascular malformation, resulting in severe spinal cord damage and the death of some nerve cells, which can't regenerate. Crosby was taken aback by Otto's diagnosis. He had arrived at those conclusions using medical devices, yet Otto knew them just from observation. Moreover, while Crosby only mentioned spinal vascular malformation compressing nerves, the later conclusions required further examination. Otto deduced everything in minutes. Crosby shouted, "Impossible, you're just bluffing. You're repeating what I said earlier. Everyone here knows it." Otto calmly looked at him, saying coldly, "Then let me tell you something nobody else knows. You look pale, and your steps are unsteady. Frequent intercourse is probably causing kidney deficiency, right? You're talking nonsense." Crosby shouted, trying to hide his nervousness. You are a doctor yourself and know your own health best. Waking up frequently at night, weak performance during sex, what else could it be but kidney deficiency? Otto laughed coldly. Although Huang Keshuan strongly denied it verbally, it was clear to anyone with eyes that Otto had hit the nail on the head. Esther was so shocked that she could only stare with her mouth open. This wasn't just pulse diagnosis, this was like a human x-ray machine. Among those present, only Bryce remained relatively calm. If Otto could master the Shintian Jiru Andrew needle technique, how could he be an ordinary person? Ignoring Huang Keshuan's ashen face, Otto retrieved silver needles from his needle pouch and began needling Clarence Lau Alexi. His speed was astonishingly fast, and in an instant, all 12 regular meridian points on Clarence Lau Alexi's legs were filled with silver needles. The tails of the silver needles and the extraordinary points started trembling lightly, and as Otto infused them with his Shintian true energy, the needles emitted faint dragon cries. The Shintian Jiru Andrew needle technique, exactly as described in ancient texts, accompanied by dragon cries when used. Bryce, like a child, waved his hands excitedly. Having been obsessed with traditional Chinese medicine all his life, witnessing the Shintian Jiru Andrew needle technique was worth it. Beside him, Clarence Weak Eye asked in confusion, Damien, is this Shintian Jiru Andrew needle technique really that powerful? Bryce took a deep breath, calming his excitement before saying solemnly, the Shintian Jiru Andrew needle technique is the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Where the needle goes, the disease disappears. It has been lost for over 100 years. Esther was skeptical yet hopeful. Having little exposure to traditional Chinese medicine growing up, she desperately wanted Otto to save her Asher. Otto continued his work with the silver needles, drawing out thin strands of black gas from the needle holes, the accumulated dampness and toxins in Clarence Lau Alexi's body over the years. As time passed, the black gas gradually dissipated. Otto turned Clarence Lau Alexi over, then struck from the tailbone to the cervical vertebrae with 9 palms, producing the heart-chasing 9 strikes. The room filled with the sound of cracking bones. Huang Keshuan shouted, Clarence Lau Alexi's condition is due to spinal vascular malformation compressing nerves, and you dare to strike randomly? Bryce stared in disbelief, muttering, heart-chasing 9 strikes, utterly unbelievable. A young man in his 20s mastering 2 lost techniques of traditional Chinese medicine simultaneously. Otto put away the silver needles one by one and said calmly, Clarence Lau Alexi is cured. Chapter 108. Take me as your grand disciple. Brett sneered. Who are you trying to fool? Hayes shows no sign of waking up. You're just a quack who pretends to be a shaman. Though startled by the faint dragon call in the room earlier, Brett didn't believe that acupuncture could cure a terminal illness that modern medicine had failed to treat. Just as Brett finished speaking, Hayes' fingers twitched slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes and propped himself up. Esther was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she helped Hayes sit up, exclaiming, Grandpa, I thought I'd never see you again. Brett, who had been watching with cold indifference, suddenly recoiled several steps, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. According to radiology reports, Hayes' legs were severely atrophied, and his organs were failing to different degrees. This elderly man, diagnosed not to live more than half a year, was now awake and even able to walk after Otto's treatment. Clarence Hui fell to her knees, earnestly saying, Dr. Andrew, you saved my father. I was so unreasonable earlier. Our family doesn't know how to thank you. Otto waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, it was nothing. How could I stand by and watch someone die? Still disbelieving, Brett insisted, impossible. It must be a last burst of energy before death. You must have used some dark arts to prematurely drain Hayes' life force. Upon hearing this, Hayes' face darkened, and he rebuked sharply. Basil, do you really wish for this old man to die so soon? Don't I know my own condition best? Esther also glared coldly at Brett. Sebastian, it's fine that your medical skills can't heal my grandpa, but are you so jealous because Dr. Andrew cured him? Faced with questioning from his former goddess, Brett realized he had misspoken. He hurriedly tried to explain. Everyone misunderstood me. I mean, since Hayes has just recovered from a serious illness, it would be better to conduct a comprehensive checkup for peace of mind. After a moment's thought, Hayes agreed, realizing the importance of checking for hidden ailments. He lay back on the bed, and his assistants conducted a thorough medical examination using medical instruments. When the assistants handed the health report to Brett, his mouth dropped open in shock. Comparing the 2 sets of test results, he exclaimed in disbelief, How? How could these be from the same person? The atrophied leg muscles and failing organs from just half an hour ago now looked entirely rejuvenated, identical to those of a healthy individual. Hayes got out of bed and looked around the room, seemingly searching for someone. Tianli, which one here is Dr. Andrew? Such incredible medical skills seem almost divine. In his mind, such a skilled doctor should be an elderly scholar with white hair and beard, so he overlooked the young Otto. Bryce approached excitedly and pointed to Otto. Big Giannis, it was this young friend Andrew who healed you. He's truly a reincarnation of Hua Tua. Hayes' face showed surprise, then gratitude. Divine Dr. Andrew, you're truly remarkable. You pulled this old man back from the brink of death. This old life is saved by you. From now on, whatever matters Divine Dr. Andrew faces, they are our Clarence family's matters. Hayes reached out and firmly shook Otto's hand. Otto responded calmly, You're too kind, Hayes. You've done so much good for the people of Beijing. It was nothing. Seeing the situation turn against him, Brett quietly tried to slip towards the door without drawing attention. Sebastian, where are you going? Didn't we have a bet? Otto teased. Brett stopped reluctantly, his expression awkward. Once a word is spoken, even 4 horses cannot catch it. How could Brett go back on my word? Though his words were firm, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He wished he could slap himself for losing a year's income in a moment of recklessness. 1 million yuan was his annual income, and now it had vanished in an instant. Given the looks from the Clarence family, if he tried to back out today, they wouldn't let him leave easily. Worse, they could ruin his career with a single word. With great reluctance, Brett took out a check and wrote 1 million yuan, handing it to Otto. After checking the authenticity of the check, Otto put it in his pocket. Sebastian, I'll keep the money, but don't forget the other part of the bet. I hope you will apologize for insulting traditional Chinese medicine at the International Medical Forum as soon as possible. Brett's face was clouded with mixed emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll do as I said. I'll post an apology on the forum this afternoon. After speaking, he couldn't wait to leave, quickly gathering his things and leaving with his assistant in disgrace. Hayes slowly got used to the sensation of his feet touching the ground, and his shaky steps from just getting out of bed now turned into confident strides. Bryce watched attentively by his side. realizing that Otto's techniques had surpassed his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. He looked at Otto seriously and said, I have spent my entire life immersed in traditional Chinese medicine, believing I had mastered it. But after seeing Mr. Andrew treat Hayes, I realized how small I am. If Mr. Andrew doesn't mind an old fool like me, please take me as your disciple. Without waiting for a response, Bryce was about to kneel and pay homage, adhering to the principle that in traditional Chinese medicine, the competent should be the teacher. He didn't feel ashamed kneeling to someone younger. Instead, he felt genuinely delighted. Please don't. You're too kind, Hayes. Otto hurriedly helped the kneeling Bryce up. No matter what, having an elderly man over 70 kneel before him felt awkward. Moreover, Bryce was highly respected in the traditional Chinese medicine community, dedicating himself to its development and promotion. But Bryce insisted on kneeling, saying with disappointment, forget it. Mr. Andrew must think I'm too dull, and at my age, I still only know the basics of traditional Chinese medicine. It's understandable you wouldn't want me as a disciple. Otto was torn between laughter and tears. This old man was as stubborn as Daeon. It's not that I'm unwilling to take on disciples. Hayes, you may not know that I already have one in Jiangzhou, the skilled practitioner Daeon. However, if Hayes is comfortable with it, you can always ask me any questions regarding medical skills, and I will answer without reservation. Bryce's beard trembled as he said somewhat Weichuda, unhappily, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes lineage. If you don't take me as a disciple, I'll always be an outsider. How could I truly receive all your knowledge? He suddenly seemed to have an idea, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How about I become Daeon's disciple? That way, you would be my master's Asher. Master's Asher, please accept your descendants' reverence. Chapter 109, Clues about the Dragon Pendant. Seeing that Bryce was about to kneel in reverence, Otto hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Hayes, if you wish to be Master Daeon's disciple, how can you not pay respects to him first, but kneel to me instead? Bryce pondered for a moment, and realized Otto had a point. He then said seriously, very well, then I will officially join your master today, and when I meet Master Daeon later, I'll make up for the etiquette. Otto felt very awkward inside seeing an old man with white hair and beard kneeling to him, so he decided to pass the responsibility to Daeon since they didn't know when they would meet. Alright, let's leave these formalities until Hayes meets Daeon. Hearing the respected elder of traditional Chinese medicine addressing himself as master, Otto still felt a bit uneasy, but this was the best outcome at the moment. After Bryce stood up, his joy made his mustache and eyebrows twitch. He gestured for Clarence Huikai to come over. Huikai, the transmission of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine is greatly emphasized. Today I join Mr. Andrew's discipleship. Shouldn't you also change your address accordingly? Clarence Huikai looked troubled. Although Otto was the savior of his father, he was just a young man in his early 20s, which made it hard for him to call him master. Otto responded indifferently, no problem, Mr. Clarence. We will just address each other as equals. Clarence Huikai sighed with relief and patted Otto on the shoulder saying, thank you, Mr. Andrew. In the future, whatever you need help with, my family in the capital city will be ready to assist you. Bryce turned his eyes to Esther. Ening, come here and greet your ancestor Barker. I absolutely refuse. He is obviously the same age as me, and I simply cannot accept it. Frustration caused her chest to rise and fall violently. Bryce's face darkened as he said sternly, Ening, in traditional Chinese medicine, the one who reaches the peak first becomes the teacher. Even at my age, I can't perform the kneeling ritual, and you can't even greet your ancestor Barker properly? This time, Otto did not come to the rescue. Instead, he calmly watched Esther with amusement, remembering the day she pointed a gun at him and handcuffed him. But, Esther stole a glance at Bryce's cold face, realizing there was no way out of this. She looked at Otto pitifully, silently wishing him to say that he wanted to be addressed as an equal too. However, Otto pretended not to see Esther's pleading eyes and continued watching her with a smile. Esther clenched her teeth. Her pretty cheeks flushed red. After a long pause, she barely managed to say, greetings, Ancestor Barker. Her voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Otto teased. Was someone speaking just now, or was there a mosquito buzzing around my ear? Seeing Otto's smug look, Esther wished she could immediately cuff him again with handcuffs. But due to Bryce's imposing presence, she had no choice but to force a louder greeting. Greetings, Ancestor Barker. Descendant Esther wishes you well. Great. Clarence Settle Ening has such a sweet mouth. I heard you loud and clear. Otto sized up Esther before saying, Clarence Settle Ening, I can see you've been practicing martial arts from a young age, and there seems to be a hidden illness in your right thigh. Take this prescription. As an elder, I should offer something meaningful to you. Bryce stared eagerly at the prescription in Otto's hand. Knowing it came from the one who mastered Shintian Jiru Andrew needle therapy, it must be invaluable. He promptly said, girl, quickly take this prescription given by your ancestor master. Finally, there's a cure for your leg ailment. Thank you, Ancestor Master. She forced a smile while secretly wanting to hit Otto's smirking face off balance, exposing him for showing off in front of her. At this moment, Otto's phone rang. It was Griffin calling. A neutral voice came from the phone. Desi, I found clues about the dragon pendant you asked me to find. There's going to be an auction tonight at 8 p.m. at the International Financial Center in the capital city, and the dragon pendant is the last item on auction. Good, I understand. Otto controlled his excitement and hung up without drawing attention. Previously, he had asked Griffin to secretly investigate leads on the dragon pendant. Never had he imagined Griffin's top-tier intelligence gathering skills would lead to the clues so quickly. Once he fused with this new piece of the dragon pendant, his strength would definitely improve further, possibly unlocking more information about the northern spirit realm, increasing his chances of finding his mother. Not wanting to stay any longer, Otto turned to Bryce. I have some matters at the International Financial Center. Let's talk another day. Bryce replied regretfully. Then we shall discuss medical techniques another day, grandson. Ening, drive your ancestor Barker to the financial center. Esther was now so frustrated that she felt like vomiting blood. It was bad enough that Otto had taken advantage of the generational difference, but now she even had to work herself to the bone as his personal chauffeur. She could only pout unwillingly and lead Otto out of the villa. The moment they exited the villa, she crumpled up the prescription he gave her and threw it in the trash can, venting her pent-up dissatisfaction. Otto couldn't help but chuckle. Her fiery temper belied the fact that deep down, she was still a little girl. But Esther's leg injury remained a time bomb. If she didn't take the medicine on time, she would suffer later. Esther initially planned to straddle her expensive Kawasaki motorcycle, but then changed her mind and led Otto to the adjacent electric bike. Humph, you dare to act superior with me regarding generation? Then I'll dare to ride an electric bike to send you. Aren't you in a hurry? Let's see if you don't get anxious. This was her usual vehicle for getting around the villa area, with the key always left on it. She said grumpily, the motorcycle is out of gas. The electric bike will have to do. If you're in a rush, I'll call you a taxi. Otto naturally saw through her little schemes and sat casually on the back of the electric bike, smiling. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not in a hurry. Esther's plan failed, leaving her no choice but to put on a helmet and ride the electric bike towards the financial city, puffing angrily all the way. Stop at the apartment next to Baichao Hall ahead. I need to go back and drop off something. Esther stopped the electric bike under the apartment building and said impatiently, you'd better hurry up. If you're slow, I won't wait for you. Thinking about having to ride another half hour under the scorching sun to reach the financial city, Esther felt a surge of anger. It was as if she was being treated as a slave. Otto walked calmly into the apartment building, intending to temporarily store the dozens of bathing herbs he carried in Amina's apartment. After all, carrying them around was inconvenient. Just as he entered, a young man with a mohawk hairstyle hiding in the shady grove made a phone call. Giannis Adam, I just saw Otto walking into the apartment building, accompanied by a woman. Chapter 110 Sudden Calamity. Women? Is she the Neil of the SWAT team or Amina? The voice on the other end of the phone rasped. Mohawk quietly peeked through the grass, glanced at Esther, and replied, that woman is riding an electric bike, wearing a helmet, and is not in police uniform. The person on the other end pondered for a while. Given Esther's flamboyant personality, she had never ridden an electric bike nor worn civilian clothes. It must be Otto's girl from Baichao Tang Pharmacy, Amina. Keep a close eye on her. I'll bring Giannis Heim over immediately. Neither of them should be spared. After Mohawk hung up the phone, his eyes stayed glued to the apartment entrance. Otto left the bachelor apartment after placing the medicinal herbs for herbal bath inside. Because Amina wasn't home, he came out quickly. When Esther was riding her electric bike past a remote area, 3 pitch-black SUVs caught up with her and boxed her in. Several thugs armed with knives and clubs rushed out from these vehicles. The leader was a bald-headed man covered in tattoos, wielding a long watermelon knife, hacking the front of the electric bike to pieces, shouting, get off the bike right now. The other goons swarmed around, smashing the electric bike to smithereens with iron rods, even leaving the seat punctured beyond recognition. Stunned by this chaotic scene, Esther was momentarily dazed. As the Neil of the Special Tactical Unit, street punks used to run away at the sight of her. Who dared to mess with her today? Esther was already fuming over Otto, and now snapped back to reality, eyebrows shooting up in anger. Who are you people? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Tattooed heard her words and toyed with the watermelon knife in his hand, sneering, broad daylight? I am the law around here. There's no one I dare not touch. Seeing the situation, Otto knew instantly that it was because yesterday Ethan was humiliated at the police station and now sent gangsters to teach him a lesson. But Otto hadn't planned to intervene yet. Esther had pent up frustration from earlier, and these guys were the perfect release valve. Though annoyed, Esther still maintained her professional demeanor. You are disturbing the peace. Put your hands behind your heads and squat down. I am the Neil of the Jingxing Special Tactical Unit. Azai seemed to have heard a joke, having just received intelligence that Otto's companion was an intern doctor at Baichao Tang. Now she claimed to be a special tactical officer. Clarence settle slut. Don't talk nonsense. With that pretty face, who would believe you're a police officer? If you're the Neil, I might as well be the director of the Ministry of Public Security. His gaze then roamed greedily over Esther's face and figure, barely concealing his lust. A yellow-haired henchman, good at reading the room, promptly suggested, Giannis Azai, she has top-notch looks and body. How about taking her along after completing the mission? Azai nodded approvingly. Good thinking. We need to cripple that kid's legs as ordered. This little bitch can keep us entertained tonight. Giannis Azai, you're wise. Tate, long smitten with Esther, hurriedly moved forward upon receiving the command, eyes filled with greed. Otto watched the unfolding situation with ease. He knew this girl had been practicing martial arts since childhood. Dealing with these street punks would be easy for her. Sure enough, Esther faced Tate without fear and shouted angrily, looking for death. She delivered a powerful kick straight to Tate's chest. Instantly, there was a sharp cracking sound followed by Tate flying several meters like a broken kite, crashing into a tree trunk. Ouch, painful. Ah. Tate screamed in agony as intense pain nearly made him faint. He rolled on the ground, sobbing. Azai's expression flickered with surprise. This little bitch has some moves. Despite being surprised, he dismissed it casually and ordered, attack together, don't damage her skin. I plan to have fun tonight. With a cursory glance at Otto, he quickly ignored him, confident that Otto was merely a harmless doctor according to the intelligence. Upon receiving the command, the dozen armed thugs surged forward, swinging their weapons towards Esther. But they all missed as she nimbly evaded each attack. Instead, the thugs fell one after another, losing their fighting capability. Within minutes, dozens of thugs lay on the ground in pain, clutching their injuries and wailing. In a black Land Rover parked nearby, Ethan nervously watched the scene unfold through the windshield. Beside him sat a baron with a brutish face, his attire revealing he was not someone to be trifled with. This man was Jarvis mentioned in the phone call just now. His tone was icy cold. Officer Adam, is that woman the intern doctor you mentioned? My dozen or so subordinates were all severely injured by her. Ethan felt infuriated inwardly. Who would have thought that Esther, who usually acted flamboyantly, would ride an electric bike to deliver medicine for Otto? Now he was in a bind and had no choice but to take care of both of them. Giannis Heim, please hold your horses. I will cover all medical expenses for your men and pay an additional 100,000 as a final payment. Jarvis's expression softened slightly. Kalins Officer Adam, you are so sincere. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. Durang Pai, one of my subordinates, is a Shin stage cultivator. More than enough to deal with him. Ethan slowly took a drag on his cigarette. If it weren't for his current need to remain incognito, he could have dispatched operatives from the organization to permanently solve this problem without wasting money on these street thugs. Durang Pai, seeing all his underlings lying defeated on the ground, stared at Esther with venomous eyes, like a snake ready to strike. He sneered. Missy, you sure know some good moves. I wonder if you're as skilled in bed? Saying this, he slowly advanced towards Esther. Pervert, I'll rip your mouth apart. Esther was enraged by the lewd remarks and instantly struck out fiercely at Durang Pai. A cold smile spread across Durang Pai's lips as he formed his hands into eagle claws, grabbing Esther's wrists tightly. Esther felt excruciating pain in her wrists. Her normally fair and delicate skin was turning bruised, and she could hear the grating sound of bones being crushed. In agony, she struggled with all her might to free her wrists, but the grip was too strong, making her pain even worse. Otto, observing the scene, warned her with a hint of sarcasm. With your wrists caught, why don't you try using your legwork, like a groin kick, to finish him off? By the time Esther reacted, it was too late. Seeing her lift her leg to kick, Jureng Pai delivered a sweeping leg straight at her lower body. She lost her balance and stumbled. When she regained her footing, Jureng Pai's brutish face was right in front of her, reaching out to grope her chest. Chapter 111. 10 roads of tan leg turned into a cripple. Esther's pupils dilated, her delicate face etched with terror, but the assailant was too fast. There was no time to dodge. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to witness the impending humiliation. In an instant, a pair of large hands with prominent knuckles appeared out of nowhere, clenching the wrist of Jureng Pai tightly, stopping his movement dead in its tracks. Jureng Pai felt excruciating pain shoot through his wrist, as if it struck his very soul. He turned his head in fear, and saw that the person who intervened was none other than Otto, who had previously seemed harmless. Filth, you're asking for death. Jureng Pai exerted all his strength to yank back his hand, but his wrist was as if held by a pair of vice grips. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge an inch. He changed tactics and lashed out with a powerful right roundhouse kick aimed at Otto's head. Unexpectedly, Otto sidestepped with a strange gait, and Jureng Pai kicked at empty air. The momentum caused him to slam harshly into the ground. Jureng Pai climbed up from the ground, spitting blood-laden phlegm viciously. Insolent boy, today, I'll show you the power of the 10 roads of tan leg. Jureng Pai sprinted towards Otto, gathering his true chi and unleashing a lightning-fast kick that even produced shockwaves. Otto didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he kicked casually to meet it head-on. A smirk of derision curved Jureng Pai's lips as though envisioning the outcome of Otto's broken leg. It was important to note that his signature move was the 10 roads of tan leg, enhanced by profound-level true chi, which could break even a thick tree when unleashed at full force. Seeing Otto preparing to counter directly, Esther cried out in alarm, "No! His leg techniques are extremely formidable." Having long entered the realm of martial arts, she knew the intensity of Jureng Pai's kick well. For ordinary people, getting hit by such a blow would be deadly. Bang! A muffled sound followed as Otto's leg collided violently with Jureng Pai's. Contrary to Esther's expectations, Otto stood still, while Jureng Pai was thrown several meters away, spinning uncontrollably before thudding onto the ground. After landing, Jureng Pai saw stars and felt his brain rattling inside his skull. Worse yet, his right leg revealed a bone white with agony, nearly fainting from the searing pain. This can't be possible. How could your leg skills surpass mine? Jureng Pai's heart churned like a stormy sea. His legs could bend steel rods, yet this opponent remained unscathed. Otto's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "Your right leg is now open fractured. Even after healing, you'll just be a cripple." There was not a shred of mercy in his heart. If he were an ordinary person, that strike would have crippled him for life. From afar in the Range Rover, Ethan and Jarvis watched everything unfold, feeling shocked waves ripple through them. "Giannis Jarvis, your underlings are too weak. Hurry up and call some stronger ones over," said Ethan. Jarvis's face contorted in anger, wishing he could slap Ethan twice. "You make it sound so easy. Jureng Pai is my strongest brother. Ask around in Beijing's major dens and see how many profound-level experts there are. That boy is exceptionally strong despite his youth. You're pushing me into trouble. If I knew this, forget 500,000, even 5 million yuan wouldn't make me do this deal." Ethan placated him. "Don't get angry, Giannis Jarvis. It was my fault for not investigating their strength thoroughly. Take this remaining 300,000 yuan as payment." Jarvis felt a pang in his heart. Losing Jureng Pai, one of his top fighters, meant losing a significant amount of leverage in this area. "Do you think 300,000 yuan can buy my brother's leg? Daydream all you want." Otto slowly approached Jureng Pai and taunted, "You're known for the 10 roads of tan leg, right? Your left leg is still intact. How about we practice more?" Jureng Pai shook his head frantically, utterly defeated. "I dare not anymore. Please let me off." He begged sincerely, regretting kicking a rock-hard opponent. This young man was far stronger than himself. Even 10 of him combined couldn't win. Otto turned to look at Esther and smiled. "This guy almost humiliated you earlier. Want to beat him up a bit to vent?" Esther stared at Otto complexly. She initially thought he only excelled in throwing needles, but he proved to be even more skilled than an external expert. "Why didn't you intervene earlier when you saw them gang up on me?" Esther snapped irritably. "Is this how you speak to your great-grandmaster?" Otto laughed. "Besides, didn't I want to let you release some pent-up anger on me? Who knew you were so weak? You did this on purpose to tease me, didn't you?" All the gratitude Esther had for Otto's rescue vanished without a trace. As they were talking, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring, and dozens of special police officers got out. "Deputy Captain, are you hurt?" the team leader asked with concern. "I'm fine. These people were carrying restricted weapons and assaulted us publicly. Take them all back for interrogation." The team leader was greatly alarmed. Which gang did these thugs belong to, daring enough to target the Tiger Lady of the Special Police Unit? They would have a hard time in the police station. Those who are seriously injured should be sent to the hospital for treatment first, and those with minor injuries should be handcuffed and taken back. Lying on the ground, Jureng Pai felt utterly disheartened. Damn, he really had the worst luck. It turned out that they were indeed special police. Public assault on police is a serious offense. He was probably looking at a few years in prison. After the scene was almost cleared, Esther said to Otto, "With such a big incident, I need to go back to the police station immediately. The International Financial City is just ahead. You can take a taxi there." Otto shrugged indifferently. "You go and do your work. Next time we meet, I'll bring some goodies for the ancestor." Esther rolled her eyes dramatically. This guy was pretending in front of her again, but she couldn't feel any disgust towards him. After everyone left, Otto looked at the battered electric scooter in front of him and fell silent. He inserted the key and surprisingly found the scooter could still move forward. Forget it. Save where you can, and spin where you must. Let's ride the bike to the bar. In the Range Rover far away, Jarvis was tightly throttling Ethan's neck, roaring angrily. "You said that woman was an intern doctor? She's clearly the Neil of the Special Police Unit, and you didn't recognize your former colleague? You deliberately tried to set me up. My guys all have records. Once they're in jail, it won't be easy to get out." Cough, cough. Ethan choked. "Jarvis, brother, listen to my explanation." "Explanation, my ass." Jarvis pressed his body on Ethan, raining punches down like hailstones, thrashing him severely. Chapter 112. Riding my beloved scooter. Riding my beloved scooter. It will never be stuck in traffic. Otto rode his already worn-out electric scooter towards Financial City, humming a cheerful tune. His heart was brimming with joy. As long as he could secure the fragment of the dragon pendant at the auction later, following previous experiences of fusing with the dragon pendant, he would undoubtedly gain unexpected benefits. Perhaps he might even find clues about his mother. Not far ahead was the landmark of Beijing, International Financial City. A towering building abruptly stood before him, rising up to 150 stories, its pinnacle piercing through the clouds. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The open square in front of Financial City was bustling with distinguished guests, and luxury cars lined the streets beyond count. The high-end BMWs, Benz S, and Audis that were usually seen as top-tier here became the most unremarkable vehicles. Otto parked his dilapidated electric scooter by the roadside and walked towards the square, drawing glances from the elaborately dressed guests. Who's this kid? Didn't they strictly forbid delivery people from entering such important occasions today? This electric scooter couldn't have been salvaged from a junkyard? This thing can actually still ride? Otto ignored the disdainful remarks from these self-proclaimed upper-class individuals, focusing solely on how he could bid for the dragon pendant fragment at the lowest price. 2 security guards blocked Otto at the perimeter of the open square, coldly stating, "Financial City is hosting an important event today. Please take a detour if you're not invited." Otto furrowed his brows slightly. "I'm here to attend the auction. Please show your invitation." Though the guard spoke politely, anyone could tell they didn't believe Otto had the qualifications to enter. Just as Otto was about to call Bridger to resolve the entry issue, a graceful figure ran towards him from afar, and a clear, lively voice reached Otto's ears. "Yanasi, when did you come to Beijing? Why didn't you tell me?" A fragrant aroma enveloped him as the girl hugged him tightly, giving him a big bear hug. Feeling the softness pressing against him, this familiar touch and unique fragrance belonged to none other than Alithia. "KC, long time no see, cough, you're hugging too tight." A blush spread across Alithia's cheeks, calming her excitement as she realized she had acted improperly in front of everyone. "Yanasi, are you here for the auction too?" Otto replied calmly. "Alexis, there's something I must obtain from this auction." Alithia's eyes sparkled as she led Otto into the venue. "Yanasi, then let me help you bid for what you want. I also need to secure something essential." Without showing any invitation to the guards, Alithia pulled Otto straight to the entrance of Financial City. "Yanasi, here are all the items for auction today. See if there's anything you like." Alithia handed him a slim booklet. Otto casually flipped through the auction catalog. When he reached the second-to-last page, a gleam of sharp insight flashed in his eyes, sending waves of astonishment through his heart. The Origin Cauldron. It's actually listed among the auction items. In the Xintian catalog, which documented the 10 great treasures from 1,000 years ago during the Cultivation era, the Origin Cauldron ranked 6th. This cauldron is said to be unmatched among alchemy furnaces, easily producing top-grade elixirs. Moreover, it's a magical treasure that can arbitrarily change its size, capable of absorbing all evil spirits in the world. The more powerful the user's true chi, the larger the cauldron would grow when infused with true chi. This unlimited ability to change size was what made the Origin Cauldron so formidable. If the Origin Cauldron up for auction today turned out to be genuine, Otto planned to bid for it, along with the dragon pendant fragment. A young man in a suit emerged from within Financial City. He wore his hair slicked back immaculately and sported black-rimmed glasses. "KC, why didn't you let me know you arrived? I could have picked you up at the entrance." Seeing Alithia, the young man smiled warmly, his not-so-handsome face looking rather pleasant. But when he noticed Alithia holding onto Otto's arm, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. Although the young man's cold gaze vanished in an instant, Otto accurately caught the hostility. He immediately sensed that this young man was no ordinary person. His emotions were well concealed, and his depth far exceeded that of peers, unlike the blatant emotions shown by spoiled rich kids he had encountered before. Upon seeing the young man, Alithia's finely arched eyebrows furrowed, subtly moving closer to Otto. "Percy, this is my boyfriend, Otto. We came together, so it would have been inconvenient if you had come to pick us up." Percy remained silent for a moment. Hearing Alithia formally introduce Otto as her boyfriend fueled his jealousy and anger even more. "Mr. Andrew, welcome to Financial City. Our Sue family is the largest shareholder here. As the host, we should naturally give you a warm welcome." After speaking with a false smile, he extended his right hand. Otto shook it generously. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Sue." Percy discreetly increased the pressure in his grip. He had already reached the Xian realm a year ago, and with a little effort, he could crush steel pipes. He glanced at Otto's expression, expecting him to grit his teeth in pain, but instead, Otto remained calm and collected. Otto chuckled inwardly. The force of this kid's grip wasn't even enough to tickle him, yet he dared to think he could hurt him. Prince Sue is really the Ruching Halkura, holding on for so long without letting go. As Otto spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip. A chilling sound echoed through the air, the sound of bones and muscles grinding together in Percy's hand. "Ah!" Percy grunted, retracting his right hand as if electrocuted. Still wearing that insincere smile, he said, "Mr. Andrew has come all this way, and I must be warmly hospitable." Though Percy maintained his composure outwardly, inside he had already sentenced Otto to death. This ignorant poor boy not only put his hands on Alithia, but also dared to humiliate him repeatedly. Tomorrow morning, there would be another headless male corpse floating in the canal upstream of Beijing. Sensing the fleeting murderous intent in Percy's eyes, a hint of ridicule appeared on the corner of Otto's mouth as he naturally hugged Alithia closer. Alithia rested her head obediently against Otto's chest, looking very submissive. Seeing this scene, Percy's envy surged, wishing he could punch Otto to death and take his place right now. Stealing Alithia away from him was bad enough, but flaunting their love right in front of him was unbearable. "Percy, if there's nothing else, my boyfriend and I will go in first. You can continue welcoming guests," Alithia said coldly. "I, as the heir of the prestigious Sue family, personally welcome only you." Percy looked at Otto and said, "The auction starts at 8, and the basement level houses our family's casino. Why don't we go inside and have some fun?" Chapter 113 The Clown at the Gambling Table. Otto naturally knew what he was up to. Kalance the other party wanted him to make a fool of himself in the casino. Then let's see who would truly be the clown. Alithia leaned against Otto affectionately and said obediently, "Giannis E, do you want to play?" Otto responded indifferently. Kalance Desi Sue invited us so warmly, it would be too impolite not to go. Percy was overjoyed internally. The casino was his own establishment. Let alone Otto, who had never been to a casino before. A mere bumpkin. He could ensure even a gambling saint would lose everything. "That KC, follow me." I'll guarantee that you'll have fun. The moment he turned around, he shed his previous amiable facade, his face turning ruthlessly sharp. To him, Otto was already a dead man. In gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. By then, with just a little manipulation on his part to burden Otto with debt, how could Otto hold his head up in front of Alithia? The three rode the elevator to the basement level where the casino was located. Upon entering the casino, a lingering smell of smoke and alcohol pervaded, almost nauseating. Percy, noticing the change in Alithia's expression, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, KC, this is where the poor gamblers play. I'll take you to the VIP area later." He pushed open a hidden door and, after several twists and turns accompanied by soft blue lighting, they arrived at the VIP area. This place was evidently more luxurious and impressive. The rich and lavish decorations were striking, and the female dealer's skirts were so short that one couldn't help but stare. A faint aroma filled the air as the wealthy puffed on cigars, casually tossing chips worth hundreds of thousands each, exuding an aura of opulence. Percy couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Andrew, let's play a couple of rounds first. I'll give you 100,000 in chips as a gift. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's all for fun." He looked at Otto with sincere eyes, giving the impression of old friends reuniting after years apart. Percy was confident that for someone like Otto, who had never been to a gambling table, winning a few times at the beginning would hook him completely. Otto, surveying the casino, replied, "I appreciate Desi Su's gesture, but I'll exchange 20,000 yuan in chips myself. Small bets add zest." Percy sneered inwardly. Small bets add zest? Once he applied some tricks, Otto wouldn't be able to control himself. When Otto was overwhelmed by debt, he would be easy to manipulate. With compound interest from high-interest loans, Otto might owe him for life. Though Percy harbored despicable thoughts, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Indeed, Mr. Andrew has principles. In that case, I won't give you the chips and we'll have the front desk bring you 20,000 yuan in chips." After Otto paid 20,000 yuan via card, he received 2 chips, each worth 10,000 yuan. "Mr. Andrew, what would you like to play?" Percy asked, barely suppressing his glee. "Let's play dice. That's easy to pick up, since I don't know any other games." Percy inwardly ridiculed him. As expected, Otto was a bumpkin, not even knowing basic games like blackjack or roulette. Mr. Andrew is indeed wise. Pure luck-based games are friendly for beginners. Percy led Otto to a table and tapped it lightly twice, indicating that he should give Otto a taste of victory to lure him into addiction. Otto pushed 1 chip forward. "I bet on big." Percy's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he taunted. "Mr. Andrew doesn't seem like a stingy person. Why only bet 10,000? Haha, I've always had good luck. If I win too much, I'm afraid your casino might incur too many losses, and you might not want to pay up." Otto laughed. Percy revealed a trace of mockery. "Play foul? Mr. Andrew sure has an imagination. Do you think this is a mahjong parlor in your rural area? Our Su family's casino stands out because of its integrity." He spoke with pride. Even if Otto won tens of thousands, it would be peanuts compared to the millions in daily turnover of the casino. With that said, Percy also placed a 10,000 yuan chip on the table and said nonchalantly, "All the way." A sexy dressed dealer approached the table with 3 dice and a dice cup, explaining the rules. The dice cup contains 3 dice. The total of the 3 can reach up to 18 points. Below 10 points is considered small. Above 10 points is big. I understand. Otto pretended to be excited and eagerly placed a chip on the big side. Percy calmly placed a chip on the small side, deliberately maintaining his elegant and gentlemanly image in front of Alithia. "Please place your bets now." Under the dealer's slender fingers, the dice cup flipped swiftly, finally landing on the table and opening slowly. The numbers on the 3 dice are 5, 3, and 6. Mr. Andrew wins the big bet and gains 10,000 yuan in chips. The dealer announced the result of the bet and pushed Percy's chip towards Otto. Percy said with a slight expression of annoyance, "Mr. Andrew indeed has good luck, winning 10,000 at the start. You're bound to win big later on." Otto naturally knew that the other party was trying to flatter him to his downfall. He pretended to be extremely delighted and placed 3 chips on the big area again, smiling. "Casey's is bigger, so I'm still betting on big this time." Alithia's face instantly flushed red, and she pouted, "Giannis E, you're so annoying." However, she couldn't help but feel happy, as if Otto's winnings were more joyful to her than if she had won herself. The deep-seated killing intent in Percy's eyes could no longer be hidden. He naturally understood that when Otto said big, he referred to Alithia's bust size, implying they had already shared a bed. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down and then called out to the dealer in a solemn voice, "Didn't you see Mr. Andrew has already bet on big? Hurry up and open the cup." The female dealer nervously picked up the dice cup. She knew that Desi wanted Otto to lose, so it was necessary for her to manipulate the outcome. After shaking the dice cup, Otto released a wisp of profound true chi, subtly sensing the patterns on the upward faces of the dice. Calyx points, 3 points, 5 points, so he would still win. But Otto didn't hastily withdraw his external true chi. He knew the dealer would definitely try something. Sure enough, the moment the dealer lifted the cup, she covertly flipped the dice's numbers with an extremely concealed hand movement. The numbers inside the dice cup are... The female dealer clearly hesitated upon seeing the numbers. Percy thought the dealer was building suspense because she hadn't spoken for a while, so he waved his hand and said, "Say the numbers." "Why did you stop?" Now the dice were visible to everyone, and it was impossible for the dealer to tamper with them again. She could only harden her resolve and nervously continued, "Calyx points, 5 points, 6 points. This round's winner is Mr. Andrew." Otto calmly picked up the 3 chips from Percy's table, another 30,000 in winnings. "Mr. Su, it seems my luck is quite good today. I've offended you." Chapter 114. You call yourself a gambling king? Percy, who had previously seemed so confident of victory, approached the gambling table in disbelief, staring at the 3 dice. He murmured to himself, "How could this be?" Otto leaned back, crossing his leg over the other, and said with interest, "What do you mean, Desi Su? Winning and losing are normal at the gambling table. Did you try anything underhanded?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Percy quickly defended himself. "The dice cup is in the dealer's hands. How can I manipulate anything? I just find it unreasonable that you've won consecutively." After returning to his seat, he glared fiercely at the female dealer, clearly dissatisfied with her technique. "Kalins, Mr. Andrew has such good luck. Why don't we play another round?" "Kalins, Mr. Andrew has such good luck. Why don't we play another round?" "Right on my mind." Otto pushed all the chips in front of him into the big betting area. The female dealer took a deep breath, focusing intensely. This time, she used her skill of determining numbers by sound. She shook the dice cup for nearly a minute to ensure all 3 dice landed on one before opening it. Before she could even announce the result, everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 dice. They were all 6s, causing an uproar among the spectators. Who is this young man to have such great luck, winning 3 consecutive rounds? That bespectacled one is the Desi of the Su family. Though he seems calm now, this young man might face retaliation from him later. Oh, why did he have to win against Desi Su? Otto scooped up the full 16 chips towards him, smiling. Looks like Lady Luck is on my side. You need to step it up, Desi Su. Percy's expression fluctuated as he responded solemnly. Let's play one more round. Otto again placed all his chips on the big bet. Cold sweat poured down the female dealer's forehead. She sensed her young master's dissatisfaction but was also bewildered. She had used her best skills, ensuring all 3 dice would land on one, yet they revealed 6s, a 1 in 10,000 probability. With trembling hands, the female dealer picked up the dice cup, using every ounce of effort to shake it before opening it. Alexis, we won again. Alithia, upon seeing 3 6s inside the cup, hugged Otto enthusiastically, almost kissing him. Though 160,000 yuan wasn't much to Alithia, the thrill of gambling surged her adrenaline, making her addicted. Percy stared coldly at the 3 6s. Losing money was trivial, but losing 3 times in front of his goddess and a crowd was mortifying. With a weary look, he gestured for the next round to continue. Otto continued to go all in, hoping to win 3.2 million yuan this time. The female dealer trembled uncontrollably. Each time she ensured everything went perfectly, yet the results favored Otto. After 5 rounds, Otto had accumulated 5.12 million yuan worth of chips. Spectators already firmly believed Otto would win even before the dice were rolled. How could anyone win so many consecutive games in a game of chance? There must be something fishy. What trick could there be? The young man hasn't touched the dice cup. I think it's pure luck. Percy couldn't sit still anymore. Originally, he planned to use some tricks to make Otto lose everything. But now Otto kept winning, turning him into a laughingstock. He coughed heavily, signaling the female dealer to step down. Relieved, she knew Percy looked gentlemanly but feared what would happen if this continued. She naturally stumbled and dramatically clutched her swollen ankle. Clarence settle master, I can't stand anymore. Her acting was flawless. Percy nodded. Go get yourself checked. Let Giannis Jean take over. A few minutes later, a baron with a slightly chubby build and slicked back hair arrived at the table. Muhammad was specially hired by the Su family at great expense to oversee the casino. In the U Rupert region, he was hailed as the gambling king. After calmly sipping tea, he nodded at Percy, indicating he understood the situation. Seeing Muhammad's confidence, Percy felt relieved. Manipulating dice results was child's play for a gambler of Muhammad's caliber. This time, everything would go according to plan. Percy asked without showing any emotion. Mr. Andrew, are you going to bet all your chips again? Alithia, experienced in business tactics, found the sudden change problematic. Leaning close to Otto's ear, she whispered softly, Giannis something's off. Maybe we should stop here. After all, a little gambling is fun, but too much is harmful. 5 million yuan is not a small amount of money. It would be a poor decision to lose it all in a moment of recklessness. Otto seemed to ignore Alithia's warning and stood up, saying, all in. I must go all in. Today, I am the invincible general. Having said that, he once again pushed all the chips on the gambling table into the big betting area. Percy secretly rejoiced. He had been worried that this young man would pull back in time, but it looked like Otto was now carried away. After Percy lost his own bets, he planned to make Otto pay tenfold for the next few rounds, burying him under debt forever. With a chilling voice, Percy said, Jingu, let's start. Muhammad nodded slightly, picked up the dice cup with utmost confidence. Unlike the female dealer's flamboyant moves, he simply shook the dice cup plainly about a dozen times. Under everyone's watchful eyes, when he lifted the lid of the dice cup, he was stunned. What was going on? He had reached the realm of dice mastery and clearly felt that all 3 dice inside the cup were 1s. How did they turn into 3s out of nowhere? Without even glancing at the dice, Otto said, so embarrassing. It looks like Gustavo has lost this round again. He then moved all the chips on the table to his side, winning 10.24 million yuan within half an hour. The spectators gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. After so many years, it's my first time seeing someone win over a dozen consecutive rounds in big or small. No matter how lucky you are, you can't win like this. Look at Desi Su's face. It's turning purple like liver. That young winner is likely to have trouble soon. At this point, Alithia gave Otto a kiss on the cheek, feeling more excited than ever before. Seeing Alithia kiss Otto right in front of him, Percy's anger surged. He could no longer hide his emotions. He blurted out, have some guts and keep playing. I don't believe you can keep having such rotten luck. You'll end up paying me back tenfold, hundredfold. Otto couldn't help laughing at Percy's infuriated look. Why isn't Gustavo pretending to be a gentleman anymore? Just over 10 million yuan and you're already showing your true colors. Cut the crap. Whatever you bet, I'll follow. Percy slammed his hand on the gambling table in a fit of rage. Chapter 115. It's not me who's losing anyway. Oh? Then I'll go all in again, Ottoyan said with an air of nonchalance. If Desi Su loses one more time, it would be 20.48 million yuan. I wonder if Desi Su will be heartbroken. He pushed all his chips in front of him to the big, betting area, as if this money didn't matter to him at all. Percy's eyes were bloodshot with anger, having already lost more than 10 million yuan, which was equivalent to a limited edition supercar gone to waste. With a fierce expression, he sneered, nonsense. Such a trifling amount of money is nothing to me. You, a bumpkin, can play. I, Percy, will see this through to the end. Gambling King Muhammad took a deep breath, no longer as composed and calm as before. His face became serious as he began to shake the black lacquered dice cup in his hand again. The ancient and heavy-looking black lacquered dice cup created almost residual images as he shook it for nearly a minute. Finally, with a swift motion like rain dispersing after clouds, he forcefully placed the dice cup on the table. This time, Muhammad was fully focused, his mind seemingly becoming one with the dice cup. He even felt he could see through the dice cup and predict the numbers. Without any doubt, they were supposed to be 3 1s. But when he opened the dice cup reverently, what appeared inside were 3 6s. Muhammad's chubby face trembled from shock. Having learned gambling tricks since childhood and being adept at cheating, he had never seen such an odd scene. There were many gambling masters who could shake out specific numbers with their techniques, but someone altering the number without touching the dice cup was unprecedented. Even the renowned gambling sage from U Rupert couldn't achieve this. Both of you don't just stand there dumbfounded. Let's keep going. Otto Yun taunted. Percy's face had turned purplish red, truly baffled by the situation. His original intention was to embarrass Otto Yun in the casino. Yet this young man had turned into the one creating chaos instead. He stood up and walked over to Muhammad to whisper, "Let's stick to the old rules for the final round. We cannot afford to fail." Muhammad nodded solemnly and then turned to ask Otto Yun, "Mr. Andrew, you know the casino rules, right? We only look at the result, not at who's right or wrong. Once the dice cup is opened, regardless of the outcome, if it's less than 11 points, you lose." Otto Yun found this amusing internally but agreed verbally. He was curious to see what trick Muhammad had up his sleeve. Feeling confident that this round would be flawless, Percy said, "Mr. Andrew, doubling the bet every time is too boring. If you want to play big, let's do it. This round will quintuple the bet, dare you?" He slapped the gambling table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Why not? It's not me who's losing anyway," Otto Yun responded indifferently. The crowd watching around the gambling table drew in sharp breaths. Damn, quintupling the bet would make the wager over 100 million plus 2 million. This is sheer extravagance. One moment it's paradise, the next it's hell. I feel like Lady Luck won't favor that young man anymore. Muhammad seriously began shaking the dice, while muttering something under his breath. Sensing the faint true chi in Muhammad's hand, Otto Yun inwardly ridiculed him. He initially thought Muhammad had some heavenly gambling skill, but it turned out to be a low-level martial technique. The person manipulating the dice cup released a thread of true chi into the confined space of the dice cup, aiming to shatter the dice. However, the level of true chi used was vastly inferior to Ottoyan's Shentenjun chi, mystical genuine chi. Ottoyan's mystical genuine chi could be controlled freely. Even outside his body, it remained connected to him like a third eye. On the other hand, once Muhammad's true chi was released, it completely lost connection and could only continuously oscillate within the narrow dice cup. Kalance Otto Yun saw through Muhammad's trick. He quietly released a thread of his mystical genuine chi, perfectly enveloping the three dice. Under the protection of mystical genuine chi, Muhammad's low-level martial technique was rendered powerless. Even a tank rolling over wouldn't damage them. After shaking for a while, Muhammad no longer heard the sound of the dice colliding, assuming two dice were shattered. When the dice cup was finally opened, only one die would remain. Even the Divine King couldn't win with a big bet then. Percy's heart was pounding in anticipation. Winning would redeem his previous losses, while losing would invite punishment from his family. Alithia's almond-shaped eyes stared intently at the dice cup, her delicate fingers clutching tightly onto Ottoyan's wrist. Contrastingly, Otto Yun remained unruffled, calmly taking a sip of tea as if he were merely an observer. "What are you dilly-dallying for? I'm waiting to count my money," Otto Yun teased. Muhammad was thoroughly irritated by Otto Yun, his usually glossy slicked-back hair now drooping listlessly. "I've been roaming casinos for decades and have seen countless experts. None were as arrogant as you. I'm putting it out there today, if you win this round, I'll wash my hands and quit. I'll even give you the title of Gambling King," Muhammad said angrily. He flicked his sleeve, appearing as though he had victory in his grasp, and confidently opened the dice cup. "What? This can't be possible, you must have cheated." Muhammad was the first to see the dice, and he was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he fell onto the ground. When the crowd leaned in for a closer look, they saw three dice resting quietly on the table, all showing sixes. There were gasps of amazement from the crowd. TSK, this young man has won nearly 10 rounds in a row tonight. His luck is beyond belief. My back molars are grinding away in frustration. That's over 100 million. Even in the Tsunjin capital city, that would ensure a life of comfort. Giannis, does your family need more security guards? No other reason, just genuinely enjoy standing guard. The onlookers chattered excitedly, almost elevating Otto Yun to a godlike status. Percy's face turned an iron-gray color, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He couldn't understand how Muhammad, whose gambling skills were unparalleled in the entire capital city, could be defeated by Otto Yun. At that moment, Muhammad, who was sprawled on the ground, fainted due to extreme stress and anger. He couldn't comprehend why, after dominating casinos for over 2 decades, he had lost to a greenhorn today. Percy had wagered 120 million through him, and he knew he wouldn't escape punishment after this loss. Otto Yun looked down at Muhammad with disdain and said calmly, "Fainting over a mere loss like this, and you dare call yourself a gambling king?" Turning his gaze towards Percy, Otto Yun added, "Gustavo, do you still want to play? It seems your casino has run out of competent players." Percy snorted coldly. Muhammad was already the best gambler under him. Replacing him might not be better. From Otto Yun's expression, Percy knew he was too afraid to continue. Otto Yun said calmly, "Kalance Gustavo is afraid of losing. Then let's just stop here. Give me all the chips on the table." Just as he finished speaking, a gruff voice came from the doorway. "Boy, did you dare to cheat in my Su family's casino? Do you know what the consequences will be?" Chapter 116, Hassan. The person who was shouting was the manager of the Su family. Behind him stood dozens of security personnel, surrounding Otto. Otto showed no sign of fear on his face. He gave a contemptuous glance and said, "Don't you have any clue about who's cheating? Are you some kind of dog that enjoys biting people randomly? That dice cup has always been in the hands of your Su family dealer, and I haven't touched it at all from start to finish. Moreover, those dealers are all your people," Otto said calmly. The onlooker gamblers also chimed in one after another. "Alexia, wins and losses on the gambling table are unpredictable. If your luck is good, isn't it normal to win continuously? I think the Su family just feels others have won too much and don't want to exchange the chips anymore, deliberately looking for trouble. The Su family always acts like this, really showing how overbearing they can be." The manager of the Su family froze upon hearing the accusations from the crowd, weakly retorting, "Humph, you've been betting big for over a dozen rounds, and winning without fail. Even if you have great luck, you can't win so consistently, right?" Otto ignored the manager's sophistry and turned to look at Percy, questioning, "Is this the double standard of your Su family? You let others lose everything but you cannot afford even a small loss?" Alithia firmly stood by Otto, her voice cold, saying, "Percy, it was clearly you who said you would cash out no matter how much was won, yet you start to play dirty now." This? Percy was momentarily speechless, as he knew deep down that Otto did not cheat, but he simply didn't want to hand over this 120 million for free. Furthermore, the other party was his love rival. He gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of pain but still decided to pay Otto. After all, credibility and reputation were crucial in the casino business. If he refused to honor the debts today, the reputation of the Su family's casino would plummet and invite criticism. Moreover, if he could eventually take down Alithia and seize the Jiangzhou Clarence family's assets, what was this 120 million compared to that? Percy quickly adjusted his mindset, putting on a smiling facade. Mr. Andrew shouldn't doubt the integrity of my Su family. This 120 million is what Mr. Andrew rightfully won, and naturally, we will hand it over willingly. He guaranteed with a thump on his chest. He then turned and sharply told the manager, Damien Fu. Nothing should be concluded without basis. Go get the money and exchange it into chips for Mr. Andrew. Otto patted Percy on the shoulder while praising. I knew Desi Su is a man of principle. You definitely wouldn't do such slanderous things. Oh yes, why don't we play a few more rounds? I feel like it wasn't quite satisfying yet. When Percy heard Otto suggesting playing more rounds, he nearly fell over, the agitation rising again in his chest which had barely settled down. Play a few more rounds? Might as well say you want to win over the entire Su family casino. Though thinking this way in his heart, his words remained polite. Mr. Andrew, the auction starts at 8 o'clock. It would be easy to delay the main event if we continue playing. But if Mr. Andrew has the interest someday, our Su family's casino door will always be open for you. Otto pondered for a moment and slowly said, makes sense. Whether I'm interested depends on when I'm short of money. When I'm short of money, I'll come take some from your casino. Percy almost cursed aloud, his vision going dark from anger, almost stumbling to the ground. This guy really treated the Su family as an ATM. Upon receiving the text message confirming the transfer of 120 million into his bank card, Otto left with Alithia, not even turning back. He watched Otto's departing figure, secretly vowing that there was no such cheap deal in the world, having already sentenced Otto to death in his heart. Elder Giannis E., how did you manage to win so many rounds consecutively? Alithia leaned against Otto's chest, her beautiful eyes twinkling. I have my own magic tricks. Otto kept a mystery, as explaining how his true chi controlled the dice was hard to put into words. Soon, the two arrived at the auction venue on the 99th floor of Financial City. The venue was crowded with dignitaries. Any random person could be a bigwig in both political and business circles, astonishingly wealthy and influential. Alithia sat with Otto in the 4th row, while Percy sat with his subordinates in the 1st row. As soon as he sat down, he received a message from his secretary, Desi Su. Hassan just said you must secure one of the items in the collection, a brazier, listed as the second to last item in the auction catalog. Percy flipped to the second to last page, seeing a plain-looking dark green brazier. Although he didn't understand the uniqueness of this brazier, with Hassan's personal instruction, he had to do this perfectly. Later, when he announced this brazier was wanted by Hassan, considering Tai Zhao's influence in Beijing, nobody would dare bid. After a brief introduction by the host, the auction officially began. The female auctioneer, dressed in a black qipao with an outstanding aura, walked gracefully onto the auction stage in her high heels. Except for the final treasure, the other auction items were selected randomly. The purpose was to prevent guests from categorizing the treasures into different classes based on the auction order, ensuring that each item could be sold at the highest possible bid. The first few items auctioned by the auctioneer were antique treasures from various dynasties. Though they had notable collection value, they had no practical use. When the 4th item was brought up covered by a black cloth, Otto could clearly feel the agitation of the profound true chi within his body. To others, it might seem like an ordinary furnace, but to Otto, it radiated rich spiritual energy fluctuations. This was undoubtedly a genuine Guiyuan cauldron. Otto took a deep breath to regain his composure, making sure not to reveal any hints. Otherwise, it would inadvertently raise the bidding price. The female auctioneer lifted the black cloth covering the cauldron and officially began her introduction. Gentlemen and ladies, the origin of this cauldron is unknown. Even experts in antiques cannot determine its dynasty. However, this cauldron definitely has unique qualities. Starting bid at 200,000, with a minimum increment of 10,000 per bid. The auction begins. For a moment, there was dead silence in the audience, with no one daring to place a bid. After all, an item with unclear origins that even experts couldn't identify might just be a burden. Just as the Guiyuan cauldron was about to fail to sell, Percy raised his bidding paddle. Percy from the Su family, bid 200,000. He then cleared his throat and added, this Guiyuan cauldron is to be bid on behalf of Hassan. Hearing Hassan's name, the crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. If this cauldron has caught Hassan's eye, it must be extraordinary. Alexis, but since Hassan has spoken, I doubt anyone would dare to challenge and bid higher. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden voice broke the silence in the hall. Otto, bid 1 million. Alithia, sitting beside him, quickly tugged at his sleeve, softly warning him. Elder Yanisi, we shouldn't offend Hassan. He is highly skilled in martial arts and highly respected in Beijing with significant influence. Chapter 117. Obtaining the Guiyuan tripod. Everyone was rather surprised. Calence it was said that the great Don Elioist had specifically requested this artifact, who would dare to bid higher. Following the voice, Otto was calmly raising his paddle. Percy angrily said, Kid, I could overlook your audacity in the casino earlier, but now you're pushing your luck. To even try and snatch what belongs to great Don Elioist, you really are asking for death. Alithia also whispered some advice beside him. Elon, let's give up on bidding. For any of the subsequent artifacts you like, I'll buy them for you. Ignoring Alithia's attempt to stop him, Otto firmly replied, this Guiyuan tripod is extremely important to me. Even if great Don Elioist were a venerable golden immortal, I would still strive to obtain it at all costs. Alithia looked startled. Otto mentioned before about an artifact he must have, but she didn't expect him to bid against the great Don Elioist. It felt like snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Just as she was about to persuade him again, Percy cast another chilling glance her way. Percy of the Su family bids 2 million. Otto followed the voice with his eyes and retorted, Mr. Su, having just won 120 million at the Su family casino, I'm more than willing to keep bidding on this tripod. If I get it for 120 million, it'd be a bargain anyway. Otto raised his auction paddle once more. Otto of Jiangzhou bids 3 million. Seeing Otto bid recklessly, Percy sneered slightly. Calence the other party sought death so eagerly, there was no need for him to hold back. After collaborating with the great Don Elioist for so many years, Percy knew anyone who dared to challenge the Elioist was likely already half buried. Humph. Calence, you want it so badly, take it. Just fear that you'll win it, but never live to claim it. Percy coldly said. With that, he sat down without bidding further. The female auctioneer stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Miss, it seems no one wants to bid anymore. Let's finalize this, Otto reminded her with a smile. The female auctioneer, trembling, announced, 3 million once, 3 million twice, sold. The tripod goes to Mr. Andrew. The guests started whispering amongst themselves upon witnessing this scene. This young man has no regard for his life? He dares to snatch something from the great Don Elioist. Isn't this equivalent to spending 3 million on a coffin for himself? Oh, don't say this tripod is useless. Even if it were a priceless treasure, it'd be of no use if you're dead. Alithia looked worried as well, but with the hammer having fallen, it was too late to change anything. Elon, maybe we can give this tripod to the great Don Elioist after the auction ends. Perhaps he won't pursue the matter further. Otto stared at her in disbelief. I spent 3 million on this Guyuan tripod, and you want me to just hand it over to that old tyrant? Absolutely not. Alithia sighed, knowing they could only face whatever came next step by step, hoping this hot potato wouldn't bring trouble to Otto. Before long, a server pushed a cart over, delivering the Guyuan tripod to Otto's seat. Suppressing his excitement, Otto paid 3 million via bank card and put the Guyuan tripod away. Feeling the intense spiritual fluctuations beneath the black cloth, Otto held the Guyuan tripod, mentally commanding it into his storage space. With the Guyuan tripod, he could now refine supreme elixirs according to the Shintian diagram record, benefiting both his cultivation and saving lives. The auction continued after this incident, and several antique items like Tang Sankai figurines and ancient paintings were subsequently sold. Otto showed no interest in these, thus not participating. Holding an antique box, the female auctioneer spoke mysteriously. The item within this box is an ancient jade fragment engraved with an exquisite dragon claw. As appraised, though it's damaged, this jade piece is an unparalleled treasure. Who knows what secrets lie within should the other fragments be found. Starting bid, 10 million. With each bid increase not less than 100,000. Even before she finished, Otto's eyes locked onto the box with fervent intensity. He could even sense the jade pendant around his neck stirring, eventually producing a majestic dragon roar. It was the summoning call from the jade pendant towards its missing fragment. The sandalwood box echoed faintly in response. The guests were alarmed by the dragon's roar, with some nearly wanting to prostrate on the ground due to their weaker mental strength. What was that sound? It seemed to come from the sandalwood box. If my guess isn't wrong, this jade pendant inside has produced a spirit, a once-in-a-century treasure. Spiritual weapons are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. I've seen a heavenly grade weapon produce a sound before, but for this jade fragment to do the same is incredible. Then how powerful would the main body of this jade pendant be? Could it be a divine weapon that transcends the heavenly grade? Spiritual weapons are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Those that transcend the heavenly grade are no longer called spiritual weapons but divine weapons. Otto took the lead. The moment the female auctioneer finished speaking, he raised his paddle. Jiangzhou Otto, bid 50 million. He was determined to obtain the fragment of the dragon pendant. By opening with a bid 40 million higher, he aimed to discourage any minor players from bidding further. Beijing Lawrence Huachun, bid 80 million. A young man in a remote corner slowly raised his paddle. Lawrence Huachun was the second son of the Lawrence family in Beijing. Previously, when Otto injured his elder brother Becker in Rupertune and left him in a desolate wilderness, the Lawrence family used immense resources to bring Becker back to Beijing. Despite consulting numerous renowned doctors, Becker remained in a vegetative state. Logically, Lawrence Huachun should be grateful to Otto for making him the de facto heir. Though he held no personal grudge against Otto, the enmity between their families could not be easily resolved after Otto injured many experts of the Lawrence family. When Otto heard the name Huachun, he couldn't help but chuckle. How desperate must this kid be to have spring longing in his name? Following the voice, Otto saw a thin, short young man. He had already guessed this was someone from the Lawrence family in Beijing. After all, there were only so many influential Lawrence families in the capital. I didn't go looking for old scores with your Lawrence family, but you're actually delivering yourselves to me? A gleam flashed in Otto's eyes. He confidently raised his paddle and calmly declared, Jiangzhou Otto, bid 120 million. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. That was too extravagant. Typically, bids increase by 10,000 increments. Who starts by adding 40 million at once? The guests sitting in attendance murmured among themselves upon hearing Otto's bid. That 120 million must be that young man's limit. Earlier, he just got lucky and won 120 million at the Su family casino. Alexis, this young man stands alone, while Lawrence Huachun has the entire Lawrence family of Beijing backing him. How can he possibly compete? Chapter 118, Maxing Out the POS Machine. Percy watched with derision as the two men competed over a jade pendant. Kalent's the auction house was hosted by the Su family. They would take a 20% service fee no matter who won the bid. The more they bid, the more he would profit. Lawrence Huachun remained calm and collected. His family had also received word that fragments of the dragon pendant would be up for auction, so they allocated 300 million for him to snatch it up. According to his investigation, Otto likely had only around 200 million in liquid funds, with other income from medical fees being fixed capital. He raised the bidding paddle with smug satisfaction. Beijing Lawrence family, offering 150 million. Jiangzhou Otto, offering 200 million. Otto lazily lifted the bidding paddle, as if these 200 million were just pocket change to him. As soon as he spoke, the entire auction hall erupted. This young man must be crazy. He just fought Grandmaster Carmine for an item, and now he's spending 200 million on a damaged jade pendant fragment. I remember he came riding a decrepit electric scooter. Even if he just won 120 million at the casino, how could he possibly have 200 million? Upon hearing the bid of 200 million, Lawrence Huachun's face finally changed. But then he reasoned that this might be all of Otto's assets. If he continued to increase the price, Otto definitely wouldn't have enough money to compete. Biting his teeth, he still increased the bid. Beijing Lawrence family, offering 220 million. This time, he didn't dare raise it by 40 million but added 20 million first to probe Otto's bottom line. Otto turned to look at Lawrence Huachun and taunted. Young Aiden is short of cash? Only daring to raise by 20 million. Such a stingy offer. I wonder how you even have the nerve to announce it. Then he raised the auction paddle again, declaring sternly, Jiangzhou Otto, offering 300 million. Hiss. When the auction reached 300 million, everyone took in a sharp breath. Even tonight's prize possession from Grandmaster Carmine probably couldn't surpass 100 million. This young man actually had the audacity and wealth to spend a full 300 million on a damaged jade pendant fragment. Alithia did not stop Otto this time. She knew it was about Otto's background. Whatever cost was worth it. Yanisi, just keep bidding. I'll make up for any shortfall. Hearing this, warmth flowed through Otto's heart. No matter how she tried to protect him earlier by stopping him from bidding on the Guyuan tripod, she truly cared for him. Lawrence Huachun obviously could not sit still anymore. 300 million had already reached his family's budget. Suddenly, his mind shifted, and he loudly declared, "It's impossible. This Otto is just a poor boy from the mountains. Even if he had some luck before and accumulated some wealth, it can't exceed 200 million. Without corresponding strength, yet maliciously raising the bid. This despicable behavior is simply ruining the auction rules." With this statement, there was a sudden uproar throughout the venue. Aiden makes sense. A poor boy riding a broken scooter, how could he casually quote hundreds of millions? This brat surely has no concept of money, doesn't know what hundreds of millions means, and can't even bluff properly. Looking at him, he seems like someone who lacks money but loves to show off. Call the police to arrest those who disrupt the auction. Alithia frowned upon hearing the vicious remarks against Otto, and immediately stood up to defend him. "I am Alithia, Otto's girlfriend. I hereby guarantee with the Jiangzhou Clarence family's name that if he cannot pay, my family will cover it entirely." Seeing this situation, Percy inwardly rejoiced. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Still, Lawrence Huichuan, the second son of the Lawrence family, was indeed more cunning. If Otto was confirmed to maliciously raise the bid, he would face enormous fines, and the furnace tripod he previously bid for would be confiscated. By then, he would not only have fulfilled Grandmaster Carmine's orders, but also recoup some of the losses from the casino. Percy walked up to Otto with a sneer. "Relying on women to pay, what kind of skill is that? You act cool and confident, quoting 300 million, but in the end, you're just a soft-footed shrimp?" Alithia wanted to say something in Otto's defense, but he stopped her. "KC, it's fine. I can easily deal with such a petty clown." Otto approached Percy, facing him directly. The other man was significantly shorter, losing the battle in both height and presence. "Even if eating off others, at least KC pays for me. You, as a seasoned sycophant, have you ever seen KC give you a good face?" These words deeply wounded Percy's pride, yet he couldn't refute them. He went to great lengths to gift and court Alithia, who never gave him a favorable look. Otto just sat there with his legs crossed, quoting 300 million, and Alithia readily paid for it. People are indeed different. Flustered and furious, Percy shouted. "In this auction house hosted by our Sioux family, the rules are the rules. If you, Otto, don't have 3 billion, even if the King of Heaven pays for you, it would still be considered malicious bidding. The tripod would be immediately returned, and you should pack up and leave." He waved to a waiter to bring over the POS machine to check Otto's bank balance right away. "I give you 1 minute to gather your resources. Let's see if all the balances in your bank cards add up to 3 billion, Percy said coldly. Alithia looked at Otto with worry. Although she knew he had earned quite a sum through medical consultations, even she couldn't come up with 3 billion in liquid cash in a short time. From afar, Lawrence Huichuan watched Otto with a wicked smile, mocking him silently. "Let you dare challenge me, a poor ghost. You'll end up packing up and leaving shamefully." Otto waved his hand calmly and said, "No need to check multiple bank cards. I can max out this POS machine with just 1 card." Percy felt like he had heard a ridiculous joke. "You, a poor boy from the countryside, are daydreaming too much. Maxing out a POS machine, you really dare to think that?" Otto shook his head. He was so confident because when he was in Ruperjune before, Sujirangi, the girl from Tianji Pavilion, had given him an unlimited black gold card when she went back to the western regions. One day, when he tried to check the balance on the card at an ATM, the machine crashed as soon as he inserted the card. Otto handed the black gold card to the waiter and said, "Desi Su, if my card doesn't have 3 billion, I will return the tripod and leave immediately. But what if it does?" Otto deliberately elongated the last word. Percy hesitated for a moment, but then thought Otto was bluffing. If you really have 3 billion in your card, you want that jade pendant fragment? I'll give it to you," he barked. Otto was delighted inwardly. This kid is indeed a money-delivering boy. He just gave him 120 million at the casino, and now he's essentially giving him 3 billion again. He handed the black gold card to the waiter and watched Percy leisurely. Drip drip. As soon as the black gold card was inserted into the POS machine, it started reporting errors non-stop, finally shutting down and emitting a wisp of black smoke. Chapter 119. Obtaining the dragon pendant for free. Percy frowned deeply, staring at the POS machine that kept malfunctioning. He muttered to himself, "This can't be happening. There's no way checking a balance would burn out a POS machine. Bring another POS machine here. It must be a machine malfunction." He stubbornly ordered his subordinate to fetch a new POS machine. Otto's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even the algorithm of a bank ATM could not process the black gold card's limit, let alone this small POS machine. His subordinate quickly brought an unopened POS machine and inserted the black gold card again. Beep, beep. The machine emitted smoke, just as before after repeatedly malfunctioning. Guests present began murmuring in response to what they saw. "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen such a bizarre situation. Even if there were billions in the account, it shouldn't cause this, right? Unless this young man's card has an unlimited limit. But that's a symbol of immense wealth and status. I don't believe someone who came here on an old electric scooter would have an unlimited limit card." Percy's face turned liver-colored instantly, realizing that the card indeed broke the POS machine as Otto had said. But he still didn't want to admit defeat, especially since the jade pendant fragment was worth 300 million. Giving it away freely to Otto left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Go, bring in a top-brand POS machine and replace these knockoffs to prevent this kid from exploiting any loopholes," Percy instructed his subordinates. Otto sneered, "I advise Gustavo not to waste your effort. This black gold card has an unlimited limit. Not only will your cheap POS machines fail, even bank ATMs would crash when trying to check the balance. Black gold card? You're really putting on a show, aren't you? Do you know how many major figures own such cards domestically? Each one is an influential mogul with vast connections. For you, a poor kid riding an old scooter to an auction, do you think you belong in their ranks?" Percy's expression dripped with mockery. Even his father had no qualification to apply for a black gold card, so for Otto to have one was simply unimaginable. Otto found it pointless to argue further. Letting the next machine break would be the best rebuttal to Percy. Soon, a high-end domestic brand POS machine was brought in, far superior in both permissions and algorithms compared to the previous ones. Otto calmly slid the black gold card into the slot. This time, the machine did not immediately explode, but instead played an electronic voice. "Denny, this card is a special edition infinite limit black gold card issued by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. You have no permission to query." The mention of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion silenced the entire auction hall, where even a pin drop could be heard. People slowly recovered from their shock. "I didn't mishear that? This card belongs to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is a top financial empire in the West. It's rumored that only one extremely privileged black gold card has been issued. To think it's in this young man's hands. No wonder the machine couldn't handle it. With its limitless credit line, who knows how many zeros come after that one. Such a small POS screen couldn't display all of it. Percy pinched his thigh to see if he was dreaming. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the world's wealthiest conglomerate, had assets incomparably greater than 100 Sioux families combined. And now, that sole black gold card was in Otto's possession. Otto mocked Percy's stunned look. Gustavo, your mouth is wide enough to fit an egg. Surely a scion of the illustrious Sioux family doesn't lack a black gold card? Besides, you lost again just now. According to our bet, hand over that jade pendant fragment. Clenching his teeth, Percy reluctantly agreed. Fine. Very well. It's just a jade pendant fragment. What's the big deal? In reality, he felt immensely unwilling. 300 million slipping through his fingers like this made him feel like a spendthrift child. However, under everyone's watchful eyes and with Alithia observing nearby, reneging on the deal would destroy the Lawrence family's hard-earned reputation built over years. Sullenly returning to his seat, Percy signaled the server to deliver the jade pendant fragment to Otto. The moment Otto received the fragment, he felt the overwhelming energy inside the dragon pendant surge, a sign of its joy anticipating fusion. Alexid Otto did not rush the fusion, instead storing the fragment in his storage space. He chose not to fuse them here for fear that the celestial phenomenon accompanying the fusion might attract unwanted attention, exposing the secret of the dragon pendant to the public. The auction continued, and the female auctioneer prepared to introduce the final highlight item of the event. She formally announced with a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all came to this auction for this treasure." The female auctioneer drawled, leaving the audience hanging. This is the golden Picio that Ficius Carmine spent a whole year refining with countless efforts. According to Ficius Carmine, this golden Picio is imbued with unique magic. Whoever takes this golden Picio home will enjoy rolling wealth, and good things will happen to their family one after another. The starting bid is 80 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 5 million. The person who wins the bid can also receive 1 free healing from Ficius Carmine and 1 feng shui adjustment. After the female auctioneer finished introducing the origin of the golden Picio, the guests below were already looking at the golden Picio under the black cloth with fiery gazes. Even Alithia, who had not participated in bidding before, stared intensely at the golden Picio, as if determined to win it. Otto sneered. Out of curiosity, he had just released a thread of true essence to probe the golden Picio under the black cloth. But when he felt the faint spiritual energy fluctuations under the black cloth, he knew that this golden Picio was far from as miraculous as the auctioneer claimed. It was simply a trap to cheat people. This faint spiritual energy fluctuation was even worse than the previous one that sold for 1.5 million. Whoever spent 80 million on it would be a big fool. Beijing Sol family, bid 90 million. Jiangzhou Clarence family, bid 100 million. Alithia decisively raised her bidding paddle to place a higher bid. Otto almost spewed out the tea he had just sipped when he heard Alithia actually start bidding. He hurriedly stopped her. "KC, are you crazy? A golden Picio sells for 2 to 3,000 on the market. You want to spend 100 million? Alithia said suspiciously. How could it be? Although Ficius Carmine is ruthless, his mastery of magic is extremely high. The talismans he offers are priceless on the market, let alone a golden Picio that took him a year to refine. Seeing that Alithia was stubbornly convinced, Otto suddenly felt helpless, like playing a lute to a cow. Whether Ficius Carmine's magic was powerful or not, he definitely had a set of brainwashing skills. KC, this golden Picio only has a short-term luminescence spell and a temporary jerry-gathering spell added to it. If you want good luck, I can draw you a few Jianyun Fulu, wealth-attracting talismans, anytime, and I guarantee you'll pick up money on the street every day. Chapter 120. A fool spending 5 billion on rubbish. Otto was not exaggerating at all. The profound Heaven Diagram Danbook's talisman section did record a Jianyun talisman, but he had never seen its use and thus had never drawn it. If he were to spend a few minutes drawing one, it would definitely be 10,000 times better than this swindling golden Pai Yao. Alithia half believed him. Elder Giannis E. It's not that I particularly want to bid, but my Asher is approaching his 80th birthday, and I thought of bidding for this golden Pai Yao as a gift for him. Seeing Alithia still had doubts, Otto said helplessly, KC, that's precisely why you shouldn't bid. If you give him an inferior product on his 80th birthday, it's better not to give anything at all. Alithia nodded. Then after the auction ends, let's go visit the jade market. He loves jade most. Alright, that sounds much more sensible, Otto agreed and prepared to accompany her. Just as they conversed, the bidding price for the golden Pai Yao had reached 250 million. The fiercest bidder was Lawrence Huichuan from the capital's Lawrence family, who raised his bidding paddle once again. Capital's Lawrence family, 300 million. For a moment, no one continued to bid. Clearly, 300 million had surpassed many people's expectations. Even if this golden Pai Yao could bring wealth, it would be hard to create 300 million income in such a short time. Seeing no further bids, the female auctioneer slowly said, once at 300 million, twice at 300 million. Lawrence Huichuan proudly surveyed his surroundings. Even though he hadn't intercepted Otto as per his family's request to bid for the dragon pendant fragment, sending this golden Pai Yao to the old master might still win his favor. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down the decision, a sudden voice rang out. Jiangzhou Otto, bidding 350 million. The female auctioneer looked delightedly towards the voice because the higher the sale price, the greater her commission. Mr. Andrew has bid 350 million. Anyone else? Enraged, Lawrence Huichuan stood up gnashing his teeth. Andrew, are you deliberately against me? Deliberately disrupting again. What do you want by messing with my bid for this golden Pai Yao when you're not genuinely interested? He felt Otto was maliciously raising the price. If Otto truly wanted it, he would have bid earlier, not just before the hammer fell. Looking innocent, Otto replied, what do you mean, young Aiden? Isn't the highest bidder the winner? Or are you running low on funds? Why come to an auction unprepared? Lawrence Huichuan, whose temperament wasn't great, turned red with anger at Otto's provocative words. Which I saw me lacking money. Today, I declare this. Whatever you bid, I'll follow. Let's see who gets it. With that, he sat back down angrily and continued. Capital's Lawrence family, bidding 400 million. Seeing bids still coming in, the auctioneer smiled even broader and turned to Otto. With a calm expression, Otto raised his paddle. Jiangzhou Otto, bidding 450 million. After adding his bid, he shot a provoking glance at Lawrence Huichuan, almost encouraging him to bid more. A warm current flowed through Alithia's heart. Though Otto had said the golden Pai Yao was fake, he was willing to spend a huge sum bidding for it for her sake. She tugged gently at Otto's sleeve, saying coyly, Yanasi, didn't you say it was fake? Alexit, you're willing to spend so much on it for me? Otto was embarrassed. He merely wanted to make Lawrence Huichuan pay a high price for something he wouldn't actually get much value from, only to be misunderstood by her. KC, don't misunderstand. I saw Lawrence Huichuan really wanted it, just giving him a bit of fun. Alethea turned away slightly disappointed, thinking she had misinterpreted things. Percy, sitting in the front row, was inwardly thrilled. This golden pai yao was just bought casually from a gold shop, with some minor illusions added by Grandmaster Carmine. Apart from being shinier, it had nothing special. Now they were fighting over it like clams, leaving him to reap the benefits. The more these two fools bid for a piece worth thousands, the more money he'd earn. Lawrence Huichuan was now calmer, with an undecided look. The bidding had reached 450 million. As the young master of the Lawrence family, his limit was barely 500 million. Biting his lip, he decided to bid one last time. If Otto increased further, he quit. Hiding his inner pain, he raised his paddle calmly. Capital's Lawrence family, bidding 500 million. Although the change in his expression was fleeting, it was still accurately captured by Otto. He knew that 5 billion was already the maximum price Lawrence Huichuan could accept. Any higher, and he would have to back off. Lawrence Xiao is indeed very wealthy and powerful. I won't bid further. So this golden pai yao belongs to you, Lawrence Xiao. Otto said mockingly. Lawrence Huichuan was almost driven to spitting blood. Only now did he realize that Otto had been teasing him. Originally, the golden pai yao could have been bought for 3 billion, but he had been forced to raise the price by 2 billion. Still, fortunately, this golden pai yao was genuinely crafted by Grandmaster Carmine, and it would surely bring good fortune to the family, so spending this money wasn't a waste. 5 billion once, 5 billion twice. The female auctioneer glanced around. Seeing no one intended to bid further, she dropped the gavel decisively. Now this golden pai yao belongs to young Aiden of the Lawrence family. Let's congratulate young Aiden on obtaining this auction's prize treasure. Please welcome young Aiden to the stage to unveil the black cloth and let everyone see the true appearance of the golden pai yao. Lawrence Huichuan tidied up his hair, feeling somewhat consoled by the attention. Spending this amount of money wasn't such a regret after all. Otto came up with an idea and sent out a thread of profound true Jerry to attach to the golden pai yao, immediately destroying the two small spells set by Grandmaster Carmine. Now, under the black cloth, the golden pai yao no longer shone brilliantly. Its color was even inferior to ordinary gold. Lawrence Huichuan clearly didn't know about the change under the black cloth, striding towards the auction platform with confidence and solemnity on his face. This treasure description says the golden pai yao gleams all over. I wonder if uncovering the black cloth will blind me. Coming here was worth it. I can see the true appearance of the golden pai yao. I wonder if just looking at it can bring me luck. Will this Lawrence family young master hurry up and uncover the black cloth? He's driving me crazy. The audience below buzzed with anticipation for what lay under the black cloth. Finally, Lawrence Huichuan took a deep breath and ceremoniously uncovered the black cloth. Damn, what is going on? Instead of being the dazzling sight imagined, the golden pai yao under the black cloth was only a dull golden color, less pure than ordinary gold. Chapter 121. A huge loss. Seeing the dim, unimpressive golden pai shadow in front of him, Lawrence Huichuan felt his heart sink to the bottom of a valley, and he was so angry that his hands shook uncontrollably. What's the difference between this thing and one bought from a night market stall? Did I really spend 500 million just to bring back this piece? The guests below also clicked their tongues in disapproval, secretly glad it wasn't them who spent a fortune on something unsatisfactory. Are you kidding? How could such a low-quality golden pai shoe come from Master Carmine? I don't know if this golden pai shoe can change one's luck, but whoever spends money on this kind of item is just throwing their money away. Hush, be careful what you say. If Master Carmine hears you, we'll be in big trouble. At this moment, Alethea was also extremely relieved that Otto had stopped her earlier. Otherwise, spending an exorbitant price on this golden pai shoe would have been embarrassing at her Asher's 80th birthday. Yanasi, thanks for stopping me. Otherwise, how much money would I have wasted today? But how did you know this golden pai shoe was fake? She asked curiously. Otto smiled brightly and said slowly, just hearing Master Carmine's name tells you he isn't a good person. The items he makes are bound to be fraudulent and deceitful. He laughed it off, hiding the fact that he had casually broken Master Carmine's spell. Percy, sitting in his chair, was shaking nervously with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Although he knew that the luck-bringing power of the golden pai shoe was just a ruse, Master Carmine had genuinely cast a spell on it. How could it not work? Lawrence Huichuan's face was dark enough to drip water, and he questioned sternly. Mr. Su, as the host of this auction, every item must be inspected by the Su family. Explain to me why there is such a huge difference between this golden pai shoe and the description in the catalog. Am I really supposed to spend 500 million on a junk item? This? Percy couldn't think of an explanation for the moment. After pondering for a while, he decided to counterattack. I advise young Aiden to choose your words carefully. This golden pai shoe took Master Carmine a year of hard work to refine. Don't judge a book by its cover. This golden pai shoe truly brings great fortune and even has the power to protect against disasters and save lives. Percy confidently explained, even managing to believe his own lies. Kalent's luck is unpredictable. No one could refute his grandiose claims. If you get lucky after taking the golden pai shoe home, it will naturally be credited to the pai shoe. If your luck doesn't change or even turns bad, he had countless excuses ready. In any case, the money had already been transferred to the Su family account and couldn't be taken back. Lawrence Huichuan was swayed by his words because Master Carmine's reputation and prowess were deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Moreover, once a bid was confirmed at an auction, there was no room for regrets. Enduring the pain, Lawrence Huichuan shakily brushed 500 million on the POS machine. Wow, young Aiden sure is generous. Spending 500 million on a pai shoe, worth less than 1,000 yuan at a street stall. Your Asher might faint dead away when he hears about this. Otto walked up and teased sarcastically. Lawrence Huichuan's balanced mindset was once again shattered by Otto's words, and he started cursing loudly, pointing at Otto. If it weren't for you bidding maliciously, would I have spent 500 million on this junk? And, the debts between our families and Rupert June haven't been settled yet. My elder brother is still lying unconscious in bed. Otto sneered and replied, that's unfortunate. I was also planning to settle the blood debts from 20 years ago between the Andrew and Lawrence families. Enjoy your time as a healthy person because soon, you'll be lying paralyzed like your elder brother. Lawrence Huichuan snorted, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes before turning to leave. He knew Otto's combat abilities were extraordinary, having wiped out hundreds of Lawrence family experts alone a month ago. even defeating the 4 protectors. Confronting Otto now would be unwise. After the final hidden treasure was auctioned off, the guests saw no reason to stay and left one by one. Otto, hugging Alithia, also left the financial city to buy gifts for Clarence Elder's 80th birthday nearby. Percy stared at Otto's departing back with a hateful gaze, wishing he could tear him apart into 1,000 pieces. First, he stole his goddess, Alithia, then made him lose 120 million at the casino, and snatched the tripod and jade pendant at the auction. Not to mention the sudden failure of the spell on the Golden Pie show, which surely had something to do with Otto, destroying the Sue family's reputation built over years in the capital. Percy pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Master Carmine, during today's auction, some guy broke the spell you placed on the Golden Pie show and insulted you in front of everyone. A low, hoarse voice came from the other end. Good. Very good. This old man will make that boy regret ever being born. Alithia drove with Otto to the jade market a few kilometers away, which was the largest raw stone trading market in the entire central region. The raw stone trading market was currently bustling with people, and raw stones of various sizes were displayed in front of every stall. Gambling on jade refers to the fact that when jadeite is mined, it has a layer of weathered skin covering it. The quality inside cannot be known until it is cut open. Jade gambling is highly tempting for merchants. An 800,000 yuan raw stone could potentially yield 80 million yuan, or an 8 million yuan raw stone might only produce 800,000 yuan. It could lead to paradise with one cut or total loss with another. Even the most skilled experts in the jade gambling world wouldn't dare guarantee any stone's outcome. After all, no one can see through the weathered layer to the interior of the jade. Alithia, strolling around with Otto, said somewhat worriedly, Elon, how about we just buy ready-made jade instead? Gambling on stones is too risky, and besides, we don't know much about this. Otto didn't respond immediately. He first tentatively released a wisp of true jerry, which easily entered a raw stone upon leaving his body. Through that thread of true jerry, he could clearly perceive the internal qualities of the jadeite. Whether it would be a loss or profit was instantly apparent. For others, jade gambling was extremely risky, but for Otto, it became a surefire way to make a profit. After retracting his true jerry, Otto smiled and said, KC, the essence of jade gambling isn't much different from being at a casino. Kalins, I've had such good luck today. Maybe we'll get top-grade jadeite. Alithia agreed after hearing this. Okay, Elon, let's split up and look around. Let me know when you pick some stones. They parted ways. Alithia, along with her hired jade appraiser, began searching for suitable raw stones at each stall. Otto wandered alone, continuously using true jerry to probe the interiors of the raw stones. Kaler, you look like you know your stuff. Come and take a look at this piece of jade. The workers just polished off an edge. It's top-grade glass-type jadeite. Chapter 122, Original Stone Market. The stall owner's eyes gleamed cunningly as he immediately discerned that a young man like Otto was here to seek his fortune and lacked any experience. Otto examined the original stone pointed out by the vendor. It merely had a hint of green, showing no difference from ordinary rocks. After probing it with mystic true jerry, it indeed matched his prediction, just a murky interior. He turned and walked toward the next stall, where several staff members wearing uniforms bearing Sue Corporation were lazily chatting while seated on chairs. Otto felt a rich surge of spiritual energy from the stalls, which made him stop in his tracks. He released his mystic true jerry to investigate each one. His eyes blazed intensely as he focused on an original stone piled up in a messy corner. This stone stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, entirely presenting a deep green hue with damp moss covering its surface. Suppressing his excitement, Otto asked the staff member, Hello, how much for that piece of original stone? Without even raising an eyebrow, the staff member glanced at Otto impatiently. Go away, go away. Can't you see the sign saying these are reserved stones for the Sue family, not for sale? Frowning, Otto noted the arrogance of the staff member. He was just politely asking for a price. Yet this person reacted so impatiently. This was the only original stone he currently favored, and he must find a way to buy it for Alithia. At the same time, Alithia, accompanied by a jade appraiser, encountered the persistent Fife while searching for original stones. He greeted her warmly. KC, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you again at the original stone market. Alithia deliberately kept her distance and replied coldly, Do you have something to say? Why? Can't I look for you without reason? Besides, I know you want to give your Asher an 80th birthday gift, so I've reserved an exquisite original stone for you. Although Alithia didn't want to engage with Fife, the original stone market was too complex. She hadn't found an appropriate stone after searching for a long time. With her Asher's birthday looming, she could only believe Fife's words, given that the Sue family initially made their fortune through jade business. I appreciate Mr. Sue's intention, but there's no need to give me anything. If your original stone is truly good, I'm willing to purchase it at a price higher than market value. Overjoyed, Fife saw this as the first step forward. He didn't believe he couldn't persuade Otto's naive boy. Whether or not you buy it doesn't matter. I just want you to be happy. Follow me. Saying that, he eagerly led Alithia to the Sue family's original stone store. Stopping not far from Otto, Fife proudly pointed to a massive original stone standing 2 meters high and about 1 meter wide. Look, KC, this is the stone I reserved for you. Even my father praised this original stone highly, assuring it can yield an excellent glass-type jade. Alithia looked at the stone. Although unfamiliar with original stones, she noticed its python pattern veins and an exceptionally vibrant green window on the side. The staff member cleverly scratched the window with glass, leaving no scratches whatsoever, indicating the stone's internal hardness was outstanding. Various signs suggested this stone could produce top-quality jade. The appraiser whistled in amazement. Miss Clarence, based on my 20 years of jade appraisal experience, this original stone will absolutely yield top-grade jade. Alithia wavered. If this stone could yield a large piece of top-grade jade and be meticulously carved into a jade mountain, her Asher would surely love it. Observing her reaction, Fife added hastily, If you like it, KC, take it for 20 million. The crowd chimed in. What? Sue Desi selling such a premium original stone for just 20 million? That's a huge loss. You don't understand. The Sue family isn't short of money. Clearly, Desi Sue is courting. Hesitating momentarily, Alithia felt the crowd's praise for the stone reassured her decision. Just as she was about to make the purchase, someone shouted from afar, KC, if you buy this stone, you'll lose big. All eyes turned towards Otto, who approached them with long strides. Seeing Otto approach, Fife fumed. Mr. Andrew, why do you always show up everywhere? You've disrupted the rare moment I've had with KC. Do you, an uncultured nouveau riche, know the skills of evaluating original stones? My stone was offered 100 million when it was freshly dug, but I refused. Otto mocked. Offering 100 million? Don't be fooled by the large size of this original stone. Inside, there's only a tiny facet with jadeite, and it's the lowest quality known seed. Selling it for tens of thousands would be a stretch. Alithia inexplicably trusted Otto. Without hesitation, she sided with him. Gustavo, I appreciate your disturbance. Kalance, my boyfriend, says this original stone is defective. I won't buy it. Seeing her show no respect and openly doubt him in public, while believing Otto, who knew nothing about jade, Fife's face darkened with malice. He said, unable to swallow his pride, KC, don't listen to that boy's nonsense. My Sioux family started from jade. When it comes to identifying original stones, I'm 10,000 times better than Otto. Otto chuckled at the sight of Fife's absurd expression. Indeed, he lacked experience and expertise in gemstone gambling, but using Mystic True Jerry to probe surpassed those so-called jade masters who relied merely on experience. Seeing Alithia remain silent, Fife felt powerless as if his punches were landing on cotton. Suppressing his anger, he proposed, Kalance, you're so confident. Why don't we make a bet? You just lost 120 million at the casino. Now, Gustavo is coming to offer more money? Otto taunted. Fife snapped, enough talk. Do you dare or not? If I lose, I'll give you 100 million. If you lose, return the tripod you won at the auction and stay away from KC. He had just learned the true value of the Guiyuan tripod from Grandmaster Carmine. No wonder Otto was willing to pay 300 million for it. Otto laughed, realizing that with Mystic True Jerry's help, there was no chance he could lose. He responded immediately. You plan too well. First, I won't use KC as a bet, and second, that tripod is worth far more than 100 million. Fife frowned. At this moment, getting back the Guiyuan tripod was paramount. He asked, then what stakes do you propose? Otto sternly replied, if I lose, I'll give you the Guiyuan tripod. If you lose, you give me 100 million and that piece of jade. Otto pointed to the messy corner where the jade he had previously spotted lay. Chapter 123. Is this capable of yielding jadeite? Percy followed Otto's pointing finger and saw that the stones in the pile were just there for numbers. It was obvious that nothing good could be found among them. He agreed readily. All right, it's a deal. If you win, I'll give you 100 million plus this broken stone. Percy inwardly scoffed. As the young master of the Sioux family, he had been surrounded by jade since childhood. He was confident that his knowledge of jade far exceeded Otto's. The latter had no chance of winning. What rules do you want to set? How are we going to gamble? Otto asked indifferently. After some thought, Percy said confidently, Humph. Your previous wins at the casino were all down to luck. Now let's each choose a similarly sized raw stone and see whose yields more valuable jadeite. I'll pick first. The reason he chose first was that he didn't want Otto to select the stone he had reserved for himself. Otto shrugged indifferently, recognizing the depths of Percy's scheming. He smiled. Fine, you pick first. In any case, you're going to lose. Percy pointed to the stone he originally intended as a gift for Alithia, saying, I've already made my choice. You pick now. This stone had received praise even from his father. It was undoubtedly the most promising stone in the entire raw jade market, easily enough to secure his victory over Otto. Unhurried, Otto lifted out the stone he had noticed earlier from the pile with ease despite its considerable weight. Just this one. Although Percy was secretly amazed by Otto's arm strength, this boulder weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. He laughed uncontrollably after closely examining the chosen stone. A bumpkin is still a bumpkin. Stone evaluation relies on color, texture, and quality. Looking at your choice, it's obvious garbage. If it can yield jadeite, I'd be shocked. Percy felt certain that he had made the right bet. Gambling on stones required expertise and experience rather than mere luck, which played only a minor role. Onlookers also began mocking him. Does this young man have no knowledge about jade at all? Picking the largest doesn't mean it's the best. This raw stone is clearly an unwanted piece. Even if he has some experience in jade gambling, what use is it? His opponent is the young master of the Sioux family, an expert in jade. This young man will be left defenseless. Alithia also couldn't help but worry about Otto. Percy had all advantages here. There was practically no way he could lose. She walked up to Otto and comforted, Elder Giannis E., don't worry if you lose. That reunion tripod is like a hot potato anyway. Getting rid of it is not bad either. Otto shook his head without responding, then walked straight to the stone chosen by Percy. He pressed his palm against the raw stone and used his profound Heaven True Jerry to carefully explore its interior. Despite the stone being highly regarded, the jadeite inside wasn't of top-grade glass type, but rather ice type, slightly inferior. Though Percy previously claimed someone offered 100 million for it, in reality, it could only fetch 12 million on the market. With a trial mindset, Otto activated the profound Heaven Scroll. To his surprise, the ice-type jadeite within the stone began to slowly dissolve into pure, rich true chi absorbed by Otto's body. The scroll could absorb ethereal energies from nature and negative forces. Jadeite, a millennia-old accumulation of natural energy, naturally became Otto's nourishment. Within minutes, all the jadeite inside the stone had transformed into pure true chi in Otto's body. The once vibrant ice-type jadeite within the stone now appeared grayish and dull. However, no change was visible from the exterior. Seeing Otto touch his stone incessantly, Percy grew impatient. Enough touching? Delaying won't change your inevitable loss. Hurry up and get workers to cut the stone open. I'm eager to get the reunion tripod back. A wry smile spread across Otto's face. He thought to himself, so anxious to send me money? Soon enough, you'll regret it. He added, the stone I picked came from your Sioux family shop. Check its price and I'll pay you. Percy sneered, the stone you picked isn't worth much. My family doesn't lack such small sums. Consider it a gift. Otto firmly replied, no way. If I open top-grade glass-type jadeite later, with Desi Sue's reputation for reneging, who knows what excuses you might find to take it back. Have 2 people weigh that stone. This kid insists on paying. Percy waved his hand and instructed 2 staff members to weigh the stone. Stones in this pile were priced per pound, at 20 yuan per pound. The stone weighed a total of 1,200 pounds, costing Otto 24,000 yuan. When the onlookers heard that the price of the raw stone Otto had chosen was only 24,000 yuan, they burst into laughter. Is this greenhorn blind? Using a 24,000 yuan raw stone to bet against Desi Sue's billion-dollar stone, he might as well be giving away money. Why didn't he pick any of those valuable stones around and instead chose such a piece of junk? Let's all go home. There's no suspense in this gamble anymore. It's a sure win for Desi Sue. Now what excuses do you have to delay? Percy sneered coldly. No need to wait. Let's start right now, Otto replied calmly. Percy directed several workers to bring professional jade cutting equipment and called out loudly, "Start with my stone first. Let this fool see what real discernment looks like." The workers set up the cutting machine methodically, choosing an appropriate surface to cut to ensure the internal high-quality jadeite remained intact. Screech, screech, as the blade cut deeper. Shards flew off the surface of the stone. The grating sound of the saw blade against the stone was unbearable, but everyone except Otto was excited. After all, they were about to witness the unveiling of an exquisite glass-type jadeite, which was immensely appealing to jade enthusiasts. About 10 minutes later, the saw blade finally completed the cut, revealing a grayish-white cross-section no different from an ordinary stone. There wasn't even a hint of green, let alone the coveted glass-type jadeite. Percy nervously swallowed and anxiously said, "Maybe this side just doesn't have any jadeite. Let's cut straight through the middle this time. We'll surely find some green." Though cutting through the middle would greatly reduce the integrity and malleability of the jadeite, there was no other choice. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he had to quickly reveal the jadeite. Otherwise, the prestigious reputation of the Su family's jade legacy would suffer. Otto watched indifferently, saying mildly, "Save your effort. Apart from the layer of jadeite on that side, the rest of the stone is worthless." Chapter 124, comparable to the he sure buy. Nonsense. My father's expertise in jade is renowned throughout the entire capital. It's not your place to question him. Percy shouted furiously. "All right, I'll be watching closely to see what exquisite jade you can uncover," Otto said with a mocking tone. Splitting the jade stone in half was quite simple. After a few workers marked the line, they cut the raw stone neatly into two parts. How could this be? Percy looked at the grayish-white cross-section, squatting on the ground in disbelief, muttering to himself. The crowd of onlookers also burst into a cacophony of voices. Truly one knife to paradise, another to hell. With this one slice, the originally 100 million yuan stone instantly became worthless. It seems even the jade connoisseur Su family can make mistakes. I thought this would yield something extraordinary, but it turned out to be just a piece of junk. But even if nothing comes out, Desisu can easily win this bet based on that surface layer of emerald on the raw stone. Percy rose up dejectedly and bellowed at the workers. "What are you all standing around for? Keep cutting. I don't believe this 2000 gene raw stone only has that little bit of emerald on the surface." After regaining their senses, the workers hurriedly divided the stone into 4 equal parts, but the results were identical, no green at all in any of the cuts. Cut more. Percy clung to the last shred of hope. He no longer expected to find an exquisite jade, but only wished to win the wager. Again, the workers scrambled about, eventually slicing the intact raw stone into 16 smaller pieces, finding no trace of green within. Otto chuckled dryly at Percy's dispirited look, taunting. "It looks like Desisu still needs to improve his eye for jade. What poor stones your father picks. I think learning jade appraisal from me would be better than learning from him." Percy lifted his head and glared. "You, surnamed Andrew, why are you so smug? It's true that I misjudged this raw stone, but the hint of green on its surface will crush your lousy stone easily." He eagerly directed the workers to cut the raw stone Otto had chosen, eager to regain his psychological edge over Otto. The lead worker disdainfully sized up the raw stone and, without marking cutting lines, prepared to slice through the middle randomly. Otto quickly stopped him. "Master, the quality inside this raw stone is exceptional. We shouldn't cut it. Just a gentle scrubbing will bring out the green." The worker sneered. "For such a mediocre raw stone, being able to get any green by cutting would be a miracle. If we use the scraping method, we'll never get any green, even if we work ourselves to death." Clearly, he spoke these words for Percy's benefit, knowing that flattering Desisu openly would surely earn him favors later. Indeed, Percy's expression eased slightly as he said to the worker, "All right, I'll remember you well. There'll be plenty of rewards for you. Go ahead and follow this kid's instructions. I think he won't stop until he sees for himself." The worker hurriedly nodded in agreement, fetching a sanding wheel to start removing the weathered skin of the raw stone. Some onlookers began to voice impatience. This kid is truly amusing. For such a low-quality raw stone, using a sanding wheel to bring out the green would take ages. Exactly. Isn't he torturing the worker unnecessarily? Sujia's raw stone didn't need scraping either. How will this kid's face hold up when he can't scrape out any green? Otto ignored the cold remarks around him, focusing intently on the worker's movements. Under the perception of his mystic true Jerry, green would emerge in no time. "Green is coming out! Green is coming out!" Someone in the crowd screamed, seeing the green first from his angle. Hearing the screams, Percy rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't imagining things, and then stared intently at the raw stone. Indeed, a vivid streak of green emerged, far surpassing the quality of the jade on his own stone. The workers also paused upon hearing the shouts, pouring a bit of cold water to clean off the debris after scrubbing. Sure enough, the newly exposed area revealed a lush, vibrant green, looking like top-grade glass-type jade. Heaven, I've been in this jade market for decades, and I've actually misjudged today. Jade of this quality is once-in-a-century rare. If this entire raw stone yields such high-quality jade without impurities, it would be priceless. The odds are incredibly low. Otto's expression remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation due to the appearance of the jade. He simply remarked coolly, "Master, continue scrubbing with the sanding wheel. Scrub all around the stone, pay attention to the pressure, and don't damage the jade inside." Clearly stunned by the sight of the green, the worker nodded numbly and resumed work. 1 window, 2 windows, 3. The worker continued to scrub more than 10 windows, and after cleaning off the debris with clear water, all of them revealed lush green hues, and they were all top-grade glass-type jade. Except for the sound of the sanding wheel working, the scene was completely silent, as everyone held their breath and stared intently at the raw stone. It wasn't until the worker finished scrubbing the last window that the onlookers reacted, breaking out into loud applause. This young man has actually opened up a full green jadeite, and judging by its quality, it's an exceptional glass type. I apologize for my arrogance earlier. Seeing such exquisite jadeite in my lifetime is enough to die without regrets. I feel that even the he-sure by presented to King Jarenbach then couldn't be better than this. Seeing Otto perfectly revealing a complete piece of jade from the entire raw stone, Percy's mouth hung open in disbelief, his jaw almost hitting the ground. For jadeite, the grades from low to high are bean type, mocha type, ice type, and glass type. Not only did Otto reveal glass type jade from this raw stone, but it was also an absolutely pure, entirely emerald green, top-grade glass-type jade. In contrast, his own massive raw stone only yielded a small amount of ice-type jadeite on the surface, worth less than 10,000 yuan on the market. This was a blatant slap in the face of the Su family. Alethea watched in astonishment, never imagining that Otto, having been separated from her for just a moment, could find a priceless raw stone. She felt as if she was living in a dream. The surprises Otto gave her today were too many. Before Alethea could speak, Otto took the initiative to say, "KC, this piece of jadeite is the perfect birthday gift for Grandpa Clarence." Alethea quickly waved her hands. Although she and Otto had an extraordinary relationship, this piece of jadeite was now priceless, and she couldn't accept it no matter what. "Giannis E, I appreciate your gesture, but this piece of jadeite is too valuable." "Too valuable? It was nothing more than what I bought from Desi Su for 24,000 yuan. After saying this, Otto glanced mockingly at Percy, the irony evident in his eyes. Chapter 125 Su Family's Rogue. Percy's face was a mix of green and white, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in front of so many people. As the young master of a Jade dynasty, he had actually lost to a novice today in the stone gambling arena. He frequently glanced at his phone. Grandmaster Carmine said that he and his senior brother from Jiangzhou were on their way to the capital city, estimating they would arrive in about half an hour. What he needed to do now was buy time until Grandmaster Carmine arrived to help him out. That way, not only would he not have to honor the bet, but Otto would also have to give back all the advantages he had gained. "The game isn't over yet. Why are you so smug now?" Percy said. "What? You don't think your piece of rotten stone is more valuable than my full green jade, right?" Otto sneered coldly. With a stiff upper lip, Percy replied, "Humph. Who said we're only playing one round? Best 2 out of 3. Besides, one round is purely based on luck. It looks like you just got lucky today." A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd as onlookers began to scorn Percy for his shameless cheating. "If you lose, you lose. Is this Desi Su unable to handle defeat? Absolutely ridiculous. Why didn't you say best 2 out of 3 before the game started? Now you're saying it only because you're losing. Really losing money and dignity." Otto calmly watched Percy, understanding that he was stalling for time. But just now, he had discovered a piece of original stone with extremely rich and concentrated spiritual energy hidden in this pile of rubble, which even Xuanjin Jerry couldn't see through. This was a perfect opportunity to claim the treasure inside that original stone. No problem with best 2 out of 3. Same rules as usual. A cunning smile crept across Percy's face, thinking Otto could win one round by luck. But after he brought out the Tianlong raw stone, how long would he be able to act arrogant? He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Go, get that Tianlong raw stone from the warehouse and let this naive country bumpkin broaden his horizons." The subordinate looked hesitant. "Desi Su, this raw stone is reserved for the jade exhibition by the head of the family. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to use it here?" Furious, Percy kicked the subordinate hard on the butt and yelled, "Just do as I say. No damn nonsense. I'll explain to Miles." After bowing repeatedly, the subordinate went to the warehouse to fetch the Tianlong raw stone. Alethea knew the origin of the Tianlong raw stone, and she couldn't help worrying for Otto. She whispered in Otto's ear, "Giannis E, this Tianlong raw stone was mined from the Tianlong mountains, weighing nearly 4 to 5,000 pounds. Based on the window exposed, the internal jade is most likely premium glass type. Considering the raw stones in this trading market, none can match the Tianlong raw stone. How about we quit the bet? After all, he cheated first." Otto casually found a chair and sat down, calmly saying, "KC, meet the soldiers with generals and water with earth. I want to see what skills the Jade dynasty truly has." Seeing he wouldn't listen to her advice, Alethea stomped her feet anxiously. Within a few minutes, 3 subordinates of the Su family used a 4-wheeled cart to transport a large raw stone covered with a black cloth. It was almost 3 meters tall and impressively wide. Percy walked up smugly and pulled off the black cloth covering the raw stone. "Country bumpkin, today will broaden your eyes. You might never see such size and quality again." He looked at Otto with disdain. At the moment the black cloth was lifted, everyone saw a huge, round original stone with complex pine flower and python patterns on its surface. Even a layman could tell this wasn't an ordinary raw stone. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, Desi Su actually brought out the Su family's Tianlong raw stone. Is he planning to bet with this stone? What a rare sight. To witness the unveiling process of the Tianlong raw stone is sheer luck. But isn't it too unfair for Desi Su to bet with the Tianlong jade? Even all the raw stones in the market combined can't match one Tianlong raw stone. Clarence listening to the audience's exclamations, Percy felt elated and arrogantly asked Otto, "You haven't chosen a stone for half a day. Are you giving up directly?" "Who said I gave up? Let me feel the texture of your raw stone to get a sense of direction," Otto said nonchalantly. "Be careful. If you damage it, 10 of you won't be enough to compensate." Percy mocked. He believed that by merely feeling the exterior of the raw stone, Otto wouldn't have any means to change the inevitable outcome of losing. Agreeing now would only make him appear magnanimous. Still placing his right palm on the outer wall of the Tianlong raw stone, Otto activated the Shintian scripture inside his body, quietly absorbing all the energy and spiritual chi within the jade into his own body. Soon, the interior of the Tianlong raw stone was just like the previous one. It had been emptied. All the jade inside had turned into Shintian Jerry in Otto's body, leaving what was once a vibrant green raw stone now dim and dull. Otto retracted his right hand with immense satisfaction. After absorbing so much true chi, he felt that the bottleneck for his cultivation seemed to have loosened slightly. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and choose your stone. Don't think you can stall for time," Percy urged impatiently. Otto casually pointed at a stone buried in the rubble pile. "That one? It looks like it has an affinity with me." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, but couldn't tell which stone in the rubble pile he was referring to. "You can find it yourself. Can't you see I'm busy here?" Percy replied with a smirk while directing workers to draw cutting lines on the Tianlong raw stone. The rubble pile contained various original stones, and without 4 or 5 people helping, it would be impossible to retrieve any stone buried underneath. By then, Otto would have no choice but to humbly ask for help again. Percy wanted not only to make Otto lose the game, but also to embarrass him in front of everyone. That way, he could set an example for the entire capital city about what happens when someone offends the Su family. Otto pursed his lips and walked straight toward the rubble pile, rolling up his sleeves and ready to move the stones. Alethea hurriedly stepped forward, concerned. "Giannis E, should I get the staff to help? How can you lift so many stones by yourself?" She stopped mid-sentence as she watched what happened in front of her eyes. Her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Otto easily moved the rubble aside and single-handedly lifted out a spherical raw stone with a half-meter diameter. After placing the spherical raw stone on the scale, Otto brushed the dust off his hands and said coldly, "Old rule, weigh it." The staff weighed it and quoted a price of 2,000, which was actually cheaper than the stone Otto had chosen before. Chapter 126, The Fire Spirit Pearl. Percy's face turned red with embarrassment. He had intended to embarrass Otto by making things difficult for him, but who would have thought that Otto had astonishing arm strength, stealing the show and earning a chorus of cheers from the audience. He hurriedly tried to divert people's attention, shouting loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Start the next round immediately." After glancing at the spherical jade stone Otto had chosen, Percy said disdainfully, "Jade betting is not just about luck. It also requires keen eyesight and experience. Is this spherical jade stone going to be nothing more than a basketball?" The onlookers laughed quietly. What a funny young man. He always takes a different path. This is my first time seeing someone choose a spherical stone. It seems that luck won't be on his side this time. If green can come out from such a round stone, then pigs will fly. Even if he could get jade out. So what? This time Desisu has brought out the heavenly dragonstone, which is like a god in the jade betting world. Desperate to win this round and regain his face, Percy immediately ordered the stone cutters to process the heavenly dragonstone according to his requirements. The cutting machine let out an ear-piercing sound, and experienced stone cutters sliced open a window on the heavenly dragonstone as planned. Everyone was stunned as they saw a grayish-white cross-section, revealing only a pitifully thin layer of jade near the edge, with the rest being common rock. Percy maintained a calm demeanor and explained to the crowd, "This is expected. Normally, the finest jade is concentrated at the center. Cutting 2 slices at 2/3 of its length will surely yield jade." Following Percy's instructions, the workers continued cutting until the originally intact heavenly dragonstone was divided into 3 pieces, still showing no signs of any precious jade. Seeing this situation, those who understood knew that this heavenly dragonstone was practically ruined. There was no hope of finding more valuable jade. Damn, what kind of judgment does this Sioux family have? Their prized heavenly dragonstone didn't produce anything worthwhile. This level of skill claims to be a jade master family? I think we'd better not buy stones from them anymore, or we'll lose everything. Oh, the jade industry in the capital may need to be reshuffled. Amidst the murmurs, Percy stubbornly asked the workers to dismantle the heavenly dragon stone into 8 pieces, yet there was still no trace of green. Percy stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. This stone had been highly anticipated by everyone in his family, even intended for display at a jade exhibition. Alexit now, it only yielded mediocre jade worth 4 to 5,000 at best? Ignoring the dejected Percy, Otto turned to the staff and said, "Let's proceed with cutting my stone." Due to the previous successful extraction of priceless jade, this time the stone cutters did not dare neglect Otto and patiently inquired about how to cut the stone. "Cut this stone straight down the middle, and stop when I tell you," Otto instructed. As the debris flew around, observers noticed that the cross-section of this stone showed no signs of green and appeared indistinguishable from ordinary rock. Seeing this, Percy breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Otto seemed unable to produce any jade. With the slight piece of jade from the surface of the heavenly dragon stone, he felt confident about winning this round and believed he could crush Otto in the next one. Otto released his true Jerry, probing inside the stone meticulously. Closer to the center, he felt a burning sensation in his mind, though it remained within tolerable limits. As the cutting machine dug deeper into the stone, it reached halfway without exposing any green, instead revealing a faint red hue along the saw blade. Suddenly, the cutting machine stopped working, and the air was filled with the smell of molten iron. "Mr. Andrew, perhaps the machine has been working too long and the saw teeth have melted from high temperatures," the stone cutter explained awkwardly. "Take it out. Cutting to this point is enough." Frowning at the melted saw teeth, Otto surmised that friction alone shouldn't have been enough to melt iron, leading him to a bold hypothesis based on the burning sensation in his consciousness. The Fire Spirit Pearl. According to the records of the Mystic Heaven chart, the Fire Spirit Pearl was created in ancient times from the bones of the fire deity after Nuwa slew him. It was said to burn everything in the world and could unexpectedly attack the mind. Unable to wait any longer, Otto channeled his internal true Jerry and delivered a powerful blow to the stone. Instantly, there was a thunderous crack. The spherical stone shattered instantly, revealing a pearl radiating brilliant red light. Its brilliance was blinding, and the surrounding air grew noticeably warmer, exuding intense heat. "What's happening? I thought nothing would come out, but unexpectedly, red jade appeared. This young man's luck is really too good. That's not right. This isn't red jade. Didn't you feel the sudden heat around us? Is it some kind of magical treasure? But it must be more valuable than Desisu's miserable piece of emerald." Otto quickly endured the searing pain in his heart, grasping the Fire Spirit Pearl and storing it within the Sumeru seed space. To outsiders, it looked like he simply stuffed the pearl into his pocket. Percy's previously balanced mind instantly twisted again. He couldn't believe that Otto managed to extract red jade at the last moment. He had already lost all his investment on a $1 billion raw stone, while Otto had made substantial profits with less than 30,000 yuan as capital. It felt like fate was playing tricks on him. He had already agreed to the best 2 out of 3 rounds. Now, with Otto winning 2 consecutive rounds, the gambling match was settled. Otto stepped forward with a smile, teasingly saying, "Desisu, the result of the match is clear. It's time to settle the bet now." Percy slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. All his pride as an outstanding son was gone. Not only had he lost 2 premium raw stones, but he also had to pay Otto 100 million yuan for the bet. The world seemed to spin before his eyes. At this moment, the crowd at the market entrance spontaneously parted to make way for an extremely important person. "Great Elioist Carmine has arrived. Make way for Elioist Carmine. Don't block the road like a dog. Which fool set up a stall here? Move it right now." As the sun set, an elderly man with a Fikiist demeanor emerged, his gray hair flowing freely. He wore a gray Fikiist robe, and the whisk in his hand swayed in the wind. The peachwood sword at his waist rustled ominously. The crowd on both sides of the road even felt as if a celestial being had descended from the sky, stirring a deep desire to prostrate and worship. Seeing the Franklin, Percy cried tears of joy, instantly shedding his previous gloom. He hurriedly got up to welcome and flatter great Elioist Carmine. Chapter 127. A fake Fikiist, a true master. "Elioist Carmine, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, that reckless young man would have escaped without a trace." Percy said with a fawning expression. The Franklin shot a dark glance at Otto and asked, what exactly happened? Percy exaggeratedly explained, first, he cheated in the casino and won over 10 million. Then, at the auction, he openly snatched the Guiyuan Denny that you specifically wanted. Afterward, who knows what sort of black magic he used to disperse the good fortune of your golden pie she. Now, one after another, he's been opening 2 exquisite pieces of jadeite on the market, and is even demanding 100 million from us. Keep in mind, you have shares in all this. After hearing this, the Franklin narrowed his eyes into slits, revealing a menacing glare like a famished wolf. Alithea saw that the Franklin was considering murder and quickly stepped forward to explain, Elioist Carmine, don't listen to Percy's nonsense. Things aren't like that at all. She tried to say more but was pulled behind by Otto. KC, there's no need to waste words with such a person. He only knows how to deceive people. These kinds of charlatans only damage the reputation of Elioism. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of the Franklin's mouth. Every prestigious family in the capital treated him with utmost respect. How dare this inexperienced young man mock him today? The onlookers were terrified, fearing they might be harmed by Elioist Carmine's wrath. What a pity! This young man could have lived lavishly off his winnings, but now that he has offended Elioist Carmine, his bones will likely be ground to dust. Another corpse will float in the moat around the city tomorrow. This young man will pay for his lack of judgment with his life. No matter how much money you have, it does no good if you're dead. How can ordinary people like us provoke someone as powerful as Elioist Carmine? Everyone whispered amongst themselves, looking at Otto as though he were already dead. The Franklin maintained his dignified composure and asked with a powerful voice, Basil, do you really not take me seriously? Otto replied indifferently, take you seriously? Sorry, my eyes can't stand filth like dung beetles and bugs. Behind him, Alithea stomped her feet anxiously, pleading, Giannis E. Let's give him the ding while Elioist Carmine hasn't unleashed his power and apologize. I'm sure Elioist Carmine isn't the type to hold grudges. Otto laughed dismissively. Why should we give anything to this ox-horned Franklin just because of his ghost outfit? Giannis E. This is a matter of life and death, and you're still joking? Tears welled up in Alethea's eyes. Finally, the Franklin could no longer conceal his murderous intent. As his face grew darker, the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Basil, you will soon pay for your arrogance. With that, he began forming a spell with his fingertips. Witnessing Elioist Carmine about to unleash his true power, the crowd hurriedly retreated, holding their breaths, afraid they might be affected by his earth-shattering magic. Suddenly, a black beam of light filled with evil energy shot towards Otto. It sounded as if hundreds of ghosts were wailing, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Without dodging, Otto calmly took out the scroll of 87 immortals from the Sumeru space and unfurled it. The fierce Zhong-Kue within the scroll opened his eyes suddenly. The Franklin's black beam immediately dissipated into wisps of black smoke in front of Otto, causing him no harm whatsoever. Upon seeing the scroll in Otto's hands, the once confident Franklin was visibly startled and exclaimed in terror. Although scroll of 87 immortals, how could you possibly possess something like this? This scroll was the nemesis of all evil beings. The Franklin practiced the shocking Rupertsing black magic, and naturally, harbored an intense fear of this painting. Recognizing the dire situation, the Franklin wasted no time in fleeing, leaving one of his cloth shoes behind in his haste. He no longer cared about the high-ranking ascetic image he had maintained, fleeing miserably like a homeless dog. The crowd was confused. They expected to see Elioist Carmine punish this audacious young man, but instead, he ran away after Otto simply showed a painting? Percy shouted bewilderedly at the retreating figure of the Franklin. Elioist, why are you running? Teach this bastard a lesson. The Franklin wished he could kill Percy right now. Give them a lesson? It would be lucky if he didn't lose his soul. With supernatural speed, the Franklin was almost out of the market when suddenly his body flew uncontrollably forward, landing on a manhole cover, covering his mouth with dirt. Otto strode toward the fallen Franklin, pressing his foot on the old man's head, and coldly said, You want my Guiyuan Denny? Want to take my life? He could already sense the Shenjie, Xuanjia, aura emanating from Otto. Even without the scroll of 87 immortals, he stood no chance against him. The Franklin lost all thoughts of resistance and desperately shook his head to beg for mercy. No, I wouldn't dare to take your belongings. This was something you rightfully won at auction. Please spare my life. The crowd rushed over and surrounded the area tightly. They were dumbfounded by what had just unfolded. The once highly respected and powerful Great Master Carmine could not even stand a hit from this young man. All right, I'll meet your request and let you live, Otto said. An instant wave of joy washed over the Franklin's face as he thanked him profusely. Thank you, Master. I will serve you faithfully. Otto then changed his tone seriously. However, you have committed numerous murders. You can't keep your cultivation anymore. With that, he shot a hidden silver needle from his sleeve towards the Franklin's dantian. In an instant, the Franklin's dantian shattered, dispersing his chi throughout his body, leaving it unable to gather again. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Franklin emitted a gut-wrenching scream like a butchered pig. He fell limp on the ground, utterly defeated, like a castrated male dog. Although Otto did not take his life, one silver needle had ended his path of cultivation. From now on, he would no longer be the revered Carmine in the capital city, but just a crippled person. You bastard! I swear I'll never let you off alive. The Franklin drew the peachwood sword from his waist, struggling to get up and lunge at Otto. However, with his cultivation stripped away, he couldn't even stand steadily and stumbled to the ground after a few steps. Alithea watched in shock at the fallen Carmine Elioist, feeling as if she were in a dream. The revered Carmine who was worshipped in the capital was utterly powerless under Otto's hand. Please tell me this isn't a dream. Alithea ran to Otto and hugged him from behind, sobbing, I thought you would die. Chapter 128. A wise man knows when to yield. Feeling the softness against his chest, Otto said with a mixture of amusement and frustration, KC, don't hug me so tightly. This Carmine Eliashang is just a fraud. He's no threat at all. Alithea remained silent, merely hugging Otto tightly, feeling his strong heartbeat. The onlookers finally snapped out of their shock. The downfall of the once feared Carmine Eliashang was an immense blow to them. Am I dreaming? Did that young man really dismantle the mighty Carmine Eliashang so easily? There are always better people beyond our knowledge. Could this young man be the son of some noble family from the Northern Spirit Realm? Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? The Northern Spirit Realm? You'd better not say that carelessly. 10 years ago, when the young master of the Nangong family toured the secular world, anyone who offended him ended up being wiped out by the Nangong family overnight without direct intervention. Percy, hearing the crowd's murmurs, felt cold sweat gather in his palms. Although Carmine Eliashang often acted mysterious, his prowess as a genuine Shin stage expert was real. It was well known that none of the younger generation in the entire capital city had even one Shin stage expert. Alexit, Otto had effortlessly taken down Carmine Eliashang. Could he really be the heir of some hidden noble family? Percy hesitated. One of his bodyguards leaned in and whispered, Desi-Su, now that Carmine Eliashang is at a disadvantage, should we lend a hand? Are you out of your mind? That old Taoist skills have been dismantled. It's not just being at a disadvantage anymore. Moreover, if someone can defeat a Shin stage expert, your interference would only mean getting killed. Percy chuckled with exasperation. Deeply calculating, Percy realized Otto possessed unexpected strength. Until he understood Otto's true power, he didn't want to make enemies rashly. Otto glanced at the disheartened Carmine Eliashang and said coldly, Old Taoist, do you even know how much blood you've shed? Dismantling your cultivation is already lenient. If it weren't for the many onlookers, killing the old Taoist outright might also implicate him, but he wouldn't have stopped at just dismantling the Taoist powers. The old Taoist turned pleading eyes toward Percy. Desi-Su, why are you just standing there? As my partner, shouldn't you help me now? Seeing the situation hopeless, Percy rushed forward, lashing out mercilessly, kicking Carmine Eliashang several times on his backside while shouting, Pa, how dare the Su family associate with scoundrels like you? Now you want to smear us too? That golden Pishio at the auction was your trick to deceive everyone, and you still expected the Su family to hype it up. Thanks to Mr. Andrew exposing your deceit today, who knows how many more people you'd have harmed, he said, feigning indignation. With a few sentences, Percy distanced himself completely from the affair. To him, acknowledging his defeat wasn't shameful when things turned unfavorable. A wise man knew when to yield. Otto watched Percy's performance leisurely, impressed by his cautious and shrewd mind. He would need to be wary of him in the future. He retrieved the silver needles that had shattered the old Taoist's dantian and lifted his foot off him, ordering, Get lost. Carmine Eliashang staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with his robe, then trudged away like a dispirited beggar. Thus, the once feared Carmine Eliashang fell from grace. Otto looked at Percy and said, I don't care about your unsavory dealings with that old Taoist, but Desi-Su won't back out of the agreed bet, right? This? Percy's face flushed crimson. What was supposed to be a sure victory had turned into consecutive defeats at Otto's hands. Even the once untouchable Carmine Eliashang had succumbed. He hesitated, wondering how a boy from the mountains could have such connections. What if he really came from a hidden noble family? Testing the waters, he asked, Mr. Andrew, with your background, would you really need 1 billion? Alexis, indeed. My old man has to raise a herd of cows to earn that much, Otto replied nonchalantly. Percy felt even more uncertain. If his family were mere cow farmers, they wouldn't be so casual about mentioning it publicly. Moreover, Otto possessed a limitless black gold card from Tianji Pavilion during the auction, a symbol of absolute wealth and influence. Thinking of the powerful family behind Otto, Percy immediately changed his demeanor, showing utmost sincerity. Mr. Andrew, please don't take our previous unpleasantness to heart. The Su family has always honored its promises. But right now, I only have 80 million in cash. How about you pick 50 million worth of raw stones as my apology? Otto looked at him in surprise. This kid's change of attitude was faster than turning a page. If it weren't for the arrogant and domineering Percy he had seen earlier, he might have thought this guy was a true gentleman. Though they only interacted a few times, Otto could tell this kid was a cunning fox. His sudden change of heart must have some special reason, and Otto couldn't let his guard down. Alright, since Desi-Su doesn't have that much cash, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's do it as you suggest. Otto didn't hesitate at all, and personally selected more than 10 raw stones with a total value of 50 million. These raw stones all had the potential to double in value, roughly estimating that the jadeite extracted could be worth over 300 million. He stored these raw stones temporarily in the Clarence family's warehouse. At Alithia's request, they agreed that the jadeite would be sold to the Clarence family at a higher than market price when it was opened. When they came out from the raw stone warehouse, the moon was already bright and the stars were sparse. The soft moonlight cast on Alithia's face created a breathtaking beauty. The atmosphere inside the Bentley was somewhat stiff, but Otto broke the silence first. KC, the last time I saw you was at the Jiangzhou Clarence mansion. Thank you for helping me detoxify. Otherwise, Alithia blushed as she recalled that afternoon's madness, and she said teasingly, annoying. Who said our last meeting was in Jiangzhou? It was clearly in Rupertune. But it's normal for Mr. Andrew to be surrounded by beauties and not notice someone like me. Otto suddenly remembered, as if something dawned on him. During their last meeting, there was a Ferrari speeding away from the entrance of the Andrew family cemetery without even saying hello, and it turned out the driver was this girl. Alithia's tone turned slightly melancholic, but after just 1 month apart, Giannis E., you've become so powerful. You're no longer the intern doctor at Jiangzhou Hospital. Back then, the Clarence family could offer him money and real estate. Now, with Otto's rapid growth, those offers probably meant nothing to him anymore. Chapter 129, Dragon Amulet Fusion. Otto guessed what the girl was thinking and said gently, no matter how far I advance in the future, I, Otto, will always remember my promise made before Elroy to take care of you for the rest of my life. Tears welled up in Alithia's eyes after hearing this. She had waited too long for these words. Now, hearing them from Otto's own mouth, her heart was greatly comforted. As the young miss of the Clarence family in Jiangzhou, she was a goddess-like figure in both Jiangzhou and Beijing's upper circles. Numerous wealthy heirs pursued her like fish crossing the river, but in all these years, only Otto truly entered her heart. In her view, those pampered rich kids would be no different from ordinary people without their family's influence. But Otto was different. With his medical skills that could bring the dead back to life, he had achieved extraordinary success within a month by maneuvering among major provincial capitals. A pool cannot contain a dragon, which will soar with wind and rain. Alithia looked at Otto with extreme tenderness, her eyes full of affection. Big Giannis E. With these words, I'm reassured. KC will wait for you in Jiangzhou. Otto pulled her into his arms and spoke softly. KC, today the jade can be considered my birthday gift to Elroy. What's the exact date? August 8th, just 5 days away. Otto roughly calculated the time and realized he would be free then, so he could accompany Alithia to attend the birthday banquet. KC, I should wrap up things in Beijing soon, and then we can go together to attend Old Master's birthday banquet. Don't forget your word, or you're a little dog. Alithia nodded happily, curling up in Otto's arms like a kitten. Inside the Bentley, the romantic ambience lights made their breathing quicken and their body temperatures rise gradually. Otto's large hands kept exploring, moving towards Alithia's red lips. At midnight, not far from the raw stone market, in a dense forest, Carmine Elioist leaned against a tree, painstakingly circulating his true chi following the path from before. But as someone whose Dantian, lower abdomen energy center, was destroyed, all his efforts were in vain. Every bit of true chi he managed to gather dissipated like sand through fingers. A vicious light flashed in the Franklin's eyes, and he roared, Otto, remember this? I'll make you experience worse than death when I return to my sect. Suddenly, several figures darted past. Although the Ficus lost his martial arts abilities, his vigilance remained intact. He immediately said sternly, Who are you? Stop fooling around before me. Show yourself if you dare. The leading youth clapped his hands in approval and stepped out from the shadows. It was Percy. Seeing the visitor, the Ficus appeared overjoyed and dramatically said, Clarence Settle Sue, your family has some sentiment. Calence, you're here. Quickly take me back for treatment. I'll overlook what happened today. Percy put on a guilty face and approached the Ficus, saying, Master, don't take it to heart. It was just for show. Suddenly, under the moonlight, a cold glint flashed. A long sword pierced the Franklin's heart, going straight through. Percy's face twisted into a cruel expression. Sorry, my family doesn't keep idle hands. You can have dinner in hell. The Ficus used his last strength to stare disbelievingly at Percy's sinister face. How could he have thought that Percy, who usually showed him great respect, would deal him a mortal blow? Nice. You traitor, the Rupertsing holy sect won't let you off. Prepare for retribution? The Ficus didn't finish his sentence before dying. Percy nonchalantly pulled the sword out and tossed it to one of his subordinates, mocking, Old coot, take those threats to hell. One of the subordinates, while wiping blood off the sword, asked confusedly, Desi Sue, why kill the old man? Wouldn't it be better to keep him alive to deal with Otto, allowing us to reap the benefits? Percy replied coolly, by pushing him into a corner today, given the Ficus' vengeful nature, he would have targeted us next. It's better to end this now. Besides, with everyone witnessing Otto personally disabling the Ficus martial arts, do you think the Rupertsing holy sect will let that boy go? The subordinate suddenly understood, praising Percy vigorously, Desi Sue really sees clearly. This way, we avoid trouble, and the Franklin sect will never let Otto off. After disposing of the body, they walked down the mountain as if nothing had happened. After a night of passion with Alithia, it was already 6 in the morning the next day. It's much more comfortable in bed. This car is cramped, leaving no room for action. Otto, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stretched his body. Alithia, on the other hand, blushed and cast him an alluring glance, pouting, Elon, you sure have it easy, getting to rest during the day after being busy all night. I still have to catch my 9 a.m. flight. Otto chuckled, driving Alithia to Jingxing International Airport. After seeing Alithia off, on the way back from the airport to downtown, Otto took stock of his gains over the past 2 days. First was the medicinal bath formula given by Elroy that had yet to be mixed. He wondered if soaking in it for several days would produce any miraculous effects. However, fusing the fragment of the dragon amulet obtained at the auction was now the top priority. He wasn't sure what kind of reaction it would trigger after fusion. Half an hour later, Otto parked his car in the parking lot of Amina's apartment and hurriedly returned to the room. Given the time, Amina should already be at work. After locking the door behind him, Otto eagerly retrieved the dragon amulet fragment from the pocket dimension. The jade amulet had a smooth texture, exuding an enigmatic aura that even Otto with his current level of insight couldn't fully grasp. Intricately carved on the warm jade was a lifelike dragon claw, fitting perfectly into the right side gap of the dragon amulet. Hope you'll give me a pleasant surprise in a bit, Otto said as he held the fragment close to the main body around his chest. Instantly, the entire room was filled with an ancient pressure, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a dragon. Otto clenched his fists in agony, enduring the overwhelming energy radiating from his chest. This is even more powerful than the full force strike of a peak Shin stage expert. His hair disheveled, he half knelt in the room, the excruciating pain tearing through his chest causing him to squint his eyes. With claw-like hands, he desperately dug into the floor. Hold on, Otto. You can't fall here. The Andrew family's blood feud needs to be settled by you. Mother's whereabouts are unknown, and your sister is waiting for you in Rupertune. You can't fall here. Chapter 130. Breakthrough. Above the capital city, the once cloudless sky was suddenly filled with thunder and dark clouds. A streak of golden light appeared amidst the blackness, followed by a golden dragon claw tearing a rift in the sky. Torrential rain instantly poured down from the rift. What crazy weather. It was sunny just a moment ago and now it's turned into this mess. Which fellow cultivator is transcending here? A passerby looked up and joked. Could this be the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Elio? It seems the heavens are about to change. An elder who had been in seclusion stared intently at the changing sky, his eyes sharp. The capital weather station forecast for February 1st states that due to the influence of strong cold air, strong winds, temperature drops, and extremely heavy rain will occur this morning. Citizens should dress warmly and take precautions. Otto opened his eyes with a ferocious expression, 2 streams of blood tears sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the Andrew Pay pendant and disappearing instantly. As the blood tears merged, the gaps between the main body and fragments of the Andrew Pay vanished instantly, fusing seamlessly into one whole. In a dark dungeon within the Biling realm, a middle-aged Janet slowly opened her eyes. The chains around her clanged as she choked back sobs. Ear, my ear, you have finally grown up. Mother has waited 22 years for this day. I hope you find your own path in life and live safely. I'm doing fine here. Don't worry about me. The woman supported her bruised body, whispering weakly, Ear, it's such a pity we can never meet again. Mother so wants to touch your face. You must be taller than me now, my ear. Before she finished speaking, a guard holding a bone whip lashed out at her forcefully, cursing. Crazy woman, keep quiet, or I'll make you taste the power of this bone whip. If it weren't for the Bai family backing you and your remaining usefulness, I'd really enjoy tasting your still alluring body tonight. After beating Michaela, the guards laughed and left the damp, dark dungeon. Michaela, now with 2 deep bloody wounds on her body, curled up in a corner of the dungeon, but her eyes remained clear, as if something gave her hope, supporting her broken body. Thousands of miles away, Otto suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart, crouching on the ground restlessly, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely like a lion. Mother and son share a connection, and the fusion of the pendant fragments allowed Otto to sense his mother slightly. Otto could feel that his mother was suffering immensely, and he desperately wanted to gain strength to save her from this torment. Break! He roared angrily, the abundant true chi inside the Andrew Pei rushing through his limbs and meridians like a breached flood, instantly expanding them. Mid-Xian realm, High Xian realm. Otto's imposing aura didn't stop until he reached the peak of the Xian realm, then gradually slowed. His strength surged dramatically. Even the barrier of the Earth realm was formidable. Yet Otto only stopped after reaching the pinnacle of the Xian realm, needing just a bit more to easily break through to the Earth realm. Having consecutively broken through 2 realms, Otto felt refreshed and invigorated. His current strength was incomparable to before. He secretly mobilized the pure and vast true chi in his dantian, which was more than 3 times greater than before. Now, even facing an Earth realm cultivator, he could fight across realms without fear. Coming out of the intense upgrade, he prepared a medicinal bath with the formula given by his old man, soaking comfortably in the bathtub, and dialed a long-ignored phone number. Hey, old man, I need to ask you something. The voice on the other end said teasingly, Brat, did you break through again? Advancing so fast in the secular world. No wonder you're my disciple Olaf. Tony shamelessly took credit, not admitting that he himself didn't reach the peak of the Earth realm until nearly 30 years old. Otto anxiously said, I'm not here to joke today. I have important news. After fusing this Andrew Pei, I can faintly sense my mother, but she seems to be in great distress. Can you help me with a divination? Tony put away his frivolous attitude and seriously calculated with finger gestures, furrowing his brows. Your mother is indeed alive, but she isn't in the secular world. She should be in the Biling realm, otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to divine her. Biling realm? Do you have a way to get there, master? Otto clung to this sliver of hope. Tony sighed deeply, saying mournfully, to travel from the secular world to the Biling realm, one must break the heavenly gate. This requires at least 5 peak celestial realm experts working together. Otto felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The heaven stage was still an unreachable realm, and 5 experts were required, a condition that was too harsh. Tony then changed his tone. However, there is another way. You just need to gather the 5 spirit beads of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and with heaven stage cultivation, you can activate the formation to open the heavenly gate. Old deadhead, are you toothpaste? Speaking bit by bit. Otto felt angry, but at the same time, a spark of hope ignited in his heart. He had already found the fire spirit pearl at the original stone trading market. Now he only needed to enhance his strength to the heaven stage, while finding the remaining 4 spirit beads to open the heavenly gate. On the other end of the phone, came the murmuring voice of a beautiful lady. Tony hurriedly said, Brat, a female patient has come to the clinic. I need to treat her first. Bye. Otto looked at the disconnected call, laughing helplessly but glad that he now had a clear direction to work towards. He sent a text message to Griffin, Sure San, help me closely monitor the whereabouts of the 4 spirit beads of gold, wood, water, and earth. As a top assassin, Griffin had his own intelligence network. This time, thanks to him, it was easy to find the location of this piece of the dragon pendant fragment. After receiving Griffin's confirmation via text, another call came in. Hello, Otto, it's me. I'm severely injured now, outside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the capital city. There are about 100 thugs led by Ethan. He is indeed a traitor. Esther's voice on the other end was weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Otto frowned. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Tell me the specific situation. I followed the clues of the missing children here and was discovered. After fighting my way out, they are now searching for me. Quickly inform the police team and bring people over, Esther said anxiously. Giannis. Found her. She's hiding behind that big tree. Suddenly, several male voices and chaotic footsteps could be heard from the other end of the line. Chapter 131 Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. Ening. Otto shouted into the phone for a long time, but after a series of beeps signaling the call was hung up, there was no response. Otto hurriedly dressed and drove his Bentley at full speed to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the eastern part of Jingcheng. Stupid woman, knowing it's a dragon's den and tiger's lair ahead, yet still daring to go in alone. Now things are really messed up. But though he complained a bit, warmth still welled up inside him because when Esther encountered danger, she did not first report to the special police unit, but instead called him first. After driving at high speed for more than 20 minutes, the bustling streets gradually turned into desolate country lanes. Otto followed the navigation to find that abandoned old factory. Inside the old factory, Esther had her hands and feet tightly bound with thick hemp rope and was hanging upside down in midair. A man with a pockmarked face leered greedily at Esther, revealing a lascivious grin. Clarence settle bitch, you had the path to paradise but didn't take it, choosing instead to barge into hell without an open door. This is the last deal we're making in Jingcheng. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourself right here? Tonight, the brothers can taste the flavor of the capital's top cop. Ethan spat fiercely on the ground, losing all the righteousness he had as a police officer, laughing and cursing. Fat Andrew, she's the young miss of the Clarence family from Jingcheng. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. We'll board the ship tonight, and once we're on the ship, you can do whatever you want. Why do I say you, Giannis Adam, are our strategist? Your thoughts are always more thorough than ours coarse fellows. So, let's follow your plan, and speak well of us in front of the boss once it's done. Fat Andrew finished speaking and retreated into the corner to sharpen his knife. Esther's eyes were bloodshot from being hung upside down, and she struggled to speak, forcing out words with great difficulty. Ethan, the bureau head promoted you to captain in just 1 year. This is how you repay him? Do you deserve your oath upon joining the police force, or the trust of the people? Ethan slowly walked up to Esther, smiling strangely and saying in a sinister tone, How much money can a detective make? I earn hundreds of thousands per deal. Any sensible person knows which choice to make, right? Your identity as the miss of the Clarence family naturally wouldn't make you betray your faith for trivial gains. But I'm different. I have hundreds of thousands in debt. It's this damn world that has forced me to do this. His expression grew increasingly frenzied, waving his hands while venting about his predicaments, attributing all his sordid actions to heavy pressure. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken, and said, Giannis Adam, it's bad news. The cops are here. Everyone inside, originally calm, immediately jumped up from their chairs at the mention of cops. Fat Andrew cursed angrily. Fuck, who left the trail? How could such a secluded place attract cops? Ethan glared angrily at Esther and yelled, "Damn it! Did you just call the police? When the special police surround us, I'll kill you first." Esther smiled. "The law's net is wide and meshes fine. You villains should prepare for the punishment of the law." Ethan hastily peered out of the window, only to see a silver gray Bentley parked downstairs, with no sign of police cars anywhere. He turned around and slapped the subordinate who gave the false alarm, angry and shouting, "Blind dog's eye! There's just one car downstairs, and you look like you've never seen the world before. Even if real special police come, we have over 100 kids as hostages in our hands. What are you afraid of?" The subordinate stammered, "Giannis Adam, shall we deal with him downstairs, or bring him upstairs?" Before Ethan could speak, Fat Andrew jumped in. "Bring him up here. He nearly scared the shit out of me. I'll teach this guy a lesson today. Alexis, Giannis Fat Andrew. I'll go down now and bring him up so you can vent your anger." The underling spoke and then trotted down the stairs. Despair rose in Esther's heart. She had called Otto hoping he would seek help from the police station, but unexpectedly, he came alone, dumb and stubborn. These were nearly 100 armed desperados. How could Otto possibly win unarmed? Downstairs, just as Otto was about to push open the door, several henchmen wielding AKs rushed out. "Boy, follow us upstairs nicely, and maybe we'll spare you some pain. Giannis Fat Andrew specifically wants to play a game with you." Otto looked at them calmly, with no trace of fear on his face, and smiled. "Fat Andrew? Is he very fat? I haven't heard of this small fry before. Fuck, dare to mock us, giving you a face but you don't want it." The leader stretched out his hand to grab Otto's shoulder. However, to Otto, his movements were as slow as a snail. With a sweeping leg, the big man lost his balance and his bulky body fell heavily to the ground. "With those skills of yours, you still dare to come out and mess with society? Have you not assessed your own weight?" The remaining few exchanged glances, and once they regained their senses, they all attacked Otto simultaneously, using lethal moves that risked their lives. 3 seconds later, amidst a flurry of dust, only Otto remained standing. He caught a yellow-haired thug's wrist in a reverse grip, twisting it into an impossible angle. The yellow-haired thug winced in pain and begged for mercy. "Giannis, I was wrong. It hurts." Otto kicked the yellow-haired thug into a dog-eat-shit position. "Where is the woman you captured today? Lead the way." The yellow-haired thug got up from the ground with dirt on his face, not daring to have any other ideas, and led Otto toward the top floor. "Giannis sits here," the yellow-haired thug said timidly. Otto pushed the door open forcefully, startling the gangsters inside who were cleaning their weapons. "The hell? Are the guards downstairs useless? They don't even alert us when someone comes up?" Fat Andrew exclaimed angrily. Otto said calmly, "Sorry, I took care of them downstairs. Looks like they won't be getting up anytime soon." Upon recognizing the visitor, Ethan said coldly, "What a narrow path we meet again. Last time at the special police unit, I still haven't settled accounts with you." Otto completely ignored him and found a chair to sit down by himself. "Who allowed you to sit? Show off anymore, and I'll treat you to a bullet." Ethan's anger flared as he saw Otto didn't take him seriously. "This is Yamas Hall, not the special police force where you are protected. Without those powerful figures covering you, you're nothing." After being humiliated by Otto last time, he had already investigated thoroughly. Otto relied solely on his medical skills to gain favors from various forces, but apart from medicine, he was nothing but a worthless wretch. Chapter 132 Hostage. "Otto, what can a useless person like you do even if you have some skills? How many bullets can you take? Do you think I would still give face to those big shots behind you? Today, I'm not afraid of death." Ethan roared, his eyes red. Otto sighed and said, "Do you think you have the chance to shoot?" Ethan licked his lips, pointing the cold gun barrel at Esther's temple. "You can take a gamble. Today, even if I die, I will drag Esther down with me. You know she ruined my plans. It's you who forced me into this dead end." While shouting, Ethan's hand holding the gun was trembling. "Come on. If you dare to move me today, none of those kids will survive." Ethan suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a device attached to his chest. "As soon as my heart stops beating, those kids will be blown up on the spot. Otto, over 100 lives are now your responsibility." Hearing this, Otto's expression turned extremely grim. Esther shook her head at Otto, signaling him not to act rashly. "What do you want? Money or something else? If you want money, just give me an account number, and I'll transfer it immediately." Otto spoke calmly and took another step forward. Ethan's life meant nothing to Otto, but Ethan had more than 100 children hostage. "I want you dead. Can I have that?" Ethan's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Otto sighed and said, "Sure, but let Esther go first. I'll be your hostage." Hearing this, Esther kept shaking her head. "No, Otto, absolutely not." However, she had been drugged by Ethan and was too weak to break free from his grip. Seeing Ethan remain silent, Otto took another step forward and said, "Ethan, are you scared? Do you think you're a man if all you can do is attack women and children?" Esther's eyes were red. "Otto, don't be foolish. Save the kids, don't worry about me." Ethan's face contorted as he shouted loudly, "Great! You two still have time for love talk now? Esther, this Otto is a liar. He scams people using his medical skills. Who would have thought you would call this waste with your only chance?" Ethan's smile became more hideous. He knew it was hard to escape, and he had anticipated ending up in such a situation. Switching hostages? That was impossible. "Ethan, who did you call a waste?" "I think you're the real waste," Otto said with a smile. "Even if I were a liar, I'm still better than you. At least I haven't attacked women and children like you, you coward." Ethan was incredibly agitated. "Shut up." Bang. Ethan pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed. The bullet grazed Otto's temple. Otto could have dodged, but to keep Ethan off guard, he deliberately took the shot, blood quickly flowing down his temple. Blood dripped down Otto's cheek from the corner of his eye, and a slightly sinister smile appeared on his face. "Ethan, your shooting skills are just like this, and you're truly pitiful. Not only are you in debt, but everyone sees you as a failure. You're such a loser. Aren't you looking for hostages? Here I am, yet you don't dare to threaten me as a hostage. Cowardly and weak." "Shut up." Ethan roared loudly, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, Esther watched Otto without blinking, her heart surging. She realized that Otto was intentionally provoking Ethan to exchange hostages. Otto raised both hands in front of him and said, "Aren't you afraid of me? I'm giving you an option. There are handcuffs on Esther. Hand them to me, and I'll cuff myself as your hostage. Kill or maim me, whatever you want. Besides, being my hostage has another advantage. The police won't investigate thoroughly. If you take Esther as a hostage, I wouldn't know how much worse it would be when the clearances catch you." A glint flashed in Ethan's bloodshot eyes. Fine. He fished out the handcuffs from Esther's pocket and handed them to Otto. Otto cuffed himself and walked towards Ethan. Esther's beautiful eyes welled up with tears that rolled down her cheeks. She regretted contacting Otto in the first place. Meanwhile, sirens could already be heard outside the factory. Charlie, pin down Esther and lead the police away. Ethan shouted. A dark-skinned henchman, gripping a dagger, forced Esther toward the factory exit. At this moment, Ethan was also standing behind Otto, pointing the gun at Otto's temple. Otto, you want to be a hero, don't you? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. When those police come to rescue Esther, I'll detonate the bombs. Over 100 lives lost in one case. The Clarence family will be finished. Ha ha ha. Ethan laughed wildly. Otto's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. If you have the guts, then kill me. Kill you? Hee hee. That would be too easy for you. I want you to suffer before you die. While speaking, Ethan shot directly at Otto's arm. Bang. The gunshot rang out, but the image of Otto's arm being penetrated by the bullet did not materialize as expected. The bullet merely stuck to Otto's sleeve. What? Ethan was taken aback. How is this possible? Bang bang. Ethan fired 2 more shots, one aimed at Otto's thigh and one at his waist. However, just like before, the bullet stuck directly to Otto's clothes. You're wearing a bulletproof vest? Otto turned around, revealing a mocking smile. You have no idea who you've kidnapped. There was a click. Otto slightly shook his wrists, and the handcuffs shattered into countless pieces, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, just as the thug named Charlie stepped out of the warehouse, the sniper lying in wait here pulled the trigger. A bullet pierced through Charlie's forehead, and the SWAT team hiding here rushed over to support Esther immediately. Esther said anxiously, hurry, save him. At this moment, a SWAT member opened his mouth in shock. No need. Captain Clarence, look, it seems that the kidnapper over there has knelt down and surrendered. What? Esther suddenly turned her head to look at the warehouse. Sure enough, Ethan had already put down his gun and was kneeling in front of Otto. What's going on? Esther felt incredulous. Just now, Ethan was raging like a mad dog, yet he now knelt to Otto? After a second of stunned silence, the group of SWAT members all rushed inside. Chapter 133, Send Me Home. Inside the warehouse, Otto looked down with a smile at Ethan who was kneeling on the ground. He patted Ethan's shoulder and said, when I came in, I already released some softening powder. Your men and those children are all sleeping very soundly. Ethan, you shouldn't have messed with the doctor. Ethan was utterly devastated by now, his eyes red. Vile. You actually drugged them. Otto smiled and looked at him while patting his shoulder. Against someone who dares to kidnap kids like you, I'll use any despicable means. I've already poisoned you with heart-seeking poison. Within 7 days, you will die. Today is day 1. Your skin will start itching. Day 2. You'll feel heat in your internal organs. The coming days, sigh. Well, these 7 days will be enough for you to reflect on your sins. Terrified, Ethan cried with tears and snot streaming down his face. Otto, the crime I committed tonight does not deserve death. You dare to use private punishment. Otto waved his hand. This heart-seeking poison is colorless and odorless. No one else can detect it. Who would know that I used private punishment? Why don't you tell the police and see if they believe you? Upon hearing this, Ethan immediately broke down again, unable even to commit suicide. Otto, I beg you to let me off. I'll tell you a secret. Forget it. Otto sneered. Esther has been poisoned by me and will die tonight. Ethan said, don't worry. With me around, she won't find it easy to die. Otto smirked coldly. Just then, SWAT team members had rushed to outside of the door. Without saying another word, Otto quickly walked out of the room. Downstairs, Otto glanced at Esther but did not find any signs of poisoning on her. Seeing Otto come out, Esther hurried over. Otto, I'm glad you're fine. However, after only taking 2 steps, Esther felt unstable. Otto hurried forward trying to support Esther, but due to her unbalanced center of gravity and shaky pace, he accidentally touched her prominent chest. Esther blushed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Otto, send me back home. As she spoke, Esther opened her phone to show a navigation address. Frowning, Otto asked, shouldn't you go to the station first? Breathing somewhat rapidly, Esther replied, the poison Ethan gave me is the latest synthetic drug. Aren't you a doctor? Hurry up and take me home. I need treatment. By this point, Esther was almost whispering. Otto felt Esther's forehead and found it burning hot, realizing she must have been poisoned by some kind of synthetic drug. Captain Clarence? Where are you going? Isn't Captain Clarence returning to headquarters? Esther's subordinates questioned. Esther waved at them dismissively. Otto continued to support Esther as they got into his Bentley. Watching Otto drive away, one of Esther's subordinates chuckled. It seems that Captain Clarence got spooked tonight. Alexia, otherwise why would she rely on that man? Who is that guy? We forgot to ask earlier. But by then, the Bentley had already left the scene. In the car, Esther's delicate face had risen with 2 flushes, and her eyes became more seductive. She could feel her body heating up, her limbs growing weak. Biting her lips, Esther tried to resist the urge using the pain. Hurry and open. Then help me put on cold water. I just want a cold shower. I should be fine. Otto held the steering wheel tightly, feeling himself also getting hot. Suddenly, Esther's soft hand grabbed Otto's knee, looking at him with inviting eyes. Otto sighed. You're truly a demon. He then pressed a point on Esther's forehead. Esther softly slumped in the passenger seat as the car arrived swiftly at her house. Her home was in a high-end residential area, with clean rooms and a faint fragrance. There was a large bed in Esther's bedroom. Otto placed Esther on the bed and went to fill the tub with cold water while searching through her drawers for a needle. Heart-seeking 9 sounds should be able to force out the poison from her body. Although the synthetic drug from abroad is different from the traditional Chinese medicine, the principles might be similar. While mumbling, Otto froze when opening the drawer. Inside were Esther's silk pajamas and several pieces of women's undergarments. That's not right. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Otto continued. Unable to find a needle, Otto thought for a moment, then found a quilt to tightly bind Esther before going downstairs to buy traditional Chinese medicine. Half an hour later, Otto returned to Esther's house with a bunch of Chinese medicine. In the bedroom, Esther kept struggling and shouting that she was too hot. Her graceful figure kept undulating. Otto, help me. Otto, I'm so hot. Otto, hold me. The bedroom echoed with Esther's whispers. Clenching his teeth, Otto thought for a moment, then locked the bedroom door from outside. He went to the kitchen and put the herbs into an electric pot. Of course, a pill furnace would be ideal for refining pills, or even a clay pot used for boiling Chinese medicine, but Esther's house didn't have such equipment. Fortunately, Otto had mastered the refining technique of Shintian slaughter, so he could refine pills even with an electric pot. Unknowingly, an hour passed. During this hour, Otto repeatedly chanted the tranquility spell to resist entering the bedroom. He came to the kitchen, opened the lid of the electric pot, and saw a soil brown pill inside. Otto's eyes lit up. It actually worked. But just then, Otto heard footsteps from Esther's bedroom, followed by the lock being opened. Brush. Turning around, Otto saw Esther had regained much composure. She was holding the door frame with one hand and pressing her abdomen with the other. Otto, you're still here? What about the cold shower? Did you fill the tub with cold water? As she spoke, Esther's eyes were alluring. Her cheeks flushed like burning clouds, and her long legs involuntarily rubbed against each other. Otto swallowed hard. At some point, Esther had taken off her coat, leaving only a thin t-shirt on top and short hot pants below, revealing her snow-white thighs as if they were glowing. Otto forced himself to look away and handed over the detox pill, saying, "Take it. After taking this pill, the toxins in your body will be expelled." Esther instinctively reached out to take it, but when her hand touched Otto's palm, her body trembled and her breathing quickened. Otto. Chapter 134. Women are fickle. What's wrong with you? Otto was taken aback. Esther shook her head. Nothing. Lost face. Esther tried to suppress the desire in her heart and put the pill into her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, tasting very much like jelly. Then she felt her body getting hotter and hotter. I still need to take a cold bath. After some thought, Otto came in front of Esther and held her arm, feeling the cool, smooth texture of Esther's skin. What are you doing? Although Esther spoke reproachfully, her body moved closer to Otto unconsciously. Otto reached down, lifted Esther through the crook of her knees, and carried her horizontally in his arms. Esther let out a soft sound, but after just 3 seconds, Esther screamed, Otto. Otto placed her into the icy bathtub and said helplessly, calm down. The effect of the medicine will come into play soon. Oh, by the way, your family doesn't have any silver needles, so I can't perform acupuncture for you. In the bathtub, Esther panted, the burning heat on her cheeks quickly fading away. She bit her lips, doubting her charm for the first time. 10 minutes later, Esther walked out of the bathroom wearing a large bathrobe. Her face looked quite grim, and she glared at Otto fiercely. All right, I've recovered. Thank you for tonight. You should leave now. Otto couldn't help but feel helpless, inwardly sighing at how fast this woman could change her attitude. By the way, there are 2 more pills in the pot that can detoxify and beautify the complexion. Eating 1/10 of one each week is enough. After saying that, Otto turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Esther couldn't help but call out. Otto turned his head. What? With her head lowered, Esther muttered, thank you. Otto shook his head. Women are truly fickle. Half an hour later, Otto returned to Amina's apartment. However, Amina wasn't home tonight, probably working the night shift, which made Otto breathe a sigh of relief. Tonight, he spent a lot of time with Esther, and even the scent of Esther lingered on his body. After taking a shower, Otto took out the piece of jadeite he obtained from the raw stone market. Otto circulated the Shintian scroll. Invisible spiritual energy appeared in his palm. The piece of jadeite quickly changed shape in Otto's hands. Several hours passed before Otto finally finished preparing the gift for Hayes. A few days flew by, and today was Grandpa Alithia's birthday party. Jiangzhou, the Clarence family villa. The Clarence family villa was very lively. Members of the Clarence family, regardless of where they were, had rushed back. Hayes' 80th birthday naturally required inviting many people. Although the Clarence family didn't have a prominent reputation in Beijing, numerous celebrities from Beijing were still invited to celebrate this occasion. Outside the Clarence family villa, many cars were already parked, with license plates from various provincial capitals. By noon, the queue of cars outside the villa had extended far. Otto was entangled by Alithia early on, and came to wait inside the Clarence family villa. Afterward, the Clarence family arranged vehicles to pick up guests from the airport. Seeing the scale of the Clarence family's birthday party and so many attendees, Pete beamed with joy. At night, even more guests would arrive. Holding a gift box, Pete approached Otto. Otto, what gift did you prepare this time? Alithia huffed unhappily beside him. Colin, what do you mean? Does Otto have to bring a gift to attend Grandpa's birthday party? Pete sighed helplessly. KC, I just got word that your uncle is also coming back today. His business abroad is booming. He loves showing off. If Otto's gift can't surpass his, then? Otto shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, my gift is definitely no worse than anyone else's. Seeing Otto's confident expression, Pete felt somewhat relieved. Master Otto. Otto shook his head hastily. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Otto. Pete nodded and said, Otto, our Clarence family used to be a super wealthy family. However, 20 years ago, we experienced a split, resulting in many branches. I will be welcoming them shortly, so I might not be able to greet you properly. Please don't mind. Otto nodded. He wouldn't mind at all. Afterward, more guests arrived at the Clarence family villa. Before long, even Pete went to the airport to pick up guests. Looking at the guests' fake smiles in the Clarence family villa, Otto found it rather dull and was about to walk aside. At this moment, Alithia walked over and said, Giannis Andrew, Grandpa asked us to go to the airport to pick up Damien. My car is stuck inside. There's a manual transmission car outside, but I don't know how to drive it. Can you go pick them up? All right, I'll go, Otto said with a smile. Alexis, here are their photos. Kalen's Alithia had to take care of guests within the family. She couldn't go to the airport. After sending the photos to Otto, he directly drove the manual transmission car to the airport. It was 2 in the afternoon, the peak time for passenger traffic at the airport. Passengers couldn't get any cabs. As soon as Otto's car arrived at the airport, he saw many people waving at him, mistaking his car for a ride-hailing vehicle. Otto honked a few times and shook his head at those people. He immediately spotted Morgan and his family. Morgan exuded an air of composure and authority. Beside him was a well-maintained middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing, radiating an aura of nobility. Next to them stood a stunningly Janet carrying a suitcase. She was approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing high heels that made her look exceptionally tall, with long legs rivaling those of a model. Her perfect oval face was adorned with sunglasses, and she possessed a cold yet captivating charm. This woman's unique presence was magnetic wherever she stood. Otto noticed the young girl first, which led him to spot Morgan and his family. As Otto drove toward Morgan, 2 people had already approached Morgan's daughter, Clarence Yuching, trying to start a conversation, only to be coldly rejected by her. Beep. Otto parked the car in front of Morgan. Morgan frowned and said, "We aren't taking a cab." Otto smiled faintly and replied, "I'm here to pick you up on behalf of the Clarence family." "Oh, you're the driver from the Clarence family. Get out of the car and put our luggage in," Morgan said, clearly dissatisfied with the car Otto was driving. What a joke. The worst car he rode in abroad was a Bentley, while this manual transmission car Otto was driving wouldn't be worth more than 200,000. He felt embarrassed just sitting in it. Chapter 135. Reunion. The noblewoman standing next to Morgan waved her hand in front of her nose and said, "The Jiangzhou Clarence family is really going downhill. They actually sent this kind of car to pick us up. Is it that they don't care about us, or is he intentionally insulting us? Husband, as I see it, there's no need for us to come back and invest at all." Clarence Yushing, on the side, swiftly came to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and threw the luggage inside. "Drive us to the Clarence family. Don't waste time," Clarence Yushing stated indifferently. Otto looked helpless. However, he didn't want to argue with people like Morgan. Morgan had originally intended to cause trouble, but after Clarence Yushing loaded the luggage into the car, Morgan didn't say anything more and simply got in the car. After getting in, Morgan glanced at his $1,000,000 watch on his wrist and said, "Let's hurry back. Don't waste our time." "Don't worry, won't be long." Otto started the car. At this moment, Clarence Yushing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took off her glasses, revealing a delicate oval face. She had exquisite features, but her eyes seemed rather fierce. Clarence Yushing scrutinized Otto and slightly squinted her eyes. "You're not the Clarence family driver, right?" Clarence Yushing suddenly asked. Otto remained silent. "If my guess is correct, you're Alithia's boyfriend, right? Casey told me over the phone that you're not worthy of her. You must know, it's not easy to enter the Clarence family's door. This $200,000 car may be good in the eyes of ordinary people, but for our Clarence family, it counts for nothing. I'm not discriminating against you, but if you continue with Alithia, you'll only hinder her future. She is a woman from the Clarence family. Let me warn you once, don't stay by her side any longer. One day when she gets tired of you, she will definitely leave you." Clarence Yushing spoke without any courtesy. "Huh, what? You're Alithia's boyfriend?" Morgan instantly widened his eyes at Otto, looking unfriendly. Lily sneered and said, "I've been saying, how could the Clarence family send such a terrible car to pick us up? KC truly disgraces the Clarence family." Clarence Yushing said, "You're Otto, right? KC mentioned you, saying how remarkable you are. But now, it looks like her taste is quite questionable." Frowning, Otto said, "So, do you still want me to drive? If not, I can stop the car right now, and you can find someone else." "How dare you? What do you mean?" Morgan's face changed color. Lily said, "Otto, if you dare to leave us on the road today, we will make your life miserable when we return to the Clarence family." Clarence Yushing coldly replied, "Mom, Colin, there's no need to quarrel with him. We'll deal with it when we get back home." Otto smiled, unconcerned about their attitudes. The atmosphere inside the car quickly turned quiet. Clarence Yushing clenched her fists and sat upright. She had always been dominant and strong-willed since childhood, coupled with her strong abilities, running 2 listed companies abroad. Furthermore, having returned from abroad, she looked down on the citizens of Daxia country even more. Otto was certainly not the ideal match for Alithia. She would help Alithia break away from Otto once she got back. She found Otto utterly rotten to the core. The car soon arrived at the Clarence family residence. Inside the grand hall of the Clarence family villa, the old patriarch wore a red garment and had a radiant expression. He was very satisfied with today's birthday banquet, where all important family members returned home. Just then, Pete excitedly walked in and said, "Colin, look who's back." Pete led Morgan's family to the old patriarch. "Miles." Morgan appeared somewhat agitated, and the old patriarch was also thrilled, gripping Morgan's hand firmly. At this moment, Clarence Yushing approached the old patriarch with a sweet smile and said, "Grandpa." "Oh." The old patriarch, looking at the increasingly charming Clarence Yushing, beamed, "Good to have you back. By the way, Grandpa, remember the man who picked us up from the airport? He's Alithia's boyfriend. That guy made us lose face completely. His lousy car wasn't even as good as what our servants drive. And he gave us a sour face as soon as we got in the car." Clarence Yushing whined with an air of grievance. The old patriarch's face darkened. "Yushing, don't talk nonsense. You don't understand Otto. He is very capable. No matter how capable he is, what difference does it make? Colin, this time I'm back not just for a visit. There's also something critical. Our Clarence family's expansion overseas has hit a bottleneck and urgently needs a marriage alliance to break through this stalemate. I want to introduce a perfect match for Alithia. He is the young master of the Feng family, which is not only a top-notch noble household domestically, but also operates ports and mines abroad, as well as shipping, with a family asset of over 10 billion. If we can connect this line, our Clarence family has the potential to become a prestigious family. Moreover, Desifone is very thoughtful. He specially chartered a plane to return from abroad for your birthday celebration," Morgan hurriedly said. Today was his birthday, so Elroy didn't want to make the atmosphere too stiff. He coldly said, "We'll discuss this later. Let's not mention it today. As for the Feng family, if they want commercial cooperation, our Clarence family will not refuse. However, other matters should respect Alithia's opinion." Seeing that Elroy's expression was somewhat unpleasant, Morgan and Clarence Yushing exchanged glances and no longer spoke, moving aside. But Clarence Yushing was just too beautiful, quickly becoming the focus of attention at the banquet. Whether it was the younger generation of the Clarence family, or people from other families, everyone was willing to approach Clarence Yushing. And Clarence Yushing responded very appropriately. At this moment, Alithia, dressed in an evening gown, walked in. She had a graceful figure and exquisite features. It was just that she usually didn't dress up much, but today, her elaborate attire immediately caught the attention of many people when she appeared. Alithia ignored those who greeted her and came to Otto. "Andrew brother, have you prepared the gift for Grandpa?" Alithia whispered. Otto smiled and took out a cloth bag, saying, "Alexis, I've got it ready." The cloth bag looked quite cheap. This? Seeing the cloth bag, Alithia hesitated, asking, "Why didn't you find a nice box? Today is Grandpa's 80th birthday. If others look down on you, won't I lose face?" Otto shook his head. "This cloth is no ordinary fabric. Otto, are you always just deceiving? This rag isn't even as good as my mop material." At this moment, Lily walked over, full of disdain. Otto shook his head and ignored her. Just then, the MC in charge of the banquet loudly announced, "The auspicious time has arrived. Present the birthday gifts." Chapter 136, Birthday Gifts. Dozens of people from the Clarence family flooded into the villa. Old Mr. Clarence sat in the main seat, with a heartfelt smile on his face. "Spencer from Star River Group has come to celebrate the birthday." At At this moment, the master of ceremonies shouted into the microphone. Immediately after, a baron walked in, dressed extravagantly and exuding elegance. He was Sal Tianhe, the head of Jiangzhou's Tanhua Group, who operated 3 heavy industry companies and held significant influence in Jiangzhou. Sal Tianhe laughed heartily as he opened the gift box and said, "I wish old Mr. Clarence boundless blessings and longevity as majestic as mountains." As soon as the box was opened, an exclamation of surprise rippled through the crowd. It was a solid gold peach, evidently heavy and worth no less than 1,000,000 yuan. "Spencer is too courteous. Please take your seat." Old Mr. Clarence smiled and nodded. This gift wasn't just astonishingly valuable, but also immensely honorable. Afterwards, several other company executives presented their gifts. Only when Morgan appeared did everyone's attention fully focus on him. That must be Morgan, the eldest son of the Clarence family living abroad. Heh, I heard that Morgan has built quite a large business overseas and even secretly controls one of the Fortune Global 500 companies. The one behind Morgan must be Clarence Yuching. She is truly beautiful. The crowd chattered among themselves. At this moment, Morgan adjusted his collar, stepped onto the red carpet, and bowed deeply to old Mr. Clarence. "Miles, I wish you a life as bright as the sun and moon, eternal like the pine and crane, never fading with time." Morgan's voice boomed with a natural authority. "Yuching, bring my gift here." Clarence Yuching approached Morgan with a smile, carrying a small box adorned with diamonds and precious stones, gleaming under the lights. Even just the box was likely worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Then, Morgan proceeded to deliver more auspicious wishes before opening the box. In an instant, the contents inside the box came into everyone's view. It was a blue diamond the size of a pigeon's egg, emitting an ethereal glow under the lights. At the sight of this diamond, all the women present gasped in amazement. "So beautiful. Oh my god, I want it so much. It's such an extravagant gift. It looks like Desi Clarence has done well overseas. This gift alone could leave anyone awestruck. Isn't this diamond worth at least 30 million? 30 million? Blue diamonds are extremely rare. Even a white diamond of this size would cost at least 10 million. I'd say this blue diamond is worth at least 100 million. Old Mr. Clarence was also taken aback by Morgan's generous gift. At this moment, Clarence Yuching lightly clapped her hands, and the crowd followed suit. Undeniably, this gift was shockingly impressive. Such a large diamond would be hard to find anywhere else in Jiangzhou. Right then, Pete approached Otto, looking somewhat worried. "Otto, it will be my turn to present my gift soon. My gift seems too modest. How about we switch gifts?" With Morgan taking center stage, Pete looked a bit embarrassed. Otto shook his head. "No need to worry. That diamond isn't valuable at all. It's likely lab-grown." "What?" Hearing this, Pete couldn't help but be startled. Alethea whispered, "No way. This diamond must be real. I've seen real diamonds before. There's no way it's fake." While others might not discern the authenticity of the diamond, Otto could sense the unique aura of genuine gems due to his cultivation of the Xintian scroll, making him especially sensitive to treasures. There was no aura of value on this diamond, despite its resemblance to a natural one. "I heard some domestic companies can grow diamonds in laboratories. These diamonds are almost indistinguishable from naturally formed ones without specialized laboratory equipment," Otto explained. "Is that true?" Alethea began to see the blue diamond as less valuable. Just then, Morgan approached Otto's table, looking at him coldly. "Boy, what was that look for? Scared by such an expensive gift?" Everyone's attention turned towards Otto. Morgan relished this moment. He wanted to embarrass Otto publicly to show the Clarence family that Otto wasn't worthy of their Alethea. "Oh, I'm sorry. Just now, when I saw your diamond, it reminded me of something, and I couldn't help but look a few more times," Otto said. "What did you say?" Morgan's face turned dark with rage as he shouted, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this diamond was artificially grown, yet without specialized lab equipment, one could hardly tell the difference. Now that Otto had revealed it, Morgan couldn't help but shiver inside. Beside him, Alethea said, "Big Giannis Andrew, let it go." She gently nudged Otto with her elbow. There was no point explaining this kind of thing. The Clarence family wouldn't take the diamond to a professional appraisal institute. Wouldn't that be slapping their own faces? Otto shook his head and said no more. But Morgan wasn't about to let Otto off so easily. With a cold laugh, he said, "You little punk. You dare to question the authenticity of my diamond based on your standing? I've already looked into your background. Few people here recognize you. I think you're nothing but a scammer. On the occasion of Drake's birthday today, I won't expose you. But later on, I want to see what gift you give to Drake." As he spoke, Morgan cast a glance at the old cloth bag in Otto's hand. Such poor packaging, obviously bought from a street stall. You can't be claiming this is some kind of antique, right? Hehe. I've seen many real antiques overseas. Let's see how I will expose you. Otto didn't say much more. After all, it was Drake Clarence's birthday celebration, and he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. 20 minutes passed, and most people had presented their gifts. The value of these gifts ranged from 100,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. Aside from Morgan's gift, the most striking one was the Andrequan inkstone paste given by Pete. This Andrequan inkstone paste, which could not be burned or dissolved in water, was only the size of a lipstick case but was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Drake Clarence was thrilled with the Andrequan inkstone paste and repeatedly praised Pete. To lighten the mood, Drake Clarence called Alethea and Clarence Yuching to his side and smiled as he said, "Everyone, this is the Clarence family's beloved granddaughter, Clarence Yuching, who is also my granddaughter." Chapter 137 Attitude of Old Mr. Clarence. "I don't have a boyfriend for now, but in the future she will definitely develop back in China. If anyone has feelings for her, feel free to pursue her. But as for KC, it's impossible. She already has a boyfriend, haha." Old Mr. Clarence said these words particularly for Otto. Although Ed Hamming Clarence from the Clarence family was extremely displeased with Otto, the old man himself acknowledged Otto. Upon hearing this, Ed Hamming Clarence hurriedly stood up and said, "Colin, it's very normal for young people to socialize. After all, KC Clarence hasn't engaged with him yet. Other people can also pursue her." Tony's face darkened. Ed Hamming Clarence went over and whispered, "You are the head of our household, and everything in the Clarence family is controlled by you. However, some rules cannot be broken. Previously, my marriage and my second brother's marriage were all arranged by you. KC is still young and may not be good at identifying right people yet. Think it over. Once KC chooses her own husband freely, Yuching Clarence would wish for love freedom too. In that case, our family's status would be in jeopardy. If they both end up with rootless hoodlums, how can our family continue? The empire created by your eldest grandson abroad might be exploited by others in the future." Hearing this, old Mr. Clarence looked somewhat unhappy. However, What had Ham and Clarence said was indeed true. Rules among families like theirs were most stringent. Once rules were broken, their high status could not be maintained. But Hamji Clarence gave Ham and Clarence a deep look. Well, today is a joyful day. We should not mention these things. The future belongs to the young generation. Old Mr. Clarence nodded. KC, go and accompany Otto. KC Clarence cast a glance at Ham and Clarence, and then sat next to Otto. Seeing KC Clarence sit beside Otto, Each and Clarence walked over too. As a woman, she knew how to utilize her advantages. Collating next to Otto with KC Clarence would surely cause jealousy among others, bringing disasters to Otto, making him realize that entering their Clarence family wouldn't be easy. Do you mind if I sit here? Each and Clarence smiled and asked. Although annoyed in her heart, KC Clarence had no choice but to nod, saying, Eaching, Otto is my boyfriend. Please ask Damien not to target him anymore. Each and Clarence laughed. That's my father's matter. I can't control it. But, to earn others' respect, one must have solid personal strength. Alright, KC. Why do you look so? I specially bought this jade bracelet for you at an auction abroad. Each and Clarence passed a bracelet to KC Clarence. This bracelet is interesting. It's a fine glass-like texture. Otto roughly estimated that the price of this bracelet should not be less than 50,000. Each and Clarence frowned when she heard what Otto said. What? You know about jade? She didn't think someone as poor-looking as Otto would understand the value of jade. Otto nodded. I know a little bit. Clarence, you know so much. Guess how much I paid for this bracelet? Each and Clarence said with a hint of bufuchi, unwillingness to accept defeat. Otto smiled. The price range should be between 85 and 90,000. TC. Each and Clarence curled her lips. This bracelet cost me 2 million at an auction. While talking, Each and Clarence put the bracelet on KC Clarence's wrist. Otto shook his head. You paid too much. It's worth no more than 90,000. Each and Clarence angrily said, KC, look at your boyfriend. I have the auction payment records. It's laughable for you, a poor person, to pretend you know something here. Otto chuckled. To evaluate jade, mainly consider 6 aspects. Quality, with old quality being superior. Yours is indeed old quality, but is at the bottom within its category. Then there's the base material, which appears to come from Union region. And color, the imperial green is the most expensive, but this one is white. As for patterns, cracks, and craftsmanship, they're quite average. Considering all 6 points, this jade bracelet is at most worth 900,000. KC Clarence stared at Otto, full of admiration. She knew Otto's expertise in jade. Just days ago during a bet with Percy, Otto made Sue suffer a huge loss. TCH, so much nonsense. Can it match the payment record in my hand? An angry Each and Clarence showed the payment record. Otto shrugged. It only proves that you've been swindled. You. Clarence Yuching was instantly so angry that she ground her teeth. Alithia giggled and patted Clarence Yuching's surgical knife. I just need to know the value of this gift. At that moment, a young man in his early 20s approached Otto. This young man was the eldest grandson of the Zhao family in Beijing, named Zhao Indruki. He looked at Clarence Yuching with a smile and said, Miss Clarence Yuching, from the moment I saw you today, I knew you were my destined true love. I am Zhao Indruki from the Zhao family in Beijing, and I want to date you. As he spoke, this young man handed over his business card. All eyes immediately focused on them. Clarence Yuching couldn't help frowning. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she hugged Otto's arm, saying, Sorry, I can't stay in Dachau for long, and I will be with Otto recently. Zhao Indruki's face fell. He glared coldly at Otto and said, Who do you think you are? Get out of here now and go sit with those kids over there. Zhao Indruki's tone was unfriendly. Otto smiled faintly and was about to speak. At this moment, Alithia stood up with a smile and said, Desi Zhao, Otto is my boyfriend, and just now Clarence Yuching was joking with him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Indruki felt even more displeased. He stared at Otto and said, Get out of that seat. Zhao Indruki really wanted to sit between the two beauties, thinking only someone like him deserved that position. The smile on Otto's face disappeared as he gave Zhao Indruki a cold glance. Get lost. Otto was a practitioner, and when angered, he was not someone an ordinary person could resist. In an instant, Zhao Indruki felt as if a large hand had tightly gripped his heart. His face turned pale, and he staggered back several steps, ending up sitting embarrassingly on the ground. Clarence Yuching frowned, inwardly thinking this guy was useless. Just as Zhao Indruki was about to get up and utter some harsh words, suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. Mr. Feng from the Feng family, president of Han Hai Group, Rodney has arrived. Chapter 138 The arrival of Desi Feng. What? Han Hai Group? The multinational corporation? Is it Han Hai Group? Oh my, when did Desi Feng of Han Hai Group start interacting with the Clarence family? Why haven't I heard about this before? At that moment, Morgan's eyes lit up. He hurriedly went to welcome the visitor and said while walking, Desi Feng traveled all the way back from abroad just for our elder's birthday banquet. In the future, our Clarence family will carry out many cooperation projects with the Feng family. Even Elroy had no choice but to go out to welcome the visitor after hearing someone from Han Hai Group had arrived. Han Hai Group was not well known in Jiangzhou because it was too big to bother mingling with Jiangzhou's local families. They specialized in import and export trade, controlling maritime transport across Jiangnan province. Even first-class families in the capital city would show respect to the Feng family. At the entrance, a handsome man wearing an expensive suit with a slicked-back hairstyle walked in. He held a long box in his hands and entered quickly. Desi Feng, I didn't expect you to come especially for my humble birthday banquet, Elroy chuckled. The crowd on site was stunned. Why is the Feng family getting so close to the Clarence family? Are they planning to focus on development in Jiangzhou? Some people were also looking at the long box in Rodney's hands, wondering what kind of gift he would bring. Desi Feng smiled slightly, then scanned the room. At that moment, he saw the woman Clarence Yuching pointed to. Is she Alithia? Upon seeing Alithia, Rodney's eyes shone brightly. Before this, he had already seen Alithia's photo and thought she was stunning in it. He didn't expect that Alithia in person was even more beautiful. Rodney smiled faintly and said, Elroy, today I came here on behalf of the Feng family. Before this, Damien Morgan showed me Alithia's photo, and I fell in love with her at first sight. I want to get engaged, married to Alithia. As the words fell, the room initially turned silent, followed by a burst of noise. Rodney spoke extremely frankly. Just now, Elroy still mentioned Alithia had a boyfriend. Now, the Feng family was directly proposing marriage? Elroy looked somewhat displeased. He really appreciated Otto, but rejecting them face-to-face in such a public setting might lead to trouble from the Feng family afterward. Morgan chuckled and said, Desi Feng, we need to discuss this matter thoroughly. Rodney smiled confidently and calmly, looking at Alithia. He said, KC, You are the woman Rodney, like. Our family can match your Clarence family. If you agree to marry me, I will transfer my company worth billions to your name as an engagement gift. What? Everyone was taken aback and looked at Alithia. Heaven, $1 billion offer right off the bat. The Fong family is indeed incredibly generous. Alexei's truly befitting a super elite family. $1 billion company given away just like that. He is simply my ideal Prince Charming. Many women discussed this, their eyes filled with admiration. If someone proposed these conditions on our first meeting, I would marry him without hesitation and bear his children. Meanwhile, Pete looked rather displeased. This was undoubtedly driven by Morgan, and most importantly, there was no prior notification within their Clarence family. Their Clarence family couldn't easily reject this proposal face to face. Otto frowned slightly. Was there something wrong with Rodney? Offering a company worth billions was quite presumptuous. Rodney ignored Otto completely, smiling and saying, Elroy, today is your birthday. To express my sincerity, this is for you. Saying that, Rodney opened the box. In an instant, everyone gathered around, exclaiming at the painting in Rodney's hands. What? This can't be. It's a painting by Aldo, the sage of painting. Everyone was dumbstruck. Even Elroy couldn't resist curiosity and walked up to Rodney. Rodney slowly unrolled the scroll, revealing Aldo's signature. Then, it revealed an ancient painting depicting various immortals. This is the scroll of 87 immortals. Someone exclaimed. What? Otto stood up from his chair upon hearing this. The original scroll of 87 immortals by Aldo was with him. Where did Rodney get another scroll of 87 immortals? Saul Tianhe of Tenher Company approached, trembling with excitement upon seeing Aldo's painting. This is a painting by Aldo. I would die without regrets having witnessed the glory of the master painter today. The value of this painting will certainly not be less than 300 million. Even Elroy took out his reading glasses at this moment, staring without blinking. The powerful brushstrokes and fluid lines were almost drawing Elroy's soul into it. Beside him, Morgan gave a thumbs up, his face filled with excitement as he said, this painting is definitely authentic. Look at the seal, it was printed with Andrew Kwan ink. Such a treasure would become the crown jewel of any museum. Alexei's such paintings, we could only see in museums before. Too beautiful. This is the power of the master painter. Praises came one after another. Elroy couldn't help but glance at Rodney several times. It had to be admitted that Rodney's gift was truly astonishing, immediately stunning everyone present. Very well, thank you for your goodwill, young Master Fong. But such an expensive gift, I cannot possibly accept it. Elroy put away the painting and shook his head. Rodney instantly frowned. He did not expect Elroy to resist such temptation, which made him increasingly interested in the Clarence family. Children raised by families like these would surely be very excellent. The gift given out by the elder, how can it be taken back? If you don't want it, I'll have to throw it outside, Rodney said with a smile. Of course, he was joking. However, Morgan hurriedly picked up the painting and said, how can that be? Thank you for your gift, young Master Fong. At this moment, Morgan noticed Otto's expression and snorted, Otto, did you see that? This is young Master Feng's sincerity. What do you have to offer? As Morgan finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Otto. Their gazes seemed to look at a fool. Lily sneered and said, Otto, didn't you have a gift in your hand just now? Kalence, you've prepared a gift for the elder. Why don't you show it to everyone? The crowd started to boo. Alithia's face was very unnatural. Chapter 139, that's a fake painting. Otto's face twitched. Rodney actually brought out a fake gift and had the audacity to boast about it, talking about its value being several hundred million. Otto, of course, could see that some people were planted by Rodney in advance. It seemed that Rodney had been eyeing Alithia for quite a while. Otto, show us your gift. Alexia, Otto, aren't you Alithia's official boyfriend? Otto shook his head helplessly. Forget it. There's no need for you all to see it. Otto had seen through these people. No matter what he took out, they would definitely say his things were fake. Kalence, this was the case, there was no need for him to waste words on these people. He just needed to quietly hand over this item to Elroy and remind him of a few things. However, Otto's attitude made others assume that he didn't have a decent gift at all. Morgan blocked Otto's path and sneered, Otto, today is the old master's birthday. Everyone has shown their gifts except you. As Alithia's boyfriend, shouldn't you show your gift too? Or, do you not bring any gift at all? Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Alithia's face turned extremely unpleasant, about to lose her temper. At this moment, Otto took out the cloth bag and placed it on the table, saying, this is my gift. It's not valuable. The sentiment is more important than the gift's worth. I carved it myself. Seeing Otto take out the cloth bag, Morgan snatched it excitedly and opened the cloth bag. In the next moment, the entire villa fell silent. Everyone stared at Otto's gift, swallowing their saliva. It was an exquisitely carved jade cabbage. One could tell that the quality of this jade was exceptionally fine. When the crowd saw the jade, they all felt a sense of peace settle into their hearts. The jade even emitted a faint light. Ha ha ha. Someone couldn't hold back the laughter. What? You only brought a craft item? Is there a lamp base under this jade that makes it glow when turned on? Immediately after, everyone laughed out loud. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. This thing is way too cheap. Indeed, something like this also appears at a birthday party? I can buy piles of them with just $5. Morgan couldn't help but clutch his stomach, tears of laughter streaming down his cheeks, pointing at Otto. Otto, you're too amusing. Are you crazy poor? On the occasion of the old master's birthday party, you couldn't spend some money? What is this? A gift for a 3-year-old kid? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Others present also jeered at him. Otto said calmly, I made it myself, I didn't buy it. Morgan laughed so hard he almost lost his balance. So, you couldn't even spend $5, huh? Otto said, this cannot be measured by money. For those who need it, this piece is priceless. It is a jade cabbage, capable of warding off evil and attracting wealth. Morgan gave a disdainful laugh. Well, we don't know the value of this thing anyway, so whatever you say, right? But in my opinion, it's not even worth $5. Saying this, Morgan threw the jade cabbage to one side. Seeing the jade cabbage about to smash into pieces on the ground, Alithia was almost in tears. But at this moment, as the jade cabbage was about to hit the ground, it suddenly floated up, emitting a faint glow. All present were stunned. Saul Tianhe even walked up to the floating jade cabbage and wildly waved his arms around it. No wire? It's floating in the air by itself? Gulp. Saul Tianhe swallowed, while the rest of the people gathered around in surprise. That jade cabbage was just floating in midair. A soothing aura emanated from the jade cabbage. The jade cabbage is an invaluable treasure. Just based on its ability to float, this thing is worth hundreds of millions. This must be fake. There must be a magnet inside this jade cabbage. Morgan reached out to grab it again, but was pushed away by Elroy. Elroy held the jade cabbage with excitement. He knew Otto's abilities and means. The effects of this jade cabbage were likely far more terrifying than what Otto had described. Elroy was incredibly moved, holding the jade cabbage as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Morgan said, "Colin, this thing isn't worth anything. If you separate the bottom of the cabbage, you'll find a magnet inside. This guy is just being cryptic. Not only does he have no money, but he also takes something like this to deceive you." Deceive me? You fools don't understand the value of what Otto has given. To me, everything you've brought doesn't even compare to a corner of the jade cabbage. Grandpa Clarence was quite agitated. When he held the jade cabbage in his arms, Grandpa Clarence could feel that his meridian seemed clearer than before, his breathing more unobstructed, and his mind refreshed. This jade cabbage is undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Rodney said coldly, "All right, Mr. Clarence, I know your family's stance now. I didn't expect that the painting I prepared for you with great care would be worthless in your eyes." Rodney's cold attitude instantly chilled Grandpa Clarence. Morgan shuddered. That was Fong family's young master. He gave face because he was polite. If the Fong family got angry, their Clarence family couldn't afford it. Grandpa Clarence smiled and said, "Desi Fong, don't be upset." "Actually," Desi Fong said coldly, "I'm not upset. Calence, your Clarence family looks down on our Fong family. I'll leave." As Rodney turned to walk towards the door a few steps, he mentally counted 3, 2, 1. At this moment, Morgan said, "Desi Fong, on behalf of our Clarence family, I apologize to you. Tomorrow we will definitely visit you." Rodney got the answer he wanted, and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth, about to speak. Just then, Otto said indifferently, "Although my gift isn't worth much, it's still better than bringing a fake painting to wish the old master a happy birthday." After these words, the whole scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Otto in surprise. "Fake painting?" Rodney sneered. "This painting cost me 300 million at an overseas auction. You say it's fake?" Rodney looked at Otto coldly. "Boy, apologize immediately for what you said, or else." Morgan jumped out and shouted loudly, "Otto, you can eat anything randomly, but not talk recklessly." Chapter 140, Make Alithia Apologize. You, a mere doctor, don't understand art at all, nor do you understand calligraphy and paintings. Otto shook his head and said, "Morgan, bring the painting back." Of course, Morgan didn't believe his calligraphy and painting were fake, so he directly showed Rodney's artwork to Otto. Otto smiled faintly. Fake is fake. As soon as he spoke, he pointed directly at the painting. With a whoosh, Aldo's 87 immortal scroll suddenly quivered. Then the colors on it started to slowly peel off. Enraged, Morgan shouted, "Otto, what are you doing?" "Otto?" Even Grandpa Clarence was stunned. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Otto pointed directly at the painting and said, "Desi Fong, are you still pretending not to see the traces of forgery on this painting? Take a good look yourself. What are those hidden pencil marks on the painting for?" As he spoke, Otto showed the painting to everyone. The pencil lines were extremely faint, but very clear. Pencils should have only been invented in modern times, right? Although, the old master painter from hundreds of years ago couldn't possibly use pencils to paint, could he? Calolence. Complete silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Morgan had already planned how to criticize Otto and smear him, but Otto's evidence was too obvious. It was an undeniable slap in the face. Aldo simply couldn't have used a pencil. Rodney's face turned incredibly grim. "I can't believe I was deceived. Otto, I should thank you. I'm going back to settle accounts with that auction house." Gripping his fists, Rodney's eyes seemed like they could devour Otto as he spoke. Otto couldn't help but smile. "You'd better hurry, lest that person escapes." Sarcasm flashed in Otto's eyes. Rodney's face turned livid. "All right, I'll remember the Clarences and Otto." Rodney had been publicly humiliated by Otto and wouldn't let him off. After he left, the other guests there began to reconsider staying. Some smaller families used the excuse of seeing off Rodney to leave the banquet hall. Seeing this, Morgan clenched his fists tightly and turned to glare coldly at Pete. "This is the boyfriend your daughter chose? He's practically ruining our family. No way, we must go apologize to Desi Fong tomorrow." "Why should my daughter apologize?" Pete retorted. "Because the Fong family controls the shipping company. You do so much import and export trade every year. If the Fongs turn their back on us, can your Clarence family afford the consequences?" Lily laughed coldly. "You." Pete was momentarily speechless. "Alithia, no problem if you go and apologize to Desi Fong tomorrow, right?" Morgan asked. Biting her lips, Alithia naturally didn't want to apologize to Rodney, but considering the Fong family's crucial position behind Rodney, they had to think carefully. Apologizing to Rodney would be admitting fault. Otto stepped in front of Alithia, speaking coldly. "Morgan, even you don't have the final say in the Clarence family. If today weren't Grandpa's birthday party, I wouldn't hold back. Don't push me. Arrogant. Reckless." Otto's words instantly pushed Morgan over the edge. "You brat, I've put up with you for long enough. Who do you think you are, deciding things for the Clarence family? Driving a lousy domestic manual car, and you dare interfere with Clarence family affairs? I'll beat you to death." As he finished speaking, Morgan threw a punch at Otto with all his might. Clarence living abroad for a long time, deeply influenced by foreign fitness culture, Morgan went to the gym weekly, making his physical condition stronger than most young people. This time, this kid won't be able to stay in the Clarence family. Can't believe the Clarences dislike him so much. Many people held in their laughter, eagerly waiting for the spectacle. Otto's pupils contracted. Looking at the incoming punch, he smirked, standing still. "Just that much, and you dare attack me?" Otto sneered. Though Morgan's punch was powerful with a standard boxing stance, for Otto, it was like watching a child practice. With his current strength, handling thousands of enemies wasn't a challenge. Crack. Morgan's fist smashed into Otto's arm. The sound of bone cracking echoed. Morgan couldn't help but scream in agony. He felt like he had hit a steel plate, his arm seeming to break. Everyone was dumbstruck, watching Morgan rolling on the ground in pain. The wealthy and powerful from Jiangzhou who came today did not know Otto, but they had all heard that Otto seemed to be Alithia's boyfriend. To hit his girlfriend's family right in front of her? This kid has quite a lot of guts. There doesn't seem to be a Andrew family in Jiangzhou, right? Who knows, maybe the Clarences are just scared of him. "Otto, how dare you hit me?" Morgan shouted, pulling out his phone as he said, Do you really think I, Morgan, don't have connections in Jiangzhou? I'm calling people right now to show you my power. You should have found out, 15 years ago, who didn't know the might of Clarence Dowling in Jiangzhou? Giannis, what are you doing? Pete hurriedly tried to take the phone from Morgan. Get lost. Morgan pushed Pete to the ground, causing pain to shoot through his wrist again. Morgan's face was twisted with rage as he pointed at Otto and said, Brat, I've tolerated you for long enough. No matter who pleads for you, it won't work. Wait here and don't move. I'll deal with you. Morgan felt he was in the right and planned not to let Otto off. Grandpa Clarence's face turned cold, and he was about to speak. Otto smiled faintly and said, Sure, I'll wait right here, won't go anywhere. Calumets. An eerie silence fell over the entire scene. No one expected Otto to actually continue offending Morgan. Morgan had already dialed a number by this time. Is this Abao? Alexis, it's me, Morgan. I'm back and encountered some trouble. Bring people to the Clarence family villa immediately, the more the better. Someone dared to lay hands on me. After saying this, Morgan hung up the phone, standing up with gritted teeth as he pointed at Otto and said, Brat, you're dead today. I just called Beckham. It's one of the 4 great diamonds under Master Denny? Someone exclaimed in shock. I heard Master Denny left Jiangzhou to hand over his business to him. God, Beckham actually knows Morgan. Someone looked at Morgan in amazement. Of course, 15 years ago, Morgan was also involved underground. People began to chatter among themselves. Chapter 141. By my own means. At this moment, Lily stepped forward and grabbed Morgan's arm, saying, Ed Hamming, why are you so angry? Take care not to harm yourself. However, Morgan's face turned cold. Slap. A hand struck Lily's face. Useless thing. Get out of here. I. Struck and feeling aggrieved, Lily knew Morgan was genuinely upset. She shot a glance filled with intense resentment at Otto. But Otto didn't pay attention to Morgan at all. He just looked at Elroy and said, Old master, I think the Clarence family doesn't need to apologize to Rodney. If you really want to apologize, you can take me along. Elroy gave Otto a somewhat troubled look. Although he highly regarded Otto and knew he was capable, Otto ultimately had no solid background. Once these words reached Rodney's ears, they might endanger Otto. Otto, it's best for the Clarence family to handle this matter on its own, the old master sighed. Otto smiled and said, Old master, KC is my woman. Her problems are mine. His words echoed with firm resolution. In that instant, Alethea's petite frame trembled. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness and longing as she gazed at Otto. Everyone else in the room, upon hearing his words, stared at Otto with mixed expressions. A nobody with no roots or reputation in Jiangzhou dared to say such things. Lily laughed aloud. Otto, may I ask what makes you think you're qualified? Do you have a billion-dollar family estate? Otto thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Though he had plenty of money in his card, it wasn't considered his family estate, and his family had left him no inheritance. Lily sneered and asked, Or perhaps your family owns multinational corporations? Otto still shook his head. No. Or do you have relatives in high places? Lily's ridicule deepened. Neither. Otto shook his head again. You have nothing but talk. How could you make KC happy? Nothing, and you're interfering with our Clarence family matters. What gives you the right? By my own means, Otto replied indifferently. Huh. Lily scoffed, considering Otto insane, and then turned to Alethea. KC, you don't know the power of the Feng family, do you? The Fengs rank among the top 100 families in the province. They can crush Otto like a bug. Are you sure you want to drag him into this mess? I. Hearing this, Alethea felt anxious, gripping her hands tightly. She wasn't sure how formidable Feng's power truly was, feeling a lump in her throat. Was she causing trouble for Otto? While Alethea pondered this, Lily started berating Otto again. See, this is Casey's attitude. Dragon, you're only getting by on Casey's affection, acting wildly. What right do you have to meddle in our Clarence family affairs? Do you even know the consequences of provoking the Fengs? And yet you expect us to clean up your mess. Bystanders watched Lily rage, enjoying the spectacle. Otto's lips curled into a slight smile as he locked eyes with Lily. Her shouting ceased immediately under his gaze. Lily, yes, you're Casey's aunt, but this is between me and Casey. Though you're part of the Clarence family, you can't control everything. Who made you the authority in the Clarence family? As for the Fengs, I'll handle them myself. Casey, let's go. I can't eat with people like her around, Otto said indifferently. Without hesitation, Alethea took Otto's hand, and they walked towards the exit. The room fell silent. Lily wanted to create a scene and pull Otto back, but the look in his eyes earlier made her heart tremble. Morgan smirked coldly. Otto, you think you can just leave? This account isn't settled. I've called people. You won't leave walking, but you might leave lying down. As he spoke, four black vans parked swiftly outside the villa gate. Then, doors opened, revealing 24 burly men in suits brandishing golf clubs. Otto's expression darkened. He really didn't want things to escalate so badly. Elroy's face flushed red with anger. He hadn't expected Morgan to actually bring in so many thugs. What kind of decorum was this? But Morgan didn't care much about decorum. Tonight, he had been repeatedly humiliated by Otto, and he simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. Moreover, his personal wealth had already surpassed that of the entire Clarence family, and he was looking for an excuse to confront the Clarence family. Otto was his breakthrough point. To gain power, he needed to establish his authority and prove his capability. Before returning to Jiangzhou, Morgan had already contacted Denny Alexei, the underground emperor of Jiangzhou, and promised him many benefits. In return, Denny Alexei assured him that as long as Morgan didn't go too far, he would support him. As these thugs arrived, the atmosphere on the scene became instantly tense. Everyone could tell that these were not ordinary street hooligans. These big men were all over 6 feet tall, with tough-looking faces, obviously professional enforcers. Otto, how did you talk to me just now? You think you're so tough? I've called people. I'll give you another chance to talk. Morgan glanced at Otto mockingly, then came to the door eagerly and said to the leader, Hey Bolivar, I didn't expect you to come so fast. Beckham burped from drinking, then nodded. I was drinking nearby. So, it's him who caused trouble for you. Beckham pointed at Otto with his golf club. Morgan hurriedly replied, Alexis, this guy deceived a woman from our Clarence family and even assaulted one of our members at the banquet while offending Desi Feng. Don't worry, Bolivar. You can take action against him without any consequences afterward, Morgan smiled. At this moment, the group had already surrounded Otto. Beckham glanced at Otto and sneered, Boy, kneel down and apologize to Morgan right now. The brothers will be more lenient if you do. You'd better not force us to use harsher methods. You work for Denny Alexei? Otto asked Beckham with a faint smile. Beckham chuckled, Denny Alexei is a legit businessman. I just happen to know him. Otto nodded, knowing that Denny Alexei was trying to clean up his image. Although Beckham denied it, he was definitely one of Denny Alexei's men. What if I don't apologize? Otto asked, folding his arms behind his back. Chapter 142. A doctor who knows martial arts. What if I don't apologize? Hearing this, Beckham's face darkened instantly. The 24 thugs behind him also sneered in contempt. Beckham had already given Otto a chance just now. He didn't expect that this guy would not cherish it. Morgan, upon hearing Otto's words, could not help but tremble all over. He did not expect that Otto would court death like this. Now even the old man might not be able to help Otto out of this situation. Bolivar, for the Clarence family's sake today, you can just break both his legs. At this moment Alithia, worried, stood in front of Otto. Damien, if Otto apologizes, can we let this matter pass? After all, this is Asher's birthday banquet. We shouldn't make things too awkward. Morgan sneered and said, when Otto mocked me and laid hands on me earlier, why didn't you say this then? As they say, water poured out cannot be scooped back up. Alithia, aren't you turning against your own before you're even married? Colin, it's clear that Otto was at fault first. Old Mr. Clarence sighed and said, Morgan, I know you've grown independent and won't heed my advice anymore. But today, I advise you best not to harm Otto. At this moment, Clarence Euching walked over and pulled Alithia aside, saying, KC, why bother with him? Isn't he fearless? Let's see how tough he really is. Beckham was already swinging his golf club, approaching Otto step by step. His minions surrounded Otto. Beckham smiled. Bastard, I already gave you a chance just now, and you refused it. Otto looked at Beckham indifferently. I don't need your chances. Though his tone was calm, there was a hint of disdain in it, as if Beckham and his 20-odd men together weren't worth Otto's attention. Beckham's anger flared up instantly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression grew sinister. Bastard, I've been too lenient with you. With a roar, Beckham swung the golf club toward Otto's head. Time seemed to slow down. As the golf club was about to hit Otto's forehead, Otto's eyes narrowed slightly. His movement was incredibly swift, and just as the club was about to strike his forehead, Otto reached out and grabbed the golf club. There was a crack. The iron golf club was snapped directly by Otto. Then, Otto kicked Beckham away with one foot. The force so powerful that Beckham almost passed out instantly. If not for his better physical condition than an average person, he might have been kicked to death on the spot. Seeing their leader kicked away, the thugs he brought were enraged. They hadn't expected this guy to dare resist. After invoking Kaler Denny, this guy still dared to fight back. It was asking for death. Kill him. The 24 men swung their golf clubs, charging at him with shouts. Otto, surrounded from all sides, advanced instead of retreating. Clarence seek a tank. He pushed through the crowd of 20-some men. The closest thug swung his golf club heavily at Otto's face. Otto blocked it effortlessly with his arm. There was another crack as the golf club broke. Otto slapped out sharply. With a smack, the thug was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing into another thug. As if sensing something behind him, Otto stepped to the side. Swish. Another thug treated the golf club like a machete, hacking towards Otto's back of the head. Otto dodged easily. Seizing the end of the golf club, Otto yanked hard. The golf club was now in Otto's hands, and he swung it fiercely. Smack. The thug who had just swung the club at Otto was struck and lost all his teeth. A minute later, 24 thugs lay on the ground groaning in pain. The scene fell utterly silent. Otto, leaning on the golf club, approached Morgan. These are the men you hired? They don't seem like much. Morgan stared blankly at the scene, stunned, not knowing what to say. And the guests, coming back to their senses, burst into comments. Amazing. I've never seen anyone take on 20-some people. They said Otto is a doctor. Are there doctors this powerful? Now I understand why Alithia likes him. Some girls attending the banquet sparkled with admiration. Clarence Euching watched this scene with her eyes wide open, unable to believe that Otto could be so formidable. If he had such strength, why did he not retort when she mocked him at the airport? How can this be? Even Lily was stunned. More than 20 people couldn't beat Otto alone. Could it be that Otto was a legendary martial artist? At this moment, Otto came in front of Morgan with a cold gaze, tapped his shoulder, and said softly, Morgan, you should thank old man Clarence. If it weren't for him, you'd be lying in the ICU right now. Morgan's face was pale, and his whole body trembled. Then, Beckham, who was lying on the ground, sneered and said, Kid, you're dead. Lord Denny won't let you off. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on Beckham. Otto smiled lightly and said, Why don't you call Lord Denny? I happen to have his number too. As he spoke, Otto took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. Once connected, the other party respectfully asked, Desi, what do you need? Otto calmly replied, Is there someone named Beckham that you know? Frank thought for a moment and responded, Desi, this guy is one of my enforcers, very reliable. I originally planned to entrust the affairs of Jiangzhou to him. What? Do you know him? Otto casually said, I didn't know him before, but I met him today. He wanted to kill me. What? The person on the other end of the line exploded immediately. Beckham, this waste, dared to offend Desi. I'll come over immediately and cripple him. No need. Talk to him and ask him to beg for mercy. Otto laughed coldly and handed the phone to Beckham, saying, Someone wants to talk to you. Beckham thought invoking Lord Denny would scare Otto, but never expected him to actually get through to Lord Denny. How could this be? What's going on? Moreover, this guy didn't seem to be putting on an act. Could he really have some incredible background? But it didn't look like it. Beckham had good judgment. Otto's outfit wouldn't cost more than 1,000 yuan altogether. But he still subconsciously took the phone and tentatively said, This is Beckham. Who are you? Don't think about covering up for this kid. Chapter 143. His identity. Beckham. Ronan on the phone scolded harshly, You good for nothing. Have I lost face because of you? Are you tired of living? How dare you offend Desi? Do you believe that I could wipe out your whole family tonight? Beckham immediately recognized Ronan's voice and froze on the spot. Ronan actually said he had offended the Desi? Before this, Beckham had heard that Ronan followed a master who was leaving Jiangzhou, but he never expected it would be the person before him now. This, to Ronan, Beckham was nothing more than an ant, and to the Desi, probably not even an ant. Beckham was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He blurted out in begging, Ronan, don't get angry. It was just a little misunderstanding. I didn't know his identity. You shut up, shouted Ronan angrily. The identity of our Desi must be kept confidential. If you leak it, I'll kill your entire family. Beckham trembled all over and hastily said, Ronan, I understand. I know what to do. Just a Ronan was someone he groveled to. How terrifying would the identity of the person above Ronan be? He had unknowingly offended the Desi today. Thinking of this, Beckham's gaze focused on Otto. Subconsciously, his legs turned soft as he crawled to Otto and knelt before him. Beckham said with extreme fear, "I'm sorry. Mr. Otto, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you knew Ronan. I was foolish. Please accept my apology and forgive me." After saying this, Beckham started banging his head on the ground repeatedly. Everyone present stared in shock. This Beckham was one of Ronan's people, and he was actually kneeling down to apologize to this doctor who seemingly had no background. Beckham's gangsters were also stunned. Beckham was about to become the core member of Ronan's organization in Jiangzhou City, yet he was kneeling before Otto? Otto smiled at him and said, "Didn't you want to hit me?" Beckham shook his head hastily. "I don't dare. I don't dare. Don't all act dead. Immediately bring Morgan here, and make him apologize to Mr. Otto." Following Beckham's roar, the thugs sensed something was off and all lunged wildly towards Morgan. "What apologies? You?" Morgan roared in anger. However, how could Morgan be a match for these thugs? Even though these thugs had been injured earlier, they exerted full force when striking Morgan. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 3 seconds, the thugs beat Morgan's face until it resembled a blood-covered gourd. Morgan clutched his face in grievance. "Ah, bow. Have you gone mad? You actually attacked me. I'm your brother." "Who the hell is your brother?" "Dog thing, if I don't kill you today, write my surname backwards. Beat him to death." Beckham roared again. As Beckham bellowed, his subordinates struck even harder. No one from the Clarence family dared to intervene or even thought of intervening. Otto. Alethea wanted to plead for Otto. Otto waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Don't really beat someone to death." Glancing at the members of the Clarence family, Otto said somewhat dispiritedly, "Old sir, I'm tired. I'm going." As he spoke, Otto turned around and walked away. Alethea hurriedly followed Otto. Beckham felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Was Otto really angry? If he was angry, Ronan would definitely not let him off. "Haven't eaten anything? Hit harder. Leave him a breath," said Beckham irritably. After beating Morgan for quite some time, Beckham finally ordered the thugs to stop when Morgan was nearly dead. At this moment, Morgan's face was bruised, and his clothes were covered with shoe prints. "Beckham." A trace of hate flashed across Morgan's eyes. Beckham didn't care what Morgan thought. Glancing at him, he said, "Morgan, remember this. If you offend Mr. Otto in Jiangzhou again, I'll kill you." Then, Beckham waved his hand, and everyone left the Clarence residence in a rush. Only then did people dare to help Morgan up. Morgan was incredibly aggrieved. These thugs were professionals. Although his injuries looked terrible, none of his bones were broken. However, any slight touch felt like being flayed alive. He would blame Otto for this humiliation. "Colin." Just as Morgan was about to complain to the old sir, a voice interrupted. "The Wan family of Jiangzhou, Mrs. Tisha and Noemi are here." Immediately, everyone looked toward the entrance. A black Rolls-Royce stopped, and a man got out from the passenger side of the lead vehicle. He walked to the rear door and opened it. Then, 2 charming and graceful women got out of the car. In that instant, many of the men present held their breath. Beautiful. They were truly beautiful. Both women were flawless in both figure and appearance, far more beautiful than any star on TV. Mr. Clarence has quite the influence. I didn't expect both daughters of the Wan family to come. They've never attended someone's banquet together before. Alexis. The guests murmured among themselves. The Adelia were influential figures in Jiangzhou, renowned for their wealth and beauty.